Introduction asterisk. The arrival of an apocalyptic game has blinded everyone except one person, plunging humanity into crisis. Chen Fan, the sole proprietor of the apocalyptic farm, meticulously plans the farm to help others escape peril. Utilizing agricultural technology, a farm marketplace, workshops, automated factories, and spatial teleportation arrays, he transforms the farm into a village, a city, an empire, and eventually a planet. By harnessing unique plants, energy fruits, weapon trees, and extraordinary fruit, he grants people unimaginable powers. The future will belong to the farm owners, who symbolize strength and authority. However, just as everyone revels in the farm's great power, believing the world will once again attain peace, an even greater crisis looms, a game played between higher dimensional beings. This contest is destined to result in the demise of countless races and lives, merely to satiate their momentary desires. Chapter 1. The beginning of the story. Hello, your total is 3,586.70. A delicate voice interrupted Chen Fan, who was lost in thought. Upon regaining his senses, he glanced at the packaged items and promptly paid with his phone, without hesitation. He took the items and hurriedly left, neglecting even to collect the receipt. By the time the cashier realized it, all that remained was the sight of Chen Fan's retreating figure. What a peculiar person, she mused. Thank you for your visit. Come again. As Chen Fan exited the door, a mechanical female voice echoed from behind. He, however, appeared oblivious, quickening his pace. It wasn't until he reached his rented apartment that he collapsed onto the sofa, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, should anyone have been observing, they would have found it astonishing. Before Chen Fan, a blue light screen materialized, yet he accepted it as commonplace, devoid of any surprise. 2 days prior, on a rainy night, he had stumbled upon a peculiar stone during a fall. Upon returning home, he instinctively clutched the stone, as though it possessed an irresistible allure. Curiosity piqued, he examined the stone closely. While scrutinizing it, an unexpected message appeared in his mind, startling him and causing the stone to slip from his grasp. With a series of thuds, the stone struck the floor, provoking curses from below. The apocalyptic farm system is now initializing. Please wait. Beep, beep, beep. Initialization complete. As the voice faded, the stone transformed into a stream of light, entering Chen Fan's forehead. He shivered involuntarily, feeling as though his head was swelling. Yet the sensation quickly dissipated, replaced by a refreshing lightness. In that instant, he felt as if he could soar into the sky, but the feeling was fleeting. As he attempted to recall that sensation, a light screen appeared before him, and upon reading the words displayed, he was instantly petrified. His expression frozen, his hands, poised for flight, awkwardly hung in midair, his body as still as a statue. Before him, a line of text read, "Countdown to the apocalypse. 1 day, 11 hours, 11 minutes, and 11 seconds. Apocalypse." His voice playfully sought to escape through the window, to join in the merriment with those outside. Chen Fan's mouth fell agape, his pupils dilated, as though witnessing something terrifying. His rigid hands cradled his head, his legs unsteady, teetering on the brink of collapse. As that message faded, another appeared, prompting Chen Fan to gather his composure and scrutinize it closely. "Welcome, player, to the apocalyptic game. You are the sole possessor of the golden finger on this planet. Please use it wisely and enjoy your game." "Enjoy? What a joke," Chen Fan retorted, exasperation seeping through. "Why must I face the apocalypse? Nevertheless, my current life is rather mundane, even disheartening. Perhaps with this system, I might soar to new heights." A sudden recollection of unpleasant memories crossed his mind, casting a shadow over his expression. Yet, in an instant, he seemed to transform, regaining his spirit. Despite possessing the system, he fervently wished the latter message was merely a jest, that the apocalypse would not truly manifest. Yet, that was but a figment of his imagination. As time progressed, he began to formulate a plan. 1. Inform others about this situation, alerting his closest friends and family, and posting reminders on social media, though what they choose to do thereafter is beyond his control. 2. Gather supplies, including food, essentials, medications, and prepare for the long haul, even seeds for vegetables and fruits, and perhaps some young livestock. If time permits, he should download useful knowledge from the internet and prepare some books. 3. Seek a refuge, ideally a remote location with shelter capable of housing people and storing supplies. 4. Bring his parents closer, for there is still over a day left, and they reside not far away, easily accessible by vehicle. With more minds together, they might devise a more comprehensive plan. 5. Acquire tools, preferably the most rudimentary, such as axes and hoes. 6. Secure a water source, an essential for life. Having sketched out these preliminary thoughts, he paused, realizing that merely preparing these items would hardly suffice within the 2 days remaining. Relaxed, Chen Fan once again gazed at the 2 messages before him, sinking into contemplation. Though he could not fathom why the impending apocalypse was termed a game, nor why he was labeled a player, it did not alter his understanding of the term apocalypse. He was about to face the most perilous days ahead, thus he must reach out to his parents, for their support would be invaluable amidst the chaos. Mom. His phone rang twice before being answered, and a concerned voice came through. Fan, how have you been? Is life in the city treating you well? Are you eating enough? Before he could respond, his mother's incessant chatter filled the line. He found himself at a loss for words, mouth agape, unable to utter a single reply. Though not far from home, he had been struggling outside, too prideful to return. Upon reflection, he realized it had been 4 years since he last visited home since his graduation. Truly an unfilial son, he thought. Fan, what's wrong? Has something happened? Noticing his prolonged silence, his mother quickly inquired with growing concern. I have something very important to discuss. Is Dad nearby? I'm here. A slightly weary voice emerged from the phone. Although it was but 3 words, it instilled in Chen Fan an immense sense of reassurance, akin to finding a solid anchor. He swiftly recounted his recent experiences in vivid detail, presenting his plan with clarity. Is what you say true? His father's voice, slightly hoarse, came through, laced with a mix of fear and concern. Is the golden finger real? After a moment, perhaps as the fear began to subside, his father spoke calmly. Because Chen Fan returned home, he bought his father a new mobile phone. Perhaps due to a touch of mischief, he installed numerous novel-reading apps on the device. He also took the time to teach his father how to utilize these apps for listening to audiobooks. As a result, his father became quite enamored with this new pastime, often indulging in it during his free moments. This was also a testament to his father's impressive capacity for acceptance. Indeed, Chen Fan asserted with an unwavering conviction, his earnest demeanor unmistakable, even if his parents could not see his expression. However, they could discern the sincerity in his tone, and it was clear they were beginning to believe him. Come over here. I have a splendid place that will enable us to survive in the apocalypse. All right, his parents replied after a prolonged silence, their agreement heavy with contemplation. Once the call ended, it was evident that the outcome was favorable and the process had been remarkably smooth. Now, on to the next step, Chen Fan declared, setting aside his plans and reaching for his phone to engage with his classmates online. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as he had hoped. Predictably, no one believed him, and they even began to jest. Is Chen Fan perhaps losing his mind? I think he might be delusional, another chimed in. Very likely. I just heard that one Lily dumped him. Could that be the reason? What? They broke up? Weren't they all lovey-dovey back in school, constantly tormenting my single self? Chen Fan, are you all right? Do you want to talk to Liansheng and get you back at work? Please don't do anything rash for my sake. Oh, the main character has arrived. I have a question that's not really a question. Who is Liansheng? You can't tell? He's the boss. Is love ultimately incapable of conquering reality? Women. I suddenly feel a bit of sympathy for Chen Fan. Indeed, it's quite pitiful. Witnessing all of this, Chen Fan's expression shifted dramatically, alternating between hues of blue and white. He never anticipated that his personal situation would spread so rapidly. However, upon coming to terms with it, he simply sighed. Just as he set his phone down, it rang again. Little darling, the black screen showcased those words in stark contrast. Previously, they had brought him sweetness. Now, they felt like a sharp thorn. Without hesitation, he ended the call and blocked the number entirely. Only after doing so did he tremble as he set the phone down, feeling as if something heavy had lifted from his heart, leaving him remarkably unburdened. You are my little apple. The phone rang once more, startling him to the point where he nearly stumbled. Son, what's wrong? Are you okay? This voice belonged to Chen Fan's university roommate. Though they had lost touch since graduation, their bond remained strong, and they occasionally called each other to share their woes. Sighing once more, Chen Fan set his phone down again. After half a day of persuasion, his roommate had only half-heartedly agreed to stockpile some supplies. Ultimately, whether he followed through was beyond Chen Fan's control. After all, he had expressed everything that needed to be said. Though they were classmates, Their relationship differed from that with his parents. They were not yet close enough to reveal the secret of his newfound abilities. Despite facing skepticism in the class group, he picked up his phone without hesitation. He decided to disseminate his apocalyptic warnings across various platforms, hoping that even one person would believe him, as it could prove immensely beneficial. However, as anticipated, this endeavor attracted not belief but a barrage of ridicule. Surprisingly, an unremarkable short video quickly ascended to trending status, turning him into a subject of mockery. Shocking. A teenager is seen watching this at night. Shocking. The apocalypse is imminent. What should we do? The sensationalist media, as expected, swept through the internet, enticing countless individuals to engage with the written word and enjoy a moment of leisure after work. Among them, the most vociferous were the keyboard warriors, who, under the guise of righteous discourse, even managed to amass a following. They condemned Chen Fan's actions as reckless, asserting that he should face legal consequences for spreading dangerous rhetoric. Additionally, they audaciously criticized authorities, questioning why cyber police had not intervened. Observing these reactions confirmed that his message had reached a wide audience, and surprisingly well. Yet, few chose to believe him, which was to be expected given the lack of any trust foundation. With a slight sigh, Chen Fan moved purposefully, hailing a taxi to leave his modest rental. Although this venture had placed him in jeopardy, he felt a sense of relief. As a harbinger of truth, he knew he had to act, for his heart would remain unsettled otherwise. By sharing all that he knew, he did not receive validation, an outcome he had anticipated, as there was no basis for mutual trust. Through this incident, he endured the harshness of online scorn and experienced the fickleness of human compassion. This sudden realization of the world's coldness propelled him toward maturity and clarity regarding his circumstances. This was a merciless society, and this city was no different. Towering buildings shielded inhabitants from the chill of the outside world, yet they also insulated hearts from warmth. He could not afford to become indifferent. Having unraveled the reasons behind his situation, he began to plan for his future, seeking a place to establish himself. Building a farm in the city was impractical. Previously, he had discovered a desolate locale far removed from civilization, a hidden gem devoid of human presence. It was an abandoned farmhouse, surrounded by high walls and a partially constructed building. Due to certain issues, a developer had halted the project, leading to its neglect. An unexpected boon for Chen Fan. With no inhabitants, he would remain undetected. This would be an ideal location for him to establish a farm. I shall go to this place, he resolved, setting his intentions into motion. Ignoring the taxi driver's bewildered gaze, he finally arrived at the dark, desolate site. The driver, having received his fare, departed with remarkable haste, admitting that he would never have come to such a place were it not for his wife's illness and the generous payment. Upon reaching his destination and surveying the farmhouse, he noted its vastness, divided into 4 sections, each identical and separated by walls over 2 meters high, creating a natural barrier. The property featured a parking area and a garden, though it was overrun with weeds rather than crops. There was also a pond, the water of which appeared crystal clear, likely sourced from a spring. With simple filtration, it might be drinkable, though he wondered if it would remain so in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Surrounding the area were numerous 2-story buildings, capable of accommodating dozens of people if pressed. There was ample open space for construction to house even more inhabitants. Among the structures, 2 were only partially completed, while the other 2 were well furnished, suggesting a hasty evacuation. The furniture remained in situ, appearing somewhat worn yet largely functional. There were even a bulldozer, a tractor, and various construction tools. Chen Fan approached one of the more intact farmhouses and stepped inside. At that moment, he felt a surge of anxiety, his hands trembling with anticipation, for the crucial moment was upon him. He was about to establish a space for the farm here. After a long day of toil, the sky has now darkened. The room is enveloped in complete darkness, devoid of any light. Occasionally, the wind rattles against the windows, accompanied by eerie sounds emanating from the dilapidated house. Chen Fan swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down. To be honest, he harbors a fear of the dark, and venturing here required immense courage. The sole source of solace lay in the farm space. He held the core of the system's manifestation of the farm in his hand. Instantly, the pitch-black space was illuminated, and the howling wind rendered the room less foreboding. The blue glow streamed through the window, transforming the place into the most vibrant corner of the homestead. Simultaneously, the residents of the homestead stirred to life. There were stray cats and dogs, wild rabbits, squirrels, and mice, seemingly drawn by the light, gathering at the entrance. However, they appeared hesitant, lingering at a distance. Chen Fan, startled by the sudden appearance of these creatures, felt a pang of unease, though their numbers were overwhelming. Yet, upon observing that the small animals made no further advances, his anxious heart began to calm. Gazing into the multitude of eyes, he placed the core on the ground and silently intoned the word activate. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light surged forth, even more dazzling than before, akin to staring directly at the sun on a clear day. His eyes stung, causing him to instinctively shut them. As the brilliance gradually faded and he reopened his eyes, an oval door materialized before him, revealing a breathtaking world within. While he savored the enchanting scenery, a waft of fresh grass fragrance enveloped him, conjuring images of intertwined paths and fertile lands in his mind, further intoxicating him. The sheer power to conjure a space out of thin air is truly astounding. Almost instinctively, he stepped through the door into the space. The beauty before him evoked no sense of trepidation, nor did it hint at any traps. The small animals that had followed him soon scattered throughout the space, leaving only Chen Fan behind. As he ventured further, he found himself on a dirt path flanked by a variety of trees, reminiscent of a primeval forest. He noticed that the path stretched for no more than 100 meters, but as the master of this space, he sensed he could manipulate its length at will. Breathing in the fragrant air of the flora, he stepped deeper into the farm. Upon entering, a grimace formed on his face, for the place was in disrepair. The wooden fence surrounding the area was riddled with damage, and it was hardly tall enough to deter rodents or withstand a wild boar's charge. The only consolation was the spaciousness of the farm, with not a single weed in sight. Directly opposite the entrance stood two dilapidated wooden houses, one serving as a lodging area and the other as a storage shed. Both were in disarray, and from a distance, he could see a gaping hole in the roof of the shed, leaving him to ponder how this condition differed from being outside. However, at that moment, Chen Fan paid little mind to the surroundings, for after a long day's journey, fatigue had set in. Finally, he had a place to rest, and he hastily crossed the threshold. To his surprise, the interior was not as decrepit or spider-infested as he had imagined. Rather, it was relatively clean, if one disregarded the peeling walls. Approaching the bed, he wasted no time in checking for dust, collapsing onto it in a starfish position. As he lay down, a deep sigh of relief escaped him, as if exhaling the worries and fears accumulated throughout the day. In an instant, his body felt considerably lighter, as though submerged in water, unburdened by weight. Before long, the clock struck midnight, and tranquility returned to the room. The howling wind faded, and the nocturnal creatures settled into rest. The night reclaimed its former serenity, leaving only the sound of Chen Fan's steady breathing. Chapter 2. The Enchanting Farm. The following day, after a restful night, Chen Fan stretched luxuriously, invigorated and refreshed. The crackling sounds from his body brought him further comfort. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming his face, causing him to squint slightly as he turned to gaze outside. It was a splendid day, bright and cloudless. He pondered the location of the farm space and whether it was connected to the outside world. After all, there was sunlight and fresh air here, markedly devoid of the foul odors of pollution that plagued the outside. Concurrently, he sensed an unusual vitality coursing through him, the usual morning fatigue having dissipated. He even felt an inkling of increased strength, though the sensation was nebulous and uncertain. He surmised that all of this stemmed from the farm space. "What a marvelous farm space it is," he exclaimed. Pushing open the door, he was met with the sight of small animals frolicking around, all of which scattered in response to his movements. Observing them, a smile crept onto his face, for this sense of connection was a rarity in his time spent in Qing City. "It seems the police are not on my trail. Perhaps I am in the clear." An idea struck him, and he took out his phone to check. "I really need to head back, at least to buy some supplies like seeds, and I must go pick up my parents today." With a plan in mind, Chen Fan prepared to set off. Upon reaching the entrance of the homestead, he was taken aback to find that there were no taxis or even a soul in sight. Am I really expected to walk? Oh dear. This unexpected turn of events left him feeling despondent. However, fortune smiled upon him when a kind-hearted older sister stopped in front of him, assessing him before inviting him to get in her car, claiming she would take him to Qing City. Yet, her scrutinizing gaze made him uneasy. He was hardly handsome, possessing only a robust physique. Am I in a predicament? Should I trust her or not? In a world devoid of the apocalypse, he might have taken a chance. Alas, there were no alternatives in this post-apocalyptic reality. Money held little value now. Upon reaching Qing City, they exchanged contact information as he clung to a shred of hope that perhaps the end of the world was a mere illusion, providing him with a fallback option. After their exchange, he waved goodbye with misty eyes, murmuring, "What a pity." As he entered the supermarket, he couldn't help but lament the lost opportunity. "Welcome," came a mechanical voice from behind him. The blue interface was simple, having just been activated, and contained scan information. Post-apocalyptic farm. Lord, Chen Fan. Level 0. Upgrade requires 10 ordinary crystal cores. Marketplace. Unlocks at level 1. What on earth is an ordinary crystal core? Chen Fan pondered, utterly bewildered. He was aware of the apocalypse's emergence, but had no inkling of how it would manifest. Could it be zombies? Or perhaps mythical beasts? Surely, it cannot be mining. As he pondered earnestly, the ringtone of his phone pierced the silence. "We're almost there." Upon answering, he recognized his father's voice. "All right, I'll be there shortly." Chen Fan retracted the holographic screen, hastily rose, and hurriedly departed, clutching a bundle of items he had just purchased. He would not return to this place, as there was nothing left inside. He had moved everything out yesterday. Initially, he had hoped to procure some furniture, considering that the farmhouse was sparsely furnished. However, the noise had been too disruptive, and the landlord frequently lingered nearby. He feared it would disturb him, and he would likely find himself in a predicament with the authorities, far too unwise to contemplate. The train station was bustling with people, the air filled with a cacophony of sounds and figures darting about to greet arriving passengers. Some small vendors navigated through the throngs, keenly scanning the crowd in hopes of securing business at the earliest opportunity. Chen Fan sat idly to the side, scrolling through his phone while munching on a freshly bought handheld pancake. The events of the apocalypse had unfolded rapidly, and just as swiftly, they had receded. Now, apart from a handful of individuals still intrigued by the calamity, nearly everyone else had immersed themselves in the world of celebrity gossip. He had received calls from classmates. A few expressed concern, yet most seemed to revel in the spectacle. "At least no one reported me." That had been his thought at the time. Fan. As he lowered his gaze to his phone, a familiar voice called out from nearby. He immediately raised his head to see his parents, the pent-up grievances from the past few days bursting forth as if seeking an outlet. He tightly embraced his mother, tears welling up in his eyes, each droplet swirling within his eyelids. After a considerable time, he eventually regained his composure, comforted by his parents. Chen Fan's father, Chen Sihai, a simple farmer, offered no words of consolation but merely patted Chen Fan on the back. His mother, Yang Fanghua, while comforting him, could not help but shed tears of her own. On the train, piecing together Chen Fan's words with the trending discussions, the couple began to grasp the source of all this turmoil. Initially skeptical, they found themselves inexplicably trusting the situation entirely. Even Chen Sihai, usually reserved, took to the keyboard, engaging in a spirited exchange with the online trolls. Despite being outnumbered, he managed to hold his own, proving his potential as a keyboard warrior. Outside the train station, now composed, Chen Fan wasted no time and ushered his parents into a taxi. After promising a higher fare, the driver reluctantly agreed to take all three of them. The sky had yet to darken, making the journey seem less daunting. However, the increasingly desolate roads instilled a tinge of trepidation. Nonetheless, the unwavering trust in their son meant Chen Fan's parents harbored little concern. Instead, they focused on Chen Fan, inquiring about his well-being. Living in a place like this, how could it be anything but dreadful? This was the driver's candid reflection. Upon arriving at the farmhouse and collecting his payment, he left with a look of disdain. Chen Sihai and Yang Fanghua, upon seeing the state of the place, felt a twinge of apprehension. The location was far from picturesque. Dry grass littered the ground, and peeling walls alongside scattered construction materials all hinted at decay. "What is this place?" Yang Fanghua hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. "Follow me. You'll understand once you're inside." Suppressing their doubts, the couple followed him inside. Upon entering a room filled with sparse furniture and a thick layer of dust, Chen Sihai's brow furrowed, while Yang Fenghua's expression mirrored concern. Just as they were about to voice their inquiries, Chen Fan, silently intoned, opened the space. With a hum, the air rippled, initially revealing a blue holographic screen that gradually unfolded to reveal a path. This astonishing display startled Chen Sihai and Yang Fenghua, their faces awash with astonishment. Such abilities, existing only in novels, seemed unfathomable in reality. Is this the golden finger you spoke of? Chen Sihai's tone rose, a stark contrast to his previous reticence, tinged with a hint of youthful exuberance. Perhaps having read too many novels, he found it difficult to maintain composure in such a scenario. Conversely, Yang Fenghua felt a surge of fear. Had Chen Fan not been present, she would have distanced herself long ago. Follow me. Chen Fan smiled gently and stepped further inside. Though hesitant, they trailed after him. The surroundings thrummed with life as small creatures scurried about, leaving traces of their passage. Soon, the trio arrived at the dilapidated small farm. The edges of the farm were shrouded in mist, obscuring any clear boundaries. This is the farm you mentioned? It doesn't seem like it requires upgrading, does it? They paused to survey their surroundings before stopping. It requires ordinary crystal cores, though I'm still uncertain about what that entails. Presumably, it's related to zombies. It can't possibly be mining. Chen Sihai mused, meeting Yang Fenghua's puzzled gaze. I have no idea, which is precisely why I find it vexing. The information is far too scarce. However, at least we have a place to stay, and for the time being, we should not encounter significant danger. Chen Fan sighed, rubbing his temples as if overwhelmed. That may be true, but Fan, this topic spans too many facets. Will keeping this be problematic for you? Concern laced Chen Sihai's voice. Sigh, the world is on the brink of an apocalypse. Soon, no one will be accountable for anyone else. These concerns are trivial in comparison. Chen Sihai opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. The child has grown, yet I still hope you do not stray down the wrong path. After a moment of silence, that was all he could muster. Taken aback by his father's words, Chen Fan paused, but quickly regained his composure and nodded. What are you two talking about? I can hardly comprehend. I told you to read more books. You never do. So when faced with real issues, you find it confusing, don't you? Cut it out. Chen Sihai's teasing tone elicited an eye roll from Yang Fenghua. Chen Fan felt a sense of helplessness. Despite Chen Sihai's usual reticence, he seemed to have an endless supply of words when speaking to Yang Fenghua. At times, Chen Fan envied the depth of their connection. Not lingering on the topic any longer, he guided them into the crumbling small house. Having been exhausted the previous day and hurried that morning, he had not scrutinized the interior of the house. Now, however, he noticed that, although small, the house was adequately furnished. Despite its compactness, the three of them could squeeze in, and curiously, both water and electricity were functional. Even more surprisingly, a television in the living room could receive regular channels with remarkable clarity. Unexplainably, this place evoked a sense of home. As night descended, the atmosphere shifted from the earlier excitement and anticipation to a heavy air of worry. No longer captivated by novelty, they now faced a stark realization of the uncertainties that lay ahead. For tomorrow marked the onset of the apocalypse, as foretold by the system. The three individuals were fixated on the television and their mobile devices, eager to acquire pertinent information at the earliest opportunity. In their hearts, they harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps the impending apocalypse was merely a fallacy propagated by the system. After all, no one wishes to dwell in a world ravaged by desolation. However, events do not conform to their desires. The following morning, the trio, initially weary and tempted to surrender to slumber, were abruptly roused by an ethereal blue light that illuminated the entire room. This brilliance emanated from the courtyard, where they could faintly discern a crystal-like object suspended in the air. Upon realizing this phenomenon, they hastily exited their quarters to investigate further. As expected, the situation they most dreaded had indeed come to pass. Upon stepping outside, they were met with a transmission from the system. These notifications reverberated in Chen Fan's mind and throughout the entire expanse of the farm. The apocalypse is imminent. Players are urged to prepare. The Dark Realm is being unleashed, and zombies are encroaching. Players must resist with all their might. The system store is now accessible. The construction system has been activated. The system is currently compiling data. Once completed, the core will be unlocked. As the mechanical voice subsided, a ripple of blue energy radiated from the core, gradually enveloping the entire farm, penetrating the very soil. The once obsidian earth began to transform, large swathes morphing into blue, while three conspicuous patches of red soil stood out vividly. Simultaneously, Chen Fan's mind was inundated with the various functions of these distinct soils. Each type of land could accelerate the growth of plants and even enhance ordinary seeds into extraordinary ones, thereby augmenting physical attributes. Among them existed a rare breed of seeds, each possessing unique capabilities. Some could elevate physical prowess, others extend lifespan, and some could bestow supernatural abilities, facilitating human evolution. Yet, these extraordinary seeds could only be sown in the red soil, and their quantity was subject to specific limitations. Moreover, to acquire more potent seeds, not only was a greater number of zombie cores required, but a certain level of farm advancement was also necessary to unlock them. The system panel could only be utilized by him. Others would need to access it via the core and attain citizenship within the camp. The subcore system necessitated reaching level 1 of the farm, while becoming a camp citizen required an oath to the core. At this moment, the supplies Chen Fan had meticulously prepared would prove invaluable. In a world teeming with zombies, procuring sustenance would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. It truly is an apocalypse, Chen Fan lamented, feeling a mix of frustration and fear, emotions that were entirely natural. He pondered how those who were suddenly thrust into this reality would cope, and it was difficult to ascertain. Fear not, I'm still here. It's just a zombie, after all. I've seen how effortlessly they are dealt with in films. Chen Sihai reassured him, patting his shoulder. Standing nearby, Yang Fanghua also felt a tinge of fear, though she was merely putting on a brave face. Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to confront this, do we? Chen Fan raised his head. Although his conviction wavered, it marked a commendable beginning. Chen Sihai nodded, and the trio returned to their dwelling. The initial dread of the unknown that had kept them awake was now alleviated, for they had identified their adversary. Upon returning indoors, the three of them ceased their attention to the news and retired to their respective rooms, embracing the tranquility of sleep. Chapter 3. The first kill. As dawn broke, the trio swiftly rose from their slumber. Despite having slept for less than 5 hours, they felt remarkably invigorated, the fatigue of the previous day having vanished entirely. This must be the farm's effect, mused the astute Chen Sihai, languidly. Indeed, I felt the same way last time. It is quite astonishing, yet it defies all logic. Even in the face of an apocalypse, logic seems irrelevant. Chen Sihai cast a teasing glance at Yang Fanghua, only to receive a sharp retort in return. He was swiftly knocked down, a flush of embarrassment evident on his face, marked by a distinct handprint. How has my strength increased? Yang Fanghua pondered, astonished, for such an effect seemed implausible based on past experiences. The farm's influence enhances one's physical prowess, a conclusion Chen Fan had drawn from his 2 visits to the farm. System, do you have any grand gifts for me? Chen Fan inquired while accessing the system panel. The system gift pack is being distributed. Please check your inventory, came the response. Well, if I hadn't asked, would you have kept it for yourself? Chen Fan quipped, though the system remained unresponsive. At that moment, he felt as though the system possessed a life of its own. Deep in thought, he slowly opened the system panel once more. Indeed, a new section appeared, titled System Backpack. A vibrant red gift pack stood solitary within. Upon opening the pack, he discovered several seeds. 1. Fried rice tree. Can only be planted in blue soil and grows into a tree that bears fried rice. It allows one to enjoy hot fried rice at any time, with a growth period of 10 days. The bodies of zombies can expedite its growth. 2. Energy tree. Can only be planted in red soil and yields energy fruits. This can enhance physical capabilities, but becomes ineffective after the 3rd tier. It has a growth period of 1 day and cannot be accelerated. In this gift pack, there were 3 energy trees and 1 fried rice tree. As Chen Fan retrieved the 4 seeds, both Chen Sihai and Yang Fanghua looked on in astonishment, disbelief etched across their faces. Fried rice? Hot and fresh? How is that possible? Yang Fanghua exclaimed, her voice rising as her eyes widened in shock. Chen Sihai, though not as surprised, was equally astonished. We'll find out once we plant them, he remarked with a shrug. Uncertain of the outcome, Chen Fan felt confident that with the system's formidable power, such matters should be trivial. Within the warehouse, they unexpectedly found some tools, and with a hoe in hand, the trio deftly began to cultivate the land. However, this experience diverged from reality. The fields were neatly demarcated into plots, and each plot could accommodate only 1 seed, requiring merely a small hole to be dug. Adjusting to this revelation, they diligently planted the 4 seeds. As the area lacked water, they relied on bottled drinking water, a scarce resource that Chen Fan had procured from the supermarket. Yet they continued to pour water, for after all, one cannot catch wolves without first nurturing the cubs. Without water, how can one expect to cultivate towering trees? The growth was astonishingly rapid. Scarcely had 5 minutes elapsed. The seeds, freshly sown, had already broken through the soil, eagerly inhaling the surrounding air and visibly expanding at an astounding pace. The small creatures nearby gazed on with curiosity, yet it seemed they were hindered by an unseen force, unable to approach the burgeoning seedlings. This was a relief, considering there were only 3 of them. Having finally concluded their laborious morning, they had nearly filled their farm. They also discovered that ordinary plant seeds could be cultivated, thus completing their planting endeavors. As they savored their frozen dumplings during a well-deserved respite, the distant roar of an aircraft reached their ears. It must be the sound of a propeller. I have heard it on television before. Chen Fan set down his chopsticks, straining to listen intently. Indeed, it seemed to be true. They should hasten to investigate, for something must be amiss. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Fan's figure vanished with a swift whoosh. He employed instant teleportation, a privilege granted to him on the farm, allowing him to traverse its expanse at will. How enviable such an ability was. Chen Fan quietly retrieved a cigarette, lighting it as he quickened his pace towards the door. As they stepped out of the room, they found Chen Fan staring blankly at the sky. At that moment, an urgent noise echoed overhead. A helicopter had just swooped past, the whir of its blades startling both men. After a brief moment of shock, they quickly realized that something significant was unfolding. The formation of aircraft passed swiftly, and their numbers were not overwhelming, given that it was merely a small city. The lack of substantial armed forces was not particularly surprising, yet it left the 3 men in a state of astonishment. Suddenly, amidst their contemplation, a chorus of guttural growls erupted. A horde of grotesque figures approached, their faces contorted with loathing, clad in tattered rags resembling mere scraps of cloth. Their skin hung loosely, drenched in blood, with elongated nails and mouths agape, drooling ominously. Their eyes, devoid of color, appeared milky white, and the surrounding area was tinged with a sanguine hue, revealing the presence of humanoid zombies. This horrific scene was indeed striking. Arriving unexpectedly and causing the trio to tremble in fear, rendered momentarily paralyzed, their legs weak beneath them. However, having some psychological readiness and a considerable distance between them afforded them ample time to prepare. Regaining their composure, the 3 hastily retreated to the room. Grabbing steel rebar from the floor, they promptly secured the door, utilizing whatever heavy objects they could find to barricade it. Once everything was in place, they wobbled away, trembling. Soon, the sound of relentless pounding against the door reverberated through the room. They could faintly glimpse the shadows of the zombies. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 zombies emerged, their origins a mystery in this secluded place. The relentless pounding against the door suggested its fortitude was still intact. One of the zombies shifted its focus, making its way toward the window. Soon, they began to scatter, some discovering the window and attempting to force their way inside. The windows, crafted in an antiquated style, were merely wooden frames covered with paper. In another time, this might have evoked a sense of nostalgia. However, the present situation left them with little appreciation. The wooden window shattered easily, splinters cascading to the ground. Instantly, the room was illuminated, and the 3 of them found themselves locked in earnest gazes with the zombies. Sensing the aroma of fresh flesh, one zombie flailed its arms in an attempt to enter, but its lower half became ensnared, creating an awkward tableau. At that moment, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with realization as he compared the steel rebar in his hand to the zombie's arms. Drawing upon his scant mathematical knowledge, he performed a quick calculation, concluding that the rebar was longer. With a determined sprint, he charged forward, but mischief from the wooden splinters caused him to stumble. Despite his forward momentum, he managed to thrust the rebar just before falling. Regrettably, his strength was insufficient, and the rebar only penetrated slightly before losing its force. A sound echoed, and as Chen Fan looked up, he saw Chen Fan firmly grasping the rebar and driving it fully into the zombie's head. To their dismay, the zombie showed no signs of losing vitality, still thrashing about. Chen Fan, in a state of urgency, shouted out, for he had noticed another zombie breaking through the adjacent window. Without time to tend to his injuries, he clutched his chest and wobbled to his feet, intent on wielding the rebar once more. Yang Fanghua, witnessing the fierce struggle of the father and son, found an unexpected wellspring of strength. Armed with her weapon, she unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the other zombie that had breached the window, blood and viscera scattering across the floor in a gruesome spectacle. Only when the zombie collapsed did Chen Fan's skirmish come to a close. The horrific scene left even him, who had just vanquished a zombie, feeling queasy. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Yang Fanghua, overwhelmed by the gruesomeness, retched violently in the corner. Yet, the battle was far from over. 2 more zombies were already on their way. howling as if rallying their spirits. With a brief run-up, one of them collided with the window, the impact reverberating through the air. The wooden frame, lacking sturdy support, began to splinter. Recognizing the danger, Chen Fan, drawing from his experience in dispatching zombies, skillfully delivered 2 decisive blows, eliminating the imminent threat. Though it required immense effort. Leaving his arms fatigued and heavy, he prevailed. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, having just regained his composure, appeared pale from the earlier upheaval. However, this is of little consequence, for the zombies have already invaded the room, rushing towards him with an insatiable hunger. Chen Fan has no time left for fear. He musters his courage to confront the threat head-on. The zombies move with surprising swiftness, and Chen Fan, leveraging his physical advantage, brings the steel bar into intimate contact with the creature's skull. Though he exerts every ounce of his strength, his veins bulging, he finds that his muscles, honed in the gym but never tasked with heavy labor, lack the requisite power. Additionally, feeling somewhat lightheaded, his strength wanes further. Yet there is no opportunity to withdraw. They remain in a stalemate. Chen Fan, sensing the commotion, disregards his fatigue and charges forward. At that moment, he pierces the zombie's brain, extinguishing its vitality. Without a guiding force, the creature collapses in defeat, cursing the two for their lack of honor before peacefully closing its eyes. After the battle, both men collapse to the ground, exhausted, while Chen's mother has already succumbed to unconsciousness. Let us take a moment to rest and secure the door, Chen Fan suggests. The door creaks softly, the sound minimal, and with no zombies in the vicinity, they find themselves momentarily safe. After a brief respite, they escort Yang Fanghua back to the farm's safe space. The two proceed cautiously to the door, closing it behind them. Once they have completed this task, they return to the dilapidated little house, now a casualty of their earlier skirmish. Where is the crystal core of the zombie? It seems to be absent from this one, Chen Fan remarks, pointing at the zombie that Yang Fanghua had rendered nearly headless. Chen Fan's lips twitch as unwelcome images flood his mind. Perhaps we should transport it back. The farm relies on these corpses for fertilizer, does it not? Chen Fan concedes this point. After all, he is somewhat averse to performing surgery on a zombie. Having reached an agreement, they laboriously lift the corpse and transport it to the farm. At this moment, Yang Fanghua awakens and is startled to see them carrying the body. What are you doing with that? She exclaims, a hint of fear in her voice. Fertilizing, of course. Did we not previously discuss how zombie remains can accelerate plant growth? Surely, you haven't forgotten. Ignoring Chen Fan's somewhat eccentric enthusiasm, Yang Fanghua gazes steadily at the scene. The two men place the zombie on the ground, and soon the blue soil emits a faint white glow, enveloping the corpse. In an instant, the zombie, along with its clothing, bones, and flesh, vanishes completely. Correspondingly, the plants in the field burst forth from the soil, growing significantly taller. The transformation is striking and remarkably efficient. Could this be the crystal core? Chen Fan seems to make a revelation, his eyes wide with astonishment. His hands move swiftly to retrieve the tiny crystal, no larger than a grain of rice. From the ground, this position must correspond to the chest area, he muses. Chen Fan, however, remains focused on the location of the crystal core. Indeed, it should be. Chen Fan rubbed his head, realizing that his actions had been somewhat hasty, and he had overlooked the most crucial matter. We must venture outside. There are still 3 zombies remaining. Chen Fan shook his head, acknowledging that due to Chen Fan's rapid movements, he too had failed to discern the situation clearly. However, he refrained from voicing any complaints, for after all, this was his own child, and a reprimand was in order. With concerted efforts, the 3 zombies were eventually contained. Chen Fan, summoning his courage, conducted an autopsy and discovered that the crystal nucleus resided within the heart of the creature. Extracting the crystal nucleus did not hinder the farm's ability to absorb the corpses. The purpose of this crystal nucleus remained a mystery. Could it possibly be consumed? Chen Fan grasped the crystal nucleus, closing his eyes, yearning to feel the latent power within, akin to the protagonists in his novels. Just as he began to feel foolish and contemplated relinquishing his endeavor, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Detected 1 ordinary crystal nucleus. Would you like to absorb it? Undoubtedly, he chose to absorb it. A notification from the system followed, stating that as the farm owner, he could enhance his strength through the farm's residents. The power of the residents would augment his own by a factor of 10. What a revelation! Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Yet he quickly grasped the underlying mechanics since he was well acquainted with such tropes from various lore-themed novels, which suited him perfectly. Chen Fan and the others, already residents of the farm, possessed a subsystem as well. They too could absorb crystal nuclei to bolster their strength. Chen Fan relayed this newfound information to the group. Let us each take one, as the effect of 10 is less pronounced with our limited numbers. Enhancing our own strength is paramount. After a brief contemplation, Chen Sihai suggested. Just as Chen Fan was about to respond, a cacophony erupted from the outside world. The group frowned, foregoing conversation, and solemnly returned to their dilapidated abode. They promptly turned on the television and checked their phones for any signal. The latest updates and news indicated that the situation outside was dire. The television displayed grotesque figures, hunched over, baring their vicious teeth, their bodies drenched in blood, their tattered clothing adding to their repulsiveness. It was difficult to reconcile the sight with the fact that these were once living beings. Upon witnessing such nightmarish figures, everyone instinctively recoiled, some even fleeing in terror. As the horde of zombies frantically lunged at the surrounding populace, the screen abruptly went black, as if the preceding scene had been erased. Yet, outside, the chaos continued unabated, with zombies gnawing at the hapless bystanders. Each individual bitten or scratched by the zombies initially experienced a pallor in their eyes, their bones contorting in unimaginable ways. The sickening sound of bones fracturing filled the air, evoking visceral discomfort. Those who succumbed to the transformation began to frantically assault the remaining survivors. Chapter 4. The gaze of others. Though only a brief segment, the video on television sparked considerable controversy. In numerous cities today, the anticipated crisis has not materialized. Rather, a sense of safety prevails. Safety implies a full stomach, and a full stomach may lead to an uncomfortable sense of indulgence. Thus, the keyboard warriors emerge, igniting fervent discussions across the internet. Despite official clarifications, the impact remains minimal. The closure of networks only serves to validate such sentiments. Investigations reveal sporadic riots of varying magnitudes erupting across the regions. Law enforcement has promptly acted, assuring residents of safety within their homes and advising against unnecessary outings. Authorities promise the distribution of essential supplies to every resident, urging calm. This official communique aims to soothe public anxiety, yet it seems to yield the opposite effect. Fueled by foreign influences and instigators, netizens are indeed swept up in the fervor. What riots are these? To me, they resemble a cataclysmic crisis. Those who stand up appear more like zombies than human beings. Subsequently, various online personalities, sensing a financial opportunity, begin to capitalize on the heightened tension. As the specter of a global crisis looms, questions arise. What preparations should we undertake? What supplies ought we to gather? What actions must we take to ensure our survival? Various survival strategies for the impending apocalypse flood the internet, with some influencers even publishing guides and personally demonstrating survival techniques. Meanwhile, the online populace immerses itself in this chaotic rhythm. Some individuals, yearning to escape the Dragon Kingdom, express a desire to return to their illustrious land of stars and stripes, believing it to be the safest haven. Little do they realize, even in the land of stars and stripes, absurdities abound. Amidst the online clamor and keyboard skirmishes. In the city of Qing, where Chen Fan resides, a shadowy portal stands in a corner, a black vortex swirling incessantly. Wisps of black smoke emerge, seemingly eroding the fabric of reality. Observant individuals would notice the portal gradually expanding. Grotesque zombies emerge, albeit slowly, in an unrelenting stream. Gunfire echoes around the gates, surrounded by the undead. However, due to a concerted military offensive, the army steadily advances, systematically eliminating the exposed zombies. Just as it seems the undead might be eradicated completely, the dark gas retracts, and the portal dims further. Simultaneously, peculiar black gateways begin to materialize in various corners of the world, their numbers steadily increasing. This phenomenon leaves everyone in a state of disarray. After a brief moment of panic, directives emanate from the central authority. Subsequently, all cities, almost instinctively, begin to consolidate their forces and erect walls beyond their perimeters. In truth, the situation is not as dire as it appears, for they still possess formidable weapons of mass destruction. However, unless absolutely necessary, no one wishes to bear the consequences wrought by such weaponry. This delicate equilibrium has bizarrely come into existence, and the power of the undead, on the surface, appears not to have expanded. This grants a collective sigh of relief. Yet unbeknownst to all, a dark gas is infiltrating the world, seemingly set to transform it entirely. Far beyond, in the cosmic expanse, one can observe the planets undergoing a peculiar expansion. Humanity remains blissfully ignorant of this, steadfastly pursuing research into the realms beyond the Black Gates. In a few scattered cities, the undead have been cleared to establish a safety zone, initiating exploration into the interior. The specifics of what lies within, of course, do not exist in the digital realm. Consequently, the internet is still rife with apocalyptic discourse. The network signal grows increasingly feeble, with television broadcasts mostly reduced to static. It is likely only a matter of time before they lose connection to the outside world. This leaves Chen Fan somewhat disheartened as he gazes at the black screen intermittently flickering with white noise, a sense of inexplicable agitation brewing within him. The radio, an apparatus that should not lose signal, is regrettably absent from their possession. Chen Sihai fixates on the television, seemingly talking to himself, one hand propping up his chin while the other leans against the coffee table. This remark catches the attention of the other two, their eyes momentarily brightening before dimming once more. Chen Fan's phone has run out of battery, wary of insufficient power, especially given his uncertainty regarding the farm's energy supply. He has turned it off. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, a myriad of calls, messages, and private notes swarm in, nearly all marked as 99. How does Chen Fan know this? He deeply regrets not heeding his advice. Yet, this is not solely the fault of that woman. Indeed, she bears some responsibility. What relevance does this have to me? You must trust the authorities. They will resolve the matter. Moreover, do you not question Chen Fan's identity? Why would a mere nobody possess such knowledge? Could he be an accomplice lurking in the shadows? Have you not considered this? If that were the case, it would be terrifying. I just made a call, and it has already been disconnected. What does that signify? Is he fleeing to avoid detection? I have already reported to the police, hoping they will bring Chen Fan to justice. Observing these words, a handsome face reveals a look of disdain. He turns his head to glance at the shelves brimming with food, lost in thought. Chen Fan. Oh, Chen Fan, how did you come by this knowledge? Chen Fan. Now that is an intriguing matter. A somewhat aged visage, marked by resolve and authority, sits there, holding a resume that bears Chen Fan's likeness. The resume is meticulously detailed, encompassing everything from his birth to the present, including past relationships and hobbies. The imposing elder raises his gaze to address a middle-aged man across from him. Where is he now? Outside the city, in an abandoned farmhouse. The succinct and decisive words reflect the military background of the middle-aged man. Where are we now? Can we go there? The elderly man sighed, his brows slightly furrowed, his gaze exuding an air of authority. Not at the moment. There is a high-level zombie on that route, which poses a significant challenge. Moreover, our primary forces are engaged in exploring the Black Gate and fortifying the city. Diverting personnel would jeopardize the city's defenses. Then it seems there is no alternative. This matter must be postponed. Let us hope that intriguing young fellow can survive until then. The old man turned and strode towards the door, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. Chen Fan. The middle-aged man behind him glanced at the photograph of Chen Fan, wishing to engrave his image deeply in his memory. Moments later, with a resounding click, the door was firmly shut. The sound of footsteps gradually faded, leaving the room enveloped in silence. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Fan was already under official scrutiny. Yet he was too preoccupied to concern himself with such matters. At the entrance of the farmhouse, 3 heavily armed individuals stood, clad in thick cotton garments and wearing heavy gloves. The gloves and sleeves were tightly bound together with layers of thick tape, and their feet were similarly encased. On their heads were motorcycle helmets, their necks swathed securely, leaving no gaps. If they were dressed in white cloth, they would resemble mummies. They walked with a waddling gait, unable to take long strides. Creak. The door was cautiously pushed open a crack, revealing the 3 figures. Outside, a few zombies wandered aimlessly, seemingly patrolling their territory in search of prey. Roar. 3 nearby zombies, dragging their mangled bodies, their faces smeared with blood, indistinguishable as to whose blood it was, howled as they charged towards the trio. The 3 instantly lined up, each wielding a long steel rod. They resembled ancient knights in heavy armor, poised with their spears. With their right legs slightly retracted, they lowered their center of gravity, ready to confront the imminent battle. Thud. The foremost zombie collided directly with the steel rod. The trio was evidently prepared. Upon piercing the creature, they swiftly withdrew the rods. A spray of entrails and flesh erupted. Yet the 3 remained unfazed, their expressions calm as they observed the scene. Although the zombies moved slowly, they retained a certain momentum and continued to advance. With a muscle memory-like precision, they struck again, this time targeting the zombies' heads. The steel rods pierced through the gaping mouths and the lower jaws, penetrating the zombies' brains thoroughly. With another swift withdrawal, the 3 zombies collapsed, now lifeless corpses. The battle, however, was far from over. Although the remaining zombies were scattered, they advanced one by one, accumulating in number. Given their current stamina, the trio would find it increasingly challenging. A single zombie approached, and without a word exchanged, executed a familiar motion, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. A solitary figure pierced the chest of a zombie, while another swiftly drove a weapon into its brain. There was no hesitation. As they effortlessly extracted the steel rods, some accompanied by flesh and entrails, others trailing white brain matter. One by one, the zombies fell as if lined up for execution, none able to escape the grasp of death. More tragically, their lifeless bodies could not find peace in the earth, destined instead to nourish the very plants that thrived around them. With steel rods raised high, they resembled Roman soldiers in battle. Yet, prolonged combat had taken its toll. Their arms ached, strength waned, and fingers lost their grip, failing to pierce the next approaching zombie. The undead advanced relentlessly, their tattered garments and filthy forms, streaked with dark crimson blood, became grotesquely apparent. As they opened their mouths, drool dripped forth, and unidentifiable strands of flesh clogged their teeth. A nauseating stench seeped through the seams of their clothing, invoking not thoughts of battle, but an overwhelming urge to retch and retreat. The zombie, undeterred by the proximity, lunged forward, attempting to pierce the thick fabric of clothing with its sharp teeth and claws. The steel rod had slipped from his grasp. Now, he braced himself against the zombie's body. How unexpectedly gentle it was, its hands thrashing about, causing the thick cotton jacket to shed puffs of fluff, white as snow, swirling in the air. The zombie had no inkling that beneath the layers of cotton lay volumes of books. The force of its assault, softened by the padding, failed to penetrate the surface of the texts. Nearby, having just dispatched another zombie, a comrade sensed the looming danger. With no time to hesitate, he raised a steel rod and plunged it into the zombie's brain. In this close encounter, white brain matter mixed with blood erupted onto his helmet. The stench was overpowering, a noxious cloud that invaded his nostrils, reminiscent of a fish left to rot for a year. The assault on his senses, coupled with exertion, threatened to unleash his stomach's contents. He managed to suppress the urge, for to succumb would mean certain suffocation. With a relentless flurry, 11 or 12 zombies fell under their assault, leaving the trio nearly collapsed on the ground. But the time for respite had not yet come. Chapter 5. Farm Upgrade 1 kept watch while the other two transported bodies. Their movements were swift, tinged with urgency. With a resounding clap, the door was shut. The trio, exhausted from their labors, could hardly stand upright. Upon entering the farmhouse yard and securing the door, they finally dared to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. Only when some strength returned did they remove the heavy protective gear. "I'm utterly spent. If we continue like this, I fear for my men," Chen Fan muttered. His body drenched in sweat, beads of moisture swirling on his forehead, reluctant to fall. His hair clung to his scalp, and he felt as though he had just emerged from a watery abyss. "Let us proceed. We must not waste time." After a brief respite, Chen Fan stretched his limbs and spoke to his parents, who had nearly regained their strength. In truth, it was only upon arriving at the farm space that the trio could finally breathe a sigh of relief, for it provided them with a sense of security. Placing the corpse upon the soil, a flash of white light appeared, and as the body disintegrated, the fried rice tree began to grow at an astonishing rate. Visible to the naked eye, gleaming blue crystals fell from it, and when held in hand, they felt cold to the touch. These crystal cores were small, no larger than grains of rice, rounded like pebbles, and strikingly beautiful. "Look, could that be fried rice?" Upon hearing Chen Sihai's voice, Chen Fan shifted his gaze from the crystal cores to the fried rice tree. Indeed, unlike ordinary fruits, it resembled a vibrant green ocean. Lush green leaves adorned the tree, and nestled within were the fried rice fruits, enveloped by broad leaves. Eagerly, he plucked one of the fruits. It was substantial, the green leaves intricately patterned and tightly enveloping the fruit. Holding it in his hand, it felt surprisingly hefty. Under the intense gaze of his parents, Chen Fan drew out a small knife and split the leaves open. The glistening rice grains erupted forth, unfurling alongside the leaves. Instantly, a fragrant aroma of cooked rice wafted towards the three of them. Unable to contain his anticipation, he took a bite, discovering a savory flavor reminiscent of true fried rice. The rice grains were perfectly cooked, breaking apart with the slightest pressure. The initial taste was salty, with a hint of sweetness, and the eggs were a vibrant golden hue. Utterly delightful without being overly rich. It was delicious. It felt as if there was oil, yet it was not greasy at all. A single serving could easily satisfy one person. Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement, for there were many more fruits on the tree, and even more zombies. An inexhaustible source of nourishment. This meant they would have a seemingly endless supply of food. His parents also settled down, savoring the fruits that had grown on the tree. "I feel my strength returning significantly," Chen Fan remarked after finishing his meal, a newfound vitality coursing through him, compelling him to stand. A look of astonishment spread across his face as he repeatedly clenched his fists and even leapt a few times to showcase his invigorated energy. Such a transformation was evident in Chen Fan and his wife as well. These fruits were indeed extraordinary, possessing restorative effects. Suddenly, a notification chimed in their minds. Physical abilities enhanced, attribute panel activated. They froze momentarily, and in silence, they opened their attribute panels. Name: Chen Fan. Age: 23. Wisdom: 1 strength, 1 constitution, 1 agility, 1 overall combat power. 1. First stage half evolved. What is a half evolved being? From a top-down perspective, the information within the parentheses swiftly captured his attention. The evolvers and the supernatural beings are collectively referred to as the extraordinary, with a combat power of 1 indicating a semi-evolved state, while an upgrade to 2 signifies a first-tier evolver. Only upon reaching this level does one stand a chance of acquiring supernatural abilities. But what exactly are these supernatural abilities? This time, the system's prompt remained silent, vanishing into a hushed stillness. The 3 individuals completed their examination simultaneously, exchanging glances filled with excitement, yet overshadowed by apprehension. The thrill of possessing extraordinary powers was palpable, but there lingered a concern that others, even the zombies, might wield even greater strength. This anxiety did not spread further, as their attention shifted towards the farm space. Though the dilapidated courtyard appeared worn, it was teeming with vibrant greenery, and within the mist beyond the yard, countless small lives frolicked freely. Why not attempt to upgrade the farm? Chen Fan's suggestion roused the still entranced Chen Fan. As if awakening from a dream, he retrieved 10 crystal cores and summoned the panel. Selecting the upgrade option. Are you certain you wish to upgrade the farm? Yes, of course, he confirmed. With a resonant hum, the farm began to tremble, and Chen Fan, along with the others, were transported to the path of the farm, joining the myriad small animals in witnessing this magnificent transformation. The farm was now shrouded in a veil of mist, akin to a woman's gossamer attire, ethereal and indistinct. Its area evidently began to expand. Yet the distance between Chen Fan and it remained unchanged. Moments later, the mist dispersed, revealing a transformed visage of the farm. The damaged sections of the fence had been mended, standing at a height of 1 meter, aligned neatly like soldiers awaiting inspection. The land area had increased, revealing more vacant plots. At its center, unlike before, a radiant core emerged. The core, translucent as crystal and half a meter tall, hovered above its base, which stood 2 meters high and was enveloped in a celestial blue hue reminiscent of the sky. The base featured bulging sides with a concave center, adorned with gleaming stars and a resplendent white galaxy. Behind the core lay the main building, flanked by 2 side rooms. The main edifice was substantial, with a larger and taller center, while the sides were slightly lower. At the entrance stood 2 stone lions, with a crimson door wall surmounted by eaves, featuring 2 levels and a loft in the middle. Upon entering the interior, one was greeted by white jadestone pillars on all sides, with staircases leading to 2 rooms above, each equipped with a restroom. On the first floor, arches graced either side. One led to the kitchen, while the other opened into the electrical distribution room. Despite its traditional architecture, the electrical appliances within were distinctly modern. The power source in the electrical room primarily relied on zombie crystal cores. As long as one possessed these cores, electricity would never be lacking. The kitchen was filled with electric devices, and the furnishings remained intact from before. Exiting the main building, the warehouse on one side had undergone a transformation from its previous state of disrepair. The gaps had been sealed. Its area had significantly increased, and the contents inside were undisturbed, remaining in their original places. On the opposite side stood a new structure, the armory. The power system is intricately linked to the distribution room. At its center lies the furnace of the Supreme Lord Laozi, which, upon the mere flick of a switch, automatically refines metals. To the right, various ingots of iron, copper, and other metals materialize. Surrounding this setup are workbenches where one can design weapons, inputting necessary materials and zombie cores for automatic production. The more formidable the weapon, the higher the grade of materials and zombie cores required. Chen Fan approached with excitement. For him, the allure of firearms was immensely strong. However, disappointment awaited him, as the weaponry chamber's insufficient level precluded the production of firearms. Currently, only bladed weapons like swords and polearms could be crafted, and even crossbows and bows were beyond reach. The metals needed for weapon creation could be easily acquired by dismantling a couple of homes. As he accessed the system panel, he found an upgrade package once again. Ding! He received 1 energy tree seed, 1 power tree seed, and 1 guardian tree seed. Focusing on the two unknown tree seeds, descriptions manifested before him. The power tree, capable of converting into electricity, it can be installed in the distribution room or machinery. When planted in blue soil, it yields fruit in 20 days. The guardian tree, capable of producing two guardians with first-tier combat abilities, it has the potential for evolution. When planted in blue soil, it yields fruit in 30 days. These fruits are quite valuable, especially the guardian, as possessing it would spare them from direct combat. Chen Fan shared the seeds with his parents, and Chen Sihai appeared eager, a smile brightening his face. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated from outside, shaking the ground with a force that seemed to originate from the city center. Let us go take a look. With a whoosh, Chen Fan vanished, leaving his parents enviously behind. Upon stepping into the outside world, he could clearly see the mushroom cloud in the distance. Could this be a nuclear bomb? He mused. Yet the explosion's power did not seem to align with that possibility. Chen Sihai hurriedly arrived, both of them slightly breathless. The situation in Qing City may not be so favorable, he remarked, perhaps reflecting on his own thoughts or addressing his companions. The eerie sounds of zombies echoed around them, heightening the atmosphere of dread. Let us head back. This place is too terrifying. They turned, and the first night of the apocalypse was proving less than tranquil. Not far from Qing City stood a figure clad in an immaculate suit, entirely unscathed, starkly contrasting the tattered zombies surrounding it. It silently observed the mushroom cloud outside Qing City before letting out a piercing roar, its voice possessing a formidable resonance. The zombies, gradually gathering around, bizarrely dispersed in every direction. Among them were even high-tier zombies, encircling Qing City. Chen Fan and his companions remained oblivious to the encroaching danger and the challenges that awaited them the following day. They promptly closed the gate outside the farm, nevertheless. The distant echoes of the outside world continued to resonate faintly. This phenomenon deprived them of restful slumber, with several unable to succumb to sleep throughout the night. They found themselves watching television or scrolling through their phones, all the while preoccupied with the fear of a potential zombie incursion. The television still broadcasted programs. Yet the signal deteriorated increasingly, while the internet on their phones, albeit present, responded sluggishly. These two devices represented their sole connection to the outside realm. Yet both were on the verge of failing. Without contact with the outside world, they lost their eyes to perceive it, rendering them passive. That night, they illuminated the room as brightly as day. The television screen was filled with static, with faint glimpses of individuals speaking. However, their voices were drowned out by the crackling noise, making it difficult to discern any words. The phone's network signal flickered at a single bar. They strained to connect, catching glimpses of scanned information. Was that black door truly the source of the zombies? The world seemed to expand incessantly, explaining the worsening signal. It appeared that some had traversed the dark portal and gained extraordinary abilities. Indeed, such powers were imported to this realm, not native to it. Chapter 6. The extraordinary. The night passed swiftly, with a few merely dozing off for a brief respite, emerging revitalized. Especially after breakfast, they felt an enhancement in their physical condition. Outside the room, the seeds gradually sprouted and flourished, as if each plant smiled with vitality. All the seeds grew rapidly, particularly the energy fruits flourishing in the crimson soil. Remarkably, in just one day, 4 trees bore 4 fruits. The plants on the azure soil thrived as well, but required a few more days to reach maturity. The energy tree bore only a single branch, yielding but 1 fruit each day. The branch was black, while the fruit exhibited a rich purple hue adorned with golden patterns. Chen Fan approached and plucked the fruit. With a crisp snap, the fruit burst open, sending red juice splattering. He savored a sweet and tangy flavor that tantalized his taste buds, the abundant juice flooding his mouth. With a gulp, the luscious juice and pulp slid down his throat, instantly filling him with warmth that dissipated in an instant. Yet, it was evident that his strength had increased. With a series of crisp bites, he consumed the fruit at an extraordinary pace. Waves of warmth surged through his body, an unreal power coursing into his limbs. Ding! His level had ascended to the 1st tier, unlocking the auxiliary module. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Before he could explore it, he swiftly plucked the remaining fruits for his parents to consume. Ding! Gained 0. 1 combat power. Ding! Gained 0. 1 combat power. Chen Fan also partook of a fruit, but this time, the warm sensation did not manifest. Only the sweet and sour taste filled his mouth. And the system notification remained silent. It appears that only 1 fruit can be consumed, though it remains uncertain whether one may partake of but a single fruit in a lifetime or merely 1 per day. Chen Fan pondered this thought, yet was swiftly captivated by what he beheld next. A properties panel had emerged, revealing a new system module replete with numerous functionalities. Among these were a spatial storage feature and a mapping function, while several other options remained dimmed and inaccessible. The spatial storage required 10 ordinary crystal cores, while the mapping function necessitated 5. Chen Fan retrieved his remaining 5 ordinary crystal cores and deposited them into the system panel. In an instant, the mapping feature activated, unveiling a map in the lower right corner of his view, which could be magnified or reduced at will. However, the illuminated area was quite limited, aside from the farmhouse. The rest was shrouded in darkness, awaiting exploration by either Chen Fan or the residents of the camp to illuminate it. The green dots represented the camp's inhabitants, while the red dots indicated the presence of zombies. The multitude of red dots encircled the farmhouse, aimlessly wandering about. A simple thought directed at the green dots revealed pertinent information, piquing Chen Fan's interest. Foreknowledge of oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. Using a similar method to probe the red dots, he encountered a different outcome. No information regarding the zombies surfaced, but rather a prompt stating that his level was insufficient for access. He was given the option to upgrade, but upon attempting to proceed, a notification appeared indicating that 5 first-tier crystal cores were required, yet the system detected an insufficient quantity and automatically canceled the action. The auxiliary module could be upgraded, and with each enhancement, its capabilities would amplify. The information he had previously examined merely scratched the surface. Satellite positioning, spatial teleportation, and other functionalities would manifest in due time. It was indeed a marvel. At that moment, Chen Fan had also emerged from his reverie, equally astonished by the module within the system. Although he lacked a surplus of ordinary crystal cores, this did not hinder his ability to explore these features. As they delved into the system panel, outside the farm, approximately 10 kilometers from the farmhouse, a black vortex materialized. Initially small, it gradually expanded until it reached a size sufficient for a single individual to pass through. An unceasing stream of zombies emerged from within, yet they remained disciplined, lingering in the vicinity without straying far. As the black vortex swelled to a height of 4 meters, a black hand emerged from its depths. Unlike the withered and decayed limbs of the zombies, this hand was endowed with a muscular aesthetic, robust and powerful. However, its palm, the size of a fan, along with the pulsating crimson veins, bore no semblance to that of a human. Gradually, a giant, approximately 4 meters tall, materialized at the entrance. His physique was imposing, adorned with enviable muscles. His eyes were the size of fists, with pronounced brow ridges devoid of eyebrows or hair. His mouth revealed sharp teeth, with 2 protruding from each side, reminiscent of a green-skinned orc. The teeth were stained black, interspersed with decayed flesh, and his tattered clothing left much of his body exposed. A sudden roar erupted, causing the surrounding zombies to tumble helplessly to the ground. Birds took flight, startled, and countless insects scattered. The sound reached the city of Qing, sending shivers down the spines of the survivors and inciting a wave of panic. Those nearby, including Chen Fan and his companions, heard it distinctly and etched the direction into their minds, vowing not to approach unless absolutely necessary. Unlike the previous siege by the undead, these creatures seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence, engaging the military in guerrilla tactics. In remote areas lacking military protection, the inhabitants fell prey to the ravenous zombies. The troops received orders to swiftly rescue the surrounding villagers. Meanwhile, towering city walls enclosed the urban landscape. However, this defensive posture resulted in significant logistical challenges, complicating the transport of supplies. Even more troubling, numerous electrical devices had begun to malfunction, and the eventual paralysis of satellite communications was inevitable. Connectivity between cities grew increasingly tenuous, and the isolation of urban centers appeared to be merely a matter of time. The roar we just heard was alarmingly close, Chen Fan remarked, contemplating the sound's origin. We must assess the situation, otherwise, we will remain at a significant disadvantage. Chen Fan and another companion lingered in the courtyard while Yang Fanghua returned to till the fields. With the recent enhancement of their strength, farming had become a considerably simpler endeavor. Let us head in that direction. We have a map, and if we encounter a horde of zombies, we can make our escape. It would be much easier if we had a vehicle, Chen Fan suggested instinctively. I know where we can find a car. There's a village in that direction, and they are bound to have one. Chen Fan's casual comment sparked a wave of excitement in Chen Fan, who eagerly pointed towards another direction. It was south, opposite to the ominous black vortex, while the city of Qing lay to the west. With a creak, the door swung open, and zombies surged forward in a frenzy. A foul, pungent wind rushed into their nostrils, evoking a wave of nausea. Die, repulsive zombies, they shouted, steeling themselves against the overwhelming disgust as they wielded their steel rods. Enhanced by newfound strength, the act of swinging the rods felt effortless. They easily pierced the skull of the nearest zombie, splattering brain matter and bone fragments. With a casual swing, they struck another zombie down, their immense power sending it crashing to the ground. They stomped down upon the head of the fallen creature, crushing it like a watermelon. There were only 4 zombies at the entrance, but the incessant sounds of roaring indicated that many more were on their way. The location they occupied was confined to 2 narrow passages, merely double lanes that were not particularly wide. At both ends, they could faintly see zombies recklessly charging toward them. Though the number of zombies was limited, their speed was not remarkable, allowing Chen Fan and his companion to swiftly dispatch them one at a time. With their enhanced abilities, their speed now far exceeded that of an average human, equating to a rapid pace of 2 in human terms. Yet a mere steel rebar, wielded by 2 hands, transforms into a formidable weapon. The zombies ahead pose no greater challenge than a united front of the 2, effortlessly extracting the zombie cores. They disregard the corpses behind and sprint in a singular direction, swiftly dispatching the undead on either side. No further threats emerge. Although the commotion they create is substantial, it does not echo far. The distant zombies remain undisturbed. Observing the absence of approaching foes, the duo commences to scour the battlefield, collecting 12 zombie cores, which promptly aid Chen Fan in activating the map module. Let us leap over to procure some metal. The efficiency of these rebars is decidedly inadequate, Chen Fan suggests, gesturing towards the adjacent wall of another farmhouse. With a gentle bound, they surmount the wall and land gracefully on the ground. Indeed, the farmhouse harbors its own share of zombies, yet their strength is notably feeble. After neutralizing the threats, they separate to search the premises. A swift strike silences a zombie attempting a sneak attack from behind a door, followed by the deft extraction of its core. Upon surveying the interior, Chen Fan notices the ceiling in disrepair, featuring a gaping hole through which sunlight streams, illuminating the dusty floor below. A thick layer of dust blankets the ground, scattered with sparse footprints left by the zombies, indicating that this place has long been forsaken. The surroundings lack furniture, revealing only a few fragmented wooden planks and a handful of steel rebars, corroded by time. Some walls have crumbled away, exposing the steel within, marked by signs of human cutting. It is indeed remarkable that this structure has not collapsed, given its dilapidated state and the pervasive evidence of disassembly. These scavengers have left no rebar intact. Surely, they did not dismantle the house entirely. Aside from dust and cobwebs, only 2 rebars remain, compelling him to consider taking apart the structure for more. As his gaze scans the area, a black sheen on the ground captures his attention. It is a black stone nestled in a corner, nearly indiscernible without the sun's illumination. Cautiously, he lifts the stone, which gleams like crystal, yet appears mundane and coal-like in darkness. As he strikes the stone against the wall, it leaves a series of pockmarks without sustaining any damage itself. This object is remarkably resilient. Setting the rebar down, Chen Fan rolls up his sleeves, raising the stone as if drawing a bow to its maximum tension, channeling all his strength into a downward swing. With a resounding crash, he seemingly forgets his extraordinary abilities. The tremendous force easily penetrates the wall, the impact causing the entire structure to begin collapsing. Realizing the impending disaster, Chen Fan swiftly retreats through the gaping hole, ensuring to seize the hard-earned rebar on his way out. Under his watchful gaze, the house crumbles entirely. Hastily arriving, Chen Fan noticed Chen Fan's barely perceptible sigh of relief, prompting him to slow his pace. Chapter 7. An unexpected encounter with monsters within the rustic courtyard. The tremendous noise had drawn a handful of zombies, rushing forth in a frenzied manner. Their menacing gestures belied their inherent fragility, akin to that of an infant. Meanwhile, a few enraged zombies pounded on the closed door, creating a cacophony of thuds. Fearing the frequent visits from these undead, Chen Fan not only secured the door, but also thoughtfully barricaded it with various construction materials. A few zombies attempted futilely to scale the walls. Although not particularly tall, they still stood close to 3 meters high. To surmount such an obstacle would necessitate a veritable stack of zombies, clearly a rarity in the vicinity. Armed with a map, the duo navigated the courtyard, illuminating their surroundings and dispelling fears of a sudden zombie ambush. As they ran, they searched for that elusive black stone, its formidable hardness rendering it an ideal material for weaponry. This peculiar stone, rarely encountered, might even originate from another realm. After a thorough search, yielding only the illumination of the map, they returned to the ruins. eager to unearth potential clues. Why not dig a little? After all, it was still too early to return. Chen Fan gazed at the ruins, brimming with anticipation. Chen Sihai sighed, pondering what nefarious thoughts might occupy the child's mind. With their considerable strength, the two easily cast aside the scattered boulders surrounding them, revealing a flat expanse of concrete. Chen Fan produced the black stone and struck the ground with fervor. Accompanied by resounding thuds and anguished cries, he diligently excavated the floor, creating a network of fissures across the surface. Suddenly, the once relatively intact ground gave way, revealing a dark subterranean passage before them. There's an underground tunnel. I see it. Chen Fan exclaimed. Chen Sihai rolled his eyes, inhaling deeply as he peered into the pitch-black abyss of the tunnel, where not even a hand could be seen. An instinctive sense of danger gripped him. However, given the tunnel's proximity to their camp, ignoring it could pose significant issues. Yet, in that inky space devoid of torches or any other preparation, just as Chen Sihai contemplated retreating, a sudden click echoed. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Fan had activated something, instantly dispelling the darkness of the tunnel. In that very moment, the corpses that had previously been immobilized bizarrely rose to their feet, charging toward the two with a chorus of horrifying shrieks. The once tranquil passage erupted into chaos once more. Prepared for battle, the duo positioned themselves at the entrance, awaiting the onslaught. As the zombies drew nearer, they discerned that these figures were clad in mining outfits, helmets affixed with flashlights, while others donned white lab coats, resembling medical personnel. With a sudden lunge, the first zombie burst forth from the tunnel, quickly followed by the second and third. Time seemed to blur as the entrance became congested with the undead, leaving only a narrow opening through which one could crawl. A resounding roar echoed through the corridor, growing ever closer with alarming speed. Sensing the imminent danger, the two individuals did not hesitate, swiftly retreating. A thunderous crash ensued as a mountain of corpses was violently displaced. The bodies of the undead scattered around them. This was no ordinary zombie, Chen Fan pondered, for the creature before him was grotesque, its limbs sprawled on the ground. Devoid of skin, composed entirely of crimson muscle. Above it loomed a massive head, adorned with two writhing tendrils. A row of sharp teeth gleamed within its maw, saliva dripping ominously onto the ground, accompanied by a sinister tearing sound. Regret washed over the two as they realized the overwhelming force of this monster was enough to instill fear. The beast, using its powerful limbs, lunged at them, executing a graceful leap to evade the onslaught. Standing firm, Chen Fan executed a swift counterattack. The steel rod he wielded failed to penetrate, as the creature's tendrils deftly halted at a mere inch from its head. Recognizing the futility of his initial strike, he withdrew the rod with force, transforming his attack into a sweeping motion that struck the monster's nape with ferocity. The creature howled in pain, its tendrils flailing, sending Chen Fan sprawling backward, before it turned and charged at him without hesitation. Its front claws were raised, sharp talons glinting coldly like mirrors, reflecting the fear etched on his face. Instinctively, he crossed the steel rod before him, but it sliced through effortlessly, leaving 5 deep gashes across his chest. Fortunately, Chen Fan's quick reflexes spared him from a more grievous fate. Gasping for breath, he had barely regained his composure when the monster lunged once more. Suddenly, behind him, Chen Sihai swung the steel rod with all his weight, striking a heavy blow to the creature's head. The beast's tendrils danced in the air, striking Chen Sihai and sending him crashing to the ground, skidding several meters. His chest caved in, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Father! Chen Fan's rage boiled over as he seized a black stone from the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the dazed monster. His arm drew back like a taut bowstring, the stone poised as an arrow. He stomped his right foot down, creating a significant dent in the waterlogged surface. With a rapid sprint, he hurled the stone at the creature's head. Instinctively, the creature raised its arms and tendrils to shield itself, but it was futile. The immense force of the impact was unstoppable. With a deafening thud, the stone collided with the monster's head, sending a gruesome spray of blood and flesh into the air. A sight too horrific to behold. The force of the blow staggered the creature, causing it to retreat repeatedly until it crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Chen Fan finally exhaled deeply, sinking to the ground in exhaustion. Just as he began to relax, his eyes widened in alarm, and he sprang to his feet, readying himself for battle, gazing into the dissipating smoke. He had just realized that the red dot representing the creature on his map had not vanished. Indeed, the creature has slowly risen from the haze of smoke. Its arms exhibit 2 conspicuous voids, with the gaping wounds writhing as they gradually heal. Half of its head has been severed, revealing the flow of cerebral matter within, as if it were on the verge of spilling forth at any moment. In a sudden whoosh, the creature vanished from sight, only to reappear before Chen Fan in an instant. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force surged toward him, propelling Chen Fan through the air, stirring up clouds of dust as he skidded several meters before crashing into a rural homestead. The dilapidated structure, unable to withstand such a tremendous impact, collapsed, burying Chen Fan beneath its debris. Chen Sihai watched helplessly as his son was hurled away, but despite his grievous injuries, he could not muster the strength to rise. The man, nearing 50, sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face, his eyes bloodshot and his expression grotesquely contorted, supporting himself on the earth. With trembling limbs and blood seeping from his bitten lips, he struggled to regain his footing. Nevertheless, he managed to stand, grasping a steel rebar from the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the creature charging toward him. Gone was any trace of fear, only wrath and indignation remained, yet unseen by him. Tendrils of dark energy surrounded him, like slender threads weaving into his very being. With a resounding crash, the immense force toppled the building behind him. Chen Sihai nimbly leaped aside, evading the onslaught. As he landed, crimson threads pulsated around the steel rod in his hand. Countless fine strands transformed the rebar into a formidable blade. Then, the threads vanished, and a black knife materialized before him, glinting with a metallic sheen. The creature suddenly burst through the remnants of the structure, its sharp claws poised to strike once more. However, this time, its lethal talons met no resistance. As Chen Sihai's blade effortlessly deflected the attack, the creature was repelled, lacking the relentless sharpness it once possessed. In midair, a series of unsettling sounds echoed as the creature's body bizarrely fragmented. Concurrently, its life force began to wane on the map. Turning swiftly, Chen Sihai returned to where Chen Fan lay. The shattered remnants of the homestead scattered chaotically across the ground, revealing rusted and decayed steel bars. Just as Chen Sihai was enveloped in sorrowful contemplation, an unsettling sense of foreboding washed over him. With a sudden thud, debris hurtled toward him, effortlessly slicing through the stones. He focused his gaze on the center of the ruins. A dark humanoid figure emerged, its innocent, wide eyes staring back at him. It was none other than Chen Fan, though now clad in a pitch-black, metallic-glossed form, reminiscent of his own fate. The two individuals locked eyes, each revealing a subtle smile. "Let us proceed. I feel invigorated," Chen Fan expressed with a hint of excitement, perhaps influenced by his awakening, his demeanor taking on a somewhat youthful exuberance. In contrast, Chen Sihai exuded no trace of such exuberance. His brilliance was tempered, and he grew increasingly reticent. The dark tunnel was largely straight, descending deep into the earth. After an indeterminate duration, they arrived at a relatively flat area. The surroundings were chaotic, clearly indicative of a hasty departure. There were 3 doors. Aside from the one directly in front of them, the other 2 stood ajar. From a distance, one appeared to be a living area, furnished with numerous beds, while the other served as a laboratory, lined with an array of incomprehensible instruments. Upon entering the laboratory, they encountered overturned equipment and tables, with shards of glass strewn about. Inside the laboratory, a series of cylindrical glass vessels stood, one side shattered, revealing an eerie emptiness within. "Surely, they were not conducting human experiments here," Chen Fan remarked, his voice tinged with exaggerated trepidation. Chen Sihai offered no reply, yet the caution and intensity in his gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. Could this horde of zombies also have been artificially created? If so, these individuals are truly formidable, Chen Fan rambled on, his demeanor nonchalant as he surveyed the area. However, his indifference shifted when he observed Chen Sihai grasp a black stone. Curiosity compelled him to approach for a closer inspection. "It seems this stone is no ordinary artifact. It may indeed be connected to our awakening." Chen Sihai nodded, choosing silence as he moved purposefully towards the exit. The adjacent area was designated for living quarters, yielding little more than some basic necessities and spoiled food. "Shouldn't we have found something like a diary, from which we could glean various clues to share with the world, ultimately earning the admiration and reverence of all? Why is there nothing here?" Chen Fan pondered aloud. Ignoring his incessant musings, a sudden sound echoed as the central door revealed a gap sufficient for passage. However, the sight within caused both to halt abruptly. Behind the door lay a corridor illuminated enough to discern its end. At the corridor's depth resided a black vortex, emanating an eerie luminescence, with dark tendrils swirling around, nearly filling the entire space. The emanating darkness incited an inexplicable desire within them, a yearning to absorb its essence. The allure of the vortex was irresistible, igniting a sense of wonder and intrigue in both. Chapter 8. A different world beyond the black vortex lay another realm, a space enveloped in pure darkness, where the sky was black yet the sun shone a vivid red. A delicate mist cloaked the heavens, yet surprisingly did not obscure their vision. Despite the inky sky, clarity prevailed. In the distance loomed crumbling ruins, accompanied by the swirling vortex behind them and the stark silhouettes of withered trees. What a strange world this is. The signs are evident. It is clear that this is no longer the realm of reality, and they have most likely entered a world overrun by the undead. Let us venture to that place, Chen Fan suggested, pointing towards the distant ruins, the only location still echoing with the remnants of human existence. The black soil beneath their feet felt surprisingly soft, yet not a single footprint trailed behind them, as if no one had ever traversed this path. As they approached the ruins and surveyed the surroundings, they noted the sporadic presence of intact buildings, discarded vehicles, and debris littering the ground. Some remnants bore unfamiliar signs, their inscriptions indecipherable, for they were not written in the script of their own planet. Amidst the rubble, a few vehicles could still be seen, some relatively intact. The rounded bodies of the cars revealed a driving seat that was positioned unusually high. Where's the steering wheel? What purpose does this helmet serve? Chen Fan mused as he leaned closer to the small car, peering inside. There lay a helmet on the front seat, while the space ahead was devoid of familiar controls. No steering wheel, gear shift, or brake and accelerator pedals. It appeared they had stumbled upon a civilization entirely different from their own. This was likely another world altogether, Chen Sihai remarked in hushed tones. I have come to the same realization, Chen Fan replied with a shrug. Exercise caution. There may still be monsters lurking here, Chen Sihai warned as he pressed onward, driven by curiosity about what else this place might hold and its vastness. A chime resounded, announcing, unclaimed world fragment detected. Please proceed to collect. As the words faded, an arrow materialized before Chen Fan, indicating the direction to follow. There is something in that direction, he stated. Chen Sihai, momentarily taken aback by Chen Fan's sudden turn towards another path, pondered briefly before hastily rejoining him. This was not merely a ruin. In fact, they were straying further away from it, their course diverging significantly. They felt no apprehension about losing their way, for upon entering, they had discovered that the map function remained operational in this place. With no concerns to hinder them, they continued to traverse the charred earth, one following the other. Time slipped away unnoticed until a cluster of buildings emerged before them. In the distance, a grand throne loomed, its backrest soaring high above. Surrounding it were 4 towering columns, each adorned with faintly discernible patterns. As they quickened their pace, the designs became increasingly clear. The unknown runes etched upon the 4 pillars were distinct from one another, their convoluted lines clinging to the surfaces with reckless abandon. Upon reaching the base of the throne, a greenish luminescence began to emanate from the columns, casting an uncomfortable glow upon them. This eerie green light spread across the throne, which had previously stood empty, now responding with an unexpected presence. It was a mosaic of green glass shards, each fragment seemingly depicting various scenes. Filled with intrigue, Chen Fan ascended the throne, only to find that the reflections in the glass became ever clearer. In a world reminiscent of Blue Star, there exist towering edifices and bustling thoroughfares. Yet, the inhabitants bear distinct appearances, their skin tinged with green. They are generally shorter and more slender in stature. However, they seem to possess extraordinary abilities. While driving, they manipulate their vehicles through helmets. In the workplace, they operate computers with the same headgear. During their studies, they utilize helmets to complete assignments. This helmet has become an integral part of their existence. A notification chimed, alerting him to the presence of world fragments, prompting him to bind them. The system's voice drew his consciousness back to the present. Without hesitation, he confirmed the action. Another chime resonated, indicating the activation of the replica function, and the fragment world was successfully reclaimed. The system panel refreshed, revealing the replica feature prominently displayed. Upon accessing this function, he discovered a series of compartments akin to a gaming inventory. The first compartment contained a fragment, with 3 slots adjacent to it, 2 on the left and 1 on the right, while a green synthesis button lay in the center. As he focused on the fragment, the system notified him that he could only insert or withdraw items for the time being, leaving his desire to view world information unfulfilled. Attempting to place the fragment into one of the slots yielded an error, indicating insufficient fragments for synthesis. It appeared that this functionality could only be explored further once he accumulated more fragments. As the green radiance of the space dimmed and gradually vanished with the disappearance of the fragments, Chen Fan experienced a sensation akin to that in the farm space. He felt as though he were the sovereign of this realm, able to traverse it at will. Meanwhile, the map within the system illuminated, revealing a clear depiction of the space. This realm was not vast, comparable in size to a medium-sized city and divided into 3 distinct sections. The first was a wasteland, occupying the majority of the area. The second was the throne, taking up a small portion. The third consisted of an abundance of black stones, a rich quarry. The entire space was devoid of any other life forms, and thus posed no dangers, allowing for leisurely exploration. Pointing to a location within the ruins on the map, Chen Fan vanished in an instant, leaving Chen Sihai gazing enviously at the spot where he had just been. After a moment of stupor, he sighed and proceeded toward his destination. This was a school, relatively intact. The entrance remained uncollapsed, and several buildings inside stood resolutely. A juxtaposition of ruins and structures, crumbling walls, and precarious buildings lingered, accompanied by a musty odor. With purpose, Chen Fan approached one of the edifices. It was the most intact structure, comprising 5 stories, though the topmost level had succumbed to collapse. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a plethora of books, accompanied by a sign inscribed with unfamiliar characters. Chen Fan picked up a book, its surface worn and covered in dust, the pages yellowed, with some characters nearly illegible. After flipping through a couple of pages, he gently set the book down, unable to comprehend its contents. Aimlessly, he wandered along the dusty corridor, where the sound of his shoes striking the floor resonated distinctly in the tranquil space. He walked to the end of the southern side of the first floor, where he noticed a row of helmets at the corner. He was quite familiar with these, as they were prevalent in the outside world. Wiping the dust off a helmet, he examined it closely. The interior was dotted with numerous, slightly raised small holes, while the surface featured an antenna-like protrusion. Its silver exterior, unremarkable appearance, and simple design comprised the entirety of the helmet. Driven by curiosity, he donned the helmet. Instantly, an inexplicable dizziness washed over him, as if he hadn't slept for days, leaving his mind increasingly foggy. This sensation did not last long. It dissipated, replaced by a refreshing feeling, as though his brain had been injected with a cooling liquid. Awakening his senses, before him, a blue light screen materialized, but it was not a system panel. Could this be a result of the helmet? Chen Fan scrutinized the light screen, which displayed the library's book catalog. Although he could not recognize the words, he oddly grasped their meanings. He understood precisely where each book was located and what it contained: history, economics, politics, as he scanned the various listings. One entry stood out remarkably: the Divine Soul Techniques. It was situated on the top floor of the library, the collapsed 5th floor. Chen Fan felt a rush of excitement, overshadowed by urgency. He understood that this would be the greatest gain of his expedition, the treasured tomes. In mere seconds, he had never moved so swiftly. Even his awakened body struggled to keep pace. Upon reaching the rooftop, the darkness that clung to him faded away as he gazed down upon the ruins below. Scattered remnants of books and fluttering pages were visible amidst the debris. The books were in a state of disrepair, yet he remained undeterred. With swift motions, he hurled stones that fell heavily to the ground. Chen Sihai, hurrying towards the scene, instinctively quickened his pace upon witnessing the chaos. The cleanup progressed rapidly, during which he gathered the damaged books. By the time Chen Sihai arrived, a large area had been cleared, with a stack of books at the center. It was this very book. A loud exclamation escaped Chen Fan's lips. He cradled a relatively intact book, despite its damaged sections having minimal impact. He eagerly flipped through the pages, unaware of Chen Sihai's presence beside him. Although he was not wearing the helmet, Chen Fan felt an uncanny sense that he could comprehend the contents of the book. From this, he learned that it was a book entitled The Foundations of Spiritual Cultivation, which elucidated the methods of nurturing one's spirit along with some fundamental knowledge related to it. This cultivation pertained to the mental realm, akin to the practice of magic. However, the process here did not confer any combat prowess. It would not manifest as elements such as wind, fire, thunder, or lightning. Rather, it enhanced one's ability to communicate, fostering a connection with all things, including mountains, rivers, and flora. It resembled more the arts of beast taming and spirit cultivation. The technological ability to connect with automobiles and modern machinery was notably absent. After setting aside the book, he gathered up the damaged tome and prepared for the journey back. The two swiftly returned to the entrance of the vortex, each holding a considerable number of black stones, their spatial system naturally brimming with them. The hour was late, and if they did not return soon, Yang Fanghua would surely be concerned. The journey back was tranquil, devoid of any disturbances. As they climbed over the wall, they spotted a figure quietly gazing in their direction. Who could it be but Yang Fanghua? Upon seeing them, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and promptly approached. You should return earlier next time, she admonished, her eyes wide and fierce, yet her words were laced with genuine concern. Chen Fan, having shed his earlier aloofness, wore a sycophantic smile, his expression rather lecherous. After receiving another glare from Yang Fanghua, his mouth, which had just opened, promptly closed again. He merely smiled and silently followed behind. Chapter 9. Arrangements crossing over the farmyard, small animals with wide eyes, some clutching unknown fruits. Watch the three return home from a distance. Perhaps they were curious, or perhaps they were expectant. After several days of observation, it appeared that the intelligence of this group of animals was evolving. Vaguely, many of them seemed capable of understanding human speech. It seemed they recognized who their master was. For each time the humans returned, they would observe from afar, as if welcoming them home. This sensation was rather pleasant. A slight smile crept onto Chen Fan's lips as he reflected inwardly. Upon returning to his room and picking up the book, his curiosity regarding this manual had reached its zenith. The text detailed the practice of breathing techniques intended to elevate one's spirit. They had completely severed the connection between spirit and body, resulting in a disparity between one's innate power and spiritual essence. The energies of heaven and earth permeated the entire farm space. Even without intentional absorption, they would continually refine his body. This time, he chose to actively absorb the energy. The energy from the sky and the black energy from different realms was purer here, free from impurities. Chen Fan fell into a state of silent meditation and began to circulate the technique. Waves of energy were drawn into his pores, cleansing his body as they entered, with most eventually converging deep within his brain. This was an alternate dimensional space, a repository of one's spiritual world. Here lay a subjective realm where, with thought, one could conjure any phenomenon at will. In this world, activation is not a matter of volition. It occurs solely when one is enveloped in profound slumber. Here, you transcend into a realm of divinity, where your desires manifest with astonishing authenticity. Prior to encountering this arcane technique, Chen Fan believed that dreams were mere illusions. Now, he finds himself acutely aware of every facet within his dreams, even possessing the ability to simulate them. Furthermore, as his prowess amplifies, the capabilities of this alternate dimension become increasingly tangible, ultimately enabling him to influence the real world. After a series of maneuvers, Chen Fan exhaled deeply, relieved to find no abnormalities in his body. No impurities had been expelled, nor had there been any alterations to his appearance. His pores remained as they were. He resolved not to extend his abilities beyond their intended scope. What he discerned was an enrichment of his mental realm and an enhancement of his physical capabilities. He accessed his attributes panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 23. Wisdom, 6 strength, 5 constitution, 5 agility, 5 overall combat power, 5 second tier revolver. Upon awakening his powers, his combat prowess had surged to 45, and through a brief session of meditation, he had gained an additional 0.5 points. It must be said, the thrill of having an advantage is exhilarating. Moreover, this technique would become his paramount asset in the rise of his encampment. Stepping outside, Chen Fan noticed the sky had darkened. The atmosphere above the farm mirrored that of the outside world, yet his parents were absent, and he had not anticipated that this endeavor would consume an entire afternoon. He promptly opened the map. By the end of the day, all 4 farmhouses had been illuminated. 2 green dots were in motion nearby, while a few red dots swiftly vanished, indicating that the zombies had been dispatched. With a sense of relief, Chen Fan stretched languidly and ambled outward. Chen Fan and his companion had been engaged in slaying zombies, utilizing the crystals they produced to activate spatial and mapping functionalities. Although zombies were present in the vicinity, their numbers were sparse and dispersed, rendering the efficiency of extermination low. Only in densely populated areas did the efficiency increase. Rather than venturing out, Chen Fan proceeded to the armory. He placed a black stone into the material inlet and activated the machinery. The interior of the building resonated with the sounds of machinery at work. A colossal alchemical furnace ignited with fervent flames, the nature of which was unknown. Yet it was capable of melting the black stone. Within a mere 10 minutes, streams of crimson liquid flowed from the opposite side towards the workstation. Chen Fan had meticulously crafted weapon blueprints according to his vision. The workstation was enveloped in a thin mist, and without warning, a pair of black metallic gauntlets materialized. A profound silence enveloped the space, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Approaching, Chen Fan grasped this weapon, which could only be described as a work of art. As he delicately held it, waves of knowledge surged through him. Like a seasoned master who has remained silent for decades, the art of combat has become second nature to him. With instinctual prowess, he executes a series of intricate maneuvers, unbeknownst to him. Whether it be the quality of the materials, the nature of the machinery, or the techniques he has mastered, he is unable to grasp any information. It's as if he is shrouded in a dense fog. Even acquiring a system did not evoke such astonishment in him. The ability to directly transmit experience is an extraordinary phenomenon. With his eyes closed for an extended period, he delves deep within his mind, or perhaps in another dimension, continually honing and familiarizing himself with this sensation. He simulates experiences and techniques, savoring the authenticity of combat. Although they had previously vanquished zombies, those encounters were merely battles of overwhelming strength. Had it not been for their sudden awakening during the confrontation with the first-tier zombies, they might have become mere prey. When he finally opens his eyes, a fierce aura emanates from him, nearly solidifying in its intensity, stirring a gentle breeze that sends small creatures fleeing in terror. Yet, in the next instant, this ferocity retracts. This is the culmination of his repeated simulations, the casual release of lethal intent. A sense of ease washes over him. The gloves on his hands feel weightless. He is now eager to leap into action, impatient to charge forth, while the small animals behind him exhale in relief. As if to say, the fierce deity has finally emerged. He is aware of a location just south of a farmhouse, in close proximity to Sponge Village, which is the nearest settlement. Undoubtedly, it is teeming with zombies, and he advances towards it, as unstoppable as a sword drawn from its sheath. Leaning slightly forward, like a tiger descending a mountain, he seeks his quarry. Not far ahead, 3 zombies materialize. Maintaining his momentum, he unleashes a series of rapid punches, shattering their skulls in swift succession. Lowering himself, he presses forward with a hook that leaves no room for their reaction, again striking true. Chen Fan and his companions soon recognize that something is amiss and rush to the scene. However, upon their arrival, they are met with a landscape strewn with headless corpses, severed trees, and a pockmarked ground. Those in the know perceive him as a zombie slayer, while the uninformed might believe he is demolishing his surroundings. As night falls, a time when humanity is at a disadvantage, Chen Fan reluctantly returns. The 3 of them gather the remains of the zombies and return to the farm to tend to the plants. That evening, Chen Fan crafts a sword for himself, while Yang Fanghua fashions a feather duster, claiming it serves a dual purpose of cleaning and slaying zombies, an efficient choice for her. However, this statement is likely more whimsical than practical, as the true utility of such an item may lie elsewhere. Chen Fan, meanwhile, begins to examine the spatial fragment. This fragment cannot be housed within the farm's confines, but must remain outside, and cannot be deactivated during use. It has the potential to establish a secondary base. Yet the oppressive nature of the space within renders it unsuitable for ordinary individuals, who would either go mad or become foolish upon entering. Thus, the space debris was strategically positioned adjacent to the farm area, serving as a makeshift mining site. Having arranged the debris, Chen Fan finally exhaled, gazing at the somber sky. Lost in thought. Chapter 10, Sponge Village. After a night of cultivation, Chen Fan did not experience the rapid progress he had previously felt. In contrast, Chen Fan and another companion, having undergone their initial trial, exhibited notable growth, their combat prowess enhancing by 0.5. Once again, the fruits of their labor had allowed Chen Fan's combat strength to rise to 45. With this, the duo's combined power was sufficient to overpower a horde of zombies numbering in the hundreds. A sense of unease washed over Chen Fan. The path ahead appeared to stretch interminably. His brow furrowed, he stared into the distance. The road here had been severed, an impossibility in the pre-apocalyptic world where roads were not constructed in segments. Chen Fan, deep in contemplation, pointed at the overgrown, grassy path, starkly contrasting with the surrounding concrete roads. This implied a possible expansion of the ground beneath them. Could it be that the earth itself had enlarged? Both men exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to accept such a conclusion. The farmhouse's dimensions seemed unchanged. Was this expansion selective, perhaps? A torrent of emotions surged within Chen Fan, enveloped by an immense sense of dread. If that were the case, one might boldly speculate that a formidable force was orchestrating these events. Chen Fan regained his composure, observing the sky, still a serene blue, devoid of any ripples. Under the weight of this revelation, the two proceeded cautiously, simultaneously clearing a path for their return journey. The number of zombies encountered along the way had markedly increased, signaling their proximity to Sponge Village. Upon cresting a small hill, the village unveiled itself in its entirety. However, The once thriving scene had devolved into chaos, littered with the undead. The air reverberated with guttural roars as the zombies spotted Chen Fan and his companion, eagerly rushing towards them. Their bloodied forms, with nearly severed limbs, evoked nothing but revulsion. With a thunderous crash, Chen Fan vanished. Yet the echoes of his swift movements and fleeting shadows attested to his presence. A flurry of steel flashed, conjuring a thick mist of blood as he efficiently dispatched the zombies at the village entrance. The commotion attracted curious survivors within the village. Peering through windows at the unfolding spectacle, their faces bore astonishment, but more significantly, a glimmer of hope for survival. With each punch, Chen Fan generated ripples in the air, as dark energies surged forth, converging upon his fists. The tremendous impact caused several zombies to dismember, their mangled remains scattering like beautiful, crimson fireworks. The black mist, ethereal yet powerfully destructive, enveloped the scene. Through their observations, the two men discerned two types of zombies on the street, one clad in tattered rags, unmistakably from beyond this world. In another realm, adorned in the tattered garments of this world, the remnants bear little trace of history. Gazing upon this scene, one can only fathom the staggering number of deceased villagers and the arduous existence of those who remain. In the absence of any assistance or sustenance, how might one continue to survive? Two individuals diligently cleared the undead, acutely aware of the curious onlookers peering from within the house. Although merely 3 days had passed, the toll was evident. Their weary eyes were shadowed by dark circles, and their complexions appeared pallid. "Are you military personnel? Have you come to rescue us?" inquired a bolder youth, lowering his voice. Chen Fan paid him no heed. The surrounding area was still rife with zombies, and even a quiet utterance could attract more. Complicating their struggle, the young man, gripped by fear, retreated, drawing the curtains and succumbing to his trepidation. The horde of zombies grew in number, gradually encircling the pair. "Step back," they urged, cautiously retreating while dispatching the approaching undead. Clearly, these feeble creatures possessed neither great strength nor remarkable speed. Through their efforts, the numbers dwindled. Yet, just then, 2 larger zombies emerged from the street, prompting the villagers to hastily withdraw, securing their doors and windows. These 2 monstrosities had instilled profound dread. In their minds, the villagers had already branded the duo with a fatalistic label, doubting that mere flesh and blood could vanquish such beasts. With a swift motion, the skinnier zombies, evidently speed-oriented, lunged towards the pair. Chapter 11. Humanity. Chen Fan remained motionless, his gaze fixated not on the zombies before him, but on the imposing figure in the rear. A resounding clang echoed as metal met metal, a fleeting glimmer flashing across his face. The zombie was hurled away, as Chen Sihai's dark arm and formidable blade seemed to merge into a singular force. As Chen Sihai charged forth, another zombie approached menacingly. With a thunderous crash, Chen Fan collided with the undead, merely stepping back twice while the creature was sent sprawling far away. "This is the battle I desired," he mused, wetting his parched lips, crouching like a beast poised to pounce on its prey. With a booming sound, the ground beneath Chen Fan's feet caved in, propelling him forward like a rocket. His gloved fists shimmered with a dark sheen as they struck the unsuspecting zombie. A furious roar erupted, tinged with helplessness, as it could only watch its body being torn asunder. Meanwhile, Chen Sihai approached another zombie, his black blade suddenly radiating a crimson glow. A swift arc of light severed the creature's proud claws into countless fragments, its head slowly detaching from its neck. The 2 men, akin to divine warriors, effortlessly dispatched the dwindling remaining zombies. After an extended battle, the demand on physical stamina is indeed considerable, and I find myself somewhat out of breath. Having gathered the zombie crystals, Chen Fan sprawled on the ground, taking deep, labored breaths. "Let's eat something," Chen Sihai suggested, producing a portion of fried rice he had prepared earlier that morning, still warm to the touch. As he opened the container, a wisp of steam began to rise. Seeing the 2 men leisurely seated on the street, enjoying their meal, some bolder individuals in the vicinity, who had not encountered the warmth of food in days, grew restless. They began to open their doors, eager yet apprehensive to approach. It was not merely the 2 servings of fried rice that stirred them. It was the sudden appearance of hope that compelled them to reach out. Unfazed, the 2 continued to engage in their culinary battle, as the fight was only halfway through, and numerous zombies still lurked nearby, necessitating a rapid replenishment of their energy. "They are here to rescue us," an elderly man remarked with a smile. He was uncertain whether the 2 men were from the military, as their demeanor did not quite align with that of soldiers. "No," Chen Sihai replied. Chen Fan had no intention of acknowledging the villagers. It was not out of aloofness, but rather because the restorative properties of the fried rice were too delightful, rendering him utterly at ease. An awkward silence enveloped the scene as approximately 10 villagers emerged, their collective spirit visibly diminished. You two are so capable. You should take us with you. And what about your food? Can't you spare some for us? Have you not noticed we haven't eaten in a long while? The request, though not delivered with arrogance, bore an air of entitlement, reminiscent of a child spoiled by indulgence. The elder quickly reprimanded the youth, having experienced the battlefield. He understood the importance of prudence in such circumstances. In this situation, it was evident that the military presence could not penetrate their ranks, and the rule of law held little sway. Should they provoke the two men, it would likely lead to dire consequences. With cold, unfeeling eyes, Chen Fan regarded the youth. Initially indifferent, he felt a surge of irritation upon hearing the demand for their food. The fried rice possessed extraordinary qualities, and with only 3 of them, their strength was too fragile. Thus, sharing their sustenance was out of the question. Curiosity is a natural human trait. Once a thought takes root, the urge to investigate inevitably follows. Fixating on the young man, a glimmer of menace flickered within Chen Fan. Startled, the youth instinctively recoiled. Since beginning his training, Chen Fan's aura had grown increasingly potent, allowing him to project it at will, and at a certain level of mastery, it could even take on a tangible form. Chen Sihai placed a reassuring hand on Chen Fan, prompting him to rein in his intensity. Although it was but a fleeting moment, the young man betrayed his embarrassment. Youthful bravado faltered under the weight of a mere glance, and he sensed the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, igniting a surge of indignation within him. What do you intend to do? Did I say something wrong? Indeed, it is your responsibility, as capable individuals, to safeguard us. With that, disregarding the cautions of his companions, he rushed forward, intent on seizing the fried rice. Chen Fan raised his hand and gently pushed, causing the young man to be propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Chen Fan rose to his feet. He too was young and filled with anger. Yet, just as he contemplated imparting a lesson to the individual, Chen Sihai grasped his arm, gently shaking his head, and stood up to walk towards the village. Suppressing his fury, Chen Fan followed closely behind, while those around them shrank back, hesitating in fear. The young man struggled to rise, wishing to utter something, but was met with Chen Fan's lifeless gaze, rendering him speechless as he stumbled away in a panic. Once the act of killing begins, it becomes an unending cycle. Inexplicably, Chen Sihai uttered this phrase, causing Chen Fan's pupils to contract as he silently trailed behind. Lost in thought, the village lacked high-rise buildings. Due to focused development, its residents were relatively affluent, mostly residing in 2-story villas. Vehicles were abundant, many intact and presumably functional. Suddenly, another wave of zombies surged forth, and setting aside all other thoughts, they plunged into battle. There were still some first-tier zombies within the village, yet they were easily dispatched, leading to the eradication of the undead within the vicinity. Soon, everyone became aware of this phenomenon, gradually opening their doors to reveal numerous figures peering out. They gathered together, creating a cacophony, though instinctively maintained a distance from Chen Fan and his companion. Despite their actions inadvertently saving them, the villagers felt no gratitude. Instead, the duo's extraordinary combat prowess instilled fear, resulting in their isolation. Among the crowd, however, were 2 families, one with 3 members, including a child, and another comprising 4 members, 2 of whom were children. The 2 families approached Chen Fan and his companion, their faces reflecting gratitude. We sincerely appreciate your generosity in rescuing us from the clutches of the demons. However, we currently lack the means to survive, thus, we implore you to take us in. We are willing to do anything. The 2 families involuntarily lowered their heads, bowing deeply. Chapter 12. The villager's true nature. Is there anyone among you who can drive? Do you have a vehicle? Chen Fan and the others had already entered a shop, which was well stocked. This was the reason the family had managed to survive thus far. The other family appeared significantly more frail. Through conversation, it was revealed that the man from the first family was named Wang Taizhu, his physique as robust as his name suggested, with impressive musculature and experience in dispatching zombies. The man from the second family was called Wang Fuguwei, the wealthiest individual in the village, possessing a keen business acumen and ample resources at home, resulting in considerable stockpiles. I have 2 vehicles at home, and both of us can drive. Wang Fuguwei, pointing eagerly at his wife beside him, exclaimed, I can drive too. My vehicle is a van, capable of carrying cargo. Both individuals were eager to demonstrate their worth, hoping to accompany the 2 others in their departure. Let us find 2 more vehicles and procure some fuel. Although no formal invitation was extended for the 2 families to join, Orders were issued without dissent. Rather, both individuals wore expressions of excitement, believing they still had utility. Chen Fan and his companions swiftly exited, driving Wang Tieju's van, disregarding the unusual gazes of the surrounding crowd as they headed towards the village's gas station. The road was not far. Once they left the village, it was easily visible. Soon, they arrived at the gas station, where the wandering zombies were scarce, primarily concentrated within the village. Be cautious. After clearing the nearby zombies, Chen Fan instinctively glanced at the map, and indeed, a deep crimson was slowly approaching Chen Sihai. Upon hearing the alert, Chen Sihai immediately dropped to the ground, just as a flash of a blade swept through the very spot where he had been standing, revealing an eerie figure. It moved silently, appearing somewhat translucent, making it difficult to detect unless one looked closely. The creature possessed a slender physique, cloaked in darkness like a shadow, with elongated limbs and half-meter-long fingernails. Hardly any discernible facial features. Chen Fan, enveloped in a shroud of darkness, felt his gauntlets merge seamlessly with his body, rendering him oblivious to any peculiarities. With a thunderous roar, the creature charged directly, exhibiting tremendous destructive power, while the shadowy figure showcased remarkable agility. The sound of its claws scraping against Chen Fan's body emitted a metallic clang, accompanied by arcs of white electricity. Sensing the challenge posed by Chen Fan, the shadow creature pivoted and lunged at Chen Sihai. Although Chen Fan rushed to intervene, he was slightly delayed. The clash of claws against the blade echoed twice before Chen Sihai was grazed, blood instantly seeping forth. Fortunately, his quick reflexes minimized the severity of the wound. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan delivered a powerful punch to the shadow creature. With unrelenting force, he vanished in a thunderous boom, leaving behind a deep crater. Employing the momentum of his elbow, he crashed into the shadow creature, causing its form to contort unnaturally. The immense force propelled the creature far away, crashing heavily to the ground. The red mark on the map began to fade before eventually disappearing, allowing Chen Fan to breathe a sigh of relief as he turned to assess Chen Sihai's injuries. At that moment, a black mist emanated from the wound, which had ceased bleeding. Chen Fan's expression turned grave. A flicker of fear gripped him, fearing his father might transform into such a monster. Yet, his mind remained clear, for the map revealed that the green light shone undiminished. Moreover, in the residence section of the system panel, Chen Sihai's status merely indicated injury, with a prompt stating that he was in the process of recovery. Time slipped away quietly as Chen Sihai opened his eyes, not with the vacant stare of a zombie, but rather with a newfound clarity. "I am fine," he asserted, waving his hand to deter Chen Fan's instinctive approach. Although he remained uncertain as to why he had not succumbed to the transformation, the outcome was favorable, rendering further queries trivial. The gas station continued to operate, and the supermarket brimmed with an abundance of goods. Perhaps it was the presence of that shadowy creature at the entrance that kept the living at bay, allowing the merchandise inside to remain largely untouched. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, they gathered everything and prepared to take it all. There were also numerous barrels of fuel. They filled the van to the brim and took as much as they could carry. Only when the vehicle was nearly at capacity did they reluctantly depart. Upon returning to the village, they were greeted by a cacophony of heated arguments. Chen Fan felt a pang of curiosity. Did those timid villagers not fear attracting the attention of zombies? As he approached, he discerned the nature of their dispute, which only deepened his indifference. "How dare you take everything? That belongs to the village," one voice protested. "This is my property. I shall take what I please. And your opinions are irrelevant." "If that's the case, you cannot take Wang Tong's vehicle," another retorted. "Wang Tong is dead. It is now unclaimed property. Why should I not take it? Unclaimed. It belongs to the village." The argument escalated, with accusations flying about the arrival of two ominous figures. Someone, with keen eyes, spotted the pair and exclaimed, prompting an instantaneous hush among the quarrelers, as if they had not just been embroiled in conflict. As the two newcomers approached, the crowd instinctively parted, creating a path for them. "Look, that person is injured. They must have been attacked by a zombie," someone cried, their tone filled with alarm, as if fearing that others might not hear. The onlookers recoiled in terror, casting fearful glances at the duo. "My husband was also caught by a zombie and soon transformed. It was Brother Wang Er who put him down, or I would have been in grave danger myself." This whispering spread among the villagers, initially soft, but growing louder as Chen Fan entered the store. "We must drive them away. Our sponge village does not welcome their kind," urged another voice. "We should eliminate that injured one. They will surely turn into a zombie." Chapter 13. A truly remarkable individual. The moment the two stepped into the shop, The outside world erupted in unrestrained vitriol, vile words spewing from their filthy mouths. Chen Fan felt a surge of indignation, his eyes burning with rage as he turned to leave. Once blood is shed, it cannot be undone. With such a disposition, they will not last long, Chen Sihai cautioned, grasping Chen Fan's arm gently. This remark fell upon the ears of the two families, deepening their shadows of suspicion. Is the vehicle ready? It is prepared, just outside. Wang Fugui and his companion replied promptly, fearful of being a moment too late. Then let us depart. First, to the gas station. With keys in hand, Chen Fan and Chen Sihai turned to leave. As the two emerged, the cacophony outside abruptly ceased. They could not be permitted to depart. Those possessions belonged to the village. The young man began to stoke the flames of defiance, inspiring others to voice their protests audibly. Some advanced, attempting to restrain a few, while others brandished weapons with the intent to slay Chen Sihai. This group, quailing before the undead, unleashed their fury upon their own, exhibiting behavior akin to that of malevolent spirits. A dark wind of fists enveloped the scene, sending those in the front careening backward, while others, drawing nearer, coughed up blood that splattered upon the ground, causing those behind to hesitate. It was not until the roar of an engine echoed that the dazed crowd was roused once more, yet how could they possibly chase after a vehicle? Thus, they could only watch the retreating silhouette of the car, simmering with resentment. Thunderous roars followed as 4 more vehicles appeared, racing ahead of the throng. Let us pursue them, came a resolute voice that instilled confidence, prompting some to silently cheer for this brave group. Within the gas station, a host of zombies emerged from unknown origins, their attire indicating a greater influx of outsiders. However, from behind came the buzzing sound of engines, and as they turned, 4 vehicles appeared just behind them, causing Chen Fan's expression to darken. When the cars halted, a group of individuals disembarked. Brother, spare my life. I come to surrender, one pleaded, raising his hands high in surrender upon meeting Chen Fan's piercing gaze. Chen Fan's apprehension eased as he gestured for them to approach. Clearly, they were accompanied by families, including children and the elderly. Among them was an elder with whom Chen Fan was well acquainted, being one of his earliest contacts. Meeting Chen Fan's gaze, the elder smiled faintly, standing out amongst the anxious crowd, indicative of someone seasoned in the trials of life. Chen Fan mused. Brother, what would you have us do? Inquired the young man, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin, his hands fidgeting nervously. Fill the vehicles with fuel, and also this, Chen Fan instructed, producing a barrel of oil for the group. Certainly. The young man eagerly scampered back to the vehicle, hastening to fulfill the task. Indeed, he was quite the character. After a prolonged silence, Chen Sihai suddenly remarked, seeking a comfortable spot to rest. Though ostensibly at leisure, he remained vigilant, poring over a map to ensure the swift extermination of any encroaching zombies. During this time, numerous undead approached, all effortlessly dispatched by Chen Fan and his companion, garnering increased respect from the onlookers. They even received a measure of flattery from the young man, which, though recognized as insincere, was nevertheless gratifying. It was then that Chen Fan understood why leaders, despite knowing when they were being flattered, could not resist the allure of such individuals. It was indeed a delightful experience. As twilight descended, the undead became more active, yet the task at hand was finally completed. As the concluding phase approached, everyone had returned to their vehicles. The engines hummed to life in a harmonious chorus, as a convoy of 9 cars made its way back with great vigor. In an effort to avoid complications, Chen Fan opted for a narrow path that wound around the village. The villagers within could certainly hear the commotion, yet none dared to venture beyond the confines of their homes. The journey proceeded smoothly without significant hindrances, swiftly bringing the automobiles back to the farmhouse. Although the farmhouse was spacious, it offered limited accommodations, barely sufficient for the group to find rest. The towering walls provided a sense of security for all. The courtyard was adorned with a variety of plants, drawing the attention of the onlookers. You may stay, but idleness is not an option. As long as you fulfill your duties, sustenance and strength will be readily available, Chen Fan proclaimed with fervor, capturing the gaze of all present. I believe you are all astute individuals. Let there be no hidden agendas. I assure you, I am not one to show leniency here. His piercing gaze caused several to lower their heads, some instinctively filled with trepidation. Should you choose to pledge your loyalty, you may join me. But remember, once you commit, there is no turning back, Chen Fan warned, casting an admonitory glance at them. You should be well aware of the consequences. As they observed Chen Fan's retreating figure, the group exchanged silent glances, some appearing bewildered. Chapter 14. The camp's expansion. This was an inequitable covenant. They felt as though they had been transported back to primitive tribes, where obedience to commands and labor were requisites for sustenance. Such a notion was intolerable to modern individuals, especially those influenced by contemporary ideals of equality, rendering the youthful members of the group unable to accept this reality. Conversely, those seasoned by the trials of life, who had been hardened by societal adversities, viewed the exchange of labor for food as a natural arrangement. Moreover, the added assurance of protection rendered this arrangement even more appealing than any other benefit. Wang Taizhu, accustomed to dealings with the outside world, had often been deceived due to his honesty, nearly facing bankruptcy on one occasion. These experiences had imparted valuable survival lessons. He understood that alone, he could not safeguard his family. Thus, he sought a pillar of support, and this opportunity represented a chance for survival. Wang Fugue, a businessman and gambler at heart, clung tenaciously to his chosen ventures, regardless of their apparent shortcomings, believing this to be his path to survival. Without hesitation, the two groups followed the figure ahead into the building. As the first stepped forward, those who had previously wavered resolutely followed suit. Upon entering the structure, they found two groups standing in stunned silence, while the newcomers, driven by curiosity, peered ahead. As they navigated through the crowd, their eyes widened in astonishment, halting their advance. A brilliant blue light unexpectedly materialized before them, with Chen Fan standing to the side. As the group gradually comprehended the situation, their gazes instinctively turned towards Chen Fan, eagerly anticipating his elucidation. This is a portal to another world, and the one over there as well. Chen Fan did not keep them in suspense. Instead, he promptly explained the circumstances. Upon entering this apocalyptic realm, it must be said that this group retained a certain innocence, their eyes devoid of avarice. Prompting a silent nod of approval from Chen Fan. Curiosity piqued, they cast their eyes towards another room, where a more enigmatic black vortex loomed, exuding an otherworldly aura. "Come with me, there is no danger here," Chen Fan urged as he stepped into the vortex first, causing the others to exchange perplexed glances, uncertain of what to do. All the while, Chen Sihai, standing at the back, observed the unfolding scene. Wang Taizhu and his companion found themselves in a state of indecision, while a young man who had hesitated earlier, gritting his teeth, reluctantly led his family into the vortex. Upon entering, they were greeted by a world filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, where tall trees and low grasses thrived, and small creatures leapt joyfully. This spectacle captivated the little ones, their eyes wide with wonder, yet they managed to suppress their excitement, remaining obedient and silent. Perhaps this was the reason they would survive. Chen Fan noticed the first individual to step inside, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his face. "Excellent, you are the first." He generously offered his praise. And the young man, akin to a child receiving a star sticker, flushed with embarrassment, unable to articulate a response. "What is your name?" "I am Wang Gala." Chen Fan regarded him with curiosity, suddenly realizing his father's words held truth. This lad was indeed remarkable. As more figures began to emerge behind, Wang Gala grew anxious and hurried to stand before Chen Fan. Having undergone a moment of astonishment, the rest of the group gradually followed suit. Observing the surrounding flora, they felt intrigue, yet they stifled their incessant glances and focused ahead. "This is the core crystal. You need only pledge your allegiance to the territory and to me to join the camp and acquire extraordinary powers. I, Wang Gala, pledge absolute loyalty to the camp and unwavering fidelity to my great lord, Chen Fan." Wang Gala seemed eager to further distinguish himself and began his oath without hesitation. The moment his words faded, a beam of white light enveloped his form, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind an invisible blue aura hovering before him. This miraculous event deepened Wang Gala's respect for Chen Fan. The most direct manifestation was visible on Chen Fan's system panel, where the loyalty values of residents, particularly that of Wang Gala, pulsated vibrantly. Chen Fan was able to monitor the loyalty levels of his inhabitants. Previously, the absence of any display for Chen Sihai and his companion, due to their familial bond, had garnered little of his attention. Now, it appeared that such a tool for gauging the fidelity of his subordinates was indeed quite useful. Tasting success, Wang Gala immediately urged his wife and children to take their oaths. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers could no longer remain passive. Having arrived at this juncture, they were not lacking in foresight. Wang Gala's contrasting expressions betrayed him profoundly, inciting greater curiosity among the onlookers. Among them was Wang Fugue, a daring individual willing to take risks. The number of participants was rather limited, totaling 23. Chen Fan had identified 6 formidable contenders, each ahead of their respective households. The remaining elderly, women, and children were also to be nurtured, albeit their primary focus lay in the construction of shelters, cultivation of land, and the transportation of corpses, all while safeguarding their home. Each individual completed their oath, boasting loyalty scores exceeding 60 points, which provided Chen Fan with a modicum of reassurance. Though he remained uncertain regarding the loyalty of the children, having all experienced the wonders of the farm space, they relished the invigorating egg-fried rice that enhanced their strength and stamina, contentedly sprawled within the cramped quarters. Chapter 15. The Coup of Sponge Village. As everyone took their rest, Chen Fan found himself with a rare moment of leisure and began to assess his acquisitions from the day. Among the bounty were plentiful supplies of food and resources, sufficient to sustain the group for an extended period. However, the most crucial items were the zombie crystal cores. The ratio of ordinary to first-tier cores stood at an astonishing 100-to-1, and the reverse exchange rate was diminished tenfold, a clear indication of mercantile trickery. Presently, the farm space required 20 first-tier cores to upgrade to a level 2 farm, while he currently possessed 2 second-tier cores for first-tier cores and 1,000 ordinary cores. The duo's efficiency had been commendable, unleashing shockwaves from their fists and blades to clear vast areas. Yet, despite their speed, it remained insufficient. How he longed for firearms. When would they be able to manufacture such weaponry? Chen Fan lamented internally, as the surrounding zombies had been nearly eradicated, leaving him with no choice but to venture elsewhere for more cores. He pointed to a location on the Qing City map, a moderately sized town named Starfish Town. With a resident population of approximately 20,000, should they all transform into zombies, the yield could exceed 100 first-tier cores. However, it was likely that more formidable zombies lurked there, with third-tier variants not out of the question. Consequently, Chen Fan recognized the necessity of augmenting his strength, which in turn required a larger population to support him. He mused that he should have captured that group of people. Even as mere tools, they would serve a purpose. Alas, he chided himself for this oversight. Nevertheless, a visit to Sponge Village was imperative, as he needed more laborers, and that group presented the ideal candidates. Habitually glancing at the map, he observed a swarm of figures below, a dense cluster of green dots converging together. In the distance, the orange dots of Sponge Village indicated individuals yet to join the Hope Camp, engaging in erratic movements. Among them were red dots, representing wandering zombies, which had already begun to invade the village en masse. Currently, Sponge Village found itself in a perilous predicament. As Chen Fan and his companions departed, the villagers, though able to hear their departure, merely crouched within their homes, peering cautiously from afar, too timid to confront the situation. Observing the convoy of vehicles, they internally cursed, branding the departing individuals as traitors. However, their ambitions were not matched by the courage or strength necessary to act upon them. At that moment, a group of villagers began to gather involuntarily, led by the village chief. This chief, Wang Fumin, was a youthful man in his 50s, having long held his position and interacted with county and city leaders. Witnessing their lofty status and wielding of power, he was filled with aspirations, an ambition for authority. This was his opportunity to exert power without the constraints of superiors or legal boundaries. He could act as he pleased. Previously, he had been one of the primary conspirators in isolating Chen Fan. The spoiled young man accompanying him was his own son, who now arrived with a gang of ruffians and weapons. What do you intend to do? Put down your weapons. Wang Fumin gazed at his son, whose brazen demeanor instilled a sense of foreboding within him. The older villagers behind him began to scold the young men, yet having committed to their actions, they were unwilling to retreat. You old geezers, always relying on your status, belittling us day in and day out. I've long been discontent with you. Now, if you behave, I might spare you, but otherwise the young man strode with a disregard for kinship, slamming his fists onto the table, leaving only a dent. His initial attempt at intimidation failing, he grew increasingly enraged, pounding the table repeatedly until it splintered, finally revealing a satisfied grin. Such destructive capability was not particularly frightening. What was truly alarming was the maniacal smile and the brutality behind his actions. This caused the elderly villagers to tremble with fear, for as the saying goes, the longer one lives, the more one fears death. The elders were gripped by a profound terror. A simple threat was sufficient to compel them to acquiesce, allowing the young man to assume the role of village chief. In this village, predominantly inhabited by a single clan, everyone was familiar with one another. Initially, there was considerable dissent regarding the young man's ascension to leadership, as it lacked democratic legitimacy. Yet, under the endorsement of the elderly, the villagers outwardly accepted this new order. Some young men, educated and worldly, expressed their discontent, denouncing it as tyranny. However, they were met with true despotism, suffering severe beatings that left them half dead, causing all but a few to cower in silence. Though nearly 100 individuals surrounded them, it was ironic that no one dared to speak out. Perhaps it was the ingrained subservience haunting their hearts. They merely wished to survive, indifferent to the life or death of others. Well, since no one opposes, I shall be the village chief, declared the young man, raising his chin with an air of arrogance. His cohorts ceased their actions, and the villagers were drawn to his presence, gathering grain. The homes of those who have perished are filled with an abundance of food, all of which has been brought here. The mention of grain piqued everyone's interest, prompting them to take action. However, at that very moment, a horde of zombies was advancing towards the village. Chapter 16. The way out of Sponge Village. Currently, Sponge Village is flanked by cars that obstruct the zombies, with no exits to the east or west. Fortunately, as the surrounding undead are not numerous, this configuration easily staves off their advance. There is a complete lack of crisis awareness. Instead, some elderly villagers, observing the ever-growing throng of zombies at the entrance, kindly alerted the new village chief. Yet, their warnings were met with ruthless dismissal, as the villagers indulged in their revelry, unbothered by such trivial matters. A group of elderly individuals stood inside a house at the village's edge, their hearts beginning to fill with panic as they watched the zombies continue to gather. What shall we do, old village chief? If we do not clear out these monsters, they will only accumulate further, and it will become increasingly difficult to address the situation. Several elders lamented, sighing incessantly. I am old, my time is limited. Perhaps this is not such a bad fate, reflected the old village chief, Wang Shoshan, who was over 80 years of age. He gazed at the nameless monstrosities below, his eyes deep and devoid of emotion. How could he harbor such thoughts? What of the villagers? They cannot simply watch as these people perish. Humph, I have always said they should venture out more. Then they would understand that merely clinging to this insignificant patch of land limits their perspective and judgment. And your son, spoiled by you, thinks he can usurp authority. Wang Shoshan scolded the elderly man before him, compelling him to lower his head in shame. Take some people and run to that child. He has the ability to protect everyone. Wang Shoshan shook his head, acknowledging his own failings in nurturing a village chief whose ambition far exceeded his capability, leading to the present predicament. But, I can tell that child is extraordinary, possessing unparalleled ambition. Surely, he will not make things too difficult for you. In this situation, simply surviving is a blessing. Wang Shoshan discerned the elder's internal conflict, feeling an even deeper sense of helplessness. Cough, cough, cough. The old village chief's repeated coughs roused the elder from his contemplation, who hurriedly approached, filled with concern. Upon seeing the blood on the handkerchief, the elder was moved to tears. Although he was not Wang Fumin's father, he felt a paternal bond. In his youth, he had been recognized by Wang Shoshan for his exceptional wisdom, being groomed as the next village chief. Under careful guidance and encouragement, he had made significant progress. Yet, since assuming the role of chief, his original intentions had inexplicably transformed, leading him to crave vanity, despite his son's shortcomings, and to present him as the next village leader. Fu Min, the village chief, should always prioritize the interests of the village. Only by embracing this belief can the village be well built and everyone enjoy a prosperous life. It is unacceptable for them to continue living in such dire circumstances, where they barely have enough to eat. Such a life is truly unbearable. Alas, I have completely forgotten the admonitions I received before taking on the role of village chief. The tears that stream down my face are a manifestation of regret for my past actions, as well as a deep sense of guilt for the nurturing I received from Wang Shoshan. Wang Shoshan's body has reached its limits, and with Fu Min's assistance, he slowly sat down in a chair. He patted Fu Min's shoulder in silence, for he now possessed no strength. The end of life seemed to beckon him. As he gradually closed his eyes, he appeared to envision a vibrant sponge village, filled with laughter and towering edifices. Wiping away his tears, Fu Min trudged towards the window, gazing at the horrifying, grotesque zombies outside. An overwhelming, unnamed pressure settled upon his shoulders. The villagers, foraging for food, had also heard the roars from beyond the village. Aside from a few brave souls, none dared to investigate further. Such news incited panic among them, leaving them at a loss for what to do. Of course, there were those who were astute. They hurried to inform the village chief. However, caught up in his own excitement, he dismissed their concerns with a brusque command to leave him be. The zombies are about to invade, chief. If we do not take action now, a few vehicles will not suffice to hold them back. Then procure more vehicles. Do not disturb us, or you shall face the consequences. His impatience flared as he glared at the clever one, a murderous glint emerging on his flushed face. Yet, the clever one remained oblivious to the danger. Otherwise, he would have refrained from speaking further. In a fit of rage, the current village chief seized a nearby bottle and, under the horrified gaze of the clever one, smashed it down with brutal force. Blood splattered across the floor, igniting a twisted excitement within the chief, who even displayed a ghastly smile. He continued to swing the bottle, causing the clever one's head to explode, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The surrounding ruffians had never witnessed such a scene. They had not even dared to touch the corpses left behind by Chen Fan's zombies, and they instantly fled, retching in horror. Chapter 17. The Awakening of the Current Village Chief. The stench of blood, mingled with the acrid odor of vomit, permeated the entire room. Even without seeing anything, the mere scent was unbearable. Yet, the current village chief's pallid face was enveloped in a faint red mist, and his pupils transformed into an eerie crimson. His ears elongated, and sharp fangs began to protrude from his mouth. A tremendous surge of power coursed through his body, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Vroom vroom. The cars roared to life, speeding down the streets, causing those scavenging for supplies to halt and stare at the two vehicles that barreled through, crashing past the village's barricades and speeding away. Left behind were bewildered villagers and an infuriated village chief. The thunderous roar drew everyone's gaze, revealing a monstrous figure that elicited expressions of sheer terror. I'm the village chief. You, go repair the barricades and continue gathering supplies. Upon realizing it was the village chief, although hesitant, they instinctively sprang into action. The 10 individuals inside the house, upon witnessing the chief's appearance, displayed looks of dread. Now, I possess a method to make you stronger, though the process is excruciating. I wonder if you are willing. For an extended period, agonizing howls echoed through the room, so heart-wrenching that even the zombies began to stir restlessly, let alone the villagers, who suffered greatly. Only 4 emerged, while the fate of the other 7 remained a mystery. Even within the confines of the house, no trace of them was found, not even their bodies. However, the next scene incited jubilant cheers from all present. The 4 had transformed into vampiric forms, standing at a distance as blood mist abruptly enveloped them, directing the murky vapor towards the horde of zombies. Any creature afflicted by the blood mist would be swiftly reduced to mere skin and bones, causing the zombies to collapse helplessly. They dared not engage the zombies in close combat, resorting instead to this method of extermination, albeit with limited effectiveness, taking an extended time to cleanse the area completely. Once the battle concluded, apart from the village chief, the others were drenched in sweat, as if utterly drained. You all, dispose of the corpses, the village chief commanded, pointing at the group of villagers who had merely spectated, his demeanor haughty. The nearby vampires regarded the living humans with predatory eyes, their tongues flicking across their lips. Under such a gaze, a chill coursed through their bodies, prompting involuntary shivers. The body, initially inclined towards laziness, suddenly surged with vitality, darting out to begin the disposal of the zombie carcasses. Upon dissecting a zombie, a grain-sized object was discovered within. An idea sparked in the village chief's mind, his eyes lighting up as he instructed a few individuals outside while tossing away the knife in his hand. The one dragging the corpse suddenly stiffened, fear flashing across their face as they turned to meet the cold stare, the words they wished to utter swallowed back. They picked up the small knife from the ground, trembling as they faced the zombies' remains, unable to bring themselves to strike. Hurry up! A sharp reprimand startled them, nearly causing the knife to slip from their grasp. Reluctantly, they closed their eyes, trembling as they extended the knife forward. A soft squelch echoed as the blade penetrated flesh. Yet no blood splattered. Instead, a foul, putrid odor wafted forth. They fought against the urge to vomit, yet summoned a flicker of courage, making a large incision in the zombie's abdomen. The nearly black blood mingled with the already decaying entrails, unleashing the full force of the rancid stench. The intense aroma permeated the air, causing those nearby to retch uncontrollably. I found it, a quivering voice cut through the cacophony of nausea, ringing clear amidst the sounds of vomiting. The man held a minuscule object, lacking luster and resembling a stone. Yet, it ignited a gleam in the eyes of the current village chief, whose gaze was irresistibly drawn to the crystalline core. Bring it here, he rasped, his voice tinged with the fervor of a beast in heat. To him, this object represented power and authority, a possession that must be firmly grasped. He had already devised a plan for vengeance against Chen Fan, intent on making him experience the humiliation he once endured. Observing the man's frenzied expression sent tremors through his very being. He hurriedly approached, forcing a stiff smile onto his rigid face. Quickly, go fetch me that object. The current village chief seemed oblivious to the man before him, his focus solely on the crystalline core. Grasping it, he did not even glance at the man's face before issuing commands. The recipient of the order wore an increasingly strained smile, yet obediently retreated. How was this object to be utilized? Was it to be consumed? Holding the core and examining it from side to side, he was convinced it was the source of Chen Fan's formidable power. It must harbor an extraordinary secret. Seemingly resolute, he closed his eyes and, suppressing a wave of nausea, swallowed the core whole. In an instant, a torrent of ferocious energy surged through his body, akin to enduring a sauna in the sweltering summer heat, leaving him in a state of overwhelming discomfort. Nearby, companions gazed greedily, feigning concern while secretly plotting their own schemes. The sensation did not linger long. The heat transformed into comfort, and pain morphed into strength. Was this the feeling of enhancement? Indeed, it felt quite remarkable. Chapter 18. The Tyrant. As the current village chief reveled in his newfound power, a horde of zombies advanced in the distance. Among them were even first-tier zombies, forming what appeared to be a miniature zombie swarm, seemingly in migration. Someone with keen eyes noticed the commotion and began to alert the villagers of Sponge Village. Upon hearing the warning, the villagers involuntarily turned their gazes, and upon witnessing the mass of zombies, panic ensued. They began to flee in haste, their voices raised in frantic shouts. "Do not run!" A commanding shout momentarily stunned the villagers, but it failed to halt their retreat entirely. "Go ahead. Let this serve as a warning." A sinister grin spread across the faces of several lackeys, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they regarded the crowd like predators eyeing their prey. They almost disregarded the distant horde of zombies, emboldened by their recent victory, convinced of their own strength to handle the situation. With a swift motion, sharp teeth pierced flesh, sucking the rancid blood, which tasted sweet to their mouths. "If you don't stop, you shall all become sustenance." Another booming command left everyone frozen in place. Witnessing the desiccated bodies of former companions, fear seeped into their hearts, their trembling legs and chattering teeth betraying their terror. Everyone grasped their weapons. "If we do not rise now, our homeland will be ravaged, and our loved ones will perish. We must stand up." The impassioned words stirred the hearts of the crowd. Yet, as ordinary individuals, few possessed such fervor. Their primary concern was mere survival. To charge forth and confront the undead? Such thoughts were beyond their reach, for deep down, they were inherently timid. However, the threat posed by the vampires instilled a greater fear, for these beings were human, and at times, they could be even more ruthless. Reluctantly, the people raised their pickaxes, shovels, and iron axes, trembling as they awaited orders. Convinced his speech had been a success, he believed he could compel these individuals to fight for him, while he remained safely in the rear, reaping the rewards. "What a clever little trickster I am," the village chief mused. Suddenly, an enormous visage appeared without warning, sending the minor obstacles flying and bringing the horde of zombies face to face with the villagers for a rather unfriendly encounter. The villagers were at a loss. Confronted with such a towering undead, they were paralyzed, and even the newly emerged vampires displayed signs of trepidation. The zombies charged forward, instantly shattering the villagers' morale. Leading the charge was a second-tier zombie, notably a powerhouse. Soon, those humans who dared to resist fell like harvested wheat, one after another, just as despair enveloped them. A glimmer of hope descended, illuminating its faithful subjects. From behind the zombie ranks, a tremendous noise erupted, causing the formidable second-tier zombie at the forefront to turn in confusion. It was a human-formed battalion, numbering over 10, surging forward with unrelenting momentum, as if traversing a path unimpeded by any obstacle. Roaring in anger, the second-tier zombie sensed its authority being challenged and pivoted to attack this threatening group. "Boss, that behemoth is approaching." "Humph, merely a second-tier zombie. I've slain my share before. I'll engage it with the second in command. You all focus on clearing the surrounding zombies, lest we be distracted." The leader, self-styled as Dominator, had a past shrouded in mystery. Beside him, a cloaked figure exuded an eerie aura. Many recognized him, for he was once a notorious serial killer infamous throughout Qing City. Now, he merely referred to himself as Shadow, a pitiful soul lurking in the shadows. Both were formidable awakeners, close to attaining second-tier status, but not quite there yet. Facing the horde of zombies, they wore expressions of indifference. Truly, as grotesque as ever, Dominator smirked, radiating disdain. Sensing the scorn directed at it, the zombie grew more enraged. With muscles bulging and veins pulsing, its crimson eyes reflected the figures of the two men. The ground trembled under the weight of its impending assault. Wise individuals would not confront such force head-on. The two deftly sidestepped, and an arrow, dark as night, soared towards its neck. With a sudden lift of the arms, the metallic clang reverberated through the air. The arrows vanished into thin air, granting the Titan opportunity to expand his arms to 3 or 4 times their original size. A tempest swirled as he struck with tremendous force towards the zombie's neck. A sharp crack echoed as the zombie's neck gave way under the impact. This undead creature proved to be rather formidable, remaining undeterred despite the assault. The zombie tilted its head, relentlessly charging forward. Once again, it found itself encircled by the Titan and his companion from both sides. Shadows flitted like phantoms, ready to pounce upon any movement from the zombie. The Titan, undeterred, collided head-on with the zombie. Though lacking in raw power, he held his ground, engaging in a fierce exchange. Even in the face of injury, he maintained the upper hand. With a resounding crash, the Titan unleashed a full-force assault, his breaths heavy and labored. The fabric of his clothing fluttered in the wind, torn by the sheer force of his punches. The zombie's attacks noticeably slowed, and with another powerful strike, the shadows, akin to a bloodthirsty lone wolf, seized upon the zombie's slightest vulnerability. The black arrows coalescing in his hands dissipated, giving way to a shadowy longsword. With a gust at his feet, he moved with far greater speed than during the initial assault. A dark silhouette danced at the heart of the battlefield, and without warning, the zombie's head tumbled to the ground. The Titan displayed no signs of surprise, evidently accustomed to such displays. Instead, he exhaled deeply, unceremoniously collapsing to the ground to recuperate his strength. Chapter 19. Wang Kuan. The Shadow's combat proficiency had grown increasingly refined, prompting a newfound caution within him. While he feigned indifference on the surface, his inner vigilance was heightened. "Boss, there are people ahead, quite a few in fact." At that moment, a subordinate jogged over, gesturing towards the scattered crowd ahead. "Oh, it appears there are still many survivors in this village. We must swiftly eradicate the zombies. This place could serve as our base, shielding us from the petty frustrations of those in Qing City, granting us greater freedom." A swell of ambition surged within the Titan, expanding relentlessly. By nearly midnight, the group had finally cleared the area. "You are an awakener? Or perhaps a contagious vampire?" Such an intriguing ability. The Titan sat at the forefront of the room, facing the kneeling village chief. Positioned at the rear, the chief had sustained no injuries and thus paused. Initially brimming with pride, he had aimed to assert dominance over the newcomers. However, after a cordial exchange with the Titan, he had transformed into a subservient figure. At that moment, his face bore a sycophantic grin, the swelling of his features rendering his smile particularly ludicrous. "Brother, had it not been for your somewhat useful ability, a person like you would have long been dragged out to be fed to the dogs." The Titan regarded the repulsive visage below him with disdain, stirring unwelcome memories. Indeed, brother, you speak the truth. I am but refuse, and how could someone like you ever deem me worthy? Oh, dear brother, your charm and elegance are truly captivating, and my admiration for you flows like the relentless currents of a mighty river, akin to the unstoppable waters of the Yellow River. Indeed, how delightful. Although I feel as if I have heard this before, it does not diminish the comfort and joy of the moment, and a smile is inescapably etched upon his face. At this instant, he has unwittingly transformed into the very image he once loathed. Observing the Titan laughing, the tension in his heart released in an instant, and he found himself laughing along. Yet, the bitterness within him remained known only to himself. The dramatic highs and lows of the day had truly struck him, leaving little room for contemplation. His singular thought was merely to survive, by any means necessary. "What is your name?" In response to your inquiry, "I am called Wang Kuan." "I ask you, Wang Kuan, are there so few of you left in your village?" The Titan gestured outside, where a group was engaged in constructing defensive fortifications. "Not at all. In truth, many of us still endure." Wang Kuan's mind raced, swiftly concocting a cunning scheme. The shadow, like a venomous serpent, easily caught the fleeting smile of Wang Kuan, though it remained unspoken, perhaps of little concern to the Titan. "Oh, then where have they gone?" The Titan, entirely oblivious, inquired with curiosity. "They have ventured yonder, to a formidable gang. When they arrived, there were only 2 of them, yet they eradicated all the zombies in the village. One unleashed a black mist with a fist, while the other wielded a blade that released crimson strikes, capable of sweeping away vast numbers. They are quite formidable. We would do well to enhance our strength before confronting them." "Humph, are they merely 2 awakened ones? We possess our own. What is there to fear? I declare that we shall seek out these 2 tomorrow." The Titan, dismissing the concern with a single hand gesture, exuded a spirit of ambitious determination as he effortlessly issued commands. "You must remember, they possess unknown weapons, the power of which you should be well aware. As he reveled in his aspirations, envisioning a future where his charisma would attract those two awakened individuals to join him in conquering a vast domain, a low, raspy voice, reminiscent of a messenger from the underworld, interrupted. This shattered the picturesque scene, and a flicker of terror crossed his face. It cannot be. How could the military acquire such weapons at the cost of countless lives? These two clearly lack power. How could they possibly obtain such things? Luck. The single word jolted the Titan back to reality, a heavy sigh escaping his lips as his expression grew increasingly bitter. Wang Kuan listened intently, committing every word to memory. What shall we do then? We cannot simply let this opportunity slip away. We can test the waters. How shall we do that? The Titan, filled with curiosity, turned to the shadow with eager anticipation. I do not know. At that moment, the Titan's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, rising and falling with exhilarating delight. With my abilities, I shall command those villagers. Through my powers, I will transform them, ensuring their absolute obedience to my will, enabling them to venture forth without hesitation. The shadow cast a profound glance at him, remaining non-committal regarding this approach. Chapter 20. The new arrivals at Sponge Village unbeknownst to them. All these events were keenly observed by Chen Fan. He watched as the orange dots on the map gradually morphed into black ones. During this process, he sensed something amiss. This must be another group. If that is the case, our information likely originated from the inhabitants of Sponge Village. Yet, what could this situation entail? Chen Fan pointed to the still orange dot, lost in contemplation. In the dead of night, Chen Fan roused the people, for guests were arriving. Upon reaching the entrance, he easily spotted vehicles approaching from afar. 3 cars, filled to the brim with passengers. Behind them trailed a horde of zombies, likely having attracted every undead on the road. Prepare for battle, he instructed, addressing Chen Sihai. After all, within this camp, they were the only two capable of fighting. As the vehicles passed, the zombies surged forth. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through a zombie's neck, its head soaring into the air. Chen Fan's punch, imbued with tremendous force, nearly shattered the entirety of its skull. This moment, due to their proximity, left the onlookers astounded. The expressions of shock and admiration directed at the two men left them feeling somewhat uneasy. At an unexpected moment, Wang Gada burst forth, delivering a fierce blow with a wooden stick to a zombie attempting to ambush Chen Fan. The creature stumbled, only to be met with Chen Fan's fist. Quite impressive. Chen Fan acknowledged with a nod towards Wang Gada before rejoining the fray. This action seemed to serve as a catalyst, drawing more individuals into the fray. Their numbers swelled. Expressions twisted with ferocity, as if determined by some unfathomable resolve. The terror they emanated overshadowed that of the zombie horde. Were the zombies conscious? They might have been intimidated by such an imposing display. The battle soon subsided, and as the survivors began to clear the battlefield, Chen Fan patted Wang Gada, who was diligently working, before turning towards the approaching vehicles. The occupants were predominantly elderly, with only a handful of youths present. Logically, this camp should not require so many elderly individuals. After all, they were in a developmental stage, necessitating a robust workforce, and looking ahead, more children would be essential for future growth. The elderly, in this context, appeared rather redundant, even burdensome. However, if he were to reject them, where would this group turn? And how would they secure their livelihoods? What is the matter with you? Chen Fan questioned, though he was aware of the internal strife depicted on the map. Cough, cough. Young man, Wang Kuan has strayed from the path, aspiring to become a local tyrant. We, the elderly, serve little purpose and are likely to be cast aside. One of them lamented. We do not expect you to take us in, but you must certainly accept these children. They are still young and hold a future. Leading the group is an elderly man, whose age does not hinder his agility. You may enter. We shall discuss this matter later. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, observing the frail elderly and the hopeful expression on the old man's face. You must take them in. Upon uttering these words, the elder attempted to kneel, but Chen Fan hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. Although he did not know the man, he could not allow him to kneel, fearing it might shorten his lifespan. Very well, you may all stay. The farm could enhance their physical condition, although these elderly individuals were somewhat frail and lacked strength. He was keenly interested in whether their health could improve through the farm's regimen. Given the short duration of time, the elderly man's physical development was not markedly evident, making the arrival of this group perfectly aligned with his experiment. He resolved to act as a benefactor, genuinely moved by their plight, rather than treating them as mere subjects for experimentation. He ushered everyone inside, and naturally, the vehicle was requisitioned as well. Some robust young men were assigned to outdoor tasks, handling transportation and combat duties, enjoying the finest provisions, with ample fried rice at their disposal. He believed that, over time, their physical capabilities would significantly enhance. Soon, after clearing the surrounding zombies, everyone engaged in conversation, dining, or resting. The night did not bring about any changes. Perhaps the insatiable greed was inherent, as once established. It would not diminish due to strength, but rather continue to expand. To prevent potential threats, Chen Fan rose early to make preparations. Among them was an experienced trapmaker, an elder hunter, whose skills were of little use in modern urban life, but proved invaluable now. The farmhouse area was relatively open, and there was only one accessible path between the farmhouse and Sponge Village. It was crucial to fortify this route, as it would be the most effective measure. After clearing the nearby zombies, they ensured this path was unobstructed. Additionally, to hinder the movement of the zombies and trigger traps, protective barriers were established at key locations, with guards assigned to watch over them. In such an open area, they could only prepare for close-quarters combat. Chen Fan was undaunted by this prospect. His confidence stemmed from their efficiency in exterminating zombies. A preliminary assessment indicated that the two awakened individuals did not possess combat capabilities beyond the third tier. Otherwise, they would not have taken so long to subdue the second-tier zombies. Setting traps was merely a precaution, as he did not regard these adversaries as formidable. The number of zombies in the vicinity was minimal, and with sufficient manpower, the clearing process was swift. The morning passed quickly, with numerous traps laid in the deep pits. Their actions commenced, albeit at a pace much slower than anticipated. Chapter 21. The concerns of Megatron. Megatron had a restless night, consumed with thoughts on how to turn the two individuals into his subordinates. In his mind, this place was merely a rural backwater, lacking in development across all aspects. They possessed methods to enhance their strength, of which these two were undoubtedly unaware. Thus, he never entertained the notion of failure, nor did he consider the possibility of being vanquished. The following day, despite being just a village, the yields were quite substantial. Various tools, along with the currently paramount necessities of food and water, were gathered and packed onto the vehicles. The village was teeming with vehicles, and it was effortless to find a few that were functional. His followers, all young and brimming with vigor, embodied the very spirit of youthful exuberance. Freshly risen from the embrace of women, they disregarded the weeping females and strutted outside with an air of self-satisfaction. A group of them dined and regaled one another with tales of their exploits from the previous night. However, to another group, those boastful accounts were grating to the ears. They clenched their teeth, with only a few meager biscuits to sustain them. Satiation was a distant dream. Once a thriving village, it now lay in a state of both mental and physical disrepair. Megatron radiated vitality, idly toying with a second-tier zombie crystal core, the key to acquiring power. Yet, if used indiscriminately, it would lead only to bodily collapse and explosive demise. Cautiously, he cradled the core in his palm, seated himself on the ground, and closed his eyes to commence his meditation. At that moment, a distinct layer of brown energy enveloped him, clearly visible to the outside world. The hue of his hands deepened as threads of energy surged forth, making contact with the crystal core. Blue energy began to be drawn out, shrouded in the protective brown aura. With each measured breath, the blue energy was absorbed into his being. A warm sensation surged throughout his body, a powerful force awakening within him. His skin flushed crimson, steam rising from his head. This state persisted for an extended duration, with no sound disturbing his concentration. As the sun dipped toward the west, the morning slipped away like a fleeting dream. Whether due to the sweltering heat or the intensity of his training, a misty veil enveloped Megatron. From the outside, it was impossible to discern his presence, and unbeknownst to all, he was at a pivotal juncture in his transformation. Within the mist, a pair of blood-red eyes abruptly opened, radiating a terrifying bloodlust. His aura expanded, causing the surrounding furniture to vibrate ominously. The surging energy unleashed itself with abandon. Megatron recognized this as his opportunity, a chance to break through to the second tier. His body resembled a water-filled vessel. The only way to prevent the water from overflowing was to expand the vessel's capacity. If one could gaze within, they would witness an otherworldly space within his mind, continually expanding. Until a certain stage was reached, a mist-like substance enveloped the entire space. Brown fog began to take on slender shapes, swirling within like fine threads. As these threads multiplied, they gradually replaced the fog, heralding the awakening of the second stage, a resounding success. The mist surrounding the Decepticon dissipated. The red hue of his form faded, and the brown protective membrane became increasingly solidified. He raised his hand, which coalesced into a glove of brown energy, encasing his hand like armor. Outside the door, The subordinates paced anxiously, their food growing cold in their hands. They awaited the Decepticon's emergence, knowing that had he not preemptively instructed them, many would likely have rushed in by now. What if something happened to the boss? One murmured, only to be rebuked. Shut your crow's mouth. As the two were embroiled in their petty squabble, the Decepticon pushed the door open and stepped out. Boss. The two instantly snapped to attention. Resembling obedient children, their earlier bravado vanished. The Decepticon was in a remarkably good mood, rare for him, and he offered a slight smile and a nod to the pair. This instinctive gesture left his subordinates momentarily astonished. Boss, what is going on? He smiled at us. Do you think the boss might silence us? They dared to whisper once he had walked away. Unaware of their conspiratorial musings, the Decepticon reveled in his buoyant spirits. Even if he had known, he would not have cared. Stepping outside, he inhaled the long-forgotten fresh air and began surveying his territory. The village was rich in resources, boasting a complete supply chain that allowed for the easy acquisition of whatever one desired. Both the entrance and exit of the village were fortified to prevent the ingress of zombies. Following yesterday's battle, the wandering undead had diminished significantly, rendering their task considerably easier. As the Decepticon reached the village's edge, he found no corpses of zombies on the ground. Peering into the distance, his expression grew solemn. Chapter 22. The first confrontation. It seems you have succeeded as well, came a raspy voice that inevitably conjured thoughts of terror. So, you two have triumphed? Our mission is undoubtedly destined for success. Ha ha ha. The Decepticon, brimming with pride, was filled with visions of a promising future. Not necessarily. I have an unsettling premonition. The Shadow replied ominously. You are merely overthinking it. Do not place faith in such forebodings. Relax, for we shall depart shortly. But my premonition is what kept you alive. The Shadow remarked before turning to leave, leaving the Decepticon in a state of confusion. He hesitated momentarily. Fortune favors the bold. Let us proceed. Having made his decision, he felt an invigorating lightness, his steps becoming more buoyant. All right, everyone, we set off. A group of over 10 people, nearly all of whom were gathered, included some villagers, along with Wang Kuan and his subordinates. The sound of the vehicle moving did not attract any zombies, as if they had never existed in this world. It appears that the prowess of this group is indeed commendable. The Decepticons remain vigilant, for even the smallest of foes can be formidable when cornered, especially when they lack overwhelming superiority. It is prudent to exercise caution. Suddenly, two sharp sounds resonate from ahead. What transpired? The Decepticon leaned forward, inquiring into the matter. There are nails on the road. The vehicle has suffered a flat tire. Could this be a trap laid by them? Returning to the vehicle, he cast a grave glance at the shadowy figure. What a coincidence it would be for nails to appear on this road. They too traversed this path, and the road should have been cleared. Humph, even if it were a trap, what of it? In the face of true strength, all cunning tactics are rendered futile. The Decepticon nodded, followed by a disdainful snort. The more precarious the situation, the greater his desire for conquest. Let the villagers lead the way, we shall proceed on foot. The Decepticon exited the vehicle, uttering a terse command as he moved forward. The road proved to be tumultuous, strewn with large nails. Humph, such trivial tricks. They are ultimately but soft persimmons, not to be feared. At that moment, 3 crisp sounds echoed once more. What now? The Decepticon's expression darkened, and he bellowed in anger. Boss, there's a pit ahead. Several villagers have perished. A young man, trembling, approached to report the grim tidings. Everyone, stay alert. They are coming. Chen Fan's voice drew the attention of all present. Let us advance. The group gathered and cautiously moved forward. They are using the villagers as human shields, exclaimed a young man in indignation. There are still many traps ahead. At this rate, the villagers will all perish. Another youth added. Although they possessed considerable knowledge and capability, it was evident that they were losing their composure. We shall destroy all traps and charge forth, declared Chen Fan, his countenance heavy with the sight of 2 villagers falling victim to the traps. Yet, with no ties to these individuals, he found himself in a quandary. After all, he too was among those forsaken by the world. To ask him to once again place his faith in it was indeed a tall order. Nevertheless, to merely watch them die would be detrimental to his leadership. He needed these individuals to fulfill tasks. He could not afford to alienate them. However, if we proceed this way, many of us shall perish as well. The older members, possessing greater insight, perceived the gravity of the situation. I cannot bear the thought of these villagers dying because of me. You may stay here. My father and I can handle this. Chen Fan displayed a visage of profound sorrow, tears glistening in his reddened eyes, resembling a beast poised to unleash its fury. We shall go together and eradicate this vile group. After a night of recuperation, the group emerged invigorated, their physical prowess having improved to varying degrees, which significantly bolstered their confidence. Yet, while confidence is a virtue, arrogance is a vice of the most detrimental kind. A group of individuals wielding weapons, all crafted from a well-stocked armory, stood poised for action. Though these fine instruments of combat were in their possession, an absence of the profound sense of inherited knowledge was palpable among them. After deliberation, they divided into two factions, concealing themselves along the roadside, intent on launching a surprise attack to minimize casualties. As the Decepticons approached, they grew increasingly cautious due to the traps, their pace considerably slowed. There were indeed individuals present. The sensory perception of a second-tier awakened being was markedly superior to that of an ordinary person, allowing them to effortlessly detect the concealed group. Upon receiving a warning from their leader, the members swiftly entered a combat stance. Realizing their plans had been thwarted, Chen Fan emerged, engaging in close-quarters combat. Although the Decepticons boasted awakened fighters among their ranks, they were still outnumbered by ordinary individuals. Furthermore, a contingent of disgruntled villagers suddenly turned against them, charging with a fervor that seemed to stem from deep-seated grievances, eager to exact their revenge. In a clash with the Decepticons, Chen Fan threw a punch, but immediately contemplated retreat. The power behind that strike was evidently second-tier, and the time spent honing that strength far exceeded his own, leaving him with little hope of victory. The Decepticon, recognizing the futility of the situation, turned and fled without hesitation. Chen Fan, taken aback by such a display of survival instinct, realized his plans for practical training had been thwarted, compelling him to exert every ounce of his strength. Chapter 23. Combat. The scene on the battlefield was almost comical, with the Decepticons sprinting ahead while Chen Fan pursued closely behind. With a slight huff, Chen Fan surged forward, quickly closing the distance to deliver a punch. The Decepticon, sensing impending danger, braced himself to meet the blow, feeling the immense force reverberate through his arm. He had not even unleashed his full strength yet, and it was clear that he was on the verge of ascending to the third tier. His only course of action was to flee. However, reality swiftly contradicted his thoughts. A swift kick aimed directly at his face obstructed his escape route. Barely evading it, he was met with another punch that strained his defenses, making the prospect of retreat increasingly daunting. While Chen Fan wielded adept combat skills, the Decepticon relied solely on instinct, starkly highlighting their disparity in prowess. Although Chen Fan's punches appeared straightforward, their angles were cunningly executed, targeting vital areas such as the temple, armpit, and neck, strikes that could prove fatal or result in severe injury if successful. Beads of sweat dotted the Decepticon's forehead, and his desire to retreat intensified, leading him to regret his earlier decisions. How could such a formidable presence exist in the world? His mind was plagued with despair as he approached a breaking point. The flow of blood within him quickened, and the circulation in his body intensified. The crimson hue enveloped the entirety of his skin, with spherical muscles bulging forth, his arms surpassing the girth of Chen Fan's legs. His physique had ascended to the realm of monstrosity, transforming into a towering 3-meter-tall humanoid beast. The clash of battle reverberated, as Chen Fan found himself evading the onslaught of the Titan. Each punch that struck the ground left behind a substantial crater, a spectacle that left onlookers in awe. Is this the power of an awakened being? Indeed, formidable. Yet, Chen Fan displayed no signs of panic. Rather, he was invigorated, eager to engage. Their confrontation had been cordoned off, for the residual force of their struggle posed a lethal threat to all nearby. A vast expanse had been cleared for their tumultuous duel, ample enough for their fierce exchanges. As Chen Fan deftly sidestepped another attack, he retaliated with a kick aimed at the Titan's abdomen, sending a jolt of agony coursing through his senses. The Titan emitted a primal roar reminiscent of a wild beast, inciting involuntary shivers among those who bore witness. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Chen Fan, his face a mask of uncontainable fury. A punch surged towards him, expanding ominously within Chen Fan's field of vision. What a splendid strike! A hearty laugh escaped Chen Fan, accompanied by a dense aura of black energy enveloping his form, a transformation that evoked images of demonic entities from the depths of hell or malevolent spirits from the underworld. As the black mist coalesced around his fist, its dark luster intensified, exuding a sense of unyielding strength and explosive power. Hardened, the giant fist was unleashed. Chen Fan thrust it forward, the diminutive appendage overshadowed by the colossal shadow of his punch, radiating an overwhelming force that sent nearby spectators flying. The crowd instinctively fell silent, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. none daring to disrupt the charged atmosphere. Some, paralyzed by fear, found themselves rendered helpless, yet the throng remained oblivious to their trepidation. With a resounding boom, a shockwave radiated outward, once more displacing onlookers, casting them into disarray. Nevertheless, this chaos did little to detract from the gravity of the moment. This was not merely a skirmish between Chen Fan and the Titan, but rather a pivotal juncture that would determine their fates. As the dust began to settle, the figures of both combatants emerged from the haze. The Titan's once imposing stature had vanished, now sprawled on the ground, his arms grotesquely contorted. Blood seeped from his lips. His once grand aspirations reduced to a mere sigh of resignation. The ambitions that once soared high had dissolved into the ether. The Titan gazed at Chen Fan, mouth agape. Yet words eluded him. His expression shifted towards one of acceptance, his body relaxing before succumbing to rigidity. Chen Fan discerned the transformation of the black spots into a vibrant orange. Although the reason eluded him, a compelling urge to revive the fallen Titan surged within Chen Fan. Suddenly, a shadow darted forward, gently patting the Titan's body, prompting another spurt of blood to escape his lips. In an instant, the Titan regained consciousness, collapsing to the ground as he coughed incessantly. Although the two of us are not virtuous individuals, we have refrained from harming the innocent. As for the others, you may deal with them as you wish, but we hope to be spared. We still possess value. The final statement was articulated with remarkable clarity, the enunciation deliberate, as if to signal an underlying message. Chen Fan did not respond, but instead charged towards the remaining few. The anger reflected in the villagers' eyes revealed the distinction between good and evil, yet this was merely a superficial assessment. Chen Fan's actions in capturing their subordinates evoked no discernible reaction from the two captains. Rather, they maintained an unsettling calm, as if this group were not the brothers with whom they had once fought side by side. Swiftly, Chen Fan bound them together, yet as he commenced the interrogation, one villager pointed out that Wang Kuan and his companions were missing. Although Chen Fan possessed a map, he had not been constantly vigilant, and lapses were inevitable. Indeed, upon glancing at the map again, he observed a group of dark figures advancing rapidly, gradually disappearing into the fog, rendering them untraceable. Chapter 24. Surrender. Chen Fan paid little heed to the others, regarding them as mere pawns. You may point fingers at one another, but consider the consequences of deceit. He regarded them with an expression he believed to be menacing. He is a rapist, a truly vile character. And you, are you not a robber? Did you not consort with women yesterday? Silence. You speak nonsense. In an instant, driven by the will to survive, they hastily sought to expose each other's secrets. Vying for a glimmer of hope, Chen Fan unearthed a more horrifying truth. None among them were innocent. They were all individuals of heinous crimes. Turning his gaze towards the somewhat listless captain, he noted the understanding in his eyes, yet they were unable to voice their thoughts. Allow me to clarify, the shadow interjected, his voice low and somber. They have all emerged from prison, and each bears some form of criminal record. So you, while others may not know you, we are well aware of your past. If you accuse us of being irredeemable, you are the very devil of the underworld. Indeed. How many lives did you take back then? You dare to judge us? In prison, we feared you. Now that our elder brother is present, we have no reason to fear you. The shadow's eyes flickered momentarily before reverting to their icy demeanor. Say whatever you wish. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Approaching the situation with caution, he could not afford to harbor a truly wicked individual as a companion. Humph. The deeds you committed upon your release are undeniable: debauchery and pillaging. You have done it all. At the very least, the shadow possesses more integrity than you. The physical prowess of awakeners is truly astounding. And for a second tier like the captain, while he may not be able to fight, his words carried weight and a commanding presence. Between ordinary individuals and awakeners, it was clear where Chen Fan's allegiance lay. This group of common folk was destined for downfall. The duality of the Decepticons, their morality yet to be revealed in future actions, lingered in Chen Fan's thoughts, kindling a spark of clarity within him. He contemplated the fate of those bound and cursing before him, gesturing towards them with a directive: eliminate them all. This decree fell upon the group like a thunderbolt, eliciting a cascade of cold sweat and expressions of sheer terror. They bowed profusely, imploring Chen Fan to spare their lives. Grandfather, I beseech you, do not take my life. I was coerced into this. Despite their genuine cries, their pleas bore no weight upon Chen Fan's steely resolve. He turned away, not out of fear of witnessing what was to come, but from disdain for these wretched souls. You are not safe. Chen Fan's gaze pierced through the two, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping them. causing rivulets of cold sweat to trickle down their foreheads. "We understand," they responded, their only recourse being to nod fervently in agreement. "Follow me," he commanded, his tone brooking no dissent, compelling them to silently trail behind him. Behind them, the anguished cries of former subordinates echoed, a reminder that despite their villainy, they remained human, capable of fear and emotion. In the face of death, their reactions paled in comparison to those of their victims. "Come with me," Chen Fan directed the group, before taking his seat in the vehicle. The others, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, retrieved their own vehicles and followed suit. The Decepticons from Sponge Village intended to establish a base, leaving some behind to guard it. However, this cadre possessed limited combat prowess, none of whom stood a chance against Chen Fan. Upon arriving at the village, the skirmish concluded swiftly, rescuing a multitude of women and children. These individuals, bearing both physical and emotional scars, would receive some care, yet it was inherently limited. A camp cannot halt its progress for the sake of a few. "You must possess crystal cores," Chen Fan surmised as the trio entered a farmhouse, observing the two with a calm demeanor. Without hesitation, they produced the crystal cores from their persons, 5 first-level cores and several ordinary ones. Perfect, Chen Fan thought, for they had not engaged in the slaughter of zombies. Believing their day would yield no rewards, yet fortune smiled upon him here. Within the farm lay a crystal, and Chen Fan stood with 2 astonished individuals, jaws agape. This was the essence of his secret. They could not help but wonder, yet upon meeting Chen Fan's gaze, they instinctively withdrew their thoughts, acknowledging the precariousness of their situation. They could not contend with him. After a solemn oath, the two experienced the extraordinary system interface once more. "Is this not a scene from a novel?" they pondered, finally grasping the true strength of their lord. The Decepticons, with an inexplicable flattery, brought a sense of satisfaction to Chen Fan's heart. He glanced at the loyalty levels, all exceeding 70, which assured him of their safety. With a sense of relief, he set down his weapon and regarded the two with a smile. Although it appeared to be a smile, to the two, it was laden with a sense of conspiracy. Chapter 25. Upgrading the farm with an ample supply of crystal cores. The time had come for an upgrade. Holding the crystal core, he placed it at the core location as usual, then accessed the system panel and clicked on Upgrade. "Upgrading the farm, please wait." Before the eyes of the three, a flash occurred, and they were instantly transported to a fog-laden environment, obscuring their vision. Not only the three, but also the workers around them found themselves in the same situation. Some had witnessed this scene before, while others had not, all gazing curiously into the mist, eager to see through its veil. The uncontainable joy etched on their faces infused the atmosphere with a sense of anticipation. Groups of 3 or 5 congregated, engaging in spirited discussions, their smiles reflecting a yearning for the morrow, as if they glimpsed a radiant future awaiting them. The progress bar steadily ascended, rapidly filling up. Ding! Farm upgrade complete. The announcement echoed in the ears of the crowd, stirring excitement. As the fog gradually dissipated, a brand new farm unveiled itself before all. The farm had expanded to more than twice its original size, with an increase in red soil and numerous patches of blue, while the remaining ordinary soil had also undergone considerable expansion. In the midst of the complex, a new pond had been added, though modest in size. It featured a small pavilion at its center, surrounded by blooming lotus flowers. A vibrant greenery enveloped the area, and amidst the busyness of farming, one could find a moment of respite. The main building was no longer wooden. Instead, it showcased extensive brickwork and grand carvings, resembling a mighty dragon that spanned the entire wall and coiled around the stone pillars flanking the entrance. A 3-story structure, it embodied traditional Chinese architecture, complete with spacious balconies on each floor. In addition to the main building, a 2-story side structure stood nearby, silently guarding the premises. Next to the weapons room, a food processing factory had been established. The superficial transformation left everyone astounded, their mouths agape as they marveled at the surrounding changes, struggling to fathom that this was once the rather cramped farm. As the praises flowed, and the crowd yearned to explore further, Chen Fan had already opened the farm's spatial interface. Attribute Panel Farm. Hope Camp Level 2. Next upgrade requires 50 Tier 2 crystal cores. Aura. Power of Cultivation. Enhances battle power acceleration by 10. Population, 212 Lord. Chen Fan Deputy Lord. None Manager. None Deputy Manager. None Hunting Captain. None within the farm space. New auras and positions had emerged, each role serving distinct purposes and bestowing additional effects. Lord. Synchronizes the battle power of 10 inhabitants within the territory. Deputy Lord. Synchronizes the battle power of 1 inhabitant within the territory. Manager. increases battle power acceleration by 100. Deputy Manager, increases battle power acceleration by 75. Each position possesses its own unique enhancement effects, significantly boosting overall capabilities. In addition to farm attributes, one may also observe the traits of the subjects. Common functionalities: map feature, activated level 1 spatial backpack, activated level 1 job transition functionality, not activated activation condition, 10 second tier crystal cores, subjects, Chen Si high position, none combat power, 7 loyalty, 100 subjects, Yang Fanghua position, none combat power, 5 loyalty, 100 once the common functionalities are activated. This feature will manifest in the personal panel, accessible to all, albeit requiring crystal cores for activation. Furthermore, a marketplace emerges, allowing for the exchange of various items. Seeds, common seeds, tomato, cherry tomato first-tier seeds, fried rice tree, electric fruit tree, guardian tree second-tier seeds, bomb tree, supernatural tree. Energy tree third-tier seeds are displayed in gray and remain concealed. Buildings, production types, integrated automated production table for tools, automated production table for stone bricks finished buildings, ordinary houses, low-tier houses, mid-tier houses, high-tier houses, walls, arrow towers daily necessities, special buildings, task board, issues tasks to receive rewards. Farm core, establishes sub-farm space. These constructions can be acquired using crystal cores, with the special building task board requiring 10 second-tier crystal cores, and the farm core necessitating 40 second-tier crystal cores. The demand for crystal cores is substantial. However, the levels of zombies will also escalate over time, making the plan for infinite sub-bases imminent. Chen Fan gazed at the plethora of functionalities with immense excitement, especially upon sighting the farm core. His complexion flushed, his eyes ablaze like a beast ready to pounce. The job transition functionality should be prioritized. Currently, he possesses 4 second-tier crystal cores, and to exchange them, he must act promptly. With a gleam in his eyes, Chen Fan once again directed his attention to the system backpack, where the rewards from the recent upgrade were stored. Awakening fruit tree, capable of awakening an individual's supernatural ability, growth cycle, 10 days. Wooden wall chariot, a chariot that emerges from the earth, possessing the hardness of steel, while also carrying spatial functionality and various modules, growth cycle, 1 day. Energy fruit trees X2, several fried rice trees, special supernatural fruit, flame, X1, can be used in combination. Holding the fiery red fruit, capable of being used in combination, Chen Fan recognized it as the optimal item to significantly enhance his strength. Taking a deep breath, he turned away from the surrounding clamor and returned to his dwelling. Chapter 26. Third tier. The house had also transformed, yet Chen Fan's interest lay elsewhere. His yearning for power was palpable. His current combat power had reached 99, and he was but a step away from the third tier. With this fruit as his foundation, success seemed merely a fleeting moment away. Upon reaching the top floor, one encounters the Lord's Chamber, a place imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy that can be absorbed into the body, enhancing combat prowess. Although such energy exists in the outside world, it is exceedingly sparse and nearly impossible for individuals to absorb in a normal manner. Chen Fan retrieved a fruit, feeling a surge of excitement. He wondered what extraordinary results would emerge from its fusion with his steel enhancement. As the fruit was consumed, its juices burst forth. A delicate balance of tartness intermingled with sweetness flooded his mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Before he could savor this flavor further, a refreshing sensation began to permeate his mind and spread throughout his body. He felt as if he were floating on the verge of ascension, and instinctively commenced his cultivation method. He could distinctly sense the dimensional space within his mind expanding. In the desolate, shadowy void, flickers of flame began to emerge, resembling twinkling stars above. The flames swelled, accompanied by an intense warmth that enveloped him, an exhilarating sensation of power that he found irresistible. The rising heat began to affect those in the vicinity. Individuals below, either preoccupied or exploring, sensed a wave of warmth enveloping them. Why has it suddenly become so hot? They murmured, beads of sweat forming on their brows, their futile attempts to wipe their foreheads proving ineffective. It seemed to emanate from the direction of the main building. Gradually, they discerned the source, their gazes drawn involuntarily. The Lord must have just ascended, one remarked, instilling a sense of calm among the crowd. This must surely be the Lord's doing. There was no cause for concern, as the Lord's prowess was undeniable. Yet, 3 individuals harbored deep worries, among them Chen Fan's parents. The other was Wang Gada, who was particularly anxious about Chen Fan's future, fearing any potential setback. What should we do? Shall we go and take a look? Yang Fanghua whispered, her face etched with concern. No, we cannot. Chen Fan may be on the brink of a breakthrough. If we disturb him, all could be lost. Chen Sihai replied gravely, nodding in agreement. Yang Fenghua bit her lip tightly, standing silently, disregarding the sweat trickling down her forehead, her gaze fixed in quiet anticipation. At that moment, Chen Fan, enveloped in the heart of the heat wave, was but a step away from ascension, his latent abilities now awakened. With a soft exclamation, a surge of red flames erupted from the crown of his head, striking the ceiling. The indestructible nature of the system's architecture rendered it unresponsive. Slowly, he rose to his feet, cloaked in darkness, surrounded by a fiery aura. It was indeed possible to envelop himself completely. The transformation at the third tier was nothing short of profound. He leapt gently, akin to soaring through the air, floating momentarily. He jumped from the windowsill, causing a stir among the onlookers who turned in astonishment, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the Lord. Good heavens, the Lord has become sun-kissed. The astonished exclamations of the crowd did not faze Chen Fan. Instead, he responded with a gentle smile. I will step out for a moment to test my current strength, he murmured as he swiftly approached Chen Sihai. Be careful, Yang Fenghua immediately cautioned. Chen Fan nodded and quickly departed, noticing that the gathering crowd was increasingly regarding him as a rare spectacle. Thanks to his ability to fly briefly, his movements were light and remarkably swift, even exceeding the speed of automobiles, though this exertion took a toll on his stamina. In pursuit of carving a new path that would connect to the city, he made his way westward to assess the situation. The west was teeming with zombies, with new ones arriving at the farmhouse daily, making it the most populous direction. He pondered whether there might still be a dimensional rift in that area. Otherwise, from whence did these zombies originate? As he fought off the zombies, a massive spiked club suddenly whizzed past his head, the gust of air ruffling his hair. Yet, there was no time for Chen Fan to relax. Two more spiked clubs appeared, one on each side, prompting him to retreat just in time to narrowly evade the attacks. To his surprise, they were all second-tier zombies. Facing him were three identical colossal zombies. Although they were all second-tier, when combined, their combat prowess could rival that of a third tier. Their towering stature did not hinder their agility, making it exceedingly difficult for Chen Fan to find an opportunity to counterattack. Crimson flames erupted from his gauntlets as he gracefully leaped backward. With a powerful thrust of his fists, the flames surged forward, striking two zombies and momentarily halting their movements. In that fleeting moment of stalemate, Chen Fan seized the opportunity to launch an attack. The flames coalesced into a lance that, propelled by his momentum and strength, pierced deeply into a zombie's chest. Chapter 27. The intelligent zombie before succumbing to its injuries. The zombie swung its spiked club with all its might. Unprepared, Chen Fan's body transformed into steel. With a resounding crash, the impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the ground with such force that he left a crater in his wake. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, he bore no external injuries. Indeed, the third-tier zombies were a different breed. Their physical resilience had ascended to another level, capable of withstanding all but armor-piercing rounds. As he regarded the remaining two zombies, a faint smile crept upon his lips. With one formidable foe eliminated, the remaining two posed little challenge and would not exhaust him significantly. The zombies, devoid of fear and consumed by rage at the loss of their companion, grew increasingly frenzied. Chen Fan opted against confronting them head-on with such wild beasts. The moment to strike would be when their stamina waned. Like a patient hunter, he quietly awaited the moment his prey would reveal signs of fatigue. Not long after, a faint smile involuntarily graced Chen Fan's lips. He deftly evaded the assault of a spiked mace, firmly bracing himself against the ground. Entering a state of concentration as crimson flames ignited around his fists, the red flames began to surge, enveloping his arms entirely, rendering them invisible. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, his fists appearing before a zombie's chest. The flames, akin to razor-sharp blades, pierced through the undead's body. With a resounding explosion, the red flames erupted from within, obliterating half of the zombie's form, its vitality slowly fading from its eyes. With another thunderous crash, the mace struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and shattering the remaining half of the body. Oh, quite ruthless, even sparing no one from their own kind. With the last zombie remaining, Chen Fan felt a sense of ease, effortlessly dispatching it without much exertion. Sighing in relief, he extracted the zombie core before continuing his journey. The sheer number of zombies was daunting, most being first tier, and the prolonged battle had begun to wear him down, compelling him to pause. Clearly, something was amiss ahead. Observing the ever-increasing horde of zombies, Chen Fan's expression turned grave. for this location was alarmingly close to his camp. Suddenly, as he contemplated retreating, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. The force of it caused a ringing in his ears, and as he gazed ahead, he noticed that all the zombies had turned, sprinting in another direction. What could be happening? Curiosity gnawed at him, and he found himself unable to resist the urge to follow. Resolute, he hastened forward. For the first time, he trailed behind the zombies, an almost surreal sensation washing over him. The explosions grew more frequent and thunderous, signaling that he was drawing near. As the scene came into clearer view, he beheld a vast multitude of zombies, alongside a massive black vortex from which they poured forth in an unending stream. Astonishingly, the majority were first-tier zombies. Chen Fan felt a surge of shock, cold sweat cascading down his brow. A wave of dread flooded his mind. He realized he had been overly confident. If he continued on this path, he would undoubtedly encounter this horde. The outcome of such a confrontation was all too predictable. Moreover, interspersed within the throng were numerous second-tier zombies. The sheer magnitude of this gathering was unfathomable. Suddenly, a heightened sense of caution enveloped Chen Fan, as he felt an overwhelming presence of danger. It was as if he had become the prey of a hunter, and he stiffened as he looked up. There, he beheld hollow eyes devoid of life, yet brimming with an overwhelming authority. Its expression conveyed a mind of its own. Clad in a black suit, bald, and with a face as pale as snow, devoid of any color, it sent chills down his spine in an instant. The zombies quickly regained their composure, gazing into the distance while emitting incomprehensible growls, seemingly orchestrating their ranks to advance or retreat. What an unsettling scene. Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart brimming with surprise, as he let out a stream of exclamations rooted in traditional culture. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, compelling him to retreat hastily. He needed to carefully contemplate the situation at hand. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, the enigmatic figure of the zombie glanced in his direction once more, only averting its gaze when Chen Fan had distanced himself. On the battlefield, the army of the undead clashed with the human forces, and amidst the relentless barrage of machine guns and artillery, all but the towering third-tier zombies were reduced to mere fragments. As the soldiers reveled in their apparent triumph, unbeknownst to them, a squad of invisible zombies stealthily approached from behind. A gust of wind brushed against Soldier A's head, sending a chill down his spine, prompting an involuntary shiver. How can it be so cold under this blazing sun? He pondered aloud. This cool breeze, coupled with the artillery fire, creates quite a picturesque scene, remarked Soldier B nonchalantly. Once we eliminate them all, our world will finally be safe, and I can return home to see my family. Soldier A appeared to reminisce, a faint smile gracing his lips. I heard your wife gave birth to a healthy boy. You must be thinking of your son, he chuckled. However, as Soldier B laughed, he noticed Soldier A's response was absent. Hey, he patted Soldier A's shoulder, only to be met with the horrifying sight of Soldier A's head rolling to the ground. Instantly, a wave of panic surged through him, and he instinctively yearned to scream for help, yet his voice remained trapped in his throat as he silently collapsed. Behind him, a tall, slender figure lurked, barely perceptible. Chapter 28. The battle's failure. The zombies moved with remarkable stealth, yet they were ultimately discovered. Nevertheless, they achieved significant success. What is going on? Why has the artillery fire diminished? A middle-aged man in the command center bellowed at his subordinates. The front line suffered considerable casualties due to the lack of firepower, and the soldiers' sacrifices were a direct consequence of their oversight. There are enemies to the rear. We are currently engaging in a siege and require the power of the awakened. They are formidable, one of the support personnel replied with a grave expression. What? A surprise attack? The middle-aged man stood up in disbelief, incredulous at the revelation. Then, Chen Jun, please handle it, he instructed after regaining his composure, issuing his command decisively. Yes, sir. A young man in the ranks immediately stood up, saluted, and proceeded to gather personnel before departing. Are there intelligent zombies among them? I truly wonder what terrifying adversaries we face, the middle-aged man muttered quietly, watching Chen Jun's retreating figure. The awakened within the army possessed exceptional strength, with a significant number being third tier. With an entire city as their support base and enviable resources at their disposal, they could enhance their powers without concern. Chen Jun was cautious this time, bringing along only third-tier awakened individuals, truly their most formidable combat force. This marks our inaugural participation on the battlefield. We hope you shall approach this combat with utmost vigor and enthusiasm. Do you possess confidence? Indeed. The thunderous affirmation drew the attention of those nearby, some revealing expressions of envy. The formidable prowess of individuals is the source of their longing and admiration. A group of approximately 20 swiftly advanced towards the rear position, At this moment, the rear was eerily silent, devoid of artillery fire, as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings with weapons in hand. Despite their enhanced abilities, they found it nearly impossible to detect the presence of these enigmatic foes. Fortunately, among them were awakened individuals capable of vaguely discerning the enemy, allowing for their identification and elimination. Consequently, many shadow zombies were vanquished, yet this came at the cost of numerous comrades' lives. The death of many allies ignited a fierce resolve within them, compelling them to charge forth with reckless abandon to eradicate the enemy. Each enemy slain signified at least one comrade's sacrifice, and they faced the zombies in this grim manner. These zombies appeared to possess their own consciousness, exhibiting a semblance of fear that slowed the pace of the hunt. Amidst their desperate struggle, a cry of alarm echoed from the rear of the army. The awakened team had finally arrived, signaling that their demise was no longer imminent. The 20 individuals moved in perfect unison, swiftly navigating through the throng to reach the front lines. Without further ado, they plunged directly into battle. Thanks to their awakened status, they could trace the movements of the shadow zombies. The encounter became markedly less arduous, as most of these zombies were of the second tier, with only a few being of the third tier. A deafening roar momentarily hindered the shadow zombies' actions, while the frontal zombies fought with reckless abandon, engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Conversely, the shadow zombies, slippery as eels, eluded capture and rapidly retreated from the battlefield. Despite their intentions to intercept, they were forced to divert their attention due to the zombies in their path, though they quickly dispatched the obstructing zombies. The optimal moment to eliminate the shadow zombies was lost. It became impossible to achieve complete annihilation, which delayed Chen Jun in issuing the pursuit order. You few remain here to guard against another ambush. The rest follow me back to report our findings. Chen Jun was decisive, swiftly issuing commands before leading a group back. How did it go? He inquired eagerly upon reaching the middle-aged man. The expulsion order was executed flawlessly. The zombies have retreated. Retreated? Are you saying we did not destroy them all, but they fled on their own? The middle-aged man raised his voice, eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed. Those two succinct words filled the hearts of those present with astonishment. It is indeed hard to believe, but the undead possess intelligence. The middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling Chen Jun to step back. Chen Jun complied and retreated to rest. This battle had proven to be immensely beneficial for him. In future confrontations with the undead, they would exercise greater caution, for this group of zombies was no longer merely frenzied beasts, but rather an alternative form of sentient life. When faced with such intelligent beings, no one would underestimate them. Whether to continue this battle would now necessitate careful consideration. Although artillery continued to make its presence felt on the battlefield, the grim reality of heavy casualties among the soldiers at the front made it impossible to advance with the same overwhelming force as before. After a night of deliberation, the commander ultimately issued a crucial order. All personnel were to evacuate immediately. Thus, a grand encirclement operation concluded with humanity's arrogance leading to its failure. Chapter 29. The commercial system. The suited zombie observed the retreating crowd while simultaneously issuing a command for withdrawal. Concurrently, it glanced towards Chen Fan's farmhouse, a flicker of wisdom passing through its eyes. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, he had already become a target as he made his way back. Did that suited zombie see me? Why did it not attack? Could it be that my allure is simply too strong? He pondered. What am I thinking? It must find me unworthy of battle. That is the only explanation. If that were the case, it must possess combat capabilities far superior to my own. Given our proximity, would I not be at risk of an attack? Shaking his head, Chen Fan dismissed such implausible thoughts. It seemed prudent to prepare himself, as he could no longer afford to be so leisurely. He quickened his pace, the absence of any zombie presence allowing him to focus entirely on his escape. Upon returning to the camp, Chen Fan immediately sought out Chen Sihai and Yang Fenghua, recounting the events in detail. There exists such a formidable undead entity, and with so many zombies surrounding us, our situation is dire, he expressed. Chen Sihai, with his head lowered and chin resting on his hand, appeared deep in thought. What shall we do? How about leaving this place? Yang Fenghua asked, her voice tinged with concern as she looked at Chen Fan. If we leave the core of the farm, can you take me with you? Chen Sihai articulated the crux of the matter. Of course not, Chen Fan replied, slightly taken aback before continuing. Then it stands to reason that we have no other choice but to confront this head-on. Chen Sihai shrugged, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the two. Indeed, the reality was clear. They were far too weak. If they abandoned the farm's confines, their source of strength would be severed, leaving them utterly defenseless in this brutal apocalyptic world. Chen Fan felt a sense of relief wash over him. his expression becoming more relaxed. Yang Fenghua, however, struggled to comprehend their demeanor. Was calamity not imminent? How could they still manage to smile? We need more people, Chen Sihai stated. To the east lies a small town with a population of over 10,000. Even in the face of an apocalyptic scenario, one would not expect significant losses, though the distance may be considerable. Chen Fan gazed at the map. The mobile signal had nearly faded away, and the map function could no longer connect to the internet. They were left with only the offline maps from before the world changed. The world had expanded, and the distances were likely to be even greater, yet their gasoline reserves remained sufficient, allowing them to reach their destination in a relatively short time. The two quickly finalized their strategy, and Yang Fenghua, feeling somewhat out of place in the discussion, busied herself with preparing a meal. As they engaged in a fervent debate regarding their operation, Yang Fenghua's voice interrupted their spirited exchange. Instinctively, they paused. After all, one must eat to sustain their strength. When mealtime arrived, they ceased their discussions and turned towards the dining area. Everyone was diligently pursuing their respective tasks, aided by the presence of task cards that facilitated the assignment process. Completing these tasks would yield currency, which would be deposited into their identity cards for use in shops or for transactions between individuals. Points could be earned not only through task commissions, but also through the exchange of crystal cores. For instance, an ordinary zombie crystal core could be traded for a small amount of white crystal coins, a first-tier core for green crystal coins, a second-tier core for blue crystal coins, and a third-tier core for brown crystal coins, all at a conversion rate of 1:100. The emergence of this currency system invigorated everyone's enthusiasm, prompting them to engage more earnestly in their endeavors. The shops here, however, differed significantly from Chen Fan's, offering a limited selection of daily necessities and food items. More powerful goods were simply not available. Furthermore, Chen Fan had the advantage of stocking local products, a strategy that proved exceptionally lucrative. For example, the presence of energy fruits and ability fruits ignited a frenzy among the populace. However, acquiring these items came at a steep price, primarily due to the exceedingly low production quantities of these two products. An energy fruit required 1 green crystal coin, while an ability fruit necessitated 1 brown crystal coin. Moreover, purchases were restricted to 1 per person per day, and access to the store necessitated a visit to the core farm, which was somewhat cumbersome. Yet, additional functionalities would become accessible upon upgrades, promising a more convenient shopping system in the future, alleviating any concerns he had. The day unfolded amidst this vibrant atmosphere, yielding a bountiful harvest of countless ordinary zombie crystal cores, alongside 10 first-tier cores and 1 second-tier core. Although high-tier cores were scarce, it also depended on the strength of the group, with the strongest member barely reaching the second tier, making it a formidable challenge to defeat higher-tier zombies. Today, Chen Fan released the exploration tasks for tomorrow, and the alluring rewards drove the group into a frenzy. Chapter 30. Departure to Orange Town the following day, as dawn broke. The farmstead came alive with activity, reminiscent of peaceful times when everyone busied themselves with their own affairs. The only difference was the presence of patrol teams and groups hunting zombies in the vicinity. With the map at their disposal, they could clearly discern their surroundings from within the farmstead. The patrols were merely a precautionary measure. At this moment, Chen Fan was also occupied, preparing for his departure and ensuring the home was adequately fortified. He had previously noticed several useful structures available in the marketplace, including walls and arrow towers. Although the reasoning behind their construction eluded him, it was remarkably convenient that by merely investing crystal cores, he could manifest them. The farmstead was not particularly large, each measuring approximately 100 meters in length and width, with a total of 4 farmsteads situated at each corner, creating a spacious activity area in the center. Altogether, the area spanned 90,000 square meters, with each side extending 300 meters, summing to a total length of 200 meters. Each meter of wall required 10 ordinary zombie crystals, totaling 120,000 ordinary crystals. This calculation made Chen Fan wince. His reserves were undoubtedly insufficient. A sudden idea struck him. If he only sealed off the 4 entrances, he would only need 400 meters of wall, which required 4,000 ordinary crystal cores, a quantity that his modest treasury could barely accommodate. Furthermore, the arrow towers, each requiring 10 first-tier crystal cores, were manageable. He could construct 2 without issue. After this bout of contemplation, he realized just how impoverished he truly was. Alas, it had to be this way. The avenues for acquiring crystal cores were exceedingly scarce. The zombies in the vicinity had nearly been eradicated, and those in Qing City were far too formidable. Venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. It seemed that a visit to Orange Town to the east was imperative today. Muttering to himself, Chen Fan stepped outside. He had already procured the walls and other structures. All that remained was to place them down. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of rumbling echoed in the early morning air, drawing the attention of those working nearby. A mere glance revealed the towering walls manifesting around them, startling everyone, including Chen Fan, who had not anticipated such impressive height, approximately 10 meters. Would this obstruct the sunlight? He pondered. However, he dismissed the concern. Safety was paramount, and everything else was trivial. The walls were fully erected, each side featuring a grand entrance. The 5-meter-tall walls of the farmstead appeared diminutive in comparison to the newly constructed fortifications. As soon as the city walls were lowered, 2 arrow towers were immediately erected on the western and eastern sides. These towers possessed the capacity to autonomously launch crossbow bolts, as well as be operated by individuals. The supply of bolts within is inexhaustible, enabling attacks on any zombies that venture into their range. The residents of the farmhouse had long ceased their labors and gathered to observe, for joining in the excitement is a cherished virtue passed down by our ancestors. As the crowd gestured towards the walls, Chen Fan ascended to address them, gazing down at the assembly. Now, you see, he proclaimed, your lives here will only improve. Abundant food is at our disposal, formidable strength surrounds us, and behold, these towering walls. Chen Fan spoke with fervor, pointing to the walls beneath him. However, we cannot rest on our laurels. The number of advanced zombies outside is ever increasing, and we must bolster our own strength to rescue more of our kin from their clutches. Therefore, I shall establish an exploration team today, led by our senior awakeners, to venture into the surrounding areas. I will personally lead the expedition to Orange Town, and we shall undoubtedly reap bountiful rewards. For the hope of our camp, for the future, we embark. Chen Fan's impassioned speech stirred the spirits of the crowd, igniting a fervent enthusiasm among them. As his address concluded, roars akin to those of wild beasts echoed through the air. Based on the distribution of combat capabilities, the expedition would consist of 20 individuals, led by Chen Fan and Ba Tianhu. Chen Sihai was to remain at the rear. Despite the zombies in the west showing no signs of activity, having even reduced their ranks after the previous siege, Chen Fan did not allow himself to grow complacent, regarding them still as the greatest threat. In such a precarious situation, having a formidable fighting force stationed at the back would also provide him with a sense of security. After a brief period of preparation, the group of 20 boarded the ready vehicles, setting out towards the east under the morning sun. Meanwhile, in Orange Town, tensions were brewing as 2 factions gathered, intent on inciting a conflict to determine their hunting rights. Chapter 31. Secrets of Orange Town. In a certain dwelling within Orange Town, a group of individuals surrounded a figure at the forefront, whose demeanor was that of a leader. However, he appeared disheveled, his face smeared with remnants of food, suggesting he had not eaten in quite some time. The tigers have gone too far. They dare to kill Xiao Jun and his companions. We can no longer sit idly by. This will only embolden their arrogance, making them believe we are mere paper tigers, easily crushed. If that happens, we will lose our standing here, and without a means to survive, life itself will become untenable. They are driving us towards our doom. One subordinate, his face contorted with anger and fists clenched tightly, spoke with a fierce intensity. His mind was consumed by images of Xiao Jun's mangled body and the inhumane torment they endured before their demise. The more he contemplated, the tighter his grip became, to the point where blood trickled down his hands, his eyes veined with crimson, a testament to the fury surging within him. Perhaps we shall perish. Yet if we continue to cower in this manner, our demise is inevitable. How can those we strive to protect hope to escape such a fate? The young man at the forefront spoke. His name was Guotao, a mere worker on the assembly line of a factory. By nature, he was the kind-hearted sort, always inclined to assist others, often parting with his meager earnings to aid struggling families. Initially, it seemed he would lead a quiet life as an ordinary individual. However, when the apocalypse descended, a fortuitous event bestowed upon him extraordinary abilities. Possessing such formidable powers did not lead him astray from his initial intentions. Rather, it deepened his sense of responsibility, compelling him to shoulder even greater burdens. Thus, he emerged as a guardian, and the number of those under his protection grew exponentially. Unbeknownst to him, he naturally ascended to a position of leadership, amassing a following of around 100 individuals. Yet, his benevolent disposition rendered him an object of disdain among the awakened ones. After all, in their eyes, powerful awakeners deserved respect and privileges, rather than toiling selflessly to assist the common folk without any personal gain. Consequently, As if orchestrated, the majority of his followers abandoned him simultaneously, opting to join a burgeoning organization known as the Tiger Head Gang. This gang, led by a recently awakened leader, thrived not only due to the leader's formidable powers, but also because of their ethos, might makes right. In their philosophy, strength equated to privilege, allowing them to enjoy servitude from the weak, even wielding the power of life and death over others. This ideology attracted numerous strong individuals, positioning the two organizations as polar opposites, one a protective umbrella for the vulnerable, the other a tyrannical force enslaving them. Naturally, this dichotomy bred enmity between the two factions. From a personal standpoint, awakened individuals, as representatives of strength, gravitated towards the Tiger Head Gang, further trampling Guo Tao's influence, leading to his current state of starvation. Recently, during a mission to forage for food, Xiao Jun's team encountered the Tiger Head Gang, and outnumbered, they were brutally slaughtered. This incited a wave of fury within Guo Tao's camp, compounded by long-standing grievances between the two groups, igniting a conflagration of rage that prompted the recent meeting. However, Guo Tao and his followers were hesitant to initiate conflict, primarily due to the Tiger Head Gang's superior numbers and combat prowess, bolstered by their acquisition of many awakened individuals, rendering their overall fighting capability greater than Guo Tao's. In terms of high-end combat capabilities, Guo Tao's strength surpasses that of the leader of the Tiger Head Gang, as he is an elder awakened being with a longer cultivation period. Inside the small room, Guo Tao gazed at the emaciated crowd surrounding him and finally resolved to undertake a vengeful action against the Tiger Head Gang. The proposal for vengeance was met with enthusiastic support from everyone, regardless of gender or age. Women, children, and the elderly all raised their right fists, eager to contribute. In this critical moment of survival, since the Tiger Head Gang showed no intention of granting us a path to live, we would engage them in a decisive battle to the death. Among the crowd stood a venerable elder, a former soldier whose body remained robust enough to wield a knife and slay zombies. When he spoke up first, the surrounding populace responded in kind. This small act moved Guo Tao deeply, and he looked down at the crowd, whose hushed yet fervent voices stirred tears in his eyes. His inner fervor surged, a wave of momentum rising within him. Like a floodgate opened, it swept through his body, propelling him effortlessly to the second tier of strength. Chapter 32. Entering Orange Town, Chen Fan and his companions formed a long caravan, racing ahead without any hindrance. The most formidable zombies encountered along the way were merely of the second tier, easily crushed by the group, leaving no room for suspense. Finally, a road appeared ahead, and relief washed over them. At last, they were emerging, having endured a bumpy journey that felt as though it could have been fatal. One passenger appeared pale, clearly suffering from motion sickness. Had this been before the apocalypse, he would have long since succumbed to vomiting. Yet, due to his now robust physique, he managed to endure. The others in the vehicle showed slight changes in complexion as well, but they fared much better. After all, the terrain they traversed was nothing but a rough dirt road, riddled with potholes. Had they not possessed a better constitution, they would have been unable to withstand it. Observing the road ahead, a few began to voice their grievances, as if only through such expressions could they alleviate the frustrations of the journey. Chen Fan refrained from interrupting them. After all, he could not impose restrictions on this group, and allowing them the freedom to express themselves was for the best. Suddenly, a shout drew his attention. As he opened his eyes and looked ahead, he saw rows of houses arranged in a picturesque manner. The closer they advanced, the more palpable the essence of the city became. However, this was accompanied by an alarming increase in both the quantity and quality of zombies. From a distance, they spotted a horde of zombies that had caught sight of their presence and began charging towards the caravan, accompanied by their chilling roars, breathing new life into the once silent city. The actions of the group within the vehicle were far from easy, prompting everyone to disembark. They stood on the road, devoid of any fear. This group had been carefully selected, each individual possessing experience in slaying zombies, and they were beneficiaries of the previous day's mission. Upon receiving this mission, everyone was brimming with enthusiasm, eager to slay more zombies. They gazed excitedly at the approaching hordes, perceiving the undead as enchanting maidens. Each individual was equipped with a weapon, a standard provision of the camp. Some had even exchanged for maps or spatial functionalities. Working in pairs, one stood guard while the other stored items, displaying remarkable teamwork. During the initial assault, the absence of third-tier zombies made it easy to vanquish the enemy. In a relentless wave of attacks, the nearly 100-strong horde was swiftly annihilated. The group then began to gather their spoils. Thanks to the personal system in place, ownership of the slain zombies belonged to the killers, a fact safeguarded by the system's regulations. This alleviated any concerns, as if a swarm of locusts had descended, leaving not a single strand of hair behind. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 gunshots instantly put the group on high alert for their second sweep of the battlefield. A 4th shot rang out, this time discernible in its origin. Emanating from within the town, not far from their position. Everyone proceeded on foot into the town, concealing their vehicles. Chen Fan issued a brief command, then waved his hand, leading the way into the town. The roar of engines soon echoed behind them. Chen Fan walked at a leisurely pace, soon joined by several others as they collaboratively dispatched the surrounding zombies. This time, they refrained from collecting everything, for time was of the essence. They needed to ascertain what had transpired in the town. With firearms present in the town, I must exercise caution and prioritize the collection of weaponry. As these are our most formidable assets, Chen Fan thought, a surge of excitement coursing through him, for firearms were a rare sight. This time, their efforts bore fruit, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. Adjacent to the town stood a towering building, the tallest in the area at 15 stories. From its summit, one could survey the entire town. Let us ascend and assess the situation, ensuring no zombies linger around, he instructed. They swiftly cleared the nearby undead, while those inside the building were also dispatched. Chen Fan, however, did not partake in the skirmish. Instead, he dashed straight to the rooftop, binoculars in hand, peering towards the direction of the gunfire. Before him surged a mass of zombies, all converging toward a particular point. Shifting his gaze, he spotted 2 groups of people moving in opposite directions. One group appeared to have an injured member, being assisted as they fled. Their pace was brisk, suggesting they were neither awakened beings nor novice fighters, but rather individuals accustomed to physical exertion. They deftly maneuvered through the surroundings, evidently well acquainted with the terrain, striving to evade the relentless pursuit of the zombies. However, their speed was insufficient. Should they not abandon the injured, they would inevitably be surrounded. At that moment, more individuals began to arrive behind Chen Fan. Prepare yourselves. Let us see if we can rescue them, he declared. Chen Fan passed the telescope to Shadow, gazing contemplatively at the vast horde of zombies below, resembling a surging tide. Everyone present beheld this immense throng of undead, and even those with prior experiences could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Shadow, relinquishing the telescope to another, spoke up. Why not? An idea sparked within him as he met Chen Fan's bright gaze, and he began to articulate his plan. Chapter 33. The rescue mission. Quickly go. Don't worry about me. Otherwise, none of us will escape, urged Guo as he and his companions sprinted for their lives, a swarm of zombies hot on their heels. Guo bore an injured man on his back, who wore a troubled expression, pallid and wan. What nonsense! How could I abandon you? How would I ever lead if I did? Guo voice rang out, though it was punctuated by his ragged breaths. Damn it! I never anticipated that the tiger would possess a firearm and fire it, attracting such a multitude of zombies. One of his companions exclaimed in frustration. Enough chatter. Conserve your strength. We still need to make our escape. Guo interrupted his teammates' complaints, recognizing that this was not the moment for idle talk. Suddenly, a fresh wave of zombies emerged ahead, scaling the wall like ironclad giants, blocking their path. We can't run anymore. We're completely surrounded, Guo admitted, feeling disheartened. This was the day he had faced the most setbacks. Yet, despite his waning confidence, his fighting spirit remained unbroken. If we cannot flee, then we shall fight. For every zombie we slay, we gain a measure of vengeance. Brothers, charge with me, Guo declared, lowering his injured companion and raising his right hand, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The morale of the group ignited instantly, a surge of valor coursing through their minds. After all, those who remained were either seasoned survivors or spirited youths. With a modicum of encouragement, their excitement soared. Just as they resolved to embrace their fate and engage in a desperate struggle for survival, a large truck came barreling in from the side, crashing into the zombies with reckless abandon, leaving countless of the undead in its wake. The truck skidded to a halt right before them, effectively barricading the zombies from advancing. At that moment, a young man emerged from the vehicle. It was none other than Chen Fan. Follow me, he beckoned with a wave, swiftly making his way into the alley from which he had come. The group, momentarily stunned, obediently fell in line behind him. Chen Fan dispatched the remaining zombies with ease, flames erupting from his hands, confirming to all that he was an awakened one. They ran swiftly, but the relentless horde continued to pursue them closely. Winding my way to a school nearby, I caught sight of 2 individuals standing on either side of the side gate. One was holding the door, while the other beckoned to a few people, as if glimpsing a gateway to hope. Guo and his companions felt a surge of energy and dashed forward with all their might, even managing to pull away from the zombies to a considerable distance. With a resounding thud, the gate slammed shut. The group swiftly ran to their vehicle, started the engine, and helped the exhausted individuals into the car before driving away, leaving behind a horde of zombies inhaling their exhaust fumes. Speeding away, Guo and his companions collapsed in fatigue, with some even succumbing to sleep. However, as the leader, Guo remained vigilant, sitting upright in his seat and observing his surroundings. Chen Fan noticed this state of alertness but chose not to comment. Upon arriving at a building, the car came to a stop, and a sense of safety enveloped them. Chen Fan turned to Guo with a smile. "Thank you for saving us. My name is Guo. I noticed that you and your companions seemed unfamiliar. Are you not from Orange Town?" Guo spoke casually while extending his hand. Haha. I am Chen Fan. We are certainly not from Orange Town. We merely passed through and saw you in danger. As allies of humanity, we are obliged to assist one another, which prompted our earlier actions, Chen Fan replied, maintaining his smile as he shook Guo's hand, greatly enhancing Guo's impression of him and easing his previously tense demeanor. I see. May I inquire about your purpose here? I am a local, born and raised. So please feel free to ask for assistance. I will do my utmost to help, Guo said, sensing the goodwill in Chen Fan and lowering his guard. Oh, was that sound we heard earlier gunfire? Chen Fan asked, pondering for a moment while locking eyes with Guo. Alas, that was from the Tiger Gang. They are truly despicable. By the way, my brother has been shot and requires medical attention, Guo said, his face filled with indignation as he glanced at his injured and unconscious companion, suddenly feeling anxious. He's fine. He is merely unconscious. However, we lack medical equipment and are powerless to address your brother's injuries, Chen Fan replied, shaking his head as he looked at the injured man. That's all right. We have what we need. If you can take me back to the camp, we will find a solution there, Guo said, his eyes brightening with excitement. Chen Fan remained silent, narrowing his eyes at Guo, pondering his thoughts. We mean no harm, Guo quickly clarified, sensing a misunderstanding. What an obtuse fellow. Does he expect us to assist him for nothing? Chen Fan thought, bemused. Chapter 34, A Request for Shelter. Guo, having experience in society, quickly grasped Chen Fan's underlying intention. I know where the Tiger Gang's guns originate. I can tell you. Aren't the guns located in the police station? Chen Fan felt a twinge of confusion. Was this fellow attempting to deceive him? In our little town, one would scarcely expect the presence of firearms. Chaos would surely ensue. Strangely, there exists a prison in Orange Town, a fact I discovered purely by chance, as I had been entirely unaware of its existence. It is likely that the inmates are death row convicts, for no whispers of this place have ever surfaced. Initially, we intended to bide our time and explore the prison. But regrettably, one of my subordinates defected to the Tiger Gang, divulging our findings to them. Guo's expression shifted from one of indignation to one of sorrow. Very well. If that is the case, I shall grant you my trust for the time being. Pray tell, what course of action should we pursue? Chen Fan returned to this small town, his heart burdened with a different sentiment. His contemplation no longer revolved around penetrating the prison walls, but rather on how to escort these individuals back to their camp. He had recently learned that Guo's encampment housed approximately 300 souls, predominantly women and children. Yet, such details seemed trivial, for both women and children could serve as a labor force. Their camp was sorely lacking in this very resource. After an arduous half-day, they finally managed to rescue the group. Though assistance had been rendered, the countenances of those rescued were marred by despondency and despair. The recent conflict had claimed many men who would never return, leaving numerous families shattered. The loss of combatants rendered this already fragile community even more vulnerable. Amidst them, Guo offered words of solace. The group appeared relatively well-dressed, their attire not in tatters, indicating that their prior conditions were not entirely dire. Now, having forged an enmity with the Tiger Gang, they found themselves in an irretrievable predicament. Remaining in Orange Town was untenable, for only relentless retribution awaited them. An elderly figure nearby exuded wisdom. It seemed we had no choice but to pursue this course of action, should they decline our proposal. We would be left to fate's whims. Guo, his face etched with frustration, surveyed the sorrowful expressions surrounding him. Yet, a sudden clarity washed over him. If he could find a trustworthy leader for the group, it would be far better than enduring a life of uncertainty. With a rare smile illuminating his face, Guo hastened towards Chen Fan and the others. He had noted their strength during the rescue operation. They were far more formidable than the Tiger Gang and represented a reliable ally. You have witnessed our plight here. We can no longer survive in these circumstances. Might you consider sheltering us, these unfortunate souls? As he spoke, Guo deeply bowed, performing a 90-degree gesture of respect. The act of kneeling felt somewhat like moral coercion to him, a notion he found distasteful. At that moment, Chen Fan's eyes brightened. He had been contemplating ways to bring this group back, and Guo unexpected proposal aligned perfectly with his intentions. However, the superficial tasks must be executed well. He displayed an expression of reluctance, his demeanor exceedingly unwilling. The Decepticon observed internally, continuously critiquing, were it not for his awareness of the true circumstances. He might have been convinced by that small expression. Guo did not perceive Chen Fan's expression, yet he could discern the unwillingness in his tone. Please, we implore you to take us in. I assure you, I will perform our duties diligently and will not cause any trouble. We are capable of any task, including transporting the corpses of the undead. Many of us here are also skilled fighters. Guo tone was tinged with urgency, his body trembling incessantly, beads of sweat cascading from the corners of his eyes. Very well, since that is the case, we shall take you in. However, you must understand that if I am able to accept you, I can just as easily cast you aside. Be prepared for that, Chen Fan said, a slight smile barely noticeable at the corner of his mouth, regarding Guo with a paternal gaze, filled with reassurance. Thank you, truly, thank you so much. Unaware of the underlying sentiments, Guo straightened up in excitement, unable to resist clasping Chen Fan's hands and shaking them fervently. You must hurry, our time is limited. Chen Fan felt somewhat discomfort by the vigorous enthusiasm of Guo. It seemed he would need to exercise a bit of discipline, he thought inwardly. Oh right. Before Chen Fan could respond, Guo immediately released his grip and darted out like the wind. Is this person reliable? Moreover, their numbers are not significantly fewer than ours. Could there be complications? The Decepticon rarely engaged his intellect, casting a glance at Chen Fan. One force can shatter myriad laws. Besides, in a world rife with traitors, if we fear such things, what is the point of establishing an organization? We might as well return to farming. Chen Fan retorted, his tone exasperated, leaving the Decepticon appearing somewhat perplexed as he scratched his head. Chen Fan shook his head slightly and fell silent. Chapter 35. Farewell, Wang Kuan, we will not leave. We shall not abandon our leader. It was unclear who initiated it, but voices erupted around Guo. This left him feeling somewhat helpless, yet also touched. Brothers and sisters, this battle has inflicted heavy losses upon us. If we engage in further conflict with the Tiger Head Gang, our fate is sealed, annihilation. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. Each voice rose in unison, seemingly responding to the protection he had previously offered. Think of your children. Do you wish for them to endure the same plight we face now, a life of turmoil? Guo gently patted the head of a nearby child, speaking softly. This single utterance possessed a certain enchantment, silencing the crowd instantly, their gazes filled with conflict. Some individuals remained silent, their eyes fixed on the child. But upon hearing those words, their expressions brightened. Will leaving with them ensure a better life? A woman cradling her recently born child inquired with a glimmer of hope. It is evident that many were curious, yet the embarrassment made it difficult for them to voice their inquiries. He assured me that he would provide you with a better life. All we had to offer was our physical labor. As Guotao's words faded, the crowd below erupted into a cacophony of debate. Is the leader going? If the leader goes, we shall go. Indeed, if the leader goes, I shall go as well. Guo let out a silent sigh. Amidst the cheering of the crowd, he departed from that place. A frail, withered hand patted his shoulder, turning around. He was met with encouraging eyes. Nodding in acknowledgement, he walked away, for he was no longer needed there. This signified his demise, yet heralded a new beginning, at last. He could live for himself, shedding the burdens he had carried for so long. It seemed the sorrow in his heart began to dissipate, replaced by a yearning for the future. Guo gazed at the setting sun, basking in the warmth of the afternoon, a gentle smile gradually gracing his face. Behind him, the elder observed Guotao's expression, feeling a sense of solace as he too departed. Hurry, we must leave. The sun is about to set, and we cannot camp in the wilderness, Chen Fan called out, as the convoy in front was hastily preparing. This time, they had located a bus station and swiftly found enough vehicles. During their collection of buses, they noticed, through the map, that someone was monitoring them. Identified by the locals. These were members of the Tiger Head Gang, their faces adorned with whiskers resembling those of a tiger, a blatant mark, seemingly to ensure they were recognized. The place where they gathered was almost devoid of zombies, not a single corpse in sight, for they had been collected by the gang. The thorough sweep left Guo and his companions astounded. They understood that crystal cores held significance for cultivation, but to collect corpses, was that not absurd? Were they to be cooked and consumed? This notion sparked a thread of concern for the future. They had no desire to partake in such fare. Some had even begun to reconsider, wishing to remain behind, though these individuals were solitary and unencumbered. Chen Fan did not intervene. He did not wish for his camp to become so cheap as to beg for others to join. While he needed reinforcements, he was selective about whom he would accept. As the last of the passengers boarded, the convoy surged forward with haste. Everyone was instructed to fasten their seatbelts, and each individual was provided with a plastic bag, a clear indication of intent. As they drove into the sunset, the convoy cast long shadows. In a small courtyard, a burly middle-aged man occupied the foremost seat, his waist bulging. So, another group has appeared and taken away Guatao and his lot. The middle-aged man, known as Tiger, glared with his bell-like eyes, watching as the frail man below trembled, cold sweat trickling down as he knelt. Yes, boss, but not all were taken. They left behind a few dozen. Why not capture them and inquire further? With a thud, the Tiger slammed his hand on the nearby table, bellowing. The frail man below was startled, trembling as he knelt there. Fourth, take some men and bring them over. We could certainly use some laborers. Let us not waste this opportunity. The Tiger cast a menacing glance at the young man beside him. Understood, boss, the young man replied. His complexion pale and devoid of color, dressed in the attire of Western nobility. If anyone from Sponge Village were to glance over, they would undoubtedly recognize this former village chief, Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan observed the frail man, who immediately grasped the situation, though he glanced at the Tiger once more. Why are you still here? Hurry up. Seeing the Tiger's ire flare again, the frail man scrambled to his feet and hurriedly dashed out. Witnessing this, Wang Kuan followed suit and departed from the scene. Boss, are we really going to keep him? His abilities pose a significant threat, remarked a middle-aged man seated nearby. Furrowing his brow, he can be quite useful, the Tiger replied confidently, watching Wang Kuan's retreating figure. Chapter 36. The unknown fear. Chen Fan was unaware that Wang Kuan was in Orange Town. Even if he were to see Wang Kuan, he would merely inquire, "Who are you? Have we met?" He had completely forgotten Wang Kuan's existence and was currently on his way back. Unlike before, this time there were more people, resulting in a slower pace. The sun gradually descended, painting the sky in hues of crimson. Witnessing this commonplace scene filled Chen Fan with unease. I hope nothing untoward happens. May the camp remain safe. In Qing City, hurry, hurry. The blood moon is about to descend. Prepare yourselves. A figure atop the city walls was directing the frantic activity below. People clad in military uniforms, police attire, and various work clothes were all busily engaged in preparations. Even ordinary citizens had joined in the fray. What is the blood moon? Why is everyone so anxious? An elderly man questioned, his face etched with confusion as he pushed a wheelbarrow laden with supplies with remarkable ease. Who knows? But I suspect it might be a zombie invasion. Otherwise, why mobilize such a large crowd? A young man whispered discreetly into the ears of those nearby. There's no doubt we can handle it. After all, we've faced a zombie siege before. I've even been on the battlefield, having slain a few zombies myself, the elder asserted proudly, eliciting astonishment from those around him. Murmurs filled the air throughout Qing City, as curiosity regarding the situation grew among the populace. Meanwhile, within the management ranks, expressions were grave. Having endured the previous confrontation with the zombies, they no longer underestimated the threat they posed. If they were merely a horde of mindless beasts, clearing them would be straightforward. The true terror lay in a pack of beasts endowed with intelligence comparable to that of humans. This was the source of their fear. Uncertain if the Blood Moon gentleman will make an appearance this time, the elder at the forefront, known as Feng Dongsheng, serves as the highest commander here and also as the temporary mayor of the base city. The gentleman, an intelligent zombie clad in a suit, was witnessed by Chen Fan amidst a horde of the undead. Should he arrive, a comprehensive bombardment is imperative. He must not be allowed to escape, for the consequences would be dire. The speaker, a middle-aged man named Wang Yunfeng, commands the first unit and also led the battle against the gentleman. Old Wang, when did you become so timid? Speaking of dire consequences, it seems age has dulled your edge, remarked Li Zhendong, the commander of the second unit. Renowned for his iron will, a deep scar marred his face, rendering him particularly fearsome and solidifying his notorious reputation. You have no idea how many soldiers I lost in that battle, Wang Yunfeng bellowed, pounding the table with great force, veins bulging in his neck. Humph, that is your problem, Li Zhendong replied nonchalantly, casually picking his nose while casting a sidelong glance at Wang Yunfeng. This gesture ignited Wang Yunfeng's fury, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Enough. We shall refrain from further commentary on this matter. As Xiao Wang suggested, should the gentleman appear, we will launch a saturated assault. ensuring he cannot continue to exist. Even the slightest hint of this threat must not be taken lightly. Understood? Understood. As if on cue. Both men echoed the words in unison. Under Fang Dongxing's piercing gaze, they instantly transformed into obedient children, shedding their earlier bravado. Wang Yunfeng discreetly lowered his rolled-up sleeves, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Very well, you may go. Prepare yourselves diligently. Nightfall approaches. Fang Dongxing sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he dismissed the two. Truly, these two squabble like children. When will they ever mature? He returned to his chair, pondering whether the blood moon in Qing City could pass peacefully. Would the surrounding towns withstand this crisis? Alas, what a tumultuous season this is. Through the window, he gazed at the crimson twilight outside, unaware that within this beautiful vista lay immense peril. We are almost there. Hurry up, Chen Fan urged, his anxiety intensifying as he observed the scarlet sky. Though the specifics remained unclear, everyone sensed Chen Fan's urgency. A heavy atmosphere enveloped them. Suddenly, a series of thuds reverberated. What is happening? Chen Fan exclaimed, feeling the vehicle shudder and shouting ahead. The number of zombies up ahead was increasing, making it impossible to accelerate further. As Chen Fan beheld the scene before him, he hastily opened the map to assess their proximity to the camp. Ordinarily, they could reach it in half an hour, but now he discerned that the red dots on the map were converging. A sense of impending peril seemed to loom. Awaken once. Descend with me and clear the path of zombies. Do not linger in battle. As long as the vehicle can pass, we must move swiftly. Chapter 37. Blood Rain. The journey back was prolonged. Despite the presence of the awakened, they ultimately did not return before nightfall. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness gradually enveloped the planet. The once frenzied zombies appeared as if a pause button had been pressed, abruptly freezing in place. This bizarre tableau heightened Chen Fan's apprehension. Quickly, back to the vehicle. His commanding shout jolted Ba Tianhu and the others from their stupor, prompting them to return without hesitation. In this uncanny atmosphere, time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, from the tranquil night sky, a light rain began to fall. The soft patter resonated against the car windows, the rooftop, and the narrow path. Look, why is the rain red? One keen observer exclaimed, noticing the unsettling phenomenon. Accelerate, do not look back. The camp lies ahead, Chen Fan shouted, his foreboding instincts intensifying as he sought to ensure everyone heard his warning. As anticipated, the initial shock gave way to swift action. The roar of the engine grew louder, almost threatening to overheat. The rugged terrain caused the vehicle to jolt violently, leading some passengers to feel queasy, with a few even succumbing to nausea. Nonetheless, they had no intention of halting, for stopping could spell death in the face of the unknown. Accompanied by the blood rain, a brilliant crimson moon gradually ascended into the sky, casting an eerie glow over the darkened night. The once obscured path now appeared clearer, yet the next scene unfolded, tightening the tension among the group. The crimson rain intensified, and the stationary zombies, their eyes gleaming a bloody red, surged forward like ravenous wolves, heading straight for the farmhouse. From the map, Chen Fan could clearly observe hordes of zombies racing toward the camp at an alarming velocity. Their numbers swelled at an astonishing rate, with many already engaging the camp, suggesting that a confrontation had commenced. The increasing throng of zombies outside provoked a palpable anxiety within the vehicle. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the towering city walls and bright lights gradually came into view, offering a semblance of comfort to some passengers. For Guatao and his companions, the majestic walls were a sight to behold, eliciting expressions of astonishment. The battlements were adorned with structures resembling arrow towers, each arrow striking true to the skull of a zombie, signifying the demise of yet another foe. A horde of zombies amassed both ahead and behind the vehicle, their ferocity seemingly unparalleled this time. Their speed nearly matched that of the automobile, with some already encroaching upon it. Chen Fan, disregarding all caution, ascended to the roof of the car, flames of crimson enveloping his fists. With a commanding shout, a long stream of red fire extended from his hand, crashing into the throng of zombies ahead, leaving a dark trench scorched into the earth. Shrouded in darkness, he repelled the blood rain that fell upon him. A peculiar sensation surged within, accompanied by a profound increase in strength, as his extraordinary abilities surged to new heights. It dawned upon him that this rain could significantly augment one's powers, even facilitating the awakening of latent abilities in others. Enlightened by this revelation, he summoned forth those with greater prowess to assist him. The likes of Ba Tianhu and others emerged to lend their aid, rendering the narrow path increasingly navigable. Some audacious, ordinary individuals cautiously ventured out, welcoming the baptism of the blood rain. To Chen Fan's astonishment, these individuals exhibited no ill effects. Rather, they bore expressions of enjoyment. This realization reinforced his belief that this blood rain represented a rare opportunity for humanity. With the roar of engines, the vehicles swiftly surged through the gates of the fortress. The zombies behind them were efficiently handled by Chen Fan, ensuring their safe passage. Upon reaching the farmhouse, the occupants disembarked, feeling as though they had been granted a second lease on life, though a few weaker souls succumbed and collapsed. Chen Fan hastened towards the epicenter, producing the crystalline cores he had just acquired, and swiftly erected walls in the areas yet to be fortified. The zombies attempting to scale these barriers tumbled down, forced to begin their ascent anew. The armory operated at full capacity, producing bows and arrows, while Chen Fan managed the southern front. Ba Tianhu and Shadow took charge of the east, and Wang Taizhu, Wang Gada, and Guo Tao were assigned to the west, with Yang Fenghua overseeing logistics, transporting crossbow bolts. All remaining combatants were instructed not to slacken, but to ascend the walls in preparation for battle. This confrontation was one they must win. Chen Fan's voice resonated throughout the camp, instilling a sense of purpose among the previously frantic crowd, who swiftly found their places. As the commander personally appointed by Chen Fan, they rallied their teams, hastening towards the battlements. Thus, the urgent battle was poised to commence. Chapter 38, Slaying the Intelligent Zombie Ascending the Walls. Chen Fan immediately began his search. His gaze suddenly fixed upon a particular direction. There stood a zombie, distinct from its ordinary counterparts. It was clad in orderly attire, unlike the others whose eyes glowed crimson and whose behavior was erratic. Instead, this one exuded an air of intelligence. As if sensing Chen Fan's gaze, the zombie lifted its head. This glance further convinced Chen Fan that this was indeed an intelligent, undead creature. The eerie and unidentifiable roars of the zombies provided direction to their horde. At a corner of the city wall, a towering barricade of corpses emerged, unyielding in the face of the onslaught from the crossbow bolts. With a slight exhalation, Chen Fan conjured a massive fireball in his palm. The flames crashed into the throng of the undead, igniting a fierce blaze, yet the horde remained undeterred. One fireball after another surged forth, relentlessly battering the zombie ranks, gradually diminishing the makeshift wall. Was it merely insufficient firepower? Fortunately, I am not lacking in that regard. The intelligent zombies' roar halted the advancing horde momentarily. Behind the throng, orderly lines of first-tier zombies appeared before Chen Fan, astonishing him with their rapid evolution. His eyes brimmed with fury as the battle grew increasingly enigmatic, just as he pondered how the zombies would mount their next assault. Ordinary zombies dispersed to form a human wall. The first-tier zombies, with a sudden burst of speed, leapt onto this makeshift barrier, landing in the center of the city wall. They employed their sharp claws, embedding them deep into the structure as they began to ascend. Demolish the houses. Bring the boulders. Chen Fan bellowed to the rear. The crowd formed a line, utilizing their crossbows to shoot down the advancing zombies. The defenders atop the wall were tense, sweat trickling down their brows, uncertain whether it was fear or fatigue that caused their distress. Although the first-tier zombies possessed tough hides, the survivors, having endured the baptism of blood, exhibited varying degrees of enhanced strength, with some even awakening extraordinary abilities. Beside Chen Fan, one individual manipulated plants, relentlessly striking the climbing zombies, sending them plummeting. Another, with hawk-like eyes, never missed a shot, targeting the most vulnerable points of the zombies, specifically their eyes. With the assistance of these two allies, the battle was proving less arduous than anticipated. Uncertainty loomed regarding the situation elsewhere, particularly for Guo Tao, as he was still a novice. Chen Fan's gaze was profound. While he focused on the zombie horde ahead, his peripheral vision remained fixed on the intelligent undead. The guards surrounding it were indeed a nuisance. Otherwise, eliminating this zombie would undoubtedly simplify the siege. Furrowing his brow, Chen Fan noted that beside the intelligent zombie stood a towering bald zombie, which, based on his observations, was at least of third-tier caliber. Charging recklessly toward it would be futile. He would only find himself ensnared by the overwhelming numbers of zombies, a risk not worth taking. Ultimately, the undead had the advantage in numbers, and despite their arduous resistance, some were perilously close to breaching the city wall. At that moment, a commotion arose from behind, as stones were laboriously pushed forward. Quick, push the stones down and crush them. After the transformation of the farm's expanse and the blood rain, this group of individuals was no longer frail or weak. Most were robust, and even the elderly, once gray-haired, had begun to regain their dark locks. The strong men hurled the stones down, and the outcome of this battle was exceedingly gratifying. Each stone that fell resulted in the collapse of numerous zombies, with even the ordinary ones at the bottom unequivocally reduced to nothing more than pulp. A few first-tier zombies managed to claw their way up, but Chen Fan promptly detected and eliminated them. The intelligent zombies below witnessed the outcome above and let out a furious roar. At last, the zombies before them began to stir, 10 of them, all of second-tier strength. Their movements were swift, clearly indicating a group of agile zombies. Holding his crossbow, Chen Fan felt two distinct energies manifest upon the arrows. It was akin to enchantment. The arrows transformed entirely, resembling two entwined dragons, one black and the other red, radiating vibrant hues. With a whoosh, they sliced through the air, hurtling toward the sprinting second-tier zombies. Chen Fan's aim was not particularly precise. It appeared the arrows were not directed at them, but rather soared past several zombies. The intelligent zombies behind bellowed in rage, while the bald zombie hurriedly shielded its leader, bracing for the impending attack. Charge! However, at that moment, following Chen Fan's thunderous shout, the arrows, initially aimed straight ahead, abruptly veered at a 90-degree angle and ascended into the sky. Die! The arrows, at a peculiar angle, bypassed the bald zombie and surged directly toward the intelligent one. The intelligent zombie, whose strength resided solely in its intellect, lacked significant combat prowess. With a defiant roar, the arrow pierced its skull, flames igniting the wound and gradually engulfing its body in a sea of fire. Chapter 39. The battle concludes. The death of the leader sent the once orderly horde of zombies into disarray. The ordinary zombies, serving as mere fodder, began frantically clawing at the walls. An increasing number of zombies congregated at a single point, forming a human ladder to scale the city walls. Faced with this scene, everyone expertly picked off the zombies one by one. Although the first and second-tier zombies exhibited a modicum of intelligence, it was exceedingly limited, and their combat was driven primarily by instinct. In contrast, upon witnessing their leader's demise, the third-tier bald zombie fled the scene in panic. However, the escaping zombies were oblivious to a pair of eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixated upon them. With a fire-tipped arrow in hand, once again, two entwined dragons emerged, and with a swift motion, the arrow vanished, leaving only a shadow enveloped in red and black, appearing almost ethereal. The bald zombie sensed the impending danger, yet ultimately, it was a creature of brute strength. Unprepared and facing away from its foes, it was caught off guard as an arrow struck deeply into its skull. Boom, boom, boom. The flames engulfed it, instantly reducing it to a charred remnant. Phew. The prolonged battle, coupled with the recent two arrows, had drained its stamina significantly. Beads of sweat trickled down his face, and his labored breaths resonated with palpable intensity around him. However, there was no time for respite. Faced with hordes of first-tier zombies and backed against the city wall, ordinary people could still hold their ground, but against the second-tier zombies, they were of little consequence. 10 second-tier zombies had already reached the base of the wall, dispersing as some began to climb upwards while others ingeniously scaled the human ladder formed by the zombies. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Fan summoned every ounce of strength, delivering precise strikes against the zombies. No matter how swift they were, he could clearly track their movements. Ultimately, only two managed to ascend the wall, and with the concentrated fire of the crowd, coupled with Chen Fan's fiery onslaught, all second-tier zombies were finally vanquished. What remained were merely a throng of lower-tier zombies, easily handled by his subordinates, allowing Chen Fan to take a moment to rest. Near the farm, the surrounding spiritual energy intensified, and with the added influence of the blood rain, his stamina recovered rapidly. The battle was not yet over. He rose, feeling the emptiness within him dissipate swiftly. He gazed down at the dwindling number of zombies, his heart momentarily lifting. Turning his attention to the map, he noted that no zombies had breached the walls, a satisfied smile gracing his face. To the east, many zombies still lingered, prompting Chen Fan to decisively head for reinforcements. After all, that area was closer to a significant location, and the quality of the zombies was notably higher. However, their numbers were not overwhelmingly vast, despite the challenges. The Battalion group was managing well. From afar, Battalion spotted Chen Fan's figure, feeling a sense of relief mingled with a tinge of humiliation. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the blood rain ceased. As he lifted his gaze to survey the planet, he realized its size had nearly quintupled overnight. The once visible starry sky was now shrouded in thick darkness. When the sun once again illuminated the land, everything transformed into daylight. Yet unlike the previous day, many areas had become mere ruins. Countless souls could no longer open their eyes, having departed this world forever. The landscape was littered with crumbling walls and wandering zombies. Thus began the true entry into a new epoch, the epic of the apocalypse. Humanity was poised for a new beginning, bidding farewell to the past. In a small town teeming with zombies, the four gates, north, south, east, and west, quietly swung open. Armed individuals, fully equipped, cautiously emerged one by one. Soon after, a throng of individuals emerged from the rear, their movements decisive and their organization impeccable, expertly dispatching the zombies. The bounty from this endeavor was substantial, rendering our sleepless night worthwhile. Ba Tianhu gazed at the fallen zombies with an excitement akin to that of a lover beholding their beloved. The crystalline cores of these zombies should be ample for upgrading the farm, facilitating our enhancement of power with new structures. Shadow remained as cold as ever, his intentions unmistakably clear. One could only wonder what rewards the Lord would bestow upon us. The anticipation was palpable. Ba Tianhu wore a grin reminiscent of a mischievous pig. The rewards would undoubtedly be plentiful, yet the modules held the utmost significance. Shadow instinctively opened the map, observing the clear delineations and the green dots surrounding them. These modules were our greatest weapon. Shadow's assertion found agreement from Ba Tianhu. These elements, typically confined to the realm of gaming, manifested in reality like a glitch. The excitement was undeniable. Both men sighed in unison, yet after their moment of reflection, they plunged back into their tasks. The corpses littering the ground required swift removal. The sooner they were cleared, the quicker the farm could be upgraded. The four gates were abuzz with activity, and despite a night of combat, no one exhibited signs of fatigue. Rather, they brimmed with vigor. Chapter 40. The profession module Chen Fan also joined the cleanup efforts, his fingers deftly moving, causing the bodies ahead to vanish in an instant. The past 2 days had been exceedingly hectic, nearly causing him to forget the system's functionalities. Fortunately, with ample personnel and the capacity within the farm, everyone could enhance their abilities. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Chen Fan's hands did not cease their motions, though his mind wandered elsewhere. As he idly contemplated, he suddenly caught sight of the profession template. His eyes lit up. This module had been prominently marked earlier, and now he possessed an abundance of crystals. This ignited a sense of impatience within him, halting his actions as he swiftly turned and dashed toward the farm's core. Upon reaching the core, he produced 10 second-tier crystals and placed them upon it. Shall the profession module be activated? Yes. With Chen Fan's declaration, the crystals illuminated. The profession module has been activated. Would you like to view it? A mechanical voice resonated within the minds of all present, causing their movements to pause, each person captivated by the sound. The surrounding zombies were nearly eradicated, rendering the entire farmstead secure. Otherwise, this group of individuals frozen in place would have surely become a delightful snack for the undead. Chen Sihai also heard the system's voice. While remaining vigilant of his surroundings, he examined the system's information. He noticed a new option labeled Profession Module appearing adjacent to his personal panel. This must be the newly introduced module. Without hesitation, he clicked on it. Ding. Please provide 1 second-tier crystal to activate the module. Chen Sihai's eyelids twitched. Indeed, this endeavor required financial investment. He retrieved the second-tier zombie crystal core he had acquired just the previous night, placing it with a pang of regret into the system. Within the professional module, there existed a plethora of vocations, including archers, mages, knights, swordsmen, and priests, along with various auxiliary professions such as alchemists, blacksmiths, enchanters, and culinary masters. Each individual could select a primary vocation and a secondary one, albeit not without cost. Without hesitation, Chen Sihai opted for the swordsman class, and remarkably, no payment option materialized this time. Instead, a wealth of foundational knowledge regarding swordsmen and an array of combat techniques surged into his consciousness, as if he were an experienced swordsman himself. As he absorbed this newfound wisdom, the errors he had made during previous battles became vividly apparent. As clear as a polished mirror, this advantage invigorated his curiosity, prompting him to investigate further. To his dismay, all other primary vocation options had vanished, leaving only the swordsman class visible. Concurrently, advanced techniques unique to the swordsman appeared on the screen, including sword energy, swordsman footwork, and sword energy fluctuations. However, these skills were not freely attainable. The simplest of them required a second-tier crystal core, alongside a requisite level of strength equivalent to the third tier. Chen Sihai grimaced, the money-hungry system living up to its notorious reputation. Since he could not further pursue skills, he decided to explore auxiliary vocations. Upon clicking on this option, a prompt demanding payment echoed in his mind. 2 cores. Chen Sihai's lips quivered, while nearby individuals voiced their grievances. My heavens, how could I possibly possess a second-tier crystal core? I barely managed to unlock the map and system inventory, and it already feels exorbitant. It seems the professional module is beyond my reach. Be content. There's no need for the professional module. Just focus on the grind. Who knows when it might all come to an end? Among them was a slender man named Li Kashing, his naturally curly hair framing a relaxed expression, for the environment here provided him with a sense of security. However, beneath this facade of tranquility lay an endless cycle of bloodshed. From the recent battle, he discerned that the zombies had significantly increased in strength. While humanity had also made strides, he had witnessed firsthand individuals awakening their abilities during the night. Yet, such numbers were but a drop in the ocean, negligible against the vast horde of zombies. The lurking danger outside compelled him to cherish the hard-won life he currently led. He approached each task with enthusiasm, although these tasks did not involve hunting. Thus, he felt indifferent. He was not one to pursue strength and instead took great interest in the culinary delights within the camp. Wow, there are so many auxiliary professions, and a culinary master too. What purpose does this vocation serve? TSK, surely no one would genuinely consider choosing this profession. His voice piqued the curiosity of all, for activating a module required a second-tier crystal core. This fortunate individual, named Wang Xingxing, awakened his abilities last night amidst the blood rain. Yet, the nature of these abilities remained a mystery to him. He merely sensed a significant shift in his fortune. While attacking a zombie with a crossbow, an errant shot unexpectedly felled a second-tier zombie that had approached the city wall. This particular zombie was invisible and on the battlefield. Few took heed of the mini-map, thus it went unnoticed. As it approached, an arrow found its mark, piercing through its eye and obliterating its brain, ensuring its demise. This was the very reason Wang Xingxing could activate the module. A culinary master? This revelation ignited a spark in Li Kashing's mind. Was this not precisely what he sought? Moreover, as a profession stemming from the system, he found it hard to believe it lacked any special functions. However, the contents of the personal system's modules eluded his view. Otherwise, he would have seized Wang Xingxing to engage in a serious discussion. At that moment, an ambitious desire blossomed within Li Kashing, an aspiration to work diligently and transition to the role of culinary master at the earliest opportunity. This fervor propelled him forward, hastening his movements involuntarily. Each zombie carcass transported earned him a point reward, redeemable for crystal cores. Not just him, but every individual who heard about the various professions within the module was invigorated, working with fervor as if fueled by adrenaline. In this perilous world, strength was paramount for survival. Observing this scene, Chen Fan's furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips. The entire Hope camp truly lived up to its name. Saturated with an atmosphere of optimism, the collective efforts were swift. Within half a day, they had cleared all the surrounding zombie bodies. The multitude of corpses also prompted a bountiful harvest from the plants, among which several colossal specimens drew the curious gazes of all. What could they possibly be? Perhaps vehicles? Chapter 41. The vehicle, although the wooden siege chariot was crafted entirely from timber, its structure was exceptionally sturdy, standing at approximately 2.5 meters in height. With a high chassis and nearly 5 meters in length, it could accommodate 7 individuals. Its storage utilized spatial storage capabilities and was upgradable. From an external perspective, the chariot resembled a fearsome beast, exuding an imposing presence. Sharp horns adorned the front, capable of clearing a path through any approaching zombies. Operating this chariot was akin to driving a car, yet astonishingly, its fuel was not gasoline, but zombie crystal cores. Simply inserting ordinary crystal cores would set the chariot in motion. Chen Fan gently caressed the chariot's surface, growing increasingly fond of it with each passing moment. Please adorn the interior. These are wooden seats, and they are uncomfortable. My lord, I am unperturbed by discomfort. Allow me to take the reins of this vehicle. Beside me, the formidable Decepticon's eyes widened in astonishment, as tears of exasperation streamed from the corners of its mouth upon beholding this war chariot. Humph, you are everywhere. The shadow regarded the Decepticon with disdain. Such a creature pales in comparison to the thrill of wielding a dagger. The remaining gazes were fixed upon the assassin class within the professional module. Although Chen Fan had confiscated several second-tier crystal cores, he still had some reserves. Yet, the skills contained within were a source of frustration, leaving him to rely on his gleaming eyes in hopes of illuminating a few abilities. The emergence of the wooden wall chariot significantly diminished the radiance of the guardian trees nearby. Nevertheless, the capabilities of these trees should not be underestimated. At that moment, the two trees glared with wide eyes at Chen Fan, fully aware of who the leader was. Can you speak, or are you capable of movement? This inquiry captured the attention of those around, who gazed longingly at the two trees. The guardians appeared to relish this attention, as a thunderous sound resonated across the farm. Some individuals were nearly shaken off their feet, though fortunately, their sturdy physiques held them steady. The two guardians uprooted themselves from the earth, forming the shape of mighty legs. Standing tall before everyone, they seemed to take pride in the astonishment reflected in the faces of onlookers, and the guardians rarely revealed smiles. Can you exit the farm's confines? In response to Chen Fan's query, the two trees nodded. Splendid. In that case, proceed to the farmhouse and guard the area. The trees nodded in agreement, as guardian trees. Their very essence was to protect, making this task well suited for them. The rumbling of the two trees as they trod upon the ground was considerable, attributed to their towering stature and dense forms. As Chen Fan watched them depart, he felt as though he had neglected to convey certain instructions. It was only upon hearing the sound of collapsing structures outside that he snapped back to reality. Oh no! Chen Fan hurried outside to investigate, for the entrance to the farm's realm was still within the building. Sure enough, upon their exit, they were greeted by nothing but rubble and a swirling black vortex nearby. Chen Fan's lips twitched in response, yet he soon found solace in the realization. After all, this was a dilapidated structure. One could consider these two creatures to have aided him in a free demolition of the premises. Turning to the guardians, he noticed the two trees gazing at him with an expression of apology. Never mind, it is not your fault. I neglected to inform you. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to give you names. Chen Fan crossed his arms contemplatively. From now on, I shall call you Big Yellow and Little Yellow, he declared, pointing at the taller and shorter trees respectively, thus bestowing upon them their new identities. At this moment, the two trees were oblivious to the meanings of their names. Instead, they felt a sense of joy in possessing names. It was only later that they discovered these names belonged to mere dogs, but by then, it was too late to protest to Chen Fan. After lunch, they gathered at number 1 farmhouse for a meeting, and Chen Fan insisted that everyone be informed. He clapped his hands, turning to face the group. Observing their nods, a barely perceptible smile crept across his face, for his endeavor was finally taking shape. This group constituted his current backbone, and as such, they deserved to be rewarded. Chen Fan gazed at the vacant positions, pondering that their existence might heighten the sense of competition among his team, for no one wishes to lag behind. The midday sun cast a warm glow upon the people, creating a pleasantly tempered atmosphere. At this hour, a diverse assembly of individuals, young and old, stood attentively within the farmhouse, listening to the speech of a young man at the forefront. Emotions swayed between sorrow and joy, all expertly orchestrated by Chen Fan. This gathering resembled more of a commendation ceremony, with everyone receiving a measure of merit-based rewards. Those who had awakened, as well as those who had made significant contributions, were to be honored with positions. Chen Sihai was appointed as the Lord of Fortune. Yang Fenghua became the chief steward. Chen Fan's mother had tirelessly contributed to the rear operations, overseeing the deployment of weapons and the cultivation of plants and aquaculture, which earned her the respect of all. Likewise, Chen Fan's father, as the second strongest force in the territory, was unanimously accepted in his role. Wang Taizhu was named the captain of the first hunting team, while Wang Fugue became the deputy chief. Both had awakened and were capable of operating independently. The Shadow was designated as the captain of the second hunting team, and Baxianhu as the captain of the third. Guotao was appointed as the captain of the first guard team. Additionally, several temporary awakeners were granted the title of deputy captain. Positions serve to elevate one's strength. And within the current scale of the camp, only those who are capable can thrive. In the future, a system of contributions will be established to reward those who benefit the camp. Each time Chen Fan confirmed a position, a radiant glow, either white or golden, would appear above the individual's head, accompanied by an enhancement in their cultivation speed. Chen Sihai felt an especially rapid increase in his power, for the aura of the deputy lord conferred him with a combat prowess equivalent to that of one of the territory's inhabitants. However, among the territory's population of approximately 450, only 69 had genuinely progressed to the first tier, a feat achieved through the strengthening from the blood rain, combined with recent enhancements to the farm. Considering these second-tier awakeners with positions, the overall combat capability was still insufficient to establish a foothold in this apocalyptic world. After much contemplation, Chen Fan finally set aside his concerns and generously distributed the soul cultivation methods to everyone. Upon realizing the advantages of this entity in enhancing strength and fostering awakening, the loyalty of all individuals witnessed a significant increase. Particularly among the second-tier awakeners, there was a newfound appreciation for the benefits of territory, leading to an intensified allegiance towards Chen Fan. As the speech concluded, anticipation surged among the crowd, eager to engage in practice. Chapter 42. The Blood Knight Era. Although the soul cultivation method is a foundational technique, individual aptitude varies significantly, resulting in differing durations for each practitioner to achieve success. Naturally, those who have awakened are often the first to perceive the merits of this cultivation practice. As soon as Shadow completed his training, he opened his eyes, followed by a few others who did the same. They merely nodded slightly before scanning their surroundings. Despite their roles as captains and having their own vice-captains, the choice of team members ultimately rests upon them. Chen Fan cannot oversee every detail, for such a burden would be overwhelming. Observing those who had successfully completed their training, they silently took note, knowing that upon returning, a fierce competition for team selection would ensue. There were also those who appeared somewhat perplexed, lacking clarity, such as the brutish Batian who, after concluding his training, although he could not proceed further, he kept his eyes closed, savoring the sensation of enhanced strength, a feeling that deeply entranced him. Naturally, individuals like him were inevitably overlooked. Time passed swiftly. Although some had yet to make any progress, they could not afford to linger. The camp still required hunting zombies, and tasks awaited completion. In this context, everyone dispersed, attending to their own affairs. Some furtive captains quietly maneuvered through each farmstead. The farmhouses had begun to take shape, with everyone having a place to reside, albeit a bit cramped. To acquire a standalone house, one must exchange points in the marketplace and provide Chen Fan with additional points to secure land, thus enabling the ownership of a home. This regulation instilled a sense of purpose in everyone, the aspiration to possess their own dwelling, free from communal living. A fervent construction initiative commenced, instilling hope in all involved. In stark contrast to the camp's optimism, the world at large was undergoing tumultuous changes. In Orange Town, a furious voice erupted. What madness has possessed these wretched zombies to destroy the camp I painstakingly built? The speaker, a robust man known as Tiger, was named for his awakened ability to transform into a half-man, half-tiger, granting him immense strength and agility. This being the reason for his rapid ascent. Boss, do not lose heart. This blood rain has also afforded us considerable growth, and with your formidable abilities, a resurgence is merely a matter of time. Wang Kuan, having narrowly escaped this crisis, unexpectedly gained Tiger's trust. Now, he wore a sycophantic smile, uttering words of flattery while gazing at the tiger with a grin. "Ha ha. You certainly have a way with words," he exclaimed. Ignoring the disdainful glances from those around him, Wang Kuan lowered his head even further, yet in the next moment, a flicker of ferocity crossed his face. He had believed he was concealing his emotions well, but little did he anticipate that this fleeting expression would be noticed by a young man nearby. This young man, Li Jinglong, once served as the tiger's foremost subordinate. Yet given the current circumstances, his position as the top aide was likely to become precarious. This realization bred resentment towards Wang Kuan, and as he fixed his gaze upon him, he caught sight of that momentary expression. This left him on high alert, his brow furrowing slightly. Utterly perplexed by Wang Kuan's intentions, "Might I propose to you, boss, the establishment of a vampire legion? In the future, we shall rise again and become a significant asset to you." As Li Jinglong pondered this, the implications of his words, combined with what he had just witnessed, filled him with foreboding. "No, boss, this is ill-advised. Wang Kuan's status is uncertain, and granting him such considerable power could lead to unforeseen consequences." While the tiger contemplated this, Li Jinglong's words sparked a flicker of discontent within him. He had yet to voice his thoughts, so why should Li Jinglong speak out of turn? Humph. How could Wang Kuan's concern for me be that of an outsider? I do not wish to hear such words again. The tiger shot a fierce glare at Li Jinglong, causing the latter, who had intended to continue, to fall silent and retreat. However, the matter of the Vampire Legion required further contemplation, for it was no trivial affair and necessitated the mobilization of all involved. Wang Kuan refrained from discussing the issue further, recognizing that excess could be detrimental. Yet he took note of Li Jinglong, as the seeds of resentment began to take root. In Qing City, the battlefield was strewn with corpses, both of the living and the undead. Undoubtedly, the ferocity of the battles here was unparalleled, with the number of attacking zombies surpassing that of any nearby location, and the hope of the camps falling short of even a tenth of this. Essentially, Qing City stood as a bulwark against the majority of the zombies, with only a small fraction scattering away. In this city, men, women, and children alike rallied to partake in the reconstruction efforts. The work within the city proceeded fervently, while the repair of the surrounding walls could not be delayed. Newly formed hunting teams were dispatched to eliminate the zombies in their vicinity. Are we truly to establish a hunting guild? This would bring together formidable forces. Could it lead to chaos if not properly managed? Seated below was a bespectacled middle-aged man named Feng Weidong, while the elder occupying the foremost seat was Feng Dongsheng, the mayor of Qing City. We must adopt a broader perspective. Not everything is within our grasp. Some things, once mishandled, could yield grave consequences. Thus, perhaps it is wiser to allow them to grow freely. Who knows what remarkable outcomes may arise? Feng Dongsheng spoke with concern, imparting earnest wisdom. A shift from his previous demeanor. As of last night, following the blood moon, all communication devices have ceased to function, severing their connection with the outside world. The emergence of this situation heralds an immense transformation for the world. Even he found himself grappling with unusual thoughts. However, his soldierly conscience restrained him from indulging in excessive musings. Yet, the notion of grooming his son to become the next mayor lingered in his mind. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he gazed upon the child below, prompting the elder to reveal a smile laden with significance. Indeed, as the elder suspected, the world was undergoing profound changes. The disruption in communication, compounded by the expansion of the planet's surface, rendered interactions increasingly arduous, not to mention the myriad dangers that lurked on the roads. This scenario also inspired some ambitious individuals to entertain alternative ideas. War was on the brink. But this conflict would not be between humans and the undead. Rather, it would be a struggle among humans themselves. From this moment forth, various camps based on the base city began to declare their independence, accompanied by the emergence of minor organizations, inevitably giving rise to malevolent factions. The Earth officially entered its darkest era, the epic of the Blood Night. Chapter 43. 10 days it seemed, as if an unspoken agreement had been reached. For the zombie onslaught had lessened in ferocity, falling into a semblance of calm. This provided humanity with additional opportunities, allowing many to seize the moment to survive and grow stronger. Hopefully, the same could be said for the camp. Everyone was busily engaged in tense activities. Inside the Bright Moon restaurant, a group of individuals had finally secured an energy fruit, a rare achievement indeed. One young man, proudly holding a red fruit in his hand, displayed it to those around him with great satisfaction. His action successfully captured the attention of the onlookers, much to his delight. "Hey, brother, sell me that energy fruit. I'll offer you a brown crystal coin." "Wow, a brown crystal coin? It takes a third-tier crystal core to exchange for one of those. This lad has struck gold." "Humph, as if I would sell it. What is a brown crystal coin to me? There are only 5 energy fruits available each day. Rarity commands value, you know. Even the Lord would only sell such a precious item for a blue crystal coin, equivalent to the value of a second-tier crystal core. Truly a worthwhile deal." The surrounding clamor continued, but the young man hesitated only briefly before resolving his decision. "I'm sorry, uncle, but I won't sell this fruit. I intend to use it to advance to the second tier." The young man politely clasped his hands together in respect. "In that case, I wish you the best in your ascension to the second tier. Ha ha ha. Let us hope our camp can add another second-tier member. That's worth celebrating." The middle-aged man laughed heartily and turned to shout toward the back, "Boss, what is it?" A middle-aged woman emerged, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Today, the meal is on me. Everyone, eat to your heart's content." "Oi." Amidst the cheers, the young man once again clasped his hands in gratitude. As everyone gradually finished their meals, they stepped outside to embark on the tasks of a new day. Today, however, not a single penny had been earned. "What do you intend to do, old fellow? Are you planning to evade repaying the Lord's loan?" A middle-aged woman glared at the man across from her, who was none other than Wang Fugui. "My dear wife, please temper your anger. This is merely an investment." He was on the brink of ascending to the second tier of awakening, and given his ability to resist temptation, he was indeed worthy of my investment. Perhaps he could prove useful in the future. "Humph, fine, do as you please." Once his wife departed, the smile on Wang Fugui's lips remained intact. A grand era of conflict was approaching, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. Within the confines of a rural homestead, Chen Fan reflected after 10 days. "I've finally gathered enough. These past few days have been exhausting. Ha ha ha." He gazed at the crystal core in his hand, murmuring to himself. Without hesitation, he placed the core into the central apparatus and executed a series of operations. "Ding, do you wish to purchase the subcore?" A mechanical voice resonated in his ears. "Certainly," he affirmed. A palm-sized purple crystal materialized before him, which he carefully cradled and scrutinized. "Is this the subcore capable of establishing another farm space?" A smile lingered on Chen Fan's face, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the subcore. It was time to issue a new task. This time, we would decisively take control of Orange Town. Simultaneously, Orange Town was devising its own plans. Within the Tiger Gang, the scene was one of chaos, teeming with vampires, excluding the awakened, of course. Two factions had evidently formed within, and the leader felt an inflated sense of power. He reveled in the sensation of reigning like an emperor, skillfully balancing the two factions, inciting conflict without disrupting the equilibrium. This feeling was intoxicating. He became wholly immersed, indulging in merriment, and even establishing a harem. This, however, impeded his strength's progress, leading to an insidious trend of being surpassed. Yet, he remained oblivious, devoid of any sense of impending crisis. "Boss, we have discovered the faction that Guitao and the others have allied with," Wang Kuan reported respectfully. "Oh, how formidable are they?" the tiger inquired, casually enjoying his fruit. "Their strength is not significant. They have likely suffered considerable losses due to the blood moon. Then what are we waiting for? Let us swiftly eliminate them. Guitao must be dealt with. Otherwise, I shall not have peace of mind." The tiger's eyes widened dramatically as he slammed his hand on the table, causing the fruits to scatter, startling the two maidens fanning him behind. "Boss, we cannot act recklessly without understanding the situation," Li Jinglong interjected, disregarding the middle-aged man's attempts to restrain him. Is it not clear? Their strength is lacking. Are you afraid? If you are, then there's no need for you to go." The tiger glared fiercely, rising to admonish. "I fear nothing. I am willing to lead from the front." With a huff, he declared, "Now that is more like it." Observing Li Jinglong kneeling on one knee and bowing his head, the tiger's lips curled into a slight smile as he resumed his seat. This entire exchange did not escape the notice of the middle-aged man nearby, whose brow furrowed increasingly. The group prepared swiftly, seemingly eager for the impending battle. The leader, however, was overly hasty. Placing trust in Wang Kuan might not bode well. Amid the bustling crowd, Li Jinglong conversed with the middle-aged man. The indulgence and pleasures had thoroughly corroded the tiger's senses. Should this continue, defeat was inevitable, and it appeared prudent to seek a new patron. The middle-aged man's square face revealed no emotion. Li Jinglong hesitated, yet reflecting on the tiger's recent indifference, he sighed deeply. The middle-aged man shook his head silently, and the two remained in a pensive stillness until everyone was prepared to depart. Unfortunately, their movements caught Chen Fan's attention. After all, such a significant troop movement was discernible on the maps. This news quickly spread through the ranks, particularly to Guitao, who had long sought vengeance and had been vigilantly observing their actions. He promptly relayed this intelligence to Chen Fan, who then grasped the identity of the approaching group. As Li Jinglong's contingent advanced, unbeknownst to them, a grave danger loomed ahead. Meanwhile, Wang Kuan, positioned at the rear, gazed ominously forward. Has the day finally arrived? He mused. Yet their current strength still fell short of their adversaries. How infuriating. Clenching his fists, the pristine palms began to seep crimson. Seizing a trembling woman nearby, he revealed his sharp fangs and viciously sank them into her neck, unleashing a torrent of blood accompanied by her anguished cry. The surrounding vampires, accustomed to such scenes, displayed no emotion, disregarding the woman's pleading gaze. It was not until her eyes glazed over, devoid of any life, that her body gradually withered. "One day, I shall have my revenge. Chen Fan, wait for me," Wang Kuan vowed, casting the woman aside as he turned his attention elsewhere, preparing for action. Chapter 44. Conspiracy. The vehicle continued its journey, but unbeknownst to all, over 20 individuals had mysteriously vanished from the rear ranks. This group concealed themselves within the underbrush. Their faces twisted into grotesque smiles as they watched the vehicle recede into the distance. "Leader, let us act swiftly and eliminate that lethargic tiger. Then we shall ascend as the new leaders of the tiger gang." Their pallid features, combined with their sinister grins, painted them unmistakably as villains. "The tiger gang is of no concern to me. This time, we must uncover the secrets of the firearms. I have visited that prison numerous times. It is teeming with zombies, including third-tier ones. There is no way that tiger could storm in. There must be a hidden passage. Once we locate that secret route, the tiger gang and the cat gang will be no obstacle." "Ha ha." Wang Kuan laughed maniacally, his eyes brimming with fury and madness. "Our leader is brilliant. Our leader is formidable." His subordinates cheered tirelessly, eliciting a faint smile from Wang Kuan. "All right, let us depart." With Wang Kuan's command, the group swiftly sprang into action, brushing aside the surrounding weeds and underbrush as vehicles gradually came into view. Retreating was not an option. They had prepared for this since their reconnaissance mission, and this time they would charge back with haste. During this operation, Tiger had virtually no protection, fighting a solitary battle, which was the source of Wang Kuan's confidence. With the roar of engines, silence enveloped the area once more as disoriented zombies sniffed the air, seemingly detecting the scent of humans. However, their vacant expressions suggested they had not caught a whiff. They had not been out long before they returned. At that moment, Tiger was indulging himself, savoring fruit while enjoying the massage of a beautiful woman. As an awakened one, his strength and physical prowess were formidable. Yet, upon hearing the distant rumble of vehicles, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could it be another faction, taking advantage of their absence to attack? Tiger pushed the woman away and approached the window. Peering in the direction of the sound, he saw a convoy approaching rapidly. Oh, whose entourage is this? Tiger raised his eyelids nonchalantly. He had grown accustomed to his dominance and was confident that no one dared to challenge his authority. The convoy came to a halt right at his feet, and upon seeing the descending figures, Tiger's eyelids flickered. Why have they returned? Where is Li Jinglong? A sense of crisis washed over him. This is bad. Sensing the impending danger, he hastily retrieved his handgun and secured it at his waist. He then sat back down, feigning calmness, and gestured for the maid to continue his massage. Unimpeded, Wang Kuan and his group appeared before him. Why have you returned? Tiger squinted, gripping his handgun tightly. Of course. To collect some items, Wang Kuan replied with a sinister smile, a grin that sent shivers down Tiger's spine. He realized he had underestimated Wang Kuan. A life of comfort had dulled his senses. Wang Kuan approached slowly, without a hint of bravado. Why? Tiger's eyes widened as he forcefully shoved the maid away, resulting in a loud thud and two pained cries as they collapsed unconscious. Why? To grow stronger and seek revenge. Wang Kuan's shadowy expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a visage of pathological rage. Ha! With a single stride, Wang Kuan lunged forward, aiming a decisive strike at the tiger's neck. The tiger raised an eyebrow, suddenly lifting his hand to reveal a dark, menacing handgun in front of Wang Kuan. Unfazed, Wang Kuan merely chuckled, and to everyone's astonishment, a pair of bat-like wings unfurled from his back, allowing him to alter his trajectory with a mere flick. The bullet grazed his body, embedding itself forcefully into the wall, sending sparks flying. Seeing his shot miss, the tiger abandoned his firearm, crossing his arms defiantly across his chest. Stripes of red and yellow fur erupted as Wang Kuan's claws viciously raked across the tiger's arm, leaving 3 deep gashes. The tiger staggered backward, his eyes now bloodshot, his upper body fully transformed into a beastly form. So this is what beastification entails. How intriguing. Let us engage together. Wang Kuan had no intentions of a fair duel. He opted instead for a fray against multiple opponents. You lack martial ethics. The tiger, bloodied, spat forth a mouthful of crimson, glaring at the 20 or so individuals surrounding him. Even as he neared the 3rd tier of power, he found himself utterly overwhelmed by the sheer number of adversaries. Through the combined efforts of Wang Kuan and his companions, they finally subdued the tiger. Crumpled on the ground, the tiger lay in a state of near death, surrounded by shattered furniture, the scene a chaotic ruin. Ha ha ha, I never imagined the tiger, would meet my demise at the hands of such a scoundrel. How tragic indeed. The tiger laughed wildly on the ground, appearing almost deranged. The knowledge you seek will not be granted. Let this secret perish with me. Ha! Hearing the tiger's words, Wang Kuan's eyelids flickered, and he dashed forward, desperate to intervene. Yet, despite his swiftness, he was too late, left only to witness the tiger's mocking gaze. His eyes wide open, devoid of any life. Is he dead? This complicates matters. Wang Kuan furrowed his brow and reached for the handgun nestled in the tiger's grasp. As he felt the cold, metallic texture, a fire ignited within him. With more weapons of this caliber, rising to power would be inevitable. At that moment, Chen Fan's visage appeared in his mind, causing him to grip the gun tightly. Find it for me. The item must be nearby. With Wang Kuan's booming command, the crowd dispersed. Wang Kuan settled into a chair, half closing his eyes, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Boss, there's a box here. After an indeterminate time, a man rushed in, brandishing a metallic safe. With a loud clang, deep scratches marred the surface of the safe. Quite sturdy, Wang Kuan continued to strike the safe, and after several blows, a satisfying click signaled the unlocking of the mechanism. Curious, he peered inside. The safe revealed 2 compartments, the upper one glittering with layers of gold bars stacked within. Before him lay a box of ammunition, precisely the rounds for the pistol in Wang Kuan's possession. He hastily stowed the bullets away and turned his attention to the gold bars above. With the presence of his subordinates, he need not exert himself, as several individuals promptly sprang into action. Amidst the flurry of activity, the gold bars were swiftly retrieved, revealing an envelope that re-emerged into view. Boss, this is for you. One subordinate promptly produced the envelope and placed it in Wang Kuan's hands. Upon opening it, Wang Kuan's eyes gleamed with intrigue upon discovering its contents. Chapter 45. The teleportation array. A contingent of individuals approached, and Chen Fan was certainly aware of their presence. What a curious lot they were, rushing over with such fervor. Chen Fan gazed at the small map in bewilderment. They had now halted and taken cover in the vicinity. After all, they were marked as adversaries. A fact that made Chen Fan cautious and inclined towards a more prudent strategy, ambush. Li Jinglong led the forefront, but felt an unsettling quietude enveloping them. Just as he contemplated halting to assess the situation, a loud explosion erupted ahead, followed by the screeching of brakes. Li Jinglong was not spared from the chaos. Stumbling slightly from the abrupt stop, he quickly disembarked, preparing to confront the impending threat. Instinctively sensing trouble, he realized that although his orders had been issued swiftly, they played right into Chen Fan's hands. Just as he pondered how to coax them out of the vehicle, they had unwittingly complied. Without hesitation, Chen Fan commanded an assault, resulting in a fierce clash between the two factions. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. Guo Tao's group charged forth with remarkable vigor. Li Jinglong's team, however, crumbled under the onslaught, lacking both numbers and quality. The awakened were particularly inferior, and Chen Fan barely lifted a finger, only intervening when his own were in peril. After all, they constituted nearly all of his combat strength, and the loss of even one would weigh heavily on him. The skirmish concluded swiftly, with Li Jinglong's contingent suffering defeat, a portion of them taken captive. "Lord, what shall we do with these individuals? Should we transport them to Orange Town?" Guo Tao inquired, glancing at Chen Fan. "You may decide," Chen Fan replied dismissively, waving his hand. The vibrant lives before him seemed to hold less significance than a mere firearm. Ultimately, uncertainty loomed over their handling, leaving only a handful to follow. Thus, the group resumed their journey, this time accompanied by several vehicles. The cars roared to life as they entered Orange Town, halting at its outskirts. "We shall set up camp here and clear the surrounding area," Chen Fan announced, disembarking and clapping his hands to issue a simple directive. "Understood." The others quickly dispersed. "Father, where shall we go?" queried one, pointing towards a small courtyard enclosed by tall walls, a primary reason for Chen Fan's selection of this location. The two individuals arrived at their destination, where Chen Fan produced the core and placed it in Chen Sihai's hands. Prior to their arrival, he had instructed him on the usage of the core. Chen Sihai adeptly bound the core and positioned it within the small courtyard before them. A resonant hum emanated from the core, releasing a wave of spatial fluctuations that spread outward like ripples in water. Gradually, a blue vortex materialized, culminating in the formation of a complete spatial gateway. As they stepped inside, Chen Sihai, with an air of extravagance, brandished a crystal core and promptly upgraded the farm space to level 2. At that moment, a voice resonated in Chen Fan's mind from the system. "Ding. Subsystem detected. Binding in progress. Ding. Binding successful. Please wait." Given that this was the host's first binding, a reward in the form of a spatial array was granted. Upon hearing of the reward, Chen Fan's spirits soared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was the joy of receiving something for nothing. Indeed, within the confines of the system space, he beheld the reward before him. It bore a striking resemblance to the return effects from a popular game. Curiosity piqued. Chen Fan examined the teleportation array, and a message appeared before his eyes. Teleportation array. Capable of transporting between two farm spaces, requires crystal cores as energy, with each transport incurring a cost. The teleportation array was an invaluable artifact, especially considering the considerable distance from Orange Town to Hope Camp, which required over half a day's drive. With gasoline nearly depleted, daily trips would be impractical. Hence, the advent of the teleportation array greatly facilitated his endeavors. Although there were costs involved, one could always recoup expenses through a toll. In fact, this could even yield a profit. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle at his own ingenuity. "What are you laughing about?" Chen Sihai inquired, puzzled by his son's amusement. Upon hearing his father's voice, Chen Fan snapped back to reality and eagerly shared the news of the teleportation array. "Oh, such a remarkable invention. This is truly astonishing," Chen Sihai exclaimed, his expression exaggerated as he feigned surprise. Ignoring his father's playful antics, Chen Fan proceeded to the entrance of the farm and set down the teleportation array. After determining the precise locations for two markers in his mind, the array began to activate. Meanwhile, far away at Hope Camp, a blue teleportation array suddenly materialized, startling those nearby, who hastily retreated, dropping their bricks, hoes, shovels, axes, toys, and other items in fright. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, who was preoccupied with his tasks, the array took form. Once established, he inserted a core into the array. Although it was merely an ordinary core, it bathed the array in a brilliant light. Chen Fan attempted to step through, prompting Chen Sihai to rush forward in an attempt to stop him. With a resounding whoosh, Chen Fan vanished, leaving Chen Sihai alone, bewildered in the wind. This child is far too impatient. He ought to have observed more closely or tested it with something else first. What if something were to go awry? Chen Sihai stood before the teleportation array, inhaled deeply, and stepped inside. In the camp, everyone watched the array with bated breath. And Yang Fanhua was drawn to the scene. He sensed that this matter was somehow connected to his son, yet he refrained from making any rash moves. A wave of energy surged through the air, causing the hearts of the onlookers to race. Some even retrieved fallen tools, readying themselves for potential conflict. A crowd had gathered around Yang Fanhua, subtly shielding her within their midst. Ah, that seems to be the Lord. As the space rippled, a figure gradually materialized. Indeed, it was the Lord. Had they not gone to Orange Town? How had they returned? The crowd buzzed with curiosity, their expressions reflecting a childlike inquisitiveness. The spatial ripples appeared once more, revealing Chen Sihai to the assembly. The volume of their discussions escalated significantly. What was happening? Yang Fanhua maneuvered through the throng to stand before the two men, eager to inquire. Having served as a leader for an extended period, her presence exuded authority, and she had shed any semblance of the timid woman from the early days of the apocalypse, now embodying the essence of a formidable woman. Chen Fan was examining the consumption of the teleportation array, while Chen Sihai took on the role of translator. Upon hearing his explanation, the crowd experienced a moment of clarity. Their gazes fixed eagerly upon the array. To think it required so little, just 50 ordinary crystal cores for each teleportation. Thus, only a modest fee would suffice. Chen Fan stroked his chin, a sweet smile gracing his lips. Let us set it at 100 ordinary crystal cores. After all, there are maintenance costs, right? He chuckled. Chapter 46. The death of the tiger. In this manner, Chen Fan hastily established the price, performing a series of operations within the system space to set up automatic deductions. Each use of the teleportation array would incur an automatic charge of 100 white crystal coins within the system. This function was a built-in feature of the shop system. He would incur a 1% transaction fee for his own usage, while others would face a 4% fee, with 3% going to the Lord. Such a consumption model proved more convenient than in the pre-apocalypse era. However, the new territory required more hands for development, so Chen Fan generously allowed free passage for this occasion. Though the duration was limited to just one day, it sparked the interest of all. Thus commenced a fervent construction endeavor, conducted without fanfare, merely sealing off the intersection. At present, crystal cores were being consumed excessively. This was a time for rapid development, necessitating frugality in their use. These crystal cores were proving inadequate. When would he amass enough for a level 3 farm? Having recently exhausted all his second-tier crystal cores to acquire the farm core, he now felt a hint of regret. How impulsive he had been. He was still too young. As Chen Fan strolled down the street, he shook his head in contemplation. What was amiss with the Lord, swaying his head like that? Surely, he must be suffering from some grave affliction, though it did not seem overly concerning. Unbeknownst to him, two individuals were stealthily pointing at his back. My lord. One of them beckoned. We can lead you to the tiger's lair. Chen Fan remained still, his head nodding rhythmically. Oh, then let's prepare. We shall proceed to engage in a cordial meeting. A friendly smile crept across Chen Fan's face, causing Xing Tian to shudder involuntarily. Xing Tian, the awakener of the Blood Moon's thorny flora, possessed a unique talent for inflicting pain without endangering life. This exceptional ability soon captured Chen Fan's attention, leading him to assign Xing Tian to his side, for one never knows when such a skill might prove beneficial. Indeed, they soon encountered a particularly tough adversary. Yet no matter how resilient, even the hardest of bones eventually succumbed to Xing Tian's prowess. Before long, Xing Tian and his companions approached with an imposing stride, accompanied by a timid young man who appeared rather apprehensive. A mere glance from Chen Fan revealed that this individual was a second-tier awakener, igniting a spark of interest in Chen Fan's eyes. This was indeed a rare talent. Furthermore, surviving under Guatao's command suggested that his character was unlikely to be lacking. A decent disposition was sufficient for him to offer refuge. Let us proceed, Chen Fan quietly noted, committing the young man to memory. The group opted against taking a vehicle, fearing it might alert their foes, and also due to dwindling fuel supplies. The border area lay not far from the Tiger's encampment. After all, even the tiger dared not settle in the heart of the zone, where numerous third-tier zombies roamed, with rumors suggesting the presence of fourth-tier zombies at the center. In this context, they soon arrived at the Tiger's camp, yet it appeared eerily quiet. It seemed someone had paid a visit. Chen Fan raised his gaze. locking eyes with the lifeless tiger. Let us investigate. We must ascertain if anything remains, particularly the map. Let's see if it still exists. He gestured towards the captive before him. The captive, with a pallid expression, stared blankly at the tiger's corpse. So this is how it is, Chen Fan mused. Oh, how so? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Chen Fan. It appeared this individual might possess insights into the unfolding events. I had always asserted that Wang Kuan was untrustworthy. I did not anticipate that his objective was also that map. Wang Kuan. Chen Fan scratched his head in confusion. This name seemed vaguely familiar. Yet he could not recall its significance. My lord, there are no living souls inside. We discovered a safe, but its contents have vanished. What do you know about that place? Chen Fan glanced at the empty safe before returning his gaze to the captive. I am Li Jinglong. Once merely a subordinate of the tiger. I was meant to go there, but that day, Guo and his group had a minor altercation with us. The tiger instructed me to handle it, and I was fortunate. Only the tiger emerged alive from that encounter. What transpired during that incident was never disclosed, and we dared not inquire. Li Jinglong's demeanor was one of despondency, as though he foresaw his own fate. Father, do as you see fit. Chen Fan cast a glance at Chen Sihai. With the newly established territory requiring a firm hand, the responsibility naturally fell upon the freshly appointed lord, Chen Sihai. Nodding in agreement, Chen Sihai departed with a small entourage. Let us proceed to the prison, he declared. The team was modest in size, comprising merely a dozen individuals. Yet they represented the finest elite forces available. All members were second-tier awakened, forming a formidable assembly. Such strength could likely only be mustered within the city itself. Among them, Wang Taizhu, Wang Fugue, Wang Gada, Bashianhu, Shadow, and Guo were all third-tier. At present, Chen Fan's combat capability approached 50, nearing the fourth tier. This was entirely a benefit of the territory, elevating his prowess to such heights. The group, being awakened, moved with remarkable swiftness. Before long, they beheld a cluster of buildings encircled by towering walls. Who could have imagined that a prison lay beneath the government? Indeed, having resided here for so long and reported numerous times to the government, he had never uncovered this secret. It was indeed well concealed. Stay vigilant. This place is not to be trifled with. Their journey was relatively unimpeded, as long as they avoided provoking the ominous figure in the center. Nothing in the town posed a significant threat to them. Outside, the continuous roars from within were unmistakable. It seemed there was a considerable number of zombies housed here. Bashianhu, with his rugged voice, despite suppressing it, sounded remarkably resonant, stirring restlessness among the inner zombies, who began to roar incessantly. After holding it in for so long, you can no longer contain yourself, can you? I told you not to speak. Shadow showed no leniency. Having interacted the most with Bashianhu, they were well acquainted. Thus he spoke without reservation. Bashianhu awkwardly forced a grim smile, his right hand instinctively scratching his head. The others refrained from further comment. Although they attracted the attention of a horde of zombies, it was evident that they posed no immediate danger. Chen Fan, however, was more direct. With a resounding thud, he kicked open the main gate, sending the approaching zombies reeling from the force. In the next moment, the temperature in his hands surged, and crimson flames began to coalesce. The onlookers instinctively recoiled at this display. The fireball fully enveloped Chen Fan's hands, and moments later, fiery serpents erupted from its circumference, soaring into the air before plummeting downwards. Chapter 47. The Round Table Conference? The falling flames struck the zombies like missiles, imparting equal destruction regardless of their tier. First or second tier, none could withstand it. Save for the third tier. The commotion was considerable. The wandering zombies in the vicinity were drawn to the sound, rushing towards it. Wang Taizhu and the others engaged in combat, fending off the approaching undead. Meanwhile, far off in the square, a zombie lay reclined in a chair, clad in clothing. Its pallid complexion starkly contrasting with its surroundings. It opened its eyes, revealing pupils entirely enveloped in white. It rose to its feet, gazing into the distance toward Chen Fan. A look of human-like confusion etched upon its face. The entrance had been nearly breached by Chen Fan's assault, with no further zombies emerging. Chen Fan and his companions strolled leisurely inside, immediately surveying their surroundings. Behind the grand door lay a plaza, where several vehicles were still parked, including numerous police cars. How do we access the prison? Through the underground garage? Then let us proceed to the garage, Chen Fan stated, devoid of any concrete plan. Decisively acting upon the suggestion he had just heard. Do we not possess a map module? Surely, we should uncover something. The group paused, turning their attention to Wang Taizhu, who had spoken. I meant to mention that earlier, but it slipped my mind. My memory, haha. They circled the building, remaining vigilant. Chen Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment and quickly dismissed a few of them. Yes, following his command, they departed swiftly, leaving only Wang Taizhu, who was left bewildered. Trailing behind, Chen Fan lingered alone, unafraid of any potential danger, for he possessed the map. Before his eyes, the map began to illuminate. A multitude of red dots densely populating the display. Goodness, why are there so many zombies, and so many of higher ranks? He observed the brightly glowing red dots. A chill racing down his spine. This was likely the reason even the bravest would hesitate to enter. Meanwhile, Wang Kuan, who had just escaped, finally relaxed once he had distanced himself from the prison. He glanced at the several bags of firearms in the back of the vehicle. With only a few small cats remaining by his side, having taken the first step, I shall now commence with my second plan, to distance myself from Qing City, and to separate from Chen Fan. The two vehicles sped away as if being pursued by fourth-tier zombies. Within the prison, the area was not extensive, and they soon completed their exploration. The group stood in silence, surrounded by a throng of zombies, grappling with the perplexity of how so many could exist underground. What should we do? Should we confront them? They looked to Chen Fan, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. Let us withdraw and discuss this later. After all, we lack a map and possess no knowledge of the underground situation. Ensuring our safe exit will be a challenge. Chen Fan sighed inwardly, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the map. The dazzling red on the map suggested there were at least 30 third-tier zombies, hundreds of second-tier ones, and countless first-tier zombies. Ordinary zombies had become a rarity. Most concerning was a particularly bright, indicative of an existence of at least fourth-tier status. At present, he felt no confidence in confronting a fourth tier, especially with so many third-tier zombies present. To descend would likely be a perilous endeavor. He found himself devoid of any enthusiasm to even seek out an entrance. It seems that I can only wait until I ascend to the fourth tier. Only then shall I possess the strength to contend. The return of a certain group has captivated everyone's attention. Once they became aware of the prison's circumstances, shock enveloped them. As many expressed disbelief, and some even exhibited a hint of fear. It appears that the defenses here must be fortified. Surely, it is not only there that poses a threat. The center likely harbors its own complexities, Qin Sihai remarked gravely. Let us issue a task to eliminate the surrounding zombies and expand the map. However, take care not to venture too close to the center, Chen Fan stated succinctly, prompting individuals to carry out his orders. The Hope Camp is now a far cry from its former self. Every matter requires Chen Fan's direct involvement. Now, he merely needs to engage his mind and voice, and tasks are assuredly executed. Gradually, the construction within the camp has found its rhythm, with several hunting teams voluntarily accepting assignments and dispersing to gather more inhabitants. Although some were brought back in sacks, under the influence of dedicated individuals within the camp, they willingly joined the Hope Camp. Days passed, and Chen Fan's activities drew the attention of surrounding factions. Smaller forces had essentially been wiped out, with both people and resources seized, leaving nothing in their wake. Some even observed those with sinister expressions, carrying an old man while moving with remarkable speed. A sense of urgency marked their demeanor, which instilled fear in the onlookers, causing them to flee at the mere sight of this group. One day, within a somewhat dilapidated house, the exterior was worn and showed signs of neglect, having gone uncleaned for quite some time. Yet, the interior was surprisingly tidy, illuminated only by a few candles flickering on the central table, casting a dim glow that alleviated the oppressive darkness. Around the table sat a diverse assembly of individuals, young and old, men and women, clad in an array of garments. These were the leaders of the major factions in Orange Town. Today, the heads of several factions gathered. An uncommon occurrence. Even amidst existing tensions, they maintained an air of harmony. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Their convergence was not for leisurely gatherings or casual banter, but rather driven by a shared objective concerning the band of robbers and traffickers. Let us deliberate on our course of action. If this continues, one by one, we shall be consumed, proposed a poised young woman, her elegance complemented by a refined appearance, dressed in pragmatic attire, her short hair lending her an air of freshness. Humph. What else can we do? We must confront them. With our numbers, we ought not fear a single faction, retorted another, a man of delicate demeanor, his lips curling into a smirk as he languidly spoke. Oh, Wang Mao, with your meager skills, do you believe you could withstand a blow from them? It remains uncertain. Liro, call me Wang Hu. Wang Hu rose abruptly, striking the table with force, and shouted in a fit of rage. Oh. Back to your old self again. Did someone not claim he would forever be a sickly cat, unworthy of the title tiger? Why the sudden bravado now? Li Ro remarked with a hint of sarcasm, a smile perpetually etched upon his face, as if it were a permanent fixture. What did you say? A faint yellow glow began to emanate from Wang Hu's hands, his fury reaching its zenith as he fixed a crimson gaze upon his opponent. Li Ro, poised for action, conjured a silver needle enveloped in a delicate pink hue. Enough. Chapter 48. The Conspiracy of Wang Fugui. A surge of blue radiance reverberated, causing the energy amassed in their hands to dissipate instantaneously. This display prompted a collective gasp from the onlookers. They recognized the significance. Third stage. The realization struck them like a bolt. Wang Hu, sensing the gravity of the moment, took a seat, his focus shifting to the composed woman at the forefront. In the room, an eerie silence ensued as no one dared to speak first. Clearly, the earlier spectacle had left an indelible impression on the assembly. Let us continue our discussion. We are all in this together, united against a common foe. The woman's words resonated with authority, prompting nods of agreement from the attendees. Though the true thoughts of each remained shrouded in secrecy, the meeting progressed smoothly, with all participants expressing their willingness to engage in the impending battle. Thus, amidst an atmosphere of camaraderie, they exchanged friendly farewells and dispersed in various directions. I performed quite well, didn't I? Li Ro's laughter had an unsettling quality, sending chills down the spines of those nearby. Indeed, this way, we shall accumulate a considerable number of points, far more swiftly than the arduous task of relocating individuals. Wu Yanyan flashed a bewitching smile, exuding an alluring charm. Were there men present, they would likely find it difficult to resist her allure. Yet, Li Ro remained unfazed, chuckling in agreement. Their laughter sent shivers through the guards stationed outside. Oh dear, this group is in for a rough time. One guard shook his head, continuing his vigil at the entrance. However, in a secluded corner visible only to him, a blue screen flickered, displaying information he was diligently monitoring. Days earlier, Wang Taizhu was moving people at an agonizingly slow pace. We should compel them to come to us willingly, Wang Fugui declared, aligning himself with Wang Taizhu. Having emerged from the same village, how else can we proceed? Wang Taizhu looked on, bewildered, his eyes wide and uncomprehending. Wang Fugui couldn't help but smirk at his companion's naive demeanor, which had likely deceived many. Reflecting on the past, Wang Taizhu was the first to align with Chen Fan and now the first to propose this strategy of relocating people. Over the past few days, their group had indeed facilitated the most relocations. Their strength was a factor, but Wang Tiezhu's cunning and utter disregard for niceties, grabbing individuals without inquiry, also played a significant role. Indeed, the ancient adage holds true, one must not judge by appearances. We can encourage them to take the initiative, or rather, we could procure their services. What? Procure their services? Would that not make us traffickers? Such an endeavor is beyond my conscience. Upon hearing the suggestion of expenditure, Wang Taizhu immediately bristled, his eyes widening in indignation. This is not about purchasing individuals. It is about granting them liberation, for only by coming to our domain can they secure a sufficient meal. Yet, that too is unacceptable. I shall not engage in unlawful activities. Wang Tiezhu's head shook vigorously, akin to a bobblehead. We need not invest much. A mere provision of food would suffice to entice them. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiezhu's eyes began to dart about, as if weighing his options. Currently, the camp is replete with food, most of which has been scavenged from the city. However, such provisions lack any nutritional value, failing to restore stamina or enhance combat capabilities. They serve merely as a diversion or snack. Consequently, these items are not favored within the camp, but outside, food holds significant value. Utilizing inexpensive provisions to exchange for manpower presents a lucrative opportunity, devoid of conflict. My motivations lie solely in ensuring that those who suffer from hunger can dine adequately and lead a better life, rather than seeking mere points. Wang Fugui beamed with delight. Although he too could engage in such transactions, his solitary strength was insufficient to contend with the entire camp's populace, which is why he sought Wang Taizhu's assistance. After all, with 2 level 3 individuals present, a small organization would stand no chance against them. Despite the surrounding population having been largely depleted over the past few days, many untapped resources remain in more distant locales. The 2 men nestled in a corner, clandestinely deliberating their forthcoming strategy. Boss, I have found it. At that moment, a young man rushed over to Wang Fugui. Oh, where? Pointed out to me. A blue holographic screen gradually materialized before the 3. This is a built-in feature of the system, designed to showcase information to others. The young man indicated a somewhat shadowy area, where faint orange dots were visible, signaling neutrality. Excellent. Clearly, this is an undeveloped region. Wang Fugui's eyes sparkled as if adorned with two gleaming gems. Wang Taizhu too gazed in awe. Competition within the camp had become increasingly fierce, with more and more level 3s emerging. They, the veterans, could not afford to be left behind. Let us proceed to acquire some resources. I cannot consume the entire population of the camp alone. The two groups swiftly mobilized, a common phenomenon observed at the camp's entrance. Streams of people entered and exited, typically with one person slung over a shoulder while emerging empty-handed. Ah, why did you not bring back any goods? Is your physique inadequate? Unable to carry? I must say, one ought to engage in more physical exercise, lest one be deemed unworthy on some unforeseen day. Ha ha. As the two individuals returned to the camp, an incongruous sound echoed from behind them. They turned to see the imposing figure of the Decepticon, who was shouldering one person while carrying another on his back, both in a state of unconsciousness, utterly motionless. This brute had a knack for transporting others, often moving 3 at a time, a testament to his awakened abilities, as brute strength was undeniably his forte. Before they could utter a word, the Decepticon hurriedly departed. Yet the two exchanged only a slight smile, their eyes brimming with disdain. What a fool, in this moment. He seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that they too had once been in such a state. Upon reaching the core area, the duo swiftly accessed the marketplace and began to purchase items with fervor. They rapidly cleared out nearly all the inexpensive food available, pouring their points into this endeavor, even dipping into the points of their team. Should this venture fail, their efforts over the past few days would amount to naught, as onlookers regarded them with incredulity. They departed, leaving behind puzzled expressions. What folly possessed them to buy such seemingly useless provisions? Just as the Decepticon emerged from the task room, he witnessed this scene. Momentarily at a loss for comprehension, there was certainly something amiss, for these two were astute individuals, unlike others who seldom exercised their intellect. Indeed, they must be up to something. Upon glancing around, the Decepticon noted the shadowy figure was, predictably, nowhere to be seen, vanishing like a ghost. Chapter 49. The plan the Shadow had refrained from following, aware that their presence would easily be detected due to the maps at hand. Nevertheless, the Shadow exercised caution, assigning someone to watch at the camp entrance to quickly report upon encountering the two. With the aid of a spatial module, the two teams eagerly stored their provisions within it. Lightened by their load, they swiftly made their way to their destination. Their ambitions were grand, and it wasn't long before patrolling personnel discovered them and halted their advance. Who are you, and what brings you here? The two guards were visibly tense, for the organization here was rife with discord, frequently erupting into conflict. One of them hastily retreated, likely to fetch reinforcements. Brothers, do not be alarmed. We are here for business, Wang Fugui said with a warm smile, addressing the guard before him. His demeanor eased the tension slightly, though the guard remained firmly in place. Just then, a tall and graceful woman emerged. Boss, you finally arrived. The guard's eyes lit up upon seeing her, and he hurried over. Guests must not be left outside. Please, let them in, the woman said with a slight bow and a smile, a gentle breeze brushing her cheek, carrying with it a faint fragrance that stirred the heart. Greetings, I am the leader here, Wu Yinyan. Well, who is this handsome young man? Come in and have a seat. As the woman was about to usher a few individuals inside, a sudden sharp voice jolted them back to reality. They turned their gazes, their bodies tensing in an instant. Although there was no exaggerated display of muscularity, it appeared to be a man, yet the absence of an Adam's apple raised questions. Were they perhaps confronted with a transgender individual? The thought was acceptable, yet the prospect of encountering a eunuch left them momentarily bewildered. How could one contemplate such choices in the face of an apocalyptic world? Was it a peculiar predilection? Ahem. This is Li Ro, the leader of another camp. The woman shot a fierce glare at the effeminate man before leading the group indoors. The two individuals at the forefront were both at the 3rd tier, while several behind them were no less than 2nd tier. It was prudent to exercise caution in conversation. Li Ro's pupils suddenly constricted as she instinctively glanced back. This fleeting look sent a shiver down the spines of the group following her. Soon, they arrived at a room where she instructed the others to wait outside, while Wang Taizhu and another entered. Please, take a seat. We are rather impoverished here and lack proper hospitality. If you do not mind, perhaps you could sample our tea. Wu Yinyan lifted a kettle, pouring a cup for each of the two guests. Chief Wu, you are too courteous. The two merely took a delicate sip before refraining from further drinking, not due to distaste, but rather because the flavor was less than appealing. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Ha ha ha. Chief Wu, you are indeed direct, and I shall not linger. We are here to propose a business arrangement. Oh, a trade in populace? Given the surrounding turmoil, Wu Yanyan could not possibly be oblivious. Ha ha ha. Chief Wu possesses keen insight. Instantly discerning our intentions, Wang Fuguei wasted no time and produced food from within his spatial storage. With a flourish, an array of provisions appeared on the table. What is this? Wu Yanyan's eyes widened in astonishment, prompting her to rise involuntarily. 10 individuals per bag of food? Impossible. I cannot exchange the lives of my camp's people for sustenance. Though her gaze remained fixed on the food, her head shook vigorously in denial. We assure you, we mean no harm to your people. In fact, their circumstances would only improve. Wang Fuguei inquired if they might reconsider the proposition. Of course we can. With a smile, Wang Fuguei exchanged glances with Wang Taizhu, and they both rose to exit. Bring in the staff. As they stepped outside, they noticed several individuals hastily approaching, casting hostile glances their way before passing by. Do you think they will agree? Wang Taizhu expressed concern as he observed the group. They will agree, Wang Fuguei replied confidently. Chief. They were beckoned to sit. Wu Yanyan nodded slightly, allowing them to take their seats. She briefly outlined the current situation, emphasizing the strength of the individuals outside. For a moment, the individuals within the room fell into silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat oppressive. They pondered the purpose of their inquiries, questioning why no information had surfaced. Our own attempts to investigate yielded little, with most who ventured deep into the matter failing to return and the scant information available proving insufficient. It seemed they possessed a peculiar ability to easily ascertain the whereabouts of others. The group engaged in a discourse, clearly aware that the newly emerged organization was not without its preparations, and their formidable strength rendered them beyond our means of confrontation. The weight of this realization silenced further discussion. It was proposed to select 10 elderly individuals, both to stabilize them and to gather intelligence. One elder stepped forward, his eyes reflecting a lifetime of hardships. The assembly fell quiet. Some wished to speak, but were reduced to mere sighs. Wu Yanyan closed her eyes, lost in contemplation. Thus, Wang Taizhu and his companions escorted 10 elderly men and women back. The prospect of returning with such a small group left Wang Taizhu feeling somewhat disheartened. The camp was not easily breached, which explained the absence of any organized assaults. The ratio of casualties to gains was simply disproportionate. Only through a policy of appeasement could we hope to ensnare them entirely. An elder nearby took note of the conversation, uncertain of where they intended to lead their group or how they would be treated. The elder smiled kindly, addressing the two. Rest assured, gentlemen, we are taking you to a place of abundance. However, their assurances did little to assuage the elders, who were resolute in their acceptance of fate. The journey was long, and the elders witnessed the formidable prowess of their captors, leaving them astonished and concerned for their own camp's safety. Wang Taizhu has returned with so few. This is not typical of you, remarked Bashianhu, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. The map possessed another feature, the ability to conceal one's movements, revealing them only when in proximity. After all, competition existed even within their ranks, making it impossible to disclose all actions to others. The 10 elders, observing the bustling activity around them, were taken aback, casting doubt on the very existence of the apocalypse. Chapter 50. Wu Yanyan's choice after a night of revelations. The elders even spotted familiar faces from their camp, all wearing smiles as they appeared before them. Being from the same camp, they had formed smaller organizations, allowing acquaintances to band together for mutual support. However, due to their frail conditions, the elders were unable to undertake strenuous tasks and could only recuperate in the agricultural space. Thus, after the elders had just taken their oaths, they found themselves at a loss, rendered idle. Within the camp, they were met with an abundance of astonishment. For instance, the blue luminescent screen before them captivated their attention endlessly. The level of automation in the armory was equally remarkable, leaving them in awe. However, what truly captured their hearts were the plots of land where crops grew at an astonishingly visible rate. This spectacle brought the seasoned farmers among them to their knees. Weeping with joy, the camp was home to a diverse array of individuals, yet the majority were engaged in labor. For apart from the initial few days, every meal required payment, and even the privilege of residing in comfortable accommodations demanded the expenditure of points. This reality spurred the newcomers to work with greater fervor. The once dreaded 996 work culture now appeared to them as a blessing. Those with skills or talents found themselves welcomed into the various shops run by the elder residents. The camp boasted an array of comprehensive facilities, including not only hunting teams, but also security and guard units, alongside hospitals and schools. The shops flourished with diversity, and all signs pointed away from a post-apocalyptic atmosphere, instead imparting a sense of living in an era of peace. The smiles that emerged were genuine. evoking a profound belief in their surroundings. In just one night, the elderly were thoroughly impressed and sought out Wang Taizhu and his companion. Expressing a desire to return to the camp, the two exchanged subtle smiles and nodded in agreement. At that moment, their objectives had finally been realized. Initially, they feigned hesitation before eventually acquiescing with a touch of reluctance. I now understand why you were able to discover us so promptly. The camp's advanced technology is indeed astonishing. Alas, we owe our gratitude to the Lord. Without Lord Chen Fan, we might not even know where our bodies would lie, let alone possess such strength. Wang Fuguei engaged in jovial conversation with the elder, as if they were long-lost friends. Their pace was brisk as they made their way to their destination. The two guards at the entrance were so startled by the approaching group that they dropped their beef jerky onto the ground. In distress, one hurriedly picked it up and carefully wiped it before placing it back in their mouth. Please wait a moment, I will fetch the leader. Shortly thereafter, Wu Yanyan and Li Rou appeared, cautiously sizing up the newcomers. Were they here to return something? But they had already consumed some of the food, insufficient for compensation. Leader Wu, might you not invite us in for a moment? While Wu Yanyan was lost in thought, Wang Fuguei's voice jolted her back to reality. Do come in. Do come in. She quickly ushered them inside, masking her uncertainty. Ha ha ha. We apologize for intruding once more, Leader Wu, primarily. Old Yang and the others wished to return for a family visit, hence we brought them along, for the journey could indeed be perilous. Wang Fuguei did not enter, but instead allowed them to express themselves freely, as he only needed to take care of the concluding tasks. You all carry on with your discussion. I shall not intrude. I will return in the afternoon to escort them, he stated. The group accepted Wu Yanyan's invitation without hesitation and departed. After all, one cannot leave empty-handed after a visit. They must clear the surrounding zombies and explore the nearby map. Every explorer's territory would be recorded on the map, and Chen Fan even devised a leaderboard for map exploration. Upon uncovering a certain area, one would receive points as rewards, which, though modest, were still worthwhile if pursued casually. Within Wu Yanyan's camp, she inquired, "What is the matter with Elder Yang?" Her eyes were filled with curiosity. At that moment, those with a modicum of authority within the camp had gathered, all wearing expressions of intrigue as they observed the elderly gentleman. Though I cannot divulge much, nor can I exhibit certain matters, I wish to convey that I hope every individual taken from this camp has willingly chosen to stay. Even we, the old comrades, have no desire to return to a life of hardship. What is the situation? Were you threatened? A young man, harboring a fierce glint in his eyes, posed the question. Every camp has its warriors, and he was undoubtedly one of them. Of course not. I am an old man. Whether I live or die matters not, Elder Yang replied, gesturing towards the snacks on the table. I hope these items hold no value in this camp, and that no one would wish to purchase them. How can that be? How could food ever be scarce? Another voice exclaimed, igniting a fervor among the crowd as they exchanged their thoughts. All right, let us quiet down. Elder Yang, please continue. Wu Yanyan asserted authoritatively, instantly restoring calm among the assembly. Leader, should you choose to join the Hope Camp, there is certainly an opportunity for advancement to the third tier. Elder Yang proclaimed, extolling the virtues of the camp, fully immersing himself in its narrative. The surrounding individuals listened intently. Although some expressed skepticism, the silence that followed was palpable. Perhaps they were doubtful, yet the prospect of hope stirred wavering emotions within them. Let us select 10 more individuals, was suggested, garnering consensus from those present. No, we should all go. Wu Yanyan's eyes sparkled with determination. What? That cannot be, leader. You must not do this. The group clearly voiced their reluctance, possibly due to suspicion or fear of hidden traps. Have you not had enough of this life? Living from one meal to the next, always on guard while trying to sleep, terrified of being devoured by zombies in the dead of night? Each day, you not only battle the undead, but also keep a wary eye on your comrades. Have you not grown weary of this wretched existence? I trust Elder Yang. They would not lie, she concluded. The words of Wu Yanyan were resolute, her voice resonating with strength. Those present were her closest companions, including family, friends, and even her mentor, Elder Yang, who had always been considerate towards her during her studies. Within the camp were also his descendants, and she could not bear to deceive them, let alone set traps, a notion utterly absurd. Chapter 51. Encountering zombies upon returning to Wu Yanyan's camp. Wang Fuguei was greeted by a remarkable scene. A multitude of people was busily transporting supplies, be it food or furniture, everything was being moved. Most astonishing was an elderly man, vigorously hammering at a wall. Are you all relocating? Wang Fuguei inquired, hastening over to Wu Yanyan, who was among those carrying supplies. With the absence of even a gatekeeper, This group truly had audacity. We plan to pack up and join you at the Hope Camp, she explained. However, I have one request. You must help me advance to the 3rd tier. Wu Yanyan found her demand somewhat ludicrous. Yet the allure of enhanced strength left her feeling slightly dazed. Ah, that is quite manageable, Wang Fuguei replied, producing several precious energy fruits from his collection and offering them to her. Though a twinge of regret filled his heart, he deemed it worthwhile. After all, they were over 100 strong, which constituted a significant score. This fruit. Wu Yanyan examined the unknown specimen closely, and after a moment's hesitation, she consumed it. Some attempted to intervene, but they were taken aback by the leader's decisiveness. Typically, she would be more cautious, yet this time she acted with unusual haste. As the fruit coursed through her, Wu Yanyan felt an energy surge within her, and the long-standing bottleneck she had faced began to show signs of loosening. She closed her eyes, intently sensing the changes within her body. With a resonant hum, a red light radiated from her, and the stagnant barrier effortlessly shattered. So this is the 3rd tier. It is indeed a transformation. The energy within her had reached a stage of complete externalization. At this moment, she could unlock further abilities, and the means at her disposal multiplied, entirely contingent upon her own efforts. Although Wang Fuguei was still in the research phase, he shared what knowledge he possessed. The emergence of a 3rd-tier awakener within the camp would, without a doubt, lead to her becoming a future leader of a hunting team, warranting the need for camaraderie. Thank you, Captain Wang, Wu Yanyan said, quickly stowing away the remaining 2 fruits and bowing slightly to the 2 men. Ha ha ha, no need for formality. Wang Fuguei replied, though his smile faltered, leaving him to offer an awkward grin. When shall we return? Very soon, she assured him, observing the anxious demeanor of Wu Yanyan. Wang Fuguei shook his head, realizing that the allure of benefits undeniably stirred the hearts of many. This extravagant squadron would face little threat unless confronted by 4th-tier zombies. However, their sheer numbers were bound to attract some attention from the undead, particularly from the more cunning 3rd-tier zombies. Yet, upon noticing the presence of higher-tier beings among them, these zombies refrained from rash actions. They would only attack once their ranks had swelled, for the camp lay at a considerable distance, and this area had not been explored. The shadows beyond concealed dangers unbeknownst to them. A nagging sensation of being watched lingered in Wang Tieju's mind, and he was the first to sense something amiss, successfully drawing the attention of the others. Indeed, there was an unsettling feeling of surveillance. Could it be a high-tier zombie? Wang Fuguei's expression grew serious. How audacious of these lowly creatures to challenge them. The golden light emanating from Wang Tieju's hands shone brilliantly at this moment. He stood at the precipice of mid-level 3rd-tier strength, placing him among the foremost of the awakened. His early arrival at the camp and extended period of transformation, coupled with his exceptional talent, facilitated his rapid advancement through martial practices. As the golden luminescence coalesced into a sphere of energy, he declared, "Great Dragon of Might." The golden dragon's head took shape and swiftly soared forth, crashing into a nearby structure. A roar echoed as a nearly charred corpse was propelled from within. Wu Yanyan's eyes sparkled. Was this truly a feat achievable only by 3rd-tier beings? The 2nd tier could merely channel energy throughout their bodies, yet the 3rd tier could release it outward. The demise of one zombie instilled dread among the surrounding horde, and in that fleeting moment, the trio discerned the quantity of 3rd-tier zombies nearby. Oh, our visit was not in vain. There are indeed 54 3rd-tier zombies. Wang Taiju licked his lips, recalling the last Blood Moon night. It had been ages since he had engaged in such combat, especially after ascending to the 3rd tier. Each day had been spent under the training of Lord Chen Fan, and now the time had come to showcase his achievements. With the death of a 3rd-tier zombie, its subordinates, deprived of leadership, began to act independently. However, this horde of zombies posed no significant threat to their illustrious squad. A single 3rd-tier zombie could command 4 2nd-tier and 41st-tier zombies, along with nearly 100 ordinary ones. Wang Fuguei's focus sharpened as he meticulously observed their surroundings. All right, each of you take one, and I will handle the 2 larger ones. The rest may act freely, but ensure the safety of the ordinary people. At this moment, Wang Taiju assumed the role of leader, given his superior strength, and Wang Fuguei had no objections to this arrangement. Prepare to receive my strike. Wang Taiju locked onto the positions of 2 zombies and charged forward, unleashing golden energy in an assault against the lower-tier undead surrounding them. The slaying of the lower-tier foes by those of a higher echelon resembles the effortless butchering of poultry or swine, epitomizing the dominion of the elevated ranks. Amidst the ruins, there exists a mid-tier 3-stage zombie, with the remainder being of the initial tier. Before Wang Taiju stands a scythe-wielding zombie. one hand wielding a blade while the other brandishes a sickle, its legs remarkably muscular. Another is a venomous zombie, possessing a substantial venom sac at its throat, capable of ejecting toxic fluid from its mouth. The scythe-wielding zombie lunges forward, its weapon clashing against Wang Tieju's golden shield with a resounding crash. A sharp crack reverberates through the air as the shield begins to fracture, revealing a formidable offensive strength. Realizing this, Wang Taiju retaliates with his signature move, the Konglong Yui. Golden radiance has long since coalesced within his grasp. He swiftly raises his hand and strikes the zombie. Fortunately, the scythe-wielding zombie's agility enables it to narrowly evade the blow, albeit at the cost of losing an arm. Meanwhile, the venomous zombie is not idle. Its throat bulges as the venom sac contracts slightly, transforming the green liquid into swift arrows that dart towards him. Caught off guard, Wang Taiju summons a tri-layered golden shield, a life-saving skill that requires prior accumulation. The moment the toxin makes contact with the shield, a hissing sound ensues, gradually corroding the first two layers until the third layer finally halts the advance. It appears I must unleash my true power. Otherwise, casualties will ensue, he muses. The final layer of the shield transforms into a radiant golden light, enveloping Wang Taiju and gradually morphing into a suit of golden armor. Concurrently, a golden lance materializes in his hand, rendering his appearance akin to that of a celestial deity descended to earth. The armor does not hinder his speed. Instead, he swiftly approaches the scythe-wielding zombie. With its balance compromised from the loss of an arm, the zombie's speed has significantly diminished. In a clash of close combat with Wang Taiju, it soon finds itself fatigued and on the verge of defeat. At that very moment, the venomous zombie resumes its assault. Yet, all of this occurs under Wang Tieju's vigilant gaze. He sends the scythe-wielding zombie hurtling away, firmly grounding his legs. With a powerful thrust, he propels the golden lance, simultaneously employing inertia to roll onto the ground, narrowly avoiding the green venom that whizzes overhead. At this instant, the venomous zombie is pierced through the throat by the golden lance, resulting in a ruptured venom sac that spills its toxic contents, creating a sizable crater on the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the scythe-wielding zombie, realizing its inferiority, attempts to flee. However, Wang Taiju will not allow such an escape. A black short spear materializes in his hand as golden light gradually converges around him. With all his might, he hurls the short spear with great force. The spear hurtles towards the zombie, and at the moment of their convergence, the scythe-wielding zombie leaps high, narrowly evading the attack. A fleeting smile of relief graces its face. Yet the reality is far from favorable. The golden radiance beneath its feet intensifies, growing ever more resplendent. The perceptive zombie, sensing something amiss, yearned to flee, yet found itself powerless, suspended in the air, unable to soar. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled, leaving a substantial crater in the wake of the attack. The scythe-wielding zombie departed forever, leaving another horde of zombies aimlessly wandering. Meanwhile, Wang Fuguei concluded his skirmish, tucking away a stack of coins. A hint of a smile graced his face as he detected the explosion nearby. The two did not immediately act, but instead observed the unfolding scene. This was, after all, how Chen Fan initially honed their combat skills, a tradition that had been well preserved. They would only spring into action when danger loomed. As the sun began its descent, the two knew they could not linger much longer. For more zombies were drawn by the chaos of the battle, and they wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. With a soft thud, Wu Yanyan, having expended a certain cost, managed to exhaust her opponent. However, her strength was long depleted, and she sank to the ground, gasping for breath. The two approached, offering her a serving of fried rice wrapped in leaves. Wu Yan found nothing particularly special about it. After all, everyday supplies had dwindled, necessitating the use of natural resources. Yet, the mere prospect of consuming rice delighted her. As she savored her meal, the surrounding zombies were swiftly dispatched by the two. While everyone replenished their strength with food, those who had not engaged in battle could only partake of ordinary provisions, as even the landlord had limited supplies. Before long, Wu Yanyan and the others noticed a remarkable change. Her stamina was rapidly recovering. She gazed at the two in astonishment, her eyes wide and adorable. We'll discuss it later. It's too late now. Despite their composure, the two felt a stir of emotions. Yet, reason reminded them of their commitments at home, urging them to refrain from such thoughts. It seems the Lord doesn't have a girlfriend, Wang Taiju suddenly remarked. Indeed. The deputy leader and the chief steward have been rather anxious, constantly pushing him towards matchmaking these past few days. Wang Fuguei exchanged glances with his companion before turning to Wu Yanyan, who wore a contemplative expression, and they shared a knowing smile. Their pace quickened, prompting groans from those trailing behind. However, they could only grit their teeth and press on, as none wished to spend the night outdoors. As darkness enveloped the sky, the group finally reached the hopeful refuge, greeted by eager onlookers, all of whom were politely rebuffed by the two. The sight of over 100 individuals, especially with a beautiful young woman among them, captured the attention of many an eligible bachelor, their eyes gleaming with interest. This spectacle did not escape Chen Fan's notice. He approached with a look of surprise. "It seems you have gathered quite the bounty," he remarked, lifting his gaze and smiling at the duo. "The Lord indeed leads with great wisdom." Chen Fan shook his head, perplexed by the transformation of the once honest and simple Wang Taizhu, who now seemed to revel in flattery. As he surveyed the crowd, his gaze fell upon Wu Yanyan, not merely for her striking beauty, but for her remarkable third-tier prowess. Noticing his attention, Wu Yanyan met his gaze. Wang Fugui, witnessing this interaction, nudged Wang Taizhu with his elbow, signaling him to look. "Hee, it seems promising. If this works out, it will be a significant achievement for us. You two are quite the pair. Secure a third-tier awakener for me and ensure they are well accommodated," Chen Fan instructed, nodding towards the woman before departing. "Who is this person, and why does he carry himself with such confidence?" Wu Yanyan inquired, intrigued as she had only a limited acquaintance among the group. "Shu, that is our Lord Chen Fan, the founder of the camp and its strongest member." "Oh, he is the Lord." Wu Yanyan's eyes widened in surprise. She had expected the leader of such an establishment to be a seasoned middle-aged man, not someone so youthful. "Come, we shall have ample opportunities to interact with the Lord in the future. For now, let us proceed with the initiation ceremony." "Initiation ceremony? You will find out once we get there." The ceremony consisted of an oath, and although many were present, they could swear in unison, allowing for a swift process. The pair organized the newcomers into shared accommodations, yet Wu Yanyan was specially arranged to stay at a hotel, considering she might be the future lady of the Lord and deserved better care. "Ha ha, we have made quite the haul this time," Wang Taizhu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the blue light screen. "Do not rejoice too soon. This business cannot last indefinitely. Have you not seen that the Decepticons have already sent people to monitor us? Oh, I believe they are itching for a fight. Do not worry. This could provide us another opportunity for profit. We could approach it this way." The two engaged in animated conversation, their laughter echoing with a hint of mischief, causing the black-clad figure dozing at the door to shiver. Could these two be a pair of fools? Their conspiratorial whispers remained undiscovered until the following day when news reached every captain's ears. What? The prices of food have skyrocketed? Chapter 53. The third-tier farm space. Do you know how the two captains Wang managed to gather such a multitude? A drunken man slurred. His eyes glazed as he spoke to a nearby companion. How did they do it? The young man was captivated by the question, and suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone straining to hear the unfolding tale. They simply traded the ordinary food we dislike with the leaders of those minor factions for manpower. They were delighted to oblige. Haha. Now that is indeed a clever strategy. But how did they execute it? Come, let me toast to you. Amidst their clinking glasses, all that needed to be said was exchanged with clarity. Until the individual collapsed and fell into unconsciousness, the tavern was filled with a fleeting presence of patrons. Once all had departed, the inebriated man cautiously opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Well done. Go find Xiao Tian to claim your reward." "Hee, thank you, Captain." The man squinted his eyes into mere slits, departing the tavern with a jovial demeanor. The plan had unfolded splendidly. This time, it would be impossible for them to evade the trap, he mused with a chuckle. What foolish dreams one entertains in broad daylight. Wang Fugui stood there, lecherously grinning, while a beautiful woman at the bar shot him a disapproving glance. "Ah, how exorbitant. I despise this." Just as Wu Yanyan stepped outside, she witnessed the scene. A throng gathered around the heart of the farm, some sprawled on the ground, others writhing in agony, tears of regret streaming down their faces. Although ordinary food had not reached the exorbitant prices of specialty items, it had nonetheless increased by more than threefold compared to before. Undoubtedly, this was all orchestrated by Wang Fugui. After all, yesterday's events could not remain concealed. It was more prudent to voluntarily disclose the truth, allowing him to reap further profits. Moreover, he was concocting an even grander scheme. Chen Fan was well aware of the situation outside, yet he chose to remain uninvolved. In a world where people gather, one must learn to thrive. This growth encompasses not merely combat, but also management and strategy. Chen Fan opened the map, and a vast expanse of Orange Town was illuminated. Numerous rogue high-level zombies had been completely eradicated, leaving no remnants behind. He had now broken through to the 4th tier, and the realm within his mind had expanded considerably, enhancing the external manifestation of his energy. Perhaps it was the blood moon. He sensed that the pace of zombie evolution was accelerating, with a significant number of third-tier zombies now present, making the gathering of second-tier crystal cores for upgrading the farm a trivial task. Due to the mass relocation of individuals, the main base was nearly deserted, save for the patrolling guards. Furthermore, with the teleportation array shut down, the place had grown desolate. This was part of Chen Fan's strategy, primarily aimed at better developing the land. He retrieved a crystal core and placed it upon the core of the farm. Ding, do you wish to upgrade the farm? Of course, the answer was affirmative, Chen Fan thought to himself. With a resonant hum, the world spun around him as he was transported once more to the periphery of the farm. This time, there was no fog. He could clearly observe the transformations within the farm. With a cacophony of sounds, the farm began to expand, growing exponentially until it reached the size of a small village. Waves of fresh spiritual energy emerged, and Chen Fan felt his absorption rate accelerate dramatically. 10 main buildings rose from the ground, encircling the central structure, which began to ascend another level, revealing a small courtyard containing 5 patches of red soil. Together with the exterior, there were a total of 10 patches of soil. This time, I can truly cultivate with ease, Chen Fan mused. Not only that, but the farm space also expanded to include 2 additional buildings and a complex. 2 of the buildings serve as an automotive modification workshop and an awakening training room, while the complex itself functions as a school. Within this educational institution, both learning and employment come with advantageous buffs, and each position offers distinct enhancements. The principal receives the greatest benefit, with an augmentation equal to the average combat power of the school's graduating students. The swifter the students advance, the more substantial the rewards, which are bestowed upon various members of the leadership and faculty. The automotive workshop can enhance vehicle performance, though it currently lacks the capability to manufacture automobiles. What captivates Chen Fan the most is the potential to transform gasoline vehicles into crystal core vehicles. At present, ordinary crystal cores are ubiquitous, and household appliances consume them sparingly, primarily because leisure facilities are limited and most individuals are engrossed in their training, leading to minimal nighttime lighting. This newfound function breathes life into what would otherwise become scrap metal. The Awakening Training Room, as its name suggests, allows ordinary individuals to increase their awakening probability, while awakened individuals can strengthen their awakening abilities, with a rare chance of secondary awakening. The weapons room has also been upgraded, enabling the production of standard firearms, though it requires physical materials for successful replication. The personal system has received enhancements, introducing intriguing new items. Tier 3 crystal cores for teleportation arrays, 40. Tier 3 crystal cores for energy towers, 5. And Tier 3 crystal cores for upgrading map modules, 10. And space backpack modules, 10. As Chen Fan surveyed these changes, a voice echoed once more. Simultaneously, in Orange Town, within the Hope Camp, every individual momentarily paused in bewilderment, casting puzzled glances at their surroundings. What could be the cause? Wu Yinyan curiously glanced at Wang Fuguei, as they were currently in a conspiratorial huddle. In addition to the trio, a slender man, none other than Li Ro, had joined them. Trusting Wu Yinyan implicitly, he had brought his family along after a brief explanation. Although their numbers were not overwhelming, totaling over 50, the points accrued by Wang Fuguei and his companions were not misappropriated, but rather entirely claimed by Wu Yinyan. Without hesitation, she purchased a small house along with a substantial amount of clothing. It must be the system upgrade. I can feel the enhancement of spiritual energy around us. Given that the Hope Camp serves as the main base, its augmentation will provide considerable benefits to the subcamps. Naturally, the subcamps will also experience a generation of spiritual energy, albeit in lesser quantities. Spiritual energy? Wu Yinyan and her companion exchanged puzzled looks. The spiritual energy originates from our Lord, since you have not exchanged for cultivation techniques. You cannot perceive it actively. Cultivation techniques? The kind used in immortality practices? This feels utterly fantastical, Wu Yinyan exclaimed, her eyes widening with curiosity. It is different, yet bears some resemblance. In any case, exchanging for cultivation techniques is undoubtedly beneficial, Wang Fuguei affirmed with a nod, as Wu Yinyan and Li Ro exchanged glances. Curiosity flickered within them. However, the system upgrade had rendered the core functionalities inactive. Suddenly, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. Ding! Personal system upgrade complete, please check. Almost simultaneously, everyone set aside their tasks and began to explore the system. Chapter 54. Personal system, what a remarkable transformation, was the collective sentiment. The map was no longer fixed at a certain level, but could now be enhanced. Moreover, a chat feature had emerged within the system, enabling the sending of voice messages, text, and even video recordings. Functions such as adding friends and group chats were available, though unlocking these features required crystal cores. Once unlocked, they would be free for lifetime use. Naturally, adding friends and engaging in group chats were complementary, albeit limited to text messaging, which overall had minimal impact. This new feature was indeed a pleasant surprise, while another function proved to be a timely boon. The two most pressing issues faced, task submissions and item purchases, had become burdensome due to the sheer number of participants, often wasting considerable time. The upgrade directly addressed these concerns. Each individual would now possess a compact system space where purchased items would materialize, although this space could not store goods. The initial capacity allowed for only one item, regardless of size, and expanding this space necessitated upgrading crystal cores. The marketplace not only offered system products but also permitted stalls and even auctioning rights. The task system allowed each person to accept one task at a time. And by spending crystal cores, individuals could gain the authority to assign tasks, catering particularly to affluent players. These features were essential, resolving the majority of existing issues. The exploration system initially bore no content. However, new species that emerged would be recorded, with each entry yielding various point rewards, albeit requiring crystal cores to unlock. The farm space had also undergone an upgrade, bringing immense comfort, as the marketplace now boasted an array of new items. Wang Fuguei was visibly exhilarated, saliva involuntarily pooling at the corners of his mouth, but soon his dazed expression transformed into one of shock, followed by unrestrained joy. To his astonishment, subcores were available for sale. His body trembled with excitement, while nearby, Wang Taiju perked up at this revelation, quickly scrutinizing the details. It's true, it's actually true. Both men sat there, mouths agape, expressions blank, alternating between foolish laughter and tears. Wu Yanyan and her companion exchanged puzzled glances, their curiosity piqued, prompting them to search for the subcores. What is this? The camp is formed like this. And there's a teleportation array that enables spatial transport. What kind of advanced technology is this? Wu Yanyan's exclamation invigorated Wang Fuguei and his companion. Could it be that even the teleportation array exists? Has the Lord lost interest in such matters? Wang Fuguei cast a fleeting glance at the price of the teleportation array and was momentarily rendered speechless. 80 brown crystal coins, equivalent to 80 third-tier crystal nuclei, posed a considerable challenge for them at present, yet it was not entirely beyond reach. It could be said that the pricing was quite reasonable, in comparison to the subcore, which cost 40 brown crystal coins. It was indeed a fair deal. The burning passion for making money ignited fiercely within them, impossible to extinguish. Let us hasten our plans, he urged. Agreed. The four of them grinned with mischievous delight, brimming with confidence in their scheme. As the scene shifted, Wu Yanyan reflected on her dreamlike experiences from the past few days. Observing her own third-tier prowess, her resolve only strengthened. The future appeared brighter. She could finally glimpse hope. If her parents were still alive, they would surely be pleased. Rest assured, I will rescue you, she vowed, tears swirling in her eyes, though she fought to keep them from spilling. Her tightly clenched fists signified the unrest within her. Just then, Li Ro rushed in, her urgency palpable. Wu Yanyan quickly turned, wiping her eyes. All right, let us act, she responded, regaining her composure. This scene, however, caused a pang of sorrow in Li Ro's heart as she watched Wu Yanyan depart, leaving her to sigh quietly and follow behind. In this post-apocalyptic world, life was not easy for anyone. Family and friends had all undergone profound changes. Yet, it seemed that things were improving. May the next generation enjoy a better life, Li Ro thought, a sweet smile gracing her lips. If she were not a man, her smile could have captivated thousands. Outside, a group gathered, comprising members of the roundtable meeting, accompanied by their lackeys. Although their numbers were considerable, most were merely there to bolster appearances, lacking any true combat prowess. The group re-entered the familiar room, returning to the same round table and positions as before. All right, let us deliberate our course of action, the impatient Wang Hu initiated. Eager to rush to the afterlife, are we? Li Ro retorted sarcastically. What do you mean by that? You oddball? Wang Hu exploded, oblivious to the presence of others around them. The clash of their energies caused the table to tremble under the strain, and those nearby furrowed their brows in concern. The commotion within the room soon unsettled the lackeys outside, prompting them to rush in. Enough, Li Ro, hold your tongue, Wu Yanyan commanded, her formidable third-tier strength swiftly subduing the two. We were discussing matters. What brings you here? She glared fiercely at the group outside, her voice ringing with authority. The lackeys hesitated, caught between uncertainty and her imposing presence. Yet, under the weight of her gaze, they turned to their leader, who nodded in acquiescence. With a collective sigh of relief, they retreated, not forgetting to close the door behind them. Well, we are not here to create a ruckus. Rather, we are here to resolve issues. Chief Wu, do you truly have a plan, or are you merely leading us on? An elderly figure exuded an air of authority, embodying the essence of a higher power. He had reached the pinnacle of the second tier, previously on par with Wu Yanyan, yet now felt a sense of unease as he perceived himself to be overshadowed. Indeed, if you have a plan, please share it. Others nearby echoed in agreement. I fear I may disappoint you. While I indeed possess a plan, it will require certain sacrifices on your part. What do you mean, Wu Yanyan? The elder furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. At that moment, a blue barrier enveloped them, sealing them within. You may find it impossible to exit through this door. Who dares? Wang Hu exclaimed in alarm, rising abruptly. In an instant, more than 20 individuals materialized around them, all at the second tier, the core members of the group. Even if some had yet to awaken, the enhancements from the awakening training room suggested it would not be long before they did. Are you not coming in? Wang Hu shouted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Outside, however, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of any movement. Ha ha ha, scream all you like. Even if you raise your voice to the heavens, no one will come to your aid, Wang Taizhu shouted with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at them. Raise your voice to the heavens. Wang Hu's cries caused a twitch at the corners of Wang Tiezhu's mouth. Truly, what an adorable little creature. Wang Tiezhu's figure loomed larger in Wang Hu's eyes, amplifying his growing terror. Chapter 55. The portal opens before long. The group found themselves bound. For even their mightiest among them barely reached the peak of the second tier. Such combat prowess was indeed insufficient. Once they had dealt with them, the remaining minions outside were swiftly subdued. Soon, they were all gathered together, and under duress and temptation, this assembly finally relented. How shall we transport them back? There are over 500 individuals here. After Wang Taizhu had finished his inquiries, he was astonished to discover that, including those from his own camp, such a multitude existed. However, excitement outweighed his surprise. We will transport them in waves, prioritizing the larger groups. They divided the team into 3 factions, 1 for guarding and 2 for transporting. Given the considerable distance of these individuals' camps, any significant commotion could draw the attention of zombies. Yet, under such circumstances, they were evidently unable to proceed without caution. Wang Fugue's eyes lit up as he conceived a clever idea. He leaned closer to the two and whispered his plan, initially met with some dissatisfaction from Wang Taizhu. But soon a smile broke across his face. Very well, let us proceed thus. This time, we shall certainly ensnare the Baitian tiger thoroughly. The 3 dispersed, and shortly, the 2 groups returned to the camp. Inside the camp, Baitian tiger was sharing his hunting insights. I told you, do not venture to the large camp. They are akin to stones in a latrine, foul and unyielding, and when they refuse to listen, one can only resort to force. Should one encounter a soft target, it would be manageable. However, when faced with a formidable opponent eager to engage, it becomes an unfavorable situation. Thus, it is prudent to seek out smaller camps. Observe, my recent harvest has been quite bountiful, having exchanged for over 20 individuals. Look, here come Wang Fugue and his companions. My goodness, such a multitude of points and people. The onlookers surrounding the Bashan tiger hastily dispersed, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Rising in indignation, he sought to discern the cause of the disturbance that had interrupted his display. Upon glancing over, he was instantly rendered speechless. For this time, Wang Fugue had brought at least 100 people, and right behind him, Wang Taizhu had similarly led a contingent of over 100. The sheer scale was indeed tantalizing. Though Wang Fugue's methods had allowed others to accumulate considerable points, they had never witnessed such an influx of participants in a single transaction. What do you think? The shadow had mysteriously appeared beside the Bashan tiger. I stand and observe. How should I perceive this? The Bashan tiger remained unfazed, accustomed as he was to such behavior. This time, he felt compelled to investigate. They could not merely let others feast while they were left with nothing. He marched forth with great determination. Given your intellect, you will likely fall prey to deception once again. The shadow sighed lightly, swiftly following suit. This notion was not limited to just the Bashan tiger and his companion. Leaders of various teams and individuals alike shared this sentiment. Very well, I understand your intentions. As the crowd swelled, a faint smile graced Wang Fugue's lips. All he could see were points. I have a substantial order to share with you, but there are only 3 opportunities available. And of course, there are costs involved. Wang Fuguei rubbed his fingers together, grinning in a rather unseemly manner. Humph, whatever this grand order is, speak freely, we shall not shortchange you. The Bashan Tiger's words were exceedingly generous, causing the shadow to raise an eyebrow in disbelief and sigh inwardly. Ha ha ha, Brother Tiger is indeed magnanimous. In that case, I shall not withhold the details. For this operation, we require only 40%, and the remainder, whether substantial or modest, is yours to keep. Wang Fuguei's declaration plunged the crowd into contemplation, and just as the Bashan Tiger was about to speak, the shadow quickly covered his mouth. That is unacceptable, it is too much. After some haggling, they finally settled for a 30% cut. For this undertaking, it was imperative to have a third-tier powerhouse leading the charge. Aside from Wang Gadao remaining at the main base, only Guatao was available. Naturally, Chen Sihai would not accompany them, as he was still immersed in his own training. Without further ado, several teams hastily set out, swiftly commencing their tasks. Thus, within a single day, the camp's population surged dramatically, even drawing the attention of Chen Fan. Why has there been such a significant increase in strength? A look of confusion crossed Chen Fan's face as he raised his hand effortlessly, obliterating the third-tier zombie that charged towards him. During this period, he has been engaged in the extermination of zombies, gradually advancing towards the central area, where the presence of more advanced zombies becomes increasingly pronounced. A vague sensation of being watched lingers, perhaps due to the zombies' hesitation to strike directly. With a rising number of third-tier zombies surrounding him, Chen Fan finds himself somewhat unaccustomed to the surge in his own strength, prompting him to retreat and ponder the reasons behind his significant power growth. Upon returning to the bustling camp of Orange Town, he observes the throngs of people, the atmosphere teeming with activity, bordering on overcrowded. The reliability of this group in their endeavors raises questions. The sheer number of individuals suggests that the teleportation array needs to be activated, and he hopes for further development of the camp. Delegating this matter to his father, he seizes the opportunity to indulge in idleness under the pretext of stabilizing his realm. At long last, the teleportation array is operational, and the first transmission is complimentary. Naturally, he takes the chance to witness the upgrades on the other side, filled with anticipation. The news of the teleportation array's opening spreads throughout the camp, drawing both the informed and uninformed to gather and behold its splendor. Initially, the captains, inexplicably endowed with certain privileges in the camp, a manifestation of the innate connections among ordinary individuals, begin to vanish, all transported to the Hope Camp. The vastness of this space is astonishing. It could very well be considered a small village. Wang Taizhu is enraptured, contemplating the sheer size of this independent realm, adorned with numerous structures. Wang Fuguei, with his far-reaching aspirations, chooses not to spend any of his gains, instead opting to save up for a core. For someone like Wang Fuguei, who is deeply entrenched in the pursuit of wealth, commerce is evidently his forte. He acknowledges his weakness in combat. Thus, in the current situation, his primary ambition is to establish a grand commercial empire, employing a dual strategy of online and offline advancement to expand and fortify his business. Every individual who has been teleported carries with them an experience of yearning. The majority are obstructed by the harshness of reality, a fate that befalls many, lacking capital, intellect, and talent. They can only remain passive, engaging in what is within their means while hoping for the rise of the next generation. Such is the essence of life. Chapter 56. Preparations before exploration. After several days of exploration, Orange Town has illuminated half of its map, with a dense cluster of red dots ominously appearing at its center. In contrast, the construction at Hope Camp leaves much to be desired, offering little beyond its towering walls. The connection between the two teleportation arrays serves two purposes: the commendable development of Orange Town and the intention to further extract their points. Moreover, the specific construction of Orange Town has been entrusted to my father, while I will quietly focus on enhancing the Hope Camp. After all, we cannot allow the main city to lag behind the sub-city. Oh, what are these plants? I have never seen anything like them before. Wu Yanyan pointed at the encircled awakening fruit trees, feeling a deep yearning within her body. The awakening fruit trees, which you have seen, possess unknown awakening abilities, yet guarantee a 100% awakening success rate. The old men have already begun compiling a compendium of the awakening fruit trees, allowing future generations to select the abilities they wish to awaken. How fortunate the children of the future will be. Wang Fuguei's eyes sparkled. Despite the existence of awakening training rooms, these trees are still incredibly valuable, as the probability of awakening in those rooms is not particularly high. Wang Fuguei clenched his fists, yearning even more for a farming space. I truly hope to possess my own farming space. Come on, Fuguei, you can do it. Is this what the Hope Camp is like? The city walls indeed provide a profound sense of security. What is this? Could it be an alternate dimension? Wu Yinyan's curiosity piqued as she explored her surroundings with unrestrained enthusiasm, until she spotted a black vortex, reminiscent of a blue one. Indeed, this has been here since our arrival. It was established by the Lord and Deputy Lord. The black weapons and materials we possess originate from this place. Moreover, the techniques you have exchanged for also come from here, Wang Fuguei patiently explained, not solely drawn by Wu Yinyan's beauty, but also acknowledging her potential as a fellow third-tier individual in such a harsh external environment. In comparison, her potential undoubtedly surpasses his. This is also a form of investment. Wow, those two trees actually have faces and are smiling at me. How astonishing. Wu Yinyan's previously composed and aloof demeanor vanished upon entering the camp, as a feeling of dependency began to take root within her heart. Li Ro hurried to catch up, maintaining a smile, as if her happiness brought him joy as well. Chen Fan, patrolling the walls, witnessed this scene and, upon glancing at the lively little girl, turned back to continue his rounds, unknowingly lifting the corners of his mouth slightly. Ding ding ding. The elder observed for a moment before immersing himself in his work, leaving only the newcomers to gaze around, absorbing the sensation of safety that enveloped them. It was not until they heard the system notification sound that they returned to their senses and began to check it. Task: explore the prison for those above the second tier. All hot weapons must be stored and not hoarded, while all other spoils belong to oneself. Additionally, each individual of the second tier will receive 10 blue crystal coins, and those of the third tier will receive 5 brown crystal coins. Those accepting the task are to gather at the Orangetown Camp Square. Although they are awakened beings, effortlessly overpowering zombies of the same tier remains quite challenging. Moreover, the primary rewards of this task are not merely the meager task incentives. Everyone tacitly began to take action, while Chen Fan proceeded to the workshop, where a seasoned craftsman awaited him, brimming with experience. Gratitude to my lord. I find myself increasingly esteemed among this group. Perhaps due to the sheer number of people and a newfound appreciation for my current life, Chen Fan mused. Alas, there is no need for such formality. I merely came to check if the vehicle modifications are complete. He quickly assisted the bowing elder, a smile of both warmth and embarrassment gracing his features. For it had only been a brief 2 hours, and the transformation must have been quite laborious. My apologies, my lord. Only one vehicle has been modified, the elder said. Upon his arrival, he had been informed of his new position in the workshop, accompanied by a generous salary, which ignited an unprecedented zeal for his work, resulting in the completion of a single vehicle. Not bad at all. We shall embark on a mission soon, so we must strive during this time. I will certainly make use of it later. Chen Fan instinctively patted the elder, whose hair bore the silver of age. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I shall endeavor to work diligently, the elder replied, feeling elated at the recognition of his abilities. As long as he did not act foolishly, life ahead seemed promising. Chen Fan, foregoing further pleasantries, recognized the urgency of their mission and took charge. As per customary practice, he did not bring Chen Sihai along this time, and he had also established numerous arrow towers around Orangetown, alongside fortifying walls, which had nearly depleted Chen Fan's funds. Nonetheless, this was considered a loan from Orangetown, as Chen Fan had previously declared that he would leave matters entirely to Chen Sihai, and thus he offered his assistance this one time. It would be quite comical if they were to explore the prison only to be overrun by zombies later. The scene of erecting the walls and arrow towers was truly awe-inspiring, although he had witnessed the transformation of mere empty spaces into homes. Nothing compared to the sudden and imposing appearance of the formidable walls. Indeed, this display significantly bolstered the loyalty of the people. Chen Fan gazed upon the crowd below, a smile gracing his lips. He was no longer the person he once was, now possessing considerable resources, and had become a local power. In this mission, there were 8 third-tier individuals: Wang Fuguei, Wang Taizhu, Wang Gada, Bashianhu, Shadow, Guatao, Wu Yanyan, and the recently promoted elder, Shuetian Meng, alongside nearly 70 second-tier awakened ones. The current camp primarily boasted first-tier fighters, with only a few beyond that level having been cultivated thus far. On this journey to the prison, we shall annihilate the zombies, seize their treasures, claim their crystal cores, and take possession of their bodies. Roar, seize. The atmosphere below was grand, with the second tier awakened, showcasing their extraordinary physiques, their shouts resonating with vigor. Let us depart. Fuel was limited, prompting them to conserve resources recently, but this time they disregarded such concerns, aided by the workshop. Everyone rode their respective vehicles, which were, Of course, their private property. However, modifications required a fee, presenting yet another lucrative opportunity. The group exuded an intimidating presence, with few zombies daring to impede their path. Yet the fourth-tier zombie at the center could not remain idle. While it may not comprehend the concept of mutual dependence, it understood that with the absence of its counterpart in the prison, its own demise would not be far behind. He furrowed his brow, contemplating strategies, while glancing at the surrounding dazed third-tier zombies, feeling an inexplicable envy towards Chen Fan and his companions. Chen Fan maneuvered the wooden barricade vehicle, which emitted not a single sound, utterly devoid of the engine's roar, making it perfectly suited for this environment. A group of individuals swiftly approached the prison, their movements detected by the zombies below. A fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 57. The quest for weapons. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, rendering the garage nearly invisible. An elevator was present. A call beckoned the attention of the others. This must be the entrance, and it appeared to be operational. Chen Fan approached. It was a large elevator, designed for descent only. Ordinarily, it remained closed, but it was evident that someone had sought to escape, activating the elevator. They needed to search further. It was improbable that this was the sole route. Chen Fan refrained from acting impulsively. This time, they were not dealing with ordinary zombies and required greater caution. After an indeterminate period, they stumbled upon a dark, narrow path, the outer door ajar, with traces of fresh blood outside. This seemed recent. Was there still someone attempting to contend with this horde of zombies? Chen Fan mused aloud, contemplating the blood. Could it be Wang Kuan? He had heard of this individual from Li Jinglong, who mentioned that he had mysteriously vanished during their confrontation. Chen Fan also harbored suspicions that Wang Kuan had killed the tiger and seized the map. Wang Gada chimed in, squinting as he spoke deliberately. Oh, is it him? I nearly forgot about such a person, but it appears he has managed quite well to escape from here. Since that group of weaklings had no trouble entering, we should venture forth as well. My lord, I will lead the way. At that moment, Wang Gada acted as a sycophant, and at Chen Fan's nod, he charged ahead without hesitation. The pitch-black corridor could only accommodate 3 individuals side by side, and Chen Fan's large entourage felt somewhat cramped. Finally, the new feature of the map, 3D surround, proved beneficial. They remained vigilant, with some opting to upgrade to the 3D map, enhancing the safety of their mission. The corridor extended deep, and after a considerable time, they discovered a tightly shut door. After a brief search, they located the switch. With a loud click, a sliver of light seeped through the doorway. Wang Gada retracted his flashlight, squinting as he peered outside. A few scattered zombies posed no significant threat, and they swiftly dispatched them. Wang Gada, follow my lead. Each third-tier member shall lead a separate team, dispersing our actions. Do not act recklessly in the face of danger. Report promptly. Ensure everyone remains visible. Chen Fan communicated through the chat function, sending the information out. Given the large number of individuals they had brought along, it was impractical for them to act as a singular unit in such confined quarters. What is evident here is that the power supply equipment is independent and abundantly sufficient, as demonstrated by the prolonged absence of power outages. The place they emerged from is a warehouse, presumably designated for food storage, as some areas still possess refrigerators that appear to be operational, though all provisions have been completely depleted. Chen Fan did not wait for everyone to gather. Instead, he took the initiative to venture towards the location where the zombies were most concentrated, the prison cells. Despite her extensive combat experience, Wu Yanyan felt a twinge of anxiety in such an environment. Coupled with her unfamiliarity with the system's functions, her combat efficacy significantly diminished. With a keen sense of self-awareness, she wisely avoided perilous areas and ascended the stairs, leading to the guard room, a space for the guards' rest and relaxation. The corridor was largely devoid of zombies until they entered the guard room. Be cautious, Li Rou shouted, abruptly pulling Wu Yanyan back. Before her eyes, a streak of white light flashed, the claw of a zombie. Only the glimmer was visible, obscuring the zombie's exact position. The guard room appeared exceedingly eerie, with tables and chairs askew, shattered surveillance screens emitting static sounds, and blood splattered everywhere, indicating the horrors it had witnessed, mingled with blood of varying ages. Utilizing the map function could reveal the enemy's location. For those with invisibility skills, this was almost superfluous. Soon, the group pinpointed the enemy, unaware that the invisible zombie was desperately seeking an opportunity, oblivious to the fact that its presence had already been compromised. A concentrated assault targeted a single point, catching the invisible zombie off guard. After sustaining several injuries, it narrowly evaded further harm. Although numerous, the second-tier zombies posed no lethal threat to a third-tier opponent. At that moment, a radiant red light surged forth, and a long sword materialized in Wu Yinyan's grasp. The red hue gradually coalesced into flames, enveloping her entire being, causing the surrounding air to heat up in response. With a horizontal slash of the long blade, the crimson flames surged forward with overwhelming force. The invisible zombie, just stabilizing itself, had no time to react before being cleaved in two, its form becoming visible. The rear door was also severed by the horizontal strike, leaving a deep gash in the wall, which emitted a creaking protest. With the demise of the zombie, a chorus of their anguished roars erupted around them, akin to ravenous beasts seeking flesh, as they charged madly towards the guardroom. These lesser creatures were few in number, easily dealt with by the group. Yet Wu Yinyan suddenly contemplated a pressing concern. As the others surged forward with fervor, she recalled a statement made in a chat group named the Great Prison. What if our attacks are too powerful and the building collapses? How will we escape? At that moment, Wang Taizhu, focused on dispatching the zombies, hesitated, pondering her words. Wang Taizhu, Wang Fuguwei, Chen Fan, you are right. Everyone must be mindful of the structure, or else if we are buried, no one will offer us paper money in tribute. At this moment, Chen Fan was perspiring profusely, realizing that this outing had been rather hasty. He had not anticipated such circumstances. Yet, given the depth of their location, it was unlikely to collapse, or so he hoped. This minor incident did not cause much of a stir. It merely slowed the group's progress considerably. Outside the security room lay a long corridor, which included a lounge and a gym. The journey thus far had been relatively effortless, with no further encounters with troublesome zombies, allowing them to enter the final room, the armory, without obstruction. Upon glimpsing the name of this chamber, enthusiasm surged among the group, and they kicked the door open with fervor. This level was devoid of zombies, emboldening their spirits. Upon entering the storeroom, they were greeted by a dazzling array of weapons, with rifles being the most abundant. There were also riot shields, electric batons, and a few handguns. Having located the armory, Wu Yinyan promptly shared her findings, harboring no intention of hoarding anything for herself. The strength of her own abilities was one matter. Whether her subordinates would willingly follow her was another concern altogether. Quickly gather everything and take it with us. The Lord has promised us rewards for our efforts, so let us move swiftly. Wu Yinyan commanded, and upon hearing the mention of rewards, everyone hastened their actions. This mission had indeed proven to be rather effortless. Li Ro flashed a charming smile, causing the nearby bystander to tremble slightly as they packed. Chapter 58. Assembling the zombies. The area we are tasked with is straightforward. The true danger lies below, and we must hurry to assist them. Wu Yinyan resumed her serious demeanor and joined in the effort of transporting the weapons. Observing this, Li Ro began to tidy up as well. They not only emptied the armory but also dealt with the zombies, as these creatures were their own assets, visible assets that warranted their utmost attention. Without pause, they descended further. The second level was nearly 5 times the size of the first, and the third floor was even more expansive. One could only imagine the enormity of the prison. Wu Yinyan did not encounter her companions, but opted for a different direction. This area consisted of individual cells, arranged over 2 tiers. Upon entering, the scene was chaotic and devoid of life. Where are all the zombies? This place seems rather unusual. Perhaps we should proceed with caution, Li Ro suggested quietly, leaning closer. Though the 3D map was useful, the unexplored surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Wu Yinyan nodded gently, preparing to exit. However, at that moment, a humanoid creature suddenly materialized. Instinctively, she drew her sword, positioning it before her. A loud clang echoed, a metallic clash, as Wu Yinyan staggered backward, only regaining her footing with the assistance of her teammates. Humph! A crimson wave surged, and with her allies' support, the creature's sharp claws were deflected away. Roars reverberated throughout the room as 3 more monsters emerged. One possessed 6 arms, another 4 legs, a third boasted 3 heads, and the last had a pair of wings sprouting from its back. All are Tier 3 zombies. Quickly seek assistance in the group. Wu Yinyan gazed at the information displayed on the system panel, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Zombie name, Stitched Abomination, winged, level, early Tier 3 characteristics, capable of flight, possesses high projectile skills. The other varieties each possess distinct traits, all existing within the Tier 3 realm. This news was relayed to everyone, and another group on the same level happened to witness it. Shall we venture forth? Why not? We are now a united camp and must be mindful of our positions. Shui Tianmong admonished the speaker with a piercing gaze, causing the individual to immediately cover their mouth. Let us depart promptly. As they retraced their steps, they were able to detect dangers in advance. Thus they moved swiftly. I will provide support. You all continue on. This area should be relatively secure now. Chen Fan received this information, a flicker of concern in his heart. Without waiting for Wang Gada's response, he swiftly took his leave. Alas, let us hasten to prepare. Surrounding him lay numerous corpses of zombies, with 8 of them being tier 3 and countless others of lower tiers. With a sputter, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wu Yanyan was in a dire state. They were tightly constrained, unable to escape. Suddenly, 4 zombies lunged at them, and the group found it nearly impossible to mount any significant resistance. Just then, a soft command rang out, and a green radiance illuminated the scene, manifesting a green shield before them. Although it shattered almost instantly, it managed to deflect a substantial portion of the assault. An elderly figure appeared, fending off the zombies' onslaught. Familiar faces emerged one after another, standing in front of the group, even as they themselves were sent sprawling. This plan is rather audacious. Shui Tianmong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, cautiously observing the 4 zombies. Humph, a mere band of brutes. My primary concern is the one soaring in the sky and the 3-headed abomination. Wu Yanyan promptly shared her acquired insights, to which Shui Tianmong nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, you brutish one, your timing is rather fortuitous. Although Li Ro appeared somewhat disheveled, her combat prowess remained commendable. Humph, who would willingly rescue you, especially you, the delicate one. Wang Hu instantly transformed into a keyboard warrior, as the two began to exchange barbs upon meeting. Enough. How can you lack decorum in the face of the enemy? Prepare for battle. The elder's rebuke immediately silenced the two. Roar. The 4 zombies began to charge, readying for an assault. The flying one is mine. Shui Tianmong was the first to strike, wielding 2 black spears that materialized in his hands, as green wings sprouted from his back. With a few flaps, he truly took to the skies. Armed with spears, he soared towards the enemy like a god of war. Wu Yanyan was momentarily taken aback by this display, but in the next instant, she regained her composure and launched her own attack against the foe. As the remaining 2nd-tier fighters began to besiege the 3rd-tier zombies, though they could not vanquish them, they aimed to stall their advance. In the midst of the fray, Chen Fan's words instilled a sense of determination in them. I shall come immediately. Hold your ground. The prison became a cacophony of vibrant skills, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Green spears transformed into projectile weapons, hurtling toward the zombies, who adeptly evaded the onslaught. With a swift motion, a stone was hurled, appearing before the creature in an instant, narrowly dodging each attack. This stalemate persisted, and without reinforcements, humanity would surely be worn down to nothing. Draped in tattered crimson armor, Wu Yanyan found her protective garb in shambles. Yet she had successfully severed 3 arms from her adversaries. At that moment, a peculiar wave emanated from the trio of zombies, plunging the onlookers into darkness, rendering them unconscious. Seizing this opportunity, the 4 zombies unleashed their most potent strike, targeting the humans with relentless force. A soft exclamation snapped the crowd back to awareness, instinctively prompting them to defend against the impending assault. In that instant, a shroud of black mist enveloped them. The zombies' attack struck like blows against cotton, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Return. A force of attraction drew each person back to Chen Fan's side. It was only then that they recognized his presence, although they had not witnessed his prowess. An inexplicable sense of security washed over them, allowing them to exhale in relief. With a gentle wave of his hand, 4 spheres of crimson flame materialized before him. Go. They sped forth with astonishing velocity, crashing into the zombies. The ensuing explosions reverberated through the surrounding walls, shaking them to their core. They stared in awe until the red light dissipated, leaving no trace of the zombies. Neither flesh nor blood remained. Chen Fan pondered, approaching the remains of the zombies. One area revealed a brain, slowly writhing. How intriguing. Alas, I am no specialist in this field, otherwise I might have preserved you. A faint smile graced his lips as a red spear manifested before him. With a swift thrust, he pierced the brain, and only when it ceased movement did it gradually vanish. You may divide the spoils among yourselves. I shall take my leave. Chapter 59. The Giant Hand Before Departing. Chen Fan unconsciously cast a glance at Wu Yanyan, offering a slight nod. This gesture flushed the girl's cheeks crimson, her heart racing as she stood in a daze. Even after his disappearance, she remained unresponsive. Captain, he has gone quite far now, Li Ro observed with a smile, her gaze causing Wu Yanyan to blush once more. Come, let us tidy the battlefield. We mustn't allow Team 8 to seize everything. Wu Yanyan playfully retorted, her cheeks glowing as she fled like a startled rabbit. Chen Fan returned to the 5th underground level, where the battlefield had been meticulously cleared. Numerous 3rd-tier zombies had mobilized in unison, their ranks providing mutual support. Subsequently, 2, or even 3 teams coordinated their efforts. Remarkably, the zombie remained remarkably composed despite our disruption, showing no signs of agitation. Perhaps it feared the might of the Lord, thus refraining from emerging. However, it could not be so simple. Fourth-tier zombies possess considerable intelligence, and it would not simply bide its time without a plan. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Fan as he contemplated this, realizing that it was likely stalling for time. He needed to explore swiftly to prevent any unforeseen developments. With this thought in mind, he promptly opened the chat panel and dispatched his orders. Join Wang Taizhu and the others to clear this level of zombies. Do you wish to go alone? Let me accompany you. No, you are too weak. I would have to divert my attention to protect you. Focus on what you can do. Chen Fan shook his head and strode directly into the passage. Wang Gapa gazed into the dark corridor for a long moment before sighing and departing the spot. The pitch-black passage could not hinder Chen Fan's vision. It was deep, with eerie howls echoing faintly. Upon reaching the bottom level, he was greeted by a crimson world. In the center lay a red pool, from which human bones were visible, while zombies queued, leaping into the pool one after another. A chilling aura emanated from the water, sending shivers down his spine. An ominous power was slowly awakening, as if a beast was stirring from slumber. It must not be allowed to emerge, was Chen Fan's first thought. The fourth-tier zombie commanding the others had also noticed his arrival. Humans cannot escape, it stated slowly, each word deliberate, surprising Chen Fan with its fluency. Words, the emblem of human intellect, had always signified civilization. To hear a zombie speak sent a chill through him. Roars erupted as numerous third-tier zombies charged towards Chen Fan. At that moment, he was enveloped in a seething red flame, surging forward with astonishing speed, tearing through the ranks of zombies. Witnessing this spectacle, the fourth-tier zombie's pupils contracted. Yet it showed no fear. Its well-dressed form shattered instantaneously, expanding until it reached a height of 3 meters, at which point it halted. A multitude of bone blades emerged from its back, and its hands transformed into elongated swords. Roar! The roar stirred a gust of wind, sending debris flying, audible even to those on the uppermost level. At this juncture, Chen Fan's panel had undergone a transformation. Zombie name, Boneblade Zombie. First form, zombie level, 4th tier. Initial stage. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Chen Fan unleashed a colossal flaming fist towards the Boneblade Zombie. The zombie's sword met the fist head-on, but it was cleaved in two, dissipating into the air. A lengthy black blade materialized in Chen Fan's hand, the sound of metal clashing echoing far and wide. Boneblade shot forth from the back of the zombie, unerringly targeting Chen Fan. With a series of clangs, the bone blades were deftly deflected. Now it is my turn, he thought. Grasping the black long knife, it suddenly emanated crimson flames, gradually transforming into a colossal sword that bore down with formidable might upon the zombie. With a resounding thud, the Boneblade Zombie struggled to parry this assault. As the flames subsided, the bone knives in its hands had vanished, its body nearly cleaved in two. Yet, remarkably, it still clung to life. Clenching its fists, a burst of white light erupted. It was astonishingly regaining strength, undergoing significant transformation. Its form shrank to approximately 2 meters. The elongated bone knife on its hand disappeared, the bone blades on its back morphed into a scabbard, and its legs grew stronger. Zombie name, Bone Scabbard Zombie. Final form, zombie level, intermediate tier 4. With a swift whoosh, a figure emerged from the white light, appearing before Chen Fan in an instant. Instinctively, he raised his blade to defend, but upon contact with the zombie's claws, he was met with overwhelming force that sent him hurtling backward. The Bone Scabbard Zombie did not relent, reappearing around Chen Fan, unleashing beams of white light that relentlessly assaulted him as he soared through the air. With a crash, he landed heavily on the ground, staggering to his feet. His clothing lay in tatters, the darkness slowly fading from his body, revealing numerous faint scratches that marred his skin. He exhaled deeply, gripping the long knife with determination gleaming in his eyes. With a swift draw, red and black energy surged from his being. From the scabbard on the Bone Scabbard Zombie's back, an array of bone blades emerged, hovering before it and swiftly launching forth at its command. Each clash with the bone blades drained Chen Fan's stamina noticeably. The speed of the bone blades increased, clearly siphoning Chen Fan's strength to bolster its own. A crimson energy shield enveloped him, as black mist billowed forth like metallic particles, rapidly expanding outward. Unsurprisingly, many bone blades were knocked to the ground, and even the body of the Bone Scabbard Zombie was riddled with countless small holes. This level of injury was nearly beyond hope. The once vibrant Bone Scabbard Zombie began to collapse slowly. Having achieved this, Chen Fan was utterly exhausted, Yet he mustered the strength to stand. His mission was not yet complete. He could not afford to fall now. He gazed into the crimson pool that had formed due to their fierce battle. The walls and floor around them now pockmarked with numerous holes. Blood seeped through these openings, trickling down. A sense of foreboding intensified. The time to act was nigh. With all his might, he conjured a tremendous blaze that seared through the blood, incinerating even the remnants of bone within. The intense heat of the flames gradually began to wane, leaving only a crimson stain at the bottom of the blood pool and a bizarre, glowing array of runes. Upon witnessing this, he exhaled a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, just as he let his guard down, a sudden sense of danger surged within him, prompting him to leap to his feet and dash towards the exit. Behind him, a colossal hand emerged, reaching out to grasp him. Chapter 60. Return, quickly leave. The words in the group chat were few, yet they invigorated everyone, who disregarded the unprocessed remains and hastily stored them in their spatial compartments, fleeing frantically. Let us try the elevator, Wu Yinyan suddenly suggested. With two teams available, one could take the elevator while the other ascended the stairs. Given their speed, they hoped to ascertain whether the elevator would function, thereby saving precious time. Thus, they split into two groups and commenced their respective missions. The ground floor was expansive, rendering their exit agonizingly slow. Chen Fan, feeling utterly drained, was unable to assist in their escape. The space below could no longer withstand the devastation wrought by the enormous hand, which began to collapse entirely. The brilliance in his grasp intensified, followed by a cacophony of explosions. Not even the sturdiest of structures could endure such relentless assault. The prison began to cave in slowly, the light extinguishing amidst thunderous roars, as the giant hand gradually faded from existence. At that moment, Chen Fan and the others were desperately fleeing for their lives. Outside, elegantly attired fourth-tier zombies lay in ambush, surrounded by countless third-tier and second-tier zombies, effectively encircling the parking lot. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble incessantly, and stones began to plummet downward. Due to their close proximity, some zombies inevitably fell as well. It became evident that something was amiss within. The neatly dressed fourth-tier zombies gazed anxiously towards the exit. After a while, more zombies continued to drop, and the tremors showed no signs of abating. In resignation, they issued a retreat command. The once formidable horde of zombies, bent on revenge, retreated in disarray. As they departed, Wu Yinyan led her team out of the elevator. Just as they emerged, the elevator plummeted due to the violent shaking. Oh, anyone with even a kindergarten diploma should know not to use the elevator during an earthquake, Li Ro remarked nonchalantly, causing Wu Yinyan's face to flush with embarrassment. In her eagerness to act, she had disregarded the warnings of those around her. You all actually made it out alive, Wang Hu said with a sarcastic tone. All right, it's still perilous here. Let us ensure our safety first, Shui Tianmong admonished. Shouldn't we do something? Wu Yinyan anxiously glanced towards the darkened corridor. What can we do? How can the strength of mere mortals compare to the grandeur of nature? Our sole purpose is to ensure we create complications for the Lord. A single remark from Shui Tianmong rendered Wu Yinyan speechless. The two teams shared a tacit understanding and began to depart, continuously updating each other about the situation outside in their group chat. This was the only course of action available to them. Shortly thereafter, the three teams of Bashianu, Ingzi, and Guotao arrived, followed by Chen Fan and the others. They all emerged from the ordeal unscathed, for the prison's structural integrity was robust, and the explosion had not caused a complete collapse. However, the underground parking structure had succumbed to the tremors. Yet this posed no significant challenge for Chen Fan and his companions. With a resounding crash, a massive iron hammer created a gaping hole at the entrance, through which the group emerged. Just as they began to feel at ease, the distant sounds of combat caught their attention. To their surprise, the zombies dared to launch a sneak attack, truly a despicable horde. Go help. Chen Fan and his comrades had no desire to linger, especially since everyone had made it out safely, rendering further confrontation unnecessary. They retreated to their vehicles, aware of the presence of a fourth-tier zombie. Shui Tianmong was nearly beaten to death, but as long as he retained a single life, he could be saved upon their return. With Chen Fan holding the line, the pressure on the others instantly eased. Everyone boarded the vehicles. The fourth-tier zombies were evidently not as formidable as those within the prison, and despite his exhaustion, Chen Fan could still maneuver against them. Additionally, due to the hunting, there were not many third-tier zombies left, facilitating their successful retreat. Hurry and evacuate. I will cover the rear. But, my lord, you need not worry about me. I can handle this. Your presence hinders my abilities. Upon receiving this message, the group reluctantly departed. Chen Fan successfully boarded the armored vehicle, and at that moment, A slight smile involuntarily graced his lips. He had yet to showcase the prowess of this vehicle, and now he finally had the opportunity. Chen Fan inserted a fourth-tier crystal core into the vehicle's energy port, and with a resonant hum, a brilliant white light enveloped the vehicle. A dark cannon appeared at the rear of the automobile. Get everyone out of the way. Only then can I fully unleash my secret weapon. Aiming the cannon at the horde of zombies, a blinding silver light erupted instantaneously. This spectacle caused the fourth-tier zombies' pupils to constrict, as if sensing an impending horror. It immediately retreated, desperate to distance itself from the undead swarm. As it fled in a frenzy, the silver light surged forth. Where the white light swept through, the zombies disintegrated like bubbles, leaving behind only their crystalline cores. Even the fourth-tier zombie was caught in the aftermath, and despite its robust physique, it felt the searing pain of the white light, a torment that stemmed from the depths of its soul, as its nascent intelligence began to form, allowing it to experience such anguish. Its back was completely eroded, revealing the internal organs within, yet the zombie displayed an astonishing vitality. As long as it had not sustained a fatal injury, it would remain relatively unharmed. At that moment, the explosion had subsided, leaving behind a landscape littered with crystalline cores and a bewildered horde of zombies. The onlookers, upon witnessing this spectacle, utilized their map function to observe a vast expanse of zombies vanishing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. They involuntarily drew in a sharp breath, astonished that such an unremarkable battle vehicle could unleash such a formidable explosion, invoking a sense of dread. In contrast, Chen Fan was fixated on the energy outlet, noting with dismay that the fourth-tier crystal core had been entirely depleted. This was a source of great anguish for him, as the attack had evidently failed to eliminate the fourth-tier zombie, yet had consumed a mid-level fourth-tier crystal core, leaving him feeling it was hardly worth the cost. The pain of loss was real, yet the thrill of the weapon's power was undeniable. It was no wonder the military often suffered from a fear of insufficient firepower. Such potent weaponry was truly exhilarating. As he drove, he reminisced about the earlier experience, occasionally chuckling to himself with a rather mischievous grin. Upon returning to the camp, everyone regarded the wooden-walled battle vehicle with curiosity. Where's the cannon? The expressions of intrigue were evident, and Chen Fan did not deter this behavior, but rather smiled at their enthusiasm. The recent battle had been perilous, and they had even fallen into an ambush. To be honest, such mistakes were a result of his inadequate command. A look of remorse crossed Chen Fan's face as he quietly reflected and sought to improve. Chapter 61. The zombie attack. Our recent operation was quite successful, having acquired the desired weaponry, yet it was also a failure. We were ambushed without any response. This grievance will be noted, and once we are prepared, we shall seek retribution. Chen Fan stood atop a raised platform he had deliberately constructed to enhance his presence while speaking. Revenge. Revenge. The echoes of vengeance resonated among the crowd, each individual harboring pent-up frustration from the ambush, their hatred for the attacking zombies palpable. Seeing the effect of his words, Chen Fan chose not to elaborate further. They needed time to absorb the outcomes of their recent endeavors. Everyone could collect their rewards at the mission hall, and those who had secured weapons would receive special bonuses. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers, and he stepped back, choosing to remain in the shadows of recognition. Inside the Mingwei restaurant, a bustling atmosphere prevailed, with patrons aplenty, all flush with funds following the completion of a significant task. It was uncertain how Wang Fuguei had devised a method for online sales, yet he had managed to create a system for selling empty packages. All one needed to do was locate these empty packages, purchase them, and complete the online payment. One could not deny Wang Fuguei's ingenuity. It was impressive that he had conceived such a strategy. Your business is indeed thriving, Wang Taizhu remarked, filled with admiration, yet he understood his own limitations, accepting the reality with grace. In this realm, strength dictated worth, and such trivial matters paled in comparison. Wang Fuguei took a sip of tea, unconcerned, as he spoke. Indeed, your words resonate with a certain grandeur, Wang Taizhu remarked, rolling his eyes. Who here is unaware of the truth that wealth equates to power? Ha. Why are you here today instead of hunting zombies? Recently, the inhabitants had occasionally ventured out to slay the undead. However, the lower-tier zombies had been eradicated, and access to the deeper regions was prohibited. Thus, most of their time was devoted to cultivation. They are far too feeble, and I am oblivious as to when the Lord will grant us permission to enter the heart of the city and vanquish those detestable zombies. Wang Taizhu gritted his teeth. That moment should arrive soon, Wang Fuguei replied, lifting his gaze towards the towering city walls, nearly 20 meters high. adorned with arrow towers and energy towers that encircled the entire camp, instilling a sense of security. Beneath the walls lay rows of houses and fields, meticulously arranged. With over 1,000 inhabitants, some possessed extraordinary abilities, orchestrating the layout of the city. Chen Fan adhered strictly to their plans, as he lacked expertise in such matters. The farms were equipped with wells and water collection machines, thus eliminating concerns regarding water sources. However, within the camp, water scarcity remained an issue. Deep wells were the optimal choice, yet required protective measures, rendering purifiers an essential commodity. Fortunately, the marketplace offered a variety of supplies. Otherwise, sustaining an independent lifestyle would pose significant challenges. The entire camp had undergone renovations, and various facilities began to operate. Among them, the most crucial establishment, the school, had commenced the nurturing of new talent. These children, having been immersed in spiritual energy from a young age, coupled with comprehensive martial arts education, would experience rapid growth. Unexpectedly departing from the hunting team, Li Ro discovered an extraordinary patience for children, prompting him to accept a teaching position, which he excelled at. Chen Fan temporarily assumed the role of principal at the school, occasionally delivering lectures to maintain his presence. The Awakening Training Room aimed to transform more individuals into awakened beings, particularly those who had yet to awaken. It appeared that upon reaching the second tier, entering the training room significantly increased the likelihood of awakening. Recognizing this, many began to strive diligently to become professionals, as this would grant them a measure of combat prowess. After all, while hunting posed dangers, it was evidently the most lucrative profession. Throughout these days of rest, the strength of the camp had been bolstered considerably. More than 30 individuals had reached the third tier, while the second tier boasted over 200 members, with nearly all others, save for infants, belonging to the first tier. Chen Fan also established a hunters organization, essentially a variant of an adventurers guild. This organization engaged in patrol duties but otherwise enjoyed the freedom to roam. During significant missions, they were expected to assume protective roles and follow directives. It could be said that the camp had essentially found its rhythm, and occasionally, new arrivals sought refuge. Hailing from the other faction within Orange Town, this influx displeased several hunting team leaders, as the absence of human trafficking activities resulted in a considerable loss of income. However, under the oppressive influence of Chen Fan, they ultimately capitulated. Chen Fan's injuries had healed remarkably well, and at times he would venture out to explore. What weighed most heavily on his mind was the horde of zombies approaching Qing County. Curiosity compelled him to investigate, but he was soon met with resistance from the undead. Initially, he encountered third-tier zombies, and after dispatching them, he was besieged by fourth-tier zombies. In such dire circumstances, he was certainly outmatched. It was possible that fifth-tier zombies lurked behind, rendering his journey futile. This place must harbor some secret. Otherwise, how could such rapid advancements occur? Even during the Blood Moon Night, such extraordinary growth seemed almost supernatural, rivaling his own extraordinary abilities. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Given these developments, he paid little heed to the zombies in Orange Town, preferring to avoid provoking them for fear of being besieged from all sides, which would be most distressing. This was also the rationale behind his orders to refrain from deep incursions. However, one day, Chen Fan noticed an unusual stillness among the zombies toward Qing City. While Orange Town stirred with considerable activity, a hunting party, spotting the enormous horde of zombies from a distance, instinctively checked their maps and fled, simultaneously alerting everyone in their group about the impending zombie assault. This timely information allowed everyone to respond swiftly and evacuate. That audacious fellow dared to assault their camp under such circumstances. Chen Fan was the first to appear atop the city walls, gazing down at the throng of zombies below. The quality of the zombies present was notably high, some even possessing wings. "Leave the flying ones to you," Chen Fan remarked to Li Ying, who stood nearby. Li Ying, a wielder of the Eagle Eye ability with remarkable dynamic vision, had also transitioned to an archer class. On the battlefield, he was not merely a long-range marksman. He was an indispensable human telescope for warfare. Li Ying was not one for idle chatter, embodying the archetype of aloofness. He nodded in acknowledgement, showing no signs of subservience to Chen Fan. Perhaps it was fitting that those with true prowess behaved thusly. Strangely, Chen Fan's thoughts wandered to the large visage of Wang Gada, who, without a doubt, had a way with words. It seemed he had allocated all his skill points to his eloquence since birth. As Chen Fan indulged in these musings, the horde of zombies drew closer to the city walls. Chapter 62. After the battle, without hesitation, Li Ying knocked his bow and began to exchange fire with the approaching zombies. As a transitioned archer, His lethality against the undead was substantial, effectively preventing them from breaching the city walls. Moreover, Chen Fan possessed formidable weaponry in the form of energy towers and arrow towers. During the previous blood moon, the arrow towers had played a pivotal role. However, this assault was not as intense, as long as they could hold the line. He would refrain from deploying the arrow towers in battle. To Chen Fan's surprise, the priest's abilities inflicted significant damage on the zombies, as golden orbs of light rained down upon the horde, clearing substantial swathes of them. The prison was also devoid of overly powerful firearms, as ordinary handguns could generally only eliminate standard zombies. Drawing forth a rifle, I aimed at the horde of zombies and commenced a volley of fire. The sound of gunfire resonated through the air, and the undead fell like wheat before the scythe. However, such an assault proved to be of little consequence against the second-tier and above zombies, particularly the formidable third-tier specimens. At the rear of the formation, I spotted an old acquaintance. A furious roar echoed through the heavens as a line of third-tier zombies formed the front, shielding their lesser brethren from the onslaught of our most threatening weaponry. To target the aerial units effectively, we found ourselves momentarily lacking the power to subdue the third-tier foes. At that juncture, I commanded the arrow towers to unleash their assault. Their advance made it clear that escape was no longer an option. Enormous arrows shot forth, accompanied by a barrage of energy projectiles that pierced through the bodies of the zombies. The front line, serving as a shield, became mere targets, each one succumbing to the onslaught. Once more, a guttural roar erupted as the frontline zombies hastily retreated, some ordinary zombies stepping in as meat shields to absorb the arrows. A subsequent command rang out, and the horde began to withdraw like a receding tide. Can they come and go as they please? I scoffed. The crimson hue enveloped my arms, the rising heat causing those nearby to instinctively step back, leaving only a vision of red. I raised my arms high, and a fireball erupted, plummeting into the midst of the zombies. Such an attack would spell doom for any below the second tier and severely wound those of the third tier. The fireball landed at the rear of the horde, purposefully obstructing their advance. The assault was successful, though a few strikes were thwarted. The dual onslaught exacted a heavy toll on the zombies, leaving only a handful of stragglers to flee in disarray without inflicting any damage upon our camp. Cheers erupted, resounding atop the city walls. For the greatest criminal force of Orange Town had been vanquished, and it was now time to reap the rewards. Third tier, follow me. The rest, hold the fort, I declared amidst the throng, then descended from the wall, pursuing the fleeing zombies. Shadows began to leap down from the walls, each follower keeping pace with my stride. I mused aloud. That fourth-tier zombie is surely seeking reinforcements, likely the third-tier zombies that survived the prison. Otherwise, this display would not be so grand. By advancing now, we can ensnare them all, allowing us to plunder the resources here without restraint. The silhouettes of the zombies became increasingly discernible after nearly a day's battle. Their ranks had dwindled significantly. We encircled them, determined not to let a single high-tier zombie escape. With a hum, a golden aura enveloped us, and we felt a surge of power coursing through our bodies, a boon from the priest's skill, enhancing our attributes for 6 minutes. At this moment, the significance of job transitions began to resonate profoundly within everyone's hearts. The zombies finally detected the figures behind them. This time, they chose not to flee but instead launched an assault. The air was filled with a kaleidoscope of skills, accompanied by the sound of zombies collapsing to the ground. Chen Fan swept past the minions, delivering a powerful punch to the body of a fourth-tier zombie. His ferocious strike forced it to retreat step by step. The enraged zombies emitted furious howls, transforming into towering, muscular brutes standing 3 meters tall. A strength-type zombie, indeed. Chen Fan advanced rather than retreated, as flames coalesced into a colossal fist, ready to engage the zombie in a direct confrontation. Previously incapable of overcoming such foes, he now, having made considerable progress, found himself overpowering this zombie, which staggered back under the onslaught. Seizing the moment as the zombie faltered, he unleashed another punch, the fiery fist piercing through its chest with piercing force. A subsequent strike obliterated it entirely. With the fourth-tier zombie down, the lower-tier zombies lost all semblance of reason, recklessly charging towards the surrounding crowd. The remaining foes were easily dispatched by his subordinates. This task was entrusted to the logistics team. Within the camp, the presence of workshops led to the formation of a logistics unit composed of first-tier combatants. They were required to master driving skills, primarily responsible for transporting supplies and clearing the battlefield. Such units were crucial. Despite having access to system space, they remained indispensable. Upon their return to the camp, they were met with cheers and applause from the crowd, expressing their emotions without restraint. Envy and admiration flickered in many eyes. Modified vehicles emerged from within the city walls, belonging to the logistics transport team, which was swiftly clearing the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and his companions relished the hard-earned leisure time following the battle. A toast to our victory, they exuberantly proclaimed within the Mingwei restaurant, expressing their elation. It felt as though people had more hope now than before the apocalypse, remarked Wang Fugui's wife. Wang Fugui rolled his eyes and replied, "Only here. Elsewhere may be a different story." With that, he began to walk outside. "Where are you going?" His wife called after him. "Now that the zombies are gone, there are still many people in Orange Town. If we don't hurry, we might miss out on the meet," Wang Fugui stated. "Honestly, since the apocalypse began, we initially spent every day together, and now it seems we hardly see each other." His wife lamented, but Wang Fugui, lost in his thoughts, did not hear her. This complaint was not unique. It echoed among all the captains with families. While others continued to celebrate, teams quietly departed, as usual, slaying zombies, exploring maps, or searching for survivors. They were the most diligent individuals, destined to become the backbone of the future, a scene that Chen Fan witnessed. "What a wonderful group of people," he remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Chapter 63. A day in the life of Wang Xingxing following the war, the focus turned to reconstruction and, of course, population growth. In recent days, individuals have been brought in, while others have voluntarily joined our ranks. This influx has significantly increased Chen Fan's modest finances. The construction of the camp is progressing fervently, as Chen Fan's parents, Yang Fenghua and Chen Sihai, emulate ancient methods to plan and transform the area during his seclusion. Wang Xingxing, a seasoned awakened one of the Blood Moon, has garnered considerable attention these days, receiving numerous invitations from various hunting teams. However, driven by ambition, he is not content to play a subordinate role. Upon returning to the camp, he noticed a sign atop the towering city walls that read Orange City. Here, he felt a sense of relief, for the life of an adventurer was fraught with anxiety, igniting his desire to form a team. Upon entering Orange City, he was greeted by neatly paved concrete roads bustling with hurried pedestrians, as if they were perpetually engaged in unending tasks. He made his way to a grand restaurant where patrons were predominantly second-tier awakened ones, yet it was still teeming with customers. In a hurry, he entered, as his reserved dining time was nearing, and failure to arrive promptly would result in the forfeiture of his meal. At the front desk, he swiftly placed his order and made his payment, then took his number and found an empty seat. The hardships of recent wilderness living weighed heavily upon him, and he anticipated that a meal here would restore him quickly, perhaps even with unexpected benefits. Before long, a plate of beef fried rice was brought to him. A far cry from the usual egg fried rice, not merely due to the addition of beef, but because of the culinary expertise of the chef. This dish not only possessed delightful flavors, but also boasted enhancements to combat effectiveness, stamina recovery, and a boost to strength. Wang Xingxing picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of beef. As he bit into it, juices exploded in his mouth, enveloping him in sheer bliss. In an instant, his restrained demeanor vanished, and he began to indulge with abandon. He savored every morsel until the plate was cleaner than new, before finally relinquishing it, standing up with an expression of complete satisfaction. Time spent here was limited. Every patron had a designated dining duration. Although he still had some time left, the moment was not right for lingering. He felt a surge of warmth enveloping him, rendering his skin flushed. Onlookers gazed in astonishment at the spectacle, speculating that he might soon ascend to the third tier, a feat that evoked envy. This individual was indeed fortunate to encounter such a rare enhancement of combat prowess. With the murmurs of the crowd echoing in his ears, Wang Xingxing swiftly departed and returned to his modest abode. In the tranquil confines of his training room, he settled into a meditative posture, focusing his mind to channel his energy. Time passed swiftly, and after an afternoon of intense concentration, Wang Xingxing finally emerged from his seclusion, proudly attaining the status of a third-tier awakened one. He jubilantly leaped in place, his hands and feet dancing to express the exuberance within him. However, the rumbling of his stomach soon protested, prompting him to cease his exuberant antics. He took a modest bite to eat, opting not to return to the restaurant, as he needed to allocate his funds to more serious matters rather than indulgence. First, he made his way to the task hall to assess his assignments and collect his rewards. With palpable eagerness, he then proceeded to the Hunters Guild, the hub for assembling hunting teams, where only those who had reached the third tier could organize a squad. As he had just become a third-tier awakener, he was not only required to register, but also to form a team. With fervor, he addressed a nearby young lady, declaring, "I wish to form a team. Please present your combat proof." The young lady merely glanced at him before responding. A blue holographic screen materialized, revealing only the words third tier, while the rest of the information remained obscured. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she swiftly lifted a camera to capture the screen. With a smile that bore a hint of allure, she remarked, "Sir, you may retract your personal panel." Yet, she would ultimately be disappointed. For Wang Xingxing was wholly absorbed in the task of team formation, paying little heed to the young woman before him. After all, in his current state, the allure of beauty paled in comparison to the pursuit of strength. The young lady deliberately prolonged the process, but under Wang Xingxing's slightly earnest urging, she hastened her actions. A third-tier awakener was no trivial matter. He belonged to a formidable cadre, one not to be trifled with. Please provide a name for your team. Team Lucky Star. Wang Xingxing pondered, his brow furrowing before his eyes brightened with inspiration. Are you certain about Team Lucky Star? The woman inquired with a hint of peculiarity. Absolutely. Wang Xingxing replied without hesitation. Very well, she said, promptly commencing the registration. Once everything was finalized, a card and several badges emerged from a nearby machine, each emblazoned with the name of their team, Team Lucky Star. The cards served as a symbol of identity, denoting him as the captain of Team Lucky Star and affirming his third-tier prowess, thus averting numerous potential issues. With a gleeful chuckle, Wang Xingxing eagerly accepted the card and badges, unable to contain his excitement as he rushed out, eager to recruit team members. He entered a large room adjacent to the guild. Although it was quite late, a considerable number of people remained. Here, hunting teams sought members, while individuals sought to join squads. Aside from a few larger teams, most consisted of one third-tier member accompanied by a group of second-tier individuals, with first-tier members being a rare sight due to their insufficient strength. Wang Xingxing, holding a sign, located his assigned position in a corner. This was not due to any disdain from the staff, but rather because he had arrived too late, leaving only the corner available. He sat in the corner, initially brimming with enthusiasm, occasionally calling out a few words. However, as time passed and no one approached for inquiries, even newcomers would merely turn away upon noticing him, which left him somewhat disheartened. Just as they were about to close up, they began to gather their belongings in preparation to head home. Wang Xingxing, with a gloomy expression, was tidying his things. Are you still recruiting? A crisp voice rang out from behind him, igniting a flicker of excitement as he turned around. What brings a first-tier individual like you here? He asked, and as he faced her, his enthusiasm waned. A first-tier individual, even if awakened, was hardly sufficient in the wilderness, let alone now, as the safer areas had long been cleared. I'm useful. My ability is explosion. The little girl exclaimed hurriedly, fearing rejection. Explosion? What do you mean by explosion? Wang Xingxing was taken aback. Chapter 64. A new battle, he almost shouted but quickly covered his mouth, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. All right, congratulations on becoming a member of our team, he said, hastily producing a badge. The little girl obediently donned it, and Wang Xingxing quickly led her away. By the way, I don't even know your name yet. He began conversing with her as they left the guild. Oh, I'm Meng Sini. The girl replied with a sweet smile, revealing a small canine tooth, making her exceedingly adorable. Meng Sini, what a lovely name. Have you chosen a profession? Wang Xingxing seemed more interested in her abilities than anything else. Yes, I chose priest, Meng Sini stated with utmost seriousness. What? A priest who causes explosions? What kind of combination is that? Death plus healing, or worse? Wang Xingxing's mind buzzed with confusion. A vivid image appeared in his mind, the little girl casting holy light, which then transformed into bombs, obliterating her teammates. Could you elaborate on your ability? Wang Xingxing asked, a hint of disappointment creeping into his demeanor as he walked with a lackluster spirit. Of course, I can turn any object I touch into a bomb. It just takes a little time to detonate. Indeed, Wang Xingxing thought, this ability was quite akin to what he had envisioned. However, the challenge lay in how to integrate it with the priest profession, a genuine conundrum. Moreover, once a profession was chosen, it could not be changed. It was a lifelong commitment. He anticipated the young girl's hasty decision. Yet, this wasn't too significant an issue. They could simply regard the two professions as distinct and incompatible, which was somewhat contrary to his expectations, but not overly problematic. All right, let us add each other on WeChat. I'll notify you when there are tasks. You can head back for now, he said amicably, waving goodbye to the girl. Goodbye, Captain. Meng Sini beamed, waving as she dashed off into the distance. What an intriguing little girl she was. The following day unfolded like any other, as he sought out his companions. However, this time it was not as dire as anticipated. He managed to attract 3 individuals. One was a stoic swordsman, his countenance as if someone owed him $1 million. The second was an exuberantly youthful idealist, incessantly proclaiming his mission to save the world, engrossed in an animated conversation with Wang Xingxing. The third was a flamboyant young man with striking red hair, diligently circling around Meng Sini with an eager expression. Thus, this quintet was formed, coinciding with the day Chen Fan made his appearance and issued a collective mission. This time, the peril was palpable. Chen Fan gazed anxiously at the small map. From the west, a conspicuous horde of zombies advanced, their target being Chen Fan's encampment, now dubbed Hope City. Just yesterday, he had noticed this group of zombies gathering, and the number of those embarking was alarmingly vast. He had already spotted 2 fourth-tier zombies among them. Initially, he assumed they intended to assault Qing City, but to err on the side of caution, he summoned all the teams that were out on missions back to base. Observing the zombies' trajectory, he promptly issued defensive orders, for he could not believe these creatures were merely passing by. Hope City was fortified with ample defenses. Nearly every energy tower and arrow tower was fully equipped, and the guardian trees were deeply rooted around the city walls. Increasing numbers of people, alerted to the impending zombie attack, hastened to the scene. The walls were becoming crowded, everyone anxiously scanning the horizon. Though they were no longer the same as before, their bows and crossbows had been replaced with firearms, yet when faced with high-tier zombies, their arsenal seemed woefully inadequate. Indeed, I find myself in need of more formidable weaponry. A nuclear bomb would be most splendid, Chen Fan mused whimsically. Gradually, everyone felt the ground tremble, the earth quaking beneath them. In the distance, a legion of towering zombies loomed, each standing nearly 10 meters tall, appearing capable of leaping over the walls in a single stride. These were third-tier zombies. Were they jesting? Chen Fan felt an urge to curse. Boom, boom, boom. The first to launch an assault were the guardian trees, gathering brown energy that they hurled from their limbs like stones. Striking the horde, many lower-tier zombies were swiftly reduced to mere pulp. A few of the colossal zombies rushed forward, serving as living shields, absorbing numerous attacks. As the zombies approached, the elite archers sprang into action, accurately targeting the zombies from behind. The energy towers and arrow towers, though initially quiet, began to take their turns, eliminating some combatants before the zombies even reached the walls. The giant zombies, with their tough skin, were resilient, yet they presented an insurmountable flaw. Their massive size rendered them perfect targets. Many third-tier awakeners were stationed atop the walls, bolstered by Chen Fan, a fourth-tier awakener, and the newly promoted Chen Sihai, also a fourth-tier. They began to channel energy, unleashing a dazzling array of multicolored energy beams that struck the zombies with ferocity. Roar, roar, roar. The giant zombie emitted a series of mournful wails, its body gently shifting above a sea of fallen undead. Before long, the zombies beneath the giant began to withdraw, creating a vacuum beneath its feet. Indeed, it was an intelligent zombie. Chen Fan's gaze fixed upon a creature cloaked in a dark shell, resembling an ordinary zombie, yet distinct in its possession of intellect. It was not the one he had initially suspected. Chen Fan felt a momentary sense of relief, yet his brow furrowed. Such a formidable force, without even deploying their full strength, was astonishing. It seemed even more powerful than his own enhanced abilities. Caution was advisable. With a resounding crash, one of the giant zombies, riddled with wounds, succumbed to a singular mortal injury. A gaping hole pierced through its chest, directly striking its heart, causing it to finally collapse. The horde of zombies had already prepared for this moment, creating a vast open space that spared them from casualties. As they drew nearer, 2 more giant zombies fell, leaving only 3 remaining. Gunfire erupted from the city walls as the zombies approached, heightening the tension among the defenders, who steeled themselves for battle. With less than 100 meters separating them from the walls, the remaining 3 giant zombies charged forward. Their immense bodies collided with the walls, causing tremors, and the protective trees below were severely damaged. Withstanding this onslaught, Chen Fan unleashed another skill. A crimson pillar of searing flame struck the head of one giant zombie, obliterating half of its skull and gradually draining its vitality. The fallen giant zombie posed significant challenges for Chen Fan. Chapter 65. The advancing elder. The corpses of the zombies formed a bridge, connecting the horde to the city walls, saving the undead considerable effort. With a resounding crash, the other 2 giant zombies fell, thanks to the relentless efforts of the defenders, resulting in 3 makeshift bridges appearing below the walls. Thousands of zombies surged forth like a tidal wave. Chen Fan grasped a stone, which instantly transformed into an inky black, its surface adorned with flickering flames resembling fireflies. Gathering his strength, he hurled the stone into the horde. The impact created numerous craters, and the tiny flames ignited, causing a series of explosions that engulfed the surrounding undead. Witnessing this spectacle, morale surged among the defenders. Wang Taiju brandished 2 short spears, radiating a golden brilliance. As the golden light swirled, a piercing shout drew the attention of those nearby. With a hearty laugh, he launched the spears into the zombie mass, resulting in violent explosions. Wang Xingxing felt a surge of excitement at this display as he stood beside an expert in explosives. Eagerly, he turned to Meng Sini, who recoiled slightly at his enthusiasm. "Come, lend your abilities," he exclaimed, offering his arrows to her. Meng Sini finally breathed a sigh of relief as she grasped the arrow and, with a flash of white light, handed it to Wang Xingxing. "Hurry and shoot it. It will explode soon," she urged, her voice filled with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his bow, a faint green glow emanating from his hands. With a swift whoosh, the arrow was released, soaring forth at astonishing speed. "Has the speed been enhanced?" Wang Xingxing murmured quietly. Initially aimed at a third-tier zombie, he was curious to witness the arrow's power, especially given that it was a spontaneous decision, and the young girl was merely a first-tier. With another whoosh, the arrow struck its target, embedding itself in the ground. Remarkably, it continued its trajectory unimpeded by any zombies. As the augmented speed endowed the arrow with remarkable durability, 2 fourth-tier zombies, engrossed in the battlefield ahead, were caught off guard by the incoming arrow. At such a distance, they would typically remain safe from attack. Even a master archer like Li Ying would find it impossible to hit them here. What they did not anticipate was that Wang Xingxing was exceptionally fortunate, his luck inexplicably enhancing the arrow's speed, allowing it to traverse unhindered. A loud roar erupted from a towering zombie, which stepped forward to intercept. The arrow pierced through its skin, exhibiting an astonishing sharpness. It embedded itself into the creature's arm, radiating a bright red light that intensified until it culminated in a thunderous explosion, sending the colossal zombie staggering back several steps. A pit formed in its arm, bones shattered. Yet the creature remained unfazed, its arm beginning to heal slowly, a testament to its formidable regenerative ability. Ultimately, being a 4th-tier zombie, its defenses were exceedingly robust. Even the most fortunate 3rd-tier assault would prove inadequate. "Wow, Captain, that shot was incredibly accurate," Meng Sini exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Of course. Who do you think I am?" Wang Xingxing replied with unabashed pride, striking a triumphant pose, brimming with bravado. Yet, this was but a fleeting interlude. The battle was far from over. The walls were teeming with the presence of zombies, and massive stones plummeting from above would inevitably bring more of the undead. However, this did little to halt the advancing horde, which continued to draw nearer. The defenders atop the walls began to prepare for the impending confrontation, and a palpable tension filled the air. Chen Fan could hardly contain himself, flames igniting in his eyes as he fixated on the 4th-tier zombie across the way, intent on eliminating the commander as he had done before. Yet, an ominous feeling lingered in his heart, as if danger lurked in that direction, suggesting it might be a trap. Regardless, he could not afford to hesitate. With a gentle leap, he soared into the air. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. "Help!" Yet, no one attempted to intervene. Even if they had, it would have been futile, as he was already far beyond their reach. The zombies lining his path would undoubtedly impede his passage, relentless in their assault, yet the defenders on the walls managed to thwart the onslaught. Many individuals descended together, most of whom were distinguished 3rd-tier warriors, escorting Chen Fan along the way and repelling waves of perilous zombies, ultimately becoming ensnared within the horde. This selfless act significantly alleviated the pressure on the city walls, as the dangers were effectively mitigated by these brave souls. "Grant me strength." Wang Xingxing, emboldened by an unknown courage, seized the enchanted arrow and sprinted downwards into the sea of zombies. He drew his longbow and, after covering a distance, released the arrow. A flash of verdant light erupted, accompanied by an even more thunderous sound. Behind him, a 2nd-tier zombie lurked, poised to launch a surprise attack, only to be cleaved in two by a sudden burst of white light, collapsing helplessly. "Thank you," Wang Xingxing said bashfully, smiling at his comrades. Suddenly, a deafening roar drew his attention. The arrow he had fired veered off course, landing in an open expanse. Yet it did not miss. It pierced the chest of an invisible zombie, shattering the crystal it clutched. Concurrently, numerous concealed 3rd-tier zombies and a solitary 4th-tier zombie emerged. Witnessing this, Chen Fan halted, realizing the imminent danger. Fireball. Tiny flames erupted and detonated around him, creating a temporary safe zone. Diamond flame body. Chen Fan gathered his strength, a dark aura enveloping him, intertwined with crimson flames. Boom, boom. Boom. Explosions resounded behind him as the gates swung open, revealing a convoy of modified vehicles, culminating in a wooden siege chariot. The rear of the chariot glowed with a crimson light, launching shells that obliterated the advancing zombie horde, which began to vanish at a visibly rapid pace. Behind the wheel was an elderly man, rumored to have been a race car driver in his youth, now proudly steering this formidable vehicle. What a waste, what a waste. So many crystal cores, he muttered while loading cores into the vehicle. The driver, Wang Shoshan, had transformed from a frail old man who once struggled to walk in Sponge Village, his once white hair now showing streaks of black. His companion, Wang Fuming, appeared invigorated and spirited. The two worked seamlessly together, ensuring robust fire support from the rear. Chapter 66. All-out assault ahead. Numerous modified vehicles surged forth, rendering ordinary zombies and even first-tier ones powerless. A cadre of elderly men commandeered the cars, careening through the streets, reveling in the fiery glow of the setting sun. Ha ha! Formidable! Ba Tianhu exclaimed, his voice nearly cracking from excitement. We shall not be outdone by a band of old men. Brothers, charge! With every enthusiastic gesture, Ba Tianhu sent zombies tumbling away. The women, too, refused to be outdone. Every zombie attempting to scale the walls faced the onslaught of a determined group of women. The entire team surged forward, unexpectedly forming a counterattack that impeded the advance of the zombies. As Chen Fan observed the situation behind him, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. In that moment, he comprehended that individual strength pales in comparison to the might of a unified camp. His confidence now stemmed not from his own prowess, but from the collective, a tightly bound force. Confronted by 3 fourth-tier zombies and a throng of third-tier zombies, he felt no fear. All he needed to do was hold them at bay until the battle behind him concluded, ensuring that this victory would belong to them. A dark armor enveloped his body, while crimson flames danced around him like fireflies. Each zombie that made contact with him was repelled by explosive force, with some second-tier creatures unable to approach at all. Chen Fan's fierce onslaught rendered the horde of zombies to cries of despair. The cacophony of battle echoed as he unleashed his might with unrestrained vigor. At that moment, Chen Sihai joined him, wielding a blood-soaked red sword, embodying a vengeful deity. His aura of ferocity caused the surrounding zombies to retreat in fear. Ha ha ha, this time victory is ours. Chen Fan, blood trickling from the corner of his eye and covered in wounds, grinned wickedly, a fitting match to Chen Sihai's bloodied form. The two of them charged in unison, one leading and the other following, focused solely on their immediate foes. With a crunch, the skull of a third-tier zombie shattered. Though Chen Fan suffered a gash from a claw that tore through his chest, dark blood oozing forth. Leader, I am here, boomed a voice, unmistakably that of Bashianhu. That wretched cat is even faster than I am. Wang Taiju soon joined them. Leader, leader. One by one, the captains arrived, and the outcome of the battle was all but certain. A few even managed to encircle the zombies tightly. Ha ha ha. How you struck us earlier is how we shall strike back. Chen Fan's voice was hoarse as he charged forward. The group attacked in unison, swiftly slaying several third-tier zombies. While the fourth-tier ones lingered in fury, Wang Xingxing, bow in hand, felt the surge of green light as he loosed an arrow, though it exhibited no alterations. This perplexed him, for such a phenomenon had never occurred before. As the arrow struck a third-tier zombie, it veered unexpectedly, bypassing the creature and heading straight for the towering fourth-tier zombie. With a sudden thrust, the arrow pierced through the weary fourth-tier zombie's eye socket, transfixing its brain. With a roar, the blood-red eye of the zombie fixed upon Wang Xingxing, as if to admonish him, before it collapsed lifelessly. Humans, you may have triumphed, but when my master arrives, your doom shall follow. With a thunderous explosion, the last fourth-tier zombie self-destructed, choosing to end its own existence. This scene resonated with the others, who, despite hearing the zombie's final words, dismissed them, for the elation of victory had ensnared their hearts. Incredible! We have won! They roared in unison. In that moment, the crowd was devoid of any semblance, wholly immersed in the unrestrained expression of their emotions. Joy, glory, exhilaration, and the pent-up frustrations of many days were released in their entirety. Chen Fan did not quell their jubilant cheers. Instead, he shed the nearly shattered black armor, yearning to exhale deeply. Yet, in the next instant, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed, losing consciousness, though a smile lingered on his lips. Fan. Chen Sihai anxiously supported Chen Fan, and the crowd gasped, hastening towards them. What happened? Deputy Lord? Wang Gada, unexpectedly overcome with emotion, had reddened eyes, tears threatening to spill forth. Others shared the sentiment. their genuine feelings casting a heavy atmosphere over the gathering. The tension was broken when Chen Fan began to snore, halting the brewing expressions of the crowd, leading them to erupt into hearty laughter. Chen Sihai breathed a deep sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing his features. All right, let us clear the battlefield and prepare to return to the city. With Chen Fan in a state of unconsciousness, Chen Sihai naturally assumed command. He carried Chen Fan swiftly back to the city, where doctors awaited. Arriving outside the doctor's quarters, he kicked open the door with a loud bang, the creaking sound echoing as he laid Chen Fan upon the bed. Come, let us see our great leader. Is he all right? The doctor, visibly anxious, examined Chen Fan, her gaze drawn to the ghastly wounds that made her grimace. However, upon noticing his steady breathing, she felt a measure of relief. With utmost care, she scrutinized Chen Fan's injuries, vowing never to treat a patient with such meticulousness again. Though the wounds are rather grotesque, his bodily functions are robust, and the healing process appears swift. He should awaken within a few days, the doctor remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow. At that moment, a loud crash resounded as the already precarious door fell inward. Where's my son? How is he? A frantic woman approached, her footsteps hurried and anxious. The doctor winced at the sight of the fallen door, her expression tinged with sorrow. She had prepared everything for treatment. We ought to establish a hospital, my lord. This place is far too cramped to accommodate all these injured, she lamented. Gesturing helplessly at the steady stream of casualties being brought in, her eyes sorrowfully lingering on the creaking door. Indeed, this should be prioritized, Chen Sihai nodded in agreement. He continued, I initially believed the presence of a priest would suffice, but for those with more severe injuries, a doctor is indispensable for complete recovery. Why didn't you stop him? Yang Fanghua gazed at her son with heartbreak. He is the Lord. At times, he must step forward. Perhaps he understands that had he not held back the fourth-tier zombie, our casualties could have been catastrophic. As a father, her pain was palpable. Yet there was nothing she could do to intervene. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the rhythmic sound of Chen Fan's breathing and the gentle snoring that followed. Chapter 67. Establishing the city while Chen Fan slumbered peacefully, the world outside continued its orderly operations. Today's harvest had been truly bountiful. If only such days could repeat themselves. A passerby leisurely filled in the uneven ground outside, a consequence of the recent battles that had rendered the terrain pockmarked and difficult for vehicles to traverse. If we have another round like this. You've seen the makeshift hospital, Haven to you? The patients are spilling out. We might all end up in the same predicament, remarked another passerby with a hint of trepidation. Only in times of peril do heroes arise. Have you not witnessed our Lord's valor? I aspire to be as formidable as he is, single-handedly confronting 3 or 4 fourth-tier foes and nearly 10 third-tier opponents without faltering. Truly impressive. The first passerby's eyes sparkled with admiration, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Just you? Spare me the fantasy. You cannot even compare to a single hair on our Lord's body. Focus on your work, the second passerby retorted, shaking his head. Although he too admired Chen Fan, the notion of becoming someone like him felt too daunting, even if he possessed similar strength. Hey, don't go just yet. Let us chat a bit longer. The first passerby called out as he hurried to catch up. Nearby, Wang Taizhu and Wang Fugui were also laboring diligently, despite their higher status. With nearly half of the city's populace engaged in work, they too were compelled to contribute. Haha, look at how our Lord commands respect. He has truly become our idol. I must say, he was extraordinarily dashing during that time, Wang Taizhu chuckled. Though his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of when he might attain the fourth tier himself, yearning for a chance to showcase his strength. Why do you think he is our Lord? Clearly, he possesses remarkable qualities. Alas, have you not considered that we are ultimately too weak, hindering our Lord? Otherwise, why must he shoulder every challenge while we merely assist from the sidelines? Wang Fugui's words caused Wang Taizhu's smile to falter, prompting a heavy sigh. We must grow stronger. We are falling behind in keeping pace with the zombies' advancement, and this time it was exceptionally perilous, Wang Taizhu said with unusual seriousness. Analyzing the current situation, perilous is an understatement. Had it not been for the presence of a priest in our ranks, our death toll could have reached 50%. Wang Fugui added. What? That high? Wang Taizhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Humph. What did you expect? Without our Lord's intervention, we, the so-called captains, would have suffered catastrophic losses. The zombies show no mercy. Wang Fugui's gaze glinted with a hint of danger. Let us establish a city. I have chosen the location, right in our sponge village, Wang Fugui suggested. Where will we acquire so many crystal cores? Wang Taizhu inquired, perplexed. This time S. Combined with the last, The cores we possess are sufficient, though we still need to procure a bit more for the teleportation array, Wang Fuguei replied. You possess that many crystal cores? I have a few as well, but how shall we allocate them? It's impossible for both of us to be the city lord. Wang Taizhu pondered deeply, considering the future. He did not wish to jeopardize this newfound alliance over matters of distribution. I have made up my mind. According to the announcement issued by the Lord, each captain is entitled to purchase a core. This time, it is your turn. We will manage it together. In the future, when I establish a city, you will bear the expenses, and we shall proceed on this basis. Wang Fuguei produced a detailed list outlining the costs, which appeared substantial at present, yet in the grand scheme of things, it was negligible. Wang Taizhu remarked, this is quite reasonable. We shall share the profits from the city equally. However, we will undoubtedly need manpower. Selecting some individuals is essential. It was certain that they would need to recruit. But they must refrain from poaching from Hope City and Orange City, lest they incur the wrath of the Lord, which would be quite disastrous. Haha. Wang Fuguei made a light-hearted jest, prompting Wang Taizhu to chuckle as well. Their carefree laughter drew the attention of others, who, upon recognizing them, fell silent and returned to their tasks. As esteemed leaders among the captains, they commanded considerable respect. This was merely a minor interlude, drawing little attention. As night fell and the day's labor concluded, some retired early, while others remained in high spirits. At this juncture, Wang Taizhu and Wang Fuguei found themselves in a private room at the Mingwei restaurant, conversing with two elderly gentlemen. Oh, you wish to establish a camp? What do you need us two old fellows for? Wang Shoshan inquired, sipping his tea, feigning ignorance. Of course, we seek the old village chief to step forth and serve as our chief administrator, Wang Fuguei replied with a grin, pouring tea for the elder. No more, no more. At my age, tea lacks flavor. Wang Shoshan waved his hand, halting Wang Fuguei from pouring further. But isn't the tea good? Wang Fuguei asked. The tea is indeed fine. Yet the drinker has grown weary. Wang Shoshan smiled at him, then cast a sidelong glance at Wang Fumin. Oh, haha, look at me. Uncle Fumin should also partake in some tea. Our establishment is humble now, with few fine things, but in the future, we shall certainly have good offerings. And I must invite you to enjoy them then. Wang Fuguei, patting his head, hastened to refill the teapot, without a second thought, pouring it to the brim. Then I shall graciously accept my dear nephew's kindness, Wang Shoshan declared, downing the tea in one gulp. Ha ha ha, Uncle Fumin is indeed a forthright man. With that, the four of them began toasting and exchanging pleasantries, creating a lively atmosphere. Due to the adverse effects of alcohol on health and combat efficacy, drinking was rare in the city. They instead enjoyed tea, which fostered an excellent mood. The following day, with the cities being modest and their population small, the two men discreetly communicated with others within the city, and soon, this matter came to the attention of various captains. It sparked a frenzy for recruitment, with even those who had no immediate plans to establish cities joining in, and some individuals even began to reserve spots for their children. In no time, the leadership became highly sought after, heads held high, seemingly feeling a sense of accomplishment and progress. It was hardly surprising that this matter reached Chen Fan. Observing the elderly man beside him, who was reporting on work, he couldn't help but smile. I wonder what your plans are. Guotao has sought you out, hasn't he? Without lifting his head, Chen Fan exuded an air of authority. The old man, unwilling to move from his spot, suggested a candidate and dismissed him. The elder was named Fang Shan, who had once served as Guotao's advisor and was now the chief administrator of Orange City. Chen Fan inquired, what is your perspective on this matter? Fang Shan replied, we are but a handful. Establishing several cities is a lofty aspiration. They may find the outcome less favorable than they envision. Chapter 68. The Awakener's Compendium. We are still too few. If only Qing City could join us. Chen Fan remarked, setting down the documents in his hands and gazing out the window. Fang Shan responded, once this route is established, merging with Qing City will merely be a matter of time. Prepare accordingly. When Chen Fan awakens, we must distribute rewards. Heroes should not bleed and weep in vain. Indeed, Chen Fan affirmed, turning to leave the room. Fang Shan nodded and exited, always dreaming of grandeur. Yet few comprehend the complexities of managing a city. Chen Fan yawned, weary as he settled into his chair for a brief respite. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door, and Chen Fan, reluctantly, straightened himself once more. Enter. With a creak, the door swung open. City Lord, here is the new compendium. Alongside it is a broad classification and the information we have gathered on the awakened individuals in our camp. The newcomer, displaying utmost respect, placed the documents down and prepared to leave. With a thud, the door closed behind him, and Chen Fan began to peruse the materials. Elemental, beast, item. And mysterious categories. Where do I fit in? He pondered, reaching for another thick tome. He found the entry. Name, Chen Fan. Position, City Lord of Orange City. Strength. Initial stage of Tier 4 Awakening ability. Demon, initial awakening. Legendary beast type. Rumored that full awakening would reveal a true demon, exhibiting high potential. Profession, swordsman. Beast types have other classifications? How did I miss that earlier? He flipped back to the first page of the classification section and indeed found a line of small text indicating that specific types were yet to be determined. Very well. Perhaps the summaries are incomplete. Without dwelling too much on this, he continued his examination. Name, Chen Fan. Position, the Great Lord. Strength, Tier 4, specifics unknown, awakening abilities. 1. Black Gem Elemental Solid type, extremely formidable defense, capable of withstanding explosions. 2. Fire Elemental Non-Solid type. Profession, Boxer. Remarks, the only awakened individual possessing 2 abilities. It seems his potential is not vastly superior to mine. However, he can consume 2 fruits, which indeed gives him a slight edge, he mused as he continued to read. Name, Yang Fanghua. Position, Chief Steward. Strength, early stage of 3rd rank awakening ability. Nightmare beast type, capable of entering others' dreams and forcibly hypnotizing them. Name, Wang Gala. Position, Captain of the 1st Guard Team, Protector of Chen Fan. Strength, mid-stage of 3rd rank awakening ability. Moonlit Wolf beast type. Exhibits enhanced combat prowess at night. Profession, Swordsman. Nighttime combat proves to be quite challenging. As one grows stronger, so too do the zombies, rendering the ability somewhat futile. Which is indeed a pity. Name, Wang Taiju. Position, Captain of the 1st Hunting Team. Strength, mid-stage of 3rd rank awakening ability. Golden Light element type. Capable of producing high temperatures and explosions. Profession, Knight. Name, Wang Fugue. Position, Deputy Chief Steward. Strength, mid-stage of 3rd rank awakening ability. Gold coin item type. Possesses the ability for equivalent exchange. The more coins he holds, the greater his power. Profession, Archer. His ability is indeed intriguing, shrouded in mystery and difficult to decipher. He recalls scenes from previous battles, where the arrows shot by Wang Fugue were extraordinarily diverse. Some could freeze, others could ignite, all wonderfully peculiar. Name, Ba Tianhu. Position, Captain of the Hunting Team. Strength, mid-stage of 3rd rank awakening ability. Giant beast type, possesses the ability to enlarge. Profession, Knight. Name, Shadow. Position, Captain of the Hunting Team. Strength, mid-stage of 3rd rank awakening ability. Shadow element type, can merge with darkness. Profession, Assassin. Name, Guo Tao. Position, Captain of the Guard Team. Strength, mid-stage of 3rd rank awakening ability. Water element type. Profession, Mage. He gazes listlessly, noting that most awakened individuals possess the earlier abilities. After a long search, he is yet to find the last one. It's impossible, if we did not have it. How could it possibly be recorded? Finally, he discovers it. Name, Wang Xingxing. Position, Nun. Strength, early stage of 3rd rank awakening ability. Lucky mysterious type, extraordinarily fortunate. Profession, Archer. A fortunate one. Indeed, the very title carries weight. He seems to recall someone. The one who struck the crystal, since that group was not even represented on the map. It is impossible for him to have discovered it by chance, suggesting a stroke of remarkable luck. The variety of awakened individuals is indeed vast, with not a single duplicate among them. Could it be that each ability corresponds solely to one awakened entity? This thought solidifies in his mind. After perusing the entire book, twilight descends, yet one volume remains unread. Despite some reluctance, he resolutely picks it up. The awakening fruit tree bears a single fruit every 10 days. These fruits are quite scarce, as they are somewhat inferior compared to the energy fruits. After all, with the awakening training room, the issue of awakening is no longer a concern. It is merely a matter of time. However, there remain over 10 fruits, each meticulously documented in terms of their floral colors and shapes, along with their specific abilities. The advantage of these fruits lies in their capacity for directed awakening. One can acquire the desired abilities at will. Yet, there are drawbacks as well. Most of the abilities are rather conventional, lacking exceptional prowess. The most formidable among them is merely elemental in nature, while the others, aside from the item category, predominantly belong to the beast category, which few choose unless in dire need, such as aging individuals seeking to expedite their cultivation to extend their years. At last, it was over. Chen Fan gathered the 3 documents and languidly reclined in his executive chair, exhaling a deep sigh. A series of 3 knocks sounded at the door. "Come in," he sighed, sitting up and directing his gaze towards the entrance. His moment of respite was once again thwarted, and if this time did not yield favorable news. he might have to resort to more forceful measures. It's time for a meal. I've brought today as provisions for you. Please enjoy them while they're still warm. This news brought Chen Fan considerable satisfaction, prompting him to glance more intently at the man. The man set down the tray and departed. This message pleased Chen Fan, for not everyone enjoyed such privileges. He looked at the exquisite dishes before him, unable to resist their allure. These had been freshly ordered from the Orange City restaurant, crafted by a master of culinary arts. They boasted various enhancements, making them the quintessential choice for awakeners. After a meal devoured in haste, the same man returned to collect the remnants, silently exiting once more. In this bustling metropolis, he pondered how long it might take to return to such a state of normalcy. Strangely, Chen Fan found himself filled with a sense of anticipation for the future. Chapter 69. The current camp Li Jinglong was originally a subordinate of the Tiger but was captured and, having committed no serious offenses, was spared by Guotao. Nonetheless, his initial experience was fraught with challenges, surrounded by either strangers or former adversaries, rendering his time in the camp less than enjoyable. Despite this, he bore no grievances. His current life was already quite blissful, with ample food and shelter being more than sufficient. Moreover, he had a sage by his side, a middle-aged man named Ji Duoxing. How delightful it is. Yesterday's battle was truly exhilarating, Ji Duoxing remarked lazily as he stretched. Indeed, had we encountered such zombies in the past, we would have had nowhere to flee, let alone retaliate. The two had just finished their meal and were now enjoying their rare moments of leisure. Sir, they are currently seeking managerial talents. Would you care to participate? Li Jinglong casually inquired. Haha, do not try to tempt me. I shall certainly not go. I am unfamiliar with those individuals, and they know nothing of me. The thought of approaching them is utterly absurd. Ji Duoxing held his own sense of pride, finding comfort in their current lifestyle, preferring to avoid unnecessary troubles. However, I too yearn to give it a try. Li Jinglong gazed ahead, filled with longing as he beheld a series of recruitment notices. What do you wish to try? Becoming the city lord? I advise you to refrain from such thoughts for now. Focus on your work diligently, and opportunities will arise in due course, Zijuoxing said, patting him on the shoulder. Why wait for the future? Li Jinglong exclaimed, immediately seizing the crux of the matter, his excitement palpable. Zijuoxing chuckled. Ah, everyone dreams of wielding a subcore. But with so many people in such a small area, and considering our two cities combined barely number 2,000, how could we possibly allocate more? You speak the truth. I have been too hasty, Li Jinglong nodded, only to sigh a moment later. Do not be disheartened. If you cannot become a city lord, you can still become a farm owner. Many crops in the farm are quite rare. They could be exchanged for money, which would significantly hasten your progress. Zijuoxing whispered conspiratorially into Li Jinglong's ear. That is a splendid idea, but I am devoid of funds, possessing only 20 brown crystal coins, painstakingly saved, Li Jinglong lamented, his earlier joy dissipating in an instant. I am of no assistance. As a mere second-tier novice, I cannot help you. My funds have all gone to the awakening training room, Zijuoxing admitted, his teeth gritted in frustration. I refuse to believe I cannot awaken, he added, a hint of anger in his voice. Ha ha ha, do not fret. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. As you once told me, Li Jinglong replied, bursting into laughter. It turned out that Zijuoxing visited the training room nearly every day, yet remained unable to awaken, for there were instruments within the facility that determined one's ability for self-awakening. After all, many shared his plight. Not everyone could awaken, as individuals are inherently different, and talents vary greatly. Those deemed incapable of awakening were left with no choice but to rely on external means, specifically awakening fruits. Conversely, Zijuoxing was classified as someone who could awaken through natural means, yet after such a prolonged period, his body showed no signs of change, leading others to mock him. Oh, to gain is my fortune, to lose is my fate. One cannot force the inevitable, he sighed, then reclined on the ground, taking a brief rest. Li Jinglong chose not to disturb him, instead sitting quietly beside him, gazing into the distance. Around them, others were resting, relishing the tranquility of the moment. In the distance stood a city wall approximately 20 meters high, flanked by 4 gates, each accompanied by 2 arrow towers and 2 staircases. Above the gates lay the entrance, while the 4 corners of the wall featured watchtowers manned by 2 guards each. The city was divided into 4 sections. The original farmhouses had been entirely demolished. One section was designated as a farm, while the other 3 included a commercial street and residential areas. The farm was centrally located, serving as both the highest point in the city and a place for government offices. Due to the sparse population, many areas remained quite vacant. The layout of Orange City mirrored this, though it appeared even more desolate, as everyone focused on construction in Hope City, leaving their own homes unattended. The vicinity of the city is remarkably secure, with scarcely any zombies encroaching. If they do appear, they are merely a horde of low-tier undead, posing little threat. The true danger lurks in the distance, towards Orange Town and Sponge Village, which have been thoroughly cleared, leaving only the zombies to the north and south towards Qing City. According to Chen Fan's strategy, temporary camps are to be established in all 4 directions, with the hope that Hope City will provide some subsidies. This will facilitate expansion from Hope City as the nucleus, making the endeavor relatively effortless. It seems that this signal has incited a fervent recruitment of talent. Soon, the clever one awoke, half-lidded eyes savoring the moment of impending consciousness. It was indeed a delightful afternoon, Li Jinglong. You are still young and unaware of the joys of an afternoon nap. You shall regret it when you reach my age, the clever one remarked with a smile. Where to in the afternoon? Back to the training room? Li Jinglong merely smiled faintly and replied, of course. It's a rare holiday. I must spend a bit more time there. He immediately stood up and made his way towards the center. The training room has time restrictions, doesn't it? He queried. What of it? I can observe others training and gain some experience. The clever one waved his hand dismissively and departed. The farm space is situated within the central square, with a circular roadway encircling it. At the heart lies the government building, a 5-story structure. The first floor serves as an office, while the upper floors are designated for administrative functions, with the top floor being the Lord's quarters. The farm space is not solely inhabited by Chen Fan. Several captains and high-ranking officials reside here as well. Upon entering, the clever one found himself in a space akin to a small village, adorned with vast farmlands and neatly arranged houses. One corner houses the factory, which includes an armory, a food processing plant, and workshops. Centrally located is the residence of the city lord, not far from the school, where all students within the camp are educated, not merely in combat, but in all subjects, including history. These books were salvaged from the library. As civilization forms the foundation of a race's continued development, making cultural education indispensable. Fortunately, the enhancement from the space and the school's inherent capabilities has accelerated the students' learning, making their minds more agile, enabling them to grasp knowledge at a pace far surpassing previous standards. Within the farm space, a scene of tranquility prevails. Those working, training, and studying contribute to a comfortable existence, the clever one mused. Chapter 70. The award ceremony. Old Ji has arrived. This time, you must have awakened, right? Upon entering the training room, the clever one felt the warmth of camaraderie. Bah, get lost, old Wang, you detestable fellow. The clever one feigned a fierce expression. Ha ha. Old Ji, my time is up for today. I must take my leave. If you awaken something interesting, do remember to treat me to a meal, old Wang replied nonchalantly, patting the clever one on the shoulder, bursting into laughter. Quickly, get out of here. Ji Duoxing waved his hand and strode directly into the training room. The first floor of the training facility was an expansive hall, with a crystal at its center that could ascertain one's qualifications. Above were individual training rooms. Although the exterior appeared diminutive, the interior exuded an air of mystery, giving the impression of both vastness and confinement. It was a space where one could freely engage in rigorous practice. Honing skills was the norm, albeit for those with ample leisure time. Those yet to awaken could initiate their awakening, while the awakened could enhance their awakening levels, or even evolve their bloodlines. The awakening abilities varied in strength, influenced significantly by the individual, yet the potency of one's capabilities also played a crucial role. This was precisely why he hesitated to consume the awakening fruit. His potential was deemed too limited. Upon entering the training room, Ji Duoxing felt an unusual tugging sensation in his mind. His heart rate quickened, and blood surged through his veins. This was a customary experience for him, a familiar yet excruciating prelude. He seated himself on the floor, practicing his techniques to soothe the tumultuous emotions within. Energy began to coalesce around his heart, subsequently dispersing throughout his body, particularly nourishing his brain. This continued for an extended period, and just as his training session was nearing its conclusion, it felt as though a lock had been unlatched, and an inexplicable sensation surged within him. He realized he had awakened, only to be momentarily stunned by a sudden influx of memories. Even after being ushered out at the end of his allotted time, he remained in a daze. Old Ji, another failure, I see. Don't be disheartened. Next time, surely you will awaken, a burly man passing by remarked, gently patting his shoulder in consolation. I've awakened. I've awakened, Ji Duoxing exclaimed, his voice cracking with emotion, tears unexpectedly streaming down his cheeks, leaving him uncertain whether he was moved or disheartened. Congratulations. But why the long face? Awakening is a joyous occasion. Lift your spirits. The burly man laughed heartily, his wide grin illuminating the air. Ji Duisheng, however, appeared to be oblivious to the encouragement, trudging towards the exit with an air of despondency. Those around him regarded him with expressions of pity, for his circumstances were well known among the regulars. As the sunlight pierced Ji Duisheng's face, the stark contrast between the intense light and the dim interior of the room compelled him to squint, raising a hand to shield himself from the glaring rays. At that moment, a figure stepped in front of him, softening the intensity of the sunlight. "How are you?" The concerned voice belonged to Li Jinglong, who inquired with a hint of anticipation. "I've awakened, but my abilities leave much to be desired." Ji Duisheng sighed as he continued his exit. "What abilities?" Li Jinglong pressed, but Ji Duisheng merely waved him off, indicating that it was of no consequence. Li Jinglong hurriedly followed, instinctively uttering a remark, but finding it somewhat impolite, promptly retracted his words. The capacity for wisdom, a trait inherent to all, led him to ponder how it deemed him less than human, awakening such an ability within him. The sage, Zhijuoxing, felt a pang of despair and his spirits plummeted. Yet, in an unseen moment, his heart emitted a violet glow, surging toward his brain. A refreshing sensation enveloped him, banishing all negative emotions, replacing them instead with a calm clarity that instinctively began to analyze the merits and drawbacks of this newfound ability. Perhaps, this capability was indeed quite remarkable. Before Li Jinglong could offer words of consolation, Zhijuoxing spoke up. Is this ability at work?" Li Jinglong inquired with curiosity. "It might be," Zhijuoxing replied with a hint of a smile. "Tonight, I shall host a gathering to celebrate the awakening of my power, inviting a group of friends, all of whom are fellow awakeners who can be drawn into our ranks. Of course, this will depend on your own charm," he added. Li Jinglong nodded. In these extraordinary times, no resource could compare to the value of talent. As the night unfolded, the atmosphere was filled with joy, although no alcohol was consumed. The dining experience was a feast for the senses. Li Jinglong forged numerous friendships, laying the groundwork for the future. Early the next day, everyone in the camp received notice of a commendation ceremony scheduled for noon. The delay was not due to the need for reconstruction, but rather because Chen Fan had been in a coma, though he was surely awake by now. At that moment, he was voraciously devouring his meal under the watchful eyes of his parents, absorbing the events of the past few days. They actually wished to establish a city? Such audacity. With merely 1,000 of us, what on earth can we accomplish? Why not use our resources wisely instead of squandering them? He remarked after finishing his meal. The sub-farm space is merely a medium. Increasing the number of farms will aid our discovery efforts. Currently, energy fruits are in short supply, Yang Fonghua stated. The chief administrator who was well aware of the available resources and any shortages. Creating farm spaces is indeed essential. Establishing a city is inevitable, but not at this moment. Chen Fan asserted. If that is the case, feel free to share your thoughts later. We will hold a commendation ceremony at noon. The rewards from last time have yet to be distributed, Chen Sihai remarked. What? They haven't been given out yet? Chen Fan responded, bewildered. They were withheld until your awakening. Who could have anticipated you would sleep like a log for so long? They both chuckled. Ah, I see, Chen Fan said, feeling a bit embarrassed and awkwardly laughing twice. Let us tidy up, we're preparing to depart, Chen Sihai indicated toward the clothes nearby. With that, the two made their exit. By noon, the central square was densely packed with people. Initially, the gathering was not intended to be grand, resulting in a somewhat cramped atmosphere, with many attendees spilling outside. The enthusiasm was truly palpable. Chen Fan couldn't help but reflect on the diversity of the crowd before him, encompassing individuals from every age group, including newborns cradled lovingly in their mother's arms. As he ascended the stage, the audience gazed at him with eager anticipation. Chapter 71. Commander of Qing City. Although the assembly was sizable, he felt no trepidation, perhaps buoyed by the warmth of their enthusiasm, which even lent him a sense of relaxation. His address today was not merely an occasion for commendation, it was also to outline future plans. The meeting progressed swiftly. He first stated that establishing a city was currently unfeasible due to a lack of qualifications. Secondly, he announced the possibility of creating farm spaces, noting that once they reached level 3, a tool for relocating farms would become available. Thirdly, he urged everyone to recuperate, emphasizing the need to fully assimilate Orange Town and prepare for a counteroffensive. Fourthly, he encouraged continued exploration, albeit limited to the vicinity of Orange Town. Only at the end did he proceed to the commendations, notably highlighting Wang Xingxing for his timely destruction of the invisible crystal, which decisively turned the tide of battle. rewarding him with a core for a sub-farm. This elicited admiration from the crowd, as it represented a substantial prize of 40 brown crystals. Each captain received rewards, ranging from rights to free vehicle modifications to a month of complimentary training camp access, along with items such as awakened energy fruits. Bestowing items was deemed far more appropriate than simply distributing crystals, as all items possessed varying degrees of increased market value. The assembly concluded swiftly, leaving attendees with expressions of contentment. Every participant received rewards to varying extents, except for those honored. Finally, Chen Fan settled into a sofa, almost sinking into its depths. I must return. I still have a myriad of tasks awaiting me, Chen Sihai stated before departing without a backward glance. Our stock has mostly been distributed. You're quite generous, Yang Fanghua complained from the side. Haha, we cannot dampen the spirits of our warriors. This is a necessary expense, and besides, these items will eventually return to us, Chen Fan replied. True enough, but repairing the city walls costs money, and fixing the large pits outside incurs expenses as well. That all amounts to a significant sum, Yang Fanghua retorted, seemingly transformed into a miser over time, perhaps a consequence of prolonged exposure to this position. Do not fret. Everything will improve with time, Chen Fan reassured her, standing and moving closer to his mother, offering gentle comfort. Leave me be. I cannot afford such leisure. I have numerous matters to attend to, she declared, striding away. Chen Fan shrugged. With so few people in the city, their busyness was already considerable. He shuddered at the thought of increased numbers. Managing this is not my forte. I shall take a stroll instead. He soon departed Hope City, heading westward, where the scars of battle had largely been mended and the walls restored. Upon reaching the main gate, he noted its prohibition of passage, as the timing of the next zombie attack remained uncertain, and it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. His exit was smooth, unimpeded by any obstruction. Chen Fan moved swiftly, arriving not far from the horde of zombies. Although a portion had been eradicated, a considerable number still remained. He sensed a terrifying presence lurking nearby. Could it be a fifth-tier zombie? No, it seems the aura is leaking excessively. Even I can perceive it, suggesting it has only recently broken through and has yet to stabilize its realm. This poses a significant challenge, as we cannot contend with fifth-tier creatures. I wonder if the Qing city can handle it. Perhaps if we join forces, we could take control of this area. It would be prudent to devise a plan and prepare for action. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed across the land. Was the military launching another attack? Chen Fan felt a twinge of confusion. The furious roars of zombies reverberated through the air, seemingly drowning out even the sounds of artillery. The two sides clashed once more, the intensity of the conflict so great that it could be heard clearly from Hope City. What is happening? Could this be an earthquake? Some individuals in the group curiously sent messages. That's the sound of rocket artillery. Qing City is assaulting the zombie stronghold. Wow, the Lord Chen Fan is actually nearby? Surprise and curiosity flooded the chat group. Chen Fan decisively muted the group, restricting it to his voice alone. I will share updates on this battle here, so you may understand the enemies we are about to face. As the battle commenced, Chen Fan spotted the intelligent zombie, now a fifth-tier entity. It was surrounded by 4 fourth-tier zombies for protection, while a line of third-tier zombies stood before them. Chen Fan activated the camera for a live broadcast, as most participants had not enabled this feature and could only watch in astonishment. Some astute individuals pooled resources to unlock the feature for everyone to view. Of course, there were also many wealthy participants who had activated this capability, as the ability to watch video and communicate via voice was far more efficient and concise. Chen Fan ascended to a higher vantage point, allowing him a clear view of the battlefield. The human forces predominantly consisted of first-tier fighters, while the zombies outnumbered them, many being mere fodder. Despite having machine guns and cannons, the limited supplies could not be used indefinitely. However, Chen Fan was capable of manufacturing ammunition, even if he currently could not produce shells. Handgun and rifle rounds were easily within his reach, and he could even acquire sniper rifles and other firearms without cost. To establish communication, there were only 2 options: annihilate the horde of zombies or create a teleportation array. If a teleportation array were established, the contents within the camp would inevitably be discovered, and his secrets would be compromised. Surely, confronting these individuals directly would be troublesome. Chen Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just then, the situation below shifted. Behind the ordinary zombies were venomous zombies. The sudden venomous attack caught the frontline soldiers off guard, leaving them all incapacitated. As I gazed upon the soldiers succumbing to their agonies, I witnessed those from the rear advance with unwavering resolve in their eyes. Truly, they are the embodiment of stoic warriors, exhibiting remarkable fortitude. What has transpired? Li Jindong slammed his hand upon the table in frustration. None had anticipated the front line of zombies, nor the multitude of venomous undead lurking in wait. Our satellite positioning has become utterly ineffective. Our tracking devices are rendered useless, leaving us blind to the situation ahead. A soldier, trembling with trepidation, stood before him. He was the commander of the army. Humph, they indeed possess intelligence. One must not underestimate them. Issue the command for the frontline troops to retreat slowly while the artillery from the rear eliminates the foremost ranks. The awakened forces must remain cautious. I have an ominous premonition. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jindong began to issue commands one after another. Alas, how I regret not heeding old Wang's counsel. Perhaps we would not have suffered such losses. With his head bowed, Li Jindong fully grasped the enemy's cunning, casting aside any previous disdain. Chapter 72. Retreat. There exists no remedy for regret in this world, nor can there be one in the apocalypse. A war can pivot on a mere command, yet likewise, a single misstep can obliterate all advantages. On the battlefield, the zombies no longer concealed themselves. Robust undead advanced to the forefront, while the venomous ones assumed positions for ranged assaults. The ordinary zombies were relegated to mere fodder, serving as shields, weapons, or even embracing grenades as part of their grim duties. The ability of a mindless zombie to execute a series of intricate actions is precisely what underscores the potency of intelligent undead. With such a multitude of zombies, if they were to invade my camp, it would not take long before it was reduced to rubble, Chen Fan mused. Though humanity is at a physical disadvantage, the presence of firearms allows for a precarious balance. This level of precision and control reminded Chen Fan of a terrifying race, the Zerg, possessing limitless evolutionary potential and absolute obedience, dominating the battlefield with ease. Qing City faces dire straits, he sighed. He could discern the unfolding situation below and, through the map, identify both sides' ambushes. Yet, it remained uncertain who would outmaneuver whom. The awakened team led by Chen Jun was positioned not far from the gentlemanly zombie. Chen Jun was a fourth-tier awakened one, accompanied by two others of the same tier, while the remainder were third-tier. This formation, in such a confined area, was commendable, even among cities globally, lacking such formidable combat prowess. However, in the face of the undead, it seemed somewhat inadequate. Although outwardly there appeared to be only 3 fourth-tier zombies and 1 fifth-tier intelligent zombie gentleman, the majority of the energy possessed by intelligent zombies is allocated to their intellect, rendering their combat capabilities relatively weak. The intelligent zombie in the prison was an anomaly, likely having awakened some potent power, undergone mutation, or achieved a second awakening. Although the battlefield appeared intense, with the zombie faction suffering the greatest losses, a closer examination revealed that it was merely a throng of ordinary or lower-tier zombies meeting their demise. A greater number of high-tier zombies remained inert, as if waiting for their moment. Behind the zombies, a swirling black vortex loomed, suspended in midair, continuously giving rise to the silhouettes of zombies, suggesting an endless supply. This sight left Chen Fan and the covertly observing Chen Jun and others somewhat astonished, prompting Chen Jun to report the situation upward, unable to remain still. In the human encampment, Li Jindong expressed his surprise at the news of an unceasing stream of zombies emerging from the Black Gate. Upon receiving confirmation, a look of despondency washed over him, suddenly recalling the advice from comrades before his departure, coupled with the fervent promises he had made. It was a blow to his pride. Prepared to retreat, he finally commanded, "Are we really going to abandon our awakened squad, just like that? We must eliminate the gentleman," exclaimed a young officer nearby, his agitation evident. He had come to hone his skills, and returning without having achieved anything would be a source of embarrassment. Humph. At that point, who knows if we will be the cats, or they will be? Why continue fighting? Li Jindong retorted sharply. Immediately summon the awakened squad. They are our trump card, and we cannot afford to lose them. Yes, retreat at once. Far within enemy lines, Chen Jun swiftly received the order and issued commands. Though his teammates were uncertain of the reasons, they remained silent and followed their leader quietly. Their subtle movements, however, caught the attention of the gentleman, who let out a roar. All nearby zombies surged forth, including 2 fourth-tier zombies and over 20 third-tier high zombies. They charged toward Chen Jun with remarkable speed and formidable force. Realizing he had been discovered, Chen Jun activated his wind escape technique. A green aura emanated from beneath his feet, enveloping all team members. Instantly, a sense of lightness washed over them, and their speed surged. The distance between both armies was considerable, and even with enhanced speed, it would take time to return. The green toxic liquid swiftly approached. Be careful. Chen Jun, quick on his feet, dodged to the side just in time to evade the attack. However, agile zombies had already appeared before them, launching their offensive. Their dark green claws, when striking the ground, left deep corrosive marks. As the two sides were on the verge of full engagement, a fireball descended from the heavens, striking a zombie squarely on the head and exploding it into a myriad of pieces. Quickly moved, Chen Fan decisively intervened, sparing them from entanglement. "Thank you, brave warrior," Chen Jun called out, yet his feet never faltered as the group hastily continued their escape. "Let us create a spectacle." Red flames ignited in Chen Fan's hands, and tendrils of crimson fire began to coil, gradually forming 9 magnificent fire dragons. They soared through the sky like true dragons, emitting a barely perceptible roar. A genuine man never glances back at the explosions. He swiftly departs from the scene. Only the resounding booms echoed, as flames intertwined with massive stones, successfully halting the zombies in their tracks. Chen Jun and his companions were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this unfamiliar awakened being possessed such formidable destructive power. As the smoke cleared, Chen Fan and the others had long vanished, while on the side of the zombies, a colossal creature stood firm, enduring the majority of the assaults. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, it had sustained little injury. The other zombies posed no significant threat. Aside from a few missing limbs, no further complications arose. Meanwhile, Chen Jun's safe return greatly relieved Li Zhendong. They needed to prepare for a swift retreat, intending to discuss matters en route. Before he could convey the recent events, Li Zhendong interrupted him, prompting Chen Jun to immediately fall silent and escort his superior away. "How could a powerful awakened individual have aided you? This is improbable. You are the strongest force in Qing City. How could a more formidable presence exist nearby?" Li Zhendong expressed incredulity. As an awakened being himself, particularly a 4th Tier 1, he often found himself bested by Chen Jun. The emergence of someone even stronger was a bitter pill to swallow, leaving him to lament internally. "Am I to become the 3rd strongest in Qing City? This simply cannot be." Unbeknownst to them, within the advancing convoy, Chen Fan had blended in, driving a vehicle laden with supplies. Beside him sat an elderly gentleman who chattered incessantly, providing Chen Fan with initial insights into the circumstances of Qing City, even touching upon global and domestic affairs. In Chapter 73, Patrol of Qing City, Chen Fan's video call remained active, yet he sensed something amiss. He noticed a slight depletion in the crystalline currency within the system. One of his blue crystals had vanished in such a brief span of time. This was indeed a voracious consumer. Chen Fan's eyelids flickered, but through the haze, a towering and majestic city wall loomed before them, appearing taller than their own. Simultaneously, within Hope City, those who beheld this wall were also astonished. Yet, their envy was not directed at the impressive structure itself, but rather at the ominous cannon ports adorning it, with a formidable artillery piece positioned every few paces. This archaic design astonished not only Chen Fan, but also those watching the live stream. Why are there only these antiquated cannons? What about modern weaponry? Chen Fan pondered. Alas, ever since we lost contact with the outside world, our resources have dwindled. Weapons without ammunition are merely sticks for kindling. The elderly man's words provided the answer. As the grand gates swung open, the convoy entered, devoid of the fervor that typically precedes such a journey. Instead, an air of somberness enveloped them. Upon entering the city, the state of disrepair became evident, as the aftermath of battle had left the once thriving area in ruins. Yet, some houses have remarkably evaded destruction, standing resiliently as rare havens within the city. In stark contrast, the landscape is dotted with lowly, dilapidated structures, while in the distance, a dense cluster of makeshift tents sprawls across the terrain. Although the roads are occasionally swept, they remain tainted by an unpleasant odor. The pedestrians, mostly clad in tattered garments as if fleeing from calamity, are juxtaposed by a scant few dressed in cleanliness. Curiously, the latter seem oblivious to the surrounding stench, going about their business with unaffected composure. Once all affairs are concluded, this group of individuals is rewarded with 3 ordinary crystal cores. Following the old man's guidance, he arrives at a modest inn, a temporary lodging for those capable of earning crystal cores, a designation the old man fittingly belongs to. The room is austere, furnished with merely a bed, a table, and a cabinet, with shared toilet and water facilities. Water usage is strictly regulated, leading to daily skirmishes over access. As the sun dips low in the western sky, heralding the day's end, Chen Fan is eager to survey his surroundings, realizing he must act swiftly lest darkness descend, rendering the outdoors perilous. Guided by the old man's instructions, he finds himself at the Adventurers Guild, a hub for accepting quests and forming or joining adventure teams. Bear Clan Adventure Team is recruiting, first come, first served. Don't miss this opportunity. Ah, brother, I see great potential in you. Would you join our Rose Adventure Team? Women only. Hex Adventure Team is also recruiting. The atmosphere inside is bustling, filled with eager applicants. As most are there solely for recruitment, no one would dare embark on a quest with nightfall approaching. A new task is announced, a night patrol requiring 6 individuals, offering a reward of 5 first-tier crystal cores, with a prerequisite battle prowess of at least 2nd tier. At that moment, a soldier, armed and resolute, strides in, brandishing a paper that he affixes to the notice board, proclaiming loudly, "Count me in. I am 2nd tier." His declaration prompts several individuals to hastily rush forward, eager not to let this opportunity slip by. Chen Fan, curiosity piqued, approaches to discern the situation. You, and you. The soldier calls out, identifying those who will partake in the patrol task, which is typically straightforward and devoid of significant risks. Only the desperate would seek such menial assignments. The term lone wanderer refers to those who have not allied with any adventure team, some harboring a sense of superiority, while others simply lack competence. Venturing alone in the wild is fraught with danger. Even the most mundane of excursions yields scant rewards. With slaying a few first-tier zombies being considered a notable feat, rarely do they contemplate engaging in battles of equal tier. Finally, the soldier's gaze falls upon Chen Fan, who is not assessed for his tier level. Rather, it is a matter of serendipity. If his prowess falls short of 2nd tier, he may count himself fortunate if he encounters no trouble. Conversely, should misfortune befall him, specialized personnel will address the situation regardless. Chen Fan, somewhat befuddled, followed along and acquired a monitoring wristband, a device enabling patrollers to relay information promptly, and in the unfortunate event of a patroller's demise, it would trigger an alarm mechanism. Adorning the wristband and receiving an oil lamp, reminiscent of ancient night watchmen, Chen Fan found this experience quite novel. Before long, the sun descended, and darkness enveloped the surroundings swiftly, as if the previous moment basked in bright sunshine, only to be succeeded by an inky blackness with no gradient whatsoever. The night sky bore no stars, nor was there a moon. It could be said that without the illumination from his oil lamp, visibility was utterly non-existent. The 6 individuals had their designated patrol routes, which intersected at various points, allowing for moments of respite where they could alternate shifts or maintain constant vigilance. As Chen Fan traversed the streets, his current patrol direction led him toward a cluster of low tents. The area was shrouded in darkness, starkly contrasting with other locations that flickered with sporadic lights. Here, no glimmer of brightness could be found. The only light emanated from the lamp he held. As he approached, a foul odor intensified, akin to swimming in a cesspool, making it difficult for him to breathe. The tents were tightly shut, and some individuals even slept on the street. Chen Fan had to tread carefully to avoid inadvertently stepping on someone. Just as he contemplated offering an apology, the individual unexpectedly expressed humble apologies in return. This scene rendered Chen Fan momentarily silent. He merely nodded slightly before departing. Some who were still watching the live broadcast, upon witnessing such a situation and reflecting on their own circumstances, felt a sudden surge of gratitude. How could this be? Logically, a city's resources should not diminish to the extent of being unable to sustain its populace. A flicker of emotion stirred within Chen Fan. The impoverished district was densely populated, fortuitously possessing ample space and sufficient food to sustain these individuals. This realization sparked within him the resolute notion of relocating this entire group, a thought that grew increasingly steadfast. The conditions here, it seemed, were not much better than elsewhere. Thus, it appeared imperative to expedite their efforts to assist as many as possible, Chen Fan mused inwardly. Departing the slum, he continued his patrol. This task, while not devoid of advantages, at the very least allowed him to familiarize himself with the pathways of Qing City. Ahead, he spotted a flicker of light in the distance, and as he drew nearer, he could hear the sounds of laughter and merriment within. It was a juxtaposition of pleasure and suffering, existing within the same city, yet leading entirely disparate lives. Contemplating this, Chen Fan shook his head. Such circumstances were merely commonplace, an inevitable reality characterized by varying degrees of visibility and disparity. As night turned to day, Chen Fan claimed his rewards and resumed his rounds in Qing City. At this juncture, he had already ceased the live broadcast, for even the landlord's household had its limits. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself once again at the Adventurers Guild, which was now bustling with an abundance of patrons, alive with excitement. The Wolfman squad was in need of an auxiliary. The Snow Fox squad is poised for departure, urgently in need of a damage dealer. The blasting squad has received a Tier 3 zombie mission and seeks allies. Within the expansive guild hall, it is nearly filled to capacity, with calls echoing throughout the interior. I arrived first. Why are they getting priority? At that moment, he noticed 3 individuals embroiled in a heated argument. Humph, do you possess the capability? You, a mere Tier 2 awakened, dare to contest with me? Sneered a red-haired youth, his face brimming with arrogance. The reception staff found themselves at a loss for words. After all, this is an era where the strong reign supreme, and those of lesser stature must remain silent in such circumstances. You. Another individual, pale as a ghost and a stark contrast to the red-haired youth, wore tattered clothing that seemed to have endured countless days of wear. In his fury, he could hardly articulate his thoughts, his fists clenched so tightly that blood seemed imminent. Alas, to waste such a promising talent, burdened by a sister. What a tragic fate, mused Chen Fan as he observed the scene. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard broke the silence. Brother, do you know this person? Chen Fan inquired softly. You're a newcomer, and you don't even know this? The bearded man expressed disbelief. Ah, it makes sense. The roads have been quite congested lately, with many residents from surrounding towns appearing, which has contributed to the overcrowding in Qing City. My apologies, young brother. I misspoke, he quickly added, sensing his error. It's quite all right. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, genuinely unfazed, as the words did not pertain to him. That fellow is Guixiang. He originally possessed extraordinary talent and swiftly ascended to Tier 2, destined to become a pillar of Qing City. However, in a single night, his strength inexplicably diminished, and despite his relentless training thereafter, he experienced no growth whatsoever. Overnight, a genius transformed into a pariah, scorned by all. Most of the resources were allocated to him, naturally inciting envy. When the opportunity arose, it became a chance to strike down a drowning dog. I apologize for my indiscretion in speaking so bluntly. Seemingly realizing his words were inappropriate, he began to apologize once more. Please, continue. To speak of misfortune, it seems that misfortune breeds further misfortune. Recently, Gui's sister was diagnosed with leukemia. In these times, where can one seek treatment? They are left with no choice but to purchase exorbitantly priced medications from unscrupulous vendors to sustain her. It is wise to avoid falling ill in this era. Otherwise, one brings ruin upon oneself, the bearded man continued passionately, only to turn around and discover Chen Fan had departed without notice. When did he leave? I was just getting to the good part. How rude. Meanwhile, the Wang brothers, upon being called, fled as if they had encountered a great terror. As for Chen Fan, he had just spotted Guixiang exiting and decided to follow, eager to uncover the nature of the young man's affliction. If a solution could be found, it would bolster the camp's strength. I truly worry for the camp's well-being, Chen Fan thought to himself. In the impoverished district, Guixiang traversed through a sea of disdainful gazes, moving deeper within. Preoccupied with his own thoughts, he was oblivious to the shadow trailing behind him. How dare you steal from us? Return it at once. A feeble cry jolted Guixiang back to reality. He hurried towards the commotion and discovered 2 or 3 ragged figures, resembling beggars, attempting to snatch an item from a young girl's grasp. One had even pushed her to the ground. Stop. The girl was his only relative, the very pillar of his existence. Witnessing this scene caused his blood pressure to surge, fury inundating his mind. Acting swiftly, he propelled the 3 terrified beggars away, yet retained a semblance of reason, refraining from inflicting lethal harm. Desist. What do you think you are doing? In an instant, 2 constables appeared, immediately restraining Guixiang and attempting to escort him away. Let go of my brother. The girl cried, her pleas failing to halt the constable's actions, and despite her desperate efforts, she could not rise. Sister, wait for my return. His voice echoed in the slums. As silence enveloped the area, only the girl remained, weeping alone on the ground. The expressions of those around were numb, yet tinged with a hint of empathy. An elderly woman hurried over, assisting the girl to a seated position and offering gentle words of comfort. Perhaps exhausted, the girl finally closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Her sorrowful visage gradually transformed into a sweet smile. Perhaps in her dreams, she could live the life she yearned for. Chen Fan departed quietly, his destination the constabulary. The entire incident seemed suspicious. How could the constables have arrived so swiftly? Yet who would have the leisure to orchestrate such a scheme, and what would their motive be? It was impossible to infiltrate during the bright day, thus he resolved to wait until nightfall to act. The day passed in a state of anticipation, and as night suddenly fell, darkness enveloped the sky, illuminating the constabulary with flickering lights. The building was a single story, making it impossible to spy. But eavesdropping remained an option. Why are we apprehending this lad? What does it matter? Just follow orders. Alas, he is indeed a pitiful soul. What can we do? In their eyes, we are but lowly beings. With a creak, the door swung open, and the two men fell silent, their expressions shifting to obsequiousness upon seeing the newcomer. Summon Guixiang for me. Yes, yes, please wait. What do you intend to do? Guixiang's voice resonated. You two step outside, came the commanding tone, brooking no argument. Once again, the room echoed with a creaking sound before the figure spoke. Do not feign ignorance with me. Where is that black stone? Hand it over, and I shall spare you and your sister. Dare you threaten my sister? Guixiang's voice seethed with rage. The derisive laughter of a heartless individual echoed as he remarked. You cannot possibly still believe you are the genius of yesteryears, can you? Huh. You must recognize your true position and submit to us. It would be beneficial for both you and your sister. I shall grant you a single night to deliver the results I desire. Otherwise, do not blame me for what transpires. The boisterous laughter reverberated within the confines of the magistrate's office. Chen Fan gradually grasped the unfolding situation and slowly retreated, vanishing into the night. Chapter 75. The Blackstone. The following day, shortly after noon, Chen Fan, who had been patiently awaiting news, finally received the outcome. Although Guixiang had been taken into custody by a second-tier awakened individual, the act of execution was not as simple as it seemed. Some semblance of order still prevailed. However, they could easily detain Guixiang indefinitely, leaving Guofu without care, which would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Perhaps due to Guixiang's concession, the group unexpectedly brought him out, seemingly heading towards the exit. What a nuisance! It appears my intervention is necessary at this juncture. Chen Fan elegantly turned and made his way toward the slums. Within the impoverished district, Guofu gazed quietly out the door, her eyes somewhat dazed, until Chen Fan entered, at which point she exhibited signs of panic. Who are you? Her expression, tinged with fear, and her instinctive retreat evoked a sense of sympathy. I am a friend of your brother, Chen Fan gently coaxed. Your brother has escaped the city, and I am here to escort you away. Guofu regarded him with skepticism, her eyes darting about, lost in thought. Why should I trust you? Truly a clever girl, Chen Fan mused. Your brother is in grave danger. They are using you as leverage to compel him to surrender the Blackstone. If we do not act swiftly, her fate may be dire. His words struck her like a hammer, embedding themselves deeply in her heart, as her desire to save her brother eclipsed her fear. I will go with you, but what can I do? Simply leaving is all that is required. He will have no further concerns. Ultimately, Chen Fan prevailed. He guided the young girl out cautiously, and after donning simple disguises, they proceeded quietly. At the entrance lay several individuals, assigned to oversee the young girl's movements. He did not trouble them, but merely rendered them unconscious. Their departure caused minimal disturbance, and thus they slipped away from Qing City in silence. Upon exiting the city, Chen Fan quickened his pace to catch up with Guixiang. They arrived at an abandoned village, where a few aimless zombies wandered. Among the escorting group of Guixiang, there was a third-tier awakened individual, ensuring that even if Guixiang attempted to act, it would not stir any significant turmoil. Huh. I never imagined you would conceal the item here. This stone has proven quite elusive for us. The man sneered, his disdain evident. Guixiang remained silent, his head bowed, lost in contemplation. Observing Guixiang's inactivity, the man soon found himself bored and ceased speaking. In the shadows, two individuals stealthily followed, unnoticed by their quarry. The girl, upon catching sight of Guixiang, began to believe Chen Fan's words to a certain extent. A group of people arrived at the wooden cabin, where Guixiang lifted the lid of a nearby bucket, revealing a black stone within. The stone was translucent, glimmering with a faint luminescence. The man behind him, unable to contain his eagerness, pushed Guixiang aside and gazed at the stone in the basin with unmasked greed in his eyes. As he grasped the stone, a subtle fragrance wafted from it, initially unnoticed, but soon he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, realizing something was amiss. The two individuals beside him, lacking in strength, collapsed to the ground, leaving him to struggle against the encroaching malaise. Damn it, he thought, how could I have been so blind? This was all part of Guixiang's scheme. At that moment, a stream of blue energy surged through the air towards him, and a figure slowly materialized before his eyes. In an instant, brown fur sprouted from his body, his clothes stretched taut, his nose elongated, and long whiskers appeared on his cheeks, revealing sharp fangs. This was the beast awakened in the form of a mole. He swiftly retreated with an inhuman speed, narrowly evading the impending attack. As he regained his composure, he spat out corrosive saliva that sizzled upon contact with Guixiang's skin. Enduring the pain in silence, Guixiang gazed at the awakened individual before him and, without a moment's hesitation, turned to flee. You think you can escape after provoking me? The man pursued closely behind. It is time for my entrance, Chen Fan declared, shrouding his face and wrapping himself tightly. He had no intention of killing the man, as they bore no enmity towards one another. He was no bloodthirsty individual, and thus would not intervene excessively. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man stood between them, exuding a formidable aura that enveloped both parties, instilling an inexplicable chill within them. Whoever you are, I implore you not to interfere in this matter. The Wu family will certainly bestow upon you a generous reward, the mole man said, recognizing his own limitations in the face of this new adversary and swiftly promising to retreat. I shall not take your life, but you must leave. This man is under my protection, Chen Fan replied coldly, embodying the demeanor of a true master. Do you truly wish to oppose the Wu family? That is not a wise decision, the mole man retorted through clenched teeth. What nonsense about the Wu family or Sun family? I know neither of them. Now be gone, or you will face the consequences. Chen Fan's words dripped with arrogance, his aura increasingly oppressive. Cold sweat poured from the mole man's brow. Every attempt to resist was met with an overwhelming force that rendered him powerless. If he could not withstand this pressure, how could he hope to fight back? If you wish to protect him, then the Wu family will take a step back, he conceded. The mole man nearly uttered these words through gritted teeth. As a group approached the water tank, he was about to seize the black stone when Chen Fan called out to him. One may depart, but the possessions must remain. The worst had finally transpired. The mole man's expression twisted in agony as he leaped into the earth. Ah, what a fascinating ability, Chen Fang thought dismissively. Before Chen Fan, a figure abruptly emerged from the ground. Without employing any abilities, he simply delivered a kick that sent the mole man flying. As he tumbled backward, he coughed up a copious amount of blood, landing heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. Get lost, a voice devoid of emotion echoed, sending a chill through the mole man. The group left in a disheveled manner, and the mole man cast a lingering glance at Chen Fan, seemingly intent on etching that gaze into his memory, as he had revealed only his eyes. Thank you for your assistance, sir, and for rescuing my sister. Should you have any requests, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them, Guxiang declared with a resonant voice, bowing slightly in gratitude to Chen Fan. Chapter 76. Arrival at Hope Camp. Chen Fan remained silent, distributing 2 fried rice fruits to the pair. As they opened the fruits, astonishment lit up their faces, and they even exclaimed, drawing the attention of the surrounding zombies. Chen Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head, and resumed his examination of the black stone. This stone had the potential to awaken abilities. I had stumbled upon it in a certain location, intending for my sister to use it. However, given her current condition, I have kept it here. A hint of melancholy crossed Guxiang's face as he recalled his sister's state, and guilt gnawed at him. Yet, seeing her joyfully consume the fried rice filled him with an inexplicable sense of happiness and hope. Chen Fan was intrigued by the stone, noting that unlike fixed awakenings from the female awakening fruits, this stone allowed for self-initiated ability awakenings. Where was this discovered? He inquired curiously. It was found on a zombie's corpse. I have searched other zombies but found no additional stones, Guxiang replied earnestly, regaining his focus. Chen Fan chose not to dwell on this matter further, pocketing the stone for later study. What are your plans now? Chen Fan asked. We're uncertain, given the current situation. Returning is out of the question. If we wander outside, our survival will be fleeting. Might you consider sheltering us? Guxiang's face brightened with hope, only to dim again as he added, we would be a burden. I cannot impose on you like this. Follow me, Chen Fan said, shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate. Observing Chen Fan's departure, the two hesitated briefly before promptly following in his wake. Due to the long journey, Guofu soon found herself fatigued, prompting Guxiang to carry his sister as they pressed onward. Both were awakened once, their pace relatively swift, and they quickly arrived at a small village. However, the village was deserted. All survivors had long since evacuated. Suddenly, Chen Fan sensed a formidable presence within the village. He refrained from acting impulsively, opting instead to take a detour to avoid any confrontation that might delay them. A thunderous roar erupted from the center of the village, as if it had detected Chen Fan's presence, followed by an endless horde of zombies. Without hesitation, the pair abandoned any thoughts of engaging in battle and sprinted away. Chen Fan cradled Guofu in one arm and Guxiang in the other, accelerating as if propelled by the wind, effortlessly gliding past the zombies. As long as that creature did not appear, no undead could impede his progress. As the noise of the horde diminished, Chen Fan finally set the siblings down, breathing slightly heavier. Let us continue, we are almost there. The invisible one did not rest but quickened his pace once more. Chen Fan, Now acutely aware of the troubles associated with lacking transportation, resolved to always keep a vehicle at hand within his spatial realm for emergencies. Before long, they arrived at Sponge Village, where Wang Taiju and Ant-Man were surveying the terrain. Upon spotting Chen Fan, they immediately approached. "Stop your reconnaissance. The next city will not be built here. I have discovered a promising location." At his words, a momentary pause ensued among the group, all wearing awkward smiles. Chen Fan's remarks had led most to temporarily abandon their urban construction aspirations. Those with capabilities began acquiring subcores to place within their homes. Wang Taiju and his companions were particularly fixated on this, and Chen Fan, recognizing their determination coupled with Wang Fugue's business acumen, considered granting them the rights to construct the next city. "Just in time, I need a ride. Let us return to Hope City." Chen Fan's words spurred everyone into action, and soon a vehicle came to a halt before him. Finally able to rest, he succumbed to sleep during the car ride. He was awakened upon their return to Hope City by Yang Fanghua and Qin Sihai, who rushed over, chastising his recklessness while checking for any injuries. Witnessing this exchange, the Guis siblings felt a pang of envy. After a brief conversation, they shared insights about Qing City and revealed their backgrounds, garnering sympathy from the group. Chen Fan interspersed his narrative with plans and ideas for establishing a transit station in that small village, which received unanimous approval. It was decided that it would be developed into a commercial transit hub, temporarily managed by Wang Fugue. The revelation that it would not be a complete city did not provoke much dissent among the others. The two siblings took an oath, thereby becoming part of the community. The others, far from resenting these obedient and endearing children, were instead eager to assist them. Having felt the warmth of human kindness, which had previously eluded them, the siblings found their hearts captivated, and a profound sense of belonging blossomed within them. As twilight descended, they remained invigorated, perceiving novelty in every corner. "Brother, can you believe there are no slums here? The air is so fresh, devoid of that acrid stench. It is truly delightful," Guofu exclaimed, skipping along. Observing his sister's radiant happiness, Guixiang couldn't help but smile. "Indeed," he replied. "Sister, I wish to stay here forever." "So do I," he thought, as he simultaneously engaged with his sister and began to browse the items in the marketplace. Though there were no miraculous potions, a plethora of related remedies lay within reach, gathered from the surroundings. The locals possessed robust constitutions, rendering them less dependent on such medicines. "I wonder if I could test my abilities?" Just then, a knowledgeable young woman approached them, wearing a sweet smile that disarmed their defenses. Having learned of their tragic background, this empathetic woman sought to employ her priestly skills to aid the unfortunate girl. "You haven't explored the system's functions thoroughly, have you? This place offers the opportunity for job changes, and I am a priest endowed with healing abilities. I would like to see if I can assist your sister," she explained. Guoxiang, momentarily startled, felt a surge of excitement as he opened his personal panel, discovering indeed a job change module. "If possible, I would be immensely grateful," he replied, glancing at his sister who nodded in agreement. Upon his words, a radiant light emanated from the young woman's hands, enveloping Guofu. After a brief moment, the glow subsided. Yet the woman's brow furrowed in concern. "I am truly sorry. It appears I am unable to help," she lamented. Chapter 77. Observations at school. An increasing number of people gathered around the siblings, eager to assist in treating the sister's ailment. However, the outcomes were less than satisfactory. Even Guofu contemplated surrendering to despair, but it was only through Guixiang's comforting words that she cast aside such thoughts. Initially, Chen Fan believed the illness to be leukemia, a condition that was not insurmountable even before the apocalypse. With the priest's seemingly miraculous healing capabilities, he thought it merely a matter of time before a cure would be found. Yet, the current circumstances raised doubts. Was the situation truly so straightforward? Nonetheless, he was not a doctor and felt utterly powerless in this matter. At first, he had merely hoped to test his luck. Whether he succeeded or failed would not bear significant consequences. His focus remained steadfast on the impending trade with Qing City. As the night passed, the following morning, Guoxiang was roused from his slumber by the joyful exclamations of his sister. "Brother, look, I feel utterly wonderful." As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of his sister joyfully dancing. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the reality before him. With wide eyes, he yearned to see more clearly, pinching his thigh until a sharp pain confirmed the authenticity of the moment. The pallor that once marked his sister's face had vanished, replaced by a vibrant blush, and the fatigue that weighed upon her was gradually dissipating, allowing her to move freely. It was real. This was indeed real. In a frenzy of excitement, Guixiang rambled to himself, then sprang to his feet to join his sister in exuberant shouts and dance, their spirits soaring. Eventually, they collapsed onto the floor, panting, while regaining their strength. Could yesterday's treatment have had an effect? Guo pondered aloud. I have no idea. I just woke up feeling completely refreshed, his sister replied, her large, innocent eyes sparkling at Guo, her smile unwavering. Indeed, the atmosphere here feels remarkably different. I can't quite articulate it, but it's exceptionally comforting. With that, he accessed his system space to begin his exploration. To his astonishment, he discovered that his combat power had increased overnight. My combat power has actually risen. This means I can continue to strengthen myself. The long-awaited growth brought him a wave of emotion. That's wonderful, brother, exclaimed the young girl, clearly delighted. Just then, the voice of Wang Fuguwei reached their ears. Brother Guo, it's Brother Wang. Let us hurry over, Guo exclaimed, rushing to the door and opening it wide to usher Wang Fuguwei into the room. This was Wang Fuguwei's Mingwei restaurant, where they were temporarily residing. It seems your sister's health has improved, Wang noted upon entering and seeing the two with their rosy complexions. I can't say for certain, but it certainly appears that Guofu is much better, Guo nodded, a smile creeping onto his face as he spoke of his sister's condition. Haha, congratulations, Brother Guo. By the way, if your sister is indeed recovering, she can apply to join our Hope Academy. Children under 18 are welcome to enroll. Not only will she learn about cultivation, but she will also gain cultural knowledge. Is there really such a place? Guo felt a surge of eagerness, worried about leaving his sister unattended during outings. Of course, you can go today. Just mention my name, and it will be facilitated, Wang Fuguwei said grandly. Thank you so much, Brother Wang, Guo replied, his eyes misting with gratitude. You should be thanking our Lord, not me, Wang Fuguwei remarked. Yes, thank you, Lord Chen Fan, Guo nodded repeatedly. All right, let us go eat. Wang Fuguwei patted his shoulder and stepped out the door. The two exchanged smiles, still enveloped in the joy of the moment. After enjoying a meal, they arrived at Hope Academy, where they provided Wang Fuguwei's name and were respectfully ushered into the vice principal's office. The man they encountered was relatively delicate in appearance. This was Guo first impression of Li Rou. Due to his exceptional abilities and third-tier strength, Li Rou had been appointed as the vice principal. Are you Guo? And this must be our dear Guofu's sister. How charming she is. I've heard your condition has improved. Li Rou's gentle voice conveyed a refreshing warmth. Guofu nodded. I would like him to join the school for studies. Is that possible? Guo inquired. Of course, there is no reason it cannot be done. Anyone under the age of 18 is eligible to enroll, Li Rou replied, calling over a middle-aged man to record Guofu's information and assign her to a class. For now, we will place Guofu in a lower grade. Do not worry, there are plenty of children her age without companions. The two, holding a placard, followed the middle-aged man through the campus. The vibrant sounds of children reading echoed throughout the grounds. How long had it been since he had experienced such sounds? It must have been 3 years since his graduation from university. It was astonishing to think that, even in the apocalypse, his sister still had the opportunity to attend school. As they passed the playground, Guo was astonished to see some children engaged in combat classes, though their skills were still somewhat immature. The dazzling displays of light revealed that most of these children were awakened ones. So many awakened ones, Guo's astonishment was palpable. Those are the glimmers of hope. They represent the future of Hope City. Almost every student who enters the school can awaken in a short period. It is not unusual, the middle-aged man remarked casually. Yet his pride in the school was evident. That teacher is actually a third tier. You allow third-tier awakened ones to teach. Just moments ago, 2 students had been engaged in an intense battle, nearly executing lethal strikes, but the teacher had intervened in time to prevent any injuries. Guo could sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the teacher, unmistakably the energy of a third-tier awakened one. Ah, that is Teacher Zhang. Indeed, the school only has 2 third-tier awakened individuals, Vice Principal Li Rou and this Teacher Zhang, the middle-aged man said, his face beaming with pride. Vice Principal Li Rou is also a third tier. Guo recalled Li Rou's unpretentious demeanor, which seemed worlds apart from the lofty airs of other third-tier awakened ones. Chapter 78. The social prodigy Wang Tao. As they walked past the playground, the teaching building loomed ahead. The two were astonished not only by the scale of the school, but even more so by the remarkable capabilities of the children. Before the two individuals stood a teaching building, towering approximately 5 stories high, each level capable of accommodating 8 classrooms, with each classroom designed to hold a maximum of 60 students. However, at present, each class consisted of only a handful of students. They were assigned to the first grade, where the children, generally in their teenage years, had undergone education primarily focused on the awakening of their abilities. Once they had achieved a preliminary awakening, They could advance to the second grade, where many awakened individuals already resided, their strengths equal regardless of age. At this moment, the student population was limited, facilitating management. And thus, no stringent regulations had been established. However, preparations for such protocols were underway to ensure better governance in the future. Within the classroom, all were diligently studying the materials when a lovely young girl entered, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A middle-aged man called the teacher to the podium, outlining the current situation and introducing Guofu. Under Guoxiang's reluctant gaze, Guofu was led into the classroom by the teacher. Today, we welcome a beautiful new classmate. I would like to invite our guest of honor to introduce herself, announced the teacher, directing everyone's attention towards Guofu. Hello everyone. My name is Guofu, she shyly stammered, nervously fidgeting with her fingers, her face flushed with embarrassment. Hello, little sister. I'm Wang Tao, interrupted a handsome young boy who stood up, tossing his hair as he introduced himself. This action caused the teacher at the podium to grimace, for he recognized Wang Tao as a notorious troublemaker, far too familiar with the classroom dynamics to be polite. Nevertheless, the teacher refrained from intervening, acknowledging that for the new student to integrate into the class, a leader was necessary, and Wang Tao, with his bold demeanor, fit that role. All right, Guofu, please take that seat, the teacher directed, but upon noticing the eagerness of other boys, he quickly added, I don't wish for this classroom to become a mere social gathering. Now, let us continue with the lesson. Little sister, this class is under my protection. If anyone bullies you, feel free to come to me, he declared, flicking his hair once more. Guofu awkwardly smiled in response, igniting Wang Tao's enthusiasm, prompting him to regale the class with tales of his past exploits. Wang Tao, a sharp voice echoed from the podium, as a piece of chalk accurately struck his head. Despite portraying himself as a heroic savior of the world, he dared not provoke the teacher's ire, promptly sitting up straight. Satisfied, the teacher resumed the lesson, while Wang Tao turned back to Guofu, flashing what he believed to be a charming smile. Time flew by, and soon the class came to an end. As the teacher announced the conclusion of the lesson, the atmosphere instantly transformed into a lively market, filled with the cacophony of various voices. However, the focal point of this class is Guofu, whose stunning beauty instantly captivates everyone present, both boys and girls alike. This allure draws them to her as soon as the class ends, surrounding her with a cacophony of eager questions. Guofu displays no signs of impatience. Rather, she revels in the camaraderie of her peers. The morning of study swiftly passes, and Guoxiang stands anxiously at the school gate, which, at this moment, resembles a scene from before the apocalypse, with numerous parents gathered. They engage in friendly conversations until the bell rings, prompting them to stretch their necks and peer inside. Shortly thereafter, children emerge to be greeted by their parents, with others, including Guoxiang, scanning the crowd for the familiar figure of his younger sister. At last, a petite and charming little girl appears, chatting and laughing with a nearby classmate, her face occasionally lighting up with a radiant smile. Guoxiang notices a boy trailing closely behind her, like a shadow, interjecting with playful remarks from time to time. The smile on Guoxiang's face falters, as a sense of protectiveness wells up within him. He feels as if the prized cabbage he has nurtured for years is on the verge of being taken away. Brother, Guofu calls out from a distance, spotting her sibling and rushing towards him. He lifts her up effortlessly, and seeing her beaming smile, Guoxiang can't help but smile in return. You must be Guofu's brother. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Tao, a classmate of Guofu's. I look forward to your guidance. Just then, a voice interrupts their exchange. Turning in curiosity, they see a slightly tanned boy smiling at them. And upon catching Guoxiang's gaze, he nonchalantly tosses his hair. Is this not the very shadow that follows his sister? This thought makes Guoxiang somewhat wary. My apologies. Sir, my child is quite mischievous. Come along now, do not embarrass yourself. A woman approaches from behind, grasping Wang Tao's hand while casting an apologetic glance at Guoxiang. It's quite all right, Guoxiang replies, shaking his head repeatedly. He does not find the boy's behavior inappropriate. In fact, he is pleased that his sister has made a friend. Yet, he resolves to keep a watchful eye, ensuring this boy does not get too close to his sister. With a reluctant look, Wang Tao is led away by the woman. He has finally left. Guofu exhales a sigh of relief, patting her chest with a sense of ease. How could you speak of your classmate in that manner? Guoxiang feigns seriousness. I'm sorry, brother. Guofu quickly lowers her head. All right, let us head home for some delicious food, he says. Okay. The little girl's demeanor shifts from cloudy to sunny in an instant, her eyes sparkling with delight. As they walk away, Leroux appears at the school gate, observing the two with a satisfied smile. I wonder what it is about these two that captures the Lord's attention so keenly. she muses to herself before turning to leave. Guoxiang bore some crystalline cores on him, contemplating a sumptuous meal for the day. Thus, he and Guofu made their way to the Mingwei restaurant. They ordered a selection of economical yet delightful dishes, and as soon as the food arrived, they eagerly began to indulge. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind them. Wang Yu, have you finished eating? Come out and play. Without needing to glance upwards, Guoxiang recognized the voice belonged to Wang Tao. Ah, what a coincidence to see you both here. Upon spotting Guoxiang and Guofu, Wang Tao's eyes sparkled, and he hurried over. Forgive me for the intrusion. A refined young man emerged from behind, noticing Wang Tao engaging in animated conversation next to Guofu. Completely disregarding the darkening expression on Guoxiang's face, he promptly pulled Wang Tao away. After saying this, he tugged Wang Tao backwards. As an awakened individual of the first tier, Wang Tao was no match for his strength. Wang Hongliang, enough of this. Wang Tao expressed his discontent as they stepped aside. Can't you see how displeased their parent looks? And yet you sit there so casually. Wang Hongliang rolled his eyes in response, retorting, that's simply because they have yet to recognize my brilliance. Wang Tao dramatically flicked his hair and held his head high as he spoke. Wang Hongliang chose to disregard the self-absorbed individual and ascended the stairs without further comment. Hey, wait up, don't leave me behind. Noticing Wang Hongliang heading upstairs, Wang Tao hastened to follow. What an insufferable fellow. His audacity is truly astonishing, Guoxiang mused, recalling the earlier encounter, his brows twitching in exasperation. Haha. It seems even your brother has someone he can't handle. A young girl remarked playfully, chuckling as she spoke to Guoxiang. You. Guoxiang shook his head in resignation. After finishing their meal, the pair hastily departed from the contentious venue, apprehensive that Wang Tao might return with a vengeance, preventing their escape. After a brief respite, Guofu was promptly escorted back to school, while Guoxiang resolved to seek employment in the afternoon, feeling somewhat sheepish about relying on others for support. Following the directions he had inquired about, he soon arrived at the Adventurers Guild, a bustling hub that rivaled Qing City. The anticipation of an impending battle had everyone fervently rallying troops, striving to maximize their gains in the next conflict. As Guoxiang entered, he instantly garnered the attention of several adventure groups. In this apocalyptic world, gossip thrived, and his past exploits were widely known, earning him admiration for his cunning strategies. Consequently, numerous offers of collaboration came his way, as his second-tier combat prowess, though not exceptional, was still commendable. Having previously faced mockery, the sudden warmth of interest left him somewhat bewildered. However, the groups he encountered were primarily led by third-tier awakeners, and the fourth-tier awakeners regarded his abilities with disdain. Excuse me, make way, make way. Suddenly, someone pushed through the bustling crowd and approached Guoxiang. My name is Wang Xingxing, the captain of the Lucky Star team. I am currently at the pinnacle of the third tier. Join my team, and I assure you, you will reap abundant rewards, Wang Xingxing declared with unwavering confidence. Very well. I shall join your squad, came the reply. Upon recognizing Wang Xingxing's presence, the crowd dispersed, save for a handful of formidable individuals. Ha ha ha. You certainly won't regret this, Wang Xingxing exclaimed, playfully patting the newcomer on the shoulder while laughing heartily, disregarding the disdainful glances from those around him. This left Guoxiang feeling somewhat awkward. He hadn't anticipated that this individual would also be afflicted with a social exuberance. Come, come. Let me introduce you to our teammates, Wang Xingxing urged, leading Guoxiang away from the Adventurers Guild. This was Wang Xingxing's stronghold, a villa collectively purchased by their team. The residents accommodated various families, and fortuitously, one of the suites was vacant, allowing Guoxiang to move in, thus completing their team roster. As Guoxiang arrived, the individuals lounging in the living room turned their attention towards him. Wang Xingxing proceeded to introduce each of his teammates, detailing their abilities to foster mutual understanding. My ability is Water Elemental, which serves a protective function, Guoxiang stated without hesitation. Quite an impressive ability, Wang Xingxing acknowledged, having entered the situation without any prior plans. It was serendipitous that Guoxiang's talents aligned so harmoniously with their team. Wang Xingxing's own ability was of the mysterious type, characterized by luck, an attribute uniquely recorded in their compendium. Everything appeared to proceed smoothly, and before long, it was time to pick up Guofu from school. Upon arriving home to find so many people and children, Guofu's delight was evident. Time passed in this manner, as the group engaged in mutual acquaintance. Leading to the following morning, a mission was announced across 2 cities, to conquer Wuxiang village, eliminate all zombies, and establish a camp. Each assault in this war would yield substantial rewards, and this mission captured the attention of all awakened beings, prompting them to prepare. Time flew by, and soon everyone was ready. A fleet of menacing vehicles lined up at the city gates, each adorned with black or blue enhancements. The most distinctive feature was the blue vertical stripe on the car hoods, indicating the placement of energy cells. The vehicles were encased in black metal, which was both lightweight and exceptionally durable. This metal was sourced from the Black Vortex mining area, capable of crafting weapons and serving as automotive components. Almost every squad was equipped with such a vehicle. Although the modification costs were not insignificant, they remained within the financial reach of several teams. Let us go. The roar of engines filled the air as the cars surged forward with tremendous momentum. Any scattered zombies encountered ahead posed no threat. They would be effortlessly struck down, reduced to mere pulp beneath the vehicles. In this desolate realm, a contingent traversed through Sponge Village, making their way directly to Wuxiang Village. Upon passing through Sponge Village, the former inhabitants gazed upon the familiar structures and landscapes, lost in their thoughts. As they ventured further, the number of zombies swelled, culminating in a cacophony of enraged roars emanating from the village entrance. The group parked their vehicles by the roadside, gathering together to clear the surrounding zombies while awaiting orders. Do not cluster together. Explore as small units, but remain within the larger group to ensure timely support from nearby teams. If you are prepared, we shall commence. Chen Fan's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Soon, excitement surged through the group as they scattered in search of their objectives. Chen Fan also took action. With each strike, he felled a horde of zombies, while the task of clearing was entrusted to Wang Godai's team. Suddenly, as if sensing its territory under siege, a formidable zombie charged forth with a ferocious roar. With 3 thunderous growls, its form loomed larger, revealing itself before Chen Fan. It was a mid-stage 4th-tier beast, a tiger-like creature. Its surface crackling with arcs of electricity, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Chapter 81. The Thunder Zombie Tiger. With the emergence of the zombie tiger, the atmosphere turned ominously tense. Despite being a creature of the thunder element, it caused the temperature around them to drop significantly. A shiver ran through the group. It was indeed a formidable being. Chen Fan's eyes brimmed with combat spirit as he engaged in a silent clash of gazes with the zombie tiger, faint purple arcs flickering between them. The zombie tiger stood approximately 4 meters tall, its fangs reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger, and its body adorned with patches of decaying flesh, rendering it particularly terrifying. Its claws gleamed with a chilling light, prompting involuntary tremors. Its crimson eyes were nearly engulfed, exuding an aura of ferocity. As the beast emitted its feral roars, all zombies around were driven into a frenzy, and Chen Fan's team charged forth with deadly resolve. The scene transformed. A tempest brewing as half the sky bore transliterated clouds, while the other half shone clear and bright under the sun. The fighters on the ground faced the familiar zombies without fear. They were apprehensive of their master, but undeterred by the onslaught of these lesser undead. The two sides clashed like a meat grinder, the battlefield resonating with the roars of beasts and the furious cries of humans, creating a chaotic symphony. Yet, the formation of Chen Fan's side remained unyielding, every individual's expression a mix of astonishment and ease. The combat between soldiers and commanders allowed them to dispatch the zombies with effortless precision. However, the conflict on Chen Fan's battlefield was markedly more intense. Devoid of any human presence or additional zombies within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius, the group instinctively distanced themselves from this battleground, while at its heart, Chen Fan and the zombie tiger stood poised to unleash their attacks. The obsidian fist of the metal creature gradually expanded, eventually matching the size of the zombie tiger's paw. The air shimmered with subtle ripples, radiating outward. The fierce zombie tiger wielded its claws with an impenetrable ferocity, enveloping Chen Fan in its onslaught. Simultaneously, lightning surged through its strikes, sending waves of tingling sensations coursing through Chen Fan's body, rendering his movements somewhat rigid. Realizing his predicament, Chen Fan abruptly conjured a flicker of crimson flame in his hand, forcefully striking the zombie tiger's claws. The searing fire scorched its fur, compelling the beast to halt its assault, granting Chen Fan the opportunity to retreat to safety. Roars filled with rage echoed as the zombie tiger glared at Chen Fan, its eyes burning with a desire to rend him apart. In close combat, Chen Fan felt he could gain no advantage, thus long-range attacks became his foremost strategy. Instantly, flames erupted from above him, prompting the zombie tiger to become alert, recollecting the painful heat it had just experienced. The red flames began to coalesce, forming small orbs that shot toward the zombie tiger, effectively blocking its retreat paths. Despite its desperate dodging, 1 or 2 flames ignited upon its body, accompanied by faint arcs of lightning, creating a sensation akin to an explosion. The zombie tiger swiftly dispelled the surface lightning, alleviating its discomfort. Yet upon witnessing Chen Fan's continued assault, it was consumed by fury. It possessed its own means of ranged attack, albeit weaker in nature. Lightning foxes emerged from beneath its feet, opening their mighty jaws as arcs of lightning began to coalesce into purple spheres, intertwining with flashes of electricity. The collision of fireballs and lightning orbs erupted with a tremendous explosion, causing both parties to stagger backward, struggling to maintain their footing. Chen Fan marveled at the tremendous power birth from the intersection of lightning and fire, contemplating how this could potentially resolve his concerns over insufficient firepower. Amidst the battle, he pondered new strategies while meticulously observing the zombie tiger's movements. The zombie tiger moved swiftly, making it challenging to capture, and long-range strikes yielded little effect. Given the time it took for projectiles to reach their target, allowing ample opportunity for evasion. Although Chen Fan held the upper hand in the skirmish, he ultimately struggled to inflict substantial damage upon the zombie tiger. If it revels in unleashing electricity, then let it be electrified thoroughly. Just as the zombie tiger attempted to close the distance, an icy chill enveloped the air, causing it to halt abruptly. No matter how swift it may be, it cannot escape my net of celestial threads. With a thunderous roar from Chen Fan, the colossal fireball above him instantaneously fractured into countless bullet-shaped flames, each with a sharp point, exuding not only terrifying power, but also remarkable penetrating capability. The flames spread, nearly engulfing everything surrounding the zombie tiger, even in flight. It would likely be struck. Fortunately, the zombie tiger remained motionless, attempting to withstand this dreadful onslaught. Its sole ability lay in lightning. Delicate arcs of electricity intertwined densely, enveloping the zombie tiger almost entirely, accompanied by sporadic sparks. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Fan laughed instead of being alarmed, for such bravado seemed to indicate a fear of not meeting a swift demise. In a mere instant, the assault of flame bullets commenced without pause, rapidly descending upon the zombie tiger. When the first bullet collided with the electric net, a resounding explosion echoed, leaving the zombie tiger bewildered by the unexpectedly formidable power of the small flames. The relentless barrage of flame bullets began to batter the electric net. A cacophony of thunderous sounds ensued, and the net's defenses began to falter, transforming into a conduit for the explosive discharge. Ultimately, the electric net could not withstand such concentrated attacks. Fissures began to appear, instilling a sense of dread within the zombie tiger. Despite its efforts to maintain the electric defense, it bore witness to the widening cracks, culminating in a horrifying realization as the net disintegrated. As its corporeal form emerged beneath the onslaught of flames, it discovered that its powers had nearly vanished, leaving it incapable of summoning even a spark of electricity. At that moment, as the flame bullets struck its body, the anticipated explosions failed to materialize, leaving ghastly wounds in their wake. It was then that the zombie tiger comprehended that its lightning power merely augmented the intensity of the flames. Had it utilized its electrical prowess to fortify its own form instead, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. The zombie tiger could only fall heavily to the ground, its expression one of dawning realization. Chapter 82. Dividing the spoils. Just as Chen Fan's battle concluded, the resounding thud of the zombie tiger's massive body hitting the ground captured everyone's attention. Witnessing their leader vanquish the opposing chief ignited a fierce determination among his followers, who began to attack with reckless abandon. The retreating horde of zombies stood no chance against this renewed fervor, struggling to hold their ground. Surprisingly, the intelligent zombies sent their minions forth while they themselves began to retreat, seeking an opportunity to escape. Observing this, Chen Fan had no intention of granting them their wish. He systematically eliminated them, though he deliberately spared a few. This was to instill a semblance of hope for escape among the zombies, and to leave some for his comrades to hone their skills against. As anticipated, the zombies, sensing an opportunity to flee, refrained from launching a desperate counterattack, thus rendering the battle significantly more manageable. Among them, the tyrant relished the carnage, for this very locale was where he had previously met his demise. In his current fervor, he became utterly consumed by the bloodlust, disregarding whether the prey was his or belonged to another. This behavior stirred discontent among those whose quarry he had usurped. Yet, intimidated by his prowess, they remained silent, muttering grievances under their breath. With hordes of zombies advancing, many individuals found themselves exhausted and retreated to the rear to recuperate. Despite their withdrawal, the front line remained unyielded, showing no signs of breaking. As the relentless onslaught continued, the number of zombies gradually dwindled, heralding the imminent conclusion of the conflict. Joyful smiles adorned the faces of the survivors, their hearts brimming with hope for the future. After a day's relentless skirmishes, they finally vanquished the last of the zombies. In the moment when the final creature collapsed, everyone seemed to collapse in exhaustion, gasping for air. They gazed upward at the setting sun, reflecting on how they once spent their days leisurely at home, sipping soda and watching television. Now, they found themselves in a relentless struggle for survival. They shared this plight, particularly those still grappling with their circumstances, including city dwellers enduring even harsher conditions. The inhabitants of the slums, teetering on the brink of life and death, would find no sympathy or compassion in their demise. Some would even seize the opportunity to extract whatever value remained. This truly epitomized the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. Once, they too had been part of this world, and some had even evolved into the stronger faction. The frequent skirmishes had not significantly drained his stamina. Indeed, amidst the chaos of battle, he had fully restored his energy. Vigilantly, he stood guard over the group, ever watchful for lurking zombies, ready to strike with swift ambushes. In this semblance of safety, the others took a moment to recuperate, rising to clear the battlefield. Surrounded by numerous zombies, they had little desire to rest among the fallen, extracting the cores from the zombies and storing them within their system space. They gradually transformed the chaotic environment into a cleaner one, fully reclaiming the bodies of the undead. After all, the corpses were a resource not to be squandered. For those lacking strength, these resources were invaluable, and waste was not an option. As they cleared a space, Chen Fan finally sprang into action, producing the teleportation array from his possession. Not only that, but Wang Fugui also unveiled his farm space, which would serve as a temporary development site for the city, with the possibility of relocation as conditions allowed. With a series of resonant sounds, a blue portal materialized before the group. Although this scene has unfolded numerous times, it never fails to evoke awe at the magnificence of the system. With the emergence of the farm space, a spiritual connection was also established with Wang Fugui. Upon entering the farm space, he placed down the teleportation array. This was an investment by Chen Fan, as well as a reward for Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui's task was to transfer all the impoverished individuals over, for the camp was in dire need of population, while other resources were of lesser importance. The Qing city, abundant and populous, was sorely lacking in other resources, thus rendering this task seemingly straightforward. However, this was not the case, for the leaders of Qing city were no fools. It was improbable for them not to be tempted by such ample supplies. Therefore, Chen Fan required not merely a business-savvy individual, but one endowed with formidable strength to undertake this endeavor. Otherwise, if every issue fell upon him to resolve, what purpose would his subordinates serve? Among those present, only Wang Fugui met these criteria, making him the undisputed choice for this task, with others naturally following his lead. To ensure the successful completion of this mission, Chen Fan sternly admonished the elders to refrain from causing any disturbances. Once all was settled, everyone dispersed to either fulfill their tasks or to sell their harvests. Wuxiang village fell into a hushed quietude, devoid of activity, save for a few individuals laboring diligently. The village appeared dilapidated, lacking any semblance of liveliness. Due to the presence of the zombie tiger, no human could escape its predation. Thus, Wuxiang village had transformed into a realm solely inhabited by the undead. However, it remained an undeveloped area, rich in resources and promising bountiful returns. Tomorrow, I shall address this village, Chen Fan murmured softly, gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, the once quiet Wuxiang village radiated with its former vigor, awakening Chen Fan from his dreams amidst the commotion outside. Rising to observe, he found a group of influential figures embroiled in a heated debate over the spoils of war and the rights to explore the town, each voicing their opinions. Upon noticing Chen Fan's presence, the group fell silent, resembling quails caught off guard. My apologies for disturbing the Lord's rest, emerged Wang Fugui, the convener of this gathering. Initially, he had presumed the space was unoccupied and was taken aback to discover Chen Fan residing there. It was common knowledge that the accommodations were of poor quality, uninviting for anyone. Thus, they subconsciously believed the space to be vacant, allowing their quarrels to unfold without restraint. However, Chen Fan paid no heed to this minor inconvenience. It would be irrational to erupt in anger over such trivial matters. Please, continue. Do not mind me, he remarked, shaking his head, and proceeded to step outside. Upon catching sight of Chen Fan, the crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Chapter 83, Chui Jiahui. Perhaps it was due to Chen Fan's presence that the previously contentious discussions regarding the spoils of war swiftly reached a consensus. Subsequently, everyone dispersed to their designated areas to search for treasures. Naturally, these items were not solely for personal gain. Half of them were to be surrendered, some sent to the main city, while others were to be utilized locally. This is precisely why many aspired to become city lords. Not only did it confer beneficial enhancements, but it also allowed for taxation. With a portion of this revenue, one could not only bolster their own strength, but also accumulate wealth for future generations. As the group set forth, they resembled locusts, leaving no foliage in their wake. Whether it was usable resources, iron blocks, iron sheets, timber, or even stones, everything was collected. Each team now comprised around 100 individuals, with some lacking the necessary strength relegated to peripheral roles. Their primary tasks involved logistics and resource gathering. Presently, the act of demolishing walls constituted part of their duties. Although the remuneration was modest, it was favored for its safety, allowing individuals to enhance their capabilities through diligent effort. Upon reaching a requisite level of strength, one could be integrated into the core group, thereby gaining the opportunity to partake in various battles, a process deemed the fastest route to power enhancement. The cacophony of destruction echoed thunderously, the ground trembling beneath the weight of collapsing structures. Wandering zombies approached, yet the cleared areas revealed few. Most were ordinary zombies, whose first-tier combat prowess could dispatch more than 10 foes. A single team could easily handle the onslaught of thousands. Far more formidable were those lurking near the Black Gate. Although their motives remained unclear, the mere fact that they were restrained from venturing out to hunt signaled an ominous portent. Should they remain unchecked, the repercussions could be dire. The sounds of demolition and the groans of the undead resonated simultaneously, drawing the attention of nearby survivors. "Boss, do you hear that? Isn't that Wuxiang village?" A youth with a buzz cut remarked cautiously to a young man with flowing golden locks. "It must be. Could it be that our mission has been preempted?" The golden-haired youth replied, anxiety creeping into his tone as he quickened his pace, even breaking into a run. "Slow down, boss. They are bound to fail. After all, those are fourth-tier zombies. How could mere stragglers accomplish that in such a short time?" Another youth, panting heavily, interjected. "You make a valid point. There cannot possibly be so many fourth-tier zombies, nor would we be fortunate enough to encounter them," the golden-haired youth conceded, regaining his composure as he slowed his steps. "You are quite remarkable. If you follow me closely in the future, you shall surely enjoy the finer things in life." The young man nodded as he praised his subordinates. "That is all due to the excellent guidance of our leader," one of the younger members replied, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. "Huh." The golden-haired leader laughed heartily at his subordinate's response. A joyful group advanced together, oblivious to the absence of any zombies despite their raucousness. At this moment, Chen Fan was meandering through Wuxiang village. Indeed, meandering, in a world teeming with zombies. Only a select few could afford such leisurely wanderings. One must possess formidable strength or perhaps be somewhat unhinged. As Chen Fan contemplated how to establish a trade route to Qingshi, he spotted a group of people ahead, moving slowly while laughing and joking. This sight caused him to halt, momentarily frozen in place. He glanced at the overcast sky and then at the crumbling ruins surrounding him. Realizing this was not a peaceful city, curiously, he scrutinized the group before him. As they drew nearer, they finally noticed Chen Fan's presence and immediately grew wary. However, upon realizing he was merely a lone individual and not a zombie, their tension eased. "Who are you? What brings you here? It's quite dangerous. You should leave at once and not hinder our leader in hunting zombies." One of the younger members stepped forward, admonishing him sternly. The golden-haired leader quickly tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing skyward with arms crossed over his chest, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Though he appeared somewhat proud, there was an approachable quality about him. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan recalled moments from novels where characters exhibited ostentation only to be met with a swift rebuttal. Was this a divine moment for me to demonstrate my superiority? Yet, there were no women around to witness this display. Even this group lacked any female presence. Who would I be impressing? Chen Fan slightly raised his chin, staring at the sky, remaining silent in contemplation. This behavior irked a few of the younger members. "Hey, we're talking to you. Hurry and leave. If a battle breaks out, we won't protect you," they warned. At this, Chen Fan turned his gaze towards the leader they spoke of, and the information regarding him materialized before his eyes. He was indeed a third-tier awakened being. However, being third-tier alone would not suffice to defeat a zombie tiger. What gave him such confidence? Chen Fan's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he cast a sidelong glance at the throng surrounding the golden-haired leader, showering him with flattery. Could their praise be the source of his confidence? That would be detrimental for both parties involved. Nevertheless, there were no zombie tigers in sight, merely his subordinates. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow this third-tier awakened being to make his acquaintance. Contemplating this, he shifted slightly to the side, seemingly granting them passage. Observing Chen Fan's understanding demeanor, the younger members ceased their intimidation and walked past him. My name is Cui Jiahui. When you return to Qingshi, mention my name. It would be advantageous, the golden-haired leader remarked, turning slightly to bestow a charming smile upon Chen Fan. Thus, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, this peculiar group was seen off. Until they had vanished into the distance, Chen Fan remained in a state of bewilderment. It seemed they had mentioned Qing City. He stroked his chin and thought, so embarking on a commercial venture in Qing City is indeed a matter of certainty. With the weight of uncertainty lifted from his shoulders, he felt an extraordinary lightness and, with a leap, vanished from his original position. Meanwhile, the group led by Cui Jiahui finally became aware of their surrounding anomalies. Boss, why have we not encountered a single zombie, not even one? Another member questioned. Indeed, boss. This defies logic. What time is it to still be discussing logic? A sharp sound echoed as one of the younger members received a light rap on the head, snapping them back to attention. This may very well be the calm before the storm. Chapter 84. Observations in Wuxiang village. Thunder rumbled, and indeed, as the leader had predicted, this was the tranquility preceding the tempest. The tremors beneath their feet were unmistakable. How many zombies must there be to cause the ground to shake? One of the younger members felt his legs weaken, his voice trembling. Although this group possessed some strength, most of their abilities were merely verbal bravado, and their actual prowess was lacking. In such a situation, their ineffectiveness was evident. Merely not being a hindrance was commendable. Why the panic? Your boss is still here. So pull yourselves together. Cui Jiahui bellowed. Though had one noticed his trembling legs, his proclamation would have lost its intimidation factor. He had not wished to come here originally, but a bet forced him into this perilous situation, for he could not afford to lose face. His pride was particularly pronounced in front of his subordinates. So despite his lack of strength, he steeled himself. Yes, we still have our boss. He is formidable. It seemed Cui Jiahui's words had an effect, as the group of young members began to idolize him blindly. Bolstered by newfound courage, they unexpectedly advanced toward the source of the sound. Witnessing this scene, Cui Jiahui yearned to flee, but his pride held him in place. Besides, he could not bear to watch his subordinates walk into danger. Otherwise, how could he recruit more followers? Who would wish to follow a leader who betrayed his comrades? As the noise drew nearer, an inexplicable tension enveloped them. It seems there are people over there. They appear to be demolishing something, one sharp-eyed member remarked. What nonsense. There can't possibly be a demolition crew here. This is zombie territory. What are they demolishing? A real estate project for the undead? Cui Jiahui smacked the young man's head, eliciting a series of pained yelps. As they drew closer, Cui Jiahui's expression morphed into one of unease, for he realized that it was indeed a group of humans, and they were genuinely engaged in demolition. Upon recognizing the presence of people, the younger members' courage surged, and they hastily moved forward with such speed that even Cui Jiahui could not catch them in time. Hey, which team are you from, daring to steal our mission? This was agreed upon. You cannot go back on your word. The young man's voice rang out, clear and resonant, reaching the ears of those across from him. Where did these fools come from to wreak havoc in our 7th team? As they patrolled, Wu Yanyan and Li Rou noticed this unruly group, initially indifferent to their presence. However, as the intruders drew nearer, one of them brazenly uttered provocative remarks. My short temper urges me to teach these ruffians a lesson, Li Rou exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves with eyes wide open in fury. Ha ha ha. Ever since you became the principal, your temper has grown more formidable, Wu Yanyan chuckled. Oh, those little brats are infuriating, constantly causing trouble for me. Li Rou lamented about her school, yet the corner of her mouth betrayed her true feelings with a slight smile. Wu Yanyan merely laughed along, listening to Li Rou's endless complaints about school antics. At this point, they had completely disregarded Cui Jiahui and his entourage, most of whom were at the 1st level, with only their leader possessing 3rd-tier strength. In contrast, both Wu Yanyan and Li Rou had attained the 3rd tier, with Wu Yanyan's prowess even surpassing that of Cui Jiahui, making her unfazed by a one-on-one confrontation. Boss, they are actually ignoring us, one of the lackeys remarked, turning to Cui Jiahui. Cui Jiahui's eyes twitched in irritation. The two had not concealed their aura, their 3rd-tier presence fully exposed to him, and one of them was even significantly stronger. Under such circumstances, provoking them was unthinkable. Cough. Cough. Perhaps they did not hear us. Let us take another route and avoid disturbing their demolition efforts, Chui Jiahui suggested, donning an expression of concern for others, instantly winning the respect of his subordinates. The boss is indeed broad-minded. His realm is still high. We have much to learn, they chorused in agreement. Then let us proceed in that direction. Chui Jiahui seized the moment, eager to capitalize on their compliance. Ah, they have left. Li Ro's incessant chatter finally came to an end as she observed the departing group, intrigued. If my memory serves me correctly, that direction should lead us into the territory of the Decepticons, who are not known for their patience. They are in for a rough time, Wu Yinyan giggled, covering her mouth, causing the laborers nearby to stare in astonishment. As the group veered off in a different direction, an unsettling feeling began to creep upon them. Initially, they sensed the tremors diminishing, but now it seemed they were met with renewed quakes. Are we encountering a wall of ghosts? Have we returned to where we started? That cannot be. We have been walking in a straight line, came the rebuttal. That's why I say we must be hitting a wall of ghosts. How else can we explain this? The lackeys voiced their confusion one after another, bringing irritation to Chui Jiahui. Let us move forward and see. Let us not scare ourselves here, he commanded, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Yet, as the sounds grew louder, anxiety began to grip them. Upon sighting the demolition team once more, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Only Chui Jiahui, the strongest among them, could discern the situation unfolding in the distance. This is undoubtedly not the same demolition team, for a more formidable aura looms here, accompanied by a slightly weaker presence. Once again, two Tier 3 Awakeners emerge. How is it that Tier 3 Awakeners have become so commonplace? Who are you, and what brings you to my territory? Ba Tianhu, known for his temperamental disposition, strode directly towards the group. The sight of his increasingly imposing figure instilled fear in them. Brother, we merely came for a jog after a hearty meal, not to encroach upon your business. Please, continue your activities. We shall take our stroll elsewhere. Chui Jiahui genuinely believed this group was involved in real estate development and hastily attempted to clarify. Strolling? You possess quite the audacity to wander in this vicinity. Ba Tianhu halted, aware that despite his slightly superior strength, confronting Tier 3 Awakeners would still require considerable effort. If he could drive them away and create trouble for others, it would indeed be advantageous. Go take your stroll over there, and steer clear of my domain. He gestured in a specific direction. Very well, we shall resume our walk. Before his subordinates could comprehend the situation, Chui Jiahui made a hasty retreat. Boss, wait for me. His followers hurriedly trailed behind him. Ha ha ha, consider this a gift for you, Wang Fuguei, for opposing me day in and day out. Watching the group distance themselves, Ba Tianhu revealed a wicked smile. Chapter 85, Recruitment Stop right there. From afar, Wang Fuguei observed a group behaving suspiciously and, with his inherent suspicion, promptly called out to them. Who are you, and how did you come to be here? Wang Fuguei approached leisurely, scrutinizing the individuals. We are here to deal with a zombie, one of them began, only to be swiftly silenced. We accidentally wandered into this place, unaware of your presence. Chui Jiahui inquired nonchalantly, though his heart was in turmoil. Another Tier 3 Awakener. If he were to act as he had before, his reputation would be tarnished. He had initially intended to take a casual stroll, claiming he had not encountered any zombies. A plan that would allow him to save face without engaging in battle, a truly flawless scheme. They likely hailed from outside the city, their combat prowess inferior to his own. Thus, it seemed feasible to engage with them. Chui Jiahui's demeanor regained its assertiveness as he regarded Wang Fuguei once more. I am here to eliminate the zombie tiger. And I see you possess commendable strength. Perhaps you could assist me. Wang Fuguei halted, casting a peculiar glance at Chui Jiahui. In the distance, Vice Captain Wang Wen arrived. But upon realizing the newcomers were of comparable strength, he opted not to advance further, choosing instead to focus on his own pressing responsibilities. Indeed, our leader is quite formidable. It is a privilege for you to be considered by him. The subordinates puffed up with pride. Despite their own lack of prowess and inability to discern the strength of the man before them, yet it did not deter their sycophancy towards Chui Jiahui. Internally, Chui Jiahui felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of his ability to best his opponent. It seems your intentions are less than benevolent. Wang Fuguei squinted his eyes, a clear indication of his growing displeasure, hinting at impending trouble. Observing this situation, his subordinates instinctively retreated, resembling spectators who kept their distance. Even brandishing a few glow sticks while cheering, "Go, boss. You're the best. Overturn that scoundrel." Coughing lightly, he declared, I possess formidable skills. Should you become my subordinate, I shall refrain from striking. Chui Jiahui feigned calmness, his gaze fixed intently on his opponent. This is our territory, since you have intruded so brazenly. There can be no peaceful resolution. Wang Fuguei produced a copper coin, one of the few he had managed to gather from numerous locations. Then prepare to receive my strike. Seizing the initiative, Cui Jiahui brandished a long spear, lunging forward. Unhurried, Wang Fuguei tossed the copper coin, which shimmered with golden light and gradually expanded into a colossal shield. The spear, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, collided with the shield, producing a resounding clang as the shield shifted backward significantly. This spectacle altered the expressions of both men. Wang Fuguei's abilities were intertwined with luck. Each time he employed a skill, a calculation ensued, yielding results in shades of gray. White, green, blue, red, gold, and multicolored. Given his current circumstances, the highest he could achieve was gold, and as a shield. This golden barrier boasted the greatest defensive strength among all his skills. The realization that someone not from the Hope Camp could possess such power sparked an inclination within Wang Fuguei to consider a more benevolent approach. Recognizing the potential for talent, he resolved to temper the intensity of their conflict. Stepping forward with his right foot, he grasped the air, summoning a red light as the shield morphed into a knight's long spear. With a sweeping motion of the knight's gale spear, a tempest inexplicably arose. Witnessing this, Cui Jiahui instinctively crossed his spear to defend himself. The immense force propelled him backward, his feet digging into the ground, leaving deep furrows in his wake. He was thrust several meters away before finally halting, his eyes glazed with disbelief. This individual possesses remarkable strength. I couldn't even breach his defenses, Cui Jiahui mused internally. Ha. As the saying goes, one must fight to truly understand one another. I had no idea you wielded such formidable power. My earlier actions were indeed rash. Embracing the ancient customs, he clasped his fists together and inclined slightly, a smile gracing his face, entirely shedding his previous arrogance. Brother, no need for formality. Since it was merely a misunderstanding, why not come in and have a seat? Seeing his opponent concede, Wang Fuguei graciously offered him an opportunity for reconciliation. Very well. Cui Jiahui hesitated, aware that they had only just met and were still strangers in this unfamiliar territory, which felt somewhat precarious. However, upon gazing at Wang Fuguei, he acquiesced. Despite not fully grasping his opponent's intentions, the offered olive branch compelled him. Refusing further might lead to even more unfavorable outcomes. He reluctantly followed along. Filled with regret for having placed such a foolish bet, faced with this predicament, he pondered whether he would ever return. His companions, blissfully unaware of the situation, trailed behind him. As they drew nearer, they realized they were indeed witnessing a demolition. A vast expanse of flat land lay before them, devoid of even a single stone. Surrounding them were numerous individuals diligently engaged in their work. However, what astonished them even more was the fact that even the weakest among this group possessed at least first-tier strength, with most being stronger than the subordinates of Cui Jiahui. I have walked into a den of thieves, Cui Jiahui thought to himself. At that moment, a group approached from the distance, and to his shock, leading the pack was Wang, having just plundered a large shopping mall, followed by a throng of others. Eager to join the fray, they hurried over. Witnessing the assembly of second-tier individuals, many of whom exhibited signs of impending breakthroughs, with the leader being of similar caliber to himself, left him utterly astonished. After all, in Qing City, possessing second-tier strength marked one as a minor expert. Aside from a few major adventure teams, a second-tier elite could even be a team leader. The sight of dozens of such leaders gathered before him was truly staggering. Nonetheless, for the sake of his pride, he maintained a facade of calm. Even as his subordinates grew anxious in the presence of so many formidable figures. Yet, seeing their leader's composed demeanor, they too began to relax. Our leader is indeed impressive, they thought. Allow me to introduce my teammates, Wang Fuguei said, gesturing towards Wang and his group. And these are my newly acquainted friends, he continued, pointing to Cui Jiahui and his companions. How forgetful of me. I haven't even asked for your names, he remarked, patting his forehead in a gesture of apology as he turned to Cui Jiahui. I am Cui Jiahui. Chapter 86. Smooth trade routes. The group engaged in lively conversation, as if they were long-lost brothers, oblivious to the fact that they had only known each other for a mere 30 minutes. Wang Fuguei's warmth stemmed not from the notion of camaraderie born of conflict, but rather from his pressing desire to penetrate the Qing City market, which he saw as an opportunity within this gathering. Not only did Wang Fuguei harbor his ambitions, but Cui Jiahui, too, had his own motives. The extraordinary strength exhibited by these individuals piqued his interest, and he yearned to join this new organization and become one of them. Thus, when faced with Wang Fuguei's probing, he responded with complete transparency, sharing his intentions without reservation. Time passed as the two engaged in their subtle game of negotiation. Wang Fuguwei, sensing the moment was ripe, began to articulate his objectives. As newcomers to this place, we are quite unfamiliar with the current state of Qing City and are in need of guidance. I see that you are all exceptional individuals. Surely, such matters should be within your capabilities, he stated. Of course, big brother. Whatever instructions you have, please do not hesitate to share. I may not make promises about everything, but I am quite familiar with the ins and outs of Qing City. Came the eager reply from Cui Jiahui. As Cui Jiahui was about to speak, a subordinate beside him interjected eagerly, proclaiming, I can do it too. I can. The other subordinates, witnessing this, began to compete fervently for attention. You see, what we are engaged in is not so trivial, remarked Wang Fuguwei, ignoring the fickle-minded subordinates and smiling warmly at Cui Jiahui. Of course, we will not let you toil in vain. Compensation will certainly be provided. Cui Jiahui sighed, shaking his head, revealing his helplessness. Upon returning home, Cui Jiahui and his companions appeared somewhat dazed. Faced with a group of indecisive subordinates, he refrained from voicing any discontent, acknowledging their status as mere temporary aids, especially given the nature of this task, which required considerable manpower. The situation in Qing City was not overly complex. The population in the slums was largely neglected, yet they were not simply released at will. After all, this group still constituted relatively inexpensive labor. Hence some level of oversight was maintained. The leader, officially designated as the captain, preferred to be referred to as the district chief in private. Although he presided over a slum, the title sounded somewhat impressive. This individual, driven by greed, seized every opportunity for petty gain, even from the impoverished residents, regularly collecting transient housing fees. While the amounts were not substantial and most could afford to pay, those who could not often found themselves harassed and bullied, or even expelled. It is inconceivable that the authorities were unaware of such activities. However, despite their knowledge, they chose to turn a blind eye. Who would manage a slum if there were no profits to be gleaned? As long as the situation did not create significant disturbance, the welfare of these individuals would remain unconsidered. Cui Jiahui perceived this district chief as a potential breakthrough for their operation and promptly summoned his subordinates to discuss their forthcoming endeavors. Initially, they intended to report their movements upward in hopes of escaping. Yet the compensation offered was overwhelmingly generous, sufficient for them to live comfortably for a month. Not to mention the prospect of a long-term arrangement. After a night of deliberation, the group emerged from their quarters, their eyes bloodshot, yet brimming with exhilaration, eliciting peculiar glances from those around them. Unfazed by the stares, they walked on with nonchalance. Upon reaching the slum, they quickly dispersed. Though the area was deemed insignificant, it was still monitored by a group of individuals, either to guard or exploit the residents. Yet these details were of little consequence at the moment. What truly mattered was extracting a portion of the populace without drawing attention, ensuring that all arrangements were meticulously organized. The previous day, they had received the first installment of their commission from Wang Fuguwei. Though it was merely a fraction of the total, it was ample for them to facilitate their plans. Despite their apparent lack of strength, this group of subordinates proved invaluable in such matters, largely due to their adeptness at flattery. Oh, you desire the slum dwellers? While I would prefer they all vacate, what incentive do I have to assist you? It is true that you are a third-tier awakened being. Yet one must remember that there are numerous third-tier awakened beings in Qing City. Captain Wang of the slums observed him with a hint of wariness. He was not so arrogant as to believe that the individual before him was benign. This man was indeed a genuine third-tier awakened being. Ha ha ha. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I am merely presenting you with an opportunity for wealth. After ensuring no one was around, Cui Jiahui cautiously leaned in and spoke. Oh, business. Captain Wang, initially apprehensive, felt a spark of interest in his eyes upon hearing the prospect of making substantial money. There is a financier who desires the populace of this slum, Cui Jiahui declared. What does he want with those wretched people? Wang instinctively blurted out, but abruptly ceased, pondering that it mattered little. As long as someone offered payment, and the price was right, he would even sell his own mother. These details are not for you to concern yourself with. All you need to know is that your reward is assured, Cui Jiahui replied with a serious demeanor. Ha ha ha, Brother Cui, do not take offense. I understand the rules. However, that stubborn group of impoverished individuals would never agree to accompany you willingly, Captain Wang said, his expression shifting to one of obsequiousness, wearing a broad smile. You need not worry about that. We have our methods, Cui Jiahui proclaimed with pride. In that case, that simplifies matters. I am merely curious how the compensation will be calculated, Captain Wang said, his eyes narrowing to slits as he rubbed his thumb and middle finger together. That is certainly negotiable. After a cordial exchange, the two reached an agreement that left both parties satisfied. Not only would Captain Wang reap considerable benefits, but Chui Jiahui would also receive a handsome reward, creating a mutually advantageous situation. He did not feel he had deceived Captain Wang, for in the end, the ability to negotiate a favorable price was their own merit. Exiting, Chui Jiahui exhaled heavily, awaiting his subordinates. As the group gradually assembled, each recounted their achievements, and indeed, none had encountered failure. After all, in the eyes of those individuals, they were merely a collection of impoverished souls. Losing a few would not attract attention, nor would it evoke concern. The proceedings were smooth, and the next task was to persuade these impoverished individuals to voluntarily accompany them, to go unnoticed. It was crucial to select suitable targets. Otherwise, drawing unwanted attention could lead to unnecessary complications, adversely affecting Wang Fugui's plans and jeopardizing Chui Jiahui's intended involvement. Chapter 87. Sweet rewards. Who are you, and what do you wish to do? This question arose from a ragged group, whose attire, though not particularly refined, was vastly superior to that of the assembled individuals. Some even donned new garments daily, a stark illustration of the disparity between wealth and poverty. Do not panic. We are not villains. We are the bearers of hope, the ones who have come to rescue you, Chui Jiahui proclaimed loudly, resembling a charlatan. Yet, this seemingly nonsensical declaration silenced the crowd, their dull eyes fixed intently on the figures before them. We hail from a realm abundant with endless provisions and fresh water, where one can live without want, provided they are willing to toil. Those who wish to join me may register here. The opportunity is fleeting, limited to but a morning. As Chui Jiahui observed the silent crowd below, he continued speaking. His words resonated like thunder among the gathering, for they understood that through labor, an inexhaustible supply of food awaited them, a prospect that, in today's society, seemed almost fanciful, evoking astonishment among them. The murmurs below grew loud. Had it not been for the vigilant eyes around, many more would have gathered to listen. It is worth noting that Chui Jiahui had only summoned a select few, intent on a gradual approach to minimize his visibility. By the time anyone took notice, he would have amassed considerable wealth, allowing him to engage with the higher-ups and those in the know, thus extricating himself from this mire that was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. I am truly astute, Chui Jiahui mused. Earning money while conducting affairs without attracting undue attention, perhaps even becoming part of that organization. He recalled the various individuals he had encountered, each nearing the fourth tier of awakening, igniting a fervor within him. The first person he met was surely remarkable, possibly nearing the fifth tier. If that were the case, their peak combat capabilities would not differ much from those in Qing City, an organization that inspired dread. I wish to join, suddenly declared a young beggar, his voice soft yet resolute. This utterance silenced the surrounding clamor, redirecting all gazes toward him. The young beggar's face flushed, seemingly embarrassed by the attention. Oh, what is your name? One of Chui's subordinates quickly inquired, producing paper and pen to record the details. My name is Li Meng, came the gentle reply. The mention of Li Meng seemed to act as a catalyst, prompting more individuals to step forward, eager to register. The proceedings unfolded with unexpected ease, though a few remained indecisive. Time, however, was of the essence, and after a brief wait without further registrants, Chui Jiahui declared, if there are no more, then we shall conclude here. Just as he prepared to depart, a group attempted to halt him, yet hesitated, for they lacked the courage. Though the apocalypse had not loomed for long, this remnant of survivors understood the rigid class structures and dared not act rashly. That will suffice for today. I shall return tomorrow. I hope by then you will have made your considerations. As Chui Jiahui's words settled, his subordinates escorted nearly 300 newly registered impoverished individuals away. Knowing that transporting them all at once was impractical, they needed to be taken in batches to minimize their presence. Despite their careful approach, the guards began to sense a change. What has come over these beggars today? Do they dare venture forth in search of sustenance? In their eyes, the impoverished are not merely defined by their lack of awakening. A more significant factor lies in their absence of courage to venture forth and take that first step. While this assertion holds some truth, it is also the case that a portion of these individuals simply lacks the opportunity to showcase their potential. With a sense of urgency, individuals were transported outside, where they encountered Wang Fugui and his associates. Witnessing such a multitude stirred their surprise. Despite their commendable strength, they were critically short on logistical support. They did not lack combatants, but rather individuals capable of performing essential tasks, and this group fit the bill perfectly. As they received the newcomers, the sight of these fearful individuals, comprising the elderly, children, and women, was unsurprising. Wang Fuguei took them all in and handed over 600 first-tier crystal nuclei to Cui Jiehui as remuneration for this endeavor, which caused the latter's eyes to gleam with excitement. Although he had seen considerable wealth before, the ease with which such an amount was earned left him astounded. Even though half of it would need to be distributed, it still represented a substantial reward, further piquing his curiosity about this enigmatic force. Hey, boss, did I perform adequately here? If those 300 impoverished souls had been present, they would have been utterly astonished, for this was the very boy who had registered first. Gone was his naive demeanor. He now wore a broad grin, his expression somewhat lecherous, as his hands fidgeted restlessly. You did well. I certainly won't treat you unfairly, Cui Jiehui responded cheerfully, readily acknowledging his contribution. However, others began to voice their discontent, eager to partake in the rewards, which left Cui Jiehui somewhat exasperated. All right, enough of the bickering. This is merely the first wave. We have countless opportunities ahead. The slum has nearly 10,000 residents. The earnings from this endeavor could sustain you for lifetimes. Yet here you are, squabbling over trifles. It would be far better to prepare for tomorrow's action plan, he said, rubbing his aching head while painting an enticing vision of the future. In an instant, the group's expressions turned blank, clearly entranced by the prospects of their future lives. It seemed that his grand vision had struck a chord, Cui Jiehui mused. A cough broke the spell, bringing several back to reality. However, unlike before, their eyes sparkled with renewed determination as they eagerly departed to fulfill the ambitious plans laid out by Cui Jiehui. Observing the bustling activity around him, Cui Jiehui nodded with satisfaction before retreating to his humble abode, ready to reward himself with a restorative sleep. Time passed, and Captain Wang and his team also received their rewards, becoming increasingly invested in the endeavor. Meanwhile, thanks to the arrival of the 300 individuals, the camp's construction progressed with remarkable organization. It is worth noting that among these newcomers were several skilled craftsmen, capable of constructing shelters and cultivating land without requiring oversight. Chapter 88. The second wave of population arrives with an abundance of food at their disposal. The 300 worked with exceptional diligence, and the children were granted opportunities to learn at the Hope Camp. The mere existence of a school is once again astonishing. The food here is truly remarkable. A burly man, seated on the ground, remarked while savoring the flatbread in his hand. After finishing, he not only felt his strength replenished, but also sensed an increase in vigor. A slender fellow, brimming with enthusiasm, chimed in, raising his arm to showcase his muscles. Is it truly that miraculous? I feel nothing of the sort, I pondered aloud. Just look at your physique compared to his. The differences are negligible. Hence the lack of noticeable effect, came the reply. The group sat on the ground, enjoying their flatbreads and sipping water, engaging in lively conversation, entirely unfazed by the dust beneath them. It was not that Wang Fuguei was unwilling to offer them delectable fare. Rather, despite the existence of the farm space, a nearly supernatural phenomenon, arable land remained limited, preventing everyone from enjoying ample sustenance. In such circumstances, a considerable workforce was essential to cultivate the surrounding land. Although the external land had an extended growth cycle and could not be fertilized with the corpses of zombies, it benefited from the nourishing aura surrounding the farm space, leading to a shorter growth period and significantly enhanced quality. This was the source of their remarkable sensations, and their recruitment was partly due to the need for land cultivation. Currently, Wuxiang village was devoid of towering skyscrapers, consisting only of single-story buildings, encircled by a 7-meter-high city wall. The remaining areas were still being developed into various structures and farmland, liberally scattered around, serving as a primary temporary commercial hub. The standards were not particularly high. Thus, in the rear, Orange City and Hope City commenced extensive land reclamation, with numerous individuals diligently toiling away. As the second day dawned, amidst another round of persuasion, a larger group of over 700 impoverished individuals was brought forth. If we calculate based on 2 first-grade crystal cores per person, this batch would yield an income of 1,400, a feat easier than robbing a bank. It is noteworthy that this group of impoverished laborers could only earn a single first-grade crystal core after a month of work, which could be exchanged for 1,000 yuan, sufficient for a meal featuring both vegetables and meat. With 1,400, one could purchase a modest yet secure dwelling in the inner precincts. Wang Fuguei nodded, his brow unfurrowed as he received the newcomers and disbursed their compensation. However, this time, Cui Jiehui did not depart immediately. Instead, he hesitated, casting a glance at Wang Fuguei. Do you have something to say? Speak quickly, Wang Fuguei replied, appearing somewhat impatient, for he had numerous tasks awaiting his attention. I wish to join your ranks. May I inquire what is required? Chui Jiahui said, gathering his courage as he surveyed the surroundings, noticing that aside from his own subordinates, there were no others present. Oh, do you truly wish to join our esteemed Qing city, aligning yourself with a force that seems to have emerged from the most obscure corners? Do you not perceive this as a diminishment of your stature? Wang Fuguwei, suppressing his impatience, regarded the individual before him with keen interest. We have considered this thoroughly. To amass such a multitude of followers and to present a substantial quantity of crystal cores is undoubtedly more complex than it appears, Chui Jiahui remarked through gritted teeth. Are you suggesting that this aligns with your thoughts as well? Wang Fuguwei scrutinized the group, assessing their unconventional appearances. Truth be told, he was reluctant to accept them. Yet he lacked individuals possessing such social acumen. Indeed, Chui Jiahui replied, his gaze steadfast. Ultimately, Wang Fuguwei withheld his refusal, exhaling a soft sigh. It seemed he would have to nurture this motley crew, for he had no one else to rely on. Tasking those who only knew how to brawl with the nuances of social engagement would surely be a daunting challenge. After all, in this apocalypse rife with zombies, individuals endowed with knowledge were not as highly valued as those with brute strength. Upon witnessing Wang Fuguwei's nod, the group instantly brightened with joy. But do not be overly exuberant. This path may not be as idyllic as you envision. You still have time to contemplate your decision to join us. Once you commit, retreat will not be an option, for certain knowledge, once acquired, binds you irrevocably. In other words, should you wish to withdraw later, it will be impossible. With that, Wang Fuguwei turned to retrace his steps, leaving the others to exchange glances of uncertainty. Let us proceed. Life offers no smooth roads. Chui Jiahui was the first to follow suit. The rest of the group, seasoned by their experiences in the harsh realities of society, understood one fundamental truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To reap rewards, one must be prepared to invest commensurate effort. Wang Fuguwei was acutely aware of the movements of those behind him, yet he refrained from looking back, silently assessing their potential and contemplating whether to invest fully in their development. Nevertheless, the outcome was presently satisfying. Having endured the same trials as everyone else, these individuals began to grasp the true meaning behind Wang Fuguwei's earlier words. What an extraordinary phenomenon! Chui Jiahui could not resist touching the central crystal, with the others nodding in agreement. The current system interface had proven remarkably robust, allowing for multiple users to engage in online chats, visible to all who possessed the system. Within the map system, upon reaching level 2, one could utilize zooming functions and access maps beyond the confines of Qing City, though exploration was necessary to unveil them. The shop system offered a myriad of items. Individuals could temporarily rent a storefront or establish their own, with the latter option significantly reducing rental costs. Moreover, there existed official stores where system-supplied goods were sold, numerous in variety yet costly. However, these items were unavailable through alternative means, creating a monopoly that promised substantial profits. In the realm of the spatial backpack module, the current storage capacity has reached an impressive 10 cubic meters, ample enough to accommodate several vehicles without feeling cramped. However, these material possessions pale in comparison to the paramount concern of individual strength. The attributes panel clearly delineates each person's status and the combat power requisite for ascending to the next rank, leaving no room for ambiguity. Moreover, they have been bestowed with a manual that enables everyone to enhance their capabilities. Upon learning of the means to awaken their potential, the group of subordinates was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of happiness for the decisions they made that day. Chapter 89. A renewed alliance confronted with this situation. The group decided against departing, opting instead to reside in this place. Naturally, due to the lack of accommodations, they had no choice but to part with some funds. Yet, the investment was inconsequential in light of the potential for strength enhancement. Within his room, Chui Jiahui tirelessly absorbed the ambient spiritual energy, while the group of subordinates immersed themselves in the awakening chamber throughout the night. Before long, dawn arrived. With a sense of reluctance, the group proceeded forward, casting glances back every few steps. Among them was an additional young girl, a member of the initial wave of impoverished individuals to arrive at the camp. She was to serve as a persuader, aiding in the recruitment of more individuals to join their ranks. Upon reaching the city, they encountered the anxious Captain Wang. And Chui Jiahui smiled knowingly. You have returned. I was beginning to worry something had happened to you, Captain Wang exclaimed, his eyes scanning Chui Jiahui's form as if genuinely concerned for his well-being. Chui Jiahui, seasoned in the ways of the world, recognized that Captain Wang's worries were more about his finances than his safety. Nonetheless, he decided to play along with the charade. Haha, Captain Wang, how could I trouble you? I'm just fine, he replied with a hearty laugh. This is your reward, Captain Wang gestured, nodding. Just then, Chui Jiahui retrieved a package from his backpack and handed it to Captain Wang. Do I not trust you, my brother? Haha. By the way, are you still recruiting today? Captain Wang eagerly accepted the package, his desire to open it palpable, yet he restrained himself due to the presence of others. Indeed, we are looking for more individuals. And quite a few at that, Chui Jiahui replied casually. Oh, you require even more people? Your benefactor must be quite affluent. I wonder what they intend to do with so many idle hands, Captain Wang mused, his initial excitement at the prospect of earning money quickly fading, replaced by mild curiosity. That benefactor happens to be yours as well, Captain Wang, Chui Jiahui noted with a smirk. Ha ha ha, you have a point there. Some matters escape my understanding. But as long as there is money to be made, who cares about the plight of these impoverished souls, right? Isn't that so, Captain Wang? Chui Jiahui jested. Ha ha. Then I shall defer to you, Brother Chui. They will continue to cooperate with you. Captain Wang did not respond directly, but turned to leave. Observing this interaction, Chui Jiahui simply shrugged, unfazed, and proceeded to issue commands to his subordinates. 2 days prior, many had yet to join, and at this moment, the little girl proved invaluable. Casually meandering among the crowd, she effortlessly enticed those who would willingly seek to join. The young girl, astutely aware of her role, ventured alone into the slums. Arriving at familiar territory, the residents, upon spotting a well-dressed little girl, presumed her to be from the affluent district and kept their distance, casting furtive glances her way. Excitedly, the girl greeted a scruffy middle-aged man who was among the onlookers. Is that you, Xiaoling? He asked, bewildered, glancing around as if to confirm her identity. Indeed. Uncle Li, do you not recognize me? She replied, her large, bright eyes sparkling, and a sweet smile revealing adorable dimples on her cheeks. It truly is you. It truly is Xiaoling. The man's eyes widened in astonishment as he approached, trembling slightly, scrutinizing the charming young girl before him. Uncle Li, she exclaimed, embracing him, leaving him momentarily flustered. His hands hovered awkwardly in the air as he regarded his tattered clothing and the griminess of his hands, contrasting sharply with the pristine attire and flawless complexion of Xiaoling. A profound sense of inadequacy washed over him. What has happened to you, Xiaoling? After she finally released him, he mustered the courage to stammer his inquiry. Oh right. I registered the day before yesterday and went to a new camp where the people treated us splendidly, providing us with new clothes and ample food. All for just a bit of labor, nothing too taxing, she explained. Ample food? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, some astonished, others envious, with a few lamenting their missed opportunity from the previous days. In that moment, everyone seemed to accept Xiaoling's words without question, for even a glimmer of hope was something they all longed to grasp. Is everything you said true? The middle-aged man nearly shouted, but upon seeing a flicker of fear in her expression, his tone softened. Forgive me, Xiaoling, I am simply too excited. Your aunt and Hua Hua are waiting for me at home. It is my failure for not having awakened and provided them with a better life. Uncle Li, this is an opportunity, Xiaoling replied. You were once a university professor, and our camp is in need of teachers. You would surely excel there. Are you suggesting they are still hiring? His voice boomed, silencing the surrounding clamor as everyone leaned in, eager for confirmation. Of course, tomorrow, there will be registrations here. And I will accompany you. I mainly came back to see you all, and how wonderful it would be if we could return together. Then I could joyfully play with Hua Hua again, Xiaoling exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Instantly, the crowd dispersed, each individual rushing to find their families, unable to contain their eagerness to share the news. Every departing face radiated joy. Having seemingly achieved their goal, Xiaoling followed Uncle Li back to his residence, which, though termed a home, was merely a tent. This was the last form of aid that Qing City could provide, offering each household a single tent. Once a tent succumbed to disrepair, no one would come to manage subsequent maintenance. The dilapidated little tent housed 3 individuals, and the air within was quite unpleasant, mingled with the odors of sweat and decaying food. Nonetheless, Xiaoling displayed no signs of distaste, greeting Hua Hua with a radiant smile. Initially, Hua Hua was rather reserved. Despite knowing that the person before her was a dear friend, she appeared even more self-effacing, speaking timidly without any conviction. Observing this scene, the middle-aged man's resolve to enlist became even stronger as he spoke to his wife about the earlier events, while Xiaoling animatedly discussed life in the camp with Hua Hua. Perhaps it was the allure of the camp's circumstances that drew them in. For both Hua Hua and the young boy beside her began to relax, engaging in a lively conversation among the 3. Chapter 90. A mass recruitment that night was destined to be anything but tranquil, but such disturbances occurred solely within the slums, drawing little attention from the broader populace. Initially, the city guards were surprised to see these impoverished individuals, who rarely ventured out, leaving the city, and they observed with curiosity. However, when day turned to dusk without anyone returning, they soon accepted the situation. Perhaps, they thought, these individuals had ventured out in search of sustenance out of necessity. Yet, they overlooked a crucial detail. None of these families sought food alone. Aside from the city guards, some labor overseers noted the unusual drop in the number of impoverished workers arriving for employment. However, this change was not yet pronounced enough to raise their suspicions, and they paid little heed to it. After all, in their eyes, these destitute individuals had nowhere else to turn other than to them for a meager meal. Throughout that night, in certain areas of the slum, people engaged in animated conversation, gazed at the stars, or rolled about in their tents. Sleep was a luxury none could afford. They dreamt fervently of a brighter future, fully trusting in Xiao Ling's every word. It was not that they lacked skepticism, rather, they chose to cast aside doubt. As dawn broke, Cui Jiahui arrived in the slum, soon surrounded by a throng of individuals, many of whom had gathered around Xiao Ling the previous day, along with some new faces. Each person harbored their own selfish motives. They did not publicize yesterday's events for fear that the limited recruitment might leave them behind if too many sought to join. Thus, once again, over 1,000 individuals gathered. Though not all would be taken away, 1,000 was the maximum. Should too many be transported at once, it would inevitably raise suspicions. After delivering a stirring and impassioned speech, over 1,300 individuals signed up. Others, though still observing, began to feel the stirrings of ambition. Captain Wang and his companions, having tasted the sweetness of their newfound power, gazed with amusement at the throng of impoverished individuals signing up. They considered themselves distinct from this group, having witnessed the ferocity of zombies and understanding that true safety lay within the fortified walls of their city, rendering the naive beliefs of these hopeful souls laughable. Perhaps, they mused, these naive individuals would serve as mere subjects for experimentation. This thought sent a shiver down Captain Wang's spine. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Cui Jiahui, he excused himself, fearful that he too might be targeted. Being an awakened one, his body might be deemed more suitable for such purposes. As Captain Wang hurriedly departed, Cui Jiahui was left in a state of bewilderment. But the pressing demands of his work soon drew his focus back. With the completion of the registration process, the list of applicants had swelled to approximately 1,600 to 1,700 individuals. The commotion had naturally attracted the attention of those nearby. Some, intrigued, approached to learn more about the unfolding events, and astonishingly, a number of them chose to register without hesitation. This surge in applicants, however, also created a logistical challenge regarding the safe transportation of these individuals. Have many of the impoverished left the city in recent days? A voice queried dismissively. What concern is that of mine? Do not report every trivial matter to me. I am exceedingly busy. Inside a quaint villa, a middle-aged man reclined on a chair, one arm draped around a beautiful woman while enjoying her massage, responding impatiently. What? Do you wish to partake in this pleasure as well? His subordinate, standing below, promptly exited the villa, wiping the sweat from his brow in relief before making his way out. This scene echoed in various locations. The adventurers of Qing City, considering themselves the elite, looked down upon the denizens of the slums, showing little regard for the events occurring among them. Yet, among them existed a faction of rational minds, including the members of the Firestorm Adventure Group. Despite their leader being a fierce awakened one, embodying the essence of raging flames, he possessed a remarkably calm intellect. Cui Jiahui, a third-tier awakened individual, would not engage in such activities without reason. There had to be some underlying motive. Continue to observe the conditions in the slums. Inform me immediately of any developments. A young man with long hair and glasses, exuding an air of refinement, donned a somewhat worn yet impeccably clean suit. Yes, leader, replied the subordinate, promptly departing. Is it really necessary to be so anxious? They are merely a group of impoverished souls. There are still thousands remaining. A burly man bellowed from below. Old 3, refrain from speaking so freely. The leader has his reasons for acting as he does. Just listen. Interjected a strikingly handsome young man, whose pale complexion and refined demeanor contrasted sharply with the leader's scholarly appearance. Dressed in a pristine white suit, he exuded elegance and sophistication. No harm done. Every unusual occurrence has its reason, and even the smallest matters, if left unchecked, can escalate until they become uncontrollable. At that point, it would be too late, and even a sip of broth would elude you when it is still warm. The leader, seated in the foremost position, leisurely took a sip of his tea and remarked, I fail to comprehend your fondness for tea. It is both bitter and astringent, far less gratifying than wine. The third member evidently did not grasp his words. The other two gently shook their heads, choosing silence as they savored their tea. This was indeed a rare moment of leisure that they could not afford to squander. Chui Jiahui's endeavors were progressing smoothly. Everyone had been safely escorted out. In the process, they inevitably exchanged courtesies with the city guards, yielding a gratifying outcome. After all, the zombie crystal cores were now a coveted currency, far more valuable than mere money, facilitating swift and convenient exchanges. With this venture concluded, it was time to confer with Wang Fugui, as future transactions here would not be so effortless. Chui Jiahui turned to gaze at the towering city walls and spoke to his subordinate beside him. Rest assured, my friend. We have successfully relocated all items from within the city. Should this business falter, we can always reside in the Hope Camp. Given our skills, we need not worry about sustenance. His subordinates were feeling rather buoyant, having just completed a significant deal. Let us hope for continued success, Chui Jiahui mused. Chapter 91. Observations of Chui Jiahui. Upon hearing Chui Jiahui's concerns, Wang Fugui smiled reassuringly, as he had planned to take a few days to absorb the influx of people. After all, the numbers were overwhelming, necessitating time for personnel arrangements. However, it was clear that retaining everyone in Wuxiang City was unrealistic. This group would inevitably need to be dispersed across various cities. With the binding system in place, he was not overly concerned about potential unrest. Yet insufficient supplies could lead to dissatisfaction among the populace. In the current camp, all the elders had awakened. Even those with the poorest talents had achieved awakening not long ago. Within the school, there was a plethora of talented young individuals, although lacking combat experience. They possessed substantial theoretical knowledge, much of which was applicable. Moreover, with little else to occupy their time, their primary tasks revolved around study and cultivation, resulting in a high level of proficiency. Overall, the combined combat strength within the Hope Camp surpassed that of the awakened in Qingshi, especially since not everyone was privy to the methods of awakening for various reasons. Our camp comprises 3 cities: the main city, Hope City; the secondary city, Wuxiang City; and Orange City. I currently preside as the Lord of Wuxiang City, and you may refer to me as Lord Wang henceforth. You have all performed admirably in your current tasks, and may now explore these cities to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Wang Fugui smiled knowingly before departing. The group exchanged brief, joyous glances before departing with delight. They remained curious about the new environment, pondering why the inhabitants here possessed such strength and were willing to exchange their lives for crystal cores. Upon arriving in Wuxiang City, despite having visited not long ago, each sighting continued to elicit wonder. Indeed, each day brought a new transformation, as Chui Jiahui remarked. The current Wuxiang City boasted towering walls reaching 7 meters high, with buildings standing in orderly rows, surrounded by vast open spaces where even the shadows of former villages had vanished. The teams sent to level Wuxiang village had returned, each bearing their own spoils, while diligently preparing for future commercial endeavors. As they entered through the grand entrance, which soared 3 meters and was adorned in vibrant red, they noted its stark contrast to ancient wooden doors. This imposing gate was forged entirely of metal, nearly 20 centimeters thick, leaving one to ponder what kind of abomination could breach it. Within the city walls, construction was underway, yet the focus diverged from that of other cities. With fewer residential structures and a greater emphasis on hotels, inns, and various entertainment venues, the tools here were remarkable, akin to those found in a fantastical realm. Merely stacking 2 crafted bricks together resulted in a seamless fit, culminating in the construction of a building. At the heart of the city stood a grand edifice, rumored to be destined as a large marketplace where stalls could be set up both inside and out, serving as a bustling hub for trade. The group did not linger long, as their accommodations lay elsewhere. They ventured into a secluded courtyard, where the presence of numerous individuals became apparent, including several team leaders, some of whom Chui Jiahui recognized. After exchanging awkward nods, they proceeded into the main hall of the courtyard, where a mesmerizing blue vortex awaited. With people continuously entering and exiting, familiar with the routine, they stepped inside and were instantaneously transported to a vast farm. Through the farm's entrance, they beheld a flurry of industrious figures, and upon closer inspection, they recognized many familiar faces among the laborers. These were the impoverished residents from Qing City. Their demeanor transformed from previous despondency to one radiating joy, their hands working tirelessly. Upon noticing the arrival of Chui Jiahui and his companions, they greeted them warmly, even inviting them to visit their homes, leaving the group somewhat taken aback. This sensation was indeed delightful. Just as they escaped the exuberant throng, one of the younger members, still a bit rattled, remarked. Despite their initial fright, they felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, relishing the feeling of being welcomed rather than reviled. Where shall we wander next? One of the younger members inquired, looking to Chui Jiahui. Let us first explore Hope City. I've heard it has everything one could desire, Chui Jiahui replied. The group nodded in agreement and made their way to a blue vortex encircled by a ring of pillars. The surface was etched with inscrutable patterns that emanated a crimson glow. Before the swirling vortex stood a pedestal, upon which a gentle touch would unveil a luminous screen. On this screen, 2 azure dots appeared, revealing a few words that represented the names of the blue points, Hope City. After a moment of contemplation, I confirmed my destination. One by one, several individuals stepped into the vortex, experiencing only a slight dizziness before the scene before them transformed dramatically. Unlike the previous small farm, this environment resembled a quaint village, bustling with pedestrians and the laughter of children playing joyfully. Following them were a group of elderly men and women, engaged in animated conversations as they strolled. They showed no concern for the children, for today's youth are far more resilient than in the past. Most are awakened. While a few possess first-tier physiques, they are impervious to illness, and minor scrapes and bumps leave no marks upon them. This is the new generation, destined to be the talents and backbone of the future. Observing these children, who seemed far stronger than myself, filled my younger companions with envy. What an extraordinary place this is. Even the children are first tier, and among them are even some second tier awakened. What a miraculous realm this is. Chui Jiahui struggled to contain his emotions, his gaze fervently fixed upon the group of children. This action drew the wary attention of the nearby elders, who regarded him with watchful eyes. Clearing his throat, he became somewhat embarrassed upon noticing their stares and quickly turned away, leading his companions to depart without looking back. Once they had distanced themselves from the elders, out of sight, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. They traveled a considerable distance, encountering various changes in their surroundings. Before them stood a 3-story building, a standout structure in this space, as most houses were typically single-story, with only a few being 2 stories, a result of Chen Fan's influence. Above the entrance, the words Adventurers Guild were inscribed. Adventurers Guild, this must be the organization within, Chui Jiahui remarked with a sense of wonder. With that, he stepped inside, followed closely by his companions. However, upon entering, they were momentarily taken aback by the remarkable presence surrounding them. Chapter 92. Establishing the Adventurers Guild surrounded by second-tier awakened individuals. In a notable number of third-tier awakened, Chui Jiahui could distinctly sense that many among them surpassed his own strength, and none were familiar faces. So many powerful beings, indeed. It appears this place is even more formidable than Qing City, Chui Jiahui mused. Boss, look at this. One of his companions exclaimed, now seated at a booth. Engrossed with a tablet, his eyes wide with astonishment. Observing his comrade's expression, Chui Jiahui rushed over, taking the tablet, and instantly felt a pang of jealousy. For displayed upon it was the information regarding Wang Fuguei and his fellow adventurers. First team, Wangxiao Adventure Group Leader, Wang Taizhu level. Early 4th stage Deputy Leader, Wang Ying level. Mid 3rd stage Second Team, Wang Wei Adventure Group Leader, Wang Gata level. Early 4th stage Deputy Leader, Wang Lifeng level. Mid 3rd stage 3rd Team, Xiangming Adventure Group Leader, Wang Fuguei level. Peak 3rd stage Deputy Leader, Wang Wen level. Mid 3rd stage observing these adventure groups, each consisting of at least 5 members, with the weakest not falling below the 2nd stage and the leaders themselves boasting a minimum of 3rd stage prowess. It is evident that Chui Jiahui's capabilities as a leader merely hover at the threshold of adequacy. As a weapon-oriented awakener, he occupies the lowest tier among his peers, regarded as possessing the least potential, for in the eyes of others, his abilities merely translate to an added storage space. Those capable in combat catch their opponents off guard. But beyond that, his skills seem rather limited. Thus, despite being a 3rd stage awakener, he finds himself lacking any formidable allies willing to join his adventure group. And this is the crux of the matter. It seems my presence here is indeed fortuitous, Chui Jiahui mused silently as he observed. Let us form an adventure group, he declared with newfound determination to his 4 companions. Boss, while I too yearn to join, we are but ordinary folk, not even 1st stage awakeners. Thus we cannot meet the threshold for establishing an adventure group, one of his younger companions lamented. After perusing the rules for forming an adventure group, Chui Jiahui noted that a minimum of 5 individuals is required, each at least of 2nd stage. However, there exists an exception for provisional adventure groups, which only necessitate 5 members without further prerequisites. But even if we join, we would only hinder the boss. What use are we? Despite a brief surge of excitement following Cui Jiahui's explanation, his companions soon fell back into despondency. We shall not venture out. Although I am a third-stage awakener, I must confess my combat prowess is not particularly impressive. My ascension to the third stage was merely fortuitous. We will not, nor can we, undertake external missions. But we can accept patrol duties, which will yield some compensation. I have examined our marketplace. It is replete with items that enhance combat strength, including energy fruits that bolster our abilities and fruits that can directly awaken latent powers. Thus, as long as we have the means, you can certainly become formidable warriors. So you need not worry. Cui Jiahui's words reignited the spirits of his four companions, who gazed at him with fervor. Ahem, do not look at me with such expectation. Becoming strong also demands your own diligence, Cui Jiahui said, feeling somewhat bashful under their intense gaze, clearing his throat. After this round of persuasion, the five successfully established their adventure group, marking the inception of their new endeavor. With hearts brimming with anticipation, the younger members began exploring the marketplace, having been too preoccupied to examine its offerings upon their recent arrival at the camp. As they gazed around, they were indeed met with an abundance of splendid goods, including meats typically reserved for affluent neighborhoods, all available at remarkably low prices. However, these treasures did not fall within their immediate pursuit. A mere glance was sufficient before they moved on, their focus intensifying as they sought their true objective. Yet, upon noticing the sold-out signs behind them, their expressions instantly grew cold. As they glimpsed the steep prices of certain items, gasps of disbelief escaped their lips. The next moment, some cast a forlorn look towards their leader. Ah, one must have dreams. Otherwise, what distinguishes us from a lifeless fish? Who knows, they might just come true. Cui Jiahui said with sparkling eyes, attempting to charm his way out of the moment. Yet, it was evident that his companions were not swayed, still looking at him with lingering disappointment. There are opportunities to be had. We possess the ability to earn, Cui Jiahui sighed, speaking earnestly. What opportunities? The others queried, a hint of confusion in their voices. They lacked both strength and talent, so how could they possibly earn? Reselling goods. You see how inexpensive items are in this marketplace. Yet it's a different story in Qing City. Take those canned meats, for instance. They are only available in affluent areas. Even the most daring adventurers cannot indulge in them daily. Thus, the potential profit here is significant. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go right now. Upon hearing this, the group of young men returned to their lively spirits. Hold your horses. We have no plan in place. If we simply rush in, we will be devoured whole. Cui Jiahui shot them an exasperated look. With that, all excitement from earlier dissipated, and they began to regain their composure, silently wandering once more. However, this time, their demeanor was contemplative rather than exuberant. As night fell, they returned to their temporary lodging. Due to the circumstances, the five were crammed into a single room, akin to a communal dormitory with bunk beds, yet the amenities were considerably more complete, featuring a small kitchen and a bathroom. It was quite luxurious by their standards, and they were generally satisfied, but their focus was not on comfort. Rather, they gathered to strategize their financial endeavors. Time slipped away swiftly. The evening carried a slight chill, yet it did little to dampen the enthusiasm of Cui Jiahui and his companions. Having barely slept through the night, all but Cui Jiahui bore the telltale signs of fatigue. Yet their spirits were notably high. They were almost impatient, eager to soar to Qing City and implement their plans meticulously crafted over the night. As they exited their room, they swiftly made their way back to Wuxiang City, already laden with a wealth of supplies, their journey made effortless by their spatial modules. Chapter 93. A glimpse into Qing City. In Qing City, Cui Jiahui, burdened with numerous provisions, chose to enter quietly, minimizing any commotion. Despite his efforts, he drew considerable attention, with Captain Wang being the first to approach them. As his remuneration remained tied to Cui Jiahui, his arrival was primarily for the crystal cores. However, upon witnessing Cui Jiahui and his entourage burdened with an array of packages, his eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. When they had previously departed, they had carried nothing. Yet now an abundance of goods materialized before him. What could this indicate? Brother Cui, what do you have here? Captain Wang's eyes, gleaming with curiosity, betrayed his eagerness as he fixated on the bundles adorning the group. Not to deceive you, Brother Wang, but we did not return with crystal cores. Rather, we exchanged all of them for supplies. As he spoke, he unzipped the backpack, revealing its contents. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Captain Wang caught sight of luncheon meat, a delicacy typically reserved for grand dining halls. This revelation ignited his interest, and he instinctively reached out, but recalling Cui Jiahui's prowess, he restrained the reckless impulse. Despite Chui Jiahui's relatively modest abilities among his peers, the fact that he was a third-tier awakened individual could not be overlooked. Brother Chui, what is this? Captain Wang's gaze remained fixed on Chui Jiahui, who was no fool. The mere act of presenting the items indicated that there was surely something he could partake in. Brother Wang, I am aware of your connections in the affluent district. And surely, you comprehend the potential value of these supplies should they be sold there. Chui Jiahui extended a backpack towards him. Without hesitation, Captain Wang accepted the backpack and opened it to reveal an assortment of snacks, including a can of beef, provoking a salivary response he could not suppress. What do you intend to do? Captain Wang, still holding on to his rationality, scrutinized Chui Jiahui intently. The goods are yours to sell at whatever price you deem fit. We merely seek 80% of the profits, while the remaining 20% is yours. Chui Jiahui's proposition elicited no reaction from Captain Wang. That 80% is excessive. I can offer you a maximum of 60%. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in his eyes, a manifestation of his mercantile instincts. Yet, Chui Jiahui was not as accommodating as anticipated. Without a moment's hesitation, he reclaimed the backpack and prepared to depart. If you refuse this opportunity, I shall seek others. Wait, 70%. Brother Chui, I'll give you 70%. Captain Wang, somewhat flustered, hastily pursued him. However, Chui Jiahui's pace quickened rather than slowed. 80%. Brother Chui, I'll give you 80%. Captain Wang, like a defeated rooster, lowered his head in resignation. An exquisite third-tier crystal core. At this moment, Chui Jiahui halted, extending his hand with a grin. What? Now? Captain Wang exclaimed in surprise. With the crystal cores now in their possession, Chui Jiahui and his companions eagerly departed from Qing City, making their way back to Wuxiang Village. Along the journey, they noticed a considerable number of individuals trailing behind them. Evidently, despite their caution, some information had leaked. However, they remained unperturbed, redirecting the attention of this following group towards Wuxiang Village. A plan orchestrated by Wang Fuguei from the outset. Due to their arrival, Chen Fan's influence was laid bare before everyone, facilitating their business dealings without hesitation. Upon returning to Wuxiang Village, the group was followed by others who, upon witnessing the imposing walls and patrolling guards, refrained from charging in recklessly. Aware that they were merely the vanguard and not particularly strong, the cautious among them quickly retreated, while some stronger organizations attempted to blend in, only to set off alarms upon reaching the entrance, leading to their immediate exposure and capture by the patrols. The apprehended were bewildered, despite being the vanguard. They possessed considerable strength and had not anticipated such a swift defeat. What are you doing? I am a member of the Hungry Wolf Adventurers, some proclaimed, believing themselves to be of significant standing, yet their words were met with indifference by the patrols. The more prudent individuals sighed in relief, recognizing that their intervention would make no difference, and thus wisely chose to depart slowly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. The group, led by Chui Jiahui, observed the unfolding situation behind them, but remained unconcerned. Did Captain Wang Fuguei foresee all of this? Why do I feel that these patrols are far stronger than yesterday? One of the younger members pondered. If your assumption holds true, then everything from our first arrival until now has been within Wang Fuguei's calculations, which is indeed terrifying. Chui Jiahui responded gravely. Fortunately, we are allies now. The younger members felt a sense of relief. Let us swiftly enhance our strength. I can hardly wait to awaken. With this declaration, their focus shifted from what might transpire next to the accomplishment of their goals, now viewing the impending conflicts as battles between celestial beings, not wishing to foolishly involve themselves. The priority remained on strengthening their capabilities. At Wang Fuguei's residence, he mused, the fish is hooked. Now we prepare for battle. They must understand our strength before we can secure the trade routes. Sitting in his chair, he gazed deeply outside, an unintentional aura emanating from him that instilled a sense of fear in those below. Have you notified the Great Lord? Wang Fuguei's voice resonated again. Yes, I informed him. The Great Lord is aware, a subordinate hastily replied, referring to Chen Fan as the Great Lord. Very well, you may leave. As his voice faded, the sound of a door gently closing echoed in the quiet room. Alone in the enclosed space, Wang Fuguei sat in silence, lost in thought. The stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop. In Qing City, leaders of various affluent conglomerates and adventurer teams reacted with fury upon learning from their subordinates about the captured members, while others wore expressions of caution, grappling with their ignorance of the enemy. Such a considerable commotion inevitably attracted the attention of the authorities. Several high-ranking officials convened an urgent meeting that lasted the entire afternoon, characterized by heated debates that left participants flushed and breathless. Ultimately, The outcome remained known only to those in attendance. Chapter 94. The outcry at the gate. In the brief span of a single day, several prominent adventurer groups had already converged, their collective size numbering in the dozens, a significant event for the entire Qing city. Notably, some of the larger adventurer factions found themselves united, perhaps spurred by the fate of their imprisoned comrades, but primarily driven by the allure of the abundant treasures that lay in wait, treasures that incited their fervor. A contingent of adventurers, led by the formidable Zhao Xiong, the captain of the 5th-ranked adventurer team, set forth. A beast-type awakener, Zhao could transform into a pangolin, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities and was well known within Qing City. Following the main group, numerous scouts from various adventurer factions trailed behind, including several skilled individuals, deputy leaders from different teams, and even a notable official awakener, Chen Jun, a mid-phase 4th-level awakener and the captain of the official awakener squad, who had nearly reached the pinnacle of awakened beings in Qing City. Captain Chen is actually here, whispered Bystander A. It seems the authorities are quite invested in this matter, murmured Bystander B. Certainly, to present such a wealth of resources, if their strength is lacking, they would undoubtedly be a prime target, remarked Bystander C. Though their voices were subdued, as 4th-level awakeners, their senses were finely attuned, allowing Chen Jun to overhear their hushed discussions. However, he remained unfazed. His mission was to assess the strength of Wuxiang village, and all else was of little consequence. The sizable party advanced with ease, the scattered zombies in their path posing no significant threat, and they soon arrived near Wuxiang village. The towering walls of the village astonished the group, and Zhao Xiong's eyes glimmered with a mix of awe and fleeting greed. Such vast fortifications! If I could conquer this place and claim it as my own, I could establish dominion here, disregarding the city lord of Qing City entirely, Zhao Xiong mused, fixated on the city that was destined to be his. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, contemplating whether to eliminate the others, thus diminishing the competition for this prize. Indeed, Zhao Xiong had already envisioned this encampment as his own possession. Though he did not consider himself the strongest in Qing City, in this remote locale, the presence of a 4th-level awakener was a rarity. Surely, the leaders within must be quaking in fear at the mere thought of his formidable force, he chuckled to himself. Ha ha ha, listen within. You have been claimed by the great Zhao Xiong. Surrender your weapons and accept my leadership, or should I breach your defenses, you shall find no mercy. At this moment, Zhao Xiong radiated vitality. Indeed, his personal presence proved to be fortuitous, as he unexpectedly encountered such a bountiful prize. Little did he know, however, that a group of individuals atop the city walls harbored doubts. Could this simpleton truly be so naive? With his peak 3rd-tier prowess, he audaciously boasted. Bashan Tiger's eyes widened as he observed the buffoon below, itching to descend and confront him. Yet, did he not recall the Lord's instructions? Did he dare to defy orders? Without hesitation, Shadow delivered a surreptitious strike against Bashan Tiger. Humph. At this juncture, Bashan Tiger refrained from further dialogue, turning his head in a fit of pique. However, after some time without receiving any acknowledgement, he awkwardly returned his gaze. In a moment, I shall confront the captain of this awakening squad, he declared. Wang Fugui's attention was not on Zhao Xiong below. Rather, it was fixated on a man in military attire within the ranks behind him. As if sensing something, Chen Jun lifted his gaze towards the city walls. Yet, due to the considerable distance, his vision was obscured. Nevertheless, he could still feel an ominous presence. It seemed that this Wuxiang village possessed truly remarkable individuals. Fortunately, the city lord acted with caution and refrained from initiating conflict, for such actions would undoubtedly result in extensive casualties. Chen Jun silently rejoiced, contemplating that perhaps he ought to adopt a more agreeable demeanor this time. Zhao Xiong remained beneath the city walls, but as time passed, not a single person descended, let alone offered their surrender. Very well, you have successfully provoked my wrath, therefore, prepare to face the fury of ironclad Zhao Xiong. Zhao Xiong seethed, his breath heavy with indignation. Since they lack awareness, we shall demonstrate our might. Roars of agreement emerged. Though the majority were indifferent, each operating independently without a leader. Humph. Observing the inaction of many, Zhao Xiong, feeling his pride wounded, unleashed his formidable aura, transforming into his pangolin form, causing the weaker individuals nearby to kneel in submission. You have actually reached the 4th tier, exclaimed the other captains, their expressions filled with disbelief. Humph. Merely a stroke of luck, Zhao Xiong thought, surveying the crowd with an air of superiority. In that moment, the earlier bravado dissipated. After all, the distinction between the 3rd and 4th tiers marked a true entry into the realm of the extraordinary. although he had just ascended to the 4th tier. Eliminating 10 peak 3rd tier awakeners would pose no challenge, which explained the palpable fear among the onlookers. However, soon after, a bitter realization washed over them. They had assumed that the earlier adventuring parties would not arrive, allowing them to partake in some spoils. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that even remnants would remain. Zhao Xiong was notorious for his domineering nature. Once he set his sights on something, the notion of generosity was non-existent. Merely refraining from competing for resources was already a significant act of restraint. This fellow has actually reached the 4th tier? Were you previously concealing your strength? How did I fail to notice? Chen Jun gazed in astonishment from the rear, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes. He was perplexed by the old man's decision to share such crucial resources with this group. The influence of the adventure teams was steadily expanding, making control increasingly challenging. He was truly presented with a formidable dilemma. The crowd behind him displayed only mild surprise, yet this did little to undermine the established hierarchy. The 1st and 2nd adventure teams each boasted 2 Tier 4 members, while the 3rd and 4th teams had 1 Tier 4 and 1 peak Tier 3 member, both seasoned veterans of the 4th tier. The emergence of this newly promoted Tier 4 member elicited little enthusiasm, as his foundation was still too frail. Furthermore, combat prowess above Tier 4 was not easily enhanced. Even among equals, the disparities were pronounced. At this level, one's capabilities were dictated not merely by rank, but by innate talent and awakening potential. Chapter 95. The battle commences. The deafening roar reverberated as the gates of Wuxiang City creaked open, revealing a contingent of warriors clad in full armor, exuding an aura of authority. In stark contrast, their opponents appeared ragged, armed with an assortment of mismatched weapons. Even before the clash of battle began, this initial display diminished the morale of the Qing City army. The imposing city walls loomed behind, adorned with a colossal plaque inscribed with the characters for Wuxiang City, elevating the atmosphere to one of formidable intensity. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiong seemed oblivious, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation around him. He noted the absence of Tier 4 combatants among the opposing ranks. Despite the presence of numerous peak Tier 3 warriors, he remained dismissive, exhibiting a rather arrogant demeanor. He even had the audacity to greedily fixate on the armor worn by the adversaries, sleek black lightweight armor that enveloped the entire body, leaving no visible seams, extending from foot to head, shrouding their faces, revealing only a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. Unlike ancient iron armor, this modern variant possessed remarkable flexibility, allowing for fluid movement akin to that of ordinary clothing, the metallic clinks echoing softly. The weapons were predominantly a deep obsidian hue, some emanating a faint blue glow, others a crimson light, creating an irresistible allure that even Chen Jun found difficult to resist. However, the threat posed by the city walls compelled him to remain vigilant. Cautiously surveying the battlefield, he was acutely aware of his mission. He could not afford to antagonize this formidable faction, unaware of the true extent of their hidden power. The presence of those atop the walls instilled a sense of trepidation within him, and should there be an even more formidable force lurking, provoking them could lead to consequences he could ill afford. At that moment, as Zhao Xiong drifted into abstraction, the troops of Wuxiang City began to mobilize. A tide of black surged forth, and upon witnessing this, the previously greedy expressions of the onlookers morphed into sheer terror. The impact of the assault was overwhelmingly intense, an oppressive force that nearly suffocated them. The Black Army surged forth like a relentless tide, and in the fleeting moment of their encounter, the forces of Qing City were instantaneously engulfed. This scenario exemplified the stark reality that a side reliant solely on military discipline, unprepared for such an onslaught, would inevitably find itself caught off guard. Indeed, in that very instant of contact, the Qing City army was shattered into disarray. Zhao Xiong was not faring any better. Although Wang Fugui and others refrained from entering the fray personally, they had encircled him with numerous third-tier awakeners. Zhao Xiong had just recently leveled up and was still unaccustomed to wielding his newfound strength. Furthermore, the forces from Wuxiang City boasted an abundance of resources, martial arts, and formidable equipment. Under these circumstances, Zhao Xiong was all but overwhelmed, while the leaders of other adventure groups, possessing merely third-tier prowess, could only muster the third tier of their respective teams, indicating that the disparity was not excessively vast. The higher-ranking members of those prominent adventure groups restrained their impulses to join the fray, as they had just witnessed what they believed to be the entirety of Wuxiang City's military might. This revelation instilled a burgeoning confidence within them, a sense that they might indeed conquer this city. However, just as they contemplated their next moves, The powerful auras emanating from the city walls swiftly quelled their restless spirits. The sense of oppression they felt was far more formidable than that of their own leader. One individual, drenched in cold sweat, struggled to steady his breath, overwhelmed with fear. The group turned their gazes toward the strongest among them, Chen Fan. The mere acknowledgement that he was superior struck them like a heavy stone upon their hearts. With such a formidable neighbor nearby, uncertainty loomed over whether this was a boon or a bane. The dramatic nature of their circumstances weighed heavily. As they realized they were not merely spectators, they were compelled to devise a strategy for the future. While the adventure groups were relatively flexible, existing as free entities capable of operating anywhere, the capitalists, particularly the leaders like Chen Fan, needed to prepare thoroughly for how to navigate this new reality. In the arena, mere minutes had passed, and the Qing City army had been thoroughly vanquished, though they were not annihilated. Rather, they were securely bound and discarded behind them. Get your act together. They rely solely on their superior weaponry. They lack true strength. Remember, you are awakeners. Zhao Xiong bellowed, repelling an enemy who dared to approach him with a fierce punch. The force of his voice snapped his comrades back to attention, and they rallied their spirits. Vibrant streams of energy manifesting around them, be it stone, water, or slicing winds, their attacks surged forth from their hands. Other capable individuals showcased their prowess, brandishing cherished weapons or transforming into beasts, as if the preceding skirmish had merely served as an appetizer, while the true battle was only just beginning. The initial assault proved ineffective, yet it succeeded in halting the relentless advance of the Wuxiang City forces, granting a momentary respite to the Qing City army. Ha ha ha, you bunch of worthless scum. Once my subordinates bring your army to its knees, it will be your demise. The weapons you possess will become the foundation of my dominion over this world. But fret not, I shall treat your wives with utmost care. Zhao Xiong's boisterous laughter echoed across the battlefield. It was evident that this man could not be spared. His presence was of no consequence. On the city wall, Wang Fugui's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The Lord had decreed that while audacity was permissible, it must be tempered with morality. For a world of order was to be established henceforth. Thus, individuals like him were a potential threat. The shadow beside him nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, Wang Fugui, standing upon the wall, casually tossed a coin into the air and, without a glance back, grasped a drumstick. At the moment the coin struck the ground, a radiant blue light enveloped the drumstick. As he began to strike the drum in a rhythmic manner, each beat emitted red ripples that swept across the entire battlefield. What a formidable ability! I never anticipated that what seemed a trivial skill could be harnessed to such an extent. One must commend his intellect. Ba Tianhu mused enviously as he observed Wang Fugui. Who would have thought that the typically arrogant Ba Tianhu could appreciate someone? Wang Taizhu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Humph, it depends on the individual. As for you, I am utterly unconvinced. Why should you be the first adventure group? In an instant, the two began to bicker, oblivious to the ongoing battle below. With Wang Fugui's intervention, there would be no cause for concern. Chapter 96. The battle appears to have concluded in the distance. Chen Fan and his companions, upon witnessing Wang Fugui's actions, momentarily believed he would join the fray. Their palms grew clammy with anxiety as they pondered whether to continue their concealment or engage in combat. However, when they observed Wang Fugui's subsequent actions, their curiosity held them rapt. They watched as he turned to strike a large drum behind him. Initially, they felt no particular reaction to this behavior, but the ensuing transformation caused their pupils to constrict in astonishment. A wave of energy radiated across the battlefield, seemingly enhancing all allied forces, who were enveloped in an otherworldly glow, their momentum surging. Except for those who had already attained the third-tier awakening, every warrior experienced an unprecedented augmentation in their combat prowess. Not merely their innate strength, but also their physical presence transformed. In mere moments, even the tallest among them stood nearly 3 meters tall, resembling giants. Even in the face of adversity, an instinctual fear arose, as each individual's potential was reduced to a mere fraction of their peak power. The soldiers of Wuxiang City stand tall and imposing, their garments remaining intact despite the transformation they have undergone, clinging tightly to their bodies. With a thunderous roar, the Wuxiang City army now feels an invigorating surge, launching a final assault against the crumbling forces of Qing City. Those besieging Zhao Xiong are not enhanced. Yet it must be acknowledged that had they not aimed to capture him alive, Zhao Xiong would have already met his defeat. At this moment, Zhao Xiong gasped for breath. His stamina nearly depleted, each attack devoid of its former vigor. Face me one-on-one. You who strike as a group against a single opponent, I refuse to yield. His defiant voice resonates in the ears of those around him. They remain unfazed, continuing their relentless onslaught and sapping Zhao Xiong's remaining strength. Sensing impending defeat, Zhao Xiong is engulfed in humiliation. I shall not allow you to prevail easily. Accompanied by a cry tinged with despair, a crimson hue envelopes Zhao Xiong's entire being. A mist of red gas coalesces around him, its color deepening and gradually solidifying into flames. The flickering flames dance around him like musical notes. As his skin begins to transform, red patterns creeping over his body, his eyes consumed by crimson. Let you experience the power I have gained from advancing to the 4th tier. Zhao Xiong's laughter is menacing, filled with unrestrained ferocity. In the next instant, he becomes a streak of red light, weaving through the battlefield. This ability is intriguing. Rather than enhancing attacks with fire elements, it augments his physical prowess. Pushing the limits of human capability, a truly fascinating notion. Those atop the city walls are not alarmed, but rather engage in intrigued commentary. At this moment, Zhao Xiong feels an exhilarating rush, the frustration of being previously overpowered vanishing. He suddenly materializes before one of his foes, his face adorned with strange red patterns, his eyes devoid of any white. Simultaneously, a crimson spear begins to form in his hand, thrusting violently towards the individual. However, in the next moment, a massive yellow shield appears before Zhao Xiong, completely deflecting the attack. From behind the shield, he perceives a green glow, a chilling sensation washing over him, compelling him to instinctively dodge to the side. A sharp whoosh resounds as an arrow pierces through his shoulder, leaving a gaping red wound. He is engulfed in flames, the exposed injury glowing red, steam rising from it. Zhao Xiong gasps for air, his smile fading as the sound of sizzling emanates from his shoulder, the wound rapidly healing. By the heavens, Wang Taizhu leaps from the city wall, rushing toward Zhao Xiong. As he advances, golden light begins to gather around him, his figure resembling that of a golden war deity, capturing attention on the battlefield. You all fall back. The golden figure charged recklessly towards Zhao Xiong, brandishing a golden spear that sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, hurtling towards him. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xiong was caught off guard. His red spear raised defensively before him. A tremendous force surged through the spear, reverberating throughout his body. The sound of shattering bones echoed, a cacophony that signified his skeletal structure fracturing. His garments were instantly torn apart, his body enveloped in a crimson aura. The skin began to crack, revealing patterns akin to solid rock. As the golden figure retrieved the spear, it swept forward once more. Seeing the weapon poised to strike him, Zhao Xiong felt his soul exit his body in fear. If that blow connected, he would surely perish. This was his inner monologue. Quickly, he bellowed, and in an instant, his entire being transformed into a conflagration. The golden spear swept through, yet it met his fiery form as if striking a torrent of water, causing no harm and simply passing through. Your ability is quite impressive, Wang Taizhu praised without reservation, sincerity evident in his tone. The crimson flames morphed again into a humanoid form, and Zhao Xiong reappeared. His complexion was now ghastly, eyes returning to their original state. The red patterns vanished, revealing a pale visage. He could no longer sustain his previous form. He gazed at the golden figure opposite him, realization dawning upon him. This individual was undoubtedly a 4th tier, and a season 1 at that. His gaze shifted through Wang Taizhu to the crowd atop the city wall, who were still observing the spectacle. Suddenly, understanding washed over him. The individuals on the wall were not ordinary. They were surely 4th tier awakened, and likely experienced ones, for otherwise, he would not have sensed their formidable presence. Zhao Xiong slumped despondently to the ground, reflecting on his earlier boastfulness and the arrogance he had exhibited upon attaining the 4th tier. It now seemed utterly ludicrous. I admit defeat. Do with me as you will, but I implore you to spare my brothers, and at the very least, grant them a complete corpse, Zhao Xiong pleaded earnestly. The golden figure's hue faded, revealing its true form, looking upon Zhao Xiong with an air of calm. At that moment, the battlefield seemed to settle as the two stood tranquil. Nearly all of the Qing city forces had been captured, and the fighting appeared to have come to an abrupt end. Brother, please, slow down. At that moment, several figures approached from the distance. It was Chen Jun and others, hastily running over, genuinely fearing that Wang Taizhu might act impulsively and slay Zhao Xiong. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Xiong was a 4th tier awakened. Nurturing such a talent required considerable resources, and they could ill afford further losses. Chapter 97, Conclusion. My words carry no weight. Speak with him, Wang Taizhu remarked, glancing at the individuals before him, then turning to point at Wang Fugui, who was making his way towards them. Upon saying this, Wang Taizhu stretched and departed the scene. Can we spare him? Chen Jun inquired, casting a determined look at Wang Fuguwei. We in Qing City are willing to pay a certain price. How about 53rd tier zombie crystal cores? Let us negotiate different terms, Wang Fuguwei replied, shaking his head. We seek the right to legally sell goods in Qing City. And you must not obstruct us. Wang Fuguwei was undoubtedly aware of the principle of satiation, which is why he presented such a condition, allowing him to exchange some of his unnecessary possessions for a few crystal cores. I cannot make that decision, Chen Jun hesitated, as he held limited authority. Upon his departure, he had merely been granted the right to spend a few crystal cores. Then let us return and deliberate. We shall discuss the subsequent matters when we have reached an agreement, Wang Fuguwei said, lowering his brows slightly. Although the other party spoke with unwavering determination, Chen Jun felt that there was nothing that could not be negotiated, thus he resolved to exert a little more effort. Just then, a crimson light streaked across the sky. Appearing before the crowd, a young man suspended in midair, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, regal and untouchable. This individual was Chen Fan, who had come at this moment to bolster his side's bargaining power. The greater the leverage, the higher the likelihood of victory. Congratulations, great lord, on your successful promotion. Wang Fuguwei sensed Chen Fan's current aura, and the fact that he was floating confirmed that Chen Fan had indeed advanced in rank. His arrival at this moment hinted at a deeper intention. Upon hearing Wang Fuguwei's words, the surrounding individuals, who had intended to offer their greetings, swallowed their words. Congratulations, great lord, on your successful promotion. The chorus of voices reverberated through the air, causing the surrounding zombies to retreat in response to the overwhelming presence. Initially puzzled by Chen Fan's arrival, the group led by Chen Jun was suddenly jolted back to reality upon hearing the crowd's exclamations, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. It is known that the highest combat strength in Qingshi is represented by two generals, both at the 4th tier high level. They often emphasize that while they have reached this level, the 5th tier remains an elusive goal. This is why they harbor such trepidation towards the intelligent zombie gentleman. The leap from 4th to 5th tier is a formidable chasm, a qualitative transformation. Therefore, to be informed that someone has already attained the 5th tier is nothing short of shocking. Tell your lord that we shall only accept this single condition. All other negotiations are off the table. Chen Fan's voice resonated through the air, as if whispered directly into their ears. With a swift motion, he vanished like a fleeting comet, leaving behind an atmosphere of bewilderment among the crowd, particularly the soldiers of Qingshi, who were engulfed by astonishment and dread. Realizing they had provoked such a formidable existence, were they destined to meet a premature demise? Zhao Xiong, a towering figure at 6 feet tall, was now swathed like a dumpling, gazing hopefully at Chen Jun, silently urging him to acquiesce. There is no other choice. Our great lord has spoken. No matter how strong our camaraderie, it is of no consequence, Wang Fuguwei shrugged, casting an expression of helplessness. Chen Jun's face shifted through myriad expressions, deeply conflicted, for he had never encountered such a situation before. Previously, he had merely been a foot soldier, relying on his remarkable talent to ascend to the position of captain. Very well, I shall accede to your demands. It seemed as though he had made a tremendous resolution. Once those words escaped his lips, he deflated like a punctured balloon, his entire demeanor slackening. Ha ha ha, what a delightful revelation. Wang Fuguwei erupted into laughter, gesturing towards the individuals wrapping rice dumplings, exclaiming, "Release him. I am Chen Jun, the captain of the awakened special forces from Qing City." Having made his decision, he felt no lingering attachments. He mimicked ancient etiquette, clasping his hands in a gesture of self-introduction. I am Wang Fuguwei, captain of the 2nd team from Hope City, and currently the lord of Wuxiang City. Adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, Wang Fuguwei returned the gesture. Oh, is this not the main city? A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Jun's eyes. Ha ha ha, Captain Chen, would you care to sit for a while in my humble city? Wang Fuguwei inquired. Thank you for your kind invitation, Lord Wang, but I regret that I cannot indulge in a hearty drink with you at this time, Chen Jun replied apologetically. After exchanging pleasantries, he ultimately took his leave, accompanied by Zhao Xiong and other scouts from the adventure team. This group arrived and departed swiftly, leaving behind only a few individuals and the remnants of the recent skirmish, with nothing else remaining. Just like that, he was allowed to leave. He is a 4th tier awakened. If we had detained him, with our generous benefits, he would surely have begged to stay, Wang Taizhu remarked, somewhat perplexed. Look at them. Wang Fuguwei pointed towards a few individuals who were comrades of Zhao Xiong. Since they had only agreed to return Zhao Xiong, this group was not included in their considerations. What do you mean, old Wang? You're becoming increasingly infuriating. Could you not speak in full sentences? Wang Taizhu responded, further bewildered and slightly irritated. They are Zhao Xiong's companions. He would never abandon them and will undoubtedly return. When that time comes, we can simply detain them, and the likelihood of Zhao Xiong remaining will diminish. Wang Fugui shook his head, expressing his resignation. Ah, I see. Heh, you little schemers are truly unique. Your minds are quite sharp, Wang Taizhu acknowledged. You are the real schemer. Wang Fugui rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Gradually, apart from those still clearing the battlefield, everyone returned to their respective tasks, and Wuxiang City once again fell into tranquility. Meanwhile, in Qing City, the atmosphere was far from calm. What? A fifth tier awakened exists? Fang Dongxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Could you be mistaken? How is it possible for humanity to possess a fifth-tier individual after such a short awakening period? Li Zhendong, known for his fiery temperament, could not contain himself, rising with a loud thump. You must be mistaken. It could also be a high fourth tier. Wang Yunfeng expressed his skepticism. That is improbable. I can sense that his aura surpasses that of the two generals, and he possesses the ability to soar, powers that we have yet to master. Upon hearing Chen Jun's words, the room fell into an immediate hush. If this is the case, Xiao Jun, you have indeed acted wisely. Furthermore, engaging in trade with them may not be a disadvantage for us. Fang Dongxing, seated at the head, spoke calmly. Chapter 97. The journey to Qing City this night was destined to be tumultuous, as the various factions within Qing City began to stir restlessly. Yet, none of this turmoil pertained to Zhao Xiong. Arriving at this former stronghold, he found himself utterly alone. Although his subordinates had not perished in battle, the humiliation of their capture weighed heavily on his heart. While the reasons behind the capture of their comrades by Wuxiang City remained a mystery, he was assured that they would not meet their demise. He would have the opportunity to rescue them. With this sentiment in mind, he immersed himself in his cultivation. Wuxiang City. Among the fewer than 100 captives, despite their lackluster quality, their immediate recruitment signified a noteworthy force. The fact that they had reached such a level of cultivation in a place as hostile as this attested to their potential. With a bit of refinement, they could become formidable warriors. These individuals, at present, were tightly bound and huddled together in the square, gradually awakening from their stupor. Initially bewildered by the throng surrounding them, panic ensued as they realized their inability to move. Reflecting upon their circumstances prior to losing consciousness, they quickly deduced the predicament they now faced. Some, possessing a resilient spirit, remained silent, while others, particularly those valuing their lives, began to plead for mercy. For Chen Fan, he was not lacking in individuals willing to rise to the occasion during perilous times. What they lacked was merely numbers. As long as a person was of good character, they were welcome to join. Indeed, this was their straightforward criterion. What opinions could they possibly voice when sharp blades were pressed against their throats? It appeared they had no choice, yet somehow, they felt as if they had alternatives. Thus, this group was coerced into signing a contract, and upon its successful execution, the law of true desire manifested before them. Gazing at the array of delectable foods, they realized they could indulge as long as they possessed crystals, and the exploration tasks promised the potential to earn countless crystals. What captivated them most was the prospect of owning property within the city. They envisioned a future where this place became the city of everyone's dreams. Possessing a property there would grant them the privilege of choosing a partner ahead of others. Naturally, this could also serve as a status symbol. Without hesitation, they resolved to purchase a property in Wuxiang City, albeit requiring a loan. The duration was not overly burdensome, merely around 30 years of repayment. They regarded this as inconsequential, for who had not previously taken on decades of debt. They considered it merely the norm. Moreover, for them, having seized the initiative, they were not the first to taste success, but they were certainly not far behind. In their own homes, they joyfully spent the night, and when dawn broke the next day, they awoke with smiles upon their faces. The following morning, they rose groggily, indulging in food they had previously dared not dream of in Qing City, an extravagant feast. They even generously bathed, washing away the grime of their recent tribulations. The anxiety of the past days seemed to vanish entirely. Recruiting local natives of Qing City, those familiar with its terrain and possessing a certain network of connections, will be given priority. As this group of individuals leisurely strolled down the street after their meal, they suddenly spotted a crowd seemingly recruiting, specifically seeking individuals like themselves. This unexpected sight stirred a sense of urgency within them, burdened with substantial loans. They were now desperately in search of a lucrative opportunity. In an instant, the recruiting area became congested, with eager eyes fixated on a few individuals in the inner circle, causing a sense of unease among them. Remain calm, everyone. This recruitment is for a long-term endeavor. Even if you cannot secure a position, you may still join the adventure team, bellowed a robust man, his body slick with perspiration and his voice slightly breathless. Upon hearing these words, the enthusiastic crowd, reminiscent of surging waves, halted their advance and gradually retreated. Yet, the fervent glimmer in their eyes showed no sign of waning, still intently fixed on the few towering figures. Despite a somewhat arduous process, the outcome proved favorable, as ultimately, this group found their respective teams. Most departed with a sense of satisfaction, leaving behind a few exhausted individuals who, while wiping away sweat, struggled to maintain their composure. In just a brief span, they felt utterly drained. However, their responsibilities could not be neglected. The numerous captains of Hope City, after a night of deliberation, had solidified their trade directions and types. They had nearly monopolized all business in Qing City, inevitably leading to future confrontations with the local tycoons. Yet, that was a matter for another day. By then, they would likely have extracted every resource from Qing City, making any resistance futile. Teams began to depart from Wuxiang City, each concealing their spatial abilities by traveling in large trucks. These trucks, commonplace in ordinary times, had undergone modifications in the workshop, rendering them not only more durable, likely impervious to standard armor-piercing rounds, but also powered by crystal cores instead of gasoline. This eco-friendly innovation would have been a remarkable invention in peaceful times. Each team consisted of a small number of members, yet to prevent surprise attacks from Qing City. A leader accompanied them on the first day. This time, it was Wu Yanyan, Wang Taizhu, and the long-absent Chen Sihai, who stood as the second strongest force in the camp. Eager to explore the city, Chen Sihai took the lead. Currently, he devoted little time to cultivation, as the majority of his efforts were focused on urban planning and management, tasks he had never encountered before, proving to be both mentally and physically taxing. Thus, his desire to venture out and unwind faced no objections. Naturally, they dared not voice any dissent, for despite his lack of recent training, he remained a formidable figure at the fourth-tier high level. Furthermore, he held the significant title of Deputy Lord. Near the city of Qing, the guard stationed atop the city wall could discern the caravan led by Chen Sihai from afar. Assuming themselves to be seasoned individuals, they were not particularly concerned, especially since arrangements had already been made with their superiors. Consequently, no melodramatic incidents transpired this time. A group smoothly passed through the checkpoint and entered the heart of Qing City. Under the guidance of the local inhabitants, each team proceeded to their designated areas, embarking on their day of market activities. However, one particular team, led by Chen Sihai alongside Cui Jiahui and his associates, had a different destination in mind. The first encounter with this prominent figure left them quite intimidated. Yet, as time passed and interactions increased, they discovered that he was not as formidable as they initially believed. This revelation fostered camaraderie, drawing them closer together. Little Cui, the scent here is truly unbearable, Chen Sihai remarked, wrinkling his brow as he surveyed the dilapidated surroundings. Lost in his thoughts. Chapter 98. Chen Fan's discovery. This area was the slums, where the mingled stench of human waste and sweat was hardly pleasant, thus explaining Chen Sihai's discomfort with the atmosphere. Regardless, the individuals unwanted by Qing City were precisely those whom the camp yearned for. Naturally, upon their arrival in the slums, a few curious onlookers trailed behind them, intrigued by the purpose of Chen Sihai and his companion's visit. They were aware of the employment of the impoverished, which piqued their genuine curiosity about why these seemingly insignificant individuals garnered the attention of a rising power. Chen Sihai was certainly aware of their presence, yet he paid them no heed. After all, the contract between both parties was in place, and unless absolutely necessary, neither side would easily breach it. The existence of this contract allowed them a greater sense of freedom. Cui Jiahui promptly approached Captain Wang, briefing him on the situation. Captain Wang was a shrewd individual. Upon seeing Chen Sihai, it was clear that he was no ordinary leader. He had heard of the previous day's events, and, given the current scenario, he understood that this was a man he could not afford to provoke. Recognizing the futility of opposition, he resolved to comply with whatever requests were made, especially since the compensation offered was more than generous. Following a brief exchange, Captain Wang even volunteered to relay messages, gathering many of the local impoverished together. This time, with numerous individuals already recruited, those remaining were familiar with one another, facilitating communication and accelerating the spread of information. An increasing number expressed keen interest, resulting in nearly 2,000 individuals eager to join. This outcome greatly pleased Chen Sihai, as aside from the construction of Wuxiang City, there were ample opportunities in Orange City and Hope City. The previous recruitment had already provided substantial logistical support, ensuring they lacked neither food nor shelter, thus enabling them to accommodate even more individuals. They successfully completed their tasks, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers, their eyes wide with confusion. Unsure of the intentions of Chen Fan and his companions in taking in a group of ordinary people. Meanwhile, the other side progressed even more smoothly. Their secondary objective was trade, a venture to reap benefits. They advanced rapidly, although their goods were both essential and scarce. Yet there was not a single foolhardy soul who dared to rush in and compete. Some desperate individuals, hoping to make a quick score, were intimidated by the presence of formidable figures surrounding the stalls. Those with greater strength were even more hesitant. After all, their roots lay in Qing City, and should they incur the wrath of their superiors, it would be a difficult situation to explain. The sale of food and water proved to be the easiest endeavor, as everyone can forego many things, but not sustenance. This enabled the captains to profit immensely, ensuring that with access to the vast market of Qing City, their future cultivation resources would be secure. As dusk approached, the group swaggered out of Qing City, which had also amassed a significant amount of supplies. This trade was undoubtedly a win-win situation. However, Chen Fan's party could not expect to venture to Qing City every time, raising questions about the envisioned bustling trade metropolis. This transaction served as a test and a bait, designed to create a dependency on the goods of Wuxiang City, thereby enticing them to engage in trade there. Just as the team departed from Qing City, their pursuers retreated to the embrace of their respective masters. What they discussed remained a mystery to them, and even more so to Chen Fan, who bore no interest in the matter. Although his mission was to establish a vast survivor camp, he would not interfere with the specifics of how it should be done. His primary objective was to expand territory, which was both his greatest and sole task. At that moment, he advanced toward the southern part of Wuxiang Village, a somewhat larger settlement, with an even larger town further south. There were no formidable zombies in the vicinity. At most, there was a single fourth-tier zombie, whose strength was not significant enough for Chen Fan to expend effort on its demise. Further south lay a gorge, flanked by mountains on either side. A narrow path ran through the middle, with two caves carved into the mountains on the east and west, their dark entrances once serving as a railway, now transformed into a gathering place for zombies. Chen Fan could clearly see a portion of the mountains glimmering with an unusual luster. Just as he contemplated investigating further, he sensed a dangerous aura warning him to keep his distance. It emanated from a fifth-tier zombie, reinforcing Chen Fan's conviction of something extraordinary within, likely a treasure. Was it a treasure nurtured by this world, or something brought over from the zombie realm? While Chen Fan pondered this, the fifth-tier zombie seemed to grow agitated, beginning to roar in anger. In an instant, it seemed as though the entire mountain had come to life, with a continuous cacophony of roars echoing through the air. A throng of zombies surged forward, among them a considerable number of fourth-tier undead, creating a formidable mass. Even Chen Fan, a fifth-tier awakener, felt a shiver of trepidation and hesitated no longer. He turned and fled. The pursuing horde halted after a brief chase, perhaps captivated by the treasures they had detected, fearing the intrusion of thieves, or perhaps they were guarding something, rendering them reluctant to pursue further. Following the river through the gorge, Chen Fan soon emerged into the open, flanked by towering cliffs. Recalling the luminous stones he had glimpsed earlier, he surmised that there were likely many more, and decided to leave them for the time being, intending to return for them later. Without a backward glance, he departed once more. In the distance, a single zombie sensed Chen Fan's retreat and contentedly settled upon a massive black stone, squinting with an expression of enjoyment on its face. Surrounding it were numerous similar black stones, encircling it completely, blocking any rays of sunlight from penetrating and illuminating its form. Outside, the restless horde of zombies returned to their positions, nearly everyone clutching a black stone. Gradually, an unknown energy emanated from these stones, continuously nourishing their bodies, and each breath they took enhanced their strength incrementally. Had Chen Fan been present, he would have been astonished to discover that these black stones bore a striking resemblance to zombie cores, and that such cores were scattered throughout the gorge. The vast resources available here, capable of cultivating such a formidable group, made it evident that this was likely the largest zombie faction in the entirety of Qing City. Chapter 99. Crisis in Qing City. Zombies surrounding the city. When Chen Fan arrived in Wuxiang City, he found that Chen Fan had just returned after replenishing supplies. Upon witnessing the immense gathering, Chen Fan was filled with astonishment. He could not help but commend his decision to entrust all matters of Wuxiang City to Wang Fugue. Had he taken on the task himself, he doubted he could have achieved such results. In this situation, he merely played the role of a fleeting tool, a realization that filled him with reflection. Upon approaching his father, Chen Fan shed any semblance of authority and sat down at ease. I ventured to the south and encountered some peculiar occurrences, he began, feeling it necessary to clarify the matters he had witnessed. What are your thoughts? Chen Sihai inquired after a moment of contemplation. Of course, we must take action, but perhaps the time is not yet ripe. There remains a fifth-tier zombie in our vicinity. We must utilize the strength of Qing City to eliminate it, Chen Fan replied, his tone laden with gravity. Then we must act swiftly, Chen Sihai stated. I came to discuss what I observed and our forthcoming objectives. Ultimately, the course of action will rest with you, father. Chen Fan concluded his remarks and departed without a hint of nostalgia, leaving the bewildered Chen Sihai in a state of disarray. Indeed, the term dismissive aptly describes individuals like him. A fleeting moment of astonishment quickly morphed into resignation, leaving him to silently endure the circumstances. Chen Fan had only recently ascended in rank, his power still somewhat tenuous. Initially, he had intended to seek out an adversary of comparable strength for a confrontation. However, he soon realized that even the fifth-tier zombies were accompanied by entire hordes, making any close encounter perilous. Thus, he resolved to engage with weaker foes, allowing him to expel the pent-up energy within his body, thereby facilitating his forthcoming training. The nocturnal hours did not hinder the zombies' movements. Rather, they invigorated them. Even the mightiest could falter in the shroud of night. In a concealed corner, a legion of zombies advanced, some towering and formidable, others nimble and petite, with a few even wielding entire trees, akin to ancient siege engines. Amidst the once tranquil night sky, this throng of undead progressed, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble visibly. Pebbles danced like animated notes, producing disconcerting sounds. In Qing City, slumbering inhabitants were roused by the commotion, gazing in bewilderment at the quaking earth. The sentinels atop the city walls had caught sight of the distant zombie horde and, in a state of panic, promptly reported the matter to their superiors. In that moment, Qing City was engulfed in chaos once more. Despite the scarcity of electricity, this was not a time for frugality. Almost every available light was illuminated, casting beams upon the advancing legion of zombies. The sight before them elicited sharp intakes of breath, and the temperature around them noticeably dropped. Suddenly, urgent alarms pierced the air throughout Qing City, heightening the sense of dread. Before long, two prominent generals ascended the city walls, their gazes fixed on the unfolding scene. Unable to suppress their own gasps of shock, a chilling sensation surged through them, though the enemy would not pause in deference to their astonishment. Gradually, more warriors took their positions atop the walls, the atmosphere thickening with an air of impending conflict. Below the walls, a zombie designated as gentleman led the charge, commanding nearly the entire horde. Clearly, these undead harbored deep-seated grudges, their intent unmistakably aimed at the annihilation of Qing City. Fang Dongxing stood upon the parapet, gazing intently at the gentleman, his expression grave, for he sensed the presence of a fifth-tier zombie lurking nearby. This creature was massive, evidently serving as the gentleman's guardian, a common arrangement among intelligent zombies, each accompanied by a powerful and loyal protector, willing to sacrifice their existence to safeguard their leader. Could they be bound by a symbiotic relationship? Fang Dongxing pondered briefly. Yet this was not the time for such inquiries. He turned to his son and spoke. Our awakened ones are utterly trapped, surrounded on all sides by formidable fourth-tier zombies, lamented Fang Weidong. It seems we have no choice but to fight with our backs against the wall, hoping that our comrades will soon recognize our plight. Only the arrival of our great lord can possibly salvage us from this dire predicament. Fang Dongxing gazed pensively at the advancing horde of zombies below. Prepare for battle. Though aged, we have never lost our fighting spirit. Though old, we have never relinquished hope. A resounding voice echoed across the city walls, stirring a fervent sense of patriotism within the hearts of all present. The bombardment rumbled like thunder, cannon fire wreaking havoc upon the battlefield, each explosion claiming numerous zombies. The soldiers atop the walls, armed with sniper rifles, targeted the tougher zombies, particularly the colossal ones wielding massive trees as weapons, leading the charge. Yet, despite their valiant efforts, the relentless advance of the zombies could not be entirely thwarted. Within mere half an hour, the undead were already encroaching upon the city walls. Some agile zombies employed their elongated claws to grip the walls, slowly scaling upward. The soldiers would not allow this to continue unchallenged. Boulders began to tumble from the wall, crushing the zombies into pulp and effectively halting their advance. After more than an hour, the stones within the city were nearly exhausted. and a makeshift staircase formed from rubble and zombie corpses emerged, inadvertently aiding their progress. The sound of gunfire echoed as soldiers relentlessly shot down the zombies, their weapons soon to become mere firewood. A powerful jet of water surged forth from the high-pressure hoses, made possible by the supplies brought by Chen Fan's caravan, allowing them to squander water resources without restraint. The thunderous roars seemed to shake the very foundations of the city walls as colossal zombies wielded siege engines, undeterred by the flames erupting around them, meticulously executing their assault. As one giant zombie fell, another would take its place, maintaining their relentless push forward. Report. Ammunition is running low. The grim news struck Fang Dongxing's mental defenses like a hammer. He gazed at the zombies, still tirelessly launching their attacks, though their numbers were dwindling. They remained formidable in close combat. Chapter 100. The arrival of Chen Fan. Prepare for urban warfare. We have called for reinforcements, and they will arrive shortly. Victory is within our grasp. Fang Dongxing cast a determined glance at the gentleman below, speaking with unwavering conviction. Though it was a lie, he clung to hope in his heart. The gate, ultimately unable to withstand the onslaught, declared its premature demise. Just as the warriors behind the door prepared for a final stand, a furious roar erupted from the rear of the zombie army. Fang Dongxing looked on in confusion, only to discover a small figure soaring through the air. It was clear who it was. Our rescue team has arrived. Everyone, hold on. We must not allow them a moment's respite, he shouted into the megaphone, his voice resonating clearly throughout the ranks of the troops. This declaration revitalized the beleaguered soldiers, restoring their confidence. The zombies before them were no longer insurmountable foes, but mere obstacles obstructing their path. Among the reinforcements was Chen Fan, who, having discerned the dire situation hours earlier, had hurriedly made his way to the battlefield. Earlier, in Wuxiang City, the atmosphere was markedly different. Here, the power supply was reliable, illuminating the night with brilliant lights, and the majority of the zombies had been eradicated. Only a few scattered, wandering zombies remained, necessitating daily cleanup to ensure safety during the night. However, it was essential to station a few guards. Typically, such tasks were contracted to an adventurer team, with different groups rotating daily. This time, the Guardians were the Lucky Star team, and Wang Xingxing, living up to his auspicious title, had ascended to the mid-stage of the 4th rank. He had reached the same standing as Wang Taizhu and others, gaining considerable renown within this modest organization. In addition to the 5 members he had initially assembled, he had also recruited over 20 others, including the invaluable strategists, often referred to as military advisors. Wang Xingxing was part of the rear echelon. Fearing he might arrive too late, Chen Fan had set out in advance as they approached their destination. With the darkness enveloping them, a careless encounter with a formidable foe could ensnare him, compelling him to reserve his aerial abilities until they were nearly there. Upon reaching the battlefield, Chen Fan was already engaged in combat with 5th-rank zombies, having arrived later than Wang Xingxing. Let us move, Wang Xingxing urged his teammates. This scene unfolded across all teams, with their primary objective not being a fight to the death with the zombies, but rather to repel them. This strategy would not only alleviate the crisis in Qing City, but also minimize losses among their ranks, a truly advantageous solution. As the battle commenced, the 4th-rank zombies preparing to join the fray were entangled by Chen Fan and his comrades. Both sides fought fiercely, neither yielding ground. The outcome of this conflict hung in the balance, reliant on Qing City's ability to drive back the vast horde of zombies. Lucky Star. Wang Xingxing's red arrows flew from his hands, narrowly grazing a 4th-rank zombie before detonating behind it. The shockwave sent lower-ranked zombies soaring into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. After the explosion, a significant vacuum zone and a crater formed on the Earth's surface. Roar. The 4th-rank zombie, now exhibiting a semblance of intelligence, was visibly shaken by the explosion, and it let out a furious roar, seemingly attempting to bolster its own ferocity. The zombie's fingers protruded with nails extending approximately 10 centimeters, glinting ominously in the flickering firelight. Gradually, a blue icy armor enveloped the creature, its crimson eyes radiating an aura of peril. The ice armor blade chain zombie, a 4th-tier undead, possessed attributes of gold and ice. Its defining characteristics included formidable offensive capabilities and a robust ice armor that could effortlessly pierce steel while also defending against armor-piercing projectiles, embodying a perfect fusion of attack and defense. However, its drawback lay in its singular mode of assault and rhythmic attack pattern. Once one discerned the predictable sequence, evading damage became an achievable feat. Wang Xingxing remained unperturbed, sheathing his bow and retrieving a firearm from his back. This weapon was elongated, nearly the height of a person, bearing unmistakable signs of craftsmanship. It was Wang Xingxing's pride, the capture gun. True to its name, this firearm was not intended for slaying zombies, but for ensnaring prey. The wilderness was inhospitable for most beasts, yet a select few had evolved to adapt to their surroundings, giving rise to formidable creatures capable of consumption, whose flesh could even augment one's strength. Currently, the meat of these beasts was in high demand in the marketplace, often exceeding supply, thus leading to the invention of the capture net. Given Wang Xingxing's background in livestock farming before the apocalypse, the emergence of these creatures inspired him to consider their breeding. This was the genesis of the capture gun, though he had not anticipated that its inaugural use would be against a zombie. With a resounding bang, the specially processed capture net unfurled in the air, completely enveloping the ice armor blade chain zombie. Additionally, a fleeting black-golden glow shimmered around the net, momentarily enhancing its rigidity. Heaven is on my side. What do you have to contend with me? Wang Xingxing proclaimed triumphantly, observing the struggling zombie ensnared within the net. While robust, the net would not indefinitely restrain the ice armor blade chain zombie. However, Wang Xingxing's intent was merely to delay, thus creating ample opportunity for maneuvering. Reloading the net into the gun, he fired once more at the desperately writhing zombie. Another burst of black-golden radiance sparked, plunging the already beleaguered ice armor blade chain zombie into despair. As Wang Xingxing wreaked havoc, numerous other zombies lurked nearby, yet they were effectively held at bay by his comrades. What had once been a ragtag team formed in jest now operated with remarkable synergy. In stark contrast, the situation faced by the Qing city military was dire, although they managed to keep the zombies at bay beyond the city gates. The cost was the lives of countless individuals. Confronted by the relentless tide of approaching undead, their gazes remained resolutely steadfast, as if the path ahead held the promise of a brighter future. In contrast to these soldiers, the adventurers appear rather feeble, teetering on the brink of life and death. They hold their own existence in high regard. Except for a few who possess a clear understanding of the situation, some adventurers have even retreated to the rear. While those with a semblance of conscience engage in logistical support, the remainder contemplating how to escape the city. Chapter 101. The brutal battle. Several generals, including the former city lord, have joined the front lines to engage in a desperate struggle against the zombies. The old city lord, an awakened being of strength, despite his lackluster innate talent, has managed to ascend to the third tier of power through sheer resource allocation. While such power may appear insignificant on this battlefield, it could render him a formidable figure among smaller factions. Each of Fang Dongxing's punches results in the explosive shattering of a zombie's skull, with blood and flesh spraying liberally. A line of soldiers forms an extended defensive perimeter. As ammunition runs dry, they are compelled to wield heavy blades, using their very bodies to impede the advance of the undead. Whenever a breach appears, there are those who unhesitatingly rush to fill the gap. Some awakened beings fighting to the point of exhaustion, yet remaining steadfast on the front line. The long city walls have transformed into a veritable meat grinder, with neither zombies nor humans spared from its gruesome toll. On Chen Fan's side, he finds himself engaged in combat with a fifth-tier zombie, which bears a striking resemblance to an ordinary human, albeit significantly more imposing. It glares with enormous eyes, its rock-like muscles pulsating as if imbued with life. This is a new breed of zombie, the rock giant zombie, at the initial stage of the fifth tier. Its characteristics include formidable strength and proficiency with heavy weaponry, along with exceptional defensive capabilities and the ability to manipulate earth attributes, utilizing rocks for protection. However, it is relatively cumbersome, with speed being its greatest weakness, a decent guardian, yet not an exceptional hunter. It would be a grave error to assume it merely a dim-witted giant. Its agility in close combat is surprisingly high, and when its guardian's life is threatened, it activates its protective instincts, significantly enhancing its speed and agility. As Chen Fan unleashes a barrage of small fiery projectiles from his fingers towards the zombie, the fifth-tier creature merely flickers with a yellow glow, remaining unscathed. The rock giant zombie stands firm, dutifully fulfilling its role as a protector, displaying no interest in counterattacks. "I refuse to believe I cannot penetrate your shell," Chen Fan mutters, his expression contorted with frustration, his stubborn nature causing him to become obstinate. Anxiety gnaws at him. The longer the battle drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes. Should the city of Qing fall, not only would his plans to safeguard its citizens be thwarted, but he would also have to confront this opponent alone. Therefore, this battle cannot be lost, it must be won. With a surge of determination, Chen Fan's hands become enveloped in an inky darkness, crimson flames surging from his shoulders as if gathering power. Those familiar with the tactic immediately retreated, leaving behind a bewildered zombie standing in confused silence. "We must retreat," the elder urged the newcomers with a tone of friendly admonition. The crimson flames grew ever larger, and Chen Fan's figure had long since vanished, leaving only two glowing orbs of red suspended in the air. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the gentleman's eyes narrowed sharply, and without hesitation, he issued a command for protection to the guards before instinctively drawing closer. With a thunderous roar, the two orbs of fire converged like cannonballs before being launched forward at an astonishing speed, accompanied by a sound that sliced through the air, hurtling towards the zombies ahead. The sky was illuminated by the flames, their brilliance nearly eclipsing the powerful floodlights atop the city walls. The colossal rock zombie did not underestimate the threat. With a resounding crash, a shield composed of 3 layers of rock materialized before it. A golden light swirled around its form, enveloping its body in a translucent yellow barrier that also shielded the gentleman within. With preparations complete, the initial clash between the projectile and the shield commenced. Although the speed of the projectile diminished due to the rock shield's protection, the 3 layers were evidently insufficient to provide effective resistance. The projectile swiftly approached the barrier, and with a series of cracking sounds, the yellow shield began to fracture. A resounding explosion scattered the red light, the immense shockwave sending the still-dazed zombies flying. While those closest were obliterated, Chen Fan, panting heavily, gazed toward the center of the battlefield, where the colossal rock zombies stood. The overwhelming energy fluctuations prevented him from discerning whether any zombies remained alive within the chaos, compelling him to fix his gaze there without respite. As the dust settled, the landscape was revealed, marred and scarred, with a conspicuous crater at its center. From a distance, it evoked a shuddering dread. "It must be dead," someone uttered the words. Yet Chen Fan remained transfixed on the depths of the crater, where a less conspicuous mound was evidently not a natural formation. With a crack, the rocky bulge split open, and a towering figure alongside a diminutive one emerged. They were the gentleman and the colossal rock zombie, both covered in wounds, with the gentleman's attire in tatters. Their states were far from commendable. The gentleman no longer bore the calm demeanor he once had, nor did he exhibit the expression befitting his title. Chen Fan, too, was not unscathed. The compressed flames had taken their toll, and though his arm had been fortified by his abilities, it could not escape injury. Now, it was impossible for him to unleash the same ferocity as before. The gentleman and Chen Fan locked eyes, neither daring to make a move. This peculiar standoff persisted until, sensing his unfavorable odds, the gentleman let out a fierce roar. Instantly, the zombies across the battlefield ceased their attacks, retreating in an orderly fashion without a hint of hesitation. The vast army had diminished significantly by the time of their departure. Although they had taken many human lives, their failure to capture Qing City signified the gentleman's defeat. The human side observed the orderly retreat of the zombies without making any unnecessary movements. In the distance, the gentleman cast a glance back at Chen Fan, a gaze that felt akin to being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper, causing an involuntary shudder. However, Chen Fan suppressed the urge to tremble, adhering to the principle of maintaining composure despite the loss, and glared back fiercely. "We have triumphed." It is uncertain how long this eerie silence persisted until, once the zombie ranks vanished from the illumination, someone finally broke the stillness with a loud call. The Qing City forces were utterly exhausted. Most of the soldiers who had steadfastly guarded the front lines succumbed to sleep upon this momentary relaxation. Chen Fan smiled faintly, and in the next instant, sunlight pierced the horizon, casting its rays upon him. The light was blinding, prompting him to shield his eyes and peer through a narrow gap at the sky. It was yellow, a symbol of illumination. Chapter 102. Aftermath of battle. The sun gradually ascended, illuminating the faces of all the soldiers. The weary warriors lay helplessly in pools of blood, squinting at the rising sun, lost in silence for an extended period. Sunlight spilled over the city walls, mingling with the heaps of zombie corpses, interspersed with numerous human bodies. Blood trickled down the walls, staining them crimson. Gazing upon the faces of the living, one could only perceive heaviness and confusion. They were unsure how many times they would endure this, perhaps oblivious to when their own demise would occur. For some, dying last night might have been the best outcome. This group of warriors experienced, for the first time, a sense of bewilderment regarding life in the post-apocalyptic world. "Help." The plea consisted of merely 3 words, yet Chen Fan uttered them with a tone of profound helplessness as he watched vibrant lives extinguish before him. To claim he felt no sorrow would be a blatant falsehood. After all, the future of the world required people, and the struggles ahead necessitated human resilience. Wang Fuguei stepped forward, utilizing his spatial abilities to gather the zombie corpses before him. Those nearby looked on with confusion, but soon followed suit. What are you doing? Old Wang, won't that expose our abilities? Ba Tianhu whispered, though his voice, despite its softness, was loud enough for the Qing City army to overhear. With your booming voice, you've already alerted them, and besides, this is the ideal moment to win over this group. Doing so will benefit the Lord in subduing Qing City. Wang Fuguei replied with exasperation. Huh, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Ba Tianhu exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. Just follow the Lord's orders, Wang Fuguei said. Returning to his task. Why didn't you say so earlier? You took so long, Ba Tianhu retorted, slightly disgruntled. Upon receiving the command, everyone began to clean up the aftermath of the battle. The forces of Qing City gradually regained their composure, while the logistical units at the rear, with their relatively better stamina, promptly commenced the post-battle cleanup. The corpses shall be entrusted to us, while you may take the crystal cores. This statement reached Fang Dongxing's ears, and upon looking up, he was taken aback to find it was Chen Fan. Protect the city lord. The surrounding guards immediately heightened their vigilance. They had witnessed Chen Fan's remarkable achievements in battle. Although they stood guard around Fang Dongxing, their trembling hands betrayed their inner turmoil. There is no need for concern. This young friend is an ally, Fang Dongxing reassured them, turning to Chen Fan with gratitude. Your assistance has been invaluable, otherwise, today would have marked the demise of Qing City. With that, he bowed deeply, leaving Chen Fan somewhat at a loss, yet he accepted the gesture graciously. It was but a trifling effort. Esteemed General, please attend to the aftermath. Chen Fan stepped forward to assist the elder, who had devoted his life to the nation, a figure worthy of admiration and someone Chen Fan was keen to align with. After all, he was a high-ranking official, and among his own brash companions, only a few possessed any notable knowledge. The rest, he silently shook his head, were simply lamentable. Having said this, he soared into the sky, leaving behind envious gazes. One must admit, the ability to fly is incredibly advantageous, whether for travel or for impressing others. Dispatch orders to swiftly collect the zombie crystal cores. Let nothing else concern us. Fang Dongxing immediately commanded his subordinates. The military operated under strict orders, and as soon as the command was issued, they sprang into action. Of course, among these individuals, aside from the military, there were many opportunists who had not engaged in combat and were still brimming with energy, making the extraction of crystal cores a trivial task for them. Yet, they dared not challenge the military, so a group of them gravitated closer to Chen Fan's side. Throughout the skirmish, they had remained in the background, possessing little understanding of this valiant force, and having grown accustomed to their audacity, they developed a keen interest in the spatial modules. Having endured much through their experiences, they knew well the adage of selecting the softest fruit to squeeze. Thus, upon spotting a petite girl, they quickly encircled her. Little girl, hand over that device capable of vanishing zombies into thin air, or I assure you, I shall not show mercy, the leading man growled, his scarred face taking on a menacing aspect due to his fierce expression. The scars, writhing like maggots, appeared particularly frightful. The young girl, taken aback, turned around. She was Meng Sini, a demolitions expert from Wang Xingxing's team. Within Wang Xingxing's group, a rumor circulated. Fear the second-rate swordsman, dread the eccentric young man. But above all, fear the demolitions expert. In this realm, do not provoke this petite girl. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sounds of explosions emanated from within, causing those spectating nearby to shudder involuntarily. Some individuals, who had previously restrained themselves from bullying the little girl, now stared wide-eyed in astonishment, secretly relishing their decision to remain uninvolved. At the epicenter of the explosion lay several individuals in disarray, their hair disheveled and clothing tattered, all clad in somber attire. The little girl stood innocently amidst the chaos, as the surrounding aura began to dissipate. How could this be? A third-tier low-level entity? One of the more formidable onlookers gazed in disbelief. What is this creature? Not only an awakened being, but a third-tier powerhouse as well. The local ruffians began to retreat, casting wary glances at Chen Fanjun, as if confronting a monster. Run, shouted one, unable to endure the situation any longer, hastily fleeing with the fervor of someone who wished they had been granted an extra leg. Street thugs remained true to their nature, fearing the strong while preying on the weak. Wang Xingxing, having already perceived the unfolding situation, chose not to intervene, deeming the weak unworthy of her sword. Nearby, a cold-hearted swordsman, draped in a headscarf and wielding a large sword, snorted dismissively. Old three, why do you carry that sword all the time? Why not store it in the system space? A disheveled youth leaned lazily against a wall, The swordsman remained silent, leaving behind an air of nonchalance. "Show off," the disheveled youth scoffed. Ignoring their usual banter, they resumed their endeavor to gather valuables. Though the bodies strewn across the ground appeared grim, to them, they represented premium resources. Throughout the morning, everyone remained busily engaged, and as the sun reached its zenith, the situation showed no signs of abating. However, by this point, nearly all residents of Qing City had become aware of the inexplicable phenomena, marveling at the spectacle before them. Chapter 103. Post-battle conference. As the two factions began to interact, the battlefield was nearly devoid of zombie crystal cores. Following Chen Fan's notification, additional logistical personnel arrived. Upon their arrival, they commenced the task of clearing the battlefield and collecting the fallen. With the general lack of strength among these newcomers, the residents of Qing City felt a sense of relief, even engaging in casual conversations out of curiosity. "Brothers, how did you acquire such abilities? Are they awakened powers as well?" One could hardly contain his inquisitive nature. Those around pretended to be preoccupied, yet their almost upright ears betrayed them. That ability? It was developed by the Grand Lord. Anyone who becomes a resident of the Hope Camp can obtain it for free. The man before them beamed with pride, his smile growing brighter at the mention of the Grand Lord. "Is it possible? Such a miraculous ability, and everyone can possess it?" The individual expressed his astonishment. "The capabilities of the Great Lord can indeed be surmised by you. Just take a look at our group. Who among us lacks such abilities?" A man, somewhat irked, coldly snorted and departed without a backward glance. "Oh, come now, brother, do not be angry. I am not questioning you, merely expressing my disbelief." Noticing the man's irritation as he walked away, he hastily pursued him, grasping the man's shoulder while ingratiatingly saying, "Here, take this." Simultaneously, he rummaged through his pocket and reluctantly produced a half-smoked cigarette as a gesture of apology. "This is all I have. Consider it my contrition. Please, do not be upset. Continue to speak with me. Here, smoke this." The man disdainfully glanced at the half-burnt cigarette before pulling out a pristine pack and offering it. "Smoke less. It is detrimental to your health." After saying this, he lit one for himself. The recipient of the cigarette was taken aback, glancing around cautiously before tucking it into his pocket. "Haha, you are truly generous, brother. I do not wish to smoke it now. I will save it for later. Join the Hope Camp. Join Hope City. These options remain available to you, just as before." With that, he turned and left without another word, leaving the other man pondering in silence. Before long, he lifted his head, having undergone a subtle transformation, his eyes now gleaming with newfound clarity. This scene unfolded in various corners, and some could keenly perceive the shifts around them, including Feng Dongsheng. "Perhaps this is the finest conclusion," he mused. After several days of cleaning, the battlefield began to resemble something recognizable, but this only indicated the absence of the zombie corpses. The ground bore deep, pockmarked scars, indelibly etched like branding iron marks. Within Qing City, however, a different atmosphere prevailed. Adventurers and the impoverished were eager to align themselves with Chen Fan's formidable vessel. Yet, some were reluctant to abandon their homeland, particularly their lord, fearing that such betrayal would render their previous guards mere jesters, turning them into mere reeds swaying in the wind. Thus, no one dared to take the initiative, remaining silent while their hearts raced with anticipation, eager to discern who would emerge as the trailblazer. In the conference room of the Qing City government, fervent discussions were underway. It was not only the common folk fretting about the future, the leaders were equally troubled. "Impossible. How can we submit to them? If they come, it shall be to our domain," a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man exclaimed with agitation. "Humph. What makes you think your handful of awakened ones can pose a threat? Or is it these mere sticks?" A noblewoman seated beside him scoffed. "I refuse to believe that we, a considerable number, would fear that group," the middle-aged man insisted, though his conviction wavered. "Very well, let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor, please raise your hands." Feng Dongsheng, seated at the head, displayed no emotion, appearing not to have heard the middle-aged man's words. After a moment, he raised his hand, followed by two generals. They are inherently connected, and their unity is not particularly perplexing. Others, however, are distinctly different. They are the affluent magnates of the city, contemplating their future endeavors. Previously, they had acquired numerous goods from the inconspicuous merchant convoy at remarkably low prices. The organization capable of offering such inexpensive merchandise must possess an extensive supply chain. Whether they would dare to intervene is uncertain. Should they forfeit everything before them, they would be rendered inconsequential, let alone partake in the deliberations at this table. Stripped of power and rights, and eventually financial resources, it is difficult to envision what the future holds for them. As a few hesitated, the aristocrat who had spoken earlier raised her hand. Humph. Still fretting over your meager fortunes. If chaos ensues in the city, you shall possess nothing. With a disdainful glance at the indecisive assembly, her derision was palpable. They had never encountered such provocation. Their faces flushed and anger surged, as if they wished to devour her whole. After a period of inner turmoil, someone finally capitulated, choosing to compromise. Yet, there remained an exception. A boisterous middle-aged man stood defiantly, refusing to yield. You shall regret this, he seethed, glaring at the others. Aware that regardless of their agreement or dissent, he would hold no standing in the city. Indeed, among those present, aside from the city lord and the two generals, few could expect to attain significant roles. Given this, let us reconvene and deliberate on our next steps, suggested Feng Dongsheng, displaying no reaction to the departure of the obstinate man, continuing to preside over the meeting. A cacophony of shattering items echoed from within the room. You will regret this. You will regret this, came a frenzied, almost pathological howl, sending a shiver through those outside. In mere moments, the sound ceased, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. The guards outside, driven by curiosity, peered through the door's crack, only to be met by a pair of blood-red eyes. Terrified, the guard stumbled backward, his legs trembling uncontrollably until he lost his balance and fell. In a swift motion, a crimson tongue shot from within, coiling around his waist, followed by a chilling scream as he was dragged inside. Shortly after, the anguished wails faded, leaving only the unsettling sounds of something being chewed echoing from the chamber. It was as if nothing had transpired, save for the bloodstains at the entrance. Chapter 104. The journey to another realm. The disappearance of an individual caused no stir whatsoever. Not even a ripple. Moments later, a matron wielding a mop approached, mechanically and expertly cleaning the bloodstains at the door, suggesting that such incidents were not uncommon. On this day, unbeknownst to many, numerous individuals unwittingly ventured into the transportation trade. This entails transporting individuals to the city of nothingness, after which a certain remuneration will be collected. Naturally, there are instances of murder and plunder, yet whenever such occurrences arise, the Hope Army happens to pass by, rescuing the victims while discreetly eliminating the marauders. Although this process remains clandestine, there are those who inadvertently uncover it, leading to a decline in such events. Wang Fugui finds this rather regrettable, as he hoped to eliminate certain individuals through these means. Alas, no one is foolish enough to fall for such tests, which ultimately yield no results. As for the impoverished, they possess little of value and are even less likely to hire awakened ones. Nevertheless, their fervent desire for a better life compels them to band together, hoping to minimize casualties. Unexpectedly, throughout their journey, there were no zombies, nor even a single shadow in sight. Thus, amidst their trepidation, they successfully arrived at the city of nothingness, filled with joy and elation. However, this was merely the beginning. For fearing an encounter with zombies along the way, they selected a few strong and youthful individuals to embark on yet another journey. Is it true? In the city of Qing, a middle-aged woman, upon seeing her husband return safely, could not contain her tears. Accustomed to living in constant fear, the sudden realization of a place brimming with hope was almost overwhelming. Indeed, it is true, the wonders there are beyond imagination. And life is even more comfortable than before the apocalypse. At the very least, housing prices are still reasonable, and it won't be long before they can afford to buy a home. The man embraced his wife, who was covered in dirt, without a hint of disdain. Daddy, is there really so much delicious food there? A frail little girl, her big eyes wide with curiosity, looked up at her father. Absolutely, he replied, lifting her into his arms. How wonderful, how wonderful. The girl's laughter rang out like silver bells as she allowed her father to lift her high. A scene that unfolded in every impoverished district. This enthusiasm led many who could barely afford a meal to set out on their journey. Goodness, why are there so many people? Hurry and report. The Hope Army would certainly not allow anyone to suffer at the hands of zombies. The road from Qing City to the city of nothingness had been thoroughly cleared, extending even a kilometer beyond. However, not all was so smooth, particularly for a young man named Xinjiang. Brother, are you all right? Didn't you say you knew the way? A vibrant young girl, Xinjiang's sister Xinxinlan, was on the verge of despair, shouting at her brother. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have listened to you. How could I be so foolish? Before Xinjiang could respond, she continued, it's just ahead, I'm sure of it. Seeing the doubt in his sister's eyes, Xinjiang promptly pointed forward. Speaking with conviction, I assure you. I believe you. Not at all, she retorted. Xinxinlan had clearly succumbed to despair, lying there with no desire to hear another word from Xinjiang. Realizing that he could no longer earn her trust, Xinjiang could only sit down in resignation. Both of them were awakened beings, each having reached the third tier, and they enjoyed a modest reputation in Qing City, attracting numerous invitations from major conglomerates and adventure teams. However, the siblings chose to decline all offers. As they stated, their partnership was quite fulfilling, and engaging in the scheming of those organizations seemed less appealing than diligently enhancing their own strength at home. During the defense of Qing City, they fought valiantly on the battlefield, facing life-threatening situations time and again, as if the king of hell himself had little desire for their lives. Through this ordeal, they could sense the pervasive gloom enveloping Qing City. Thus, after the battle, seeking a more comfortable and stable existence, the two set off on a journey to Wuxiang City alongside the main troop. Yet, who could have anticipated that they would lose track of the larger group, straying further away instead? This left the two protectors accompanying them rather speechless. What now? They are straying further from our cleaning range, one murmured in a low voice. Two third-tier awakened beings should pose no danger. Let us follow them a bit longer. If we still can't locate them, we'll reveal ourselves and bring them back. The other sighed deeply, feeling somewhat helpless in the presence of these two formidable individuals. The siblings did not keep their companions waiting long before continuing their journey, this time under Shen Xinlan's guidance. It is worth noting that Shen Xinlan was unaware of the actual path. She merely felt that any direction she pointed out would be more reliable than Xinjiang's. How could I be so foolish as to trust your guidance? Shen Xinlan mused, rubbing her aching head. This path should lead us back. Finally, I've encountered someone sensible, the two pursuers trailing behind sighed in relief. As they traversed the outskirts of Wuxiang City, they encountered numerous zombies, though none posed a significant threat, and the two dispatched them with ease. Sister, look ahead. Shen Jiang exclaimed in astonishment, noticing a flickering black light in the distance. Shen Xinlan, equally intrigued, turned her gaze toward the phenomenon. Let us go take a look. She proposed, her curiosity piqued. Could this be an alternate space? The people of Hope City were well versed in such phenomena, having seen similar black light before. The possibility is quite high. We should inform the leader that we've encountered a situation here, the other exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. After all, if this indeed turned out to be an alternate space, it would be a significant achievement, and the subsequent rewards would surely be substantial. As they drew closer, their conviction strengthened. Unlike the growing curiosity of the two in front, the two behind them became increasingly exhilarated. Are we really going to let them enter? Could there be danger? One of them questioned. Let us assess the situation. This might be a fortuitous opportunity for them. Besides, the leader is on his way. If danger arises, we'll hold our ground. It should be manageable, the other reassured. Sister, doesn't this resemble the door to that alternate space? Previously, Xinjiang had caught a glimpse of the spatial gate in Qing City, and thus had some recollection of it. Indeed, Shen Xinlan remarked. As the two approached, they could clearly discern the form of the dark light. The ominous aura emanating from the black gate seemed to attract the surrounding zombies. Chapter 105. The four-clawed octopus. Only upon nearing could they fully appreciate the visage of the black light, with its swirling patterns continuously rotating. What is this? Shen Xinlan inquired. If my memory serves me right, this should be a spatial gate, undoubtedly leading to another dimension. Xinjiang's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the black door, as if it were a priceless treasure. A spatial gate? Another dimension? How impressive! Shen Xinlan exclaimed with delight. However, as they reveled in the discovery before them, the chilling roars of zombies echoed around them. Not only the two in front, but also those behind sensed the encroaching horde of the undead. The zombies were scattered in disarray, some in groups, rushing towards the four like a dark tide. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the two could no longer remain hidden. They were compelled to reveal themselves. Upon seeing the two sudden arrivals, Xinjiang nearly drew his sword in alarm. But upon noticing the emblem of Wuxiang City on their chests, he relaxed. The presence of others, particularly ordinary individuals capable of traversing a zombie-infested path, clarified matters. There was no time for hesitation. The four exchanged slight nods and assumed battle stances. They positioned themselves facing the four cardinal directions. And Xinjiang and his companion conjured two long blades, reminiscent of Tang's swords. The blade in Xinjiang's hand radiated a cerulean glow, while Shen Xinlan's emitted a crimson light. Draw and slash. They called in unison. With their commands, two striking arcs of blue and red emerged from either side, one embodying the ferocity of a tempest, the other the searing heat of flames. The azure slash cleaved through the zombies as effortlessly as slicing tofu, while the ruby strike ignited a conflagration, causing the surrounding temperature to surge instantaneously. Sister, Your technique is rather discomforting in this sweltering summer, Xinjiang remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow with a hint of sarcasm. Came the curt reply. The battle was far from simple. Initially, numerous low-tier zombies surged forth, but gradually, an increasing number of high-tier zombies began to emerge. The appearance of third-tier zombies rendered the initial slash insufficient to vanquish the foes, necessitating a buildup of power for a more potent strike. As even higher-level zombies emerged from the throng, the surrounding undead parted to grant passage. This particular creature possessed elongated tentacles for limbs, adorned with a circular maw encircled by formidable teeth. Its original visage had become unrecognizable, seemingly altered to accommodate its grotesque mouth, which bore gaping fissures on all sides. What a repulsive creature, Xinjiang remarked with evident disdain. To me, it resembles a four-clawed octopus. Xinjiang stroked his chin thoughtfully and spoke earnestly. Xinjiang interjected, let us set aside this discussion for now. Although you two may not know your names, we share a common adversary, and I kindly request your cooperation. Xinjiang shook her head, indicating her disinterest in the elder brother. Well said, the two replied courteously. In that case, I hope you can help us fend off those zombies while my brother and I deal with that repulsive creature. Satisfied with their response, she issued commands without hesitation. One of them hesitated slightly. All right, you can trust us with the rear. The other spoke decisively. Xinjiang nodded, and the two of them faced the four-tentacled octopus. With a roar, the octopus extended its beak and lunged at them, its beak elongating in an instant. Just as it was about to strike Xinjiang and his companion, they rolled to the sides, evading the attack. Draw and slash, they shouted in unison. In mere seconds, their strikes severed the octopus's limbs, which fell to the ground with precision, showcasing their exceptional swordsmanship. However, in mere moments, the severed stumps began to writhe, and from them sprouted four complete tentacles. Such astonishing regenerative power, they thought in astonishment. Draw and slash, not wishing to give the zombie too much time to react. They launched another two strikes. This time, the four-tentacled zombie did not wait idly but instead extended its tentacles, bending them to form two shields that protected its chest and back. A resounding crash echoed as their strikes met the tentacles, which flailed wildly, yet upon closer inspection, no wounds were left on its front or back. With a furious roar, the four-tentacled zombie launched its beak towards Xinjiang. High attack power coupled with low health is essential for every swordsman, and they were no exception. As the beak flew toward them, it split in two, with one half aimed at Xinjiang. Fortunately, the numerous zombies around provided her with the time to evade. Determined not to remain passive any longer, the two executed consecutive draw and slash attacks. The ominous sounds emanating from the four-tentacled zombie signified its vulnerability. Such a heavily armored and less agile foe was precisely the type of enemy Xinjiang and his companion relished. Their relentless strikes battered the zombie, causing the shield formed by its tentacles to shatter under the onslaught. Gaping wounds began to appear on its body, particularly on its chest, where green blood started to seep forth. A furious roar from the zombie reverberated as an invisible wave emanated from its body. The two were momentarily taken aback, yet they quickly regained their composure, realizing that an attack was imminent. Draw and slash. The azure light sliced through the orifice, severing the surrounding tentacles in succession. Upon sustaining injury, the undead finally emitted a wretched howl of anguish. As Xinjiang reveled in this moment of triumph, a green liquid erupted from the severed appendage. Though he had managed to evade most of it, some of the liquid splattered upon him, producing a tearing sound as it corroded his flesh. Enduring excruciating pain, he retrieved his precious water supply and unhesitatingly splashed it onto himself. Sister. Although she knew her brother's wounds were not grave, Xinjiang could not quell the fury surging within her. Crimson Lotus Ascension slash. Raising her left hand, her right hand, which wielded the blade, was drawn back slightly. With a whoosh, flames engulfed her hands, rapidly transferring to the blade. At that moment, the weapon quivered under the immense heat. Above her, a faint apparition of a red lotus flickered in and out of visibility, igniting the imagination. Chapter 106. Entering the other world in that instant, Xinjiang resembled a fiery princess, bathed in flames, harnessing an overwhelming power. Assuming her stance, she leaped powerfully, swinging the long blade in a wide arc, delivering a fierce strike to the four-armed octopus. The crimson blade energy seemed to possess the ability to lock onto its target, rendering the creature immobile. What lay before it was not merely a slash, but a series of transforming visions. The red lotus disintegrated, revealing a hellish landscape of endless infernos, where skeletal remains floated above, accompanied by the chilling laughter of hellish creatures. sending shivers down one's spine. Despite the flames, an icy chill enveloped the atmosphere. The strike was deliberate, carving two icy trails in the ground as it advanced towards the undead. With a soft hiss, time seemed to stretch as the blade's radiance sliced through the four-armed octopus, vanishing into its back. The creature writhed as if yearning for rebirth, yet the presence of ice stilled the blade's edge, leaving it utterly motionless. Having just tended to his own wounds, Xinjiang observed this scene and shook his head, hastening toward Xinxianlan. Such a formidable strike could not be unleashed casually. It had nearly reached Xinxianlan's limits. At that moment, she collapsed, unconscious upon the ground. The surrounding undead had been significantly diminished after a brief skirmish. They had been nearly eradicated. With Xinjiang now free to assist, he efficiently cleared the remaining undead without exerting much effort. Weapon in hand, he regarded the two figures with caution. "Brothers, do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions and shall not usurp your opportunities," they exclaimed, hastily raising their hands in a gesture of goodwill. They were keen to avoid conflict, having been startled by the power of that earlier strike. "I do not recognize you," Xinjiang replied, maintaining his vigilance as he spoke slowly to the duo. "This is not the time for conversation," one of them interjected. "I have already notified our leader. They will return shortly. She requires rest and treatment." Xinjiang gazed at the black vortex, his brow furrowed in concentration. "We will provide you with ample compensation. Trust us. I sincerely assure you of this," the two individuals quickly articulated, seemingly aware of Xinjiang's apprehensions. To gain is my fortune, to lose is my fate. As long as we both remain unharmed, nothing else matters," Xinjiang remarked with a sigh, casting a glance at his sister. Thus, a brief silence enveloped the four of them until the arrival of Wang Gada alleviated the awkward atmosphere. "Take our little benefactor back and care for him well," Wang Gada stated, turning to Xinjiang and his companion. "Will you join us inside?" "I shall not. I will remain here to look after my sister," Xinjiang replied, shaking his head. "Very well. We will meticulously assess the value of this venture, and your remuneration shall be substantial," Wang Gada promised. "Take this for now." With a swift motion, Wang Gada produced a water-blue orb from the corpse of a four-clawed octopus, tossing it to Xinjiang without a glance. Watching the figures of the others disappear into the vortex, and then glancing at the zombie crystal core in his hand, Xinjiang fell into silent contemplation. "Come on, brother." A head emerged from the adjacent vehicle, interrupting his thoughts. "Oh, I'm coming," Xinjiang quickly responded, hurrying over. Within the otherworldly space, a dismal landscape unfolded, as if every alternate realm had been transformed into this bleak visage. "Quickly search for world fragments. Let us hasten our departure before those high-tier zombies arrive," Wang Gadao exclaimed upon entering the space. Understood, the group responded in unison, dispersing to various corners of the realm. Most of these individuals were formidable third- and second-tier warriors, possessing exceptional agility, which greatly enhanced their efficiency in searching for world fragments. As a fourth-tier warrior, Wang Gada was capable of brief aerial flight. He swiftly glided over the desolate terrain, witnessing a world ravaged and scarred, where the architectural styles were starkly different from their own, even revealing unfamiliar symbols that left them puzzled. As one of Chen Fan's key protégés, he was well acquainted with the distinct script of the Green Man world, the first alternate realm discovered by Chen Fan, named for its inhabitants with green skin. However, it was evident that this was not the Green Man world, but rather a new realm altogether. This realization ignited a spark of excitement within Wang Gada. The opportunities in a new world were boundless, promising encounters with the extraordinary that might inspire and empower him further. Just as in the Green Man world, where they had discovered a unique ore and a method for cultivating the mind, significantly enhancing their awakening probabilities and the rate of their abilities advancement. Yet, there were drawbacks, as the formidable strength of their minds far outpaced their physical capabilities. He hoped to uncover related artifacts, which would also alleviate concerns for their leader. Among the seasoned leaders of his generation, Chen Fan was privately referred to as the boss. Subsequently, to establish a more fitting designation that would distinguish him from others, the title of Grand Lord emerged. Chen Fan's father was known as the Deputy Lord, while his mother held the title of Chief Steward. Together, these three represented the pinnacle of combat prowess within the Hope Camp. Yang Fenghua, Chen Fan's mother, commanded a hunting team tasked with resource collection and the extermination of zombies. The strength of this team, aside from the captain, was nearly on par with the surface-level forces of the Hope Army. Each city lord would cultivate their own military, and Orange City was no exception. The Orange Army under the Deputy Lord comprised exceptionally skilled individuals, with its special forces capable of rivaling any small squad of the Hope Army. As for the remaining faction, the City of No Image, Wang Fugui's team was still in the process of recruitment. Due to the recent transactions, he had acquired modest resources and had begun to assemble his own forces. What? You wonder why Chen Fan has no army and why Hope City lacks one? The answer lies in the fact that the entire Hope army is comprised of his subordinates. One could say that at his command, all forces are at his disposal. Periodically, the top-ranking members of the Hope army are assigned to safeguard the city. However, as this system was still in its nascent stage, it had not yet been fully implemented. Yet, if one were to observe the arrangements around the city walls, there would be no cause for concern. The surroundings were already densely populated with guardian trees, the strongest of which had reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier, effectively rivaling any military unit. Chapter 107. Bringing back the otherworld lost in thought, Wang Gada wandered further until he stumbled upon a well-preserved structure. Curiosity compelling him to venture inside. Just then, a notification echoed, halting everyone in their tracks. I've discovered the throne. I've found the shards. This jubilant cry came from one of the group members. Instantly, everyone returned, devoid of hesitation. The pull they felt vanished. And after casting a lingering glance at the building before them, they dashed toward the exit. Outside the spatial door, time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Numerous zombies had attempted to approach, but were thwarted by the guards at the entrance, including several at the 3rd tier. 4th tier zombies possess a territorial instinct. Thus their appearances would be scarce in the short term, except for this particular space which housed 5th tier entities. The 2 guards at the entrance were utterly exhausted, only relaxing upon spotting Wang Gada and his companions, their bodies going limp. A quick-thinking teammate rushed to assist them. Wang Gada glanced at the 2, then grasped a red shard in his hand, squeezing it tightly, causing crimson blood to seep forth. This blood gradually flowed into the shard, causing the previously dull fragment to emit a radiant crimson glow. As the dark vortex existing in space began to fade away, vanishing until it was no longer visible, the shard still held in Wang Gada's hand had already begun to emit a dazzling red glow, with flickering flames dancing within, the heat palpable to the touch. Clear the battlefield. We are preparing to withdraw. Only after accomplishing this did Wang Gada feel a sense of relief, for he feared encountering an errant 5th tier zombie, which he knew he could not defeat. At that moment, the alternate space had been retracted, its ability to attract zombies dissipated, allowing everyone to finally relax and wholeheartedly clear the battlefield, reaping their rewards. Lost in thought, Wang Gada's gaze fell upon the mountain of zombie corpses, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with inspiration. If this space were to be placed in an open wilderness, would it not become a natural monster-attracting machine? If that were the case, there would be no fear of any zombies being overlooked in the vicinity. The more he pondered, the more sense it made. Though he was uncertain why this alternate space attracted zombies so effectively, its potential to gather them was nothing short of perfect. Overcome with joy at this realization, he could not help but chuckle. What has happened to the boss? Did that girl from yesterday make him so happy? A squad member, noticing their captain's almost maternal smile, could not resist whispering to a nearby comrade. Ahem. Before the man could indulge his imagination further, a light cough interrupted him, and 2 seconds later, he would be grateful for his silence. We're heading back. This week's training will be doubled. In the next moment, Wang Gada's expression darkened as he spoke again. This statement instantly prompted those around him to cover their mouths, stifling laughter, while the protagonist of the tale wore a look of existential despair, gazing skyward. If you linger here any longer, it will be tripled. Another light, airy voice followed, causing the man to shudder, hastily withdrawing his bewildered gaze and returning to his tasks. Observing this, Wang Gada nodded in satisfaction. His team needed to be strict, or they might dare to challenge him. After just a few days without punishment, they had the audacity to speak ill of him behind his back. Indeed, yesterday's Little Red was quite delightful. Perhaps they would continue this evening? Unbeknownst to him, Wang Gada's thoughts began to drift, soaring to unknown heights. Boss, it's all set. Some time later, awakened from his reverie by this voice, Wang Gada opened his drowsy eyes to the sight of his comrades, realizing he had unknowingly fallen asleep. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from his recent busyness. It had to be that, certainly not because of his late-night conversation with Little Red. He repeatedly reassured himself. Why are we still lingering? What are you waiting for? With that, he quickly rose, heading towards the vehicle without looking back, discreetly wiping the remnants of moisture from the corners of his mouth. The boss wasn't like this before. Though he used to be a sycophant, he was certainly better than he is now. Is he not acting like a fool? The vice captain internally lamented. The journey back was remarkably smooth, as they had already cleared the area once. Old Gada is quite impressive, silently acquiring a fragment of space. Wang Taizhu gave a thumbs up, wearing an expression of ingratiation. Although the final authority over this matter lies with Chen Fan, the decision of who may enter rests with the discoverer. Hey, while your flattery is rather pleasing, I must inform you that this discovery is not my own. Wang Gada chuckled. Humph, what are you so proud of if it's not your discovery? This remark instantly changed Wang Taizhu's expression, showcasing the essence of his theatrical demeanor. Wang Gadao observed Wang Taizhu depart, shrugged, and dismissed the matter. His straightforward nature meant that people seldom held genuine grudges against him. Before long, they arrived at the Hope Camp, as preparations were underway to unlock a new alternate space dungeon. The gathering was quite complete, including all the team leaders and Chen Fan's family, as well as 2 individuals, the Shen siblings. Upon seeing nearly all the higher-ups, the siblings felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite being spirited youths, the aura of authority emanating from the others was stifling. Haha, do not be nervous. The discovery is yours, and it is up to you to decide which team will explore. Chen Fan broke the silence. Allowing only one team to enter made sense. Firstly, there were many affairs outside, and it was impractical to let too many in. Moreover, the resources within the alternate space were limited. A large group would result in insufficient supplies for all. As Shun Jiang glanced at the crowd, eyeing them intently, he hesitated, until suddenly spotting a familiar figure, Wang Gada. Since this brother saved us, let us bestow this opportunity upon him, he declared. This statement was impeccably crafted, leaving no room for criticism. The others could only vent their frustration at Wang Gada, cursing his good fortune while bidding farewell to Chen Fan and preparing to leave. In such an atmosphere, most had already departed. You all shall enter. The time is set for 3 days. Regardless of the outcomes, you must reconvene here. Remember, do not quarrel. If you encounter any injustices, seek out the 3 of us, and we will advocate for you. Chen Fan said earnestly to those present. If there are no objections, let us proceed. Chapter 108, The Herbal World? Taking out the space fragment and placing it within the farm's realm, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Would you like to establish the dungeon? Yes. As soon as Chen Fan completed his statement, a swirling vortex of red and white materialized before them with a hum. Why does this look different from before? Wang Gadao inquired, puzzled by the vortex before him. Let us enter and find out, Chen Fan responded, stepping forward with the Shun siblings following closely behind. Indeed, the stronger one becomes, the more timid they are. Wang Gada straightened himself and, without further hesitation, stepped into the vortex. As he stepped inside, a brilliant light flashed before him. Unlike the otherworldly realms he had encountered, this place was bathed in clear blue skies. Although the surrounding area was still marred by blackened wasteland, some unseen force appeared to be erasing it before his very eyes. Wow, this place is quite beautiful, remarked his companion, Wang Lifeng, with a hint of curiosity. Enough marveling. We must set forth quickly, or we shall reap no rewards, Wang Geta admonished. Giving Wang Lifeng a nudge and gesturing towards the 3 indistinct figures barely visible in the distance. With that, he embarked in a different direction. Aware of a particularly enticing location he had previously visited, familiar with the environment. This time, he felt less urgency and decided to observe his surroundings more attentively as he walked. Before long, the once visible blackened earth had vanished, replaced by a slightly reddish terrain, though the predominant hue remained yellow, with the red soil being relatively scarce. Additionally, various wild grasses and unknown flowers began to emerge. As he proceeded, he scanned the area systematically, uploading images to the system, which would yield some rewards. Naturally, possessing comprehensive knowledge about these entities would result in even greater gains. Thus, he ambled along, pausing intermittently as he noticed the increasing diversity of unfamiliar flora, while the environment around him transformed rapidly. From the fresh outskirts, he swiftly traversed into the city, where conditions appeared markedly harsher. Most structures were circular, and overall, the buildings were not particularly tall, but rather low-rise. Arriving at a relatively intact edifice, he recognized it as the place he had intended to enter during his previous visit but had not had the chance to. Glancing at the sign at the entrance, he noted that it was inscribed in an unfamiliar language and chose not to delve deeper, instead entering without hesitation. Had he comprehended the meaning conveyed by the inscription, he would have realized it denoted a library. Upon entering, he was greeted by rows of ancient bookshelves, densely packed with volumes of indeterminate titles. He picked one up and began to examine it slowly, only to find that it bore no familiar script, prompting him to set it aside. He continued to browse aimlessly, opening various tomes, conducting cursory inspections before returning them to their places. Despite his inability to recognize any characters, He could vaguely grasp the underlying meanings, a phenomenon perhaps attributed to his enhanced mental acuity, though he acknowledged that it was still insufficient. The preservation of these books remained a mystery, reminiscent of the previous Green Man world. Were the books manifestations of the power of rules? Or perhaps a safeguard by the world's will over its legacy? The references available to him were woefully scant. His thoughts drifted until an image caught his attention. "I have seen this plant before," he murmured. The rustling sounds echoed continuously throughout the space. This must pertain to the knowledge of herbs. This book is replete with illustrations. Although he cannot comprehend the accompanying text, he vaguely senses its meaning. This world must be one intimately connected to herbs, as there certainly seems to be an abundance of them. Wang Gala gazes at the nearly overflowing bookshelf, its covers strikingly similar, and he falls into contemplation. Could it be that the inhabitants here are all adept in the art of herbal baths? With merely a few volumes, he finds himself unable to discern much. So he decides to take the books with him and continues onward. The library is vast. Though it comprises only 3 stories, its expanse is indeed considerable. He also encounters numerous similar tomes concerning herbal knowledge, and he unhesitatingly collects them. Naturally, he does not take every book, as space is limited. He must be selective. Thus, he picks and chooses for an extended period, for reading is indeed a laborious endeavor. Were it not for his patience, an ordinary person would have long since been overwhelmed. On his final day, he plans to gather herbal seeds. After perusing so many texts, he feels that herbs are the essence of this world, and thus preparing some is undoubtedly wise. Hence, he must hasten his pace. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, which is circular in design, he finds the space considerably smaller. However, given this situation, he is certain the books here hold great significance. Without even glancing, he collects all the books. As there remains less than a day until the appointed time, and he has other matters to attend to, one must not place all their eggs in one basket. Although he cannot recall where he has encountered this wisdom, it rings true. During his descent, he spots Xinjiang and another person. He merely offers a polite smile and nod, as time is pressing, leaving little room for pleasantries. It is worth mentioning that Chen Fan had merely entered to stabilize the space, integrating the fragments and observing any differences at the altar before departing, for he did not wish to squander time on such matters. Upon exiting the library, he finds himself somewhat taken aback by the transformed surroundings, as the world outside has undergone a dramatic change. The ground is overrun with weeds, and in the distance, the sound of a stream can be heard. The buildings are cloaked in moss, and it seems as though centuries have passed in just a few days. Is this truly the world's authentic visage? Only by merging the spatial fragments can the world be restored to its former state? It is astonishing indeed. Perhaps he has been overly dramatic. The surprises of these days are not few, and even he has grown remarkably powerful, a notion he once dared not entertain. For reasons unknown, Wang Gala feels a wave of sentimentality wash over him. Perhaps it is the passage of time that has rendered him somewhat emotional, though he is merely 28 years old. He simply appears older, often mistaken for a man in his 30s. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, he embarks on his collection endeavor, as he is particularly invested in this undertaking. After all, his wife is a prodigy in cultivation, originally volunteering to guide others. But fate has led her to be wed to him. Just the thought of his wife and child brings an involuntary smile to his face. After all, the reason he flattered the boss so excessively was ultimately for the sake of his wife and children. Previously, he had endured much suffering, but now with the changing times, he aspired to pave a prosperous path for his son. In chapter 109, titled 3 Days, Wang Gala observed the blue herbs beneath his feet, his hands imbued with spiritual energy as he began to excavate them with utmost care. Once he unearthed the herbs, roots and soil intact, he immediately wrapped them and placed them into his spatial storage. Uncertain of which herb held the greatest value, he diligently harvested each one with caution. He continued his aimless search until he arrived at a cliff. Although it was small, it certainly had its own geographical features. Peering down, he noticed the depth of the cliff, which resembled a canyon. At the bottom flowed a small stream, traversing the gorge with a single entrance and exit, a veritable fortress that could withstand any intrusion. Suddenly, Wang Gada's eyes brightened as he spotted a herb directly beneath him, to grow on a sheer cliff. Particularly one so fragile, indicated it was a rare species. His 4th-tier physique was commendable. Having just advanced to the mid-4th tier, he possessed the ability to maneuver in mid-air. Even if he were to fall, his robust constitution would ensure he sustained only minor discomfort. Without hesitation, he clumsily began to scale down the cliff, lacking any formal training. There, he found a herb with 2 purple spikes and a blue visage. Upon closer inspection, the the contours of its features were discernible. This peculiar plant was quite memorable to him. Wang Gada cautiously approached the herb, using one hand to steady himself against the cliff while channeling spiritual energy to adhere to the rock face. He directed this energy to envelop the roots of the herb, gently pulling it outward until a complete specimen was extracted. Relieved to see the herb intact, Wang Gada exhaled deeply. Should local residents witness such technique, they would likely deem him a respected first-tier herbalist. Unbeknownst to him, through his wife's influence and extensive reading, he had unwittingly crossed the threshold into the realm of herbalism. Upon returning to the cliff's edge, despite the simplicity of the task, beads of perspiration dotted his forehead. Such precise control of spiritual energy was no trivial endeavor. It was indeed exhausting. Yet, the upward curve of his lips betrayed his satisfaction. As time was drawing near, he mused, perhaps I should descend to take a look. Glancing at his timer, he leaped lightly, leveraging his momentum to swiftly reach the canyon's base, where the clear stream flowed gently, its soft trickle refreshing. Haha, it has been a month since I last witnessed such a scene. It is truly delightful. Wang Gada closed his eyes to savor the moment. With a splash, a small fish leaped from the water, sending droplets cascading onto Wang Gada, prompting him to open his eyes in curiosity. He beheld the fish frolicking freely in the stream. The cicadas chirp incessantly, resembling the sound of a valve being activated, enveloping the surroundings in a symphony of insect melodies. Indeed, Wang Gada is no stranger to this, for the agricultural expanse of Hope City, prior to the advent of the apocalypse, was teeming with various small creatures. The inhabitants have always tended to these beings with care, resulting in an abundance of insects among other fauna. Squirrels and rabbits abound, while many larger animals, such as cats and dogs, have awakened to a new consciousness. Notably, a wind attribute husky has ascended to the rank of a second-tier awakened being, reigning as the monarch of its domain. However, its mischievous antics can be quite intimidating. This marks Wang Gada's first encounter with fish. Although there are ponds, the absence of fish fry has distanced them from this aquatic life. Aside from the meat procured from frozen stores, they find themselves in dire need of sustenance. Alas, those small creatures have attained a level of sentience, leaving Wang Gada longing for fresh meat. With a lick of his lips, he gazes at the minnows below, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yet, he decides against immediate action, assuring himself that there will be opportunities for fish in the future. With that resolve, he departs. As time trickles by, 3 days have elapsed, and nearly every corner has been explored. Each individual is reaping bountiful rewards, their faces alight with joy. Wang Gada arrives last, finding his companions, including Xinjiang and several team leaders, deep in animated conversation about their recent experiences. Among them is Chen Fan, who, upon noticing Wang Gada's emergence, promptly calls for silence. As the team leaders lean in with curious expressions, feigning nonchalance, Wang Gada finds their demeanor amusing. These individuals, once ordinary, now attempt to project an air of aloof mastery. He shares his findings, books on herbs, and the revelation of living organisms existing within their space. As he produces the herbology texts he has discovered, Chen Fan remarks, "This should prove invaluable. The existence of living entities is indeed promising. It appears our expedition has yielded fruitful results." He takes the book, flipping through its pages with a discerning eye before setting it down, realizing it is beyond his comprehension. Previously, we lacked experts, but during our journey to Qing City, we encountered numerous professionals from the impoverished districts. Our prior project, the virtual helmet, is nearing completion with the system's assistance. I wonder if we can replicate the previous success of effortlessly acquiring a new language upon donning the helmet. Since you were the one to uncover this, the subsequent tasks will be entrusted to you, particularly concerning the cultivation of herbs and the breeding of fish, which will fall under the purview of the chief steward. Chen Fan issues his directives with authority. You two have made significant contributions. Please accompany Wang Gada to meet with our chief steward to claim your rewards. Turning his gaze toward Xinjiang and his companion, he observes them laden with treasures, books, and herbs alike, an impressive collection indeed. Indeed, wherever they tread, not a blade of grass survives. The spatial backpack is modest in size, yet this primitive method of carrying items is rather rare in this locale. The attire of the two individuals garnered the attention of the majority as they traversed the streets. Wang Gada, confronted by such curious gazes despite his thick skin, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Upon arriving at a building, prominently marked with the words Logistics Office, he realized they had reached their destination. The Grand Lord must have previously informed them that they would be received at the Supply Distribution Center. Having escorted them to their location, he excused himself, citing numerous pressing matters that required his attention and thus he would not be entertaining them further. Wang Gada hurried away, seemingly preoccupied with significant affairs, ignoring the two who wished to speak. Chapter 110. The Rise of the Three Heroes of Qing City. Within Qing City, most residents busied themselves with packing their belongings. Only those with some holdings hesitated to abandon their homes, while a few loyal veterans remained steadfast in their allegiance to the general, choosing not to depart. The majority of ordinary citizens, those oppressed, found little respite despite Fang Dongxing's efforts. Recognizing the futility of his endeavors, Fang Dongxing began to contemplate his plan for defection post-conference, nurturing ambitions to secure a position for his son. His two formidable generals, both of fourth-tier strength, were powerful assets within the Hope camp, alleviating his concerns. Perhaps it was this very circumstance that led to a significant reduction in Qing City's patrol strength. In the shadowy corners, various horrific scenes unfolded. Creatures, their bodies encased in brown exoskeletons, slender in form, sporting faces reminiscent of cockroaches and equipped with wings, exhibited a disturbing semblance of humanity. They feasted upon an individual, disregarding the quivering body beneath them. A sudden roar echoed, prompting a swarm of these cockroach-like beings to spring into action, fleeing the premises, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of blood and unrecognizable flesh. Such scenes replayed throughout the city until a vigilant patrol guard made the discovery, rousing the entire metropolis from its stupor. Though the number of these cockroach beings was still limited, they appeared to possess intelligence. Avoiding direct confrontation with patrollers and instead darting through alleyways, steadily increasing the count of their victims. The vile zombies incited fury among the two generals and Shinjun, who, upon witnessing the carnage of scattered flesh and blood-splattered walls, were consumed by rage. Fresh from the humiliation of a zombie siege, their pent-up anger sought an outlet. At the opportune moment, the swarm of cockroach beings presented themselves, and with reckless abandon, they charged forth. While the majority of these creatures were first-tier, a handful possessed second- and third-tier strength. Nonetheless, they posed no match for the formidable trio, who easily crushed them. However, infuriatingly, this swarm of cockroach-like beings does not engage in direct confrontation. They merely flit back and forth, causing considerable distress to the small group. Something is amiss. These cockroach beings possess an unusual strength, Wang Yunfeng thought to himself, his mind astute and calculating. The trio, in their pursuit of speed, had already separated, rendering communication between them impossible, especially in the absence of the chat module typical of their camp. Despite their efforts to accelerate, the number of cockroach beings seemed scarcely diminished. Conduct a citywide search immediately, Wang Yunfeng exclaimed, still catching his breath after dispatching one cockroach-like creature, which had been perilously close to reaching the fourth tier. Humph. With a powerful roar, Wang Yunfeng transformed into a towering minotaur, standing 3 meters tall. The cockroach beings were growing stronger. He must exert his utmost effort. In a fit of rage, he charged forward without restraint, the tips of his horns gleaming with azure light. Each impact against the walls produced a resounding crash, as if cannonballs were striking, causing the buildings to collapse. As a resounding bellow erupted from him, a brownish-yellow circle emanated from around Wang Yunfeng, expanding outward and crushing everything in its path. The cockroach beings within the building, feasting on corpses, were instantly obliterated. The sound of hooves striking the ground echoed continuously, accompanied by the destruction of structures and the intimidating roars of the Minotaur. On the other side, the tremendous roar resonated throughout the city of Qing. Li Jindong and his companion, of course, heard it as well. They were not foolish. Piecing together the previous anomalies, they finally comprehended the situation. Damn those cockroach beings. Initially hesitant, the two immediately unleashed their full power. Li Jindong closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a flash of crimson light illuminated his gaze. Now filled with a fierce red hue, his body began to transform, a dark red mist enveloping him as black and crimson energies coalesced into a suit of armor. In his hand, a jet-black blade shimmered with hints of red, and fiery steeds encircled him in the air. Ha! Let us charge forth and vanquish our foes. His bold voice resonated across the land, instilling fear in the hearts of their enemies. The steed moved with remarkable speed, and Li Jindong's blade work was equally sharp. Wherever he passed, the light of his sword cut through the air, severing the cockroach beings with ease. With a fiery slash, flames converged upon the blade, erupting into a dazzling blaze as he cleaved through a building, obliterating both it and the concealed cockroach beings within. Wherever the steed trod, flames raged uncontrollably. Curiously, however, the fire did not spread beyond its immediate vicinity, as though it possessed a territorial consciousness, tending only to its own domain. Meanwhile, Qin Jun was enveloped in a resplendent azure glow, accompanied by a cacophony of whirling winds that hissed threateningly. As he drew near, one could feel the sharpness of the air. With a curved blade in hand, Qin Jun unleashed razor winds that sliced through the air, accompanied by explosive sounds. As the corpses of cockroach beings and debris rained down from above, with the tempestuous might of a windstorm surging in his hands, a tornado materialized before him, wreaking havoc in its surroundings. The entire Qing city has descended into chaos. Some quick-witted individuals have already begun their escape, while those unable to flee are likely to remain trapped. At this moment, only Wang Yunfeng and 2 others stand in the arena. The remaining soldiers are stationed at the southern city, unwavering in their vigilance. Should any cockroach men appear, they will be swiftly eradicated. Behind the soldiers, a group of terrified individuals huddle together, some disheveled, claiming nobility, while others are mere commoners, all trembling in fear. In this dire hour, no one stands above another. Strength offers no protection. Their eyes are drawn to the 3 figures dominating the battlefield, youthful yet brimming with vigor, radiating an aura of admiration. On the battlefield, Wang Yunfeng delivers a powerful punch to a cockroach man, the sound of cracking bones echoing, yet it does not succumb immediately. Now at the 4th tier, Wang Yunfeng feels a surge of frustration. With another fierce strike, he hears a definitive crack as the cockroach man collapses. Li Jindong and his companions face similar challenges. Escalating their assaults with fervor, more and more cockroach men emerge from the buildings, instinctively drawn to one spot, the gathering place of all within the city. The 3 men spring into action. Previously elusive, the cockroach men are now laid bare and easily captured. Moreover, some adventurer teams remain, their leaders fighting alongside the crowd, ensuring relative safety for the time being. Chapter 111. The storm over Qing City. As the battle concludes, it seems for the first time, Qing City achieves a decisive victory. The 3 masters gradually emerge into the gaze of the crowd, nearly exhausted, yet walking toward them with respect. Heroes! Heroes! A spontaneous cheer erupts, resonating throughout the city. Outside the city walls, the zombies, drawn by the noise, begin to gather. Had it not been for the fortifications, the scene could have been vastly different. After the raucous celebration, the 3 heroes, burdened by their exertions, retreat to rest, causing the crowd's fervor to subside as they accept Fang Dongxing's arrangements. It is imperative to investigate the root of these events. We cannot tolerate such risks, Fang Dongxing asserts during the meeting. The attendees remain unchanged, yet the atmosphere feels different. Perhaps the formidable prowess of the 3 has diminished any lingering thoughts of surrender. As Fang Dongxing delivers his summation, a few attendees remain silent, lost in contemplation. Mayor, let us set this matter aside for now. The crisis has been averted. Should we not discuss another issue? A portly middle-aged man interjects. Indeed, Mayor, another chimes in, eager to lend support. What are your thoughts? Fang Dongxing's eyes narrow as he scrutinizes the unfamiliar faces before him. Our strength is not to be underestimated. With 2 generals and Captain Chen among us, we have no fear of those from Wuxiang City, remarked a bystander. Fang Dongxing remained silent at first, quietly seated, aware that this group was reluctant to part with their influence in Qing City. However, is it truly so easy to break through to the 5th tier? He recalled a statement made by Wang Yunfeng. 5 of himself would not be a match for a single opponent, and only with 10 could he even contend. The chasm between the 4th and 5th tiers is indeed vast, an unimaginable gap, especially considering they have more than one Chen Fan. In truth, had Chen Fan not possessed the system, his rapid cultivation would have been unattainable. Reaching the 5th tier is no trivial matter. Fortunately, the overall strength of the Hope Camp has been rapidly enhanced, coupled with continuous recruitment, which has allowed him to successfully break through to the 5th tier. Fang Dongxing glanced at the eager individuals below, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They had remained in the shadows, never setting foot on the battlefield, let alone witnessing the valor of Chen Fan and his companions. Their ignorance was evident. He realized he was prepared to abandon Qing City, but before doing so, he intended to take as many people as possible with him, leaving the remainder to this cowardly group. He was weary and no longer wished to engage in futile disputes with them. Let those who want to stay do so, Fang Dongxing declared, rising and making his way outside. Initially, Fang Weidong was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his senses, he hurried to follow. Several others joined him, their intentions unmistakable. The departure of these few left the others exchanging glances, their expressions a mix of uncertainty and tension. Humph, the old man has grown feeble and lacks courage. A wealthy middle-aged man stepped forward, addressing the crowd. We only need those 3. Why should we heed the old man's counsel? He continued. However, the trio of Wang Lifeng only listened to the elder. Our actions would be futile, replied a corpulent man. Do you wish to relinquish your current power? Know this. Once we reach the other side, with our capabilities, you shall gain nothing, the affluent man persisted. What do you propose? After a moment of silence, one person spoke up. Let us not hesitate any longer. The wealthy middle-aged man gestured to his throat as if to suggest a drastic measure. Yet, the elder had indeed shown us considerable favor in the past. Enough of this pretentiousness. Your clandestine misdeeds are known to all. Now you feign compassion? Retorted another. You are no better. The blood on your hands is no less than mine. But I am not hypocritical. Enough. Let us cease this quarrel. None of us here are without blame. The wealthy middle-aged man intervened as the two were about to clash. Since there are no objections, let us act tonight. Such matters should not be deliberated here. The group proceeded to the villa of the affluent man to discuss their plans. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, they emerged from the meeting, satisfaction evident on their faces. Meanwhile, not far away, an observer took in the entire scene, seasoned veterans of the business world. Yet who among them was not a seasoned trickster? In a modest room, the furnishings were quite simple, just a bed, a paper desk, and 2 chairs. On the desk lay a book, accompanied by a flickering candle. Fang Dongsheng sat quietly, engrossed in his reading, when a gentle knock echoed at the door. Come in. The elderly man spoke slowly. A figure entered, saluting respectfully. Enough of the formalities. This is not a military setting. Just tell me what you observed. The elder waved his hand, smiling. Lord City Master, those individuals lingered in the room for less than half an hour before proceeding to Villa number 9. Where they conspired for nearly 2 hours, the man replied with deference. Ah, so it has come to this. The elder shook his head. A sense of melancholy washing over him as he fell silent, lost in thought. Go find your captain and have him bring Generals Wang Lifeng and Li Jindong to see me. After a moment, the elder regained his composure and noticed the soldier still standing upright, nodding appreciatively. Yes, the soldier instinctively raised his hand to salute, but upon seeing the elder's serious expression, he halted mid-motion, retracting his hand. In these tumultuous times, why can't people unite? The elder mused as he watched the departing soldier. Boss, you summoned us. Soon, 3 men arrived. Though weariness was etched on their faces, they stood tall, brimming with spirit. A few unruly mice are causing trouble. So I need you to work hard to flush them out, the elder said, rising slightly and bending towards them. This is our duty. We cannot accept such reverence. The 3 men insisted, immediately stepping forward to assist the elder. Alas, after the recent events, I've come to realize that in this vast Qing city, there are hardly any capable individuals. Most are timid and unworthy of trust, the elder sighed, a hint of fatigue shadowing his features. Boss, whatever you require of us. Just command, Li Jindong declared, his voice booming, though his eyes were red, fighting back tears. Very well, the elder replied, glancing at the other 2, who also bore resolute expressions and nodded in approval. Chapter 112. The attack of the cockroach people impossible. How could we allow you to take such risks? It would reflect our incompetence. Li Jindong's loud voice seemed to shake the rafters. Lower your voice, Wang Lifeng cautioned from the side. Today's events are rife with suspicion. Why did the cockroach people suddenly appear within Qing City, and why did the patrol fail to notice them? The elder inquired. Are you implying that we have a traitor among us? Wang Lifeng immediately responded. It is likely more than just a traitor, the elder sighed. This time, I must act as bait. You all should wait for the right moment to capture them. The 3 men exchanged glances, uncertain how to proceed. All right, it is decided. Hurry and prepare. The elder waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. The 3 individuals had no choice but to depart in resignation. You all are just worrying unnecessarily. One must understand that Elder Fang is a peak Tier 3 awakened. Even if he cannot defeat a Tier 4 in a prepared situation, it's still feasible for him to hold his ground against them, Chen Jun remarked. Haha, it seems that way, Li Jindong chuckled heartily. We are merely creating chaos out of concern, Wang Lifeng added with a self-deprecating smile. At this moment, the trio cast aside their reservations and dispersed to commence their arrangements. In the dead of night, the lights of Qing City had nearly vanished, leaving only a scattering of twinkling lights. The city was eerily silent, devoid even of the faintest chirping of insects. Yet, amidst this tranquility lurked darkness and slaughter. 3 figures, clad in black and thoroughly concealed, swiftly navigated through the streets of Qing City. The patrolling guards were utterly oblivious to their presence, let alone capable of spotting them. Thus, the trio soon found themselves outside Fang Dongxing's chamber. Naturally, numerous guards were stationed here, all of them boasting Tier 3 strength. You too block them. I will enter and eliminate the target, one of them commanded. Understood. The other two responded in unison. Who goes there? The patrolling guards, alerted by the commotion, immediately became wary. With a flurry of sounds, 3 figures emerged. It could hardly be said that these were mere figures, for they were, in fact, 3 tier 4 cockroach men. 2 stood to obstruct the guards outside, while 1 swiftly darted inside. Initially confident in their flawless battle plan, the intruder was taken aback upon entry, for he was not met by a slumbering elder, but rather Fong Dongsheng, standing before him in military attire. Hisses, emitted the intruder, a sound devoid of rationality. To abandon one's humanity and sell one's soul to a demon, such a repugnant creature, Fong Dongsheng spoke with a resonant authority. How do you know? The cockroach man retorted without hesitation. Humph, so it is true. Fong Dongsheng's gaze sharpened, revealing him to be a traitor to humanity. With a flourish, a spear materialized in Fong Dongsheng's grasp, and armor enveloped his form. He leapt gracefully, thrusting the spear forward. A glimmer of metallic light flashing as it aimed directly at the cockroach man's head. The cockroach man's wings unfurled, and with a few agile flutters, he deftly evaded the assault. His hands glowed with a verdant light as he unleashed a green claw strike towards Fong Dongsheng. Indeed, you are in the mid-tier 4. It appears this form has granted you considerable augmentation, Fong Dongsheng remarked, astonished as he dodged the attack. We did not anticipate that you would be a tier 4 awakened. Thankfully, we were well prepared this time. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences, the cockroach man sneered, baring his teeth with an air of arrogance. With a powerful strike, Fong Dongsheng unleashed a series of nightly slashes. His feet kicked up dust from the ground as he wielded his sword with precision. The structures could not withstand such an onslaught, suffering deep gashes and ultimately beginning to crumble under the pressure. Amidst the glimmer of blades, the cockroach man deftly evaded attacks, suffering unavoidable wounds. Yet due to his resilient exoskeleton, the damage remained minimal. As the structure collapsed, 2 individuals were propelled outward, revealing their comrades and the relentless Chen Jun traversing the battlefield. How is it possible that you can still fight? The cockroach man exclaimed, his voice laced with shock, as if he had encountered something truly terrifying. Humph, a pack of sneaky vermin, resorting only to ambushes, Chen Jun remarked dismissively, not even glancing in their direction. The cockroach man, despite his brash words, bore a grave expression. He was acutely aware of the prowess of his 2 teammates, who were evenly matched with him. One was engaged with Chen Jun, while the other was entangled in battle, leaving him to confront Fong Dongsheng, who had ascended to the 4th tier. Victory seemed unattainable in this moment. Moreover, with Chen Jun present, it was not difficult to surmise the whereabouts of Wang Lifeng and Li Zhindou. Once they dealt with their superior, he would merely become a sacrificial lamb. Contemplating this, a desire to retreat began to surface within him. After all, preserving one's life was paramount. Humph. As green light coalesced, a glimmer ignited in the cockroach man's eyes. All shall be severed. With limbs in motion, countless green rays erupted forth, prompting Fong Dongsheng to adopt a defensive stance. The relentless strikes forced him back. Yet, as the green light faded, the anticipated assault never materialized. Instead, they witnessed the silhouette of the cockroach man retreating into the distance. He had fled. Fong Dongsheng, initially taken aback, soon found clarity in his thoughts. Who else but cowardly vermin would submit to such monstrosities? The cockroach man's retreat shifted the burden onto the other 2, allowing Chen Jun and his companion to eliminate the remaining cockroach men. Let us assist. It appears they are facing significant challenges. I never anticipated they possessed such formidable power, Fong Dongsheng remarked, his expression grave as he surveyed another battlefield. The 2, weary yet determined, hastened toward their destination. As they drew closer, the palpable sense of danger intensified. There's even an intermediate 4th tier combatant, Chen Jun exclaimed, astounded by the energy fluctuations he sensed. The battle ahead was fierce, the air thick with the stench of blood. This is dire. We must move swiftly, Fong Dongsheng urged, anxiety creeping into his demeanor. The emergence of such numerous 4th tier fighters was beyond his expectations. Upon nearing the fray, they observed 5 individuals locked in combat, surrounded by a sea of corpses, most adorned in opulent attire, clearly the old capitalists. This sight brought an involuntary sigh of relief. As long as they were not their own, the rest mattered little. Without lingering, they pressed forward, for Wang Lifeng and his companion were faltering under exhaustion. Humph, truly inept. The leading cockroach man scoffed upon seeing Fong Dongsheng and his ally. I never imagined this old man would also attain the 4th tier. Chapter 113. Negotiation. Do not pursue. Let them go. Fong Dongsheng intercepted a few individuals who still wished to pursue their escape, though he had not anticipated their decisive retreat. Nonetheless, this was for the best. It was not worth sacrificing one's own for such a handful of people. Infuriated, Li Jindong vented his frustrations by striking heavily beside him, a significant gash appearing instantaneously. Very well, let us return. This night has brought forth an overwhelming series of events. You all should rest well. With a weary body, Fang Dongsheng departed. Perhaps fatigue truly weighed upon them. The three did not linger further, turning to leave, leaving behind only a few soldiers who busied themselves with tidying the battlefield. The night felt unusually prolonged, and it was not until the sun had risen high that a visitor arrived in Qing City, prompting Fang Dongsheng to awaken from his daze. Unaware of Lord Chen's arrival, he lamented, "I have failed to offer you a proper welcome, my apologies." He called out to Chen Fan from a distance, noting the improvement in his voice. "Not at all. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune time," Chen Fan remarked, gesturing towards the ravaged state of Qing City. "Alas, it is fraught with calamities. Let us not dwell on it. I presume Lord Chen is aware that our sole purpose for coming here is to procure people. And given the current circumstances, I intend to take you all with me." Chen Fan spoke with unvarnished candor, perceiving that the world had changed from what it once was. In these chaotic times, strength must reign supreme. Haha, Lord Chen's forthrightness is truly refreshing, Fang Dongsheng mused, having navigated the political realm for many years. This was his first encounter with such unabashed honesty. "My time is precious, and the situation in Qing City is dire. Its population has dwindled to a mere fraction, and urban development is utterly stalled. Without protective walls, all discussions are but idle chatter. Hence, I assert that your predicament is indeed grave. Such is the reality. Therefore, let us hear your offer, Lord Chen," he concluded. This young man did not adhere to conventional protocols. Many of his own strategies had proven futile, yet their strength gave them confidence. "You possess several fourth-tier awakeners among you. Should they join our hunting team, they would be eligible for the position of team leader. Furthermore, we have a unique role available, the position of city lord. I assure you, in the future, you shall be granted a city, and we shall take full responsibility for its foundational construction, though I shall not intervene in its subsequent development," Chen Fan stated calmly. "I will not take your possessions, surely. A city of such magnitude must harbor significant resources." Observing Fang Dongsheng's silence, Chen Fan continued, "We have another bargaining chip." The elder's gaze was piercing. "You refer to that otherworldly space?" Chen Fan replied, unwavering, directly exposing their agenda. "It appears you have indeed gathered information, which is unsurprising given the multitude that has sought refuge with you." The elder sighed and shook his head. "We shall compensate you according to the value derived from it. You shall not be treated unfairly." With that, Chen Fan prepared to leave, convinced that the matter was settled. He would not squander any more time in this place. "I trust you have already discerned the wonders of our camp. Thus, you should understand that joining us will yield only benefits, never detriments." Upon reaching the exit, he added one final remark before departing, entirely devoid of any inclination toward negotiation. "Youthful exuberance, coupled with substantial resources, grants an air of confidence that is undeniable. Alas, the circumstances are indeed more formidable than the individuals involved." As the elder muttered to himself, Wang Lifeng and his companions hastened to the scene. "He has departed? Is it that straightforward fellow, Li Jindong?" "Yes, he has left." "What were the terms?" "A future, a dream, and simply the will to live," the elder concluded, falling into a contemplative silence. "What does the leader mean by that?" Li Jindong inquired, scratching his head in confusion. "It has already been agreed upon." "Prepare to accept the integration," Wang Lifeng clarified. "Ah, now it is clear. No need for such cryptic language," Li Jindong exclaimed, a look of enlightenment dawning upon his face. The solemn atmosphere that had been painstakingly cultivated dissipated as the others shared a knowing smile. "What are you all laughing about?" Li Jindong asked, glancing around at the others who exchanged silent looks and offered only faint smiles in response. Meanwhile, in Wuxiang City, Wang Taizhu posed a question to Wang Fugue. "Are we to establish a foothold in Qingshi? It is merely the creation of a subsidiary base, akin to how every city encompasses various counties. We will adopt this model in the future," Wang Fugue responded. "Moreover, the administrators of each city or county will be tasked with selecting members for every hunting team." He added, "Do take good care of your agricultural space. It will undoubtedly prove useful in times to come." "Understood," Wang Taizhu nodded. This mission was under Wang Taizhu's command, as he was set to take charge of Qingshi, where a substantial urban area would be established, radiating influence to its surrounding locales. The relocation of Orange City would also be on the agenda, but such matters would be addressed later. Accompanied by his team, which now boasted over 100 members, all at least of mid-second tier strength. Wang Taizhu felt a surge of confidence. He himself had reached the mid-fourth tier, while his deputy, Wang Ying, was at the initial stage of the fourth tier. Among them, no fewer than 10 members had attained the peak of the third tier, a significant enhancement to their collective strength gained from the recent conflict. Of course, this endeavor was not solely his. Wang Fuguei and his team were also involved, not merely for the sake of intimidation, but to mitigate any unforeseen incidents along the way. After all, a fierce tiger lurked nearby, and vigilance was paramount. As noon approached, the two teams arrived beneath the walls of Qingshi. The desolation of the city was palpable, with crumbling walls and gates yet to be repaired. It is evident that Qingshi has suffered greatly, Wang Fuguei remarked, his tone measured. Even our Wuxiang city would struggle to withstand such a crisis without the presence of the Lord and his deputy. They have done commendably under the circumstances. Yet they are not inclined to submit easily. For the Lord to conquer them would be quite the challenge. Enough lamentation. They are approaching. Wang Taizhu pointed towards a group of figures making their way toward them. Ha ha ha. At last, you have arrived. We have awaited your presence for quite some time. It appears that one is somewhat impatient. Fang Dongsheng has yet to arrive. After all, even a magnate must maintain his dignity. However, this time, Fang Weidong personally received the guests, which is a gesture of respect. Behind Fang Weidong stood Wang Lifeng and two others, who nodded in acknowledgement, signifying their greetings. They were soon ushered into a relatively clean and tidy room, where Fang Dongsheng awaited them. I am well aware of the situation and your intentions. We shall do our utmost to cooperate, Fang Dongsheng stated. The Grand Lord has mentioned that you may go wherever you wish, even remaining in Qing City, where we will provide you with a place to stay. The same applies to your soldiers. We need to compile a list. As the increase in numbers has led to a shortage of accommodations, Wang Taizhu remarked. What does Chapter 114, crushing, imply? Inquired the hot-tempered Old Li. It means your soldiers might be scattered across various cities, Wang Taizhu replied. Impossible. Those are our troops, Li Zhendong retorted. Old Li. Wang Lifeng nudged the brutish man beside him. You speak as if they are solely your soldiers. Is Qing City yours, or our hoped-for encampment? Wang Fuguei interjected, his tone growing increasingly harsh. Humph. The Grand Lord may come, but we shall not be led by you, he asserted. This time, the three remained silent, clearly sharing the sentiments of the others present. Brute, do you not comprehend our operational structure? Wang Fuguei complained, casting a glance at Wang Taizhu. Humph, let us proceed. None among them were timid. Provocation ignited their tempers. The group stepped outside, seeking a suitable spot. After all, Qing City was already filled with ruins, and adding a couple more would be inconsequential. The two participants swiftly entered a state of readiness, a clash of gold and red igniting the atmosphere. Do you have weapons? Just 2 spears will suffice. Using our weapons might lead others to think we are bullying you. Wang Tiezhu's gravelly voice rang out. Here, this is a military camp, so naturally, there are plenty of weapons. Shortly, 2 short spears were brought forth. All right, I shall begin. With a cheerful demeanor, he readied his short spear, gazing at his opponent. Humph. The weapon gleamed with a golden hue, its tip tinged with a hint of red. Be cautious, brother. The short spear whistled through the air. Li Zhendong, assuming it to be a mere ordinary throwing attack, did not take it too seriously, raising his long knife as he usually did to block. Ha ha. I warned you to be careful. The sound of uproarious laughter was accompanied by a violent explosion. Li Zhendong was hurled backward, nearly spewing blood. Just as he regained his composure, a flash of gold streaked by. With a sharp clang, the sound of metal colliding reverberated, sending him flying once more. Golden flash rocket. The golden radiance surged as the short spear elongated. With a few more, it would resemble a display of rocket artillery. 2 whooshes echoed as they soared toward the airborne Li Zhendong. Realizing he was on the verge of being struck, Li Zhendong closed his left eye and opened it again, the crimson light in his pupils flaring. With a crackle, his armor exploded, and his steed vanished beneath him. Now, his armor has vanished, revealing an inner layer and a vast expanse of skin. His body is adorned with shimmering red patterns, exuding an eerie glow, and in his hand, an enigmatic red knife materializes. From a distance, everything seems to serve as mere embellishment, with the knife assuming the role of the true master. The word fall escapes his lips, and his form plummets rapidly. Employing such a tactic suggests that the outcome of this battle is all but certain. Wang Lifeng turns to Wang Fuguei and remarks, Indeed, I hope the camp is filled with monsters. One moment of carelessness could lead to a swift descent. His disjointed words leave the others perplexed. Ha ha, now this is intriguing. Retreat. In Wang Tiezhu's grasp, golden threads flicker, and with a soft command, 2 long spears swiftly return. Archangel. Li Jindong approaches like a demigod, his expression impassive as he launches an attack. However, Wang Taizhu does not remain passive. He brandishes his short spear, pointing forward, and a fleeting silhouette of an angel darts past Wang Taizhu. When the onlookers glance back, the phantom has vanished, replaced by a radiant golden light slicing through the void. Thunderous roars accompany the golden brilliance as it strikes the ground. Each descent of the golden light creates a massive crater, hinting at the sheer power behind it. Li Jindong appears almost daft, staring at the relentless thunder surrounding him. The spectators watch in wide-eyed astonishment. Is everything all right? Chen Jun inquires, slightly anxious. Ha. Don't be fooled by his rough exterior. He knows how to strike with precision, Wang Fugue reassures, allowing the group to relax slightly. As the thunderstorm subsides, Li Jindong, amidst the craters, realizes he has lost utterly. How are you so strong? Clearly, your strength surpasses mine, doesn't he? Wang Taizhu smiles as he responds. Li Jindong nods, his gaze intense. You simply face too little competition. You live in comfort, as they say. We have been embroiled in constant battles. How could we afford such ease? Li Jindong expresses disbelief, questioning what true hardship might entail. Since the apocalypse, we have fought countless formidable foes, striving for ever greater strength rather than contenting ourselves with a life of leisure, Wang Taizhu counters. All right, we have fought. Now let us prepare. We will await your arrival, he declares, twisting his neck and ignoring the others as he strides towards the room. In his mind, once the fighting has commenced, there is no need for pleasantries. He intends to proceed on his own terms. Ha, that's just how he is. If you choose to stay, you must adapt, Wang Fugue chuckles, explaining to the group. In that case, we must also spring into action, Fang Dongxing states. Before long, the crowd disperses, diligently executing their respective tasks. Unexpectedly, this young man possesses such formidable prowess. Upon seeing Wang Fugue enter, Wang Taizhu began to voice his grievances, sensing immense strength emanating from the transformation of his physique. Intuition warned me that should I not unleash my full potential, I might suffer consequences. The Grand Lord has always advised us not to underestimate the heroes of the world, lest we face dire repercussions, Wang Fugue remarked. Regardless of the heroics, I cannot afford to lose. Wang Tiezhu's expression was grave. The Grand Lord granted me a second chance at life, and I must assist him in reaching the pinnacle. No one shall obstruct my path. After an indeterminate passage of time, Chen Jun entered. The two rose and made their way outside. There, they encountered both soldiers and civilians, evidently divided into two groups. One cohort remained while the other sought to depart. Chen Jun gestured towards the larger group, indicating their intent to stay. What about you? Wang Taizhu inquired, glancing at several individuals. We choose to remain, they replied in unison. In truth, it matters not where we reside. We are all pioneers, destined to go wherever we are needed, Wang Taizhu stated. I have grown accustomed to this place and wish to see how it will evolve. It holds greater significance. Does it not? Fang Dongxing replied with a smile. Chapter 115. A stunning opening. This was a relatively flat expanse surrounded by thousands of watchful eyes. Patrols were ongoing, diligently clearing the area of zombies. Everyone was fixated on Wang Taizhu, who stood at the center, holding a blue gemstone within which a vast courtyard could be faintly discerned. Taking a deep breath, Wang Taizhu lowered the gemstone, and in an instant, the barren ground erupted into a swirling blue vortex. An alternate realm. Most of these individuals had encountered such worlds before, instinctively believing this to be yet another. However, the distinct azure glow caused a moment of hesitation. This could indeed be classified as an alternate realm, yet we prefer to refer to it as a farm space, Wang Fugue elucidated. Now, 100 of you may enter first. Having undergone the trials of the alternate realm, they perceived no malice in this invitation. They formed an orderly line and proceeded, with several leaders entering first. Stepping into the farm space revealed a world entirely unlike their previous experiences. It appeared vibrant, teeming with life. As tiny insects flitted about the trees, creatures they had not encountered in a long while, evoking a sense of wonder. However, as former soldiers, they had long cultivated the habit of maintaining focus, and their gaze did not linger excessively. This was a relatively well-maintained farm. At its center stood the main building, flanked by a few other structures, yet it bore an air of neglect. This represented a primary farm space, recently acquired with minimal upkeep, explaining its modest size and the limited entry of 100 individuals. As the crystalline core was placed into the central nucleus, an intense, blinding white light enveloped the surroundings, lingering for a moment before dissipating. When the onlookers regained their sight, they were immediately struck with astonishment at the scene before them. It was a realm entirely transformed. starkly contrasting with the previous desolation. This is truly capable of evolution. It is simply beyond belief, exclaimed Feng Dongsheng in shock. Li Zhendong, renowned as the foremost connoisseur of astonishment, was equally taken aback. Yet, just as he initiated his actions, another burst of white light surged forth, teleporting him back to the entrance, where he stood once more. This flash of light was fleeting, but it was soon followed by a thick mist that obscured their vision. How remarkable! Came another exclamation, as the atmosphere around them erupted into a cacophony of voices, each person articulating their awe at this extraordinary spectacle. Before long, the mist began to lift, and once again, the crowd gasped in wonder, gazing at Wang Taizhu as if he were a deity. This attention filled Wang Taizhu with delight, though he felt a twinge of regret for not inviting more people, envisioning the potential harvest of faith that could have been reaped, an enticing thought indeed. As he approached the core, the crowd remained still, hesitant to act. Come forth, for this time there will be no further upgrades. The subcore cannot exceed the primary core. Thus we can only elevate to level 3, Wang Taizhu beckoned, gesturing for them to advance. Awe and curiosity were etched upon their faces, making Wang Taizhu regard them as simple folk, marveling at everything anew. He chose to conveniently overlook his own initial astonishment at this very scene. Swear allegiance to the Great Lord and pledge your eternal loyalty to the Hope Camp. Once this is accomplished, you shall be a part of the Hope Camp. He continued to elaborate, despite this being his first time explaining such matters. Yet, through repeated experiences, he had become quite adept at it, though a sense of confusion lingered. The presence of the esteemed figures before them prompted compliance. After all, following the actions of those in authority felt right. Upon completing their oaths, streams of blue light descended upon each individual's forehead. Remarkably, there was no immediate reaction from the crowd, as if their nervous systems had dulled, rendering them incapable of responding to this revelation. Feng Dongsheng felt a sudden coolness enveloping his mind, instantly dispelling the fatigue of the previous night, replaced only by a sense of ease. He could also faintly sense a connection forming between himself and the Hope Camp, or perhaps with Chen Fan himself, who seemed to radiate an even greater stature and respect. While this sensation was not profound enough for the less sensitive individuals to perceive, it accounted for the calm demeanor of most in attendance. However, as fourth-tier awakened beings, their heightened sensitivity allowed them to discern the subtle changes. They remained silent. Their respect for Chen Fan genuine, and coupled with the various phenomena at play, a growing sense of belonging enveloped them. Moreover, they were acutely aware that they too would have the opportunity to establish their own strongholds. This was not merely ambition. It was the chance to contribute to the greater good of the vast Chinese nation and to save more of their compatriots. Before them appeared a cerulean screen, displaying all their personal information. At the top were several options: attributes, map, spatial backpack, profession, and marketplace. Except for attributes and marketplace, all other functionalities required the consumption of crystal cores. The first two were relatively affordable, requiring only 10 first-tier crystal cores, a sum most could manage. However, the profession module demanded a greater investment, 10 second-tier crystal cores, which served as a significant deterrent. Some individuals, who were accustomed to saving and possessed considerable strength, did not hesitate to activate all functionalities. At that moment, he was diligently utilizing these features, though the map was not entirely illuminated. Only the areas he had traversed were marked, while others could not perceive his movements unless he uploaded the map. Others could then view it by merely paying for a download. Naturally, uploading the map would yield rewards, and for each person who downloaded it, he would receive a simultaneous benefit of 10. This established a long-term transaction, explaining the appearance of pathfinders. However, each exploration was bound by the limits imposed by Chen Fan. As this was no mere game, death was final, and each individual had but one life, hence the necessity for such restrictions. The spatial backpack allowed for limitless expansion, but it could not contain living beings, nor could it support nested spaces. Each expansion required an increased number of crystal cores, doubling with each iteration. The last option was where he lingered the longest, for he needed to make a choice. Aside from a secondary profession, he had to select a primary profession from a myriad of options, and once chosen, it could not be abandoned. It would accompany him throughout his life. Along with its skills, purchase without regret. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately chose the swordsman profession, a quintessential high-attack, low-health character. Chapter 116. All join in just as he made his selection, a multitude of basic sword techniques flooded his mind. With his profession decided, the interface dramatically transformed, prominently displaying swordsman as his primary profession, while the secondary profession section indicated not chosen. Beneath Swordsman was a tree diagram. The leftmost node had been illuminated, revealing basic sword technique level 1, which required 10 second-tier crystal cores for advancement. How disheartening. He continued to peruse, discovering a solitary skill, the draw slash, which called for 10 first-tier crystal cores. This seemed well within his means, prompting him to readily opt for a recharge, if he could become a top-tier recharger. Why toil away training himself? The instant he clicked, a training method for the draw slash instantaneously manifested in his mind. Indeed, you heard correctly. It was the training method for the draw slash. Furthermore, the nodes behind the tree diagram faded into a gray hue, rendering them unselectable. And the draw slash displayed a notation of level 1 with a count of 0. How disappointing. It was not an immediate acquisition. He still needed to cultivate the skill himself. Perhaps feeling excessively wronged, his voice rose above the crowd, drawing the attention of those nearby. It was not just him. Murmurs of discontent rippled through the throng. Even those who had earlier displayed expressions of joy now appeared somewhat despondent. Of course, improvement was necessary, otherwise. Why would my abilities be so lacking if not for these distractions? Wang Taizhu was also eager to express his grievances. This weakness was a shared sentiment among the 100 or so individuals present, yet some turned their gaze toward Fang Zhendong, nodding in understanding. After all, he was a high-ranking 4th tier, which made it unreasonable for Wang Taizhu, a mere mid-tier, to compete with him. Furthermore, the notion that a mid-tier could best a high-tier awakened individual ignited a fervor within everyone, leading to a diminished sense of grievance regarding this professional module. All right, I leave the remaining matters to you, Wang Taizhu said, stretching his back as he walked toward the main building. Truth be told, he had been quite busy these past few days, scarcely resting at all. With the task completed, he could finally indulge in a good night's sleep. Moreover, he had long been curious about what the main building of a 3rd-tier farm space looked like. His action left everyone momentarily stunned. Akin to leaving a newborn to fend for itself, a rather irresponsible decision. Wang Taizhu was oblivious to their inner thoughts, and even if he were to hear them, he would not take them to heart. With that, let the soldiers outside come in. They had been waiting for quite some time, Fang Dongxing thought. Regaining his focus and addressing the nearly 100 individuals below. Fortunately, I remain an official. I can delegate certain tasks to my subordinates while I delve into the research of this space. He mused, admiring the beauty of the surroundings, clearly appreciating the enjoyment of this group. Having said that, he proceeded inward, as Wang Taizhu had not forbidden leisurely strolls. Upon witnessing the departure of the senior leader, the crowd below grew restless, eager to catch a glimpse. Ahem, since the senior leader has entrusted the task to you, I shall go and protect him. Wang Lifeng was the first to respond, hastily following without waiting for others to react. Wang Lifeng is not meticulous enough to adequately care for the senior leader. I must accompany him, Chen Jun remarked, quickly chasing after. Humph. In that case, you all should properly receive our soldiers, and once that is done, feel free to go wherever you wish. Li Zhendong observed their actions with a bewildered expression, soon replaced by one of disdain. What was the point of beating around the bush with these soldiers? Why not just state your desire to leave? This was his inner thought, and naturally, he acted accordingly. Even though they were no longer his superiors, he still held a degree of respect for this group as a junior, especially since they had not forced him to remain indefinitely. Thus, the 100 individuals were clearly organized and promptly set out to fulfill their reception duties. Given the ample space, comparable to that of a village, they could accommodate many, yet they limited entry to only 1,000 individuals. This efficiency allowed for swift proceedings, granting them the luxury of a little leisure. As the crowd within the space swelled, the cacophony of conversation grew increasingly deafening, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling tourist attraction. Why was it so noisy? Wang Taizhu, having just explored the entire main building, found it impossible to sleep due to the overwhelming clamor outside. Upon stepping out, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. There was hardly any room to maneuver, as throngs of people surrounded him. The crowd was particularly intrigued by the main building, with several military experts already engrossed in examining the adjacent power distribution room, marveling at their discoveries. Others were equally fascinated, drawn by the presence of electricity and the prospect of watching television, albeit limited to a selection of old films scavenged from outside for leisure purposes. However, this novelty had become a source of amusement for the masses, who pressed closer together, eager for a better view. What are you all doing? Wang Taizhu erupted in fury, his anger palpable. Just then, the mischievous face of Li Zhendong appeared before him, startling Wang to the brink of violence. Boss, the wonders here are truly remarkable, especially the ability to watch movies. It's been ages since I last indulged in one. What a delight. Li Jindong chuckled, seemingly oblivious to Wang's ire. Get lost. All of you. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. With a swift kick, Wang Taizhu sent Li Jindong flying through the portal, causing a ripple of panic among the onlookers, who hastily retreated. Within moments, tranquility enveloped the space, leaving only the seasoned experts and a few daring souls behind. Wang Taizhu, relishing the newfound quiet, chose not to expel the remaining individuals, recognizing their value as the true prize of this endeavor. Their research could yield fruitful results, and he welcomed their scholarly pursuits. These people truly lack shame, he muttered as he returned to his room, instantly feeling a wave of serenity wash over him, lulling him into slumber. Outside, Li Jindong rubbed his backside, exclaiming, "That was quite the kick. My rear feels like it's about to burst." Haha, the boss is resting, and you lot disturbed him. You should be grateful he only kicked you out. Last time, a brother ended up in the hospital, remarked one of Wang Taizhu's team members, convinced that his animated speech would persuade others to enter. Yet, he wished for no such immersion in the chaos. Chapter 117. The turmoil of the camp. Wang Taizhu emerged in the afternoon, nearing evening. Had he not had pressing matters to attend to, he felt he could have slept for an eternity. With Wang Fuguwei having departed, approximately 8,000 remained, a rather exhilarating prospect for him, as he had never fought such a well-resourced battle in a long time. Unfortunately, he found himself without a strategist. Initially, he had planned to partner with Wang Fuguwei, but with both now in possession of strongholds, one strategist would surely not suffice. Haha, the old master has been in Qing City for quite some time. It seems you shall continue to manage it. Wang Taizhu glanced at Feng Dongsheng below, recognizing him as a ready-made administrator. Alas, my old bones can no longer endure such burdens. Holding the title of Grand Commander of Qing City, I possess the strength to repay all its residents. Wang Taizhu remarked with his eyes half closed. I may be aging, yet I am still vigorous. I have previously been reappointed, and I am certain I can perform better than them. Upon hearing this, Feng Dongsheng swallowed the words he had begun to speak, maintaining a composed demeanor. Hee. Then I shall trouble you, Elder Feng. One does not strike a smiling face, especially when one seeks assistance. I am also capable. Having served as the Grand General of Qing City for many years, I possess considerable skill in leading troops into battle. The onlookers, upon hearing of the benefits of holding office, began to vie for his favor. Ha ha ha. If you come to me, you are joining my ranks. Why not seek opportunities with the Grand Lord? There are abundant prospects over there. Wang Taizhu realized he could not accept them all, especially since two of them were of a higher rank than himself. You ought to ponder this seriously. The future is long. This statement rendered the three men silent. They were accustomed to following Feng Dongsheng, and the thought of embarking on their own paths left them somewhat bewildered. You are still young, with a distant future ahead. Pursue the lives you desire. As for me, these old bones cannot endure much more. I shall settle here to enjoy my twilight years. Upon seeing the silence among the group, Feng Dongsheng also spoke up. The three men glanced at the elder, then at one another, involuntarily breaking into smiles. The leader is about to gain 3 formidable teams. It seems I must strive to keep pace and not allow this younger generation to surpass me, lest I become a laughingstock, Wang Taizhu mused. The ensuing time was dedicated to urban planning, a process led by Feng Dongsheng, with Wang Taizhu executing the plans. The endeavor to construct the city astonished everyone once again, as walls and houses seemingly rose from thin air, a capacity that was truly astonishing. Naturally, not all walls were demolished and rebuilt. Rather, they were restored on their original foundations, and the same applied to the houses. He did not possess enough crystal cores to squander, especially after becoming the city lord. He soon realized that what he initially deemed ample resources could scarcely fill the gaping void. Building a city resembled an endless chasm, with no end in sight. By nightfall, they had barely managed to complete a portion of the city, enough to accommodate 8,000 residents, which had already drained his finances, and this was with Chen Fan's support. Under the cover of night, with the gaze of over 8,000 eyes upon them, the teleportation array was finally set in place, and a blue light curtain abruptly appeared before the crowd. Having grown numb to Wang Taizhu's abilities, they expressed no shock when informed that this was a teleportation array capable of transporting anyone to other arrays. Such remarkable prowess, such extraordinary capabilities, was surely to be expected. Upon completing his final task, Wang Taizhu yearned solely for rest and slumber. Ignoring the calls of those around him, he retreated to his chamber. Within a mere minute, the room resonated with thunderous snores. The following day, the construction within Qing City continued to flourish, while Wang Lifeng and his companions commenced their registration as leaders of a hunting team. Although the strength of a team leader was relatively formidable, It paled in comparison to the established hunting squads. If they had combined their efforts, they might have fared better, yet they opted to establish individual teams, resulting in a rank around the 10th position. The competition was fierce. As Wang Lifeng gazed at the ranking list, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Such formidable adversaries abound." This was merely the visible aspect. He had heard whispers of powerful lords, vice-lords, and chief stewards who remained unlisted, the true apex of strength in this realm. 2 lords had already reached the 5th tier, while the chief steward was but a step away from the threshold. Chen Jun remarked, "Moreover, after practicing my techniques yesterday, I discovered my internal strength was quite insubstantial. It may take a considerable time to solidify. If we can maintain our ranking during this process, we shall consider ourselves fortunate." Li Jindong, oblivious to any convoluted intricacies or rumors, focused intently on the marketplace, examining items sold by the system or other individuals. Among them, the cultivation techniques captivated his attention. However, upon commencing his practice, he immediately understood why he had previously suffered such defeats. The quality of his spiritual energy was lacking, and thus the power he could wield was significantly diminished. Aware of his shortcomings, he dedicated himself to relentless training through the night. Is that so? It seems we must not aim too high. We shall proceed step by step, Wang Lifeng noted, having also seen the cultivation technique. Yet, rather than diving into practice, he chose to gather information, striving to grasp the true capabilities of this encampment. After a night of effort, he was reminded of a man who had promoted the apocalypse online before the end times, realizing the man must have visited that farmstay. If coincidences were to be set aside, it was undoubtedly the same individual. It appeared he harbored some secrets, perhaps a rebirth or a hidden advantage. Wang Lifeng mused, pondering the relevance to himself. Besides, in such circumstances, even with 800 years of cultivation, he could not contend with a great lord. Why dwell on it? Enlightened, he smiled. What are you smiling about, old Wang? So lecherous. Are you eyeing a girl? Li Jindong, liberated from societal constraints, no longer cared for his image and craned his neck toward the direction Wang Lifeng had been observing. Where are the women? Good grief. Are you? Get away from me. Li Jindong recoiled several steps, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Wang Lifeng. I say, how are you still unmarried at your age? I never would have guessed. Get lost. Wang Lifeng snapped, his train of thought interrupted by these remarks, and a subsequent exchange sent both into a playful scuffle. The two individuals resembled mischievous rascals, occasionally grappling with one another, at times exchanging blows without employing any special abilities, engaging in a raw, visceral combat. Chen Jun observed their antics with a degree of bemusement, yet as the crowd around them swelled, he quietly retreated into the throng, wishing to feign ignorance of their identities. Chapter 118, The Gentleman on the Run. At present, the situation was such that, including these 3, the first tier displayed a significantly greater strength. First team, Captain Wang Taizhu. Mid-level 4th stage, Vice Captain Wang Ying, advanced 3rd stage. Second team, Captain Wang Gada, intermediate 4th stage, Vice Captain Wang Lifeng, advanced 3rd stage. Third team, Captain Wang Fugui, intermediate 4th stage, Vice Captain Wang Wan, advanced 3rd stage. Fourth team, Captain Bashianhu, intermediate 4th stage, Vice Captain, advanced 3rd stage. Fifth team, Captain Ingzi, intermediate 4th stage, Vice Captain, advanced 3rd stage. Sixth team, Captain Guatao, intermediate 4th stage, Vice Captain, advanced 3rd stage. Seventh team, Captain Wang Lifeng, advanced 4th stage, false, Vice Captain, advanced 3rd stage, false. Eighth team, Captain Li Jindong, advanced 4th stage, false, Vice Captain, advanced 3rd stage, false. Ninth team, Captain Wu Yanyan, preliminary 4th stage, Vice Captain, intermediate 3rd stage. 10th team, Captain Xue Tianmong, preliminary 4th stage, Vice Captain, intermediate 3rd stage. 11th team, Captain Li Ying, preliminary 4th stage, Vice Captain, intermediate 3rd stage. 12th team, Captain Xing Tian, preliminary 4th stage, Vice Captain, intermediate 3rd stage. 13th team, Captain Wang Xingxing, preliminary 4th stage, Vice Captain, intermediate 3rd stage. 14th team, Captain Chen Jun, intermediate 4th stage, false, Vice Captain, advanced 3rd stage, false. The first tier already comprised 14 teams, each boasting 20 members, all of whom were part of a squad, thereby enhancing their overall strength significantly. In truth, the forthcoming gains extended beyond the mere 10,000 from Qing City. Rather, it encompassed the artillery acquired. Possessing firearms, coupled with an arsenal capable of producing ammunition, heralded a particularly bright future. At the mission station, a new task emerged. Task name: Exterminate the Gentleman. Task reward: Eliminate zombies to claim the spoils. Simultaneously activating a point system. Rewards would be allocated based on the points amassed by each team. First place, Awakener Seed, Beast Form. Second place, Awakener Seed, Weapon Form. Third to 10th place, 8 Guardian Seeds. While the subsequent rewards were rather ordinary, those for the first and second places were exceptional, as they possessed the potential to enhance the combat capabilities of the entire team, items that were unattainable in the marketplace. And even if available, they would be of inferior quality dispensed by the Great Lords. This mission undoubtedly captivated all hunting teams, each eagerly vying to accept the task. Chen Fan awaited at the exit of Qing City, and soon a throng of individuals surged past him, most clambering forward in a rush. Has everyone arrived? Once we are all here, we shall set forth, he declared, not waiting for a response from those behind him, as he climbed aboard the vehicle, which was piloted by Chen Fan. This time, they intended to hold nothing back, aiming to decisively eliminate all the bothersome individuals surrounding them, with the tasks released merely serving as a favor to everyone. Due to the recruitment of numerous individuals, including several scientists, the progress of cultivating awakened fruits had significantly accelerated. More seeds were being nurtured, and now the market was flooded with various awakened fruit seeds, most of which sold out almost instantly upon release, despite their possibly modest abilities. Among them were many lower-tier tools, such as sickles and hoes, as well as items like flower baskets and backpacks. The abilities of low-tier beasts included those of common livestock such as hares, ordinary cattle, or water buffalo. Nevertheless, these seeds were in high demand, as the majority of the populace in the cities remained ordinary individuals, largely preoccupied with their mortgage struggles. Fruits that could enhance work efficiency were particularly coveted. Naturally, if the lower-tier seeds were this appealing, one could only imagine the allure of the higher-tier varieties. The rewards this time were indeed eye-catching. Soon, accompanied by the roar of engines, the main force arrived at the gathering place of the gentleman zombies. Everyone appeared eager, while Chen Fan and Chen Fan exhibited expressions of confusion. Without regard for those behind them, they charged forward, witnessing their leader plunge into the horde of zombies. The others assumed it was the signal to attack and began to howl like wraiths, recklessly surging toward the undead. Deep within the zombie encampment, the defenses were notably weak. Many fourth-tier zombies were already absent, leaving mostly third-tier zombies and a few of the fourth tier. Something felt amiss. The two men ventured into the black vortex as if it were an uninhabited realm. The fifth-tier awakeners exuded an aura reminiscent of ancient cultivators, allowing Chen Fan to extend his perception, commonly referred to as divine awareness. They began to survey their surroundings, which felt particularly unsettling. The blood-colored sky and even the river flowing beside them was composed of blood. The nauseating stench was overwhelming. Yet they suppressed their discomfort and commenced their exploration. However, after a brief wander, aside from some red stones and a familiar altar, they found nothing else. I can feel the pressure on my spirit, but this pressure is quite beneficial for enhancing mental strength, Chen Fan remarked. Indeed, this is a splendid place for cultivation. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. As the two reached the entrance, another group rushed in, Wang Taizhu and others, who had already cleared the zombies outside. The unusual nature of this place had been apparent to them from the weak defenses observed earlier. Upon entry, while the fourth-tier zombies posed only a mild pressure, the third-tier awakeners began to feel discomfort. They have fled. What cunning creatures they are, aware of their inferiority and choosing to escape, Chen Fan explained at an opportune moment. However, their focus was not on that. Rather, they were concerned about whether the rewards for this task would still be distributed. Rest assured, the rewards will be issued as usual, Chen Fan reassured the crowd, seemingly aware of their doubts. He then took the fragments from another world and exited the space. Upon hearing his assurance, everyone felt elated. Nothing else mattered as long as there were rewards, especially for the top two competitors. The first place, Wang Gada, having the advantage of proximity, was the first to equip technological weapons, almost every participant wielding a machine gun. The absence of formidable zombies in this battle greatly favored him. The second place, Wang Xingxing, displayed an extraordinary luck. In battles that did not demand sheer strength, he was akin to a bug in the system. Upon returning to Qing City, these individuals received their rewards, and Chen Fan departed with a sense of satisfaction. Within Wang Xingxing's farm space, a group of people was intently observing a single seed. Can this solitary seed truly yield an awakening fruit? One questioned. The words of the Great Lord cannot be mistaken. Did you not see the throngs eager to purchase this seed when we acquired it? Besides, once we plant it, all will be revealed, another responded. Chapter 119, The Gambler. Left with nothing, 103rd tier crystal cores had long been prepared as Chen Fan approached the core area. The farm space had been entirely cleared, as upgrading here would be inconvenient. This news swiftly spread throughout the Hope camp, igniting curiosity about the impending changes, especially among the newcomers, who were filled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, the area outside the farm was already bustling with activity, thousands awaiting the outcome. Chen Fan placed the crystal cores upon the platform, and with a flash of brilliance, he was teleported outside, where a veil of mist greeted his gaze with a sense of expectation. This time, the duration was the longest yet, lasting half an hour before the mist began to dissipate, revealing a vast expanse of farm space. Neatly arranged houses sprawled across the area, immense in size, nearly equivalent to that of a county town. There were no towering skyscrapers. Instead, three-story buildings and a vast expanse of land dominated the landscape. According to the system's prompts, Chen Fan discerned that 3 new structures had emerged within the space: a food processing workshop, a daily necessities processing workshop, and a laboratory. The food processing workshop could transform raw materials into processed foods in astonishing ways, such as sausages, biscuits, bread, and cured meats. However, unlocking it required additional crystal cores. Currently, the only unlocked processed foods were bread and sausages, requiring flour and meat as ingredients. The Daily Necessities Processing Workshop, as its name suggests, was capable of producing everyday items. Utilizing nearly discarded materials, it could manufacture finished products. For instance, the currently unlocked item, a flushing toilet, required clay and plastic, with waste automatically decomposing into fertilizer. A marvel of technology. Within the production workshop, many items awaited unlocking, and various crystal cores seemed to be an endless abyss. While the materials collected regularly would also prove useful, the armory has been upgraded to the first level, enabling the production of firearms. With the provision of corresponding blueprints and additional materials, one can now manufacture them infinitely, unlike before, when several times the amount of materials was required. The workshop has also been elevated to the first tier, allowing for the independent research of new automobile designs. However, the creation of large-scale weaponry, such as tanks, remains unattainable until further advancements are made. Additionally, the system modules have been enhanced, unlocking the weapons smelting module. The weapons freshly crafted from the armory are classified as basic weapons. To augment their quality, fusion is necessary. Merging 2 basic weapons yields a green weapon, while 3 green weapons have a high probability of producing a blue one. 4 blue weapons might generate a purple weapon, and 5 purple weapons have a small chance of resulting in an orange weapon. 6 orange weapons have a low probability of creating a red weapon, while 7 red weapons possess an almost negligible chance of forming a black weapon. At this moment, Chen Fan sensed a surge in the surrounding spiritual energy. Not only he, but everyone outside, children, the elderly, and youths alike, felt a warming sensation enveloping their bodies. Individuals at levels below 3 experienced a minor enhancement, while those above level 3 sensed a potential breakthrough. This was indicative of increased spiritual energy concentration, signifying that the farm had completed its upgrade. A throng of people surged in, eager to absorb the initial wave of spiritual energy. Moreover, the water well's level began to rise, reaching the second-tier spiritual spring level, albeit with a daily limit of 1 ton. Chen Fan accessed the system space, where 2 brand new seeds materialized. The pig cultivation seed, which thrives in blue soil, produces meat from plant-based sources and can be harvested in just 2 months. With an ample supply of zombie corpses for nourishment, this period can be reduced to 1 month. The high-level energy fruit is a seed that can only flourish in red soil, enhancing the combat prowess of those at levels 3 and 4. Ding ding ding. The system is upgrading. Chen Fan organized everything as the sound of the system upgrade resonated in everyone's minds. Shortly thereafter, the completion of the system upgrade was announced, prompting everyone to curiously check their systems. From that day forth, a new species known as the gamblers emerged, sweeping through the Hope camp. People began to leisurely stroll through the farm space, and Chen Fan paid them little mind. The farm space could comfortably accommodate 10,000 individuals without feeling crowded. It was once again possible to increase the resident population. Contemplating where to expand the populace, Chen Fan scrutinized the national map. He mused, the 5th-tier zombies over there should be dealt with. Suddenly, he recalled the group of zombies he had encountered previously, contemplating a strategy against them. It was time for expansion. His forces were now sufficiently strong to reclaim the entire Qing city. Chen Fan examined the map, aligning it with his capabilities, and began to devise a comprehensive strategy. Having meticulously planned everything, he cast his gaze back upon the farm space, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Reflecting on nearly 2 months prior, the entire farm space had consisted of merely a dilapidated house, a crumbling warehouse, and a fence that could topple with a gentle push. As I gaze upon the meticulously planned houses, schools, hunters' guilds, and awakening chambers, alongside a myriad of functional structures and wondrous agricultural plants, I find myself reflecting on the present. The addition of meat to our sustenance renders life even more vibrant. Imagining the future brings a sense of clarity, as I envision proudly telling my son, "Behold, this is the empire I have built for you." A smile involuntarily graces my lips, and my spirits lift with delightful ease. Meanwhile, others are engrossed in exploring new functionalities, particularly the weapon forging module. As the team leader, the imposing figure of the Titan is busy clearing out all the great swords from the marketplace. In an instant, all the weapons are sold out. That hammer strikes swiftly. "I could only acquire 20, Titan exclaims in frustration. Despite his outward display of anger, his hands remain deft. Placing 2 blank weapons into the forging module, a flash of green light reveals a green weapon in his grasp. Upon the appearance of the green weapon, a panel materializes in his mind. The green weapon, a formidable greatsword, boasts a slight increase in attack power and a modest enhancement in attack speed. The emergence of this panel, previously absent, fills him with wonder. How astonishing, Titan muses to himself, continuing to feed the module with more weapons. Shortly thereafter, 2 more green weapons are forged, and he persists in his endeavor. A crisp sound pierces the air, drawing his attention to a line of small text, "Weapon shattered." With such a high probability of success, why did mine break? Titan erupts in a fit of rage, his furious cries echoing. After venting his frustrations, he cannot resist the urge to strengthen his weapons. Ultimately, as he gazes at the green great sword in his hand, he contemplates whether to voice a certain expletive. Is this what they call being unlucky? My luck is abysmal. I've roamed about and found no instance where blue weapons shatter. A nearby squad member mutters quietly. Chapter 120. The side effects of good fortune. Little does the frustrated Titan know that elsewhere, Wang Xingxing is amidst a fervor of excitement. A purple, exclaims the flamboyant red-haired lad, his voice exaggerated. Those around him are tense, as if witnessing a rare treasure. An increasing number of onlookers gather, forming a circle around the spectacle. Titan, wielding his freshly forged green great sword, is drawn in by the commotion. Who has drawn a purple? I've drawn nothing. How dare you? He storms over, eager to uncover the source. As he pushes through the crowd, initial grumbles of discontent arise from those he nudges, but upon spotting Titan, they quickly smile and part ways. At the center of the throng, a flash of purple nearly blinds him. Another purple, comes another excited shout. Are you selling that bow? I offer 1 brown crystal coin. 1 brown crystal coin? How audacious. I bid 3. I offer 4. An increasing number of individuals have begun to place bids, and the prices are steadily rising, an eventuality that Wang Xingxing and his companions had never anticipated. They could not fathom that a collection of weapons worth less than 2 blue crystal coins could fetch such an exorbitant price, especially after only a brief period of being in circulation, multiplying in value by several dozens. I offer 1 yellow crystal coin. At that moment, a commanding voice reverberated through the crowd, causing a ripple of astonishment among the onlookers. The speaker, a figure with keen eyes reminiscent of a hawk, stood nearly 6 feet tall, possessing a lean physique devoid of exaggerated muscles, yet no one would dare to consider him weak. Li Ying, it seems your fortune is not as favorable as you might think, Tai Konghu remarked upon noticing the green weapon in Li Ying's possession, unable to suppress his sardonic comment. This nearly shattered Li Ying's previously unassailable demeanor, as they had agreed to be each other's allies. 1 yellow crystal coin. Will anyone else dare to bid? Li Ying scanned the crowd, aware that a yellow crystal coin equates to a 4th-tier zombie crystal core. If it weren't for my inability to utilize it, I would certainly relish the opportunity to spar with you, lad. While others may have feared him, Tai Konghu remained undaunted. However, despite their playful banter, they refrained from underhanded antics. After all, they were all esteemed individuals who would not jeopardize their reputations over trivial matters, especially during this phase of camp development. Any attempts at sabotage would require careful consideration of Chen Fan's stance. In the end, Li Ying successfully exchanged a yellow crystal coin for the weapon. Though he endeavored to appear more restrained, the upward curl of his lips and his almost uncontrollable flushed cheeks betrayed his inner turmoil. Weapon, purple long bow, Diamond said. Rare, enhances attack power, and significantly increases the likelihood of armor penetration. If 1's level is not lower than that of the opponent, armor will be directly breached. If higher, A portion of armor will be nullified. Slightly boosts attack speed. Set characteristics. 2-piece set. Increases attack power by 18. 4-piece set. Enchantment that temporarily grants armor penetration effects, greatly enhancing both the probability and capacity for armor breach. This formidable armor-piercing equipment aligns perfectly with the robust characteristics of Blackstone. Li Ying mused to himself, contemplating that weapons crafted from different materials might yield distinct effects. At this moment, Li Ying had succumbed to his own daydreams, oblivious to the fact that the set truly was as rare as indicated, exceedingly difficult to procure. Of course, this did not account for Wang Xingxing's extraordinary fortune. Yet, could Wang Xingxing's luck persist indefinitely? Or could his fortuitous abilities be inexhaustible? Such uncertainties lingered in the air. Wang Xingxing and his companions assumed that the purple equipment would undoubtedly exhibit set effects, while Li Ying remained ensnared in his own illusions, withholding any information from others and eagerly preparing to utilize it. Could you sell me that bow? As soon as Li Ying departed, the others enthusiastically converged around him, contemplating his other weapon. 1 yellow crystal coin for a purple saber. I shall provide the materials. The Decepticon gazed sorrowfully at his green blade, subsequently purchasing several other swords at a premium from others. Wang Xingxing's eyes lit up as he felt that he had finally unlocked the secret to wealth, envisioning a life where he could simply wait for sustenance to be served. Soon, a purple weapon was forged. However, it did not yield the expected set effect, leaving Wang Xingxing somewhat perplexed. Before he could investigate the situation, the weapon was snatched away by the Decepticon. Oh. Not realizing that Wang Xingxing was reaching out as if to reclaim the weapon, the nimble Decepticon dashed away, declaring, I've given you the money. You shall not have it back. Before Wang Xingxing could lower his hand, he glanced at the Decepticon, who was already far out of sight, and swallowed the words that had been on his lips. I too wish to customize a weapon. In the midst of his stupor, a crowd gathered, eager to replicate the Decepticon's feat of weapon crafting. Yet, they were evidently not affluent, most of them having only synthesized blue or green weapons. They had witnessed numerous attempts at crafting blue weapons fail, and with caution, they resolved to spend money instead, resulting in the current scene. However, Wang Xingxing was determined not to be ensnared by such trivial matters. He aspired to tap into the high-end market, creating premium weapons as the most lucrative approach. Suddenly, a stone flew in from an unknown direction and landed directly in Wang Xingxing's path. Unbeknownst to him, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The bystanders exchanged glances, shocked by the sight, yet none offered a helping hand. What on earth is happening? The usually fortunate Wang Xingxing, having just regained his footing, began to question his fate. Renowned for his good luck, he had never encountered such a misstep before. It's nothing. Let us hurry back. Wang Xingxing brushed the dust off his clothes, unconcerned, and continued onward. The sound of repeated falls echoed, thud, 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 thud. It was unclear how many times he had stumbled, but traversing not even a kilometer took him an eternity. It wasn't until they had covered 500 meters that someone finally carried Wang Xingxing on their back, ensuring they could return home in a timely manner. Otherwise, they might not have made it until the early hours of the morning. Even so, at that moment, Wang Xingxing appeared particularly disheveled, his tattered clothes reduced to mere rags. Had he not been a fourth-tier awakener of remarkable resilience, he surely would have perished on the journey. This incident could earn him the dubious title of the first man in the world to die from a series of unfortunate falls on flat ground. Chapter 121. The eerie village that night. Wang Xingxing experienced sheer calamity. He choked on water, sat on a chair that surely would break, almost fell down a staircase crumbling from neglect, and during his attempt to sleep, the bed collapsed beneath him, while his pillow inexplicably exploded, leaving his face aching. This is merely secondary. The paramount issue lies in his profound sense of inadequacy, as he perceives his abilities to have entirely vanished, rendering him incapable of even the faintest sensation, let alone their utilization. The following day, a group of eager individuals intent on collaborating with Wang Xingxing to forge weapons were met with a stark contrast. A figure adorned with parched hair, a gaunt visage, and tattered garments. Had it not been for the introduction by others, they would scarcely have believed this individual to be Wang Xingxing. Soon, the news of Wang Xingxing's complete loss of powers due to excessive usage spread like wildfire, leading to a growing awareness among the populace. Some expressed regret, while others felt relief, grateful that their abilities were not as formidable. On the other hand, Bashianhu felt a tinge of regret as well. After all, possessing a purple weapon is undeniably impressive. The shimmering violet light emanating from his hands made him feel as though he were on a higher tier than others. Today we embark on a hunt, Bashianhu proclaimed with excitement. The Lord has decreed that we may expand outward by 100 miles, so let us revel in this opportunity. Li Jindong, with an air of self-importance, scoffed at the display, thinking it unwarranted. Let us not envy him. I heard Wang Xingxing can still forge weapons, but it requires time for his powers to recuperate, Wang Lifeng interjected. I am not envious, he retorted, proud as ever, unwilling to reveal his true sentiments. The group set forth in grand procession, advancing towards the four corners of the city, except for one direction, the domain of the fifth-tier zombies. A place no one dared to venture. Bashianhu, wielding his weapon, grew increasingly fond of it. With a mere flick of his wrist, a violet blade of light would shimmer forth. Although its power was modest, dispatching minor foes proved to be a trivial task. With a resounding thud, it seemed as though Bashianhu's overwhelming aura had drawn attention, or perhaps it was the allure of his weapon. A fearsome monk zombie emerged, characterized as a rather corpulent creature. It had no hair, and its head was proportionately small compared to its massive frame, which boasted a bulging belly and a towering height of 3 meters. Yet, Bashianhu was undeterred. He too began to swell in size, gradually matching the zombie's height, if not exceeding it. Strangely, his weapon began to enlarge alongside him, a feature that endeared it to Bashianhu even more. This weapon possessed the remarkable ability to grow in tandem with his physique, perfectly aligning with his capabilities. He was willing to expend any number of crystal cores, provided it was fitting. This is my first experience wielding such power. You may feel fortunate, you may feel pride. Bashianhu's boisterous laughter echoed across the expanse. The fourth-tier intermediate monk zombie, seemingly understanding his taunts, began to roar in fury, unleashing a wave of ferocious energy that engulfed its form. Batian blade. Yellow currents emerged from his body, enveloping the blade, while a faint yellow shield glimmered around him, resembling armor. A colossal blade swept through the air, its aftershock cleaving distant zombies in twain. The clash of the blade's radiance and the shockwave resembled ripples upon water, vanishing in an instant. Dominating blade slash. He swung the great sword once more, yellow energy enveloping the air, as a brown shield manifested upon the monk zombie, successfully thwarting the attack. Dominating blade slash. Countless slashes struck the shield, causing fissures to emerge, which rapidly spread until the shield shattered. Ha ha ha. A maniacal laughter echoed through the dust. The enormous shadow loomed larger. In but a moment, it had arrived before him. The dominating tiger collided fiercely with the zombie's form. The sound of shattering glass resonating as the monk zombie was sent hurtling away. With a robust physique and an added layer of protection from the shield, the impact intensified, causing the monk zombie's abdomen to cave in, akin to a deflated balloon. Falling tiger strike. He leapt with all his might, the blade angled downward, plunging forcefully towards the monk zombie's cranium. With a resounding crash, it was not merely a stab but a decisive blow that shattered the monk zombie's body, sending gory remnants and blood splatter throughout the vicinity, including upon the dominating tiger himself. Whose brilliant technique is this? This is all the captain's own creation. He pondered it all night long. I've never seen him so studious. Another remarked seriously. What a ridiculous skill, utterly superfluous. Ignoring the clamor around him. The dominating tiger felt exceptionally dashing at that moment, particularly during the final strike, which was nothing short of spectacular. Regrettably, no one appreciated his prowess. As he gazed at the astonished faces of the onlookers, a few skilled individuals turned away, attempting to maintain an air of enigmatic profundity. Captain, we have company. It's a village. At that moment, a voice interrupted the dominating tiger's display of bravado, prompting him to look over with excitement. This must be Yuan Shui village. Upon approaching and consulting his map, he nodded earnestly, exuding confidence. Where's the sign? The vice captain, Haisheng, remarked, tapping his aching forehead and pointing to a stone in the distance inscribed with the 3 prominent characters, Yuan Shui village. Of course I saw it. The dominating tiger retorted, his pride evident as he cast a disdainful glance at Haisheng. Let us hurry, stop dawdling. My great sword has long been eager to rescue those ordinary folks. With that declaration, he swaggered forward. The others, resigned, followed suit, fearing that if they lost sight of him, he might inadvertently stray away. This village was in close proximity to Qing City, and logically, they should have been the first to receive aid. However, due to gentlemanly constraints, the rescue plan had been repeatedly postponed, ultimately leaving the villagers to fend for themselves. The village lay in silence. Their arrival stirred no waves, remaining as tranquil as ever. Could it be that no one is alive here? Haisheng furrowed his brow. Let us take a look. I can't shake the feeling that this place is quite eerie, the dominating tiger replied, having successfully lured all the zombies away moments ago. One would expect any survivors in this vicinity to emerge. Yet, reflecting on the formidable fourth-tier zombies they had encountered earlier, it seemed improbable that any of these individuals could have escaped unscathed. A pungent scent of blood filled the air, prompting Haisheng to wrinkle his nose. Chapter 122. The captives. As they ventured closer, the stench of blood intensified, instilling caution within them, for they remained unaware of what lay ahead. Upon nearing, they beheld a frail young girl, bound to a tree, her face a portrait of despair. Behind her stretched a scene reminiscent of hell itself. With numerous enclosures scattered throughout the area, this place had once been a sizable pasture, each individual assigned a designated spot, albeit small. With terror and hopelessness etched across their faces, the ground was stained with dried blood, and the bodies bore a multitude of wounds, their forms grotesquely swollen from overfeeding. It appeared that even walking posed a challenge for them. Among the captives, a group of women displayed swollen abdomens, suggesting they were with child. In stark contrast, another faction appeared emaciated, their bodies marred by dried blood, with rough, untreated wounds barely visible beneath the surface. Despite their varied appearances, they shared a common demeanor of helplessness, confusion, and numbness. Though they found themselves in an apocalyptic world, none had ever witnessed such a scene, leaving them momentarily paralyzed with uncertainty. Quickly, we must rescue them. Haisheng was the first to react, his voice trembling as he called out. The others, regaining their composure, sprang into action to provide assistance. Yet they were a rough-and-tumble band of men, ill-equipped to offer comfort, and could only look helplessly towards Ba Tianhu. What do you gawk at? I told you to collect some women, yet you refused, claiming that women would only hinder your ability to draw your blades. Very well. Now go ahead and draw your blades. Let us see how swift you truly are. Ba Tianhu bellowed. Instantly, the group fell silent, their heads bowed, avoiding his gaze. With rough hands and clumsy attempts, they began to aid the desperate individuals, enlisting the help of the women among them, Wu Yanyan and her companions, whose empathy surged forth. Upon hearing of the dire circumstances, Wu Yanyan rushed over, her compassion igniting, as they all shed tears and offered words of encouragement. If they can confine us, then why can't we confine them in return? This is merely a matter of retribution, Ba Tianhu declared with indignation. Boss, this is merely returning the favor in their own way, Haisheng murmured from the side. It's all the same. Enough with this talk of favor, let us move. I cannot bear to witness such a sight any longer, Ba Tianhu exclaimed, his eyes glistening with rage. Indeed, our leader is truly passionate, remarked a team member, observing the receding figures. Let us go forth. This time, we shall unleash our fury and strike them down with relentless vengeance. With hearts filled with enmity and an indomitable spirit, the team set out to avenge the fallen. Almost every team has discovered such a breeding ground, and simultaneously, the zombies have suffered a devastating blow. In nearly a day, the surrounding zombies were eradicated, and makeshift camps began to rise. These encampments are temporary, yet they will evolve into the future county town, marking a crucial phase in the restoration of peace. As night fell, in a reception hall, nearly all the leaders had gathered, with Chen Fan and his family at the forefront. The purpose of this assembly was to discuss the future development issues, and I was well aware of everything that had transpired today. In light of the cruel torment inflicted by the zombies, we must strike decisively to rescue them from peril. Therefore, after careful consideration, I have resolved to abandon a conservative approach. We shall embark on comprehensive expansion. Do you have any suggestions? Chen Fan inquired. We need to establish a vanguard unit to gather intelligence, thereby averting unnecessary losses, Wang Fuguei suggested. Agreed. This vanguard unit is precisely our forte, Ingzi replied calmly. His words met with no dissent. After such prolonged interaction, everyone was well aware of his capabilities and characteristics. It could be said that if it came to assassination or ambush, these leaders could very well falter. Indeed, you are the most suitable. Please seek out my father shortly and have him handle it, Chen Fan instructed. Thus, the meeting commenced, lasting until the day's end, marking the dawn of a new era. This gathering would henceforth be referred to as Dawn. In an instant, the entire camp fell silent, yet internally, it buzzed with heightened activity. Everyone was preparing for the battles ahead, and all lower-tier awakened individuals were eager to contribute their efforts. The camp, galvanized by this crisis, grew more united, and the newcomers slowly began to emerge from the shadows, ready to embrace a new life. Within the new construction, the food processing plant had commenced operations, offering a variety of food products, including instant noodles, bread, biscuits, and dehydrated vegetables. Given the limited quantity of fried rice, it could only be reserved for emergencies. The staple foods for daily consumption comprised these items. Nearly all available assets were invested in establishing 3 fourth-tier farms, transforming the entire stockpile of food supplies into these processed goods. Inside the factory, a circle of machines surrounded a central large machine, with a walkway encircling it and numerous pipes overhead in operation. Workers were continuously transporting materials, either feeding vegetables and other raw ingredients into the outer circle of machines. After processing, the finished products would emerge from the central machine, subsequently transported away using spatial backpacks. This was the operational system of the factory, where each outer machine was limited to a single product choice, and once selected, it could not be altered. With a total of 20 machines, this meant only 20 types of processed foods could be produced. The nearby daily necessities processing factory is similarly engaged in the production of clothing, undergarments, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, and quilts, responding to the demands of the community. The materials utilized are primarily repurposed fabrics, including worn-out garments and damaged bed linens. The variety of raw materials is vast, although some are scarce, necessitating vigilance from all. Moreover, the prices of these materials are on the rise. However, this marks the inaugural endeavor, and thus, no raw material providers have received any compensation. No garments or supplies have been distributed for a fee. Each individual will possess 2 sets of clothing, one adorned with an image of hands cradling the sun, symbolizing hope and a promising future. These garments come in 2 styles, one featuring the design on the back, representing the burdens of the future, which every person will receive, and another with a graphic emblazoned on the chest, depicting symbols of their respective trades. Combatants will don camouflage-like attire, with one side showcasing the insignia of their unit. As they are preparing to embark on battle, their uniforms are prioritized for production. In this post-apocalyptic setting, although the factory-produced clothing may lack elegance, it signifies a new beginning. A hopeful dawn. Chapter 123. The war commences amidst the preparations for logistical supplies. A piece of good news emerged from the laboratory. The helmet of the Green Man world has been successfully deciphered. A laboratory, as its name implies, is a venue for experimentation. However, the laboratory within the farm's confines is far from ordinary. It is enhanced with countless buffs, with the first-tier laboratory offering agile intellect and an increased probability of successful experiments. Here, one can also pursue a career as a researcher and, upon transitioning, spend crystal cores to enhance skills in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and more. This convenience, however, comes with its drawbacks, even after acquiring skills. True mastery relies upon one's own learning. The more knowledge one gains, the more ability points one earns, leading to greater intelligence. Currently, the laboratory has attracted a plethora of talented researchers due to the influx of population from Qing City, including 4th-tier researchers, one of whom is responsible for the recent breakthrough. This individual, an elderly man with graying hair, defies expectations as he is over 80 years old. This is a testament to the capabilities of the new era, where strength is augmented and life expectancy is extended, allowing more elderly individuals to continue striving on the front lines. Chen Fan visited the laboratory, where the esteemed elder Dong Jiang, formerly a professor at Qing City University specializing in virtual technology, now finds himself overlooked in the aftermath of the apocalypse, barely surviving in the slums. Reaching such an age amidst the turmoil is undoubtedly aided by the support of his students, yet it has not been without hardship. Presently, Dong Jiang regards Chen Fan, who has afforded him a second chance at life, as a devoted admirer. My lord, we have succeeded. The script of the Red Earth world has been unlocked and fully integrated into the system. Upon noticing Chen Fan's arrival, Dong Jiang rushed over, holding a helmet aloft as if a child were showcasing their creation to an adult, his eyes brimming with a desire for praise. You have worked hard, Dong Lao. Chen Fan felt compelled to say something, lest he remain in this pose indefinitely. Ha ha ha, it is merely my duty. Moreover, had it not been for your leadership, my old bones would hardly have endured for long. Indeed, Dong Jiang presented the helmet with a flourish. After taking the familiar helmet into his hands, he seated himself and donned it. Following a series of operations, a torrent of memories surged forth, and inexplicably, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge. Though mastering it entirely would require further attempts, nonetheless, it did not impede his ability to peruse certain texts. Bring me those books, he commanded eagerly, for knowledge had already been attained, and he was impatient to explore. Books are the very soul of culture. As for culture and history, he felt no inclination to delve into these matters. There were others who would undertake such studies, alleviating him of the burden. This is the advantage of having a dedicated team of assistants. He picked up a book that seemed to pertain to herbal medicine and opened it. As expected, It detailed the varieties and benefits of herbs. Within its pages, he discovered numerous valuable insights, such as the creation of hemostatic and blood-enhancing remedies. The blood-enhancing elixir is the key to unlocking this world's cultivation system, a herb that bolsters one's physical strength. It appears this is a realm of body cultivation. Chen Fan meticulously selected all the texts related to herbalism and began his search anew. With a plethora of books available, many resembling cultivation manuals, they had been gathered by Wang Gada, allowing him to unearth quite a number of volumes on cultivation. Similar to the Green People's world, the public area housed only foundational methods of cultivation. The manual in his hands was straightforward, emphasizing rigorous physical training and evening herbal baths. However, this was indeed the most suitable approach at present, and also the most easily disseminated. Translate all of these, including the herbal texts, and pass them to the cultivation department for study. The materials related to blood-enhancing remedies should be prioritized for cultivation, Chen Fan instructed. He then departed, confident that the subsequent tasks would be completed efficiently without his further concern. Upon leaving the laboratory, Chen Fan made his way to the armory. The current armory had expanded to double its previous size, capable of processing hundreds of blades simultaneously, while the production of firearms required more intricate procedures, limiting the quantity that could be produced at once. Moreover, the firearms manufactured could be fused. The resulting weapons would possess greater power and various special abilities, though those inherent to this world could not be fused. Due to insufficient reserves and a surge in bulk purchases, restrictions had been implemented, while the majority still relied on cold weapons. In another workshop, the transformation from automobile modification to automobile manufacturing has been realized. Through meticulously crafted blueprints, new models of vehicles can now be produced. Concurrently, a transition within the workshop has given rise to the role of mechanics. These mechanics correspond to the ranks of awakened individuals, categorized into first and second tiers, with each ascension yielding corresponding skills, akin to the researchers in the laboratory. Currently, the workshop's level is insufficient, yet there lies the potential to fabricate futuristic products such as mechas in the future. When combined with formidable combat capabilities, these advancements promise to forge powers that far surpass the ordinary. These enhancements are external, since the elevation of spiritual energy density. The sound of breakthroughs has continuously resonated from the Hope Camp. Some exceptionally gifted individuals awaken as first tier from birth. The construction of schools is gradually taking shape, with 3 institutions now established, housing thousands of students and hundreds of teachers. Among these thousands, nearly all have awakened, with the least being first-tier awakened individuals. The strongest within the schools have already reached mid-third tier, on the brink of advancing to high tier, and an increasing number of individuals are breaking through to the third tier. Currently, the leaders have set their sights on these students. Guofu, the sister of Guotao, stands at mid-third tier, on the verge of breakthrough, with an awakened ability in the natural ice domain. Wang Hongliang, son of Wang Fuguei, also at mid-third tier, possesses an awakened ability of body enhancement through illusionary vision. Wang Tao, son of Wang Taizhu, likewise at mid-third tier, wields natural magma abilities. These students have long surpassed many awakened individuals outside, and they are included in the upcoming expedition, primarily led by their relatives. A few from impoverished backgrounds, such as Chen Fan, will personally guide them, alongside Wang Gada. However, those below third tier, regardless of their applications, shall not be permitted, for they represent the future. Any loss among them would be a detriment to the Hope Camp. Our strength is growing exponentially, and the future is promising. Chen Fan gazes at his cadre, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. Chapter 124. A battle of equal might. The main force advances, almost unstoppable, as the zombies become mere prey, continuously harvested without the power to resist. The students, embarking on their first hunting expedition, display expressions of novelty and pride. Most of them are among the first wave of participants, having not experienced the apocalypse for long, hence their curiosity. Upon reaching a canyon, a thunderous roar echoes from afar. Chen Fan recognizes it as a warning from the serene zombie. Should they venture any further, they would face an attack. Proceed and cleanse the inner zombies. Chen Fan's voice reverberates through the air, clear to all. Yes, the army, infused with a vibrant spirit, responds in a resounding chorus that invigorates the heart. Roars filled with fury follow, accompanied by tremors beneath their feet. In the distance, an increasing number of shadows emerged, rushing toward the crowd. Among them a formidable figure nearly 5 meters tall, bearing a fierce countenance. My goodness, the horde of zombies is truly overwhelming. Someone voiced this thought aloud, and the others nodded in silent agreement. No need to panic. Let us first employ remote firepower suppression, Chen Fan proclaimed loudly, unconcerned about the expenditure of ammunition. As per Chen Fan's command, an array of firearms was drawn forth. The incessant barrage of gunfire resembled a continuous line of fiery serpents. Among the projectiles were white, green, and even blue bullets. The blue bullets effortlessly pierced the defenses of the fourth-tier zombies, forcing them to momentarily halt in a futile attempt to shield themselves. However, such a tactic was untenable now, as the throng of zombies behind them was far too numerous. Stopping would cause their formation to collapse entirely. One by one, zombies fell, their demise orchestrated by a purple weapon wielded by Wang Xingxing. Yes, after enduring a streak of misfortunes, he had revived, regaining his powers and crafting a purple submachine gun. This purple weapon, forged from black stone, possessed extraordinary penetrating capabilities, rendering fifth-tier zombies nearly defenseless, while others were scarcely worth mentioning. The onlookers gazed enviously at Wang Xingxing, captivated by his resplendent achievements. As the zombies drew nearer, it was perplexing. Perhaps due to the presence of the mines, the quality of this horde was exceptionally high, with fourth-tier zombies vastly outnumbering Chen Fan's side. Were it not for the purple weapon's formidable presence, they might have hesitated to engage directly. Icebind. Guofu raised her hand, unleashing her skill against the fourth-tier zombies. Duality of ice and fire, Wang Tao commanded as molten rocks cascaded from his hands, striking the zombies with ferocity. Slash. Wang Hongliang's eyes glowed with intensity as a massive red sword flew forth, unexpectedly cleaving a recently freed zombie in two. Ha ha. With our hunting trio present, fourth-tier zombies are hardly a challenge, Wang Tao exclaimed, swelling with pride at the sight of the zombies' demise. Do not let your guard down. This kind of battle is immensely taxing on our stamina and cannot be reiterated too frequently. Therefore, our subsequent engagements must focus on the third tier, Wang Hongliang advised. Indeed. We cannot afford to hinder the main force, Guofu concurred. Upon witnessing their unified stance, Wang Tao refrained from further comment, merely shrugging to indicate his agreement. My nephew's strength is commendable. There is no cause for concern, Wang Ying remarked, patting Wang Fuguwei on the shoulder. This lad's calm demeanor mirrors my own. And he has found capable allies. My old friend's son is impressive, and that must be Guofu, the strongest awakened commoner in school, Wang Fuguwei replied with a smile, evidently pleased with his son's development. Indeed, it is said their bond is quite strong. Moreover, Guofu's brother, Guotao, has joined Wang Xingxing's team. I am certain it will not be long before she transcends her status as a common awakened, Wang Ying added with a smile. Huh, what an impressive generation indeed. I eagerly anticipate their growth. However, we must first eliminate this horde of zombies. The children's performance has certainly attracted the attention of the other two families, who quietly withdraw, leaving the stage to the three of them. Chen Fan finds himself utterly alone, save for a colossal zombie. This creature, a gorilla, towers over 5 meters in height. Its body almost devoid of hair except for a tuft atop its head. With a powerful swing of its fists, it rips through the air, suddenly appearing before Chen Fan. Caught off guard, he stumbles back, a dull pain radiating through his arm from the impact. A space-type ability. This complicates matters. Chen Fan's expression turns grave. The gorilla, pleased with the success of its assault, begins to dance in celebration. Humph, do not underestimate me. Diamond Seal. Chen Fan claps his hands together. His hands transform into a dark mist, ensnaring the gyrating gorilla zombie. Initially curious, the creature soon realizes it is trapped, but by then, it is far too late. Diamond. Blazing Fist. Chen Fan stomps the ground, unleashing tremendous force that causes the earth to buckle beneath him. The purple glow of his gauntlet intensifies, enveloped in crimson flames. As he charges towards the gorilla zombie, the intense heat and immense impact collide with the creature, sending it flying through the air to crash into the ground with a thunderous boom. As the dust settles, the silhouette of the gorilla zombie becomes discernible, its chest charred and slightly concave. Roaring in fury, the gorilla zombie beats its chest, indifferent to the charred state of its flesh. As it prepares to strike once more, Chen Fan yells in alarm and swiftly retreats. Suddenly, a fist appears before him, followed by another. Each blow creates a deep crater in the ground, illustrating the power behind them. In a fit of rage, as Chen Fan narrowly avoids the incoming fist, another ripple of spatial distortion occurs, propelling the fist toward his face with devastating force. This time, the gorilla zombie shows no mercy, raining down a relentless barrage of punches upon him as he falls. The tremendous vibrations draw the attention of those nearby. Only the captains remain focused on their battles, aware that the true conclusion of this fight will only come once they have vanquished all the minor foes. Despite the chaos, their conviction remains steadfast. Chen Fan will emerge victorious. Chapter 125. Refreshing raindrops. As the smoke clears, Chen Fan's figure emerges, adorned in black scales. Though half of his facial skin has been stripped away, what remains are tiny black scales, and the eyes gleam with a crimson light, akin to a star flickering in the night sky. As for physical strength, since I have come to understand this power, the opportunity to unleash it has yet to present itself. Chen Fan's body is fraught with danger. He now resembles a frenzied beast on the verge of awakening. In a flash of brilliance, Chen Fan's figure vanishes, and with a thunderous roar, his fist, resembling a dragon's claw, strikes the face of the gorilla zombie. The zombie's form is hurled like a cannonball amidst its brethren, and in an instant, Chen Fan reappears atop the gorilla zombie. He unleashes a barrage of punches, each blow sending clouds of dust and debris flying. Any zombie that dares to approach is instantly reduced to mere fragments of flesh. The pit is filled with anguished cries, a sound that brings sorrow to the listener and tears to the observer. The gorilla zombie has yet to showcase any of its abilities. This onslaught has persisted for half an hour, and the gaping hole in the ground has become unfathomably deep. The roars of the gorilla zombie have long since faded, leaving only the figure of Chen Fan, cold and majestic like a demigod. Some fourth-tier zombies, sensing the absence of their leader's aura, instinctively grasp the situation's dire outcome. Most of them, possessing a semblance of rationality, recognize the futility of continuing the fight. They are paralyzed by fear and begin to flee. Not a single one shall escape. Chen Fan's voice resonates, indifferent and composed. The fleeing zombies scatter like wild horses, but those that attempt to escape meet an instantaneous demise under Chen Fan's relentless assault. The disorganized horde of zombies stands no chance against him. Chen Fan unleashes a jet of black flames, heralding the demise of a fourth-tier zombie. The flames consume the undead, unquenchable and fierce, scattering like dandelion seeds onto other zombies, who fall in droves as if stricken by a virulent plague. Multiple arrows. Wang Xingxing draws her longbow to its full extent, 3 green lights flickering erratically. The arrows soar forth, stirring a gust of wind heavy with foreboding. Since switching weapons, the probability of penetrating armor has surged to nearly 100. Wang Xingxing watches calmly as her arrows pierce the heart of a fourth-tier zombie. Their momentum still strong enough to fell the third-tier zombies behind it. The arrows embed themselves into the ground, their shafts trembling relentlessly amidst the ongoing chaos. As silhouettes collapse one after another, under Chen Fan's protection, those in peril are shielded in a timely manner, preventing any losses. However, such circumstances only arise in this overwhelming scenario, and Chen Fan has not engaged the zombie leader for an extended duration, allowing him to support his comrades effectively. This explains the absence of casualties, though such situations are likely to diminish in the future. Drip, drip, the rain falls upon the ground and splashes onto Chen Fan's face. He gazes upward, his expression serene. As the battle drew to a close, the relentless onslaught of zombies fell one after another, leaving only a scant few still struggling. Their collapse merely a matter of time. The rain intensified, drenching their bodies, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was sweat or rainwater. The ground turned to mud, and the previously sluggish zombies, devoid of any resistance, were swiftly eradicated. The Hope Army, having concluded the fight, did not immediately commence the cleanup. Instead, they stood in the rain, gazing up at the sky. The heavens were not shrouded in gloom nor painted with crimson hues. Rather, they were a clear blue, reminiscent of a typical sunny day. This bizarre spectacle was rooted in the palpable energy that everyone could feel, an energy continuously being refined, even as their realms remained unchanged, with some even experiencing a decline. For instance, Wang Lifeng and his companions, along with a newly joined group, were neither disheartened nor frightened by the loss of their internal realms. On the contrary, they wore expressions of astonishment, recognizing this sensation from their usual cultivation practices, understanding it as a rare opportunity to bridge the gap. The elders, whose internal energies had undergone relentless refinement and compression, found their strength unexpectedly augmenting after a brief period of compression. Streams of pure power surged within them, invigorating their entire beings, prompting involuntary sighs of delight. In that moment, no one sought refuge from the rain. All stood immersed in the nourishing downpour cascading from above. Chen Fan experienced an even swifter enhancement in strength, as the collective power of everyone surged together, resulting in an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. However, the external world perceived matters differently, as only a select few possessed true strength. Coupled with the current boon, many felt their powers waning, leading them to mistakenly believe this was yet another divine punishment and to seek every possible means of evasion. Those with sharp intellect or keen awareness of their physical state discerned the benefits of the rain, and these individuals would soon rise, regardless of their inherent potential. After all, this compression of spiritual energy would bolster their body's capacity to endure it, enhancing the efficiency of absorption, thereby indirectly elevating their innate qualities. Missing this opportunity for advancement would surely result in being left further behind on their future paths. In contrast, on Chen Fan's side, nearly 100,000 individuals reveled in the rain, hinting at the formidable strength that would soon emerge. The rainfall persisted for half a day, and when it finally ceased, no one felt the chill of the air. Instead, a warm sensation enveloped them. The sounds of continuous breakthroughs resonated throughout the battlefield, including among several captains. While Wang Lifeng and his companions did not elevate their realms, their internal energies had solidified significantly, nearly eliminating the need for further compression through their techniques. Wang Taizhu and the others all achieved a minor advancement, reaching the high or mid-tier of the 4th stage. Some formidable cards at the advanced 3rd tier have already transcended into the 4th tier, and at this moment, the combat prowess of the 4th tier has surpassed 100, even approaching 200. Should another assault on the mine occur, it is likely that Chen Fan need not intervene, as they could effortlessly resolve the situation. Naturally, Chen Fan stands to gain the most from this, having nearly reached the pinnacle of the primary 5th tier. He has directly advanced to the early stage of the intermediate 5th tier. The black scales have already enveloped half of his face, and a small bump has emerged atop his head. The sheer aura he emanates constricts the breath of all nearby. Even the captains who have already ascended to the advanced 4th tier can feel the overwhelming pressure. Chapter 126. Cultivating swine. To elevate from the advanced 4th tier to the 5th tier requires a lengthy journey. In gaming terms, one could say that the breakthrough necessitates double the experience previously required, and a transformation in one's mindset to the 4th tier is essential. This could manifest as an obsession, a path, a worldview, or the wisdom that comes from profound ignorance. Any of these elements can serve as nourishment for the breakthrough. An enhancement in mindset can significantly amplify one's perceptual abilities. While it may not increase the potency of one's abilities, it can enhance the coordination and proficiency of skills. Chen Fan's path of ascension is one of development, aimed at restoring order to the world and re-establishing humanity as its sovereign. Armed with this power, as he cultivates his techniques, his mindset continuously evolves, which is a key reason for his successful breakthroughs. However, although the camp possesses techniques, not everyone can achieve advancement. Without finding one's own direction and enhancing one's mindset, progress remains elusive. Those who have not been cleansed by the rain lack this essential physical condition, rendering the 5th tier nearly unattainable unless one possesses extraordinary talent, leaving only a glimmer of hope. Once Chen Fan and his companions completed their advancements, they began to methodically clean the battlefield. Some humanoid zombies still bore fragments of fabric. Previously, there had been no place for disposal, so they could only discard them, given their filthy state, which could not be cleaned. Now, circumstances have changed. Those fabrics can be thrown into the processing facility and transformed into pristine garments. Thus, they are making the most of their resources, extracting the utmost value from the corpses of the zombies. Moreover, the purple crystals are exceptionally valuable. Research from the laboratory has revealed that these crystals harbor elemental power. Regular use of these stones carries a certain probability of awakening corresponding abilities, with a slight chance of awakening associated elemental powers. However, the side effects are considerable. For ordinary individuals, each use drains their vitality. Most people, even before awakening, have already depleted their life force, with only a select few managing to awaken. Nevertheless, this has led nearly everyone to covet these crystals. Of course, Chen Fan himself would not utilize them, nor would his subjects. The true utility of these stones lies in weapon crafting. While it is also possible to extract their spiritual essence to create crystal cores, the cost for such endeavors is exceedingly high. Thus, the materials are predominantly utilized for various applications, such as the fabrication of weaponry, automobiles, and even everyday necessities, yielding astonishing results. Thus far, Chen Fan's Hope Camp has uncovered 4 distinct types of ores, among which, apart from the purple ore, the elemental powers of the others have been discerned. The black ore, emblematic of formidable armor-penetrating capabilities, was the first to be discovered. The red ore, representing the element of fire, is a product of the red people's alternate dimension. The black ore, denoting a null attribute, possesses no distinctive qualities, with all abilities being uniformly balanced. The remaining purple ore, which lies before us, is presumed to harbor commendable powers, and Chen Fan senses it may be associated with spatial abilities. This is not only due to the presence of the local lord, but also the multitude of subordinates who possess spatial attributes. These zombies have nearly inflicted losses upon Chen Fan's Hope Army. The precise nature of these ors necessitates laboratory research, highlighting the laboratory's significance in this context. It can be asserted that the fourth-level farm space serves as a watershed moment, leading to rapid advancements thereafter. The ores thrive on the planet's surface, rather than in the alternate dimension, indicating that the planet has undergone evolution. It is conceivable that mineral veins may emerge across various regions of the world. In such circumstances, the awakened will proliferate like mushrooms after rain, presenting humanity with an opportunity for resurgence. Naturally, these mineral veins are not solely sought after by humans. They also exert a considerable allure for zombies, as evidenced by recent events. Within Qing City, after an extensive expansion lasting over a month, the entire region has been secured. However, the population growth remains less than optimistic. Among the populace, some fifth-tier zombies have appeared, yet their strength pales in comparison to that of the gorilla zombies, making them easily vanquished. No ores have been discovered on the planet's surface this time, indicating that the probability of mineral veins forming remains quite low. The alternate dimension has not yielded any new resources, but there is now a sufficient quantity for their needs. Entity name: Hope Camp Lord. Chen Fan population: 153. 246 level, 4th level farm space strength. 3 individuals at 5th tier, 521 individuals at 4th tier, 15, 612 individuals at 3rd tier, 135, 821 individuals at 2nd tier city. Main city: Hope City. 14 major subcities, numerous villages. Resources: 3 alternate spaces, 3 spatial mineral veins, 1 surface mineral vein, 2 martial arts manuals, spiritual and physical cultivation methods. Various herbs system buildings, food processing plant, daily necessities processing plant, 2nd tier weapon factory, 2nd tier workshop, laboratory, 2nd tier well, school, awakening training facility plants, energy fruit, fried rice tree, electric tree, awakening fruit, guardians, wooden wall chariot, high tier energy fruit, pig nurturing defense structures, arrow tower, energy tower, turret special buildings, mission board, core substation, teleportation array personal modules, space module, map module, shop module, job transition module, exploration module, chat module, weapon forging module. Due to the recent addition of the laboratory, a plethora of blueprints has been produced, encompassing not only weaponry, but also an array of daily necessities and food items. The turret is one of the innovations, transforming arrow towers by adding cannons, thereby significantly enhancing their firepower. However, while many people are intrigued by this development, their primary focus lies in the maturation of the pig planting initiative. Once the trees are planted, prominent bulges begin to emerge on their branches, growing larger until a small pig eventually emerges. Initially, the pig's body is green, but as it matures, its coloration gradually shifts. The pig's tail connects to the plant's branches, serving as the source of its nourishment. Typically, a single tree will yield 4 piglets, which, upon birth, exhibit a curious nature, scurrying about, necessitating ample space between 2 trees. After more than a month, the pig plant initiative reaches maturity, allowing for the consumption of fresh meat, much to everyone's delight. Although the first harvest is modest, providing merely a small portion for each person, the hardships endured over 4 months in this apocalyptic scenario have rendered them grateful for even a morsel of meat. On this day, across the various districts of Qingshi, aside from patrolling personnel, everyone else stands in line, quietly awaiting their turn, each holding a bowl. At the front of the queue, a large pot brims with pork. "Please, a bit more broth," pleads one man at the forefront. "Only 1 bowl per person," responds the man serving, his expression one of resignation. Given the scarcity of meat, the broth cannot be plentiful either. Each person is allotted a meager 2 pieces of meat in a bowl of soup. The man holding the bowl merely sighs, refraining from any drastic actions, and quietly departs with his bowl containing 2 pieces of meat, content to enjoy his meal. Chapter 127. The state of the outside world. This meat is so tender. It's delightful to eat. He savors the pork in his hand while engaging in lively conversation with those around him. "I've never heard of pigs growing from trees. It's surprisingly delicious. Indeed, if only we could have meat every day. I heard that they've expanded the planting efforts today. It won't be long before everyone can partake. Is that true?" "Absolutely. I heard it from my wife's aunt's nephew's second mother's daughter's husband, who is a researcher at the plantation." "Wow, a researcher. That's a position not just anyone can attain." As everyone enjoys their meat and engages in lively banter, a harmonious atmosphere prevails. This signifies progress. Chen Fan stands atop a wall, gazing down. From his vantage point, a glance to either side reveals the expanding fortifications. Upon conquering the entirety of Qingshi, they discovered the surrounding area still teeming with zombies. No matter how much they cleared, the undead continued to infiltrate their domain. The idyllic vision of a carefree life they had envisioned remains far from realization. Thus, the current scene unfolds, the construction of outer walls. At this moment, the center of Qingshi is Hope City, while the periphery is guarded by various captains, establishing 14 fortified cities. Indeed, while Xing Tian and Liang serve merely as the ostensible captains, the true leaders are Yang Fenghua and Chen Sihai. The city of Qing is expanding its foundations, establishing an unbroken chain of fortifications, with small strongholds erected at intervals. Currently, the project has progressed to 1/3 of its completion. Yet the relentless tide of zombies continues to surge forth. This is but a fragment of the entirety. In the distance, one can discern the throngs of the undead. A veritable sea of bodies, obscuring any semblance of an endpoint. To the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of Qing City lie 4 cities: Haishi, Hualing City, Zhuang City, and Hanjiazhuang City. It appears that Hualing City to the south and Zhuang City to the west have succumbed to the onslaught, even if they have not fallen. Their plight is undoubtedly dire. The sheer number of zombies in those regions is overwhelming, which underscores Chen Fan's decision to erect walls, encircling the entire city of Qing. Although their combat personnel are numerous, they remain woefully insufficient against the burgeoning horde of the undead. The cleansing of zombies in Qing City has taken 4 months to achieve, and should the surrounding hordes launch a concerted assault, resistance would be a formidable challenge. This understanding is shared among all, and as they finish their morsels of food, everyone plunges into a state of heightened urgency. The construction of the walls is facilitated by the system, as Chen Fan has procured a multitude of wall templates. The task at hand is to meticulously position each brick according to these templates, a process that proves to be quite time-consuming. However, with a workforce exceeding 100,000, nearly all are engaged in labor, leaving no room for respite. Chen Fan has observed an increasing number of zombies drawn to the commotion. As the horde begins to converge upon their location, I require skills with a wider range of damage, he muses, retreating to his quarters and entering the training chamber to delve into his studies. Fire symbolizes destruction, while diamonds represent resilience. He ponders whether the two can yield immense devastation, as his previous abilities have proven inadequate. At that moment, a flicker of crimson flame manifests in his hand, dancing with fervor. The vibrant fire juxtaposed against the stillness of the diamond. Could a combination of movement and stasis provoke a violent reaction? A dark thread begins to weave around the red flame, gradually forming an unremarkable black stone that, if cast aside, would merely produce a cacophony of noise. Ah, it seems not so simple. How naive I am. Chen Fan muses self-deprecatingly. This notion was inspired by fragmentary grenades, yet the source of the explosion seems amiss, as in a confined space. The fire would extinguish due to a lack of oxygen after a brief, intense burn. Of course, one could perforate it to allow the flames to burn freely. Yet such a modification would still yield limited power, akin to prior attempts to increase its size, which incurs significant depletion of spiritual energy. The genesis of an explosion must involve unstable substances, Chen Fan murmurs to himself. Hydrogen, the hydrogen present in the air, when harnessed, has the potential to create a tremendous explosion. This revelation filled him with exhilaration, prompting him to leap with joy. This time, he refrained from conducting hasty experiments and instead ventured to a previously desolate area. Expanding his mental acuity, he attuned himself to the surrounding atmosphere, seeking out the hydrogen particles and even the water vapor suspended in the air. He had now attained the ability to manipulate objects from a distance, effortlessly employing his mental prowess to extract items, a feat that only a 5th-tier awakened being could accomplish, while even 4th-tier individuals found it cumbersome. After a considerable duration, he finally opened his eyes, revealing a blue flame dancing in his palm. Yet, this was not the end. The flame was encased in a black diamond, its surface dotted with numerous tiny holes. Casting the stone away, a thunderous roar echoed as the earth trembled, a colossal column of fire shooting skyward amidst swirling sands. The blinding brilliance forced Chen Fan to squint, and an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Would such a grand disturbance attract the attention of the zombies, leading to an early siege? His apprehension proved warranted, as at that moment, the zombies on either side began to stir. No one had the luxury to ponder the cause of such a commotion within the city of Qing, for the immediate threat of the zombies demanded their full attention, leaving them no respite. Before long, combat erupted between the two factions, with numerous fourth-tier and countless third-tier zombies joining the fray. The recent rainfall had benefited not only humanity, but the zombies as well. Those zombies, already adept at ascending tiers, grew even stronger due to the rain. And all camps faced this daunting consequence. Some factions that had initially held the upper hand found their attempts at counterattack stifled, struggling to maintain their ground. Thus, in this battle, every individual exerted their utmost effort to keep the zombies at bay beyond the city walls. Meanwhile, construction of the walls continued fervently, the pace noticeably quickening as visible segments of the fortifications rose. When Chen Fan arrived, this was the scene that greeted him, an impregnable bastion, iron walls and copper barriers. Chen Fan uttered softly. Metal walls ascended, forming a labyrinth that temporarily separated the humans from the zombies. In the subsequent skirmishes, the scenario of one person facing two zombies was averted, as the zombies approached in an orderly fashion, one after another. Chen Fan remained active as well. With a subtle gesture, he conjured arrow towers and energy towers, effectively thwarting the zombies' assaults. Amidst the cacophony of cannon fire and arrows, the zombies halted their advance. However, the inability to dispose of the zombie carcasses resulted in a mounting pile. As time progressed, this accumulation formed a bulge, with an increasing number of zombies beginning to climb over one another. Observing the dire situation, as his side began to falter, Chen Fan unveiled a newly developed skill. His arm transformed, akin to a mechanized being, morphing to reveal two dark openings, confronting a multitude of zombies before him. A blinding radiance emerged as tremendous energy coalesced at the cannon's mouth, subsequently unleashed with a resounding blast. Two azure projectiles, trailing elongated plumes of fire, shot forth accompanied by two thunderous booms. The searing heat of the flames distorted the surrounding air, while the trailing fire extended dramatically due to their immense velocity. The ground trembled violently, debris flying as if engaged in a new form of tap dance. In the next moment, two fleeting beams of light were observed, followed by the ascent of a colossal mushroom cloud, accompanied by a shockwave that surged outward. The extreme heat and force instantaneously vaporized the zombies at the epicenter, while those in proximity were shattered by the blast. The ranks of the undead visibly diminished, their numbers reduced by nearly 1/10, a testament to the formidable power of the artillery. However, the battle was far from over. Two massive craters had clearly obstructed the zombies' advance, significantly easing the combat ahead. At that moment, Chen Fan, though pale, displayed no other reaction. Observing this scene, the reinforcement troops intensified their efforts, and a city wall began to rise at a discernible pace. Due to the urgency of the situation, the height of the wall's construction was greatly reduced. Nearly half of what it had been initially, and future constructions would adhere to this new height. With the overwhelming number of zombies, the current strength of the undead posed little threat when fortified by the wall. Seemingly aware of this reality, an increasing horde of zombies appeared on the battlefield, using their bodies to fill the two large craters. Other zombies climbed atop them, hastening their advance. The pressure on the front line escalated dramatically, and casualties began to emerge. Roars erupted as a massive contingent of zombies appeared, comprised of 5 high-tier 4th-level undead, crashing forward without regard for the lives of those beneath their feet, trampling over them and effortlessly dispatching any obstacles in their path. In a display of might, Chen Fan's figure materialized before several zombies, his hand rising above their height. A black fist, propelled by a fierce gale, descended upon the zombies. A flicker of human-like fear crossed their faces as one instinctively grasped a few of their kin as makeshift shields, adopting a defensive stance. With a resounding thud, the colossal fist sent the zombies' bodies hurtling far away, their inertia driving them into the ground, creating a massive crater. After a prolonged moment, the zombies struggled to rise, their bodies marred by multiple wounds. Though endowed with formidable regenerative abilities, each time they attempted to heal, a dark energy surged forth, thwarting their recovery. The unhealed wound had nearly reduced its combat prowess to the brink, with its cheeks sunken and its chest entirely caved in, exposing the stark whiteness of bone. The loss of a combat-capable squad was not to be underestimated. Perhaps it was their seamless cooperation that rendered Chen Fan overwhelmed in the struggle against 4 zombies. They retreated to the city walls, and amidst the shouts from behind, though the voice belonged to a rugged man, it resonated like celestial music to the ears. At this moment, Chen Fan's senses were heightened, and he heard the call with no hesitation. The multitude of zombies lurking nearby posed a significant threat if they lingered any longer. With rapid withdrawal, most of the group returned to the safety of the walls. They seized their firearms and unleashed a relentless barrage, resulting in immediate fatalities among the advancing zombies. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the extensive and towering walls prevented the accumulation of their fallen. A distant, unidentifiable roar echoed, momentarily startling those atop the walls. Upon regaining their composure, they beheld a remarkable sight. All the zombies had retreated, seemingly yearning to ascend where the wall was inadequately fortified, presenting a more advantageous point of attack. However, for reasons unknown, they hesitated, retreating into the jungle, as if obeying a command to distance themselves from the walls. The zombies appeared marginally stronger, likely reaching the pinnacle of mid-tier level 5, and the absence of significant threat led to this conclusion. What were they wary of? Perhaps there existed formidable entities beyond, or that area had become the territory of another faction of zombies, deterring them from advancing recklessly, Chen Fan pondered. Possessing immense strength coupled with superlative intelligence, these zombies bore a different caliber of capability compared to the prior intelligent or guardian zombies. Nonetheless, this battle culminated in victory, though it unveiled numerous perils. In the days to follow, the construction of the walls progressed smoothly, and an increasing number of high-tier awakeners emerged within the city. Merely a month later, the presence of the walls drastically reduced the activity range of the populace, as the surrounding zombies could no longer fulfill their needs. Furthermore, the maturation of the pig farming initiative heightened the city's elation. With the establishment of schools, more high-tier awakeners surfaced, and coupled with age restrictions, there was a burgeoning enthusiasm for procreation. Many singles ventured into the sanctity of marriage, giving rise to a burgeoning industry, wedding planning. Those with backgrounds in graphic design began creating wedding backdrops, while photography professionals utilized simple cameras to capture moments everywhere. Wedding photography design is comprehensive. Aside from a few overlooked details, it lacks the prestige it once held before the apocalypse. Nevertheless, one can still experience a semblance of the pre-apocalyptic atmosphere here. Chapter 129. An unexpected visitor. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, with the construction of the city walls nearing completion. At that moment, to the east of the walls, where the number of zombies was sparse, lay the ideal training ground for most teams. In the distance, a group of figures emerged, gradually becoming clearer as they approached. The initially indifferent swordsman from Wang Xingxing's team lifted his gaze. 5 humans advanced, followed closely by nearly 50 zombies, among which were several third-tier zombies, though none of the fourth tier could be seen. Let me take a look. Since I've encountered them, I cannot simply ignore it, the swordsman mused. At first, he felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the newcomers, hoping for salvation, but his heart sank upon realizing that there was only one among them. Little brother, hurry and run. The zombies behind you are formidable, the middle-aged leader shouted to the swordsman. However, this plea was futile. The swordsman, his figure flickering past, felt a deep sense of despair, thinking the young man was reckless and unaware of the dangers he faced. Yet, his innate kindness compelled him to glance back. Perhaps the zombies had retreated, and the young man remained unscathed. What he beheld froze him in place. His previously swift movements came to a halt. The few individuals behind him, unable to stop in time, were each toppled to the ground, including the middle-aged leader. It's over. It's all over. Despair engulfed the group as they closed their eyes, oblivious to the presence of others around them. You little brat, get up, you're crushing me, came the voice of the middle-aged man from beneath the pile. Those who had not encountered zombie attacks for some time were jolted awake, slowly opening their eyes to find no zombies in sight, filled with confusion. Hurry and get me up. Only upon hearing the middle-aged man's voice again did they regain their senses, standing up with anxious expressions directed toward him. The middle-aged man disregarded the others, immediately focusing on the direction of the zombies, where he witnessed the creatures falling one after another, as if harvested like wheat. This sight left him agape, despite his status. He had rarely witnessed such a scene. To him, fourth-tier awakened beings were already figures of legend. The ability to effortlessly slay so many zombies was a feat achievable only by those at the pinnacle of power. Fourth tier, it must be a fourth tier. The middle-aged man began to breathe a sigh of relief. Then, in a state of exhilaration, he kept murmuring. The surrounding individuals, no matter how dull-witted, understood that the swordsman before them, vanquishing the zombies, was a fourth-tier powerhouse. Isn't that akin to someone of the mayor's stature? Even within the kingdom, the presence of fourth-tier individuals is rather scarce. It is said that the king's elite guards are also of the fourth tier, so it is quite astonishing that we encountered such significant figures in this seemingly random location. Regardless of the circumstances, we have been saved. A few individuals whispered among themselves, and before they knew it, the swordsman had dispatched the zombies and was slowly approaching. I have met you, my lord, they proclaimed, bowing deeply. Before he could reach them, 5 individuals dropped to their knees, even going so far as to prostrate themselves. The stoic swordsman was taken aback by such a display and hurriedly approached to assist them in rising. Initially reluctant, they ultimately complied under the weight of his formidable presence. "Who are you? Where do you hail from? What is the matter that you kneel so easily?" The swordsman was filled with questions. "Captain, what has transpired?" Just as he was about to seek clarification, a group of young trainees rushed over to inquire. "It is nothing of consequence, merely a few zombies." "Proceed to gather the zombie cores as I instructed," the swordsman replied, regaining his indifferent demeanor. "Understood." Despite their myriad questions regarding the sudden appearance of these individuals, they complied with the swordsman's orders and set to work. "My lord, we are subjects from the ghost city of Lingxiu County in the Holy Land Kingdom. We heard that the zombies here have diminished and came to seek our fortune. Unexpectedly, we encountered a horde of wandering zombies on the way, and what was once a party of over 20 has dwindled to just the 5 of us. What? Have I traversed into another realm? How could a kingdom exist?" The swordsman's voice boomed, entirely shedding his previous cold demeanor. "My lord, are you not a citizen of the Holy Land Kingdom?" a middle-aged man queried, both puzzled and excited. "I am certainly not from the Holy Land Kingdom. I am the vice-captain of the hunting team at the Hope Camp," the swordsman retorted disdainfully, indifferent to their so-called kingdom, yet curious nonetheless. "What era is this, that kingdoms still exist?" "Ah, it is a long story. Then let us truncate the tale." "Very well. We were originally residents of Yuanming City. When the apocalypse struck, everything changed. Food and water became scarce, and we were confronted with monstrous creatures, plunging us into despair. Fortunately, awakened individuals emerged, allowing us to establish a meager defensive stronghold. Initially, we believed that our future would improve, but the awakened soon grew arrogant, beginning to enslave ordinary people. Among them, the most distinguished, now known as King Haishan, began to consolidate the awakened for a counteroffensive, reclaiming lost territories. As their domain expanded, so too did their ambitions, leading to the establishment of a new, rigid hierarchy. It bore no difference from a feudal system. The awakened enjoyed privileges akin to royalty, while the ordinary folk were relegated to a status of servitude. Though the middle-aged individuals are awakened beings, they remain acutely aware of their surroundings. This overtly inhumane practice evokes a sense of disdain within them, and when discussing such matters, their expressions are often filled with righteous indignation. The notion of marrying multiple wives is met with reluctance. The swordsman notices a flicker of unease in their eyes. Despite the fact that the Hope Camp has never explicitly prohibited polygamy, no one has dared to cross that boundary. As for us, the marginalized awakened, we can hardly afford such luxuries. A hint of embarrassment washes over the middle-aged man's face. It becomes evident that not every place operates like the Hope Camp. The swordsman glances at the group, their attire ragged and worn, contrasting sharply with his own neat garments, prompting a silent lament. "Follow me," he urges. "I believe my superior would find you intriguing." Without waiting to see if the 5 will follow, he strides confidently towards the rear. Chapter 130. The truth of the fragmented world. Chen Fan stood at the altar of the Green Man world, observing the sky gradually clearing and the altar shrouded in ominous dark mist. He realized that this altar was the root cause of the world's descent into darkness. The Red Man world had not experienced such phenomena, likely due to the absence of any rituals. Chen Fan pondered this thought. At that moment, he noticed a line of text on the altar, inscribed in the language of this realm. Previously, he had been unable to comprehend it, but now he could decipher the words. "O great God of space, I offer the lives of 1,000 souls, beseeching you to sever this land from this world." Severing from this world? Chen Fan's pupils dilated in astonishment. If this were true, then the appearance of zombies in this realm, or their true intention in arriving here, was to plunder the land of this world. This notion began to make sense. A species as voracious as locusts could only thrive in a world vast enough to harbor countless zombies. Without such conquest, they would have nowhere to exist. Consequently, this world would inevitably face the same peril as others, the encroachment upon their living environment. It is imperative to thwart them. They must not be allowed to rampage across our territory. As crimson flames ignited in Chen Fan's hands, waves of spiritual energy surged forth. In a resounding explosion, 2 fireballs struck the altar with a deafening roar. With a buzzing sound, 3 waves of black ripples emanated from the explosion, causing all who were engaged in work within this world to collapse, utterly losing consciousness. Chen Fan, too, found himself powerless against this overwhelming force. This was the first time he had felt such vulnerability since the onset of the apocalypse. Simultaneously, the world reverted to a dismal gray, as if the previous vitality had never existed. A mechanical voice resonated, Warning, powerful mental energy detected, commencing elimination. As the mechanical announcement concluded, the oppressive sensation vanished instantly, and clarity returned to his vision. Remarkably, it can withstand my mental assault and impede my intervention. A mysterious voice, indistinguishable in gender, whispered in his ear as if emerging from the depths of an infernal abyss, each utterance inducing a sense of vertigo in Chen Fan. The rifts in the world, the life forms that do not exist within this dimension, will ultimately be discovered by the divine, and that moment shall herald your demise. The voice receded, vanishing completely with the final syllable, leaving Chen Fan in a state of solemn contemplation. Was the rift in the world referring to the system? And what, pray tell, is the divine? Is not such an entity a manifestation of divine power? Reflecting on his recent experiences, Chen Fan pondered that had it not been for the existence of the system, the mere presence of such a disorienting being in this realm would leave no one capable of resistance. Truly, a formidable entity. At this moment, the space regained its clarity. As more individuals awakened from their stupor, their faces marked by confusion, oblivious to the reason for their collapse. After a brief moment of disorientation, they recognized that their bodies felt normal and soon resumed their efforts, aspiring to transform this land into a vast farm. Meanwhile, Chen Fan gazed at the ruins before him. Lost in thought, he decided to relinquish his worries to his future self, focusing instead on the present. After a short while, he shook his head as if to dispel all his concerns. Following a brief pause, he departed for the farming space. Before he could catch his breath, a piece of news filled him with elation. Just moments ago, Wang Xingxing had sent a message revealing the discovery of a survivor city. Upon receiving this information, Chen Fan found little inclination to rest. They had been exceedingly cautious over the past several days, fearing another siege by the undead. It was not merely fear, but rather the unfinished state of their defensive walls and the safety of their family and kin that weighed heavily on their minds. If a high-tier zombie were to breach their defenses, the consequences would be catastrophic. Only yesterday, when the walls had been fully completed, did they dare to explore their surroundings cautiously, dispatching teams in various directions with remarkable efficiency and notable success. They soon discovered that they were encircled by the strongholds of the undead, with tens of thousands of zombies lurking, their eyes fixed hungrily upon this ripe target. This realization kept them from becoming overly reckless. Perhaps this very caution was why they had not faced significant resistance. They hoped that the fourth-tier crystal cores from the camp would suffice to upgrade their farming space, ushering in a substantial advancement. Until then, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Upon arriving at the gathering place of Wang Xingxing's team, he found that each individual possessed their own city. Although the population was not large, the constructions were commendable, and the selection of team members largely occurred within their respective cities, granting lower-tier awakened individuals greater opportunities. As he approached the city gate, he saw Wang Xingxing there to greet him. Amidst a warm welcome from the group, Chen Fan finally spotted the few individuals he had longed to see, who were currently engaged in fervently devouring the delectable dishes laid out before them. Due to the expansion of pig farming, nearly everyone can now enjoy a meal of meat each day. For those who have long been deprived of a full meal, this is akin to divine sustenance. Ahem. Our esteemed Lord has arrived. Wang Xingxing's reminder prompted the five to rise instantly, and upon seeing Chen Fan, they instinctively felt the urge to kneel. Now, do enlighten me about your so-called kingdom, Chen Fan said, observing the five with an air of nonchalance, smiling as he spoke. Witnessing such an approachable lord eased their trepidation. Yet they reluctantly set aside the pork they were savoring, hastily wiping the grease from their hands before recounting their tale. In no time, they conveyed the essential details, devoid of embellishments, aligning perfectly with what they had previously shared with Wang Xingxing. As Wang Xingxing nodded in understanding, Chen Fan found himself deep in contemplation. In the grim backdrop of an apocalyptic crisis, the allure of claiming dominion is undeniably enticing to any formidable individual, and he was no exception. Thus, the emergence of such circumstances renders it difficult to ascertain right from wrong. Indeed, it is the world itself, this chaotic era, that bears the blame. However, this situation presents an advantageous opportunity for Chen Fan, providing him with all the more reason to seize everything from that individual. Whether for the sake of world peace or the liberation of slaves, though these may be mere pretexts, there is no denying the utility of such justifications. It appears they are in dire need of our salvation, Chen Fan finally declared after a prolonged period of reflection. Chapter 131. Subduing the Five. This single statement filled the five with immense joy. For them, it signified salvation. For Wang Xingxing and his companions, it represented a splendid opportunity for expansion, as their kingdom lay well within their hunting grounds. It seems we have much to discuss. Wang Xingxing, why don't you take the 5 on a little tour? I shall take my leave to investigate further, Chen Fan said before departing. Now that you have dined sufficiently, let us explore, Wang Xingxing thought, secretly hoping to retain these 5, for if they were to join the Hope Camp, they would become part of his city. To recruit one would be a triumph, and this was the genuine sentiment harbored by Wang Xingxing. Though the 5 had not eaten to their fill, they dared not defy Wang Xingxing, casting lingering glances at the food on the table as they slowly made their exit. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by the imposing city walls, yet their expressions remained unchanged. They had already witnessed greater marvels. Just prior to arriving at Star City, they had already observed the vast, boundless walls surrounding it, and astonishment barely encapsulated their feelings at that moment. The conditions within the city further astounded them. There were no dilapidated houses, filthy streets, or repugnant odors. Instead, they beheld orderly buildings, though modest 6-story structures. Yet their remarkable uniformity was a rarity even before the apocalypse, let alone in the current state of the world. The streets were neat and clean, devoid of any litter or the presence of uncouth individuals. As one passed by the shops, they beheld an array of well-organized goods, bread, ham, toothbrushes, and basins. Though these items were not superior to those before the apocalypse, they were still quite ample. There were also clothing stores, as they glanced at their tattered garments and then at the pristine attire displayed within. A wave of envy washed over them, igniting a desire to linger. Feel free to browse the clothes, said Wang Xingxing, leading the group to a store named Clothing Abundance. Really? The middle-aged man exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Wang Xingxing replied with a gentle smile. The 5 individuals, beaming with delight, approached the entrance and admired the shop's immaculate arrangement, but remained hesitant to step inside, aware of their disheveled appearance. Haha, what are you all doing at the door? Come in quickly. The shopkeeper, possessing an astute sense of awareness, recognized Wang Xingxing and welcomed them warmly. The exuberance of the greeting left the group somewhat flustered, with a few of the bashful ones blushing. Without lingering, they hurriedly selected a set of clothing and exited the store. Their escape-like dash brought a smile to Wang Xingxing's face. I believe you all need a place to bathe. Follow me. I have already found a suitable location. With a smile, he guided them to a nearby residential complex. Arriving at a building, he swiped his identity card, granting them entry. Upon entering the apartment, the 5 were struck with nostalgia, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to the pre-apocalyptic residences. This will be your home for the next few days. It's not large, but it will suffice for rest, Wang Xingxing explained. I will send someone to fetch you for dinner. This is perfect. Thank you, Captain Wang, the 5 replied, bowing in gratitude as they saw him off. With a resounding click, the door shut, and they were momentarily startled, exchanging looks that conveyed a sense of disbelief. Old 3. Slap me to see if I'm dreaming, the middle-aged man urged. With a resounding smack, Old 3 delivered a sharp slap across the middle-aged man's face. Ouch, that hurt. So I'm not dreaming after all, he exclaimed, not in anger but in joyful exuberance, prompting the others to join in a spirited dance of celebration. In their fervor, they left muddy footprints on the floor. Stop, stop, the middle-aged man exclaimed, noticing the mess. Quickly, go wash up, and after that, clean the place. He urged them as he made his way to the bathing area, which was too small to accommodate everyone at once, necessitating a one-by-one approach. 5 individuals, adorned in new attire, found themselves unable to tame their unkempt hair, which they had gathered and wrapped in towels. In their hands, some wielded dustpans, others held brooms, mops, or cloths, while one bare-skinned youth diligently scrubbed the floor. As Wang Xingxing entered, he was greeted by this harmonious scene. A gentle cough escaped his lips, prompting the industrious workers to pause, particularly the unclothed young man, who was quite exposed. The sight was rather striking, compelling Wang Xingxing to avert his gaze. Please be swift. I shall await you outside, he instructed, departing without waiting for a response. Upon hearing the mention of food, the workers hastily abandoned their tasks, with the slowest being the bare youth, who took less than a minute to join the others. They proceeded to a restaurant, for the Hope Camp had long since abandoned communal cooking, given the increased population. This change had led to the emergence of numerous eateries, catering primarily to the hunters who lacked time and were still bachelors. It was only upon entering the establishment that the 5 truly recognized the identity of their guide. Greetings, Lord of the City. Nearly everyone acknowledged Wang Xingxing, causing the 5 to feel a surge of anxiety. Yet, upon beholding the food, all apprehension faded. After all, even a lord could not hinder their appetite. They devoured their meal with fervor, leaving the table in disarray, though the onlookers merely regarded the scene with indifference. accustomed as they were to such behavior from those newly rescued. Once, they too had been in similar circumstances. "My apologies, Lord. We were simply too famished," they confessed after finishing. Noticing that Wang Xingxing had yet to touch his meal, prompting a sense of discomfort among them. "No need for concern. This was meant for you," he replied with a warm smile. "We 5 brothers may lack prowess, yet we possess our lives. Henceforth, we shall heed your command, Lord Wang." Facing any peril without a hint of hesitation, they vowed, kneeling with tears of gratitude in their eyes. Chapter 132. Preparations for relocation emerging from the farm space. The 5 felt a sense of numbness. Who could fathom the surreal experiences they had endured? It was almost dreamlike, utterly astonishing. "No wonder they are so formidable. No wonder they stand resilient in this world," murmured the middle-aged man. "Tomorrow, let us return and bring our loved ones here. Life is simply too splendid," he proposed, garnering unanimous agreement from the others. Upon returning to their humble abode, the group quickly succumbed to slumber, dreaming of their future filled with happiness. The night passed swiftly. A line of 5 individuals had meticulously packed their belongings into their spatial backpacks. Just as they were about to embark on their journey, the cold-hearted swordsman materialized before them. "My leader has commanded that I accompany you. Without your combat prowess, you may not even reach your destination," he stated, unflinchingly exposing the wounds of their past. Yet, there was truth in his words. The 5 had resolutely decided that even if it meant sacrificing themselves, they would ensure the safe return of their loved ones. Unbeknownst to them, that Wang Xingxing had already devised a plan. The middle-aged man, no longer as courteous as before, had aligned himself with the lord of Wang's city and was now committed to the cause. The mindset of a future principal captain of Wang Xingxing was poised for a profound transformation from this moment onward. On their journey, the 5 truly grasped the extent of the swordsman's formidable strength. They were, in essence, mere cheerleaders along the way, offering nothing but applause and encouragement. "I shall escort you to this point and then remain here. After noon, we shall reconvene and depart," the cold-hearted swordsman remarked, gazing at the distant low city walls. "Understood." Strangely, the middle-aged man's responses had grown increasingly succinct, perhaps influenced by the swordsman's demeanor. "Ah, you've been missing for quite some time. I thought you had perished," remarked the city guards upon spotting the approaching 5. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, they had donned their previous attire and smeared dirt across their faces to appear more haggard. "We've encountered a minor inconvenience," the middle-aged man, well-versed in the ways of survival, produced a low-tier crystal core from his tattered pocket and handed it to the guard. "Hurry, hurry." The guard grumbled as he disdainfully accepted the crystal core, wiping it a couple of times with a cloth before stowing it away. Then addressed the 5 with an irritable tone. "This group of sycophants relies solely on their connections. They are nothing without them," the 3rd member expressed with indignation. "Lower your voice," the middle-aged man cautioned, scanning the surroundings to ensure they were not being observed. "Let us resolve our matters swiftly and avoid unnecessary complications." The 3rd member was indeed too reckless, with so many eyes upon them. The priority was to return home and retrieve their families. Their fates were no longer intertwined with those of others. They were destined for different worlds. The 2nd member concurred, and the 5 nodded in agreement before dispersing to their respective homes. Now, only the middle-aged man remained. As he walked the path home, he reflected on his life in the aftermath of the apocalypse, grateful for the companionship of these 4 brothers, an unparalleled blessing in his existence. They had met while battling in a team, their seamless cooperation fostering frequent outings that led to a deep bond. Eventually, they formed a brotherhood akin to the legendary Peach Garden Oath, initially believing that their collaboration would carve out a niche for them in this harsh new world. Reality had dealt them a harsh blow. With the establishment of the kingdom, the awakened ones found themselves increasingly deprived of resources, hindering their cultivation speed. Eventually, the mounting tax burdens forced them to barely make ends meet, with daily earnings merely sufficient to feed their families. This predicament fueled their animosity towards the kingdom and resentment towards those in power. Soon, the middle-aged man arrived at a dilapidated thatched cottage, a sight that seemed unimaginable in this new era. The crude construction bore testament to its simplicity, with a haphazardly assembled roof that would surely collapse with a heavy rain, rendering this meager shelter utterly uninhabitable. Surrounding the abode was filth, and a nauseating stench pervaded the air, prompting the man to reflect on his past life in such squalor. Upon entering the dwelling, he beheld 3 small girls huddled together, alongside a woman struggling to nurse a child not yet a year old. "Daddy!" the little ones exclaimed upon noticing his arrival, rushing towards him. The eldest was already 10 years old, while the youngest was merely 3, all emaciated. their sunken cheeks devoid of color, their frail legs strained as they attempted to reach their father's embrace. Wang Dong, the woman uttered in a feeble voice. What has happened? Wasn't there some food left at home? Wang Weidong furrowed his brow. They said you were dead. I did not believe it. The food has been taken from us. The woman replied with great difficulty. Those wretched scoundrels. Wang Weidong suppressed his anger and approached his daughters, producing a rice dish from his spatial storage to share with them. Hurry and eat. This is what your father has brought. He handed another piece to the woman. He then took the child from her arms and offered him a portion of the rice dish, feeding the frail infant who was too weak to cry. The child's instinct kicked in, and he began to chew. Observing this scene, the woman felt a sense of relief, refraining from questioning the source of these peculiar provisions. She sat down, her hunger palpable, yet she maintained her grace while consuming the food. The three little girls, however, displayed no such decorum. Within moments, they had devoured every morsel, even the leaves that had wrapped the rice. Once satiated, they regained their vitality and began to frolic and laugh in the space around them. Outside, passers-by heard the commotion within but dared not enter. Even low-tier awakened ones were beyond the reach of these ordinary folk. A few even stealthily slipped away. What shall we do from here? The woman began to suspect that Wang Weidong had a plan in mind, based on the earlier scene. Indeed, my wife is quite astute. Let us gather our belongings and prepare to leave the city. I have discovered a splendid place, Wang Weidong remarked with a subtle smile. Chapter 133. Racing towards a grand future, where is the fourth one? It has been quite a while, the third one expressed, growing increasingly agitated. Let us go and investigate. Something may have happened. Wang Weidong's heart was heavy with concern as he spoke. The four of them were filled with an uneasy apprehension as they made their way to the residence of the fourth member. What they encountered was a harrowing scene. The fourth lay on the ground, barely conscious, surrounded by several low-ranking awakeners who were poised to deliver a fatal blow. Nearby stood a well-dressed man, gripping the fourth's wife tightly. Despite her desperate struggles, she was no match for the strength of an awakener, being an ordinary person. Act now. Wang Weidong commanded without hesitation, retrieving a weapon from his spatial storage while also contacting the cold-hearted swordsman waiting outside. Though the man before them lacked formidable strength, he was the son of the county magistrate, and time was of the essence. They needed to act swiftly. Most of the individuals present were familiar with one another, as their brotherhood had gained notoriety among the ranks of low-tier awakeners. Had they chosen to align themselves with the powerful, they would have long been leading a life of luxury in the county. Upon seeing the four rush towards him, the young man felt a jolt of alarm. Faced with their united onslaught, he feared his side would falter. Yet, upon catching sight of the lovely woman, fresh from a meal and vibrant in complexion, his throat involuntarily tightened. How infuriating! After such effort to procure this exquisite prize, must I relinquish her? He thought, filled with reluctance. I am the son of the county magistrate. What can they possibly do? His confidence swelled at the thought of his status, straightening his posture. How dare you, commoners, not kneel before me? He boasted, lost in his arrogance, when suddenly a fist the size of a sandbag struck him squarely in the face. The force was immense. Had he not been an awakener, his life would surely have been forfeit. The four swiftly executed their roles. Three rushed to the rescue, while one saved the distressed woman and lifted the helpless, weeping boy nearby. In no time, they had extricated the three from danger, not bothering to look back as they made their escape. Initially intending to leave discreetly, they were now embroiled in an unexpectedly dramatic exit. All four were awakeners. Even while carrying another, they maintained a swift pace. Behind them, the young man, having been knocked down by the punch, struggled to rise. Once upright, he began to bellow, "Seize them! I want them dead, torn apart by horses, drawn and quartered. Let them endure every form of torture imaginable." His face contorted in rage, his words dripped with a malevolence that seemed to emanate from a demon of the abyss. In an instant, chaos engulfed the city as more individuals joined the fray. However, the higher-tier awakeners remained bystanders, refraining from participating in the absurd pursuit. This allowed the four, along with their families, to reach the city gates unscathed. At the city gate, all the guards lay unconscious, leaving only a familiar figure standing, Wang Weidong. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain in his back, and his body involuntarily propelled forward, crashing heavily before the merciless swordsman. "Humph! You dare to strike the young master, and think you can escape?" Behind him stood a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, standing out amongst the crowd. A group hastily approached Wang Weidong, relieved to find him merely spitting blood, yet still spirited. "We must trouble you again, brother," one remarked. "This is my duty," Wang Weidong replied. In a flash, the swordsman appeared before the self-satisfied giant and, with a resounding thud, struck the back of the giant's head. What incredible speed! Was the giant's last utterance before collapsing. Everyone stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to advance, only regaining their senses after the swordsman had departed. "Let us leave," one said. "Oh, yes, of course," another replied, almost instinctively nodding and mechanically departing the city, leaving behind the shattered gate and fallen soldiers. In a villa, a middle-aged man, over 50, thundered at the young man kneeling before him. "You reckless child. You never learn restraint, and now you've provoked someone formidable. Go. Reflect upon your actions in solitude for a month. You are not to leave this room," he commanded. The young man, silent, retreated to his chamber, his face contorted with malice, harboring resentment towards his father. "Is it necessary to be so harsh on your son? After all, he has already faced punishment," the mother remarked, observing the taciturn young man with sympathy. "This is all your indulgence. Useless at everything, yet always causing trouble," the father retorted, his anger unabated. Unconcerned that his son might hear. "If my son proves to be a disappointment, I shall simply have another," he thought, his words devoid of kindness for his unworthy offspring. Upon witnessing her husband retreat to his room, the woman's gentle expression swiftly transformed into one of bitterness. "Such an ungrateful wretch. He would be better off dead," she seethed, attributing all her misfortunes to her son. Who could have imagined that a seemingly gentle and kind mother would reveal such a loathsome side towards her own child? In Star City, a group quickly returned in a vehicle. Although the medical facilities there were inferior to the main city, many priests and doctors were available for them. As long as one was not missing limbs and had a breath left, they could be treated. Thus, after the doctor's repeated assurances, the four brothers slowly emerged, leaving the youngest wife and child to care for him. "We have only one room. How can we accommodate so many? It's quite inconvenient," the second brother lamented. "Do you understand the burden of a mortgage?" Wang Weidong inquired, observing a few individuals nodding in agreement, and continued, "Currently, the housing prices here are beyond our reach. However, we can acquire a home through loans." "Ha, who would have thought that even in the apocalypse, we would still bear the burden of a mortgage?" The group chuckled self-deprecatingly. "It's different here. Life holds more promise, and considering we are amidst an apocalypse, a house's value is incomparable to what it was before the calamity." Wang Weidong assumed that everyone was dissatisfied with this policy, hence he clarified, "Ha, we are not discontent. Rather, we feel as though we have returned to the time before the apocalypse." The group erupted into hearty laughter, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. This scene unfolded throughout the Hope camp, where the collective expectation for the future grew increasingly fervent. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. Chapter 134. An unexpected encounter with the tyrant tiger. They lacked the capacity to form a hunting team and thus joined the hunting squad of Star City. Wang Xingxing regarded this individual with particular esteem, which explained his repeated assistance, allowing Wang Weidong to rightfully assume the role of the sub-team leader. "Boss, this place is truly remarkable." A group had arrived early at Hope City, marveling at the orderly arrangement of buildings and the majestic city walls that stood resolutely. Towering arrow towers punctuated the skyline, encircled by a ring of protective trees. They had encountered such trees in Star City, albeit in limited numbers, merely a dozen. Yet here, there were hundreds. The density of the arrow towers far surpassed that of Star City by 3- or 4-fold. The area was vast, and what made it even more enjoyable was its connectivity to the outside world. In addition to hunting teams, there were also organizations for adventure groups, which resembled exploration teams from the pre-apocalyptic era. They ventured into uncharted territories, scavenging for resources while documenting the surrounding terrain and environment, including soil conditions, geographical locations, and the presence of mineral deposits, tasks requiring considerable expertise. This was indeed the case, as most among them were not combat specialists, but rather individuals with scientific backgrounds. As the group stepped outside, they witnessed figures laboring in the fields. "Wow, this is truly astonishing. It's hard to believe we are still in an apocalypse." After wandering for half the day, they found a restaurant to enjoy their lunch. "Indeed, I am filled with greater anticipation for the future. Ha. It seems this is your first visit to Hope City." A rugged voice boomed, instantly alerting them after their prolonged exposure to the outside. Their movements drew the attention of those nearby, with piercing gazes directed their way, causing the group to break into a cold sweat. What is up with this group? Their aura is formidable, as if they frequently engage in life and death struggles. In such a divine place, why is there still a need for conflict? Wang Weidong urged everyone to remain calm. Ha. This is Hope City. Let us all relax a bit. At this moment, Wang Weidong realized that the speaker was a towering figure, a muscular giant standing nearly 2 meters tall, likely possessing transformation abilities. Wang Weidong mused. Do not be alarmed. I am Ba Tianhu. You must be the newcomers who have just arrived. Unsure if you have joined the hunting team, Ba Tianhu said again. My apologies. We are somewhat sensitive as we have only just entered from outside. My name is Wang Weidong. I regret any misunderstanding. We have indeed joined Captain Wang Xingxing's hunting team. Wang Weidong and his companions quickly stood up and offered a slight bow. Oh, I see. No worries, no worries. We all serve the great lord, Ba Tianhu replied, rising to pat Wang Weidong on the shoulder before casually sitting beside them. Boss, order a few more dishes. I have brought friends. And I shall cover the bill for this table. His boisterous voice was remarkably penetrating, causing discomfort in the eardrums of those nearby. Shut up, you brat. Why are you shouting? Do you think it makes you seem more impressive? Retorted a beautiful woman in the kitchen, who nearly dropped the food she was preparing due to the surprise. Ha ha, what are your impressions of Hope City? Ba Tianhu seemed oblivious to the previous exchange, sipping his tea and addressing the group. The city is magnificent. I was astonished to see terraced fields outside. It truly feels incredible, Wang Weidong remarked. It seems you haven't ventured outside much. Hope City is far more than this, Ba Tianhu elaborated, revealing the vast scale of the Hope Camp and the arduous efforts behind its establishment. It was only natural for everyone to possess such impressive spirit. Currently, the Hope Camp, due to the construction of surrounding walls, had fully opened its inner city. Every piece of land could serve as a stronghold, albeit with a fee based on its value. To promote comprehensive development, members of the hunting team were forbidden from seizing territory within the city. Thus, more and more individuals began to pursue their next goals, as pioneers had already made investments, with those who joined first purchasing land in the vicinity. Families, organized by lineage, began to establish homes, with many already possessing farmland. This explained the abundance of fields surrounding Hope City. In response to various circumstances, Chen Fan had ordered the construction of major roads directly linking the outer cities. Subsequent roads were to be built according to need, ensuring connectivity throughout. Viewed from above, one could see a large city surrounded by countless scattered dots, with 16 outer cities encircled by colossal walls, forming a natural protective barrier. Without the presence of flying zombies, there would be no threat from the undead. Captivated by Ba Tianhu's vivid descriptions, the group listened intently until their cups were empty and their plates cleared. Ba Tianhu's narration continued until someone approached to nudge him. Boss, it's time to go. Reluctantly, they bid farewell, feeling a sense of unfulfilled longing. Boss, you are truly impressive. Lao San possesses little in the way of formal education, yet he finds himself able to express his sentiments with a few poignant words. It seems that our decision to join the Hope Camp was indeed a wise one. Wang Weidong gazed upon the bustling street before him, filled with vendors fervently calling out to passers-by, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Let us venture into the inner city once more. If what brother who claims is true, the Awakening Room is a splendid means to enhance our capabilities. Not to mention the weapon refining module, he stated. The others expressed no dissent, and together they departed. The Awakening Room is perpetually alive with activity. Throngs of individuals coming and going. Yet, it appears as though each chamber exists in a distinct realm. Ascending to the second floor, their personal panels illuminated with information. Entering the awakening space, which stimulates awakening, consumes 1 green crystal coin per hour. Entering the training space, to familiarize oneself with or create skills, requires 1 blue crystal coin per hour. Entering the simulation space, to engage in realistic combat against actual zombies, necessitates 1 brown crystal coin per hour. Each option boasts extraordinary capabilities, particularly the final simulation space. It allows one to experience authentic combat scenarios, immersing oneself in a genuine battlefield environment. Numerous contents await within, including every type of zombie encountered thus far, along with various battle scenes to select from. The earliest conflict, the Battle of the Farmhouse, along with the subsequent 2 skirmishes in Sponge Village, the Blood Moon defense. The escape from Orange Town, the prison battle, and the ultimate defense against the tiger zombies in Wuxiang Village, the defense of Qing City. The later skirmishes against the cockroach people, and the campaign to seize the mines, among others. Chapter 135, The Zombie Scheme. Upon witnessing this myriad of battles, he discerned 2 types of recordings, one featuring Chen Fan's video record of clearing the scenario, and the other a player's perspective. Naturally, these recordings can be accessed, but one must possess crystal cores to do so. Although Wang Weidong had very few left, he gritted his teeth and purchased one. In an instant, he felt the scenery before him shift rapidly, transporting him to an unfamiliar locale. He chose the Blood Moon defense, a comparatively earlier battle, hence its lower cost. Yet it remains a spectacular confrontation, offering remarkable value. He soared like a deity, surveying the earth from above. A convoy raced through the rain, akin to solitary warriors, while behind them loomed an overwhelming horde of zombies. Increasingly, individuals recklessly surged forth from the city walls, disregarding the ominous bloodstains that might endanger their health. Engaging in fierce combat with the surrounding undead to clear a path for the vehicles, Wang Weidong was moved by this scene, feeling a sense of trepidation for those within the cars. Then, a miraculous spectacle unfolded. More and more individuals began to radiate light. The majority experienced a transformation, their physiques becoming robust and their statures taller, while a minority exhibited distinct changes, indicative of awakening. The sheer number was astonishing. Streams of golden light nearly blinded Wang Weidong, prompting an involuntary gasp as he inhaled sharply. After this brief enhancement, the surrounding zombies could no longer approach, allowing the convoy to enter the city with ease. Everyone immediately began to fortify their defenses, systematically eliminating the nearby undead. Some newly awakened individuals began to showcase their talents in this skirmish, among whom he spotted Wang Xingxing. Although awakened, her mastery of her abilities as a practitioner of the arcane arts was still rudimentary, forcing her to rely solely on brute strength in combat. There were numerous zombies at the foot of the city walls, yet they held no significant advantage in the defense. The strategic command of the intelligent zombies did complicate matters momentarily, but under Chen Fan's 2 arrows, tranquility was swiftly restored. The demise of the intelligent zombie threw the battlefield into disarray, allowing the remaining zombies to be easily eradicated. Once the battle concluded, 4 characters appeared, and Wang Dongsheng found himself engulfed in darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered he was in a solitary room, starkly contrasting with the throngs of people outside. This must be another realm, entirely severed from the outside world. What formidable power! The astonishing Hope City, the incredible Overlord. These were the only praises he could summon. Anxiously, he stepped outside to reunite with his comrades. Observing their expressions, it was evident that they had not undergone any training, as their pockets were nearly empty. Throughout that day, they had experienced numerous shocks and were deeply impressed by the Hope Camp. The more they learned, the more they reflected. First, the arduous growth of the Hope Camp, steeped in countless blood and tears. Second, the formidable strength of the camp, with rumors of many hunting captains and even 2 close relatives of the Overlord, all wielding great power and holding significant positions. Not to mention the extraordinary nature of the farm space and the wondrous functionalities within their personal panels. Possessing such attributes rendered their previous kingdom pale in comparison. The establishment of that kingdom had been alarmingly smooth, with few zombies in the vicinity. After its inception, the ambition diminished significantly, leading to a retreat rather than expansion, and as the number of surrounding zombies increased, their territory began to shrink. Countless resources were funneled into the royal city, with the majority of crystal cores siphoned off by the so-called king, akin to a vampire, taking without giving in return. This exploitation further oppressed the lower classes, stripping them of any sense of belonging. If they were to learn of the conditions here, a mere word could compel countless souls to seek allegiance. In a shadowy cave, 3 zombies were seated together, speaking in unintelligible tongues. Ha ha ha, Blood Demon King. Your cowardice is astonishing, fearing such a trivial morsel. The speaking zombie was disheveled, clad in tattered garments, its other features resembling a human. Yet its enormous hands were particularly striking. Shadow Claw King, you must understand. After all, he has always been this cautious. On the other side, the zombies, their eyes gleaming with a golden light, possessed humanoid forms, albeit slightly emaciated and towering in stature. Their speech was casual, yet they pronounced the word caution with great emphasis. Humph, after my brief encounter with them, it was evident that their strength was formidable. Moreover, how could humans who had caused even the gentleman to falter be considered weak? The last of them bore a ghastly pallor, dressed in intact and pristine clothing. Were it not for his ashen skin, he would blend seamlessly with the ordinary populace. Humph. Past victories are but relics of history. He is now merely a pitiful failure, a rat scurrying through the sewers. Is he not the golden-eyed king? The Shadow Claw King disdainfully remarked. Ha ha ha. Pay no heed to that individual. Our current discourse revolves around the collective consumption of that so-called human dynasty. The golden-eyed king refrained from interjecting, instead addressing the true purpose of everyone's gathering today. You may divide that dynasty among yourselves, but I shall gain no advantage from this, and thus I shall not engage in your endeavors. My presence here serves merely as a caution. With my objectives fulfilled, I shall take my leave. Upon uttering these words, The Blood Demon King departed without a backward glance. Coward. Observing the receding figure of the Blood Demon King, the two remained unfazed by his words. Years of triumph had clouded their judgment, and the current frailty of humanity only reinforced their conviction of invincibility. One half each, and whatever lies in between shall be left to fortune. After deliberation, the two reached this resolution. Meanwhile, in the recently departed Blood Demon King's entourage, he sat within an ancient palanquin, surrounded by bearers who were all third-tier zombies. Shall we discreetly eliminate these two? Beside the Blood Demon King lingered a shadowy figure, nearly entirely cloaked in a black robe, his face obscured from view. That would not do, not to mention the unexpected presence of that group of humans. Should we slay them? If the Demon King were to exact punishment, how many lives would suffice? The Blood Demon King remarked. My apologies for my oversight. The figure in the black robe replied. There is no need for concern. We must simply await the opportune moment. Should the timing be unfavorable, we can emulate the gentleman and retreat, preserving our strength, rather than charging forth like those two, lacking in adaptability. The Blood Demon King stated. Yes, my lord, I understand. It must be said, although humans are frail, their knowledge is indeed vast. With that, the Blood Demon King picked up a book and began to peruse its contents. Chapter 136. An effortless battle on the surface. All appeared tranquil. The Holy Land Kingdom seemed to flourish, yet unbeknownst to them, they were ensnared in a perilous vortex. Beneath the surface, hordes of zombies began to infiltrate the borders of the Holy Land Kingdom, and as their numbers swelled, casualties at the frontier commenced. When these developments were reported, they were astonishingly disregarded by the king, who viewed them as signs of the populace's weakness and incompetence, believing this crisis to be an opportunity for strengthening. Upon receiving such a response, the Outer Lords felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. As I observed the increasing horde of zombies encircling us, my resistance dwindled. Damn it! How could we possibly gather so many crystal cores? This county, situated near Star City, found its mayor furiously tossing the letter in his hand to the ground, unleashing a torrent of curses. A band of vampires. How could I withstand this? They would be next. The others lowered their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. How much longer can we endure? After venting his frustrations, he finally slumped into his chair, his voice weak as he inquired. If reinforcements at the front cannot be supplied, the walls will surely fall within 2 hours. One of his subordinates replied. 2 hours? You say? That should suffice. Send word for the elderly, women, and children in the county to take refuge in the secret passage, while the rest of us will ascend the walls. The mayor, a towering figure and evidently an awakened strongman, stood up, grasped the massive spear beside him, and strode out without hesitation. Understood. The sound of marching footsteps echoed behind him, with no one faltering or hesitating. These were true warriors, fearless in the face of death. Just as they prepared to fight to the last breath, a group of onlookers observed from a distance on the far side of the walls. Is this what you refer to as Pingan County, where all men are said to be equal? Wang Xingxing, peering through binoculars, gazed upon the besieged city. Indeed, Captain. The county mayor's name is Dongda, an awakened being in the ancient saber-toothed tiger form, with extraordinary talent, having reached mid-stage 3 without any external assistance. Wang Dongsheng remarked beside him. His subordinates were also good-hearted individuals, sent to this resource-deprived area after offending the powerful. If that is the case, this man can be won over. Wang Xingxing nodded. Everything here undoubtedly falls under the watchful eye of the Hope Camp. As the vanguard, Wang Xingxing was the first to arrive, while the other teams lagged behind. Moreover, he held the advantage of being a native resident, granting him a significant head start. However, per Chen Fan's orders, they could not act recklessly. According to Chen Fan's findings and analyses, there were at least 3 nearby zombie legions, each boasting at least one 5th-tier zombie. Based on previous configurations, each legion likely contained one 5th-tier intelligent zombie and one 5th-tier guardian zombie, with 4th-tier zombies in abundant numbers. Engaging such a formidable force head-on would undoubtedly be unwise. In Chen Fan's eyes, the safety of his own men was paramount. He could not allow a moment of compassion to jeopardize their lives in a futile attempt to rescue strangers. This was why, despite being in proximity, they dared not launch a direct assault. Boss, there are no 5th-tier zombies around, and only 3 4th-tier zombies, which we can easily handle. Just then, an ostentatiously dressed figure appeared. All right, prepare for the attack. At that moment, Wang Xingxing caught sight of a burly silhouette and immediately concluded that this must be the county mayor. The few individuals who received orders behind him displayed expressions of exhilaration. Despite a period of steady development that had been relatively stable, it had been quite unbearable for them. Now, the prospect of battle once again ignited their excitement. They surged forth from the woods, gazing at the zombies with the same fervor one might reserve for a radiant maiden of 18. Had the zombies possessed consciousness, they would undoubtedly have been frightened by such a scene. Before long, the two sides clashed. The county magistrate, witnessing this spectacle from a distance, was filled with renewed hope. He immediately organized a counterattack, declaring that reinforcements had arrived. With that, he transformed into a saber-toothed tiger and leaped into the fray, engaging fiercely with the zombies. The soldiers, regaining their composure, charged at the zombie horde with the vigor of those invigorated by a potent elixir. The zombie ranks, as if breached, were swiftly overcome by Wang Xingxing's forces. During the skirmish, some fourth-tier zombies attempted to obstruct their advance. However, a mere handful of these fourth-tier creatures could not withstand the might of Wang Xingxing's team. Originally, there had been only 3 fourth-tier zombies, which were soon eradicated. Zombies are divided by bloodlines. Even ordinary fourth-tier zombies, despite their rank, lack any semblance of intelligence. Guardian zombies possess only a primal instinct for combat and a singular devotion to serve one master throughout their existence. Furthermore, their status is intrinsically linked to that of intelligent zombies, such that the elevation of an intelligent zombie directly correlates to the level of its guardian. This explains why intelligent zombies are invariably accompanied by guardians of the same tier. Another category represents the noble bloodlines, comprised entirely of intelligent zombies. Within this classification, distinctions exist between low-level intelligent zombies without any powers and high-level intelligent zombies endowed with special bloodlines, as well as royal zombies possessing royal bloodlines, and even those with imperial bloodlines, all distinctly ranked. Due to the small size of this county, there were no intelligent zombies to command, leaving only 3 ordinary fourth-tier zombies, which could not possibly impede Wang Xingxing's advance. Which army do you belong to? The county magistrate, observing the swift dispatch of the fourth-tier zombies, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Despite frantically searching his mind for information, he found nothing regarding these individuals. Moreover, given their formidable combat prowess, it seemed that no such beings existed within the entire kingdom. Ha! Let us deal with this rabble first. Wang Xingxing laughed heartily, emulating the joviality of a tyrannical beast, believing it to be more approachable, especially for this straightforward group. Very well, let us be swift. Upon hearing this, the magistrate did not dwell on his confusion, for they were all human, and uniting against the alien threat was the paramount concern. They swiftly eradicated all fourth-tier zombies, causing the zombie army to falter even more rapidly. The two squads divided into groups, quickly dispatching the surrounding zombies. In less than 2 hours, as the last zombie collapsed, both Wang Xingxing's side and that of the county magistrate breathed a collective sigh of relief. Just who are you soldiers? The magistrate, regaining his form, turned to Wang Xingxing and inquired. We belong to the Hope Camp, an organization distinct from your holy kingdom, living for the future, Wang Xingxing proclaimed, believing them to be kin. Hope Camp, can you accept us? Chapter 137, The Zombie Scheme. The abrupt statement rendered Wang Xingxing speechless, his carefully crafted retorts swallowed, replaced by an expression of bewilderment. The kingdom can provide us protection. Despite the oppression, we can endure. But now, we are stripped of even the most basic security. What purpose does our presence serve? This individual spoke in an exceedingly casual manner. Here, we possess no sense of belonging. We are, after all, the abandoned. No amount of flattery towards our former masters will change that. Wang Xingxing withdrew his curious gaze, recognizing that these people were also wretched souls. He reflected that, had it not been for Chen Fan's assistance, he might have long since met an untimely end. Very well. If that is the case, then you shall leave with us. Wang Xingxing turned to the swordsman, designating him to escort them. This was not a slight against the swordsman. Among his companions, he appeared to be the most reliable in terms of strength. The flamboyant red-haired man seemed preoccupied solely with seducing women. The brooding youth radiated an aura of adolescent angst. And a little girl, surely it would be inappropriate to have her serve as a protector, as that would be tantamount to employing child labor. Guo Tao possessed commendable strength, yet lacked overwhelming power. This was largely why many solo missions were entrusted to the swordsman, though each endeavor yielded substantial rewards. Regarding the matter of rewards, there were no objections within the group. They were all bold-hearted individuals, none overly wary or calculating. Very well. The swordsman accepted this burdensome task, harboring little enthusiasm for the forthcoming battle. He yearned for combat among peers of equal caliber. Thus, the prospect of returning home was a welcome one, for it would grant him the opportunity to train in the awakening chamber and refine his swordsmanship. Although some were reluctant, The sight of the precarious walls behind them compelled agreement to seek refuge. Realizing their home had not been utterly destroyed brought them joy. Yet, upon hearing of yet another relocation, a sense of anxiety began to creep in. For them, a stable life was the most coveted aspiration. However, as mere pawns, they lacked the authority to make significant decisions. And so, the group embarked on their journey to Star City, surrounded by scenes of similar occurrences. An increasing number of hunting parties eyed the spoils within, eager to partake in the bounty. Had it not been for Chen Fan's warning to keep movements discreet, they might have unleashed their full might. Chen Fan refrained from acting impulsively, instead keenly observing the surrounding movements, wary of the emergence of a fifth-tier zombie, which would certainly complicate matters. He would not hesitate to issue a retreat command. In his line of sight, an increasing number of zombies appeared. Yet the higher-tier intelligent zombies were conspicuously absent, a phenomenon that struck him as peculiar. After all, with such an expansive territory, how could intelligent zombies not be present? This was likely but a feint. As Chen Fan watched the fortifications of the Holy Land Kingdom crumble one by one, a chill crept into his heart. If such formidable power was merely a diversion, one could only surmise the immense strength lurking behind, capable of deploying such a formidable army of zombies with ease. Instinctively, he glanced towards the opposite side, where the initial assault on their encampment had commenced. At that moment, the area was eerily tranquil, as if no unforeseen events would transpire. Yet, Chen Fan understood that it was the domain of a patient predator. Should he exert himself to assist the Holy Land Kingdom, it would strike from the shadows with devastating force. This was the rationale behind his command for a gradual advance. He was unwilling to jeopardize his meticulously cultivated troops for the sake of unfamiliar individuals. The day passed swiftly, and the onslaught of the zombies showed no signs of abating. Chen Fan's forces had also taken in nearly 10,000 individuals. The outer defenses of the Holy Land Kingdom had been entirely breached, and it seemed that only now were they beginning to mobilize external reinforcements. An increasing number of powerful awakened individuals emerged, systematically slaying the zombies. And the once overwhelming tide of undead began to wane. All units retreat, Chen Fan commanded upon witnessing the momentary collapse of the zombie horde. Though some among his ranks were puzzled as to why they did not seize the opportunity to annihilate the zombies entirely, they nonetheless complied with their leader's orders with unwavering loyalty. Just as his entire army was in the process of retreating, formidable auras began to emanate from the forest. Hiss! Chen Fan inhaled sharply upon glimpsing the source of the sound. The forests on either side began to teem with the silhouettes of zombies. Markedly different from the previous chaotic appearances, this new horde of zombies exhibited a clear order, even donning standardized weaponry. As more and more zombies emerged, the troops, who had been reveling in the slaughter of the undead, found themselves utterly stunned. The roles of hunter and prey had reversed, and they had become the hapless quarry. Most among them were second-generation awakened, having never tasted the brutality of life-and-death battles. They had only ventured forth to embellish their experiences. Little did they anticipate the arrival of an even greater number of zombies, catching them completely off guard. The quality of these two zombie legions was evidently superior. Upon their initial clash, the humans found themselves at a disadvantage. The second-generation awakened were effortlessly dispatched, and the fourth-tier awakened leader soon found himself isolated and besieged by the zombies, ultimately succumbing to the relentless assault. This process unfolded rapidly. The gates of the inner city had not even had the chance to close before they were breached by the zombies, leading to an ever-increasing number of individuals becoming fodder for the undead. Until this moment, the commanding figures in the rear revealed themselves. They were 6 fourth-tier high-intelligence zombies, 3 in each squad. Is this all the strength they possess? Chen Fan observed the battlefield with a calm demeanor, marked by a hint of indifference. Where is the main force of our team? Charge forward with me. This time, Chen Fan had incurred significant losses, yet each squad was equipped with enhanced wooden wall chariots. The current wooden wall chariots were remarkably swift, gliding effortlessly along the bumpy dirt roads, not entirely unlike traversing smooth terrain. The incessant sound of cannon fire created chaos on the battlefield. A flicker of surprise appeared in the eyes of the intelligent zombies as they glanced towards the chariots. What is this contraption? How does it possess such formidable destructive power? The intelligent zombies began to communicate among themselves. I am not certain, but I have seen something similar in what they call technology in this world. It seems to be referred to as a cannon. We cannot allow them to attack recklessly. We must destroy them quickly, or we shall all face dire consequences. After a brief exchange, the zombies reached a consensus. Chapter 138. Marquis of Wind escaped. The zombies had devised a clever strategy to lure the enemy deeper and annihilate them entirely. However, They encountered an unforeseen variable in Chen Fan. The relentless barrage of cannon fire left the zombies unable to withstand the onslaught, compounded by a fierce counterattack from the city walls. What was once a promising situation had deteriorated into chaos. Retreat. Within moments of engagement, the zombie legion had disintegrated, forced to withdraw in the face of such adversity. In an instant, the once menacing zombie army began to retreat. Within the city walls, a figure soared into view. A fourth-tier awakened one, specifically a wind-type awakened, capable of brief aerial flight. You are impressive. Under whose command do you serve? The individual spoke with an air of arrogance, even disdain. Hey, we are the ones rescuing them, and this is how you address me? What audacity for a mere fourth-tier wretch. Ba Tian, whose temper flared, his displeasure evident. Aren't you also a fourth tier? When did you start looking down on your own kind? Shadow silently scoffed. I am addressing you. How dare you be so disrespectful? Do you not know who I am? The airborne figure seethed, his forehead glistening with a bead of sweat. I do not know who you are, but I am Wang Gada, the top lackey. You shall not ride over me, Shadow retorted sharply. Where do you hail from? To be so ignorant as to not recognize our Marquis of Wind Escape? Just then, a group of cowards hiding behind the city walls hastened to join the fray. They saw only a few scattered chariots. Although their design was peculiar, it did not diminish their arrogance. In this moment, they felt invincible, adopting a haughty demeanor. Is this what you refer to as being meek outside, yet striking hard at home, banana people? Ba Tian, who glanced at Shadow. More or less. They may be even less formidable. Shadow nodded in agreement. At this moment, the Wind Escape Marquis could no longer sustain himself and descended. He had witnessed the formidable offensive capabilities of these vehicles, akin to the might of modern firearms. His eyes gleamed with fervor. Although he was unaware of the origin of this force, he thought to himself that if he could eliminate this group, then all these treasures would rightfully belong to him. To my friends inside, I am grateful for your assistance. Might you come out for a conversation? A smile graced the Marquis's face, his voice imbued with sweetness. His subordinates, having never encountered such a scene, were taken aback, yet they remained motionless, quietly observing, some even fidgeting, as if recalling some dreadful memory. Come forth. I too wish to see what he intends to do. As Chen Fan issued his command, the doors of several vehicles swung open, revealing a few individuals within. The Wind Escape Marquis glanced over. He sensed that some among them possessed considerable strength, yet was unable to discern the presence of many others. As he observed further, he encountered unfamiliar faces, and he could not fathom that their abilities surpassed his own. Rather, he perceived them as mere ordinary individuals. It was indeed true that ordinary people could wield modern weapons, and he remained firmly convinced of this notion, as he beheld everyone stepping out and gathering before them. Two razor-sharp wind blades suddenly manifested in the Marquis's hands. The blades were swiftly hurled, their attack radius nearly enveloping Chen Fan and his companions. In contrast, Chen Fan and the others remained motionless, seemingly stunned by the abrupt assault, a sight that caused a sly smile to curl upon the lips of the Wind Escape Marquis. What does it matter to possess powerful weapons if there is no strength to back them up? They are not but paper tigers. You old scoundrel. How dare you strike at your saviors? A golden light streaked through the air, effectively blocking the two wind blades, and the Titan roared in indignation. The Wind Escape Marquis, affronted by such humiliation, was engulfed in rage. You shall perish. He transformed into a gust of wind, dashing toward the group with such speed that his form was scarcely visible. Kill them. The command was delivered with chilling brevity, devoid of any emotion. Yet the others were accustomed to such orders. Very well. The Titan surged forward first, causing Wang Taizhu to hesitate momentarily. How could this brat steal a march on him? Wang Taizhu felt a mix of annoyance and resignation. He had already made his move, yet this youth was claiming his prey, and he had not had the chance to stretch his legs in quite some time. Although the Marquis's strength appeared to be rather unremarkable, it should suffice for a bit of exercise, or so he thought. Lost in contemplation, he suddenly noticed the Titan's face lighting up with excitement as he unleashed a powerful punch. The Wind Escape Marquis, caught off guard while advancing at breakneck speed, found himself unable to evade the massive fist barreling toward him. The impact was catastrophic. The force of the blow sent him crashing down, his frail body succumbing to multiple fractures, shattered organs, and a fractured skull. By the time the Wind Escape Marquis fell to the ground, he had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, devoid of any human form, presenting a visage more grotesque than that of a zombie. Damn Decepticons. How could you allow this to happen? I had just savored my lunch. Unlike the banter of Chen Fan and his companions, the sight of their strongest combatant so effortlessly vanquished, and in such a definitive manner, instilled a profound sense of dread. A devil indeed. In their eyes, this astonishing strength and such brutal methods were indistinguishable from the actions of a demon. Should you dare to flee, you shall meet your marquis in the afterlife. A voice, akin to that of a demon, echoed from behind. Their steps faltered, as if their legs were weighed down by lead, rendering them immobile. Brother, I do not recognize that person at all. Please spare me. The brief pause shattered their defenses, and cries for mercy filled the air, a cacophony that was unbearable. We shall not slay you. Return to the city and gather everyone together. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. You will not get far. The demonic voice behind them sent chills down their spines. In the next moment, everyone felt a weakness in their legs, some even collapsing to the ground. Without looking back, the others rushed back to the city, their minds singularly focused on flawlessly completing their task. The image of the wind escape Marquis's instantaneous demise haunted them. What manner of being could annihilate him so swiftly? Was it a fourth or fifth-tier individual? They dared not speculate, for either could claim their lives at will. The notion of fleeing was nothing but a fanciful dream. Without transportation and amidst so many zombies, the area beyond the city was merely another grave. Chapter 139. Ambush. In a flurry of activity, it wasn't long before this group returned, leaving the city guards in bewilderment. The city's guards were not all awakened ones. In fact, only a few of them were, the majority being ordinary people, as awakened individuals would not subject themselves to such hardships. Thus, those who could observe the distant developments were virtually non-existent, and the rapid return of these few was exceedingly surprising. Welcome back, General, victorious in your return. Flattery existed everywhere. Upon seeing their return, a leading figure on the city wall immediately showered them with praise. Yet, to his astonishment, what awaited him was not commendation or satisfaction, but rather a thorough beating that left him wailing in distress. Do you lack insight? Open the city gates and allow our new leader to enter. After the beating, the anger that had simmered within dissipated entirely, replaced by a sense of exhilaration. Upon hearing the mention of a new leader, the city guards were merely taken aback for a moment. Accustomed to following orders, they paid no mind to anything else. They fully opened the gates, welcoming Chen Fan and his companions into the city. Upon seeing the handsome wooden wall war chariot, admiration filled the faces of all present, with some car enthusiasts even drooling in awe. Meanwhile, commands were swiftly executed on the other side. Initially, it was believed that the city was doomed to fall, prompting many to depart in secrecy. Yet, a considerable number chose to remain. They received orders, uncertain of their purpose, yet obediently gathered together. Men, women, and children, clad in tattered garments, appeared emaciated. The Lord observed this scene and could not help but remark, given these circumstances, reaching the camp seems implausible. Wang Gada glanced below and continued, distribute the food you possess. A full stomach will bestow strength. We must hasten our return, lest we find ourselves overwhelmed when that horde of zombies regains its senses. Chen Fan's words resonated with a few, prompting swift action. In this dire situation, those who had not prepared a modest stock of food were reminded that sustenance had become the ultimate currency in this apocalyptic world. Cornbread, fruits, vegetables, and even fried rice were produced and distributed among the wretched souls, who initially hesitated to accept, yet were compelled to grasp the provisions offered directly into their hands. Hurry and prepare to leave. Everyone must vacate this place immediately. Chen Fan and his companions suddenly received alarming news. The camp was under attack, struggling to defend itself due to a lack of essential combatants. The adults, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger, causing those nearby to tremble with unease. Act quickly. If any refuse to follow us, so be it. We have no time to waste, Chen Fan declared, his words echoing in their ears. The crowd, engrossed in their food, found themselves caught between desire and indecision. Chen Fan chose not to dwell on their sentiments. He left a few behind while the rest departed in haste. Why are you not preparing to leave? The overwhelming pressure stifled any lingering thoughts of resistance among those who remained. The once orderly throng began to move chaotically. Yet thanks to the organization of the city defense forces, a stampede was averted. After more than 10 minutes, the procession finally commenced. Outside, scattered zombies roamed, though not united. They instilled a profound sense of terror. Nearly a third of the individuals remained, predominantly members of the city defense or those from relatively affluent backgrounds or possessing some influence. The impoverished populace, having faced oppression, largely opted to flee in search of a better future. Within the wooden barricade of the war chariot, Wang Gada pondered. Why did those individuals choose to stay? As he drove, he struggled to comprehend. A camp populated solely by good people is untenable. Their lack of guile would inevitably lead to misfortune. Conversely, a camp filled with nefarious individuals would breed constant vigilance and suspicion, undermining any possibility of growth. Thus, it is essential for our camp to incorporate a few rogues, ensuring that we do not remain naive and innocent. This is beneficial for the next generation, instilling in them a sense of caution amidst comfort. Chen Fan's words profoundly shook Wang Gala, who had been contemplating how to navigate the days ahead and how to better develop the city. Meanwhile, the great lord had already begun to strategize for the future generation. This stark contrast in vision highlighted the disparity between him and the lord, revealing that further experience was essential for his growth. As Wang Gala's internal state ascended, he unknowingly witnessed a significant increase in his spiritual strength, laying a foundation for his future ascension to the 5th tier. This scene did not escape Chen Fan's notice. He seemed to grasp the implications and nodded with gratification. The emergence of several 5th-tier awakeners from the camp would undoubtedly be a boon. In the outer city of Hope, swarming with zombies, countless arrow towers unleashed a relentless barrage, with even the defenders of Hope City dispatched to the front lines. Chen Sihai was commanding the battlefield, accompanied by Yang Fanghua. These two formidable 5th-tier awakeners had managed to stalemate the conflict. Hadn't their main force departed? The Blood Demon King roared in rage, observing the two engaged with over 10 high-tier, 4th-level zombies. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as countless schemes crumbled to dust. It was inevitable that the 4th-level zombies would succumb over time. If he did not intervene personally, the undead forces would surely face defeat. How could humanity possess so many formidable tactics? The mere presence of arrow towers and defenders was already enough to induce headaches. Coupled with the powerful artillery from the wooden wall war chariots and an abundance of firearms, the battle increasingly tilted in favor of the humans. Retreat. Just as the Blood Demon King contemplated whether to enter the fray himself, news arrived from the distant watchtower that Chen Fan and his companions were drawing near. Even if he were to enter the battle, he realized it would be futile, given the combat prowess of the two on the field. He could not guarantee a resolution within half an hour, especially with an additional opponent arriving. The vast army of zombies began to withdraw, leaving behind countless corpses and jubilant humans. Chen Sihai chose not to pursue, aware that Chen Fan was imminent, necessitating a reassessment of their future strategies. This skirmish had clearly showcased their combat capabilities, and it was evident that next time, they would not face merely a single zombie horde. A coalition of 3 might emerge, which could jeopardize their chances of victory. Boom, boom, boom. As Chen Sihai lost himself in contemplation, a convoy appeared in the distance. The wooden wall war chariots could only belong to them, confirming that Chen Fan and his party were indeed approaching. Strangely, upon witnessing Chen Fan's arrival, the tension among the crowd dissipated instantaneously, though the weariness in their eyes was unmistakable. Retreat? Chen Sihai noted the relaxation among his comrades, yet their exhaustion was evident. Indeed, he replied, his voice barely above a whisper, a testament to his drained energy. It appeared that the zombie ranks were not an unbreakable fortress. Should a coalition of 3 arise, the Hope camp might indeed find itself unable to withstand the onslaught. It is evident that the opinions of the assailants do not align with those of the other 2 factions. However, one must not overlook the fact that this is a strategic maneuver designed to draw the tiger from its mountain lair. Their ultimate aim is to vanquish the Holy Land Kingdom, and once they have consumed it, they will inevitably turn their sights upon us. It seems we cannot remain passive. If one faction possesses such formidable strength, the combined might of all 3 would surely overwhelm us. Chen Fan spoke with a furrowed brow, his expression grave. His words plunged the group into deep contemplation. We find ourselves ensnared in a dilemma. Allowing the other 2 factions to concentrate their forces on one will lead to our victory. Yet many of our compatriots would suffer atrocities. Conversely, should we rush to aid the Holy Land Kingdom, we would likely fall prey to ambush, which, while not catastrophic, would still be quite bothersome. Chen Fan scrutinized the eyes of everyone present. In that moment, the room was filled with the leaders and deputies of various hunting teams. It was imperative to gather diverse perspectives to devise the most effective strategy. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors, and they could not afford to falter. Heeding the old man's advice, since we possess a teleportation array, why not employ it judiciously to establish a temporary stronghold within the Holy Land Kingdom? This would facilitate our movements and make it easier to assist our brethren. This was the insight of a brilliant mind, not long ago. Chen Fan had discovered the awakening of this talent. Although it was unrelated to combat, it was indeed the most potent weapon on the battlefield, intellect. The wisdom fruit, in its intelligent form, allows one to expend mental energy to enter a meditative state, during which the brain operates at an extraordinary speed, unlocking unparalleled insight. While the surface of this battle appeared to be commanded by Chen Fan, it was in truth orchestrated by him from the shadows. "This plan is excellent," Chen proclaimed, rising to his feet and exclaiming loudly. "This time, each team shall conquer a county seat, which will serve as our base for expansion. It is also an effective method for territorial growth." The other leaders began to echo their agreement. Chen Fan nodded in assent, yet recognized that this was merely a broad strategy. The specifics of its implementation would require careful deliberation in private. This was not due to a lack of trust in his comrades, but rather a concern that a few individuals might be somewhat lacking in discernment, potentially jeopardizing the plan. As orders were issued, the various teams commenced their actions, while the rescued compatriots steadily arrived at the designated location. The camp buzzed with urgency, and those who were assigned to assist offered only brief introductions before ushering everyone into the Hope Camp. The system possesses a remarkable capability, irrespective of an individual's nature. It remains unwaveringly loyal to the camp and holds Chen Fan in the highest esteem. Some even regard him as a figure of faith. The notion that bad people are often driven by extreme beliefs rings true. This is the system's guiding ability. As long as there exists a sentiment of allegiance, it amplifies it infinitely, rendering rebellion an impossibility. This is also the reason why he permits certain malevolent individuals to enter. Of course, allowing such people in serves to toughen those within the camp, teaching them not to be overly naive. To survive better in this post-apocalyptic world, one must cultivate a keener awareness. Temporary camps began to rise, their surrounding walls restored to a condition akin to new. This transformation occurred in merely a day, while the horde of zombies remained ominously quiet, as if they had lost interest in the Hope Camp. However, Chen Fan understood that this situation could not simply conclude here. They were akin to patient hunters, waiting for their prey to approach. Naturally, Chen Fan intended to fulfill this desire. With an increasing number of individuals being transported to the battlefield, stirring chaos. In the southern battles, their presence was ubiquitous, resulting in the survival of more people. It could be argued that the Sacred Kingdom should never have been established, yet one could also be grateful for its existence. Although oppressed, many more lives were saved. In just a few days, tens of thousands were rescued. This led to a remarkable increase in the population of Hope Camp, igniting excitement among all. Yet beneath this joyous atmosphere lay a profound crisis, which, in Chen Fan's eyes, represented an irreplaceable opportunity. Whether they could turn the tide rather than remain cooped up within the city depended on this. As anticipated, the sentries set by Chen Fan discovered the movements of the zombies. There were more zombies here than before, and their target was none other than the Hope Camp. Indeed, due to the excessive activity of Chen Fan and his group on the battlefield, the other two factions began to take notice. And with the persuasion of the Blood Demon King, they too joined this contest. However, their numbers were few, primarily because most of their main forces were still engaged in attacking the Sacred Kingdom, and also because Chen Fan had not revealed his formidable strength. On the large battlefield, Chen Fan and his companions did not participate, thus in the eyes of other zombies, they resembled mere flies. Weak, yet undeniably bothersome. Just a swarm of irritating flies. Did it necessitate such a grand display? This was the subordinate of the Shadow Claw King, who had already attained high-tier 4th-level strength and was dissatisfied with this deployment. Originally stationed on the front lines, he found himself redirected to swat flies. This made him feel belittled, yet he dared not act too recklessly. For the Shadow Claw King was notoriously ruthless, and he would not dare to provoke him, though he found solace in venting his frustrations to his companions. "Let us swiftly resolve the matters here, and we can return," one companion suggested with a shake of his head, offering consolation. "It is the only course available to us." Though filled with grievances, they ultimately transformed into resigned sighs. This squad was large, clearly divided into 3 factions, each distanced from one another, making it difficult to imagine whether they would engage enthusiastically on the battlefield without realizing it. The Blood Demon King was equally helpless. However, the mere formation of such a team was already a considerable achievement. After all, within the horde of zombies, the divisions among factions are distinctly defined, leading most to fight their own battles. This is precisely why the Blood Demon King is so subservient. It would be impossible to emerge unscathed under the siege of gentlemen without possessing some measure of strength. He hoped this undertaking would proceed smoothly. Furrowing his brow, the Blood Demon King felt a twinge of anxiety as he gazed at the increasingly imminent city walls, his frown deepening. The construction of such a formidable wall in such a short span of time is no small feat, he mused. Chapter 141, Tai Chi. Upon receiving the command for all personnel to regroup, everyone frantically rushed back. Fearful of potential zombie ambushes, they had meticulously controlled their combat range. ensuring they could return to the teleportation point in under 10 minutes. It was only upon learning of the full-scale offensive by Chen Fan's army that the cautious Blood Demon King issued the order to advance. However, he had not anticipated that the existence of the teleportation array would serve as a secret weapon for support at any moment. As more and more zombies approached the city walls, they remained oblivious to the fact that the majority of the hunting teams had already returned and were standing ready atop the walls. The closer they drew to the walls, the more unsettled the Blood Demon King felt, harboring a nagging sense that he might meet his end here. Yet, he understood the necessity of action. Retreating without cause at this juncture would not only jeopardize his own men, but also potentially incite hostility from the other two factions. The objective was clear: to breach the city walls immediately. The main forces of the camp would require at least half a day to arrive at the front lines. As long as they could breach the walls within that time frame, everything else would fall into place. With this thought, his earlier unease dissipated, replaced now by a burgeoning confidence. Boom, boom, boom. The initial assault was launched by the long-range artillery stationed on the walls. The advancing ranks of zombies were scattered, aimed at minimizing their losses. A single shell struck the ground, claiming only a handful of zombie lives, yielding minimal results. Following this was the onslaught from the archery towers, programmed to prioritize the nearest enemies, with low-tier zombies serving as shields for those in the front lines. As they drew closer, they entered the range of machine gun fire. However, the damage inflicted on zombies by the machine guns was quite negligible. Without exploring energy-based firearms, relying solely on bullet-firing attacks would increasingly prove ineffective against the evolving undead. This was an unavoidable reality, as all life on Earth was undergoing evolution. Boom, boom, rat-a-tat-tat. The battlefield echoed with these sounds. Most of those falling were low-tier zombies, while the higher-tier ones remained lurking in the rear, poised to strike. Swish, swish. Not everyone atop the walls favored conventional firearms. Led by Liang, skilled marksmen began targeting the higher-tier zombies one by one. With weapons emanating purple, green, and blue light, each possessed distinct effects, signifying varying levels of offensive power. How could this be? Unlike the previous calm demeanor, the Blood Demon King watched as his fourth-tier and third-tier zombies, though positioned in the rear, fell one after another. The architect of this chaos reveled in his handiwork upon the city walls. Nevertheless, Liang managed the situation with remarkable finesse, although the fourth-tier zombies collapsed. The damage was minimal, merely the result of poisoned arrows. It appeared that the latest concoction, the nightmare powder, was indeed formidable, a testament to the prowess of a fifth-tier awakener. Witnessing the fall of the zombies, Li Ying's eyes sparkled. It seemed the effects would be even more pronounced this time. As the battle escalated into a fervent climax, the Guardians stood as the last line of defense upon the walls, engaging the zombies in direct confrontation. With their impediment, an unrelenting barrage of bullets began to rain down upon the zombies. Some of the more vigorous fighters had already ventured beyond the walls, engaging in close combat with the undead. The Blood Demon King, feeling increasingly unsettled by the ease of his circumstances, began to waver. Yet, other factions pressed forward without hesitation, charging recklessly into the fray. Quickly assist them. If matters turn dire, ensure your own survival. The Blood Demon King could only helplessly commit all his forces to the assault. He pondered the purpose of deploying these thorny subordinates. Their ineptitude in reconnaissance before launching an attack was nothing short of foolishness. As the higher-tier zombies drew near, Chen Fan sensed the moment had arrived. Prepare yourselves, we shall consume them all. He fixed his gaze upon the distant fifth-tier Blood Demon King and its guards, as if poised to deliver their demise. The main force, concealed in the rear, swiftly descended from the walls. A multitude of fourth-tier awakeners contrasting starkly with the fourth-tier zombies present. The might of the fourth-tier awakeners was extraordinary. Each possessed the ability to reshape the terrain itself. In the blink of an eye, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Under the relentless onslaught of Chen Fan and his comrades, the ranks of high-tier zombies crumbled under pressure. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Fan unleashed a torrent of flames that pierced through the chest of a fourth-tier zombie, the intense heat corroding its insides mercilessly. Wang Taizhu raised his long spear with one hand while hoisting a towering golden shield with the other. Die! He bellowed as the spear plunged downward, striking the zombie before him, which emitted a blue glow, sending ripples through the air, reminiscent of being submerged in an ocean. The golden spear collided with the blue shield, creating a noticeable dent. However, due to the fluid nature of the water, the spear did not penetrate easily, causing the zombie to stagger back under the force of the impact. Wang Taizhu retracted his spear, merging the golden shield into a radiant stream that coalesced atop the spear. A gust of wind swirled around him, cracking the earth beneath his feet. With renewed vigor, the golden spear thrust forth once more, akin to a tornado. Swirling winds enveloping it as a vortex of force reappeared against the water shield. The once tranquil water shield was abruptly disrupted, giving rise to immense ripples and gradually forming a swirling vortex. As the vortex expanded, the water shield shattered, causing the zombies trapped within to hastily retreat, narrowly evading the spear's assault. However, they could not escape the razor-sharp winds swirling around the spear. The zombie's skin was lacerated by the gusts, resulting in a gruesome sight. Wretched humans, you shall pay for this. The zombies' crimson eyes glowed like feral beasts poised to strike. Water coursed from their hands up their arms, sealing their wounds and gradually forming an eerie tattoo. This tattoo pulsated with a blue aura, allowing the zombies' bodies to move in unnatural angles. Each attack resonated with the sound of flowing water, leaving Wang Taizhu feeling as though his spear had struck nothing. The force entirely dissipated. The concept of Tai Chi flickered in Wang Taizhu's mind. This situation bore a striking resemblance to the principle of releasing force within Tai Chi. With a weight akin to a mountain, he raised his spear high, its golden light dimming slightly as a purple glow spread forth. This was the spear's skill, transforming the weapon into a heavy hammer, capable of inheriting the weight of the spear for a few seconds. Furthermore, the restoration of its inherent weight would not occur instantaneously, but over a certain interval. The spear in Wang Taizhu's grasp morphed into a hammer, the change in weight significant, yet for those fleeting seconds, he felt as though he still wielded the spear, striking towards the zombie with vigor. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that affected the surrounding battle. Through the haze, one could see Wang Taizhu feigning ease as he attempted to lift the weapon with one hand. With all his might, even as the veins on his arms bulged, the hammer remained unmoved. Embarrassed, he exerted both arms, yet the hammer remained steadfast. The sheer weight was unfathomable. Who could possibly lift it? Left with no choice, Wang Taizhu reverted the weapon back to his spear, reclaiming it. After all, he was still on the battlefield. Lingering too long in one spot could invite trouble. With a swift motion, he cleaved a nearby third-tier zombie in half before continuing his search for a target. Meanwhile, his rival, the formidable Ba Tianhu, quickly identified his own target, a robust zombie, clearly of the strength-oriented type, an underling of the golden-eyed king. This bald zombie towered nearly 4 meters tall, its arms boasting muscles as thick as a man's torso. "You are the one," Ba Tianhu declared. With a mighty leap, utilizing the momentum of his ascent, he began to enlarge his form to match that of the zombie. Harnessing the force of gravity, he unleashed a powerful punch. The unsuspecting zombie, blissfully advancing, was startled by the descending fist. What a colossal punch, it uttered just before being sent hurtling backward, gliding through the air. Countless unfortunate zombies were sent flying along the way, some of them shattering into pieces due to their frail physiques. With a resounding crash, a cloud of dust was stirred up, accompanied by unidentifiable wails of despair. "I will cherish you dearly." As the sound of grinding teeth echoed, the mighty Decepticon stepped into the haze. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal impacts, accompanied by waves of force, dispersed the surrounding dust. Nearby, those who were engrossed in battle were swept away by this powerful gust. The clash of strength was as raw and unrefined as it could be, each blow landing with palpable force. On another front, Wang Xingxing was in search of his target. Bone spikes abruptly emerged, grazing his skin as he narrowly avoided having his skull pierced by the attack. A sneak attack. Wang Xingxing felt a surge of frustration as he locked onto a particular zombie. This creature, slender and frail, seemed as if it would collapse with a mere gust of wind. Its fingers were long and thin, resembling a pair of chopsticks. With its palm facing upwards, it flicked its wrist, sending a bone spike hurtling toward Wang Xingxing. "Take a look at the prowess of your star." Just as he dodged one attack, he summoned a weapon from his spatial inventory. A weapon emanating a faint orange glow materialized, 3 arrows poised atop it. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows shot forth with a whistling sound, speeding toward the zombie. The creature displayed a flicker of surprise, evidently unprepared for Wang Xingxing's ranged capabilities. However, it was not merely a distant shooter. Bones began to protrude from its body, morphing into a shield of bone. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows struck the bone shield, causing the zombie to stagger back, astonished by the force transmitted through the shield. A volley of arrows was unleashed. The brilliance of Wang Xingxing's bow intensified, a kaleidoscope of colors converging. With a newfound mastery over his abilities, he wielded his skills with fluidity. 3 arrows soared through the air, propelled by inertia, once more aimed at the zombie. Initially, it dismissed them as it had the previous attack, but unexpectedly, the 3 arrows began to split mid-flight, transforming into countless projectiles. The zombie, intending to evade, was compelled to utilize its skills again, erecting a bone umbrella in the path of the arrows. The tremendous force inflicted upon the zombie was excruciating, until one arrow, radiating a dark glow, pierced through the bone shield and embedded itself in its chest. One after another, more arrows penetrated, turning the zombie into a veritable pincushion. On another battlefield, Wang Gadao observed the husky before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Weak human, accept my affection. Hearing the dog speak further exacerbated his distress. Woof, woof, woof. What was wrong with this human? Not only could they not comprehend human speech, but they also failed to understand canine dialogue. After enduring a prolonged psychological struggle, he finally launched his assault. A luminous moon appeared before Wang Gadao as silvery fur began to sprout across his body, with hands transformed into claws, sharp and gleaming with a chilling light. The gaze was fierce, reminiscent of a beast poised to devour its prey, coldly observing the exuberant husky. This was indeed the beastly form of Wang Gadao, the moonlit wolf. A howl escaped his lips as his eyes shifted once more. Within his once beautiful silver fur, a faint crimson glow emerged, gradually forming a pattern that enveloped his entire being. In an instant, a silver beam flashed, positioning him before the husky. Yet the canine, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, mistook Wang Gadao's approach as an invitation to play, displaying a joyful smile. Foolish creature. Wang Gadao showed no mercy, unleashing a silver blade of light, intent on cleaving the husky in two. However, to his astonishment, this mighty strike merely left a shallow wound on the husky's body, resulting in only a trickle of blood, already showing signs of healing. Such formidable defensive and regenerative capabilities were beyond Wang Gadao's expectations. Realizing that this was a foe intent on his demise, the husky transitioned into a state akin to a zombie, its eyes glowing ominously, baring its teeth, drooling profusely. With an unintelligible howl, the husky sprang into action, its speed and physical prowess allowing it to engage Wang Gadao in a fierce exchange. Wang Gadao had always known that in his strongest form, he was virtually unbeatable among his peers, yet he now found himself ensnared in a grueling battle. The power of his corporeal strength augmented his close combat abilities, yet it was evident that his ranged attacks were lacking. Wang Gadao executed a sudden teleportation to evade the husky's claws. Noticing his miss, the husky swiftly turned, but Wang Gadao had already distanced himself. Moonshadow dance. Silver light enveloped his limbs as he leaped into the air, engaging in a frenzied display of movement. Arcs of silver moonlight materialized, relentlessly slashing towards the husky. Despite its robust defenses, the creature struggled to withstand such onslaughts, an array of wounds manifesting as its healing ability faltered. The anguished howls of the husky echoed through the air until silence fell, prompting Wang Gadao to cease his assault. Chapter 143, The Proud Prince. Retreat. An increasing number of zombies perished, the high-tier combatants unable to withstand the onslaught. The Blood Demon King, noticing Chen Fan's unwavering gaze, immediately commanded a retreat. That look, he knew, would not afford him a moment's respite should he reveal any vulnerabilities. The zombie army retreated swiftly, and Chen Fan and his companions refrained from pursuit. Any delay here would cost them the chance to save another life. Moreover, their offensive had already achieved monumental success. With half of the 4th-tier high-level zombies eliminated and the remaining ones severely injured, lacking combat efficacy for the foreseeable future. The losses among high-tier combatants rendered the Blood Demon King's zombie legion largely incapable of further participation in the battle. We have triumphed. As the horde of zombies gradually retreated, an inexplicable sense of joy began to permeate the air as people commenced their jubilant celebrations. Chen Fan, if he had chosen to disregard his surroundings, could have vanquished the Blood Demon King. However, considering the presence of the other 2 legions, he remained uncertain about their intentions. An assault at this juncture could pose a significant threat to him. Furthermore, should Yang Fanghua and Qin Sihai engage in battle, the 4th-tier high-level zombies would not be adequately contained. This was not a strategy that promised multiple benefits, and to preserve his strength, he opted for a more cautious approach. It appeared that his wariness had been unwarranted, as the anticipated group did not materialize. Only after the zombie legion had departed did Chen Fan realize that it was solely the Blood Demon King who had exerted himself. The leaders of the other factions had not even graced the battlefield with their presence. Yet, he could not fathom that it was his own inadequacies that had rendered him overlooked. Furthermore, they were preoccupied, despite his involvement and that of others. The participation of the 2 zombie legions, coupled with Chen Fan's restrained efforts, did not significantly influence the overarching dynamics of the battlefield. Upon concluding the skirmish here, everyone hastily proceeded to the main battleground, where numerous high-level zombies and countless resources awaited acquisition. In such a scenario, their enthusiasm surged to its zenith. When Chen Fan arrived at the front lines, a middle-aged man adorned in resplendent attire approached, accompanied by an arrogant young man. The youth, equally lavishly dressed, bore intricate golden embellishments, featuring a dragon motif. Although the ancient attire was unfamiliar, the opulence suggested that this individual must hold a considerable position within the Sacred Land Kingdom. "You have dared to enter the battlefield and assist those lowly commoners," he declared, his tone dripping with pride and his demeanor exuding arrogance as he lifted his chin. Refusing to acknowledge Chen Fan directly, Chen Fan found it incomprehensible why he should extend any courtesy to such a person. His frustration was palpable. Throughout his years as a lord, no one had ever addressed him in such a manner. The once joyful expression on Chen Fan's face transformed instantaneously, replaced by a fierce glare brimming with hostility. The middle-aged man sensed the shift and, despite his confidence in his own abilities, did not perceive this place as one where he could not come and go at will. "You would do well to comprehend your own standing," he retorted, his pride unyielding, having occupied high positions for so long that he had grown disdainful of others. "Ha!" Chen Fan erupted into laughter, finding the absurdity of the two amusing. Yet the individuals behind him, including several captains like Wang Gada, began to retreat discreetly, sensing a tightening in their throats and a dryness creeping in. The middle-aged man felt an inexplicable pressure bearing down upon him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Commoner, you best recognize your place. This is His Highness the Crown Prince," he uttered, a hint of fear lacing his tone, yet he mustered the resolve to speak. "The Qing dynasty has perished. Spare me your pretensions. I dare say you must be quite eager to leave this place alive," Chen Fan remarked, for he was not one to relish in threatening others. He preferred a more straightforward approach. However, driven by curiosity, he found himself intrigued by just how mindless this group could be. "Boldly, you wretched commoner. The mere fact that I permitted you to speak is the greatest act of kindness I could offer. How dare you address His Highness in such a manner? You wretched fool, you shall pay for this," the young man bellowed, rising to his feet in a fit of hysteria, completely shedding the air of arrogance and elegance he had previously displayed. This man must be deeply engrossed in his role to speak to the boss in such a way. Wang Taizhu remarked quietly. "Let us see if he can maintain this bravado for long," echoed Wang Gada beside him. "Me, a wretched fool?" Chen Fan raised his hand, and a surge of crimson flames erupted, swiftly enveloping the two men. "Damn it, he is at the 5th tier." The middle-aged man reacted swiftly, summoning all his strength. "You insolent commoner, how dare you act in such a way?" The young man, paralyzed with fear, had succumbed to terror, further exacerbated by the encroaching undead. The middle-aged man, previously oblivious, now realized that Chen Fan's power surpassed his own. This was no surprise, as the presence of the system concealed their strengths, making it difficult to discern unless there was a significant disparity. Though the flames were fierce, they could not deliver a fatal blow to a 5th-tier awakened being. The tattered middle-aged man fled hastily, escaping through a shattered window, while the young man was consumed by the flames, silenced even in death. Still trying to escape? Chen Fan shot forward, a flash of crimson light trailing behind him. "We bear no grudge, it was merely that boy's fault. We should unite against the zombies," came the voice of the middle-aged man from afar as he desperately ran. "While that may be true, I find your attitude even more distasteful. And that is all there is to it," Chen Fan's cold voice rang out. "Shield." A wall of red flames materialized before the middle-aged man, causing him to halt in fear. "I am willing to submit. I am willing to surrender. Please do not kill me," the middle-aged man pleaded, having abandoned all semblance of dignity as he knelt before Chen Fan. A peculiar smile spread across Chen Fan's face as he beheld the man's pitiful state. He felt a sense of satisfaction. He needed allies, particularly one of the 5th tier, and found himself reluctant to end his life. Moreover, with the primary threat already neutralized, the decision to spare this man's life was of little consequence. Chen Fan resolved swiftly, launching himself forward and rendering the man unconscious before he could react. "Someone, come help me with the cargo." Chen Fan's message appeared in the chat box, instantly met with an influx of responses. Within a minute, a swarm of people rushed over. Momentarily taken aback by the sight of Chen Fan and the middle-aged man slung over his shoulder. "What are you standing there for? When he awakens, make sure he is incapacitated." With that, he hurled the middle-aged man away. Chapter 144. The Path of the Holy Land Kingdom. Upon stepping outside, he was swiftly led to a certain place, where he was compelled to utter words of allegiance to an unknown entity. In a state of confusion, he seemed to perceive a blue luminescent screen appear before him, yet before he could examine it thoroughly, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Shadow, your poison is ineffective. You haven't rendered him foolish, have you? Questioned the imposing figure of the tyrant. How should I know? I am but a 4th tier, while this is a 5th tier affair. The specifics of its effects elude me, Shadow replied, nonchalantly waving his hand. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, now enveloped in a deep slumber, found himself immersed in a dreamscape. My name is Situ Xiaoming. It is not particularly handsome, often becoming the subject of jest among my classmates. Throughout my educational journey, my name invariably appeared on every examination paper. Thus, amidst countless jibes, I managed to graduate successfully. Like many, I faced the pressures of employment immediately after graduation. After several years of work, I was confronted with the pressures of marriage and parenthood. Then came the apocalypse. Witnessing the demise of my wife and child, I was overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness that nearly drove me to despair. It was in that very moment that I awakened, and in the face of newfound power, I became increasingly unhinged. In pursuit of strength, I was willing to go to any lengths, daring to undertake any task. This relentless pursuit granted me my current 5th tier prowess. My life unfolded like a slideshow, a rapid replay of its myriad flavors of joy and sorrow, ultimately distilled into a single tear. Alas, why is this man weeping? Could our actions have caused this? The onlookers, perplexed, found it disconcerting to witness an adult in such a state. After an indeterminate amount of time, Situ Xiaoming finally regained his senses and surveyed the individuals surrounding him. Reflecting on his earlier demeanor, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet he was acutely aware that his life had been spared, and he had joined a remarkably formidable organization. This entity far surpassed the Holy Land Kingdom, a dynasty riddled with corruption in military might, economic strength, resource reserves, and systemic integrity. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, yet this was of little consequence, as their personalities were sound. Soon, they engaged in pleasant conversation. Chen Fan also gleaned insights into the situation here. The process mattered not to him. The outcome was nothing short of perfect. With this development, his faction boasted 4 5th-tier awakeners. While he did not aim to dismantle the 3 rival factions outright, he was more than capable of staving off their advances if he chose to remain defensive. The subsequent plan involved rescuing as many individuals as possible, then retreating until he amassed sufficient strength to confront the 3 factions collectively, subsequently eradicating them, while his faction relished in tranquility on the other side. Within the main city of the Holy Land Kingdom, a slightly portly middle-aged man seethed with agitation. What on earth is happening? Why have my 18 children and Mr. Situ yet to return? Someone provide me with an explanation. Before the middle-aged man lay a scene of utter chaos, and he himself was in a state of disarray, bearing countless wounds of varying severity, with a particularly grotesque gash on his neck that had nearly claimed his life. Driven by his arrogance and hubris, he had ventured alone to the front lines to engage the enemy. Although he achieved considerable success, he fell victim to a surprise attack from 2 5th-tier zombies. His strength, largely derived from external sources, coupled with a lack of combat experience, left him quickly overwhelmed. Were it not for the timely intervention of Mr. Situ Xiaoming, he would have already reported to the King of Hell, rather than still being here venting his frustrations. Your Majesty, could it be that this individual refused to comply, leading Mr. Situ to detain him? One of the lower-ranking officials ventured cautiously. Nonsense. Regardless of Mr. Situ's 5th-tier prowess, how could he dare defy my orders? Even with my son's identity as leverage? The middle-aged man's words revealed to all the true nature of his character. He was merely a nouveau riche who had stumbled upon great power, oblivious to the essence of his own being, naively believing himself to be a destined ruler. Perhaps the newly emerged faction would serve as an excellent refuge. One could only wonder if Mr. Situ, recognizing their potential, decided to remain there. What a cunning fellow he is. It would have been far better if he had simply informed us of his intentions to join forces. The crowd exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding coursing through them, as they began to silently communicate their resolve to seek a new master. Regardless of the middle-aged man's fury or his childish tantrums, they feigned ignorance, acting as if they were oblivious to his outbursts. Seemingly having vented his frustrations, and perhaps feeling somewhat fatigued, the middle-aged man finally concluded his speech. Noble ministers, do any of you have suggestions? The zombies are now at our gates, and we have received no news of the reinforcements Mr. Situ requested. How shall we confront the impending horde? The man appeared somewhat at a loss, his trembling hands betraying an underlying fear. Your Majesty, there is no need for alarm. We can still withstand their onslaught for a time, and I am certain that tomorrow Mr. Situ will bring forth good news, replied one of the officials seated below. Indeed, Mr. Situ is incredibly capable and surely will not encounter any misfortune, the others chimed in, their words a ruse to buy time and devise an escape plan. Humph. I have long stated that he is untrustworthy, and yet you all so readily place your faith in him. It is truly hopeless. At that moment, a discordant voice broke through, drawing the attention of all present. Yes, he is cunning and has committed many heinous acts. How can such a morally bankrupt individual be regarded as a savior? It is laughable. Humph. You must share a common background. Surely, there must be some animosity between you. Are we to take only your word for it? Voices began to clash, and the atmosphere grew tumultuous. Enough. The middle-aged man exuded the oppressive aura of a fifth-tier awakened being, which quelled the chaos. I would like to hear the insights of Wang Qing and Lu Qing. He implored, urgency lacing his tone, as if clinging desperately to a lifeline. Release the restrictions. It is only through a complete transformation into vampires that we can triumph in this war. Ahead stands Wang Kuan, his complexion now pallid, his teeth occasionally protruding ominously. Moreover, his power has already ascended to the fourth tier. I too require individuals to be transformed into cockroach beings, as this would grant us formidable defense and vitality. Our strengths would complement each other, one in offense and the other in defense, ensuring our survival through this crisis. Impossible. Not to mention the excruciating agony that accompanies your transformation, which few can endure. The abysmally low success rate renders this an inhumane endeavor. An elder in the assembly, upon hearing this, immediately rose to vehemently chastise the two. Once again, chaos erupted, with everyone craning their necks and engaging in heated disputes. Chapter 145. Li Tai's planned silence. All of you be quiet. The emperor, in a fit of rage, bellowed at the ministers below. What use are you to me if you cannot devise any plans? Just do as these two have suggested. From this day forth, they shall be appointed as grand generals. All involved in this matter must comply without exception. Those who defy this decree shall face immediate execution, without fail. Seeing that the matter was settled, a collective sigh escaped the assembly. Everyone was acutely aware that these two were hardly virtuous, yet when it came to proposing a solution, none could offer anything substantial, leading to their reluctant withdrawal. Ha ha ha. I sincerely apologize for overshadowing the two generals. As soon as they stepped outside, the two wore smug expressions, appearing particularly insufferable. Humph. These two, exuding an air of authority and a glint of danger in their eyes, cast a fierce glare at the self-satisfied pair before silently departing. Both had achieved their status through sheer effort, albeit with some external influences. However, in comparison to others, they possessed far greater strength. Each stood on the precipice of the fifth tier, their perseverance having prolonged the conflict to this point. Brother, had the emperor heeded our counsel, we would not find ourselves in such dire straits. Now he has foolishly agreed to the demands of those two shadowy figures. One particularly burly man, with an exaggerated physique, expressed his discontent. Second brother, tread carefully. The other, wide-eyed, quickly lowered his head, his voice diminishing considerably. We must consolidate our forces. How we proceed from here can be addressed later. If those two, in their arrogance, dare to confront us, what then? The man spoke with a stern demeanor, his expression fierce. Initially, both had sworn allegiance to the emperor as strength, but as he became increasingly corrupt and weary from training, despite reaching the fifth tier, in terms of combat prowess, they felt no inferiority to him. I have already made contact with Mr. Situ. It seems he has aligned himself with that faction. The messenger will return shortly, and we shall strategize upon his arrival, this individual stated once more. Indeed, elder brother, the burly man replied obediently. This scene was mirrored among the high-ranking officials throughout the Sacred Land Kingdom. Meanwhile, within the Hope Camp, they pondered whether they too could seek allegiance. Chen Fan gazed at the map, then turned his attention to the middle-aged man before him. The man, having shed his previous arrogance, now regarded Chen Fan with deep respect. As a fifth-tier awakener, he had experienced considerable dissatisfaction over the past few days, often seeking counsel from several captains. Although these captains did not possess fifth-tier power, their myriad tactics left him utterly defeated on multiple occasions. In a particular battle against Chen Sihai, he found himself with no means of retaliation, plunging into profound self-doubt. What manner of beings inhabit this place, capable of battling beyond their ranks? This question had occupied his thoughts incessantly. It was only recently, upon receiving a letter from a messenger of his friend, that he emerged from this state of introspection, which explained his current presence before Chen Fan. Indeed, I have corresponded with them several times, they hold our hope camp in high regard. Coupled with the precarious state of the Holy Kingdom and the suffocating actions of the emperor, their spirits are utterly crushed, said Situ Xiaoming with a sigh. As one closest to the emperor, he was acutely aware of the monarch's absurdity. The holy city now found itself besieged on all fronts, with the only barrier to breach being a mere fig leaf. Lately, the relentless onslaught of zombies had escalated against them inexplicably. The emperor is injured and has retreated entirely to the holy city, abandoning the defenses of other cities, along with their inhabitants. The recent lull in the zombies' attacks is likely a consequence of their focus on us, Situ Xiaoming explained. But if they are surrounded, how can they possibly escape? Chen Fan inquired, perplexed. A minister, fond of tunneling, recently managed to carve out an exit tunnel right beneath the emperor's nose. This will prove immensely useful, Situ Xiaoming replied. Haha, such an ingenious individual truly piques my interest, Chen Fan remarked, rising to his feet. Since they wish to come here, I shall certainly welcome them. Moreover, I am currently troubled by how to rescue the survivors. Surely this individual's tunnel could resolve that issue. Assign this matter to you. I will ensure Wang Gada and the others fully cooperate. While I must engage in some theatrics to draw their attention, Chen Fan commanded with a wave of his hand, urging him to act swiftly. Observing the proceedings unfold smoothly, Situ Xiaoming exhaled in relief, gradually retreating until he was out of sight. Accustomed to caution, he found the pressure before the great lord to be even greater. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he murmured to himself. He then sought out several individuals. The captains of the hunting teams, including Wang Gada, Wang Fugue, Shadow, Shui Tianmong, and Wang Xingxing. They were the most suitable for infiltration, as others would need to draw the enemy's attention on the main battlefield. On the surface, the entire army would launch an offensive, while beneath the surface, another contingent would emerge unexpectedly from a secluded corner. This tunnel is indeed vast, Wang Gada remarked, gazing at the entrance before him. Meanwhile, within the holy city. General, what you say is indeed true, exclaimed the venerable elder, his fervor contrasting sharply with his frail appearance. Be cautious, old friend, lest you jeopardize your health. The burly man interjected as he promptly supported the elder. The assembly consisted of high-ranking officials who, despite their outward silence, were filled with excitement. After all, who among them wished for death when survival was within reach? Our mission this time is to assist the city's residents in their escape. We must create as little disturbance as possible during this process. At that moment, I and the second will engage the emperor, while you will distract those two enigmatic figures. A voice of dissent arose from the crowd. With so many inhabitants in the city, many of whom are staunch loyalists to the emperor, how can we ensure a silent departure? Firstly, Mr. Sidhu will arrive with several capable individuals, each possessing formidable strength, at least at the 4th tier. Furthermore, to ensure the success of our escape, we have prepared to utilize the old ghost's secret passage. You old rascal, you've even tunneled to the holy city. An elder exclaimed upon hearing this revelation. Of course, our final assurance lies in Elder Dong's abilities. At this, everyone nodded in agreement, with some casting glances at the general that were laden with newfound respect. Since General Li Tai has meticulously planned everything, what further roles do we, the elder statesmen, have to play? Speak plainly, and we shall comply. The assembly was comprised of individuals of notable standing. They would not partake in this endeavor idly, but rather contribute actively. Most hailed from influential families, and I require everyone's strength to swiftly inform all residents to prepare. This time, we shall confront the dynasty, demonstrating our unwavering resolve. Chapter 146, Successful Escape, Right or Wrong. The night passed uneasily, although certain areas remained relatively tranquil, such as the residences of Wang Kuan and the middle-aged silk merchant. Alongside some ironclad loyalists of the imperial authority, those who had been forsaken. Everyone moved stealthily, guided by Li Tai and his comrades, entering a pitch-black corridor. Not all were willing participants. Some unworthy individuals were simply incapacitated and left behind, likely to remain unconscious through the night. Thus, the evacuation commenced in an orderly fashion. However, while the circumstances here might evade the attention of the frequently reclusive 5th-tier emperor, it certainly could not escape the notice of the ever-vigilant Wang Kuan. Yet, with Elder Dong present, whose abilities included sensory cloaking, the majority of perceptions could be masked, as he himself was a 4th-tier awakener. However, proximity could lead to detection, which was why they refrained from closing in immediately. As the holy city, it was expected to be a grand metropolis, yet due to the arrogance of its inhabitants, it had become a haven for so-called nobility. These individuals, blind to the reality around them, continued to regard themselves as significant figures, often looking down upon the so-called ministers. They were not worth saving, while the common folk, who toiled for survival, resided in the impoverished districts, distant from the affluent areas, making the evacuation from this locale considerably easier. It is hard to fathom that, as members of the city guards, General Li and his men could retreat without a trace. Such a feat should not pose any significant challenge. The night passed uneventfully, surprisingly devoid of any incidents. Most managed to withdraw with ease, making it almost inconceivable that they could evacuate nearly the entire city without attracting anyone's attention. How could it have gone so smoothly? Were they all fools? Wang Gala observed the distant horizon with curiosity, where a glimmer of light indicated the arrival of dawn. Before them, the fleeing group had dwindled, leaving only the warriors who intended to cover the rear. While they suspected the others of foolishness, unbeknownst to them, 2 locations were bustling with activity. In the chambers of Wang Kuan and his companion, they were deeply engrossed in their transformation work, their focus on the task at hand preventing them from noticing the changes occurring in the outside world. Who could be responsible for this? An enraged roar reverberated throughout the city as a figure emerged in the sky, the emperor himself. You dare to betray me. Initially, he had intended merely to step out for a moment, but the unusual stillness around him aroused his suspicions. Upon using his divine sense, he detected a barrier surrounding him, instantly realizing something was amiss. This must be the work of Old Dong. He has betrayed me as well. A tidal wave of fury coursed through him as he soared into the air, scanning the city with his divine perception. He discovered numerous voids. The majority of the populace had already fled. His anger nearly clouded his judgment until he identified a congregation of people. Without a moment's thought, he rushed towards them. The emperor's men also sensed the day's peculiarities, as countless powerful individuals who remained began to converge in that direction. We've been discovered. We must flee. Wang Gala displayed an expression of exhilaration. This was his favorite phase, the thrill of toying with his prey. Without hesitation, the group dove into the portal of the farm space, directly transporting themselves to the Hope Camp. Left behind were Wang Gala, the captains, Situ Xiaoming, and 2 generals. With a heavy heart, Wang Gala stowed away the farm space once more. 5 4th-tier crystal cores. What a greedy overlord. Reluctantly, he put away the items. The ice wall, 7 layers thick, was activated by Shui Tianmong at the tunnel's entrance. They gathered at the mouth of the cave, and from a distance, Wang Gala's excited voice rang out, prompting the others to shake their heads and follow suit. Just as they departed, a loud crash echoed as the 7-layer ice wall shattered, splattering against the internal walls. Several figures emerged from the tunnel entrance, their voices carrying through the air. This tunnel must be the work of that old ghost. We had ignored his tunneling antics before, but now that he has dug into the holy city, he must pay the price. One of the newcomers appeared to be an ordinary old man, yet the aura he exuded revealed him to be a 5th-tier awakener. His presence astonished everyone. They had not anticipated that the Holy Kingdom harbored a 3rd 5th-tier awakener. Humph. Uncle, we must capture them all. I want them to find no escape nor solace in death. The emperor was devoid of any semblance of calmness, consumed instead by an endless fury and madness. Those who betray my holy kingdom shall face death. The elder's expression remained composed, yet a flicker of disappointment glimmered in his eyes. Follow me, he commanded, and with that, he vanished from sight. This tunnel, excavated by the old man's powers, could withstand attacks of the 4th tier. It could endure 5th-tier strikes as well, but after multiple assaults, the risk of collapse would increase. Although the elder had attained the 5th tier, should he unleash his full might, he could indeed cause the tunnel to cave in. However, whether he could eliminate those who had burrowed within remained uncertain. Having scarcely taken a few steps, several sharp spikes suddenly shot forth from both sides, moving with blinding speed. Had it not been for him, an ambush would have surely befallen them. Cursed old Lu, unworthy of being human, the elder seethed with anger. Yet, as he pressed onward, the traps multiplied. He fared well, but those behind him had already suffered casualties. The sight of such losses, unnoticed by the others, incited his fury further. Upon reaching a fork in the path, he found a moment's respite to collect his thoughts. 3 routes lay before him. Choosing one would likely result in losing the enemy, while splitting up to pursue them raised the risk of total annihilation for his forces. With only a 1/3 chance of successfully tracking down the foe, the outcome seemed not worth the gamble. However, having pursued for so long and lost so many, how could he relinquish the chase without tarnishing his own reputation? In that moment of inner turmoil, a clamor erupted from behind. Illuminated by the sporadic flickers of light, he discerned that the figures were agitated and their garments torn, evidently struck by traps. The holy city is under attack, requesting reinforcements. The soldier's voice faded as he collapsed, revealing an arrow embedded in his back. Blood oozing from the wound. Immediately send aid. Before the elder could fully process his grief, he shouted to everyone. In an instant, they turned to retrace their steps. The frustrations of their journey were known only to them. Yet in the face of an increasingly formidable enemy, they had to muster their spirits. As they neared the surface, bright light greeted them, only to unveil a desolate wasteland. Chapter 147. The Ruined Holy Kingdom. It was hard to fathom that this was once a vibrant metropolis, now reduced to such a state. Those who had once vowed to defend the holy city with their lives had fled. The elder gazed upon his former home, transformed so tragically, and his contempt for the surrounding undead intensified. You all deserve to perish. Ignoring the trembling figures behind him, he paid no heed to the distant, subservient king. Even the two who had once boasted grandly, Wang Kuan and his companion, now stood in collusion with the undead. You dare betray humanity, cursed traitors. You are far more repugnant than the foulest of corpses. The elderly man's gaze radiated a crimson glow as his body began to swell rapidly. Muscles bulged forth like rock formations, evoking an involuntary shudder. This old man exuded an overwhelming aura. Wang Kuan gazed greedily at the figure of the elder, moistening his cracked lips. Eliminate him, urged the zombie, its expression grave. While others remained oblivious, it discerned the potent aura approaching the mid-level of the 5th tier. With a roar, 2 mid-tier 5th-level zombies surged towards the giant. The battle was imminent, yet the outcome was unmistakable. 2 against 1 could not lead to victory. The elder was forced back to his original form, one hand planted on the ground, kneeling on one knee, his eyes dimmed, entirely devoid of vitality. How pitiful. Once a heroic figure. The two glanced at the elder, then at the emperor, who sat vacantly, eyes devoid of spirit, even as adversaries. They felt a pang of sympathy for the elder. After a long while, the elder remained unchanged, save for the closing of his eyes. Let us see if he is dead, remarked the Shadow Claw King. Humph, I never expected there to be such resilience among humans, scoffed the Golden Eye King, casting a disdainful glance at the two beside him and the seated emperor. Those who recognize the times are indeed the wise. Upon hearing the Golden Eye King's words, Wang Kuan and his companion felt no anger. Rather, they offered obsequious compliments. Humph. Despite their feigned disdain, their faces betrayed an unmistakable joy. The emergence of something from the ancestors surely held significance. Did they not see how effective flattery was? Ignoring the two, the zombies busily commenced the cleanup of the battlefield. This battle had erupted unexpectedly, leaving many warriors unprepared and captured. Consequently, numerous living souls were taken, their fates likely to be grim, destined as sustenance. This was not to say that the defenders were feeble. On the contrary, with a vigorous resistance, holding out for a day would not pose a problem, especially with the presence of both the Emperor and the Elder, 2 5th-tier beings. Against these two, the zombies would need to expend considerable effort to breach the city. Yet, astonishingly, the Emperor heeded the counsel of the two, contemplating human experimentation, which ultimately disheartened the other ministers and prompted their flight. The 2 ministers he valued most had, in the first instance, led the enemy to their doorstep, reducing the sanctity of the capital to ruins. The Emperor's downfall was unparalleled in history. Meanwhile, within the Hope camp, shall we go? On the front lines, Chen Fan's troops remained active, striving to rescue more individuals. However, the easy fall of the sacred city had led to an influx of zombies, with even the Blood Demon King joining their ranks. It was a 3 against 1 scenario, and the pressure was immense. Alas, those who do not share the same path do not conspire together, yet it cannot be denied that some of them possess merit. Chen Fan sighed. His current strategy, aimed solely at empowering himself, seemed somewhat selfish, albeit born of necessity. The ability to command such a multitude would undoubtedly accelerate his growth thereafter. Let us retreat and commence our defense, Chen Fan declared, turning away with a heavy heart, causing an enveloping silence among the onlookers. He could not ascertain whether his actions were indeed justifiable. Deep in contemplation, Chen Fan grappled with this dilemma. His choices had led to the demise of many, yet preserved the lives of even more. While such decisions may lack humanity, they were undoubtedly the most rational. The imperial lineage is known for its coldness, and as a leader, one must prioritize the most suitable course of action over the most humane one. Though this realization weighed heavily upon him, his thoughts remained tumultuous, not settling even upon his return to Hope City, where he spotted Chen Sihai and Yang Fanghua in the distance. Shall we not offer him some comfort? Yang Fanghua observed her son with a twinge of compassion. Let him ponder on his own. I trust he will come to an understanding, Chen Sihai replied, embracing Yang Fanghua. In the next moment, Both fell into silence, quietly observing the scene before them. Having endured the failures of the zombie legion, the three factions, despite their unity, refrained from rash actions. After dividing the territory of the Holy Land Kingdom, they began to establish extensive defensive lines. Gradually, the three factions encircled the Hope Camp. Yet Chen Fan and his companions remained unperturbed, for they were aware that, given time, a multitude of fifth-tier awakened individuals would soon emerge, ensuring a straightforward triumph devoid of uncertainty. Moreover, Chen Fan remained absorbed in thought. Without a commanding leader, how could they effectively engage in battle? The previous rescue mission, coupled with earlier endeavors, had amassed a force exceeding 150,000, surpassing their original population. Presently, every area was engaged in a singular pursuit: recruitment. Although a considerable number of newcomers had arrived and spread throughout the camp, it was but a drop in the bucket, for the territory was simply too vast. As esteemed figures within the Holy Land Kingdom, they had become highly sought after. This place harbored a quarter of the kingdom's high-tier combat prowess, along with numerous strategists endowed with notable intelligence. The two generals, along with the Ghost Elder and Elder Dong, were all fourth-tier high-tier individuals. While several ministers possessed only third-tier strength, their households boasted experts of mid-fourth tier. All had undergone rigorous trials, their spiritual energy solidified, thus rendering them formidable in the external world. However, after practicing mental cultivation techniques, their powers had regressed to some extent, yet they sensed an increase in their spiritual energy. As for Situ Xiaoming, a fervent practitioner, he spent his days immersed in cultivation, epitomizing the ideals of the cultivation realm. After completing his mental cultivation, he found himself in a state of enlightenment, having reverted to fourth-tier high-tier strength, currently striving to break through his mental barriers. The mental cultivation methods not only solidified spiritual energy, but also made breakthroughs in one's mindset considerably more challenging. This was the reason so many at the Hope Camp had reached fourth-tier high-tier, yet remained stagnant in their advancement. Surrounding his dwelling, waves of crimson energy surged forth, radiating intense heat, causing those nearby to perspire profusely. It appears a breakthrough is occurring. Who could it be? It appears to be Situ Xiaoming, the newly arrived fifth-tier awakened one. Fifth tier, has he truly broken through to the mid-level of the fifth tier? The murmurs of the crowd resonated, as Situ Xiaoming, at the center of the whirlwind, underwent a transformation. Chapter 148. A brief respite. Currently, Situ Xiaoming finds himself enveloped in a fiery vortex. Crimson currents radiating outward. In this moment, he resembles a phoenix egg, poised for hatching. With a soft exhale, the shell gradually shatters, revealing a figure amidst the red glow. Unlike the previously disheveled and despondent appearance, the present Situ Xiaoming exudes vitality and confidence, as if he has truly discovered his path. Having reached the fifth tier, he is already in the midst of transformation. His fiery hair dances in the wind. His long red eyebrows sway gracefully, and as he steps forward, his movements are slow, as if contemplating the manner in which he should present himself to the envious onlookers outside. However, upon emerging, he is surprised to find that apart from a child indulging in candy, there is not a soul in sight. Surely, the commotion he created must have attracted a fair number of spectators, even those from the hunting teams who were not on duty, all eager to witness the momentous occasion of a fifth-tier breakthrough. Yet, who would have anticipated that an even more formidable wave of energy would seize their attention? Drawn by this powerful aura, they all hurried over to observe, which explains the absence of an audience as Situ Xiaoming stepped out. With a lollipop in hand, he leisurely brought it to his mouth, while dashing towards the epicenter of the extraordinary energy. It must be the Lord. I never imagined the breakthrough would come so swiftly. If he has indeed advanced, he should now be at the high level of the fifth tier. At that moment, I hope the camp boasts 2 fifth-tier initiates, 1 mid-tier, and 1 high-tier. Such a configuration should be sufficient to withstand any assault, even from 3 combined forces. Considering each faction, including the Lord, possesses 2 fifth-tier zombies. Together they would number 6. It is astonishing that, once the strongest in the Holy Land Kingdom, I now find myself lagging behind at the Hope Camp. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable, I reflect. Nonetheless, at this moment, I feel lighthearted, entirely untroubled by such thoughts. The air here is invigorating, suffused with abundant spiritual energy, thick enough to appear misty. Surrounding him are numerous individuals seated in meditation. This posture is not merely a means to accelerate energy absorption, but rather a practice etched into the minds of all. Standing at a distance, Situ Xiaoming releases his spirit and begins to consolidate his newfound strength. A resonant hum fills the air as a wave of energy surges forth, the richness of the spiritual essence palpable, revealing that many are in the process of advancing, or have already ascended. Another wave of energy reverberates, and this phenomenon continues for 9 cycles, benefiting countless individuals. Yet, as the final wave dissipates, most suddenly open their eyes. They have arrived. As C2 Xiaoming uttered those words, he immediately felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping his body. Many around him displayed expressions of anguish. Yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. Particularly those passionate about physical training endured both suffering and enjoyment, their faces betraying an almost obsessive ecstasy. The oppressive force persisted for 10 minutes, during which most individuals experienced a profound refinement of their bodies. Once the pressure dissipated, they felt an exhilarating lightness, as if all fatigue had vanished, akin to the rejuvenation following an invigorating massage, prompting involuntary exclamations of comfort. Thus, upon Chen Fan's arrival, he beheld a collection of individuals with eyes closed, emitting inexplicable sounds, lost in a state of rapture. What extraordinary subordinates I have, Chen Fan silently mused, before discreetly departing. Even after his exit, none emerged from that blissful sensation. Chen Fan ascended the city wall, gazing into the distance. This newfound ability, acquired upon reaching the 5th tier, was enhanced perception. His original spiritual sense could extend up to 100 kilometers, encompassing the outskirts of the zombie-infested town, where he sensed numerous zombies patrolling. These zombies now exhibited intellect comparable to that of humans. Some had even absorbed human wisdom, employing strategies and tactics as commonplace maneuvers. Indeed, reaching the 5th tier brought about a stark transformation. Each minor advancement was entirely distinct. Achieving the 5th tier enabled him to externalize his mental energy fully, granting him the capabilities of exploration and manipulation of energy. The most rudimentary of these abilities included flight, with some powers manifesting visible changes in appearance. Upon attaining the mid-level of the 5th tier, he faintly perceived the power of runes within his body, indicative of physical enhancement, akin to a secondary awakening in gaming terms. Upon reaching the high tier of the 5th level, he could initially grasp his abilities, allowing for complete elemental transformation of his form and the full embodiment of a beastly nature. This mastery was essential to maximizing the capabilities of an awakened individual. Chen Fan continually organized his recent discoveries in his mind. Perhaps he should compile these insights and experiences from each upgrade into a small booklet for the library, along with a corresponding textbook, as current educational materials were too rudimentary and in need of an update. Though it may seem excessive, he could delegate this task to Li Ro and C2 Xiaoming. Chen Fan activated the chat module to share his thoughts, leaving the details of implementation to the two of them. This war was destined to be a protracted struggle. The children represented the hope of the future. Gazing at the somewhat dim sky, Chen Fan's heart brimmed with reflections. His recent breakthrough inspired many, resulting in jubilant exclamations of advancement echoing through the city over the following days. Among the elite hunting team leaders, 8 had reached the 5th tier, while the remaining members attained the high tier of the 4th, not far from their own breakthroughs. In another location, within the lair of the zombies in that same cavern, distinct from the last time, 5 individuals were seated together, including the Blood Demon King, the Shadow Claw King, and the Golden Eye King, alongside Wang Kuan and the Silk-Clad Man, the Cockroach Man. I maintain that the Blood Demon King is merely too timid. If it were me, I would have launched the war long ago, the Shadow Claw King sneered. However, this time, the Golden Eye King did not acquiesce but rather looked down upon him, seemingly disapproving of the decision reached by their assembly. Enough, we did not gather here to squabble, but to deliberate on our strategy for battle, the Blood Demon King interjected, breaking the awkward silence. The Shadow Claw King remained somewhat unconvinced, yet refrained from further remarks. Our peak combat strength includes 12 level 5 zombies, which should afford us sufficient capability to contend with the Hope Camp. Moreover, we possess an absolute advantage in other combat forces, the Blood Demon King analyzed. On the surface, our might appears overwhelmingly superior. However, after all these days, we remain utterly ignorant of our enemy's circumstances. Chapter 149, Preparations Before Battle. Whoever it is, let them face my claw and see if they survive, the Shadow Claw King stated impatiently. We cannot afford any further delays. Our provisions will not last much longer, and your siege strategy is ineffective. According to reports, that group has become self-sufficient, the Golden Eye King remarked, his patience wearing thin after several exhausting days. Given these circumstances, we must take action, the Blood Demon King sighed, a sense of unease stirring within him, as if this endeavor was fraught with uncertainty. It seems I must make further preparations. He contemplated as he watched the others depart. At the Hope Camp, Chen Fan stood gazing into the distance when he suddenly detected unusual movements among the zombies within his range of perception. Have they finally lost restraint? He pondered. As an increasing number of zombies began to converge, gradually forming a siege around the city walls. Everyone, pay attention. The enemy is approaching. Prepare for battle. He commanded. The south gate will be led by me, Li Zhendong, and Wang Lifeng. The north gate will be commanded by Chen Sihai, Ba Tianhu, and Shadow. The east gate will be overseen by Yang Fenghua, Wang Gada, and Guo Tao, while the west gate will be led by Sidu Xiaoming, Wang Taizhu, and Wang Fugui. The logistics will be managed by Wang Shoshan and Wang Fuming. I temporarily entrust the overall command to Ji Duoxing. This is your first time leading a large-scale battle, and I hope you do not disappoint me. Everyone else, take your positions in the designated order. His resonant voice echoed in the minds of all present, and those who had previously been lighthearted instantly adopted a serious demeanor. This battle will determine whether we can truly reclaim our footing on this land. It is a matter of life and death for us. In this fight, we can only allow for victory, not defeat. With that, a roar akin to that of wild beasts reverberated throughout the Hope Camp, igniting the eyes of the gathered individuals with a fierce determination. The sound resonated so powerfully that even in the distant makeshift command center of the zombies, the echoes of the roar could be faintly heard. The Blood Demon King stepped outside, gazing into the distance, remaining silent, lost in thought. In the heart of the city, everyone was engaged in a flurry of activity, either transporting supplies or relaying messages. At the center stood a command room, which had originally been a warehouse, also the place where Yang Fenghua coordinated resources. As the number of group battles increased, additional warehouses emerged, and this location transformed into a command center overseeing personnel movements and supply logistics. Initially, the task seemed manageable. However, as time passed and the population within the camp swelled, Yang Fenghua began to feel overwhelmed. Despite her diligent efforts to learn, her innate talent rendered her somewhat struggling in the role of commander. On this particular day, the awakening of Ji Duoxing, endowed with exceptional intelligence, showcased remarkable capabilities in command, which was the reason Chen Fan entrusted him with leadership. Meanwhile, Wang Shoshan and Wang Fuming, serving as logistics deputy commanders, were also tasked with bearing significant responsibilities. The absence of Yang Fenghua, a seasoned fifth-tier warrior, in high-level combat left Chen Fan feeling somewhat uncertain. This strategic arrangement was the result of Chen Fan's careful contemplation, undoubtedly aided by Ji Duoxing. Suddenly, Chen Fan's consciousness detected that the distant zombies had halted their movements, seemingly awaiting orders. On Chen Fan's side, all personnel swiftly assumed their positions atop the city walls, gazing out at the approaching horde of undead. Thus, the two armies faced each other from afar. The battle on the verge of ignition. Chapter 150. The anxious battlefield surrounding Chen Fan were Li Zhendong, Wang Lifeng, Li Tai, and Wang Gang, the latter being a general from the Holy Land Kingdom. The forefront of the zombie horde consisted of low-tier undead, their ultimate objective being to close in on the city walls and create opportunities for the forces behind them. This scenario mirrored previous encounters with little variation. The relentless tide of zombies surged forth, swiftly inundating every pathway leading to the walls. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as they entered range, the cannons unleashed their fury. Clouds of dust erupted, and an increasing number of zombies were sent flying, some obliterated to the point where not even their remains were visible. The freshly constructed roads soon became riddled with craters. The artillery fired as if it were of no cost, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Retreat. A horn sounded from behind the zombies, prompting the front line to immediately fall back, gradually vanishing into the forest. How many shells do we have left? Chen Fan inquired of Wang Shoshan. At this rate of usage, we should be able to fire about 10 more times, Wang Shoshan replied in the chat. This assault was evidently aimed at depleting their ammunition, and with so many shells expended, only low-tier zombies remained. Chen Fan pondered anxiously about the course of action ahead as he surveyed the battlefield. Throughout that day, the zombies launched 3 relentless attacks, from dawn until dusk, offering them no respite whatsoever. However, the human side possesses its own countermeasures, namely the implementation of shift rotations, alternating between early and late shifts. Provided there are no sudden assaults, they can adeptly manage the situation. A full day has passed, yet we have yet to encounter the city walls. The Shadow Claw King is evidently incensed, angrily shouting at the Blood Demon King. The Golden Eye King has a broader perspective, yet this battle is undeniably stifling. Both sides have entered a protracted stalemate, where the contest hinges upon patience and endurance. Another day has elapsed, and the area before the city walls is riddled with craters, while the remains of zombies lie scattered, with chunks of flesh strewn about. 7 assaults have been launched, even with continuous resupply from the rear. It is insufficient to sustain 5 more. Tomorrow's battle will see the zombies advance further. On the 3rd day, as anticipated, during the 11th assault, the artillery among the humans has been nearly exhausted. A roar of suppressed fury erupts as the 3rd-tier zombies scatter like madmen, rushing towards the city walls. Some even carrying ladders. These wretched beings, how have they evolved so rapidly? Li Zhendong seethes as he gazes below. Do you see those two? It must be them. Wang Yunfeng points out, indicating Wang Kuan and his companion, who are observing from a distance. Damn traitors, they can only exchange curses across the battlefield, occasionally hurling insults about their lineage, yet unable to take any action. Their tactics are highly effective, and coupled with the rapid reflexes of the 3rd-tier zombies, they easily evade attacks. Just as the zombies believe victory is within their grasp, a resounding crack echoes, and a bullet, imbued with a blue luminescence, pierces through one of the zombies, which collapses in defeat, its lifeless eyes fixed upon the architect of its demise atop the walls. A sniper rifle, unexpected for this rabble. Li Zhendong remarks with a hint of satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. Upon the walls, what were once positions for artillery have now been occupied by soldiers wielding sniper rifles. This sniper rifle has undergone complete evolution, synthesized through the weapon refinement module into a fully evolved green weapon, with some blue weapons included. The firearm measures 2 meters in length, adorned with blue patterns reminiscent of rippling water. The barrel is robust, capable of discharging 20 by 110 millimeters ammunition, offering formidable penetration and destructive power. The bullets, once fired, are lethal even to 4th-tier zombies. The incessant crackle of sniper fire echoes from the walls. Each shot that pierces a zombie leaves behind a gaping hole, with the shockwave from close-range shots even causing them to topple. Given the current weaponry, along with the arrow towers, if the zombies continue their assault in this manner, their combat strength will be gradually depleted. Observing this, Chen Fan exhales slowly, recognizing that the strategist's decisions were indeed sound. Gradually, the zombies begin to retreat. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupts in exuberance, embracing one another and cheering as though they have already secured victory in battle. Only a handful of commanders have remained tense, their brows furrowed. This recent probing offensive appeared to be a victory for humanity. However, the losses inflicted upon the zombies are but a drop in the bucket. Throughout the day, there was an eerie calm, as if the zombies' assault had drawn to a close. Yet, beneath this facade lay the promise of a ferocious counterattack, an impending storm before dawn. As night fell, all floodlights were ignited, illuminating the area outside the walls as if it were daylight. This illumination bolstered their confidence in defense. The zombies roared once more, launching an attack unlike any before, with low-tier zombies intermingling with their high-tier counterparts, swiftly darting about. The sounds of gunfire erupted, bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. While sniper rifles possess formidable precision, they are only effective against powerful adversaries. In the chaos of close combat, the effectiveness of machine guns becomes paramount. The disparity between standard weapons and those of a higher tier is stark. The utilization of advanced weaponry demands a greater degree of strength. Otherwise, the recoil proves exceedingly challenging. The barrels of the machine guns glowed with a blue luminescence, and their bullets were imbued with destructive capabilities. Standard machine guns could penetrate the bodies of ordinary zombies. Yet against first-tier zombies, they merely inflict damage, requiring sheer numbers for a kill. In contrast, green-tier weapons can easily pierce first-tier zombies and even injure second-tier ones. Only blue-tier weapons can effectively deal with third-tier zombies. Otherwise, one must resort to sniper rifles. However, the synthesis of blue-tier weapons necessitates an abundance of resources, which are simply unattainable in the short term, especially considering the ongoing battles that have severely worn down their equipment. The scarcity of weapons and ammunition poses the gravest challenge facing the Hope camp at present. The infiltration of third-tier zombies successfully obstructed the sweeping fire of the machine guns, while the low-tier zombies repeatedly thwarted the snipers' attacks. In concert, the zombies drew ever closer to the city walls, just as they believed victory was within their grasp. The zombies at the forefront began to vanish. Looking down, one would observe a long trench encircling the city walls. Zombies plummeted into it, those at the bottom crushed, while those in the middle found themselves immobilized. Only by filling the trench could they regain their mobility. As the zombies advanced, more traps were triggered, resulting in swift losses among their ranks. This distance was perfectly within the range of archery. Chapter 151. Unexpected bombardment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows rained down in unison, creating a veritable storm of projectiles that struck the zombies squarely on their heads, accompanied by the sound of piercing flesh. The second-tier zombies were manageable, but the deaths of third-tier zombies were particularly significant, for they represented the primary fighting force at present. With a mournful wail, the zombies retreated once more, unable to breach the defenses. This battle continued nearly all day. Although the city had not fallen, the enemy had drawn alarmingly close once again. This battle proved to be a significant blow to the overwhelming horde of zombies. During this encounter, the three zombie kings remained silent for an extended period, astonished by the myriad tactics employed by this human organization, regretting their prior lack of vigilance. In the next wave, you shall take the lead, declared the Blood Demon King. His gaze fierce as he addressed the two remaining humans, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The pair hesitated, seemingly eager to articulate a plea for salvation. Yet when their eyes met those of the three kings, their words fell silent. As another day passed, the zombie horde exhibited no signs of activity, prompting Chen Fan and the others to exercise utmost caution. Typically, in such scenarios, the zombies awaited the arrival of night, when they could unleash their full strength. This was a blatant tactic, and yet, during the day, vigilance could not wane for even a moment. Any miscalculation could lead to an irreversible fate, revealing the inherent passivity of the defensive party. As night descended, the zombie horde launched an unmasked assault from the distance. "Look there, humans," Wang Lifeng said, peering through the light. The foremost line of humans bore expressions of terror, being driven forward by their compatriots from behind. To his dismay, he recognized the traitors among them. Those figures were etched in his memory, human forms with antennae reaching skyward, unmistakably the human guise of the cockroach people. "What should we do?" Wang Lifeng inquired, turning to Chen Fan. "If we can save them, we must. If not, we can only pray for their next lives to be less burdensome." Chen Fan sighed heavily, for he had envisioned this scenario before. It was not for lack of compassion that he hesitated. It was the torment of relinquishing the lives of his comrades to rescue strangers of uncertain character. Wang Lifeng also exhaled deeply, his first instinct upon seeing these individuals being to risk his own life to save them. Yet, the current predicament dictated that allowing them entry would jeopardize the lives of the hundreds of thousands behind him, rendering such an act profoundly selfish. In a moment of uncertainty, they exchanged glances, awaiting orders. "Archers and snipers, prepare yourselves. Others, be ready to assist," the strategist's voice echoed through the chat, causing a palpable tension to settle over everyone. Each archer and sniper gripped their weapons tightly, focusing intently as they prepared to unleash a fierce assault on the enemies lurking behind the civilians. "Get down!" resounded the command from the battlements, prompting those with quick wits to drop to the ground. In the next instant, a deluge of arrows filled the sky, and the sharp crack of gunfire erupted again, targeting every enemy intent on attacking the humans in the front line. "Stand up and run towards the walls." Once again, a resounding roar echoed, seemingly driven by instinct for survival, prompting everyone to rise abruptly and sprint with all their might. Yet, how could they possibly outpace the awakened ones? The sentinels atop the city walls could not monitor every individual, allowing some to slip through the cracks and plunge into the crowd, unleashing a massacre. Thuds sounded as heavy objects fell, and an increasing number of awakened beings descended to engage in a brutal clash with the humans they once were. Faced with their own kind, that group of individuals displayed a ferocity that was not inherently theirs, each strike a desperate gamble for survival. "Charge!" The zombies, seizing such a golden opportunity, almost uniformly launched an all-out assault, seemingly intent on concluding the ultimate battle that day. The ground reverberated with the roars of countless zombies, and more high-tier awakened beings joined the fray. As the battle commenced, the conflict gradually drew closer to the city walls. Most high-tier awakened beings exuded an aura of invincibility, decimating low-tier vampires and cockroach-like beings who could scarcely raise their heads. The humans behind them were also rescued. Despite substantial losses, it was the utmost they could achieve. The stalemate began to shift with the entry of high-tier zombies, leading to an imbalance as most third-tier awakened beings sustained injuries and retreated. At that moment, the guardians at the rear surged forth, making their way to the battlefield. "It is our turn now." The hunting captains exchanged glances before leaping from the city walls to join the battle. "Damn humans!" Angered roars erupted from behind the zombies, as low-tier awakened ones unleashed gunfire, arrows, and sniper shots, inflicting continual losses upon the zombie horde. The high-tier zombies advanced to the forefront, aligning with the captains. Yet the fifth-tier beings remained aloof from the battle. Their immense power posed a risk of collateral damage, compelling them to wait for the right opportunity. Suddenly, amidst the awakened ones mercilessly slaughtering zombies atop the city walls, someone was struck by a green liquid, their skin turning green and beginning to wither. Fortunately, the priestly squad was close behind, swiftly rescuing the individual, albeit too late to allow their return to combat due to severe injuries. Chen Fan looked down to see a horde of cockroach-like zombies, their elongated mandibles spewing the noxious liquid. More individuals fell victim to the attacks, and the scene grew increasingly tense, with both sides exchanging fire. However, the cockroach beings possessed formidable defenses, rendering typical assaults ineffective. The battle below also reached a stalemate. Although the Guardians had engaged, the sheer number of zombies made it impossible to mount an effective offensive. They could only defend. The ferocity and scale of the conflict were immense, and from above, the towering city walls encircled by a ring of humanity and Guardians stood in stark contrast to the densely packed layers of zombies beyond. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire reverberated through the air as the jetting cockroach men, engaged in a ruthless massacre of humanity below, were sent tumbling. Though the shockwave impacted the ongoing battle among the crowd ahead, it must be said that the timing of the artillery was impeccable. Chapter 152. The Resurrected Emperor. Observing the throngs transporting cannonballs towards the city walls, Chen Fan found himself in a state of bewilderment. Had it not been said that the ammunition was nearly exhausted? Li Zhendong remarked from the side. The steward Wang indicated that we should retain some cannonballs for a surprise strike against the enemy. A young soldier chuckled. Ha! Truly the brainiac, quite insidious indeed. As Chen Fan gazed upon the area where cannonballs soared, an increasing number of zombies collapsed to the ground, including the once most formidable jetting cockroach men, suffering significant casualties. This alleviated the burden on the soldiers atop the walls, allowing their firepower to concentrate on the horde of zombies. Humanity had successfully rescued their own, pulling the front lines closer, while more individuals retreated to the safety of the walls. Below, the Guardians were engaged in a desperate resistance. However, the zombies showed no inclination to retreat. The battle had reached a point of mutual attrition, yet humanity suffered the greater losses. This was largely attributable to the Blood Demon King's tactics, particularly the human shield strategy. The zombies surged like a relentless tide against the walls, the foremost among them breaching the defenders' lines, wielding ladders to commence their ascent, plunging the conflict into renewed intensity. Massive stones were deployed to strike down the climbing zombies one by one. Pain was trivial to these creatures. They had to be sent back down. The soldiers continued to hurl boulders downward, their astonishment at the zombie siege equipment overshadowed by the urgency of the moment. Following the plan, the front line of sword-wielders swung their blades against the ladders, causing them to topple and sending the zombies above plummeting down. Yet, some zombies, utilizing their momentum, leaped onto the walls. However, their numbers were dwindling, and those who managed to ascend were swiftly overwhelmed and dispatched. The deceased zombies were now stored within a spatial realm. For the heap of zombies below the walls had reached monumental proportions, with increasing numbers climbing atop the corpses of their fallen brethren. The battle raged on throughout the night, and as dawn broke, a faint light illuminated the walls, revealing the zombies clustering like ants, densely packed with no end in sight. The mass of zombies below had obscured half of the city wall, and more advanced zombies began to emerge, gradually breaching the defenses atop the walls. Witnessing this dire situation, Chen Fan and his companions could no longer remain passive. With a swift motion, the recently ascended fourth-tier zombie was severed, its body collapsing lifelessly. As they joined the fray, figures emerged from the rear, intercepting all fifth-tier awakened beings. This time, the true battle was only just beginning. The clash between fourth-tier and fifth-tier awakened beings created a wide-reaching impact, leaving no trace of zombies or humans around the city walls. Some even ventured into the desolate inner areas of the walls, engaging in ultimate carnage. By a remarkable twist of fate, the high-stakes battle unfolded with an uncanny resonance, allowing nearly everyone to encounter their respective adversaries. Chen Fan, with crimson light radiating from his hands, gazed upon the two figures before him, his expression marred by discontent. For he was the sole individual compelled to confront two fifth-tier zombies. On the opposite front, Wang Lifeng found himself face to face with a familiar foe, the Emperor of the Holy Land Kingdom. Transformed beyond recognition, he had morphed into a grotesque amalgamation of human and beast. Before him stood the very embodiment of malevolence, as the once haughty sovereign now exuded a brutal ferocity. "You shall perish. I will obliterate you all." The corpulent middle-aged man, his eyes aflame with rage, bore two writhing appendages protruding from his forehead. One half of his visage was encased in a hardened exoskeleton, while the other half revealed skin that had succumbed to decay. His body was similarly adorned with an insectoid shell, and his hands had lost their human form, elongated bones ending in razor-sharp claws. From his back sprouted a pair of wings, flapping violently as he lunged toward Wang Lifeng, moving with such swiftness that his form was nearly imperceptible. With a tearing sound, Wang Lifeng managed to shift slightly, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike, yet sustaining a grievous wound that extended from his right shoulder to his left flank. Humph. A cowardly wretch emerging from the shadows dares to claim the title of emperor. I wonder who bestowed such audacity upon you. As he spoke, his form began to swell, two bull-like horns gradually manifesting atop his head, his visage contorting into that of a bull. His clothing, stretched beyond capacity, tore away, revealing a sculpted physique. With a resounding bellow, the bull-headed Wang Lifeng unleashed a powerful roar, shattering the bodies of nearby zombies who were drawn too close. He stomped ferociously upon the ground, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before the middle-aged zombie in an instant. The clash was thunderous as his horns, gleaming with a cold light, collided with the hardened shell of the zombie. A crack echoed through the air as the exoskeleton fractured, sending the middle-aged zombie hurtling to the ground. Wang Lifeng, relentless, seized the moment to charge once more, swiftly approaching the downed creature. However, this assault did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. The zombie, flapping its wings, managed to rise and leap away to a distance. In the blink of an eye, it retaliated with a similar maneuver, launching itself towards Wang Lifeng with remarkable speed, its claws raking across his body, leaving a deep gash. A howl of agony erupted from him, followed by an enraged counterattack. The middle-aged zombie was sent flying by the force of Wang Lifeng's horns, yet instead of crashing to the ground, it unfurled its wings, descending gradually. Thus, the two adversaries engaged in a relentless exchange, the middle-aged zombie accumulating a greater share of injuries, its exoskeleton riddled with fractures. You shall meet your doom. The middle-aged zombie howled in fury. TCH, it seems you're limited to that one phrase. Even your insults lack creativity. Truly, you are a pitiful creature. The bull-headed figure retorted, disdain dripping from his words. You have forced my hand. The middle-aged zombie, now seething with rage, began to emit steam from its crown, signaling an escalation in their deadly duel. In the next moment, its form began to undergo a transformation. The shell that initially occupied merely half of its face now fully encompassed its cheek, and its once somewhat corpulent physique had become more proportionate and towering. One could observe its body growing visibly, reaching an imposing height of 2.5 meters. Although it still fell short compared to the Minotaur, it was nonetheless a formidable giant in comparison to ordinary zombies. The damaged shell on its body had restored itself, and the swollen muscles became increasingly defined. The spark of intelligence in its eyes began to fade, replaced by an overwhelming aura of brutality that manifested as a dark red mist encircling it. Had it completely lost its reason? The Minotaur watched as the glimmer in the zombie's eyes vanished entirely, just as it contemplated an attack. The terrifying and savage aura paralyzed it momentarily, leaving it momentarily dazed. Chapter 153. The origin of the name Shadow Claw King. Having successfully missed the opportune moment for a strike, the Minotaur regained its senses only after the middle-aged zombie completed its transformation. It mused that its mental fortitude still required further refinement. With a sudden whoosh, the zombie appeared before the Minotaur, and with a tearing sound, a ghastly wound reappeared on its chest. Renowned for its defensive prowess, the Minotaur found itself at a disadvantage against the zombie's razor-sharp claws. The sound of heavy breathing and the mist escaping its nostrils indicated that this battle would not conclude easily. The Minotaur's eyes, bloodshot, seemed intent on perceiving every detail of the middle-aged zombie. Its massive hands morphed into hooves, and its body bent as it descended to all fours, fully embracing its bovine form. In the next moment, a white mist enveloped its surroundings, reminiscent of celestial beings from above. This was the complete manifestation of a fifth-tier awakened one's ability. The middle-aged zombie lunged again at the Minotaur, wildly slashing with its claws. But just as they were about to make contact with the Minotaur's hide, the surrounding mist surged, effortlessly deflecting all of its assaults. No matter how frantically the zombie attacked, it was all in vain. As it continued its relentless assault, the white mist began to expand rapidly, propelling it backward with immense force. A colossal figure, mirroring the Minotaur yet towering even higher, emerged behind it, seemingly reaching 10 meters in height, though its form remained ethereal, as if it were a mere illusion. The instant this phantom appeared, a gigantic hammer forged from the mist descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the zombie. The injured zombie, now too weak to evade, could only watch helplessly as the hammer plummeted. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the zombie, shattering its shell in an instant and pulverizing its body into fragments. As the smoke cleared, revealing the gruesome aftermath of the zombie's demise, Wang Lifeng returned to his original state, panting heavily. This had been his most powerful strike, and he found himself utterly depleted of energy. He could only wonder how the others fared at the North Gate, under the leadership of Chen Sihai. Facing the hideous king of the Shadow Claws, Chen Sihai was struck by its grotesque visage, a diminutive face adorned with a hooked nose and an enormous mouth that stretched into a wide grin, reaching nearly to its ears. The deep indentation between its mouth and nose made its face resemble one that had been struck by a hammer. Such ugliness. Chen Sihai's instinctive remark inadvertently touched upon the king's most sensitive insecurity. "Ah, how dare you call me ugly?" it shrieked, its claws flicking with a swift motion. Elongating dramatically before striking the ground, it dashed forward, its claws creating sparks that ignited into roaring flames, accompanied by maniacal laughter. The sound of tearing flesh echoed around Chen Sihai as wounds began to manifest upon his body. Suddenly, a dark red halo appeared, propelling the king of the Shadow Claws backward, thwarting its attempt to continue the assault. A cacophony of unsettling noises filled the air, an irritating sound of claws scraping against the earth. In response, a black-red blade materialized in Chen Sihai's hand, and his attire transformed into a similar dark hue. With a swift flourish, he unleashed the blade, its black energy surging forth, cleaving a stone behind the king in two with a resounding crash. Just as he evaded the attack, Chen Sihai reappeared, raising his claws to confront the impending ferocity. Thus commenced a close-quarters battle, where flashes of steel and claws tore at the ground, leaving deep rifts in its wake. For hundreds of meters around, both humans and zombies instinctively retreated, wary of being caught in the fray. The battle raged on, the king of the Shadow Claws sustaining a long gash across its chest, from which dark smoke began to billow. Despite its formidable regenerative abilities, the peculiar smoke hindered its recovery. With a pained wail, the king lost both claws, only to have sharper, new ones grow in their place. In a swift motion, the partially formed claws plunged deep into the ground, and as it waved them, they effortlessly etched deep marks into the earth. Transforming its body into a spinning top, it began to approach Chen Sihai while rotating. The ground was soon marked with varying depths of claw marks, and as its speed increased, a powerful suction began to draw Chen Sihai in. Reacting quickly, he swung his blade, conjuring a black shield that enveloped him. Clang! The blade met the claws but was repelled within mere seconds. Utilizing the momentum, he leapt backward, narrowly avoiding being sucked into the vortex. After several evasive maneuvers, the spinning gradually ceased, revealing the king's repulsive face once more. With a disdainful huff, the creature uttered a soft command, causing its frail body to swell like an inflated balloon, muscles brimming with explosive power. Again, it lunged forward, but this time with a markedly increased speed, leaving Chen Sihai struggling to keep pace as the force of the pulling air intensified. With a resounding clang, he found himself once more ensnared, his weapon sent careening away, yet this time he refrained from retreating. The air filled with a series of dull thuds as his body was struck repeatedly, blood splattering in all directions, but fortunately, he managed to leap away just in time. However, the ghastly wounds that exposed flesh to bone were a grim sight to behold. Chen Sihai remained unfazed after enduring such prolonged combat. This level of injury was merely commonplace. He casually flicked his wrist, causing the blade in his hand to shimmer with a crimson arc, rapidly elongating until it reached a length of 3 meters. He raised the colossal sword high, even as the whirlwind conjured by the Shadow Claw King drew closer, the furious gales slicing across his visage like daggers. With a powerful downward slash, a torrent of red energy surged forth, colliding fiercely with the tempest. The clangor persisted for over 10 seconds, and gradually, the rotation of the Shadow Claw King's cyclone began to decelerate. With a sharp sound, the ethereal blade struck the Shadow Claw King, leaving a gaping wound that cleaved him in twain from crown to base. Believing the ordeal to be concluded, Chen Sihai let out a sigh of relief. However, in the very instant he turned, a piercing sound erupted as 5 razor-sharp claws pierced through his body, accompanied by a maniacal laughter that resonated ominously. "Do you understand why they call me the Shadow Claw King? It is because of this technique, the resurrection of the deceased." The derisive laughter echoed behind him. At that moment, Chen Sihai coughed up blood, his eyes tinged with crimson, and a dark red mist enveloped him. With determination, he grasped the black blade in his hand, pivoting swiftly to sever the Shadow Claw King's claws from his form. The Shadow Claw King let out a wretched howl, Cradling its injured limb, the arrogance it once held utterly dissipated. Chapter 154. The Spiritual Realm of Yangfanghua. A dark red haze enveloped Chen Fan as black armor began to creep up from his feet, ultimately shrouding his entire visage, culminating in the emergence of two sinister red horns atop his head. The horns evoked images of a demon. With methodical precision, Chen Fan raised his left hand, extracting the claws embedded within his flesh, without a single drop of blood being shed. Meanwhile, the Shadow Claw King stood frozen in shock, utterly captivated by the spectacle before it. Once the claws were fully extracted, Chen Fan seized the black blade anew, which now bore undulating waves of crimson, erratically tracing patterns along its surface. He advanced step by step, exuding an aura reminiscent of a hellish demon, instilling immense pressure even upon the Shadow Claw King. "Umph, how dare you launch a surprise attack?" Chen Fan gripped the massive sword with both hands, taking a decisive step forward to confront the zombie. With a mighty strike, the Shadow Claw King could do little but raise its remaining claw in defense. The clash resonated, and the Shadow Claw King was forced back several paces. Chen Fan lifted the sword once more, as red arcs of electricity began to dance along its blade. Above them, ominous black clouds gathered, intertwining with the red lightning that linked Chen Fan and the darkened sky. He resembled a harbinger of hell, administering a righteous judgment as the thunderous wrath descended. The Shadow Claw King, just having regained his footing, was struck with terror at the sight, his soul fleeing in panic as he abandoned all restraint and fled. A scoff escaped his lips, accompanied by a colossal black slash, reminiscent of a crescent moon, as red arcs of electricity continued to flicker. The strike approached with alarming swiftness, and as he turned to face the imminent danger, the Shadow Claw King realized that escape was futile, no matter the direction he chose. Impossible. His anguished roar echoed across the battlefield, and his form was shattered by the strike, dissipating into the ether. Yet the slash did not vanish. It surged forward like a bulldozer, mercilessly cleaving through all in its path, leaving no obstacle in its wake, before finally dissipating into the void. Exhausted, Chen Fan sank to the ground, his armor long since disappeared, leaving only his labored breaths. Meanwhile, in the East Gate, Yangfanghua confronted the Golden-Eye King. Having rarely engaged in combat, she was thrust into the fray due to a dire lack of high-tier combatants and the urgency of the situation, serving as the logistics commander. The Dream Beast, a unique species, possessed the ability to infiltrate others' dreams and construct a realm that ensnared enemies, tormenting them to death. However, her adversary was also a psychic awakener, and the Golden Eye's ability to pierce through illusions seemed to render her powerless. Yet, the reality was contrary. Within the gaze of the Golden Eye King, countless hellish cavalry charged forth in a deathly assault. Yangfanghua's awakening power defied logic. Even if one could see through the facade, they would be forcibly drawn into this realm unless they possessed formidable mental strength. Thus, without sufficient psychic prowess, one could only navigate through or seek the mental core within the space to escape. In the white expanse, the Golden Eye King battled the hellish knights before him, continuously wielding his ocular power in an attempt to unravel this world. Yet all efforts proved futile, as he perceived only an endless void and the throng of infernal knights ahead. The knights' massive blades cleaved before him, their edges enlarging. And as the brilliance of his golden eyes flickered, a golden shield materialized, interposing between them. With a resounding crash, the blade shattered, yet the shield remained unscathed. A scoff escaped his lips, his eyes shining brightly as the shield expanded outward, the immense force toppling the knights. Destruction. A beam of light flickered from his eyes, causing numerous knights to shatter without resistance. What a powerful mental realm. Even I cannot penetrate it. After vanquishing the knights, the Golden Eye King surveyed his surroundings once more. As he aimlessly wandered, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a house, an incongruous structure that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding white expanse, its presence conspicuous as if to announce its existence to the world. The Golden-Eyed King cautiously approached, and before his eyes lay a desolate village. The surrounding houses had mostly collapsed, leaving only remnants of walls and scattered everyday items. In a hurried escape, he pondered what had transpired here. He noticed the strewn belongings and large tools within the homes that could not be taken away. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the Golden-Eyed King turned around, catching sight of a fleeting black figure, which vanished in the next moment. What could it be? He opened his eyes, gazing towards the spot where the shadow had disappeared, only to find a black dog crouched there, staring with its eerie red eyes. However, who was the Golden-Eyed King to find this creature peculiar? After all, he himself was an enigma. As he drew nearer, the dark shadow lunged forth, charging at him, It was a dog in a state of decay. With a flash of golden light, the black dog vanished. Yet, in the following moment, he felt as though something was fixated upon him. As if to affirm his thoughts, countless shadows erupted. Some were dogs, others humans, and some cats. The multitude comprised various animals, all cloaked in darkness and festooned with rotting flesh, a truly grotesque sight. Roar! From behind this throng of creatures emerged two figures, towering at 3 meters, muscular and wielding enormous axes. The horde of monsters, upon seeing the golden-eyed king, pounced upon him like ravenous wolves. In the real world, a spurt of green blood erupted from the golden-eyed king. Although he had lingered in the virtual realm for quite some time, only a second had passed in reality. The surroundings and people remained unchanged, save for a blood-spitting zombie and a human drenched in sweat. Such a powerful virtual world, yet constructing it must require considerable stamina. You appear to lack the ability for further recreation, do you not? The golden-eyed king remarked to Yang Fanghua with a hint of mockery. Now, it is time for my performance. A flicker of golden light enveloped them as a massive golden shield encased the two. Ha ha ha, now it's my turn. Not so fast. Yang Fanghua stubbornly retorted. Indeed, to the golden-eyed king, this defiance was merely that stubbornness. However, what he did not anticipate was the sudden appearance of a knight as he prepared to strike at this human. This knight was familiar to him. It was the creature from the white space. How could it suddenly materialize in the real world? Countless questions flooded his mind, and as he lifted his gaze, wishing to ascertain whether he had returned to the virtual realm, he was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. In Chapter 155, Victory in War, Yang Fenghua's body was adorned with white patterns resembling indescribable runes, emanating a soft glow. Her hair transformed into silvery strands, dancing freely in the breeze. She raised her hands, gently clasped them, and a white portal swung open, allowing a multitude of monsters to emerge. Before the king with golden eyes stood the black monstrosities he had previously encountered, each requiring the sacrifice of half its life to vanquish. Now, as these creatures re-emerged, his chances of victory were decidedly slim. As expected, Yang Fanghua gazed down at the formless figure of the king with golden eyes, whose weary body gradually succumbed to the ground. While the others continued their fierce struggle, the human faction had also sustained some losses, and the zombies were beginning to retreat in disarray, already showing signs of defeat. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. With the higher-tier combat now concluded, countless advanced zombies lay lifeless, and although some had managed to escape, the remaining ones posed little threat. The surrounding walls, ravaged by the conflict, were pockmarked and battered, while within the ruins, a lone human gasped for breath, indicating their skirmish had proceeded rather favorably. Fortunately, this time they had learned the method of spiritual cultivation, allowing for a second awakening of their abilities, which enabled them to barely overcome the 5th-tier zombies opposing them. It was no wonder the Holy Land Kingdom had suffered such a swift defeat among equals. The fighting prowess of humans was akin to that of ordinary zombies of the same tier. Even after undergoing a complete baptism in the last battle, their strength merely equated to that of low-tier bloodline zombies. Faced with the Blood Demon King and his superior low-tier bloodline zombies, their power was woefully inadequate. However, with the cultivation techniques that facilitated a second awakening, the scenario transformed. Even a newly ascended 5th-tier individual, possessing only rudimentary awakened abilities, could rise to great heights, distinguishing them from other awakened beings of the same level. Suddenly, just as everyone believed the conflict was nearing its end and they could finally relax, resounding booms echoed from 3 other directions of the city walls, with even the most distant observers sensing the tremors beneath their feet. It was the Great Lord. All eyes turned towards the southern gate, where Chen Fan was engaged in battle. At that moment, the clash among the 3 had reached its final stage. Chen Fan's body was marred with wounds, his complexion pale. The 2 zombies opposing him fared little better. The Blood Demon King's face was ashen, nearly devoid of color. The other guardian zombie was in a dire state, its chest charred black, half its body obliterated, leaving its combat capability almost non-existent. Behind the trio loomed a vast inferno, a mushroom cloud having just risen, obliterating all surrounding zombies. The ground bore a deep, bottomless pit, while numerous other large craters dotted the area, each a testament to Chen Fan's explosive prowess, embodying the essence of fire element abilities. Ha ha ha, I never anticipated I had so overestimated your strength. 2 of you have met such a dismal fate, the Blood Demon King howled in reluctant frustration. Your power is formidable, yet it ends here. I have reported everything that has transpired, and I trust it will not be long before your annihilation is assured, he bellowed, seemingly desperate to unburden his pent-up emotions. Humph. Chen Fan uttered little in response, as his entire being ignited in flames, propelling him into the sky. All around, people instinctively retreated. Chen Fan's voice resonated loudly, clear enough for those nearby to hear. Although uncertain of what would transpire next, they obediently fled the scene. Among them, Wang Lifeng and his companions were the swiftest to escape. Initially, they appeared paralyzed by fear, but upon hearing that voice, they disregarded everything and began to sprint away. "Hey, slow down," they shouted amid their frantic escape. The flames conjured by Chen Fan scattered, forming a colossal blue fireball. The intense heat withered the surrounding flora, and even the rocks began to crack. As the fireball descended, the Blood Demon King sensed the impending threat of death. Such formidable power, truly an undeniable genius, he mused, his expression tranquil as he beheld the fireball's descent. With a thunderous crash, the fireball made contact with the ground, igniting an inferno that rapidly engulfed the area, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. The nearby zombies were reduced to ashes by the merciless flames. Gradually, the crimson fire subsided, although no crater remained. It was evident that anyone who encountered those flames would not escape unscathed. Indeed, at the heart of the flames stood but one figure, Chen Fan. Despite his disheveled appearance and charred clothing, his heat-resistant undergarments had ensured his survival. "I suppose I need to craft some higher-grade attire. This was far too easily incinerated," he thought, quietly retrieving a new outfit from his spatial storage before stepping out. Halfway through his stride, a sensation compelled him to pause as he gazed toward the center of the flames. Though it appeared empty, the fleeting aura he sensed was unmistakable. "You're still alive. How resilient," he remarked with a smile. "How intriguing, first a gentleman, and now you. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. I wonder if you will still possess the courage to stand with me then." Although the primary threat had been vanquished, tens of thousands of zombies remained a daunting challenge. Fortunately, this dilemma was resolved 10 days later, as the intelligent zombies scattered, leaving behind only the mindless or ordinary ones. The battle trumpet was sounded. The prolonged tug-of-war was finally nearing its conclusion. Only scattered remnants of zombies remained, and it was now a matter of issuing a task to mobilize the lower-tier awakened ones, while the rest were to clean the battlefield. Piles of zombie corpses lay strewn about. Despite the aftermath of the battle having eliminated many, the zombie cores remained, still retrievable upon thorough inspection. The cleanup lasted a month, encompassing not only the removal of zombies, but also the reformation of the terrain and the repair of the city walls. The team was divided into two factions. One focused on reclaiming and expanding their territory, while the other aimed to eliminate wandering zombies, guiding them back to their homes. A portion of the logistics organization is dedicated to maintenance and repair, and while the other tasks are manageable, the most challenging endeavor is mending the colossal craters left by Chen Fan. This has drawn numerous peculiar glances his way, causing him some embarrassment. Several months later, the Hope Camp has experienced unprecedented territorial expansion and a significant population surge. At present, Chen Fan gazes thoughtfully at the crystalline mountain before him, contemplating the possibility of upgrading the farm once more. Chapter 156. The grand conclusion. Time passes swiftly, and the land area of the Hope Camp has been thoroughly enlarged. It is at this juncture that an unexpected encounter occurs in the distance. "Who are you, and how did you arrive here? This is our territory, please leave." Through their dialogue, the two discover that the external world surrounding the Hope Camp also harbors another camp. The inhabitants there possess diverse advantages, some wielding military systems, while others boast technological ones. The surroundings of the Hope Camp have been liberated, and everything seems poised to revert to its former state. Humanity faces a choice: to restore order or to engage in mutual conflict until one emerges victorious. Gradually, more camps begin to communicate, and a global conference is on the horizon. I am aware that everyone possesses a unique advantage, yet the current world does not permit us to continue fighting. There remains much to explore. In my temporal camp, I have discovered countless fragments of space, one of which includes the realm of those grotesque zombies. Why not establish an alliance to foster world peace and exact revenge on those who seek our destruction? Let them truly understand despair and terror. The speaker, a middle-aged man, astonishes all present with his words, garnering unanimous support. In their eyes, the enmity towards the zombies outweighs all personal grievances. Thus, the camp leaders sign a non-aggression pact, allowing them to coexist peacefully. Years later, since the signing of the non-aggression treaty, the world has entered a period of tranquility. Life resumes as usual, with everyone engaging in daily routines of eating, sleeping, and leisure. Perhaps the only distinction lies in the scenes unfolding before them. Wang Taizhu and the others are truly impressive, having obliterated yet another zombie realm. They truly deserve their place among the world's 10 most notable figures. Humph. The red-haired one is also commendable. He just decimated a zombie world yesterday. Do you even consider the world S ranking? This is a 5th-tier world. It cannot be compared. I don't care. The red-haired one is extraordinary and quite handsome. Heh, you're not just a fan. You're clearly infatuated. Oh, please. Don't speak such blatant truths. Ugh, you big man, how disgusting. Get lost. In a lively bar, patrons are engrossed in the virtual screen before them, animatedly discussing the unfolding events. The view gradually shifts outside, where flying cars weave through the streets. Flying swords, monstrous creatures, and mechanized armor are omnipresent, while the people nearby remain unfazed, as if such sights are merely commonplace. Virtual projections, immersive world experience centers, flying sword supermarkets, and extraordinary fruit sales abound. Day trips to alternate dimensions and museums of apocalyptic relics, once unimaginable, have become mere trifles here. In another location, atop a towering edifice, Chen Fan sips tea while observing the screen before him, where a report is being delivered. Boss, we have completely conquered the zombie world. I have captured both the gentleman and the blood demon king, those old acquaintances of ours. They can now be displayed in the museum. We have achieved world peace and avenged our grievances. What shall we do now? I have only been here a few days, yet I already feel utterly restless. It's not yet time for your retirement. This is merely 2 worlds. How the outside realm fares remains uncertain. And do you not wish to uncover who is orchestrating all of this? We must expose them and subject them to interrogation. How dare they toy with us? There is still a flicker of wrath left in the clay figure. Chen Fan's gaze sharpens as he looks toward the sky. World, prepare to endure our upheaval.